Chapter 1. Reaching the Pinnacle. In the solar system, the sole habitable planet. Within a towering residential building in Ocean City, a young man lay sprawled over his desk, clutching his mobile phone. The LU phone struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, only to slide off his chair and tumble to the floor, his phone slipping from his grasp. Momentarily startled, he instinctively retrieved the device. The glaring time flashed before his eyes. June 1st, 2035. What is this? Liu Feng gasped, hastily surveying his surroundings, realizing he had returned to the home of his youth, 15 years prior. Had he truly traveled back in time? He swiped up on his phone, and, upon unlocking the screen, a game interface materialized before him, set against a backdrop of the cosmos. The central display featured a dock housing a spacecraft. Liu Feng's pupils constricted in recognition. Galactic Era. This game, which had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, was set in the Milky Way and depicted an era of grand interstellar expansion through starships. Initially overlooked, the game garnered attention when, one fateful day, all the starships within it were manifested into reality, granting each player who possessed a ship their own vessel capable of traversing the cosmos. Moreover, the replication was exact. The ship's capabilities were uncompromised. Whatever firepower, jump drives, power systems, and armor the ships boasted in the game, the real vessels mirrored those specifications perfectly. This catapulted solar system civilization overnight from a state incapable of manned long-distance voyages to an era of interstellar exploration. Players who owned starships became the coveted prize for numerous nations. Countless scientists began to envision the possibilities of humanity colonizing habitable planets beyond their own, and even the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations. Yet, while everything appeared to flourish, powerful civilizations lurked within the boundless darkness of the universe, watching intently. These civilizations soon discovered that, overnight, a seemingly weak and primitive civilization had inexplicably acquired a substantial number of starships that far surpassed its technological level. These vessels were objects of envy even for them. After prolonged probing, it became evident that the solar system lacked the support of a more advanced civilization, prompting a coalition of diverse civilizations to invade. Humanity managed to endure for a significant period, bolstered by the starships, but ultimately found itself ensnared within the solar system, outnumbered by foes many times over. Just as Liu Feng believed he had met his demise, he unexpectedly found himself back in the past, 15 years ago. At this moment, the feedback from Galactic Era had yet to commence. The feedback date for the starships is... Liu Feng suddenly pondered a crucial question. A month from now, July 1st, 2035. This date was etched vividly in his memory. Which means, with a sudden burst of determination, Liu Feng opened the in-game store. Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser, Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, Fearless Trident-class destroyer, Anti-gravity frigate, Marlin-class shuttle. The store was a veritable treasure trove, showcasing a comprehensive array of combat vessels, offensive warships, and engineering ships that are in the same fleet system. The highest tier of warships is level 10, while the lowest is level 1. However, at this moment, the majority of the warships within Liu Feng's shop are gray, as he lacks the blueprints and his premium currency level is insufficient to unlock them. Players in Galactic Era have the freedom to construct docks and warships, traversing various star systems to conquer and expand. Yet, the costs are exorbitant. Even a moderately decent dock or warship demands hundreds, while the truly elite vessels can cost thousands. Moreover, these prices pertain to a single craft. Assembling a respectable fleet often necessitates an investment of millions, a common occurrence. Although Liu Feng is not short on funds, being part of the affluent generation, he has not cultivated a habit of lavish spending and has refrained from investing excessively in Galactic Era. What initially captivated him about this game was its autonomy and minimal restrictions. Players can gradually amass materials, explore the world to gather blueprints, construct appropriate warship docks, and utilize these materials to methodically build their vessels. He relished the journey from inception to creation. The several thousand he spent in Galactic Era primarily facilitated the acceleration of material collection and dock construction. with the ship displayed on his mobile interface being his first prototype and the sole warship he crafted before his rebirth. Before the second warship could be completed in the dock, the feedback process began and swiftly concluded, leading to the disappearance of Galactic era from everyone's sight. However, the circumstances have changed now. He aims to assemble a fleet at the fastest pace possible, deploying as many troops as he can. Observing the dock still in the upgrading phase, with progress stalling at 3%, Lu Feng promptly selected Upgrade Now. Upgrading the dock immediately requires 189 star coins. Are you certain you wish to expend 189 star coins for the upgrade? Glancing at his balance of over 300 star coins, Lu Feng decisively pressed yes. The upgrade progress surged, but at the 50% mark, it halted once again. Insufficient materials for subsequent dock upgrades. The required materials can be purchased directly for 72 star coins. Would you like to use star coins to acquire the necessary materials? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng clicked yes. You have purchased 16 robotic arms. You have purchased 27 transmission devices. You have purchased 34 production robots. Your dock has been upgraded to level 2. You can now produce level 2 warships in the dock. An additional production line has been added, allowing for the simultaneous manufacture of 2 warships. With this upgrade, your dock can now maintain up to 20 level 2 warships at once and accommodate a total of 200 level 2 warships. This means I can manufacture 2 level 2 warships simultaneously. If I upgrade to a level X dock, it could potentially feature 10 production lines. Docks are essential facilities without logistical support. Merely possessing ships is inadequate. However, Lu Feng refrained from initiating production immediately. His aspirations extend beyond merely level 2 warships. He glanced at his current premium currency level, having invested several $1,000s. His account achieved a spending level of 4. This 4th tier, neither high nor low, proved inadequate for his current needs. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng deposited 100,000 yuan into the game, converting the entirety into in-game star coins, totaling 100,000. His spending level surged from 4 to 8. Simultaneously, the store unlocked the purchasing privileges for ships of level 8 and below. Is 100,000 enough to elevate my spending level to 8? What will it take to reach level X? He opened his mobile banking app and glanced at his account balance, which amounted to approximately 10 million across several cards. I refuse to believe that 10 million isn't sufficient. Lu Feng re-entered the game, navigated to the recharge interface, and input the figure 10 million. With 10 million at his disposal, surely this would suffice. Congratulations! Your spending level has risen to X, achieving the highest tier. Any excess funds will no longer be counted, and you have unlocked the level X ships in the store. It appears that 10 million was more than ample, even overflowing. Chapter 2. The 9999 Invincible Class Destroyers. With renewed determination, Lu Feng reopened the shop. The vibrant array of warships within regained their hues, and the esteemed Tier 10 vessels became accessible to him. However, a final requirement remained before he could purchase a Tier 10 warship directly. He needed the corresponding blueprints. Lu Feng accessed the player marketplace, a platform for direct transactions among players, where a myriad of items could be exchanged, including blueprints, warships, docks, and materials. As long as someone was selling, everything was available for purchase. He first scanned for any listings of Tier 10 warship blueprints. The marketplace was bustling with items, yet most comprised lower-tier warships and materials. At first glance, he found nothing related to Tier 10 vessels, prompting him to apply filters and select only the Tier 10 category. Blueprint for the Invincible Class Destroyer. The mightiest destroyer, unmatched. Only one available, first come, first served, competitively priced, affluent buyers welcome. The most affordable Invincible Class Destroyer blueprint online. Without this blueprint, Tier 10 warships cannot be purchased. Affluent friends, take note. He promptly discovered 2 vendors offering Tier 10 warship blueprints. The first priced at 11,000, while the second demanded 15,000. How could they dare claim to be the cheapest online? Without hesitation, Lu Feng selected the blueprint from the first vendor and chose to purchase. The purchase price of the Invincible Class Destroyer itself was merely 1,000, making it the most economical option among all Tier 10 warships. However, the unlocking threshold was exceedingly high, preventing many players from reaching the requisite spending level for Tier 10. Consequently, They could only incrementally upgrade their docks and gather blueprints and materials to construct the Invincible class destroyer. Additionally, the low drop rate of Tier 10 blueprints resulted in prices soaring to over 10 times that of the warship itself. Nonetheless, for those affluent individuals willing to invest in reaching Tier 10, the cost of blueprints was trivial. After deducting 11,000 star coins, Lu Feng successfully acquired the blueprint for the Invincible class destroyer. Satisfied, he admired the blueprint-esque cross-sectional design of the vessel's structure before inspecting the marketplace for any other Tier 10 warship-related items. Unfortunately, Tier 10 warships represented the pinnacle of Galactic era, accessible only to a select few. These were either seasoned players who had dedicated over a decade to the game, achieving Tier 10 docks, or wealthy players who had invested millions. Thus, the market surrounding Tier 10 warships was not extensive. Few merchants focused on this niche. Aside from the two vendors selling Invincible class destroyer blueprints, the remaining merchants typically offered only Tier 10 materials, making fully constructed Tier 10 warships a rare sight. Even if one were to appear, the price would often be several times higher than that in the game store, rendering it unfeasible for Lu Feng. Consequently, he ceased contemplating whether he could purchase a warship from the marketplace. After securing the blueprint for the Invincible class destroyer, Lu Feng decided to leave a message for the seller of the blueprints. "Brother, do you have blueprints for the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier, the Flawless Nebula class star cruiser, or the Wandering Sanctuary class battlecruiser? If you do, please reserve a copy for me. We can negotiate the price." Having received no response, Lu Feng remained unperturbed and turned his attention to the shop. The 10th level warship, the most optimal and comprehensive destroyer, the Indomitable Trident class destroyer, was priced at 1,000 star coins per vessel. Gazing upon the sleek and elegant hull of the Indomitable Trident class, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The performance of the Indomitable Trident class destroyer would have been a formidable asset even among the coalition forces that invaded the solar system. Who could have anticipated that such a warship could now be acquired for merely 1,000 coins? Currently, the largest fleet in the Galactic era was the Star River fleet, boasting a total of 10,000 ships, funded by a super-rich heir with a passion for sci-fi space battles, who invested tens of millions to create it. Within that fleet, Indomitable Trident class destroyers comprised half of the total, amounting to 5,000 vessels. It was said that the heir, in a bid to enhance the immersive experience, even hired an entire team to serve as the command system, providing them with housing and salaries, as if they were part of a genuine fleet, solely to relish the sensation of being the fleet commander. Thanks to those 5,000 Indomitable Trident class destroyers, humanity managed to withstand the onslaught of the coalition forces, which outnumbered them by several times, and resiliently held on for a considerable duration behind the defenses of the solar system. This attests to the superiority of the Indomitable Trident class destroyer's performance. At a mere 1,000 coins per vessel, the leaders of various civilizations would likely go mad upon seeing this price. Lu Feng recalled how those individuals would brazenly invade a civilization to seize powerful warships. Given their nature, the current pricing in the shop would surely drive them to insanity. You already possess the blueprints for the Indomitable Trident class destroyer and can purchase it. Submit purchase quantity. Lu Feng selected the Indomitable Trident class destroyer in the shop, and a prompt appeared to enter the quantity. He directly clicked on the max option, and in the next moment, the quantity surged to $99.99. Are you certain you wish to purchase 9,999 Indomitable Trident class destroyers? Confirmed. However, after the purchase, the system displayed another notification. You currently do not have a dock capable of accommodating 10th level warships. The 99.99 Indomitable Trident class destroyers will temporarily remain in deep space. Please upgrade your dock as soon as possible. If your warships remain in deep space for an extended period without adequate maintenance and supply, their wear and tear will escalate dramatically. Once the wear reaches its limit, the warships will enter a state of irreparable disrepair. The game features a wear and tear system. Although the design stipulates that warships carry some engineering personnel for maintenance during their voyages, this upkeep cannot entirely address all maintenance needs. Regular returns to the dock for servicing are still necessary. Moreover, the current flow of time within the game far exceeds that of reality. In terms of years, what seems like an extended period in the game could equate to hundreds or even thousands of years. After such a lengthy duration, it is only natural that warships deprived of effective maintenance would be rendered obsolete. Lu Feng's gaze returned to his dock, where the first-level warship still rested. Yet beyond the confines of the dock lay the vast expanse of the starry realms. Against the backdrop of a star-studded sky, a multitude of slender warships lay meticulously stacked, resembling a vast star cluster where each twinkling star embodies a formidable vessel. Upon closer inspection, each invincible Trident-class destroyer measures 1,000 meters in length, brimming with an array of formidable weaponry, including hundreds of laser cannons, tracking missile arrays, and defensive laser grids. Furthermore, they are equipped with cutting-edge shield generators and hyperspace jump engines. The mere thought that, in a month's time, the warships within the game will manifest in the real starry sky overhead causes Lu Feng to clench his fists in anticipation, trembling with excitement. These warships belong to him. This is a prospect he had never dared to dream of before. The number of warships under your command has reached a fleet level. Please organize and name your fleet. As Lu Feng gazes in fascination at the warships that are rightfully his, a prompt from the system appears. Fleet formation. Lu Feng notices a newly added fleet option on the main interface. Upon entering, a list unfolds before him, detailing the docks he possesses and the warships therein. One secondary dock and its corresponding primary class warship, accompanied by 999 level 10 warships, not currently docked. He decides to exclude the existing secondary dock and that primary warship from the fleet, thereby designating the 999 invincible Trident-class destroyers as a singular fleet. After a moment of contemplation, he delicately types the name, Edge of the Blade, into the designated field. The invincible Trident-class destroyers, in comparison to other level 10 warships, exhibit unparalleled agility and speed. A fleet composed of these destroyers will serve as an exceptionally sharp blade, capable of executing various specialized tasks such as infiltration, encirclement, and counter-encirclement. During the period of being besieged by the coalition forces, Lu Feng gleaned the crucial lesson that the nature of cosmic warfare is fundamentally different from terrestrial combat. The vast expanse of space, with its added dimensions, renders depth a weapon even more vital than it is on land. In this context, the invincible Trident-class destroyer stands as an unparalleled T0 choice, justifying the name Edge of the Blade. Chapter 3. Liquidating all shares. Having completed the formation of the reverse blade fleet, the immediate priority now is to upgrade the dry dock to level 10. Lu Feng is uncertain of the exact cost required for a level 10 dry dock, but given the nature of this game, it is improbable to achieve this without millions within a short span of time. All the funds in Lu Feng's account have been fully invested in the acquisition of warships, yet he remains unperturbed. As a member of the affluent generation, his assets far exceed 10 million. The high-rise apartment he currently resides in, located in the seaside No. 1 district of Ocean City, is valued at over 75 million. To facilitate a swift sale at a lower price, securing 60 million should pose no challenge. Moreover, the lion's share of his wealth stems from the company he founded from scratch, a unicorn enterprise in the realm of AI, XAI. Since the launch of its AI products, XAI has outperformed numerous domestic internet giants and academic institutions, achieving victory with remarkable superiority. It has even been compared to the American OpenAI, earning the moniker of the domestic version of OpenAI. Its valuation exceeds 70 billion. This unicorn enterprise has rightfully earned its status. Just a few months ago, this company, which many have high hopes for, went public, and its market value skyrocketed beyond 100 billion, continuing to rise to this day. Lu Feng holds 51 of the company's shares, and with XAI's flourishing momentum, he could easily sell them for over 50 billion. Given a bit more time, the value of his shares would undoubtedly surpass this figure. According to his estimates, exceeding 100 billion is not a minor consideration. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that he has little time remaining. A month is not an extensive duration, and to err on the side of caution, he must sell his shares now. Lu Feng opened his phone to inform the senior executives in his direct group, then promptly made his way to the company building. The office is not far from his residential community, and within a few minutes, he arrived at the company. As soon as he entered, before the car had even come to a halt, his secretary approached him. "Mr. Lu, several executives are already waiting in the conference room." Lu Feng nodded and, upon exiting the vehicle, headed straight for the conference room. Moments later, as he entered, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of eager faces. One individual, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Lu Feng, are you truly resolved to sell all your shares? Our company has only been publicly listed for a few months and is still in its growth phase. Such a move could severely impact our strategic development. Lu Feng, we are brothers who embarked on this entrepreneurial journey together. Our enterprise is now significantly larger than when we first started. You must consider your decision carefully. Lu Feng had previously mentioned his intention to sell shares in the group, and this meeting was meant to formally notify them. He raised his hand to signal them to calm down and urge silence. The decision to sell shares is indeed final. Based on the current stock price, I am here to inform you not only because you are senior executives, but also because you are partners in this venture and shareholders in the company. However, this is merely a notification. There is no need for further persuasion regarding the sale of shares. My primary purpose for convening this meeting is to discuss a more suitable method for transferring these shares, as such a significant amount necessitates finding an appropriate buyer. I am aware that many of you are backed by substantial capital institutions that possess the financial prowess to acquire my entire stake. Hence, what I wish to convey is that you should reach out to your respective investors to ascertain who might express interest, and those willing to make an offer should engage in fair competition based on their bids. Moreover, I have but one stipulation. The funds must be transferred within 1 week following the transaction. Upon hearing this, the 2 rows of executives seated below could no longer contain their discussions, and the atmosphere became instantly charged with excitement. Several individuals, disregarding decorum, immediately picked up their phones to make calls. After all, XAI stands as a premier high-tech enterprise within the country, brimming with immense future potential. Many institutions estimate that XAI's market valuation could exceed 1 trillion, if not more. Consequently, among various investment firms, XAI holds the highest priority for investment. In the past, Lu Feng had deliberately controlled the scale of capital influx into the company to prevent a dilution of his control, safeguarding the very edifice of XAI that he had painstakingly built. As a result, many institutions found themselves unable to invest despite their available funds. However, no one anticipated that today, Lu Feng would unexpectedly announce his intention to sell all of his shares. Whoever acquires Lu Feng's shares would gain complete control over XAI. In an instant, capital institutions across the city and even the nation erupted with enthusiasm. Everyone saw a lucrative opportunity in Lu Feng. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a building adjacent to XAI, the renowned investor Du Nen could not suppress his laughter upon hearing the news on his phone. In recent years, the internet economy has languished, yet the AI industry thrives. The most prominent A-country company, OpenAI, has already reached a valuation of 100 billion, and it is evident that the future belongs to AI. Lu Feng, oh Lu Feng, previously when I sought to raise funds in exchange for shares, you refused. Now, you wish to sell everything outright. This thought made it impossible for Du Nen to restrain his smile. However, once the laughter subsided, a slight seriousness returned to his expression. He did not doubt the authenticity of Lu Feng's intention to sell shares. There are many instances of individuals like Lu Feng who cash out after their companies go public. And there are even cases where the amounts sold exceed what Lu Feng is offering. His concern was not whether Lu Feng truly intended to sell, but rather about the selling price. Although the rapid advancement of AI assures that this investment would be profitable, the lower the purchase price, the greater the potential earnings. Additional profits could then be reinvested into more enterprises, yielding even greater returns. With this in mind, Du Nen resolved to personally contact his seasoned rivals to discuss strategy. Despite their competitive nature, they could collaborate to a degree on this matter. By communicating in advance, they could manage the competitive pricing and establish a ceiling. Otherwise, if bidding escalated too high, it would result in mutual losses, allowing Lu Feng to reap all the benefits. Contemplating the inevitable dominance of the AI era, Du Nen could not help but shake his head in regret. Lu Feng, you have indeed missed an entire era. This express train of time shall no longer have room for you. Lu Feng was oblivious to the thoughts of powerful figures like Du Nen. But even if he were aware, he would likely respond with a wry smile, indicating that their joy was premature. Once the warships appear above humanity's heads, the existing order will be entirely disrupted, including economic models. Many current enterprises might endure, yet none will retain their former magnitude. Thus, Lu Feng was indifferent to the shares he possessed. Transforming them swiftly into liquid assets was his utmost priority. Though parting with the company he had painstakingly built brought him a twinge of reluctance, given the deep-rooted affection cultivated over the years. The vision of warships materializing above him in a month rekindled his resolve. A close partner approached him, expressing concern. "Ah Feng, I am unsure if you are facing difficulties. But if there are any challenges, do not hesitate to confide in us, your fellow partners. We are here to support you. You need not resort to selling all your shares. Although the business world is ruthless, the genuine concern from a co-founder warmed Lu Feng's heart. He shook his head and opened the game application Galactic Era on his phone. The incredibility of the situation hung in the air. Before he could finish his thought, his partner interrupted him, eyes wide with astonishment. "Phone, please do not tell me that you are selling your shares for this game. If you are reluctant to share your true reasons, there is no need to evade me in such a manner." Under the incredulous gaze of his partner, Lu Feng chose not to elaborate, calmly shutting off the game interface, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air. Chapter 4. The Fleet at the Pinnacle of Rankings Indeed. This moment had long been anticipated by him. Even if he were to divulge the entire truth to others, he would merely be perceived as making excuses, or worse, deemed insane. His partner, witnessing Lu Feng stow away his phone in silence, felt a sense of triumph, believing he had successfully pierced through Lu Feng's facade, thus gaining the upper hand in this exchange. This advantage would undeniably facilitate the persuasion that was to follow. He feigned a demeanor of deep sorrow and regret. "Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall refrain from further inquiry. Feng, this company is our joint creation. After all these years, we have shared a bond. Surely, neither of us wishes to relinquish control to an outsider. I can secure funding. 50 billion will be credited within 2 days. If you agree now, the cash will be in your account in 2 days, and the company will remain in our hands. Everything can proceed as usual. Just think, after selling your shares, you can stay in the company, transitioning to any department you desire. I shall make the arrangements for you." Lu Feng listened intently to his partner's every word, but as the final statement lingered in the air, he interjected, "Let us discuss this tomorrow." He had already determined that the bidding would take place the following day, in this very office. With that, Lu Feng turned and departed, disregarding his partner's desperate calls from behind. In the business world, while emotions may hold some value, they often pale in comparison to the allure of profit. Meanwhile, in a luxurious riverside villa in the premier district of the coastal city, complete with a private dock, Wang Zhuo lounged in his swimming pool, casually opening a game on his phone titled Galactic Era. On the main interface, an expansive level 10 dock housed a myriad of warships, resembling a small asteroid in its vastness. Among them lurked aircraft carriers, akin to shadowy behemoths, albeit in limited numbers, only 10. Radiating with vibrant luminosity akin to a nebula were the cruiser-class ships, alongside battlecruisers bristling with armament. Encircling the outermost perimeter of the dock was a dazzling flotilla of destroyers, twinkling like a constellation. This was Wang Zhuo's pride and joy, his formidable fleet, the Galaxy Fleet. From a young age, he had harbored a passion for science fiction and yearned for cosmic adventures. His serendipitous discovery of this immersive interstellar warship game ensnared him in its grasp. The game's realism in ship construction and combat captivated him, leading him to invest millions in crafting his ultimate fleet. 1 million was spent to construct the Level 10 dock. Another million purchased the 10 Level 10 aircraft carriers. 5 million acquired 500 cruiser-class ships. 9 million was allocated for 4,500 Level 10 battlecruisers. 5 million secured 5,000 Level 10 destroyers. To fully simulate the sensation of commanding a fleet, he recruited a dozen top-tier players from the gaming community, all of whom shared his passion, to adeptly maneuver the colossal armada he had amassed. These elite players functioned as branches extending from him, obeying his commands and unifying the over 10,000 warships into a cohesive entity. He stood as the emperor at the heart of this grand assembly. Wang Zhuo reveled in this experience. Each time leading his mighty fleet into the fray, he felt an exhilarating sense of dominion over all. In the ranking of fleets, he stood at the pinnacle, undoubtedly the foremost. The combined number of warships in the fleets ranked second to 10th paled in comparison to his, both in quantity and quality, and their personnel configurations were far from as comprehensive as his. However, just as Wang Zhuo indulged in fantasies of commanding his fleet across the cosmos, a message from the commander of a destroyer group under his command interrupted him. "Boss, a new fleet has emerged." Wang Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. There was no need to inform him about such matters. No one in the world could match his investment in fleets. While others might spend millions on luxury cars, it was only individuals like him, true aficionados of interstellar adventures, who would consider investing exorbitant sums in a mere warship game. Yet, someone had indeed spent such a fortune. Wang Zhi was suddenly perked up, sitting upright in the water, hastily switching the game interface to the fleet rankings. His Star River fleet retained its top position. However, the second place was no longer occupied by the familiar 8-country player with over 1,000 level 10 warships. It was the Reversal Blade fleet. Boasting an astonishing 999 level 10 invincible class destroyers. Upon further inspection, he discovered that this player was also from his own country. Where had this individual emerged from? The realm of domestic interstellar warships was not vast. He knew all the prominent names, yet none had the audacity to invest so heavily. This game lacked renowned competitions that would attract the attention of wealthy heirs. There were no social systems akin to online games that could draw crowds. To truly engage with the game and comprehend its intricacies required substantial knowledge. Engaging in fleet-level battles was akin to real military campaigns, quite hardcore. This individual was likely a wealthy heir, the type who enters a game with the sole ambition of claiming the top spot, only to lose interest after a couple of days and regret spending such a fortune on a collection of unmanageable metal shells. Wang Zhi relayed this sentiment back to his subordinate. Deep down, he sensed that this newcomer was positioning himself as his rival. His fleet, just over 10,000 strong and entirely composed of level 10 warships, was directly challenged by this individual, who flaunted his substantial funds by acquiring 999 level 10 warships. No one understands this game better than I do, Wang Zhi thought confidently, contemplating whether to seek an opportunity to confront this player, to enlighten him on what a cohesive command system truly entailed, and the essence of combined operations. Flaunting 999 of the cheapest level 10 warships was hardly impressive. Yet, a nagging feeling of unease crept in. Why, with such wealth, would he not purchase a few more level 10 warships? Just a handful more would elevate him above Wang Zhi's fleet in the rankings. Moreover, being comprised solely of the economical invincible class destroyers, one would expect a wealthy heir to invest in the finest and most expensive options available. Perhaps this individual was planning to acquire even more warships. Pondering this, Wang Zhi couldn't help but furrow his brow. If you have the means, why not showcase a fleet of 10,000 silent behemoth-class carriers before me? How could I possibly lose when not faced with the might of carriers? Chapter 5. The 10th level dock. After leaving the company, Lu Feng did not head home immediately. Instead, he made his way to a real estate agency situated outside his residential community. Upon entering, he was promptly recognized. Mr. Lu. Most residents in this community were prominent figures. And naturally, the agency operating here was no ordinary one. They had meticulously investigated the backgrounds of the residents and distributed the information among employees to ensure they would not inadvertently offend a seemingly unremarkable yet influential individual, thereby causing significant trouble for the agency. Lu Feng stated his intent directly. I wish to sell a property at Ocean View Number 1. The agency staff escorted him to the VIP room, and shortly thereafter, the manager arrived, dressed in a tailored female suit. She exuded professionalism and slightly bowed her head as she addressed him. Mr. Lu, are you looking to sell the property valued at 75 million? Lu Feng nodded and inquired. What is the quickest time frame for a sale? Mr. Lu, your property is well located and should sell easily. We will promptly reach out to our clientele, and it is likely to be sold quickly. Lu Feng gently shook his head. I do not want it sold merely quickly. I require a specific time frame. The manager paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure, donning a professional smile. Mr. Lu, this would be classified as a distressed sale. We could finalize the transaction within a week, though the price may be somewhat lower than your expectations. I am unconcerned with the price. I have but one request. The faster, the better. Ideally, I would like the transaction completed today, with funds transferred on the same day. Understood. We will earnestly endeavor to find a suitable buyer for you. With that, the manager waved her hand, summoning several individuals and instructing them to set aside their current tasks to contact potential buyers. Lu Feng appreciated this proactive approach. It was efficient and focused on practical service for the client. The only drawback was the significantly higher commission fees. However, given that he was about to liquidate at least 50 billion worth of shares, this minor expense was inconsequential. The paramount concern was swiftly and securely converting his existing assets into cash. As Lu Feng was preparing to head home, a recently departed staff member returned, excitedly holding up his phone. Mr. Lu, we have a client who has expressed interest in your property and would like to schedule a viewing. Are you available to accommodate this? Oh, a prospective buyer so soon? Quite impressive. Lu Feng was pleased and nodded in agreement. Yes, I will wait here. Please have them come over, and I will take them for the viewing. Of course. The employee responded affirmatively, conversing briefly on the phone before stepping out at the manager's nod. Your clientele seems quite promising. Lu Feng remarked amiably to the manager as he passed the time in conversation. The manager responded with a professional yet slightly proud smile, thanking Mr. Lu for the compliment. Not long after, a client, seemingly residing nearby, arrived in a luxurious Maybach at the agency's entrance. A middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle, appearing to recognize Lu Feng. Upon seeing him, the man displayed a look of surprise before immediately calling out to Lu as his younger brother. Lu Feng had a vague recollection of this man, having encountered him once at a soiree of a prominent figure in the financial sector, but their acquaintance was merely superficial. Ah, my dear brother Lu, I didn't expect it to be you selling this property. Since it's you, just give me a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll purchase it right away without needing to view the house. The middle-aged man declared with remarkable candor, exhibiting profound trust in Lu Feng as he gestured grandly. Lu Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Although they had met once, their relationship had not reached such a level of familiarity. However, given the man's boldness and the impending arrival of the warship in a month, Lu Feng had no concerns regarding any ulterior motives. Any schemes would have to contend with his fleet first. Then I shall not be modest. Let us settle at the market price of 75 million, Lu Feng stated firmly. The middle-aged man readily acquiesced. Once both parties had submitted the necessary documentation, the agency manager guided Lu Feng and the middle-aged man through the process, which took an entire day. As the evening descended and the lights illuminated the surroundings, the funds finally arrived in Lu Feng's account. After deducting various fees, he gazed at the newly credited sum of over 72 million with great exhilaration. The sold property had little of value to take with him, so he merely tidied up briefly before seeking accommodation at a hotel. Upon entering his room, Lu Feng eagerly opened his phone and logged into Galactic era. The first thing he aimed to do was to transfer the freshly acquired 72 million into the game, converting it into star coins. Star coins, 72,000,000. With the star coins in hand, Lu Feng turned his attention to the currently level 2 dock. Upgrade. Insufficient materials for upgrading the level 2 dock. Materials required for this upgrade can be purchased directly, consuming 300 star coins. Would you like to proceed with the purchase? Purchase. You have purchased 50 mechanical arms. You have purchased 120 drive units. You have purchased 180 production robots. Your dock is currently upgrading. Progress at 1. Had Lu Feng been his former self, he would have patiently awaited the progress to reach its zenith. However, now there was no need for such waiting. He directly clicked on Upgrade immediately. To complete the dock upgrade instantly, 500 star coins will be consumed. Are you sure you wish to spend 500 star coins to upgrade the dock? Lu Feng, feeling somewhat impatient, clicked to confirm. After this confirmation, no further prompts appeared. The level 2 dock had successfully upgraded to a level 3 dock. Your dock has been upgraded to level 3. You are now able to manufacture level 3 warships within the dock, and an additional production line has been added, allowing for the simultaneous construction of 3 vessels. Following the upgrade, your dock facility can now maintain up to 50 warships of level 2 or below, with a maximum capacity of 500 warships of level 3 or below. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, the dock, which previously housed a single level 1 warship, expanded once more. Lu Feng chuckled with satisfaction as he continued to select the dock and clicked on the upgrade option. Your dock has been upgraded to level 4. Your dock has been upgraded to level V. Your dock has been upgraded to level 6. Your dock has been upgraded to level 7. Your dock has been upgraded to level 8. Your dock has been upgraded to level 9. Time passed unremarkably as Lu Feng clicked the confirmation button repeatedly, becoming somewhat numb to the process. Eventually, he realized he had reached the final step, upgrading from a level 9 dock to a level X dock. This particular upgrade required him to spend 300,000 star coins solely on materials. You have purchased 20,000 multi-joint movable robotic arms. You have purchased a gravity-magnetic dual-mode switching transmission device for 40,000. You have purchased a modular multifunctional production robot for 60,000. Your dock is currently upgrading, with a progress status of 1. At this juncture, Lu Feng felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. He slowly pressed the final step. Immediate upgrade. Completing the upgrade to the dock will require the expenditure of 400,000 star coins. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this upgrade? 400,000 star coins. Adding the cost of materials, the total for upgrading from level 9 to level X amounted to 700,000 star coins. This single upgrade surpassed the cumulative expenses of all previous upgrades combined. Although 400,000 star coins was no small sum, Lu Feng felt no regret. After clicking confirm, the notification that appeared brought a sense of relief to his heart. Your dock has been upgraded to level X. You can now produce level X warships within the dock, and an additional production line has been added, allowing for the simultaneous manufacture of 10 warships. Following the upgrade, your dock facility can now maintain up to 2,000 warships of level X or below, with a maximum capacity of 20,000 warships of level X or below. Chapter 6. The blueprint of the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser is in hand at last. Lu Feng's reverse blade fleet had a place to dock. He glanced at his star coin balance, which stood at 71 million. A level 10 dry dock cost 1 million. To Lu Feng, this was a modest sum, even somewhat reasonable. He hurriedly directed the entire reverse blade fleet, which had been anchored in deep space, to dock at the only available level 10 dry dock. The gleaming silver dry dock resembled a vast, flat island, extending outward with 10 massive structures. Each structure functioned like a pier, allowing warships to moor. The main body of the dry dock was even more colossal, riddled with countless entrances and exits. These openings varied in size, accommodating different classes of warships. Some were large enough to swallow a small asteroid several dozen kilometers in diameter. One could only imagine the size of the warships that would traverse such passages. As Lu Feng issued the command for the reverse blade fleet to dock in the level 10 dry dock, silvery invincible narwhal-class destroyers converged upon the dock like schools of fish. Before the immense dry dock, each invincible narwhal-class destroyer appeared minuscule, akin to a speck of dust. It was only when nearly 10,000 of these destroyers gathered that one could discern a galaxy of warships forming at the dock's edge. While Lu Feng admired this spectacle, he noticed a red dot flashing in the message panel. Someone had sent him a message, the very merchant from whom he had previously acquired the invincible narwhal-class destroyer blueprint at the player trading post. The message read, "Brother, blueprints for level 10 warships are exceptionally hard to come by. I went to great lengths to obtain the invincible narwhal-class blueprint." Lu Feng keenly sensed that the merchant had not stated he lacked blueprints. He merely indicated that acquiring them was particularly arduous. It seemed he indeed possessed additional blueprints for level 10 warships. Thus, Lu Feng replied, "As long as you have blueprints for level 10 warships, and the price does not exceed the market rate excessively, feel free to quote. I shall not haggle." Meanwhile, over 1,000 kilometers away in a small county, Su Jinxiang anxiously awaited a response, his gaze fixed on his phone screen. Upon reading Lu Feng's reply, his face brightened. His initial statement had been a ploy to negotiate a higher price. He typed back, "Brother, I shall not conceal it from you. I also have a blueprint for the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser, but..." Pausing for a moment, he hesitated before continuing to type a series of messages to explain the background. However, this blueprint had originally been reserved by a foreigner. His acquisition of this blueprint had been sheer luck, making it one of the priceless items in the trading post, with a significant markup. Based on his understanding of market conditions, a blueprint for the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser could sell for at least 150,000, with a markup of over 50,000, depending on circumstances. The price set by the foreigner for this blueprint was 170,000. Thus, brother, selling it to a compatriot would be preferable to selling it to a foreigner, especially since he is yet to make payment. The price offered is quite reasonable. A sincere sum of 160,000. After finishing this statement, Su Jinxiang anxiously awaited a response. Typically, the cost of blueprints is approximately 10 times that of the warship itself. A Fearless-class destroyer, priced at 1,000, would see its blueprints fetch over 10,000. The Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, valued at 10,000, should have its blueprint priced at around 100,000. However, blueprints for level 10 warships are in high demand and often vanish from the market the moment they appear. Hence, the price has surged to at least 150,000. This price merely secures a single blueprint. Presently, Su Jinxiang has added an additional 10,000 on top of the base price, making it seem considerably more expensive than the market rate. Yet, in a situation where supply exceeds demand, this price is not exorbitant. Had Lu Feng actively sought to purchase a blueprint for the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, he might have had to spend even more. Lu Feng, however, paid little heed to the extra 10,000. It was a trivial amount for him. He felt fortunate to have inquired about the availability of additional Level 10 warship blueprints. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity for the flawless Nebula-class cruiser. The next time a blueprint for the flawless Nebula-class cruiser appeared in the player trading market, its availability was uncertain. All right, let us send the trade request. Lu Feng readily agreed. Almost immediately, a trade request was sent. A blueprint depicting a massive warship materialized before Lu Feng's eyes. He entered 160,000 star coins, fulfilling the transaction requirements. In the next moment, the blueprint was in Lu Feng's possession. Meanwhile, Su Jinxiang stared at the additional 160,000 star coins in his account, lost in thought for quite some time. He was not a professional trader, but merely a devoted player who had immersed himself in this game for years, nearly among its earliest participants. Since childhood, he had been captivated by the cosmos and had fallen in love with this game at first sight. Unfortunately, his family was not affluent, and he had limited funds to spend on gaming. To advance in the game, he dedicated nearly all his energy, grinding tirelessly for resources. He managed to elevate his dock to level 10 and subsequently constructed a level 10 Fearless-class destroyer. The effort he invested in achieving this level 10 dock and destroyer was nothing short of arduous. Heaven knows how many mechanical arms, transmission devices, and robots are required to upgrade a level 9 dock to level 10. Heaven knows how much material is needed to construct a level 10 warship without purchasing it. He was fully aware of all this. His family deemed him insane, claiming he was addicted to the game and oblivious to reality. Yet, he understood that since he could not explore the cosmos in real life, he sought to fulfill that aspiration within the game. Ironically, it was his relentless pursuit of resources that enabled him to obtain the blueprint for a level 10 warship. In his small county, families like his could only earn around 60 to 70,000 a year. Thus, this 160,000 star coins represented a sum equivalent to over 2 years of his family's income. In addition to the more than 10,000 blueprints of the fearless and formidable destroyers previously sold, he finally held these proofs that he had not squandered his time. His efforts bore fruit. It was with such a sincere mindset that he chose not to sell the blueprints to foreign bidders offering higher prices. His education was limited, yet he believed that his compatriots were ultimately more trustworthy. At that moment, Lu Feng sent him another message. What is the current scale of your fleet? Although Su Jinxiang found the inquiry somewhat peculiar, he responded candidly. 300 first-tier warships, 300 second-tier warships, 200 third-tier warships, 200 fourth-tier warships, and 10 level 10 fearless and formidable destroyers. Chapter 7. Upon witnessing the fleet composition of 5,000 flawless Nebula-class starships, Lu Feng immediately surmised that this individual had undoubtedly devoted considerable effort to amass such a formidable assembly. Despite the heterogeneous nature of the fleet, its sheer number suggested a substantial combat capability upon its arrival. It was evident that this individual was not an obscure figure. Lu Feng's thoughts drifted back to his past life, where he had encountered a similar situation. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What is your name? It would be prudent to familiarize ourselves. Perhaps we could establish a long-term trade relationship." Su Jinxiang, initially taken aback, quickly replied, "I am not a professional merchant. The materials I acquire are solely for my own use, as I would otherwise find myself in short supply. The 2 blueprints I possess are ones I already had and could not manufacture, hence, I chose to sell them." Realizing his response might come across as discourteous, he added, "I am Su Jinxiang. It would indeed be a pleasure to become acquainted." Upon hearing the name, Lu Feng paused momentarily, memories from his previous life flooding back. Following the arrival of the starships, the initial owners were filled with jubilation, becoming tyrants with impunity. They became the focus of contention among nations, each employing various tactics to entice them to join their ranks. Consequently, the owners of these vessels enjoyed numerous privileges. During that chaotic period, the world was thrown into disarray, with the sudden appearance of the starships leaving everyone in shock until the formation of the United Fleet. Several major fleets absorbed smaller ones, culminating in the establishment of multiple united fleets, creating a powerful coalition. Su Jinxiang emerged as a leader among one such coalition, predominantly composed of former civilians, and known as the Civilian Faction. Remarkably, this faction was the only one to steadfastly defend itself even after the extraterrestrial coalition invaded the solar system. They fought valiantly until the last moment, until every ship succumbed. No one among them surrendered or capitulated. They were, without a doubt, humanity's final bastion during that tumultuous time. After a brief silence, Lu Feng responded, I am Lu Feng. Should you find yourself in the vicinity of Ocean City, I would be delighted to host you. Certainly. Thank you, my friend. Su Jinxiang grinned broadly, appreciating Lu Feng's amiable demeanor. By the way, would you be willing to share where you acquired these blueprints? I would be glad to compensate you for that information. There is no need for payment. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Sharing a few insights with a friend is hardly burdensome. Su Jinxiang modestly declined. Based on my extensive experience, certain star regions exhibit a significantly higher drop rate for level 10 materials and blueprints than others. He then meticulously marked the locations of these star regions and sent them to Lu Feng. Within these regions, exploring planets, conquering fortified installations, dismantling enemy fleets, and vanquishing cosmic behemoths all held the potential to yield blueprints. Thank you, Lu Feng noted as he jotted down the coordinates and subsequently transferred 50,000 star coins to Su Jinxiang. Such a sum was a mere pittance when considering the years of experience and countless trials that had afforded this knowledge. Initially, Su Jinxiang was reluctant to accept the deal, but after repeated insistence from Lu Feng, he acquiesced. Su Jinxiang expressed his profound gratitude and insisted on treating Lu Feng to a meal. Lu Feng merely smiled, showing no particular concern. Once he closed the chat window, he turned his attention to the flawless design blueprint of the Nebula-class star cruiser in his possession. The Nebula-class star cruiser is the most formidable of comprehensive warships. In the realm of Galactic era, warships can be categorized into three primary classes: comprehensive warships, attack warships, and engineering warships. Among the 10th level warships, the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, and the Fearless Trident-class destroyer fall into the category of attack warships. Only the Nebula-class star cruiser is classified as a comprehensive warship. A comprehensive warship signifies that a single vessel serves as both a fortress and a super supply station, embodying an entire support legion. It possesses no deficiencies in firepower, resupply, or support capabilities, allowing it to cruise autonomously for extended periods away from its dock, thus earning the designation of a star cruiser. Such a warship, standing alone, is sufficient to instill awe upon a planet or even an entire star system. The store price is set at 10,000 star coins per vessel. You now possess the blueprint for the Nebula-class star cruiser. You may purchase the Nebula-class star cruiser. Enter purchase quantity. Lu Feng directly inputted 5,000, intending to acquire 5,000 Nebula-class star cruisers. Are you certain you wish to purchase 5,000 Nebula-class star cruisers? Confirmed. In the next moment, 5,000 colossal warships appeared neatly arranged outside Lu Feng's dock. Each Nebula-class star cruiser radiated a mesmerizing brilliance reminiscent of a nebula. Their exquisitely smooth armor fused seamlessly, devoid of any imperfections. From a distance, they truly resembled flawless nebulae, grand and majestic. According to Lu Feng's estimations, each Nebula-class star cruiser exceeded 10 kilometers in length, more than tenfold that of the Fearless Trident-class destroyers. The outfitting of these vessels surpassed the Fearless Trident-class destroyers in both completeness and sophistication. They were equipped with formidable weaponry such as laser cannons, tracking missile arrays, and defensive laser grids. Additionally, they boasted exceptionally powerful shield generators capable of enveloping not only their own hulls, but also nearby ships. Furthermore, they carried onboard combat drones, transport aircraft, and medical vessels. Within the ships, facilities like armories and aircraft production lines were all comprehensively available. A single Nebula-class star cruiser is akin to a mobile bastion of the cosmos. 5,000 impeccably arranged Nebula-class star cruisers now stood in the starry expanse, surrounded by nearly 10,000 Fearless Trident-class destroyers forming a protective galactic ring. From afar, it resembled a school of fish circling around a whale. The sheer spectacle had already captivated Lu Feng within the game. He could hardly fathom the magnificent scene that would unfold when these warships truly graced the starry skies a month later. At this moment, on the fleet leaderboard, the once reigning Galaxy fleet had fallen to second place, supplanted by the Reaper fleet, which now commanded the top position with 15,000 warships, including 9,999 Fearless Trident-class destroyers, 5,000 Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, and a solitary Level 1 battleship. Amongst the multitude of Level 10 battleships, the presence of a lone Level 1 vessel appears rather ironic. This was precisely the sentiment of Wang Zhua, the proprietor of the foremost Star River fleet. What a travesty! Although the affluent heir behind the Reversal fleet had not flaunted 10,000 silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers, Wang Zhuo still felt the sting of humiliation. After all, 5,000 immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers. That figure dwarfed his own fleet by a factor of 10. It surpassed even the number of his own wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, equaling the count of his indomitable Trident-class destroyers. However, while the indomitable Trident-class destroyers cost a mere 1,000 each, the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers commanded a staggering 10,000 per vessel. These were formidable ships, far beyond the capabilities of mere destroyers. Just the sight of those 5,000 Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers could flatten his dock and fleet without the need for meticulous maneuvering. What a travesty! Which wealthy heir, oblivious to the value of basic necessities, recklessly purchases ships in such a manner? If it were him, he would think twice before spending 50 million solely on 5,000 Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers. The most critical aspect, however, was that he discerned this was not the limit of the affluent heir's ambitions. Wang Zhuo suspected that this reckless scion intended to acquire every type of level 10 battleship, starting with the indomitable Trident-class destroyers, then the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, followed by the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and the silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers. The only reason for the sluggish pace was the unavailability of blueprints in the market. Alas, it seems I shall concede this first place without contest. Wang Zhuo calculated that, based on the current acquisitions of this extravagant heir, once he completed his collection of the 4 remaining types of level 10 battleships, the reversal fleet would likely swell to between 20,000 and 30,000 vessels. Well, at least that number would only be 2 to 3 times his own fleet, which is somewhat tolerable. Wang Zhuo continuously reassured himself. Although he could technically muster such financial resources, he could never invest such an extravagant sum entirely into the game. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation. It was maddening. Utterly maddening. Chapter 8. A decline in stock prices? Unable to sell for less than 5 billion? After acquiring the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser, Lu Feng savored the game for a considerable duration before contentedly shutting it down. Prior to closing the game, he also placed offers of 50,000 star coins and 200 million star coins for the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser and the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, respectively. His bids, now prominently featured in the trading area for player acquisitions, far exceeded the market price, all in hopes of obtaining the blueprints swiftly and avoiding prolonged uncertainty. The timeline for acquiring these assets remained uncertain. With a flick of his finger, Lu Feng turned off his mobile screen and strolled to the window, gazing at the vibrant riverside scenery and the resplendent skyline beyond. The appearance of Su Jinxiang inevitably stirred memories within him. Humanity is indeed a diverse species, capable of harboring factions such as the Arrivalists. The Arrivalists are those who voluntarily submit to extraterrestrial coalitions, longing for their swift descent to rule over humanity. Their clandestine machinations have compromised humanity from within, contributing to the devastating defeats suffered by several major coalition fleets. Otherwise, with the performance of level 10 warships in Galactic era, humanity could have endured much longer. This is precisely why Lu Feng refrained from alerting various nations. Firstly, there exists a 99.9% probability he would be dismissed as a madman. Secondly, while some nations may be trustworthy, the individuals within those nations are far less so. Therefore, Lu Feng could do nothing but invest all his resources to expand the scale of his fleet. The pivotal moment for this expansion looms on the morrow, as his shares are set to be publicly auctioned. The potential sale price for shares valued at over 50 billion would be revealed the next day. The following morning, Lu Feng rose early, freshened up, and proceeded to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. As he dined, he perused his mobile device. In the gossip section, he came across news released by a financial media outlet. According to undisclosed sources, Lu Feng, the head of XAI, announced yesterday his intention to sell his shares. It was noted that Lu Feng holds over 50 of XAI's shares, which, based on today's stock price, are valued at no less than 50 billion. The comments section was rife with reactions. Another capitalist cashing out as a company goes public. One user lamented, "I once believed Lu Feng was a true entrepreneur with a vision for technology. I take back my words. He is merely one among many capitalists." Numerous individuals expressed disdain, and such sentiments garnered considerable likes. In an instant, Lu Feng comprehended that this was likely a deliberate leak by a particular financial institution. He opened the stock price application and selected XAI. To his dismay, He confirmed that XAI's stock was indeed in decline, with the drop commencing almost concurrently with the release of that news. These opportunistic individuals, devoid of scruples, provoked a cold smile from Lu Feng. Their underhanded tactics were numerous. Those who control these financial institutions reside at the pinnacle of society, engaging in deceitful stratagems for the sake of profit. Little did they know, in the not-so-distant future, when the warships descended upon humanity, the immense wealth they possessed would vanish into thin air in an instant. Those who once resided at the pinnacle of the pyramid would find themselves no different from the common populace. Lu Feng eagerly anticipated that day. He switched off his phone, hastily finished his breakfast, and summoned a taxi to rush to the company. Upon entering the company premises, Lu Feng spotted a familiar figure. It was the middle-aged man who had purchased his property the previous day. During their conversation, he had learned that the man's name was Ling Xingfa, to whom Lu Feng referred as Boss Ling. Seeing Boss Ling, Lu Feng couldn't help but pause. Was Boss Ling also interested in participating in the bidding? Ling Xingfa, upon seeing Lu Feng, cheerfully called out to him, embracing him warmly. I've been following you for quite some time. Naturally, I have an interest. You didn't come here just because of the house purchase, did you? Lu Feng inquired curiously. In truth, he was indifferent to who bought his house. He merely found it hard to fathom who could be so well informed, which, upon deeper reflection, was quite unsettling. No, that was merely a coincidence. Ling Xingfa quickly waved his hand. To be honest, I was quite surprised to see you last night as well. Lu Feng could tell that Ling Xingfa was sincere, so he refrained from dwelling further on the topic of the house. Instead, he shifted the conversation to the main event of the day. Is that why Boss Ling was so agreeable last night? Hoping to gain an advantage in today's bidding? Lu Feng joked lightly. Boss Ling waved his hand grandly, laughing. Ha! Lu Feng, not at all. Everything will proceed according to the principles of fair competition. Then I naturally welcome you, Boss Ling. Let us proceed inside. Just like the house, it mattered not who purchased his shares. What mattered was the transfer of funds. At this moment, in the top-floor conference room of XAI, the room was already filled with attendees. In addition to the company's executives, there were also numerous representatives from the capital institutions behind them. These representatives were seated in clusters around their respective bosses, creating an impression of underlying discord among them. Lu Feng immediately recognized the prominent figures from the capital institutions as he entered. He wore a subtle smile as he took a seat in the center. Now that everyone is here, I shall state my sole requirement for the purchase of my shares. Full payment must arrive in the designated account within a week. He surveyed the room, ensuring there were no objections. Silence prevailed. Very well, I hereby declare the bidding open. 4.5 billion. As soon as Lu Feng's words left his lips, a capital institution from Guangxing raised the price to 4.5 billion. Regardless of how much XAI's stock price may tumble, it could hardly plummet significantly. The shares in Lu Feng's possession remained highly valuable. The attendees understood this implicitly, thus bypassing the process of calling for lower bids. 4.6 billion. A capital institution from High City announced the new bid. 4.7 billion. 4.8 billion. The first bidder, Guangxing Capital, made another offer, calling out to others, stating that earlier in the morning, XAI's stock price had already seen a decline. According to Mr. Lu's holdings, exceeding this price would no longer be advantageous. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng scoffed disdainfully. The capital institution was speaking intentionally. Ostensibly addressing other financial entities, it was actually directed at Lu Feng, signaling him subtly. Indeed, as soon as Guangxing Capital's words were uttered, no other institution made a bid in the subsequent minutes. Each of these players was astutely shrewd. Lu Feng's public bidding was merely a tactic to incite competition among these institutions, thereby inflating the selling price of his shares. They were keenly aware of this strategy, and thus, it was inevitable that they would not allow Lu Feng to succeed. Although XAI's prospects appeared promising, such optimism was merely speculative. What if the high-priced shares were to result in significant losses later? The market is replete with companies that once held immense potential but collapsed overnight, with the once prominent bike-sharing service being a quintessential example. Without tangible benefits in hand, these institutions would not proceed lightly. Consequently, they were bound to drive the price down. This transformed the bidding process into a psychological warfare, a battle of wits between Lu Feng and the capital institutions, where the true test lay in who could maintain their composure the longest. Chapter 9. Selling for 6 billion. Let us increase our offer by an additional 50 million. The owner of the venerable capital institution in Dahuai City, Dunan, broke the silence that had lingered for several minutes. Mr. Liu requested that the funds be transferred within a week. Typically, such share sales require a discount, and given the decline in XAI's stock price, our proposed amount is already quite generous. Du Nan's tone exuded confidence, almost suggesting that victory was assured. Mr. Liu, do you agree to this price? If so, we can sign the contract immediately, and the funds will be transferred within 5 days. Lu Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. This offer fell woefully short of his expectations. Each billion less represented a loss of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of warships. The future value of these vessels could not possibly be quantified by a mere billion. He could not afford to overlook any opportunity to secure additional funding. Lu Feng's silence was mirrored by the other capital institution leaders, each unwilling to concede an inch. The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense. Just then, a voice from the back of the room shattered the stillness. 55 billion. This figure momentarily halted the breath of everyone present, especially the heads of the capital institutions. 55 billion was the final threshold they had agreed upon. Who would dare to disregard the rules of negotiation and push the price to the absolute limit? With a little more pressure, a deal could have been struck at around 48 or 49 billion. And now, this unexpected interruption. Everyone turned to identify the source of the bid. Ling Xingfa, seated at the back of the conference room, wore a broad smile as he regarded those assembled. Greetings, esteemed business leaders. I am a merchant from Port City, having just purchased a residence in Dahuai City, with intentions to settle here long-term. He offered a courteous nod. The capital institution representatives began to murmur amongst themselves. Lu Feng noticed that a high-ranking executive from XAI stood beside Ling Xingfa, indicating that he had been following XAI for some time. It was surprising that Mr. Ling expressed such keen interest in acquiring shares at this price, which inadvertently aided Lu Feng's cause. This bid effectively shattered the stalemate, rendering the earlier tactics of the capital institutions futile. If they truly wished to acquire XAI shares from him, they would have to make a serious move. Du Nan's earlier composure had dissipated, replaced by a sense of frustration at his thwarted ambitions. He now faced the prospect of having to spend several, if not tens of billions more. This Ling Xingfa was known to Lu Feng as a businessman who had started his career in Port City by establishing factories, not someone typically associated with the capital institutions. Initially, Lu Feng had dismissed him, as it was uncommon for regular industrial companies to amass such vast sums of cash in one go. To his astonishment, Ling Xingfa had indeed emerged as an unexpected disruptor in this negotiation. I believe Mr. Ling may be jesting. He likely cannot muster such funds. This is something I think Mr. Liu should verify. Though Du Nan appeared to jest, his gaze was sharply fixated on Ling Xingfa. Unperturbed, Ling Xingfa continued with a cheerful demeanor, asserting, I can certainly afford it. Quite unfortunately, a few years ago, I invested in Chengdu AI. After its public listing, the value multiplied several times, and I sold my shares at the peak, reaping substantial profits. I have great confidence in XAI. Would you gentlemen consider yielding a bit? The only response he received was a cold snort from Du Nan. 56 billion. Ling Xingfa calmly stated. 57 billion. 58 billion. Du Nan and Ling Xingfa were locked in a fierce bidding war, infusing the conference room with palpable tension. However, Lu Feng reveled in this spectacle. With each bid announced, his joy blossomed further. 1 billion could procure him an additional 100,000 fearless destroyers. Even a colossal aircraft carrier could be acquired in the thousands. 59 billion. Ling Xingfa pressed on. Upon hearing this figure, Du Nan felt a surge of unnameable fury. This price had significantly eclipsed the market value of XAI shares. Each additional billion brought forth a greater risk. Should XAI fail to elevate its standing, he would incur a complete loss of this investment. The thought of Lu Feng suddenly liquidating his shares at this juncture gnawed at him. Was there a hidden turmoil within XAI, signaling detrimental prospects for the company's future? Had Lu Feng's decision to cash out early stemmed from foreboding signs? This notion took root in his mind, unsettling him. He glanced at Lu Feng, who remained motionless and silent, casting doubt on whether his calm demeanor was genuine. Yet, apart from Lu Feng's subtly twitching lips, which hinted at a suppressed smile, Du Nan found no trace of feigned composure. Ultimately, he resolved to place one final bid, 60 billion. Currently, apart from Ling Xingfa, other financial institutions opted for a temporary standstill. This 60 billion seemed a promising offer. Should Ling Xingfa choose to bid again, he would withdraw. Fortunately, this time Ling Xingfa fell silent, merely gesturing ambiguously towards Du Nan. Du Nan then turned to Lu Feng, who nodded in agreement, prompting a sigh of relief from Du Nan. It was finally over. He had acquired a 51% stake in XAI at a 10 billion premium. Although the risk was considerable, the investment still held significant potential. Once he secured control of XAI, his first order of business would be to investigate any internal vulnerabilities. As long as no major issues arose, this 10 billion could indeed be recouped. Du Nan continuously reassured himself, I must trust my judgment. The next era will undoubtedly be the age of AI. XAI's market value will surely soar to hundreds of billions, even trillions. This current 60 billion will transform into 600 billion, even 6,000 billion. The contract was meticulously scrutinized by both the legal department and Lu Feng himself. Once assured of its integrity, Lu Feng and Du Nan inscribed their signatures upon it, a burden lifted from their hearts simultaneously. After finalizing the contract, Du Nan patted Lu Feng on the shoulder and inquired, have you considered continuing your work with XAI? I assure you, the remuneration will be generous. Lu Feng merely shook his head, replying, no, I have my own endeavors to pursue. His heart was aflame with ambition, eagerly anticipating the arrival of funds to invest immediately in Galactic era to procure warships. Hearing this, Du Nan furrowed his brow and said earnestly, Lu Feng, as someone with more experience, I must advise you that the AI industry could very well be the pivotal point of the next technological explosion. You must not miss this era. Lu Feng shrugged off Du Nan's hand resting on his shoulder and replied coolly, there is no need for your concern. For I am well aware of the critical juncture of the forthcoming technological renaissance, as well as its precise timing. Chapter 10. 10,000 wandering Sanctum-class battlecruisers as the dust settled on the stock exchange. Just as Lu Feng intended to return to his hotel, Boss Ling called out to him, Lu, my dear brother, I wish to invite you to my home. It is your home too, or rather, your former home. Boss Ling rubbed his hands together, displaying an expression of long-awaited anticipation. Lu Feng sensed an unsettling glint in Boss Ling's eyes, and the invitation to his residence sent a chill down his spine. He took a step back. Boss Ling, I have been rather busy lately and cannot spare the time. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Boss Ling realized the misunderstanding and promptly slapped his forehead in exasperation. No, dear brother, do not misconstrue my intentions. You see, someone in my family is a fan of yours and has long wished to meet you. With this clarification, Lu Feng finally felt at ease. As the head of a prominent corporation, it was only natural for him to have admirers. If time permits, I shall visit. I have some matters to attend to in the coming days, but I will contact you. After all, Boss Ling had facilitated a significant financial boon for him. Securing an additional 10 billion, meeting him seemed reasonable. Very well, we shall be in touch. You are heading back now, I see. Since you arrived without a vehicle, I will have my driver take you. Lu Feng did not refuse and was chauffeured back to the hotel in the middle-aged man's luxurious Maybach. Upon returning, Lu Feng opened his phone and logged into the game Galactic era. Since the previous night, he had begun exploring the coordinates that Su Jianxiang provided. He divided his fleet into 10 smaller squads, each consisting of 500 Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers and 1,000 Fearless Trident-class destroyers. The Latent Star Sector, notorious for its chaos, also stood as the most perilous region within the game. The turmoil stemmed from the countless colossal beasts lurking in the depths of space. An ordinary asteroid could, in an instant, transform into a gaping maw, ready to devour any passing vessels. Yet, with high risk came high reward. Deploying fleets to the Latent Star Sector for exploration yielded substantial resources, with a chance of acquiring blueprints, provided they could vanquish those terrifying cosmic beasts. Typically, a single cosmic beast required 100 ships of equivalent rank to be slain. The higher the rank of the beast, the more ships were necessary for its defeat. For those lacking sufficient resources, hunting these beasts could easily lead to losses. However, for Lu Feng, such concerns were trivial. He deployed 5 squads, incessantly patrolling the Latent Star Sector, launching overwhelming assaults on any emerging cosmic beasts. Each squad, armed with 1,500 level 10 warships, boasted firepower formidable enough to reduce even the most fearsome cosmic creatures to ashes before they could fully reveal themselves. You have slain a level 7 celestial behemoth. Acquiring a mechanical arm X-14. You have vanquished a level 8 celestial behemoth, obtaining a level 8 battleship blueprint X-1. You have defeated a level 10 celestial behemoth. Receiving a fragment of a level 10 battleship shield generator X1. You have vanquished a level 8 celestial behemoth. Acquiring level 8 battleship armor X29. You have slain a level 9 celestial behemoth, obtaining a level 9 battleship cannon X1. These notifications have been incessantly appearing since last night. Most of the slain were level 7, 8, or 9 celestial behemoths, with level 10 celestial behemoths being a rare occurrence. The blueprints for level 10 battleships are only dropped by level 10 celestial behemoths. At this moment, a particular kill notification caught Lu Feng's attention. You have slain the level 10 celestial behemoth Hilton, acquiring an audio segment containing information. It even has a name. The previous dozen level 10 celestial behemoths he had defeated bore no name, merely the title of level 10 celestial behemoth. This indicates that the slain level 10 celestial behemoth Hilton is quite extraordinary. Furthermore, the reward for its demise is exceptional. An audio segment. This is an unprecedented reward, one he had not encountered elsewhere. Lu Feng's interest was piqued, and he rummaged through the warehouse until he found the audio segment. Its icon merely depicted a fluctuating wave, and upon opening it, he found its description. An audio segment containing information, but the audio is damaged. Collecting 3 segments can restore it to its entirety. With the complete audio, perhaps the source of the audio can be pinpointed. Lu Feng couldn't help but ponder. 3 segments of audio suggest that there should be at least 2 other special level 10 celestial behemoths, like Hilton, hidden within the latent star region. He wondered if this audio was unique. If someone else had already discovered it, it would be quite troublesome. Considering this, Lu Feng decided to direct all ships to the latent star region to expedite the search, aiming to locate the remaining 2 special level 10 celestial behemoths concealed there. As soon as the command was issued, the 5 teams that were far from the latent star region immediately changed course and set sail toward it with great momentum. As colossal ships shimmered with brilliance and entered hyperspace, within moments, a fleet stretching thousands of kilometers appeared in the latent star region. Fearless Arcturus-class destroyers swam gracefully around the immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, their ethereal blue tails leaving a splendid trail in the depths of space. There were 9 such fleets, each unit sweeping through the star systems one by one. The sweep continued for an entire day, with 10 fleets slaying countless celestial behemoths in the latent star region. Lu Feng observed the materials in the warehouse, accumulating in the thousands, estimating that he had indeed defeated over 1,000 celestial behemoths. Yet, among these 1,000, there was not a single instance of another special level 10 celestial behemoth bearing a name. He was left to wonder whether it was simply luck or if that special level 10 celestial behemoth had sensed danger and deliberately evaded him, resulting in no second audio segment being acquired. However, Lu Feng unexpectedly reaped a delightful surprise. Within the warehouse, a new blueprint had emerged, the design for the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. Upon reviewing the kill records, Lu Feng realized that earlier that afternoon, a certain fleet had obtained this blueprint after vanquishing a level 10 colossal beast. You have slain a level 10 beast and acquired 1 blueprint for the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. Lu Feng calculated that he had dispatched nearly 100 level 10 starry beasts to procure just this single blueprint, resulting in a drop rate of approximately 1. Such a figure is astoundingly low. This outcome was achieved only after he had executed a sweeping operation with 15,000 level 10 warships. For ordinary players, it is exceedingly challenging to amass such a fleet of level 10 warships to hunt level 10 starry beasts, thus rendering their efficiency incomparable to his. With the blueprint in hand, Lu Feng momentarily set aside his sweeping endeavors in the latent star district and accessed the shop. At the pinnacle of the store's offerings, one of the 4 level 10 warships, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, was now illuminated, officially available for purchase. The Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser is priced at 2,000 star coins per vessel. Lu Feng glanced at his star coin balance, which exceeded 20 million. He clicked to purchase. You possess the blueprint for the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser and are eligible to buy the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. Enter purchase quantity: 10,000 vessels. Chapter 11. Second paragraph audio. The sight of 10,000 gray-black warships assembled outside the docks was truly magnificent. The Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, each extending 5 kilometers in length, dwarfed the fearless Leviathan-class destroyers by an immeasurable magnitude. At the forefront of the battlecruisers, a series of interlinked circular mechanisms formed an immense planetary cannon. The cannon's aperture alone could encompass an entire fearless Leviathan-class destroyer. As a planetary weapon, its maximum power could penetrate a planet, reaching its core and triggering its disintegration. Furthermore, the Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers were equipped with 10 ultra-orbital laser cannons and 40 orbital laser cannons. These formidable cannons, boasting a caliber unmatched by the fearless Leviathan-class destroyers, were strategically distributed across the hull of the Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, capable of launching extensive saturation strikes in all directions at a moment's notice. In addition, the array of conventional armaments, including laser cannons, tracking missile arrays, and defensive laser grids, was more than tenfold that of the fearless Leviathan-class destroyers, surpassing even the configurations of the Immaculate Nebula-class starships. Although their size may not rival that of the Immaculate Nebula class, their firepower was undoubtedly the most formidable. The Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers were crafted as the ultimate weapon for warfare, with all configurations designed to support their artillery prowess. After admiring the Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, Lu Feng suppressed the impulse to bombard them immediately. The 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers were incorporated into the Reverse Blade fleet within the docks. Alongside the existing 15,000 vessels, Lu Feng faced a dilemma. The solitary Level 10 dock was insufficient. It appeared that a second Level 10 dock would need to be constructed. However, with only a few 100,000 star coins remaining, and a Level 10 dock costing $1 million, that plan would have to wait until the 6 billion were deposited. The 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers were not left idle. They were swiftly dispatched to the latent star region, integrated into the original 10 subfleets. Each of these subfleets expanded to 2,500 ships, resulting in the overall fleet size increasing by more than half, still sprawling across the cosmos for thousands of kilometers. "Boss, take a look at the fleet rankings," one subordinate urged. Wang Zhua, staring vacantly at the ceiling, lethargically raised his phone upon hearing his subordinate's call. He glanced at the top-ranked Reverse Blade fleet. Oh, they've added another 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers. Just 20 million. To that guy, it must be mere trifles. He numbly set his phone down, continuing to fixate on the ceiling. He suddenly resembled a middle-aged man who had lost all zest for life, trapped in an electronic stupor. Wang Zhua no longer wished to engage in Galactic era. Observing his demeanor, his subordinate couldn't help but rush forward, exclaiming, "Boss, don't be like this. Cheer up. Even if their final scale reaches 30,000, we still have a chance to surpass them. I have calculated that only by doubling the current scale of our galaxy fleet, adding 500 aircraft carriers to our fleet, as long as that wealthy heir lacks command skills, relying on the agility of our carrier-based aircraft and the strategic combination of various warships, with our command system utilizing precise micromanagement, we can indeed defeat their fleet of 30,000 warships." The spark in Wang Zhua's eyes gradually rekindled. "Really? I can assure you." My subordinates nodded vigorously. "I have received news that the Reverse Blade fleet has been led by that affluent heir to the latent star zone to sweep the skies for cosmic beasts. From my observations, he merely distributes all warships evenly into 10 detachments and then commands them to attack, a rather simplistic maneuver. He likely does not have someone managing the fleet like our leader does. It is probable that he operates such a vast fleet single-handedly. A fleet of this magnitude is difficult to manage meticulously by one person, which opens up an opportunity for us." After pondering, Wang Zhua concluded that if this were indeed the case, he could triumph over the opponent's 30,000 fleet with his own 20,000 forces. Victory through numbers. As for the reason to engage in battle, this game inherently encourages players to compete against one another. Direct confrontations and even large-scale battles are commonplace. Why not fight a winnable battle? He did not play the game merely to let so many warships languish in the docks. Moreover, ever since the Reverse Blade fleet surpassed the Galaxy fleet, he had not enjoyed a single day of peace or rest. He was still dissatisfied. After so many years of being the overlord, he was suddenly surpassed in a short time by an unexpected, capricious rich heir. Such a transgression indeed. Wang Zhua could no longer tolerate it. After a brief calculation, he determined that to double the current fleet size, he would require 10,000 level 10 warships. Among them, 500 would be silent behemoth-class aircraft carriers, along with 9,500 other types of level 10 warships, amounting to approximately 70 to 80 million. This would consume about 1/6 of all his assets, and it would be in cash. It would be somewhat strenuous to produce this amount at once. However, he could procure it from his father. Wang Zhua recalled his father, who had never shown much interest in gaming. after he invested 20 million in Galactic era. His father had accused him of being extravagant and had nearly thrown him out of the house. Given his father's immense wealth, it was time for him to part with some gold. At 10 o'clock that evening, as Lu Feng reached the last star system in the latent star zone, he finally encountered the second, named Level 10 Cosmic Beast. This beast was unlike any other. Upon seeing Lu Feng's fleet, it turned and fled. It is worth noting that even the weakest cosmic beasts encountered previously would actively attack upon detecting a moving fleet. This seemed to be their programmed behavior. Yet, the creature named Zilta showed no hesitation, its dark body slithering away like a giant serpent towards the edge of the star system. Named NPCs certainly possess a unique distinction. Lu Feng chuckled in amusement. The branch fleet that discovered Hilter advanced steadily, seemingly indifferent to the ever-increasing distance from its target. Meanwhile, in the distance, 9 similarly scaled branch fleets converged upon this star system from various directions, gradually forming an immense encirclement. This encirclement continued to constrict, with Hilter at its core. Initially, Hilter remained oblivious to this development, but soon it halted its movements, coming to a standstill. Its enormous, serpentine body was adorned with golden orbs, all of which now fixated upon the encircling fleets, as if anticipating an impending clash. This remarkably anthropomorphic trait led Lu Feng to realize that Hilter possessed considerable intelligence, further piquing his curiosity regarding the source of the audio. By collecting 3 segments of audio, he could pinpoint its origin. What could this source be? As Lu Feng pondered, the battle between the 10th level cosmic beast Hilter and the fleets commenced. Hilter's combat prowess was far beyond that of a typical 10th level cosmic beast. Lu Feng estimated its fighting capability to be equivalent to that of at least 500 10th level battleships combined. Unfortunately for Hilter, it faced Lu Feng. The encirclement formed by 25,000 10th level battleships was akin to a tightly woven net, unleashing 1,000,000 lasers upon a singular target in an instant. The brilliance generated in that moment eclipsed the light emitted by the stars of the star system. When the blinding light receded, only a residue of black remnants remained at the focal point of the onslaught. You have slain the 10th level cosmic beast Hilter and obtained an audio segment containing information. Chapter 12. Locating audio coordinates. Once the dust settled, Lu Feng examined the audio in the warehouse. This segment contained valuable information, yet it was damaged. By gathering 3 segments, it could be restored to its entirety, potentially allowing him to identify the source of the audio. The introduction mirrored that of the first segment. Clutching 2 segments, Lu Feng needed merely one final piece to complete the audio restoration, thereby pinpointing the origin of the sound. However, the whereabouts of the elusive special level 10 beast remained a mystery. It was crucial to note that his 10 fleets had already scoured numerous planetary systems within the latent star zone, uncovering only 2 of these extraordinary creatures. This left 2 possibilities. Either the third special level 10 beast was still concealed within the latent star zone, or it had fled to another star zone. Considering both scenarios were plausible, Lu Feng divided his fleet of 5,000 Invincible-class destroyers and 5,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers into 100 smaller fleets. Each of these diminutive fleets comprised 50 Invincible-class destroyers and 50 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers. With this configuration, they would persistently roam the latent star zone in search of the potentially hidden third special cosmic beast. The remaining 15,000 warships were redirected towards a secondary target, the Rabalco junkyard, situated not far from the latent star zone. This location was one of the coordinates provided by Su Jinxiang. The junkyard was cluttered with a myriad of refuse, debris from warships, discarded rockets, and remnants of bodies, making it a veritable communal dump. Amidst this chaos, one might stumble upon unexpected treasures, such as blueprints. In stark contrast to the latent star zone, the Rabalco junkyard appeared desolate. While Lu Feng occasionally encountered others hunting cosmic beasts in Leighton, the junkyard was almost devoid of visitors. Few were aware that sifting through garbage could yield valuable finds, and even those who did often deemed the endeavor inefficient compared to hunting cosmic beasts, resulting in the expansive area being shrouded in darkness, littered with countless piles of refuse. The absence of others signified that Lu Feng could indulge in his solitary exploration. Gazing at the screen filled with debris and the notifications indicating destructible targets, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He relished the idea of setting off fireworks. Commanding his fleet of 15,000 level 10 warships, He directed them toward the seemingly endless expanse of the junkyard. Each vessel unleashed a concentrated barrage of fire upon the nearest heaps of refuse. Beams of laser light illuminated the previously desolate junkyard, leading an observer to mistakenly believe that two grand fleets were engaging in combat. Though the Rabalco junkyard was vast and its refuse abundant, Lu Feng's formidable fleet was no pushover. The sheer number of warships, coupled with their superior quality, ensured that the entire fleet advanced with remarkable speed. Those refuse piles that would pose a challenge to ordinary players became mere targets for concentrated firepower before a wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. If one round proves ineffective, then let us proceed to a second. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by the artillery of truth, thought Lu Feng, a devout disciple of the great cannon. But as the boundless darkness of the Rabalco dump began to be eroded by the luminous blasts of cannon fire, a colossal beast stirred within the depths of the refuse. It leapt forth from the obscured heaps of debris, rushing toward the light at the edge of its vision. The creature's form was as immense as half a moon, resembling an alien monstrosity adorned with countless tendrils and a myriad of golden eyes. Its gargantuan body, stretching over 1,000 kilometers in length, crashed through the refuse that impeded its path, carving a 100-kilometer-wide gap as it surged forth. With an unstoppable momentum, the beast approached the periphery of the Rabalco dump, confronting the fleet of warships engaged in clearing the refuse. It charged directly at an immaculate Nebula-class cruiser, its maw shattering the vessel's shield, and then proceeded to rend the cruiser into fragments. However, the fleet was not to be trifled with. Upon the first sighting of the beast, Lu Feng swiftly reacted, commanding all ships to converge on the creature's location while unleashing concentrated fire upon it. Hundreds of wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers activated their foremost planetary cannons in unison. After charging, hundreds of robust beams erupted from the cannon mouths, striking the beast and annihilating a significant portion of its tendrils and golden eyes. The creature howled in pain, thrashing amid the aftermath of the planetary cannon blasts, seemingly gripped by fear. Yet, around it, more warships joined the fray, and successive blasts from the planetary cannons rained down upon it, severing its tendrils one by one. The brilliance of laser cannons and orbital laser artillery was unceasing. Soon, the beast fell silent, its immense and mangled carcass adrift in the vastness of the starry expanse. The charred remnants bore testament to its folly in provoking a power it should not have dared to challenge. You have slain the level 10 cosmic beast Hild, and received an audio fragment containing information. You have collected 3 segments of audio information. They can be repaired into a complete audio file. Would you like to proceed with the repair? The 2 consecutive messages filled Lu Feng with elation. This beast was indeed the third named special level 10 cosmic creature. Now, with all 3 audio segments gathered, he promptly initiated the repair. In the next instant, the 3 segments vanished from his inventory, replaced by complete audio. Eagerly, Lu Feng clicked to listen, yearning to uncover the information contained within and its source. As he engaged with the interface of Galactic era, it was superseded by a fluctuating line. A haunting voice gradually emerged, accompanying the undulating lines, whispering into Lu Feng's ears. It was an eerie sound. The desolate background evoked an involuntary shiver, emanating a chill from the depths of one's being. The sensation was akin to being submerged in the deep sea. Yet hearing the piercing calls of whales, sounds beyond human comprehension, instilling a profound sense of dread and inaccessibility that arose from the soul. This segment of audio appears to emanate from a certain organism within the cosmos, subsequently received by those 3 extraordinary level 10 celestial behemoths. Is this another exceptional level 10 celestial behemoth? Or perhaps the origin of the celestial behemoths? With an insatiable curiosity, Lu Feng activated the location feature that appeared only after listening to the audio. A coordinate materialized before his eyes. This coordinate lies well beyond the realm of player activity, nearly at the very edge of the map. In that vicinity, the vast, desolate expanse of the dark cosmos predominates, with the presence of a solitary star radiating warmth and light being a rare occurrence. It is there that something enigmatic exists. Chapter 13. Money is not everything. Lu Feng did not hasten to have the fleet collectively leap to that coordinate. He felt that whatever that entity was, it would certainly not be as manageable as the 3 10th-level cosmic behemoths, Hilton, Hilter, and Hild. Although the game Galactic era lacks the traditional quests commonly found in other games, it offers an array of peculiar items to collect. Behind these items often lies a narrative that may reveal aspects not visible to the majority of players. These hidden facets frequently grant players unique advantages. It is said that a few years ago, a player's ship inadvertently ventured into a black hole, yet emerged unscathed. Within that black hole, he discovered the remnants of a civilization. Among the ruins lay numerous wreckages of warships, from which the player found an intact vessel. Utilizing the ancient warship that survived the black hole, he activated and commandeered it. The capabilities of this ancient warship were exceptionally unique, allowing it to render any ships within a certain range completely undetectable. This state of undetectability meant that the ship could not be observed by any medium: optical observation, sonar echo detection, hyperspace scanning, gravitational detection. All methods failed to locate that warship. In other words, it entered a true state of invisibility. After this player emerged from the black hole aboard the warship, an alliance dispatched a coalition of tens of thousands of ships to explore the black hole once more. However, not a single vessel made it through. All became part of the black hole. Therefore, Lu Feng could not afford to harbor any delusions of luck or arrogance, recklessly proceeding. He needed to prepare thoroughly. Moreover, there was no rush. He was the sole player to have collected all 3 segments of audio and the first to know this coordinate. There was no necessity for haste. In just a few days, the 60 billion in funds would be at his disposal. There was no need to rush in the meantime. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Feng selected a few warships that had sustained damage during battle and sent them back to the dock for repairs. The rest continued to scavenge the debris in the Rebalco junkyard. Additionally, the 10,000 warships from the latent star zone were reassigned to the Rebalco junkyard for further scavenging. Having completed these tasks, Lu Feng turned off his phone and sank into a deep sleep. The following day, a total of 25,000 warships spent the entire day clearing debris in the Rebalco junkyard. You have destroyed garbage pile 7. Obtaining garbage 32. You have destroyed garbage pile 6. Obtaining garbage 54. Level 3 warship leap engine 1. You have destroyed garbage piles 9. Obtaining garbage 71. Level 6 warship blueprint 1. The rewards from scavenging debris were hardly comparable to those from defeating cosmic behemoths. More often than not, what one gleaned from the debris was merely refuse. The less garbage there was, the more garbage accumulated. Lu Feng pondered this while systematically destroying all the refuse in his warehouse. He had to clear it every hour or two, otherwise the warehouse would be utterly insufficient. For an entire day, he remained stationed before his phone, occasionally glancing to see if any promising treasures surfaced while simultaneously clearing out the debris. As midnight approached, Lu Feng assessed his day's findings. Although the probability of unearthing treasures from the refuse paled in comparison to the likelihood of defeating the colossal beasts of the cosmos, being tenfold lower, the sheer volume of debris his fleet had sifted through proved to be considerable. He amassed a wealth of materials and blueprints for ships below level 9, including a blueprint for the formidable Invincible-class destroyer. While these acquisitions were satisfactory, they were not what Lu Feng truly sought. Gazing upon the substantial heap of refuse that remained, he could only hope for better discoveries in the days to come. However, on the 3rd and 4th days, even as his fleet scoured the trash heap thoroughly, the anticipated treasures eluded him. Instead, his warehouse brimmed with an assortment of materials. The once bustling Rebalco scrapyard could no longer be aptly named so. The space that had been cluttered with cosmic refuse had reverted to the vast darkness of the deep void. Countless heaps of debris had been eradicated under the relentless bombardment of 25,000 warships, all within 3 short days. What remained were but fragments of wreckage, lacking significant value. There was nothing left to captivate Lu Feng's interest. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze toward his next target. Just then, a text message interrupted his thoughts. It was from a representative of a financial institution, informing him that the 60 billion in funds had been allocated to 6 accounts under his name as per his request. "Boss, the funds have arrived," his subordinate exclaimed, eyes gleaming at the sight of an additional 80 million star coins in the account, turning to shout towards Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua, unfazed by this expected news, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this was merely a trivial matter. "If it weren't for that old coot's strict oversight, I could have easily given you 800 million. Upon uttering these words, Wang Zhua felt a pang of guilt. He truly could not part with such a sum. After all, it was merely a game, not worthy of such extravagant expenditure. Wang Zhua did not dwell on this for long. He had grown accustomed to maintaining appearances in front of his subordinates. His immediate desire was to expand the fleet size without delay. Then, he would confront that spoiled rich heir. If he could secure even a single victory, he would find solace in being the second best on the battleship leaderboard. He was the strongest second, the apex of raw strength. As he glanced at the newfound 80 million star coins, Wang Zhua swiftly began his purchases. 500 silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers, 2,000 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers, 2,500 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and 5,000 Invincible-class destroyers. His purchasing pace was rapid. As long as he transacted quickly enough, the sting of spending would not catch up to him. Within a mere minute, his fleet's composition had undergone a significant transformation. An additional 10,000 warships now lined the docks. The scale of the entire Star River fleet had effectively doubled, and its prowess far surpassed that of the previous 10,000 vessels. The 500 silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers were undoubtedly the centerpiece of this expansion. He was confident that under his command, the new fleet would wield combat capabilities 2 to 3 times greater than before. The wretched scion of wealth shall undoubtedly be vanquished. Wei, is that fellow still at the Rabalco garbage dump? Indeed, Chief. Excellent. Let everyone take their respective positions and command their designated segments effectively. Wang Zhua gazed at the screen, where the fleet emerged from the dock like a multitude of fish venturing into the sea, gathering amidst the starlit expanse. A fleet, the mightiest in the annals of the Galactic era, was poised for an expedition. Their supreme commander was on the brink of achieving the most resplendent victory of his life today. With this thought, his heart swelled with fervor. Star River Fleet, embark. Destination, Rabalco garbage dump. We shall make it abundantly clear that money is not omnipotent. Chapter 14. It is merely because you have not spent enough. The Rabalco junkyard was on the verge of concluding its operations, poised to shift focus toward the next target, the Reaver fleet, which was assembling in a particular expanse of space. Just as Lu Feng was inputting the coordinates for a jump, a myriad of shimmering lights erupted around the gathering fleet. One colossal warship after another materialized as the luminescence faded. First to emerge were the fearless Trident-class destroyers, followed by the even larger wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and the immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers. Finally, there appeared several behemoth warships, flanked by squadrons of carrier-based aircraft. These were the silent behemoth-class aircraft carriers. Surveying the scene, it became evident that these unexpected arrivals were all Grade 10 warships, mirroring the composition of his own fleet, augmented by the silent behemoth-class carriers that he momentarily lacked. All the warships presented themselves in clusters, each formation centered around a single 30-kilometer-long silent behemoth-class carrier, with 10 immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers evenly distributed around the carrier's periphery. Each immaculate Nebula-class cruiser bore several wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and fearless Trident-class destroyers, enveloping them within their protective range. This array resembled concentric rings of an onion, each layer forming a defensive combat perimeter. Approximately 500 such clusters dotted the battlefield. Positioned at intervals, these formations encircled Lu Feng's fleet, despite their numbers falling short of the Reaver fleets. At first glance, they exuded an air of professionalism. Those familiar with the game Galactic era would recognize that such precise coordination could not possibly be the work of a single individual or merely one player. Lu Feng momentarily froze at the sight of these evidently hostile warship clusters, but quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the fleet leaderboard, which had dramatically surged to 20,000 vessels, and chuckled knowingly. Indeed, they had become quite inflated. Although encircled, Lu Feng remained unfazed, halting his intended jump operation. Instead, he watched with interest as the fleet appeared poised for battle. Rumor had it that this individual had expended considerable funds to hire a command team. Was this the result of their meticulous orchestration? The warship clusters, though individually outnumbered when facing a large fleet, wielded an altogether different impact on the battlefield. The effect of hundreds of such clusters entering the fray transcended the rigid, monotonous formations of a conventional fleet. It was a commendable tactical approach. As he pondered this, a message popped up on the game interface. Commander of the Star River Fleet, Commander of the Reaver Fleet, as the two strongest figures in Galactic era. We are destined to engage in a duel. Come forth, let us determine who reigns supreme among these stars. Upon reading this message, Lu Feng could not suppress a chuckle. How old was this fellow, still so juvenile? Nevertheless, he exhibited a modicum of politeness, greeting him before the battle. In the spirit of reciprocation, he thought, Perhaps he would bestow upon him a small gift. Lu Feng gently initiated a recharge, swiftly inputting a number. After confirming the figure, he pressed the button to finalize the transaction. In an instant, the star coins in Lu Feng's account surged dramatically. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Tens of thousands. Like an antiquated counter, the digits in his balance spun rapidly. As the numbers accelerated, they cascaded into the next level of counting, propelling the subsequent digits into a frenzied whirl. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, billions. With each advancement in digit placement, the rotation quickened. Ultimately, the figures came to a halt at the billion mark, resting on the digit 3, while the following places gradually returned to 0, leaving only a few 100,000 as the remainder. In a mere 10 seconds, Lu Feng's account balance reached an astonishing 3 billion star coins. After a brief glance, he proceeded without hesitation to open the shop. His gaze immediately fixated on the 4 Tier 10 battleships at the top. "I hope this modest gift does not startle you," Lu Feng murmured. "Though I cannot execute such intricate maneuvers, I understand one principle. When impoverished, one resorts to tactical command. When affluent, one may simply engage in collective assault." He selected the 3 types of battleships marked with icons. "You possess the blueprint for the Invincible Sturgeon-class destroyer. You may purchase the Invincible Sturgeon-class destroyer. Submit purchase quantity 1,000,000. You possess the blueprint for the Wandering Cathedral-class battlecruiser. You may purchase the Wandering Cathedral-class battlecruiser. Submit purchase quantity 500,000. You possess the blueprint for the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser. You may purchase the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser. Submit purchase quantity 100,000. You are purchasing an excessive number of battleships. Do you wish to confirm your purchase? Confirm." In the next moment, the anticipated fleet did not materialize. The game's visuals momentarily froze. After an unyielding 10 seconds, the screen resumed. Insufficient dry docks, 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 insufficient dry docks. Like a series of error messages, the game interface was inundated with pop-up notifications. Lu Feng disregarded these entirely, his gaze drifting toward the starry expanse beyond the notifications. The sight of the cosmos left Lu Feng momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered 2 words. "Holy day." At that moment, the celestial panorama could scarcely be described as mere starlight. The sky was densely populated with ships, resembling a multitude of stars, yet upon closer inspection, each vessel was arranged in a remarkably orderly formation. The vastness was both grand and unconfused, adhering to an inherent rhythm, while the multitude of ships seemed endless. No matter the perspective, there was always a column stacked high. 1,000,000 battleships stood silently, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection by their general, immobile against the tranquil backdrop of the cosmos. From the silvery white and charcoal black hull of the warship, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. This could indeed be termed the ocean of warships. Such a magnificent scene stirred even the heart of Lu Feng, who had witnessed grand spectacles before. Merely gazing upon it was enough to leave one in awe. It was difficult to fathom what it would be like when 1,000,000 ships graced the skies above. Slowly, Lu Feng issued commands to all 1,000,000 warships. "Jump to the Rebalco junkyard." "Why hasn't he replied? Shouldn't he respond with 'This is our fated duel'? If I'm the only one speaking, it makes me seem rather juvenile." Wang Zhuo stared at his phone, anxiously awaiting a response that never came. "Boss, you must check the leaderboard." At that moment, a voice filled with a mixture of disbelief and confusion, as if questioning whether he had misread, echoed from his subordinate, away. Wang Zhuo instinctively opened the leaderboard. In the next instant, his gaze froze. "What? How many?" His voice mirrored Wei's astonishment. Leaning closer, he hoped to discern the numbers more clearly. "Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions." Once he comprehended the figures, both he and Wei fell into an endless silence. A singular thought surged in their minds. Money is not omnipotent. It is merely a reflection of how much you have yet to spend. Chapter 15. Just one wave in the outermost reaches of the 2 opposing fleets, the dark expanse of space began to undergo a slow transformation. The serene void was gradually distorted, creating rippling waves in the observable realm of reality. This phenomenon occurred due to an excessive number of objects simultaneously transitioning from hyperspace into the same area, a detail that the game remarkably captured. The ripples spread across an area of approximately 0.1 light-years, causing a tumultuous display of anomalies throughout the region. Behind these waves, a seemingly endless fleet, as if spread across the cosmos, gradually emerged. Millions of warships had simultaneously transitioned into the Rabalco junkyard. The sheer magnitude of this operation was so significant that even players several light-years away noticed the unusual activity. Some players engaged in routine fleet tasks observed a sudden distortion in the distant starry sky, which then reverted to normalcy. Others in nearby regions attempting to transition into hyperspace found themselves astonished, as they were unable to do so, repeatedly receiving the message of "transition failed." Additionally, some players noted a particularly striking number on the fleet leaderboard: 1,625,000. The total number of warships had astonishingly reached the million mark, a figure that likely exceeded the combined total of all ships within the game, Galactic era. Quick-witted players immediately connected this ship count to the anomalies surrounding the Rabalco junkyard. What had transpired at the Rabalco junkyard? It seemed that the Reversal Blade fleet had spent 3 days clearing debris in the area, coinciding perfectly with their sudden surge in numbers. What an astronomical sum this must entail. The Star River fleet had also made its way there, doubling its own size. How amusing, a mere doubling, while the Reversal Blade fleet expanded by an astounding 80-fold. The discussions on the Galactic Era World channel abruptly shifted to focus entirely on the Rabalco junkyard and the Reversal Blade fleet. Wang Zhuo rotated his game perspective a full 360 degrees, yet every direction revealed an endless array of warships. His cluster of 500 ships found itself at the heart of this overwhelming encirclement. This was a true siege, impenetrable and devoid of any gaps. Within such a formidable circle of vessels, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and insignificance. His 500 warships were but a solitary raft adrift in a vast ocean, unable to stir even the slightest ripple amidst the tumult. A mere flicker from any one of the million warships could easily capsize his fragile craft. Faced with a constellation of brilliant stars, he was but a tiny firefly. Madness, sheer madness, truly insane. Wang Zhuo stared blankly at the million warships displayed on his screen, overwhelmed by an impulse to seek out the individual who had so readily invested in a million warships and question their sanity. He finally understood why that person had no time to respond to him. It seemed they had rushed to make that investment. Just as his thoughts spiraled in a whirlwind, the million warships began to take action. As the first laser was unleashed, it signified the commencement of hostilities. In the next moment, a cascade of lasers and beams replaced the presence of a million warships on the screen. Mere seconds elapsed before, as these luminous projectiles dissipated, not a single vessel of one's own fleet remained visible. The cluster of 500 warships was utterly obliterated in that initial barrage, unable to mount even the slightest resistance. Within the opulent confines of Wang Zhuo's mansion, silence reigned, broken only by the distant roar of the Huangjiang River. Wang Zhuo's subordinates, those ensconced within the command hierarchy, scarcely had the opportunity to execute any maneuvers before being annihilated in the first wave of conflict. The so-called tactical command was rendered a mere farce in the face of the overwhelming number of warships that had undergone a qualitative transformation. A pall of silence and defeat enveloped each individual. Wang Zhuo quietly accessed the dock list, gazing at the somber warships marked as severely damaged, awaiting repairs, 20,000 in total. Without exception, he exited the Galactic era, fixating on the app's icon depicting a warship soaring toward a star. He regarded it for an extended period before ultimately deleting the icon without uttering a word. I hope this gift meets your satisfaction. Lu Feng mused with a wry smile. In truth, he harbored no particular affection for Wang Zhuo, yet neither did he harbor any significant disdain. Wang Zhuo was merely a naive scion enamored with science fiction, starry seas, and warships, possessing an almost innocent trust in those he employed. Even after the warships descended, he continued to delegate certain powers to his subordinates, blissfully unaware that some among them had already sided with the surrender faction or the descending faction. This led to the utter annihilation of the main fleet defending the solar system due to internal treachery within the Jupiter defense perimeter, a lamentable turn of events. However, he did not share Wang Zhuo's concerns regarding his subordinates, for he possessed none of that cadre. Aside from his wealth and warships, he had little else. Now, with a million vessels arrayed at the Rabalco scrapyard, his gaze was filled solely with satisfaction. He increasingly anticipated the moment when the warships would descend, imagining the breathtaking spectacle that would unfold when this magnificent fleet graced the solar system. He also observed the lively discussions on the World Channel regarding his million-strong fleet. Following the obliteration of the Star River fleet in the initial strike, news of the Rabalco scrapyard's conditions spread rapidly. It seemed that some eyewitnesses from within the Star River fleet had disseminated information that circulated within the Galactic-era community. The Star River fleet had attempted to ambush the Reverse Blade fleet with 20,000 against 25,000. Yet the Reverse Blade fleet retaliated with a furious deployment of 1,000,000 warships, resulting in the annihilation of the Star River fleet's 20,000 vessels in a single round of concentrated fire. This concise summary of events swiftly reached the ears of all online players. Moreover, some enthusiasts compiled a ranking of the largest battles in Galactic-era history, placing the Battle of Rabalco Scrapyard prominently at the top. Calculations suggested that even if the 1,000,000 warships consisted solely of the least expensive Tier 10 Fearless-class destroyers, the cost would still approach 2 billion. One cannot possess such a cash flow without being a notable figure. Many astute individuals have begun to speculate about the identity of the owner of this million-strong fleet. The World Channel is abuzz with discussions regarding domestic tycoons, pondering the possibility that one of them may indeed be the proprietor of the Reverse Blade fleet. Among these discussions, Lu Feng saw his own name mentioned. This revelation did not astonish him. Rather, it was of little consequence. Even if he were to be recognized, he would still choose to invest all his funds into Galactic-era. This may pique the curiosity and attention of many, perhaps even provoke investigations. However, in just over 20 days, the warships will arrive. Once that day dawns, the existing order will no longer concern him. All that people are currently doing is merely a futile endeavor. Chapter 16, 80 Level 10 Docks Homeward Bound. Lu Feng navigated the interface on his phone, laboriously selecting all the warships. He set the destination to the dock and initiated a simultaneous jump. As the scene transitioned back to the dock, an incessant notification of dock missing appeared. Out of the fleet numbering in the millions, only a mere 20,000 vessels were able to return to the dock. The remaining warships remained neatly aligned in the starry expanse outside the dock. Though visually impressive, it was far from ideal. Lu Feng felt a headache brewing. Calculating based on 2,000 ships per level 10 dock, he realized he would require at least 80 level 10 docks, equating to a staggering 8 million. While the monetary cost was manageable, acquiring the docks was not as simple as a mere click. Recalling his previous experience of upgrading to a level 10 dock, Lu Feng grimaced at the thought. Just determining the keys had been a tedious endeavor. It was likely that no player in the game Galactic-era had ever attempted to purchase 80 level 10 docks at once, hence there was no such option available. However, Lu Feng could not possibly contact customer support to request the implementation of a one-time purchase feature for level 10 docks. The true nature of the game's developers remained shrouded in mystery. Since he began playing, he had yet to witness any official representatives engaging with the community. The enigmatic presence behind Galactic-era left Lu Feng with no choice but to create new level 1 docks one by one and upgrade them individually. Your dock No. 2 has been upgraded to level 2. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 3. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 4. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 8. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 9. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level X. After expending nearly 1 million and several minutes of time, dock number 2 reached level 10. With dock number 2 now alongside dock number 1, an additional 20,000 warships could now be accommodated. The dock, boasting a diameter of 300 kilometers, was soon filled to capacity with the 2,000 warships. Gazing upon the nearly unbroken lines of warships against the starry backdrop, Lu Feng sighed deeply. The journey ahead was indeed a formidable one. He then turned his attention to the construction and upgrading of dock number 3. Your dock number 3 has been upgraded to level 2. Your dock No. 3 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 10 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock No. 20 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 30 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock No. 40 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 50 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock No. 60 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 70 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock No. 80 has been upgraded to level X. Lu Feng lost track of time, immersed in the monotonous task of upgrading. He felt drowsy. even managing to proficiently press the upgrade and confirm buttons with his eyes closed. At long last, he successfully constructed a total of 80 docks. Oh wait, 2 were still missing. It should be 82. Gazing into the starry sky, he noticed there were still 25,000 warships left, and he almost overlooked the construction of 2 docks. Skillfully, he completed the last 2 docks within minutes, ensuring that every warship now had its designated berth. Not a single warship was left adrift in the vastness of space. Lu Feng reflected on his initial capital of 100 million star coins, of which only a little over 10 million remained. Additionally, he had a balance of 2,900,000,000 in his account, leaving him with a total of approximately 2,900,000,000 star coins at his disposal. He pondered how to allocate this remaining fortune. First and foremost, the most crucial investment was the only unearned level 10 warship, the silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier. Why? In an interstellar age replete with shields and laser technology, was there still a need for carrier-based aircraft? This question had crossed Lu Feng's mind long ago, but he eventually found the answer. The warships did not possess an all-encompassing shield. The existing shields were of the negating type. When confronted with energy weapons such as lasers and rays, these shields could counteract the damage to the warship's hull by outputting energy of equal power. This type of shield functioned like a protective field. Upon detecting an external energy source, the shield generator inside the warship would emit energy of equivalent magnitude. This phenomenon explained why warships in the Galactic era continued to grow in size. Larger vessels could accommodate more shield generators working in tandem. Thus, in many instances, when 2 warships clashed, the outcome depended on which side could produce greater energy output. If one side's offensive energy surpassed the other's defensive energy, it could easily breach the opponent's shields and penetrate the warship's hull. Conversely, if one side's defensive energy consistently exceeded the other's offensive energy, it meant that no matter how the opponent attacked, they could not breach the defenses, allowing the defending side to remain invulnerable. In situations where both sides had comparable energy outputs, they would find themselves in a stalemate. At such times, the introduction of a third force could easily tip the balance. The kinetic weapons mounted on carrier-based aircraft represented this third form of assault. Kinetic weapons, once launched and without the interception of tangible defenses, are exceedingly difficult to disrupt. Unless the laser rapid-fire cannons aboard escort ships can directly strike the projectiles, they remain largely unimpeded. Consequently, the electromagnetic cannons and concussion bombs mounted on carrier-borne aircraft can effortlessly traverse the protective boundaries, approaching enemy vessels and ultimately altering the course of battle. However, for the aircraft to engage in close-range weapon deployment, the aircraft carrier must first maneuver closer to the enemy ships. Otherwise, in the vast expanse of interstellar combat, where distances can stretch into thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers, the operational range of the carrier-borne aircraft becomes excessively protracted. Achieving this objective necessitates the cooperation of other warships. Lu Feng believes that the configuration of the Star Fleet's warship clusters embodies this very concept, demonstrating a commendable synergy. Regrettably, before the combat capabilities of these ship clusters could manifest, they were swiftly obliterated by his million-strong fleet. In the face of overwhelming power, even the most reasonable tactics are reduced to mere parlor tricks. The blueprints for the silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier have yet to be found in the latent star zone or the Rebalco scrapyard. Lu Feng once again perused his purchase requests in the player trading post. Despite offering 200,000 star coins for the silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier, he has yet to receive a single response. It remains uncertain whether this vessel is genuinely rare or if his offer is simply insufficient. To date, Lu Feng has only encountered the silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier within the Star Fleet. It seems he must continue to scour for opportunities, striving to unearth the blueprints for the silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier at the earliest possible moment. With over 20 days remaining, his luck should not elude him for such an extended period without yielding a single blueprint. Chapter 17. The Invisible Stance. As Lu Feng pondered where to acquire blueprints, a message unexpectedly appeared. It was from Su Jianxiang. "Boss, do you still accept completed warships?" His inquiry momentarily stunned Lu Feng, who initially thought that perhaps he had purchased too many warships, leading others to believe he was in desperate need of them. However, Su Jianxiang's subsequent words swiftly altered Lu Feng's perception. "I have a friend who possesses a rather unique warship. Due to unforeseen difficulties at home, he is eager to sell it but has yet to find a suitable buyer." As he spoke, Su Jianxiang sent a screenshot from the game. It depicted a small warship, starkly contrasting with the current styles of I to X-class vessels. The warships available in the game shop were characterized by their avant-garde and vibrant designs, featuring a streamlined hull, reminiscent of the skyscrapers of modern society. In contrast, this small warship was adorned with sharp-edged armor and external turrets, evoking the image of a medieval Gothic fortress. Intrigued, Lu Feng promptly replied, "What makes this ship so special? Are you familiar with the individual who ventured into a black hole and miraculously survived a few years ago?" Lu Feng understood immediately. "Are you suggesting that this is the very ship he retrieved from the black hole? The one capable of area invisibility?" "Indeed, you've heard of it, boss," Su Jinxiang responded. Lu Feng mused. What a coincidence this was. His interest in the warship peaked. Within the game, it might merely possess a unique ability, offering a distinctive form of invisibility. Yet, if such a capability were to manifest in reality, the implications would be unimaginable. He had witnessed firsthand the effects of this extraordinary vessel. The descending faction had stealthily infiltrated humanity, orchestrating a scheme that led to Earth's downfall. Among their two formidable assets was this warship, which, accompanied by the most elite fleet of an alien coalition, had bypassed all monitoring systems within the solar system. Appearing directly above the nations of humanity, it became one of the final straws that overwhelmed mankind. Regrettably, Lu Feng had not seen what this warship looked like at that time, and thus failed to recognize it immediately. Reflecting on this, Lu Feng became more cautious and casually inquired, "So, has this warship remained in the hands of its discoverer all these years?" At this point, Su Jinxiang hesitated. "Well, the price he seeks is somewhat steep. Coupled with the fact that the ship does not significantly enhance combat capabilities, it has remained unsold." When the topic of price arose, Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "How much does he want?" 1 million. I advised him against setting such a high price for a small warship with invisibility capabilities. It's unlikely anyone would buy it. However, he is facing difficulties at home and hopes to make a substantial profit. Alas, he seems somewhat deluded. Su Jinxiang sighed as he concluded his thoughts. Lu Feng quickly understood that the individual referred to as one of the future arrivals was indeed the friend mentioned by Su Jinxiang. To be part of the arrival faction, one must possess experiences that transcend the ordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng accepted the transaction. 1 million was not an exorbitant sum. To him, this deal was remarkably advantageous. Acquiring a warship that could remain undetected, truly cloaked in invisibility, for merely 1 million was a trivial matter. Boss, I was merely inquiring, not holding much hope." This time, it was Su Jinxiang who was taken aback. Although he was aware that the person before him, the owner of the reversed blade fleet, the undisputed victor of the Rabalco junkyard battle, and the foremost individual of the Galactic era, was quite wealthy, he did not anticipate that 1 million would be so readily spent on a seemingly useless warship. He had initially intended to dissuade Lu Feng, preventing him from becoming a fool. After all, he had only acquiesced to his friend's request to inquire on his behalf. Reflecting on this, Su Jinxiang felt a pang of regret for inadvertently revealing that he knew the mastermind behind the well-publicized reversed blade fleet. Had he not let slip that information, his friend would not have sought his assistance in promoting the warship. "Perhaps, should we reconsider? That is 1 million." However, once the words were spoken, Su Jinxiang realized he was projecting his own beliefs onto the wealthy. In his understanding, 1 million was a significant amount, enough to purchase 2 houses in a small county. No affluent individual would dismiss such a sum lightly. Yet, perhaps in the eyes of the truly wealthy, 1 million was no different from 100. The individual across from him had already expended billions on warships. If he could spend billions, would he truly care about 1 million? Then, I will inform him to list the warship on the player trading platform. You may see for yourself, boss. Su Jinxiang ceased further discussion and turned to contact his friend. Lu Feng did not wait long. Soon, he discovered a peculiar warship listed for sale at the price of 1 million star coins on the player trading platform. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase. Almost within the first second of the warship being available, Lu Feng completed the transaction. While he doubted anyone would contest him for it, he felt it prudent to act swiftly, just in case. A small warship, whose design starkly contrasted with the surrounding vessels, materialized in Lu Feng's dock. It was named the Void Shadow, a title that, unlike other warships, could not be whimsically altered by its owner. As a special class of warship, it had been assigned a specific name from the outset. Void Shadow indeed resonated with its inherent characteristics. Lu Feng was thoroughly pleased with the vessel. growing increasingly fond of it. He even took the opportunity to test its performance. Upon selecting the Void Shadow, the interface transformed drastically, presenting a unique option that shimmered with blue light. Activate Invisibility Field. Chapter 18. The commission for purchasing a special warship. Lu Feng tentatively selected the option to activate the cloaking field. Immediately, the Void Shadow transitioned into a state enveloped in a translucent blue light. This ethereal glow traced the outline of the Void Shadow, radiating outward. Centered around the Void Shadow, a spherical domain was delineated. This sphere represented the cloaking field of the Void Shadow, rendering everything within its bounds invisible, akin to the Void Eye. Lu Feng made a rough estimation, comparing it to the Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser, which spans a considerable 10 kilometers. The radius of this spherical domain reached an impressive 10 kilometers, sufficient to accommodate an entire Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser. The extent of this range surpassed Lu Feng's expectations. While 10 kilometers may seem modest on a cosmic scale, Lu Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had initially believed that the cloaking field could only conceal vessels akin to the Fearless Spear-class destroyer. Yet it was capable of enveloping even such formidable entities as the Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser. It is noteworthy that although the length of the Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser is merely tenfold that of the Fearless Spear-class destroyer, the actual volumetric comparison is several times greater. One Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser possesses the volume equivalent to 100 Fearless Spear-class destroyers. Lu Feng proceeded to test the capacity of the Void Shadow's cloaking field to accommodate additional warships. He deftly maneuvered the vessel, akin to squeezing into a crowded subway, positioning the ships within the confines of the cloaking sphere with minimal spacing between them. The vessels entering the cloaking field, much like the Void Shadow itself, were enveloped in the transparent blue light, leaving only a blue silhouette in Lu Feng's vision. Of course, for enemy units, there would be no trace of their presence whatsoever. One by one, the warships entered the cloaking field. The initial tests involved the Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers, followed by the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and the Fearless Spear-class destroyers. Ultimately, it was ascertained that within the cloaking field of the Void Shadow, up to 20 Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers could be accommodated. Alternatively, this sphere could hold 200 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers or 2,000 Fearless Spear-class destroyers. The diminutive Void Shadow was surrounded by vessels of significantly larger dimensions, creating a rather comical scene that elicited a hearty laugh from Lu Feng. He could vividly envision the scenario of the Void Shadow emerging behind enemy lines, with an entire fleet materializing in unison. The million spent was undoubtedly worth it. After taking some time to compose himself, Lu Feng began to ponder a notion. Special warships like the Void Shadow, while rare, were not entirely unique. He could, as he had done today, simply purchase them directly from their owners. With nearly 3 billion remaining, he could hardly believe that a singular special warship could exceed that price. As long as he offered a generous sum, there would be no vessel beyond his reach. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng commenced an online search to explore whether there were other cases akin to the Void Shadow. In the era of the galaxy, the keywords hidden and special warships led Lu Feng to conduct an extensive search on the internet, revealing a plethora of cases. However, not all instances involved battleships as concealed rewards. Some individuals had acquired blueprints or rare materials. After a thorough investigation and filtering, Lu Feng determined that there were only 3 cases in recent years where special warships served as hidden rewards, one of which was the renowned Void Shadow. The Void Shadow's fame stemmed from the fortuitous circumstances of its original owner, who managed to enter a black hole and emerge, having discovered ancient civilization relics and a unique ancient warship. Prior to this, no player had been able to traverse a black hole. The remaining 2 cases, while also involving special warships, lacked the notoriety of the Void Shadow. Nevertheless, Lu Feng resolved to employ every means at his disposal to acquire these 2 exceptional vessels. However, a pressing dilemma loomed. How could he establish contact with the owners of these special warships? Should he post a purchasing request at the player trading hub? Should he shout out in the World Channel? Such actions seemed inefficient. What if the owners had not played Galaxy Era in a long time and were oblivious to his inquiries? Yet, he found no better alternative. In a moment of frustration, Lu Feng suddenly recalled an experienced player from whom he had recently learned about the existence of the Void Shadow, Su Jinxiang. Having played the game for many years, Su possessed a far broader network than Lu Feng. Consequently, Lu Feng reached out to Su Jinxiang, succinctly summarizing the situation and expressing his intention to acquire the special warships. He emphasized that should the deal come to fruition, he would provide Su, the intermediary, with a commission. Although Su Jinxiang repeatedly insisted that it was unnecessary, Lu Feng paid no heed to his protests, clearly disregarding his words. Amused by this, Su Jinxiang couldn't help but smile wryly. This fellow truly had an extravagant nature. However, upon reflection, Su realized that Lu Feng had indeed approached the right person. His profound understanding of the game placed him among the elite within the Galaxy-era community. After years of dedication, he was familiar with nearly everyone of note in the game. Coincidentally, the owners of the 2 special warships were among his acquaintances. Since Lu Feng had sought him out, Su was determined to facilitate this endeavor. He recalled the 50,000 yuan information fee Lu Feng had previously transferred to him. Rather than viewing Lu Feng as a naive target for exploitation due to his generosity, Su felt compelled to honor Lu Feng's trust. He resolved to negotiate the lowest possible price for Lu Feng. Perhaps he was merely an inconsequential figure, but even someone of his stature could make a significant impact in unexpected ways. A fierce determination ignited within Su Jinxiang. After entrusting the matter to Su, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone to act on his behalf was indeed a welcome relief, allowing him to focus on other matters rather than searching for the owners of the 2 special warships. Lu Feng redirected his thoughts back to the task at hand. He must continually enhance his capabilities. Thus, during the past 20 days, he has remained relentlessly focused. At present, he harbors intentions to visit a particular location. Within the realm of Galactic era, hidden rewards akin to the Void Shadow are not scarce. However, only a small fraction has been uncovered by players, amounting to merely a little over 10 instances, of which only 3 are classified as special warships. This does not imply that the Galactic era is devoid of potential triggers for hidden rewards. Presently, he possesses a location that is highly likely to activate such rewards. It involves 3 audio segments emitted by a trio of named level 10 behemoths, derived from a specific coordinate. This coordinate resides at the very edge of the map accessible to players, an expanse that is desolate and silent, where stars and planets are exceedingly difficult to detect. In such a barren region, one wonders what might exist. Lu Feng is filled with curiosity. Chapter 19. You awakened the ancient beast Xylaxis previously. He had refrained from recklessly intruding, fearing unforeseen consequences. However, now he commanded a fleet so vast that it could fill an entire planetary system, complemented by a specialized warship capable of entering an invisible state. With such a formidable fleet at his disposal, he possessed ample strength to explore the veracity of that place. After selecting all the warships within the docks, Lu Feng initiated the jump. Please enter jump coordinates, having previously listened to that eerie audio and pinpointed the coordinates. The task was uncomplicated. Upon entering the coordinates, accompanied by the fluctuations of hyperspace, the immense fleet vanished from the dock's periphery. Lu Feng's perspective shifted to a realm of darkness and silence. In stark contrast to the resplendent starry skies, this region's celestial expanse was characterized by dim and sparse stars, even affecting visibility. This environment compelled Lu Feng to remain exceptionally vigilant. Fortunately, interstellar navigation did not rely solely on sight. On his map, this area was designated as the Lost Edge. The name Lost Edge possessed an intriguing resonance. Casting a glance at the star chart, Lu Feng noted that the nearest celestial body was a solitary star adrift in the cosmic void, within dozens of light years. There were no other planets or planetary systems in sight. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng resolved to send the fleet to investigate the vicinity of this star. However, not the entire fleet would be dispatched. Firstly, the sheer number of warships was unwieldy, making coordinated operations impractical. Secondly, there was the inherent risk to consider. Thus, Lu Feng selected 2,000 Invincible-class destroyers and activated the invisibility field of the Void Shadow. A blue light enveloped them, and the 2,000 Invincible-class destroyers along with the Void Shadow entered a state of stealth. With a sense of reassurance, Lu Feng guided this smaller fleet slowly toward the star. As Lu Feng approached the star, a colossal celestial body with an orange-yellow hue, erupting with ethereal blue flames, became increasingly prominent in his view. From Lu Feng's perspective, the gently undulating blue flames encircling the star's surface extended outward from the star's core, only to return again. They resembled long ribbons dancing upon the stellar surface. Lu Feng had encountered a similar phenomenon on the Sun, That was solar wind, a high-speed stream of particles akin to ribbons. However, the solar wind paled in comparison to the grandeur and splendor of the ribbon-like flames on this star. The ethereal blue flames spanned half the distance of the celestial body, flowing languidly and gracefully. Against the backdrop of orange-yellow, it appeared both bizarre and inexplicably harmonious. The mingling of blue and yellow cast light and warmth into the surrounding dark void. This extraordinary spectacle heightened Lu Feng's curiosity about the star. While blue stars and orange-yellow stars existed in the cosmos, he had never witnessed a star embodying both colors simultaneously. Confident in the stealth capabilities of the Void Shadow, Lu Feng maneuvered the fleet to draw closer to the star for a meticulous observation. As the Void Shadow approached the ribbon-like flames, Lu Feng faintly discerned an eerie sound resonating through the emptiness of space. Much like the previously recorded triad of audio, the high-pitched tones echoed against the desolate backdrop of the cosmos, reminiscent of the haunting calls of whales in the deep sea. A surge of panic and an overwhelming sense of dread erupted within Lu Feng's heart, yet he swiftly quelled these emotions with rationality. This star was peculiar. Raising his vigilance to its utmost, Lu Feng scrutinized every detail of the star, hoping to uncover clues that would elucidate its nature. The surface of the yellow-blue star shimmered with flowing flames that danced like ribbons. Upon prolonged observation, Lu Feng noted that the flames seemed to pulsate in rhythm with the star's periodic expansion. This revelation sparked an astonishing thought in his mind. This star was alive. As he gazed at the nearby celestial body, the eerie calls emanating from his device grew increasingly pronounced. The once steady and haunting sounds began to quicken, resembling the awakening of some slumbering entity. At that moment, Lu Feng noticed an irregularly shaped meteorite drifting nearby. This meteorite bore smooth curves, yet was marred with uneven surfaces, reminiscent of debris from a shattered planet. Captured by the gravitational pull of the yellow-blue star, it drew closer and closer. As the fragment approached, the eerie calls became more animated. Lu Feng could now ascertain that the strange sounds originated from within the star itself. His eyes fixated on the screen, eagerly anticipating the events that would unfold as the fragment neared the star. Soon, just as anticipated, the fragment floated into the star's vicinity, but in the next instant, a massive fissure split open on the star's surface. The crack resembled a gaping maw, voraciously swallowing the entire fragment. As the fragment was consumed and the maw closed, a resounding cry reverberated through the silent universe, piercing the eardrums and reaching the very soul. Satiated after its feast, Lu Feng smirked slightly, for in that fleeting moment, he had grasped the truth. This star was no mere celestial body. It was an immense organism. Perhaps it was the progenitor of those three extraordinary 10-level behemoths. This thought ignited another audacious idea in his mind. With planets and stars so scarce here, not merely due to their location at the map's edge, but perhaps all the other celestial bodies had been devoured by this creature. Lu Feng instinctively shifted the screen's perspective to behold the entirety of this colossal entity. The 2,000 fearless Invincible-class destroyers aboard the Void Shadow appeared as mere specks before it. He calculated that this creature's diameter might reach 10,000 kilometers. Approximately 10 times that of the sun. What kind of hidden reward was this? Was he meant to slay it? Lu Feng pondered. Since the coordinates derived from that audio had led him to this behemoth, it was unlikely he would leave empty-handed. Perhaps the hidden reward awaited him only if he vanquished this colossal titan. Regardless, his fleet undoubtedly possesses the strength to accomplish this objective. Contemplating this, Lu Feng deftly maneuvered the vast armada that lingered in the distance. He needed to configure a formation that would enable each vessel to confront the colossal entity directly. A decisive, overwhelming strike was imperative. Fortunately, he had brought along a fleet purchased for 30 billion. Otherwise, relying solely on the initial 20,000 level 10 battleships would have proven insufficient to challenge such a behemoth. In this moment, Lu Feng felt immense relief for not having acted recklessly. He had discreetly dispatched the Void Shadow, accompanied by 2,000 Invincible-class destroyers, away from the proximity of the massive creature. After expending considerable effort, he arranged over 100,000 warships into a spherical formation, which continuously constricted around the colossal being. As he approached within a certain distance, Lu Feng noticed a prompt emerge on the game interface. You have awakened the ancient beast Xylaxis. Chapter 20. Purchasing the stellar behemoth for 1 billion star coins. The instant Lu Feng laid eyes on this announcement, his heart skipped a beat. Yet, His mind remained remarkably composed as he deftly pressed the concentrated fire button. 500,000 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers simultaneously activated their colossal planetary cannons, unleashing a barrage of massive beams all at once. Preceding the planetary cannons were various orbital guns, laser turrets, and ray arrays, with beams of light erupting from nearly every corner, converging upon the immense orange-yellow sphere suspended at the center. In that moment of simultaneous fire, the brilliance produced eclipsed the luminosity emitted by the giant sphere, resembling a far more intense stellar explosion. This staggering power was sufficient to obliterate a genuine star of equal size and to plow through a planet countless times. Even the behemoth before him was no exception. Lu Feng was imbued with utmost confidence. However, it was at this moment that he noticed an additional notification beneath the prompt stating, "You have awakened the ancient beast Xylaxis." The subsequent message read, "You can now spend 1 million star coins per attempt to hire the ancient beast Xylaxis." Hold on. Wait a moment. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Lu Feng finally realized that this creature was not meant to be killed, but rather hired. It was indeed a hidden reward. Yet, the relentless lasers and beams had already begun to pummel the ancient beast Xylaxis. It let out a more anguished roar, a haunting cry resonating through the cosmos. As its colossal form began to disintegrate, now it was Lu Feng's turn to be stunned. Could this creature truly perish so easily? Perhaps the designers of Galactic Era never anticipated that someone would spend 3 billion to enhance their fleet and directly annihilate the ancient beast Xylaxis. This thought only added to Lu Feng's frustration, as he realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap, as he witnessed the orange-yellow sphere shattering into fragments. Ethereal blue ribbons of flame dispersing into the universe, it appeared as though it could not survive. An invisible ripple emanated from within the behemoth Xylaxis. Wherever the ripple traveled, everything seemed to freeze in place. Even Lu Feng's game interface was momentarily suspended, rendering him unable to act. However, this state of affairs lasted only a fleeting moment. In the next instant, everything returned to normal. Lu Feng turned his gaze toward the ancient beast Xylaxis, only to find an intact, undamaged orange-yellow sphere quietly hovering there, surrounded by several ethereal blue flames that danced like ribbons. A few new notifications appeared in the information panel, prompting him to swiftly examine the system prompts. You have slain the ancient beast Xylaxis. The ancient beast Xylaxis has reversed itself. You can now spend 1 billion star coins to purchase the ancient beast Xylaxis. At the sight of this message, Lu Feng felt as if his heart had momentarily skipped a beat, followed by an overwhelming surge of elation. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase. Regardless of anything else, this act of reversal alone was worth the 1 billion. As his bank card was charged the sum, Lu Feng received yet another notification. Upon noticing a special unit added to the manipulation list, Lu Feng hastily clicked to explore further. Stellar Behemoth, Ancient Beast Xylaxis. Stellar Behemoth is its race. Ancient Beast is its honorific, and Xylaxis is its name. A Stellar Behemoth? For a moment, Lu Feng was taken aback by the name. He had heard of the Stellar Behemoth before. This legend had originated from the alien coalition that invaded Earth. It was said that within the cosmos, 3 extraordinary beasts existed, dwelling in the starry expanse, each of immense size, subsisting by devouring planetary matter, and each possessing their unique, extraordinary abilities. The Stellar Behemoth, however, was the rarest among these 3 formidable entities. According to legend, 7 millennia ago, a stellar behemoth was discovered near the galactic core of the Milky Way. This behemoth voraciously consumed the stars of the galactic core, drawing the attention of a level 5 civilization, which promptly dispatched an interstellar fleet to eliminate the threat. Unfortunately, not a single ship from that fleet returned to its original civilization. Instead, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the stellar behemoth. Transformed into a supernova, the stellar behemoth descended upon the mother planet of that civilization, engulfing the entire planetary system. The mother planet met its doom, and the remaining territories were not spared either. One planetary system after another fell prey to the insatiable appetite of the stellar behemoth, serving as sustenance for its growth. By the time a higher level 6 civilization became aware of the situation, the level 5 civilization had been nearly obliterated, with only a handful of survivors remaining. Cunningly, the stellar behemoth did not confront the level 6 civilization directly. Instead, it concealed itself in the boundless depths of space, ultimately vanishing without a trace. From that point onward, The Level 6 civilization issued widespread announcements throughout the galaxy. Anyone who detected signs of the stellar behemoth was to notify them immediately. Thus, the name of the stellar behemoth spread far and wide. Now, in Lu Feng's possession was a stellar behemoth. Moreover, could it possibly descend into reality in 20 days? Contemplating this, Lu Feng's gaze towards Xylaxis grew increasingly profound. From certain perspectives, the value of this stellar behemoth surpassed that of his entire fleet. The control interface for Xylaxis offered, beyond its fundamental functions, two forms for transformation, one being stellar state and the other behemoth state. Lu Feng understood that, at present, Xylaxis was in stellar state, but he was particularly intrigued by the behemoth state. If the stellar state boasted a size of millions of kilometers, could the behemoth state also attain such grand dimensions? He pressed the button for behemoth state. In the game's visuals, the enormous orange-yellow star began to flow like molten metal. At times, it transformed into a menacing, pitch-black, tentacled behemoth. At other moments, it morphed into a robust humanoid creature, or even a dragon-like entity with 12 wings and 9 heads. It seemed to possess no fixed behemoth form, or perhaps it could assume any behemoth shape it desired. Each of these behemoths spanned millions of kilometers, overwhelming in their presence, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Even if the sun were placed before them, it would merely be a small fireball for them to toy with. Upon witnessing this, a smile curled upon Lu Feng's lips, an expression he could not conceal. The anticipation within him grew ever more profound. Glancing at the darkening sky outside the hotel, he realized it was quite late, prompting him to maneuver the fleet back to the dock. As for the Xylaxis, its conspicuousness necessitated leaving it in situ for the time being. In the blink of an eye, the fleet that had encircled the Xylaxis vanished in a hyperspace. The Xylaxis reverted to its colossal stellar form, quietly suspended in the cosmos, radiating its own light and warmth. Having completed these tasks, Lu Feng switched off his phone and indulged in a hot shower. After donning a bathrobe, he stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape illuminated by myriad lights. Within less than a day of acquiring 6 billion, he had already expended 4 billion. The funds had scarcely warmed in his grasp. Once he received the blueprints for the silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier, an additional billion would be required for its purchase. The final billion would be allocated for supplementary support vessels, as it would be imprudent to engage in warfare without adequate logistical support. Upon reflection, he noted that the remaining 20 billion left little room for maneuver. However, Lu Feng remained unperturbed. The current strength of his fleet was more than sufficient for his ambitions. With a formidable armada of 160,000 powerful warships, he could easily blanket more than one solar system. Moreover, the unexpected addition of the Void Shadow and the stellar behemoth Xylaxis lent him further confidence. With such might at his disposal, he felt assured in challenging not only the coalition of civilizations intent on invading the solar system, but even the 6th-level civilizations that reigned at the pinnacle of the galaxy. Chapter 21. Eradication of the pirate fleet. In the bustling heart of the metropolis, along the banks of the Pujiang River, where financial institutions congregate, there stood a towering edifice. At its pinnacle, Dunan, the head of a capital firm, meticulously scrutinized the various reports and internal documents pertaining to XAI. Everything appeared to be in order. All indicators pointed toward a promising trajectory. According to the information gleaned from these materials, XAI was poised to surpass the 20 billion mark within the year. Yet, Dunan found himself perplexed. How could it be that a company experiencing such favorable conditions and in a phase of ascension was so hastily divesting its shares? By year's end, the value of Lu Feng's holdings would likely double. Such a straightforward calculation was not beyond comprehension. Although Dunan had paid a premium of 10 billion to acquire over half of XAI's shares, he felt no remorse upon reflection. By the year's conclusion, his shares would be valued at 102 billion, affording him a substantial profit of 40 billion. What did the premium matter in the grand scheme? He shook his head, a mixture of amusement and pity crossing his features. Oh, Lu Feng, have you encountered some insurmountable dilemma? At that moment, his secretary rapped at the door, prompting him to call out, "Come in." A secretary entered, bearing a bank statement. "Mr. Du, here is Lu Feng's account transaction record for today. We obtained it through our connections within the bank." "Let me see it," Dunan replied eagerly, snatching the statement. The first entry revealed an inflow of 60 billion. Dunan glanced at the timestamp, noting its alignment with the timing of his own transfer. However, it was not long before a deduction of 30 billion appeared. Dunan raised an eyebrow in surprise, checking the time again. The deduction occurred almost immediately after the substantial inflow. Clearly, he was in urgent need of these funds. He scrutinized the payee, only to find it devoid of any information, prompting him to inquire of his secretary, "What's the deal with this payee? A 30 billion transaction cannot possibly lack a recipient." Turning his gaze to the subsequent deductions, 80 million, 1 million, 10 billion, he noted that all were directed toward this enigmatic payee. The secretary's expression turned grave. "Mr. Du, we are equally baffled. We have been unable to ascertain any details. It appears to be a secret account, and the bank records show it is empty." Dunan's brow furrowed in displeasure. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a clandestine account would leave some trace. Continue the investigation." "Yes." The secretary exited, only to return shortly. "Mr. Du, we have made a breakthrough. It seems that someone heard an explosive piece of news within a certain game." "A game?" Dunan was momentarily at a loss as to how this was relevant. Indeed, a wealthy individual made a substantial in-game purchase in a game called Galactic Era, reportedly spending around 30 billion, exactly matching the amount of the deduction and occurring at a similar time. Even someone as affluent as Dunan found himself momentarily stunned. In a game? Spending 30 billion? Has he lost his mind? Dunan couldn't help but shake his head once more. This Lu Feng had truly strayed onto a misguided path. How unfortunate. Dunan found it utterly incomprehensible that someone would willingly spend 30 billion in the game. No, even more, with an additional 10 billion. Altogether, that amounted to over 40 billion. He muttered under his breath about how indulging in frivolous pursuits could lead to one's downfall. However, he soon dismissed the thought. Since XAI posed no issues, his focus would now shift to the restructuring of XAI's upper management. Apart from the core technical staff, he intended to replace all other executives with his own people. The mere thought that his 60 billion investment would multiply several times over in just a few years filled Dunan with pride and a satisfied smile. The next morning, Lu Feng rose early and logged into Galactic Era. Today, he planned to dispatch all fleets to acquire the final blueprint, dividing the fleets into over 100 branches, each consisting of 10,000 units. Lu Feng allocated more than 10 branches to several key star zones, while also sending a few to less significant areas. Consequently, within Galactic Era, nearly every player could witness the massive, marked fleets of the Reverse Edge swiftly sweeping across the star zones. An experienced player led dozens of warships, engaging in a skirmish with a nearby pirate fleet. The intelligence of the pirate fleet was rather low. By merely arranging his own fleet properly, he could defeat the level 7 pirate fleet with minimal losses. Defeating a level 7 fleet with only 50 to 60 warships was indeed a commendable feat, one that required profound understanding of the game and adept command skills. Yet, as the battle raged on, he unexpectedly noticed a level 9 pirate fleet emerging from behind the level 7 fleet. The level 9 fleet was far beyond his capabilities to confront, and it closed in on him, effectively blocking his retreat alongside the level 7 fleet. The seasoned player let out a sigh, lamenting his ill fortune that day. The drawback of battling pirate fleets was the occasional risk of summoning higher-level reinforcements. Just as he contemplated retreating, he suddenly spotted an enormous fleet materializing above his warships, stretching beyond the horizon and filling dozens of mobile screens. No matter how he shifted his gaze, he could not discern its limits. The corners of the experienced player's mouth twitched involuntarily. A fleet of such magnitude was simply astonishing. He felt his several $100 phone heating up, as if it might explode at any moment. Surely, this was not the Reverse Edge fleet, known for its lavish expenditures. The thought crossed his mind, recalling the fleet that had recently captured widespread attention. A fleet counted in the millions. Such a dream was beyond his imagination. The colossal fleet above disregarded the player's warships, with only a few of the peripheral Invincible-class destroyers activating their weapons. With a single assault, the formidable 7th-level pirate fleet, comprising dozens of warships, and the 9th-level pirate fleet, boasting over 100 vessels, were rendered mere scrap metal, completely devoid of any resistance. Subsequently, this vast armada advanced towards the densely populated region of enemy pirate fleets. The intrepid Invincible-class destroyers flanked the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, amidst which stood the fortress-like Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers. Every adversary encountered along the journey succumbed to a single strike. This spectacle filled the seasoned player with envy. If only he possessed a fleet of such magnitude, would he still be laboring to eliminate the 7th-level pirate fleet? You have vanquished the 7th level pirate fleet, earning 1,200 Imperial Merit Points. You have vanquished the 9th level pirate fleet, earning 1,800 Imperial Merit Points. You have vanquished. As Lu Feng gazed at the incessant influx of Imperial Merit Points, he received multiple notifications every second. In addition to yielding materials and blueprints, the eradication of pirate fleets granted him these valuable Imperial Merit Points, which could be exchanged for items needed by players within the Wade Empire. However, upon perusing the exchange list, he found that the available items were predominantly mundane. Rare items, such as blueprints for 10th level warships, were conspicuously absent. Nevertheless, despite the lack of desirable exchanges, Lu Feng dispatched 10 subsidiary fleets to eliminate the pirate fleets. The drop rates for pirate fleets had always been commendable. The coordinates previously provided by Su Jinxiang included this very location, where he had once obtained a blueprint for the Invincible-class destroyer. Chapter 22. The vast pirate base the Wade Empire, as the largest neutral NPC faction within the Galactic era, governs several star systems, each comparable in size to the latent star sector. These star systems serve as the playground for pirate fleets. As part of a permanent quest, players can seek out these pirate fleets to eradicate them, earning Imperial Merit Points in the process. Discovering the lair of a pirate fleet and dismantling their base yields even greater rewards. The Dome Star sector, the most remote under the Wade Empire, is notorious for harboring a significant number of pirate fleets, including many high-level ones. The difficulty of conquering these fleets escalates sharply with their level, resulting in few players venturing into this sector. Most prefer to engage with lower-level pirate fleets in safer territories. However, today, the Dome Star sector is engulfed in turmoil. In a 50 light-year radius, 17 planetary systems resemble a boiling cauldron, with lasers crisscrossing the battlefield and the wreckage of warships scattered throughout. Under the command of Lu Feng, 3 formidable branch fleets advance towards the central planetary system of Dome from 3 distinct directions. As they traverse each system, they swiftly disperse to hunt for pirate fleets, unleashing their full firepower to annihilate all pirate vessels within, regardless of whether they are low-level or the formidable level 8 or 9 fleets. They are rendered insignificant against such a grand armada. In one planetary system, Lu Feng's branch fleet has just obliterated a level 9 pirate fleet comprising 1,000 ships when, from the asteroid belt ahead, another level 10 fleet emerges, boasting a staggering 2,000 vessels. Although the branch fleet possesses a total of 10,000 warships, including 500 formidable unblemished Nebula-class cruisers providing continuous shield and support, they still suffer considerable losses amidst the relentless combat against the pirate fleets. The presence of the level 10 fleet, with its doubled numbers, exacerbates the situation, leading to even greater casualties for Lu Feng's forces. After vanquishing this level 10 pirate fleet, the branch fleet incurs a toll of nearly 1,000 lost and damaged vessels. The escalating losses capture Lu Feng's attention, prompting him to realize that this branch fleet has already suffered nearly 1,000 ship losses. Simultaneously, he reviews the number of pirate vessels destroyed, totaling approximately 40 to 50,000. The casualty-to-destroyed ratio reaches an astonishing 40 to 50 times. Despite the substantial damage inflicted, the success of their endeavors is undeniable. In contrast, the other 2 branch fleets operating within the Dome Star sector have not achieved comparable enemy destruction numbers. Lu Feng finds himself pondering the reason behind the remarkable performance of this particular fleet, which nearly surpasses the combined totals of the other 2. Upon examining the battle logs, he uncovers an intriguing detail. Typically, pirate fleets consist of dozens to hundreds of ships. Even a level 10 fleet would not exceed 1,000 vessels. However, within this planetary system, numerous pirate fleets have emerged, each exceeding 1,000 vessels. These formidable fleets have caused considerable trouble for the branch fleets. As Lu Feng continued to review the battle logs, another pirate fleet surged forth from the asteroid belt ahead of the branch fleet. This formidable fleet boasted a staggering 5,000 vessels, classified as a level 8 pirate fleet. Although its rank was modest, its numbers were nearly comparable to those of the current branch fleet. Recognizing the peculiarities within the asteroid belt, Lu Feng was immediately struck by the need to investigate further. Yet, before he could do so, his gaze shifted to the pirate fleet emerging from the lengthy asteroid belt. He promptly highlighted 30 branch fleets from the command list and initiated a jump. Destination: the asteroid belt. Upon executing the maneuver, luminous spots appeared above and below the asteroid belt, as well as around the pirate fleet. The dark expanse of space was suddenly illuminated by 30 gleaming regions. Majestic starcruisers, radiant as starlight, raised shields that enveloped the surrounding battleships armed with colossal cannons, alongside destroyers darting like swift fish. Hundreds of brilliant warships converged, igniting those regions with their brilliance. Alongside the 3,000 wandering Saint Temple-class battlecruisers and over 6,000 Fearless-class destroyers. A magnificent fleet of 10,000 warships spread across the void. After mobilizing the 30 branch fleets, Lu Feng casually activated free attack mode. Instantly, an uncountable barrage of lasers and cannon fire erupted in the deep void, creating an even brighter spectacle. Before the 5,000 warships of the pirate fleet could fully escape the asteroid belt, they were reduced to ashes and debris amidst the explosions. You have annihilated a Level 8 pirate fleet X-100, earning 150,000 Imperial Merit Points. Startled by the system notification, Lu Feng realized that this fleet of 5,000 pirate warships was not singular, but rather comprised 100 Level 8 pirate fleets. This revelation granted him a 100-fold increase in merit points, an astonishing total of 150,000. His curiosity about the asteroid belt was piqued. Once he confirmed the destruction of the Level 8 pirate fleet, Lu Feng commanded his fleet of 300,000 vessels to encircle and penetrate the asteroid belt, advancing toward the location where the pirate fleet had emerged. Though the asteroid belt was vast, searching it posed little challenge in the face of 300,000 warships. Approximately one-third of the Fearless-class destroyers led the charge into the asteroid belt, their laser cannons relentlessly shattering any threatening asteroids into fragments. This contingent of destroyers cleared several broad pathways for the subsequent forces. The asteroid belt, akin to a sponge absorbing water, drew the warships deeper within. Soon, it reached its capacity, unable to accommodate any more vessels. However, simultaneously, Lu Feng's fleet discovered within the asteroid belt the very presence they sought, an expanse of massive docks and factories. These grand structures were constructed upon substantial chunks of asteroid, with pirate warships continually emerging from their depths, gathering before the sprawling edifices. Indeed, this is a pirate stronghold. Yet, it is the first time one has encountered such a vast pirate base. A rough count reveals that there could be hundreds of structures on the asteroids alone, not to mention the edifices suspended in the voids of the asteroid belt, which number even greater. It is no wonder that the pirate fleets emerging from this place were in the thousands. They were likely dispatched to other planetary systems or star regions. However, misfortune struck, as they were all intercepted and annihilated by Lu Feng's fleet at the entrance, inadvertently leading to the discovery of the base. Without hesitation, upon receiving the command to obliterate everything, a campaign of annihilation commenced within the asteroid belt. Chapter 23. The activation core of the neutron star warship, a massive planetary cannon sliced through the expanse of interstellar space, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the shipyard and reduced its foundation of meteoric rock to mere rubble. Countless lasers pierced through the structural integrity of the shipyard and factory, inflicting similar devastation upon several warships that had yet to be completed, along with the factory itself, transforming them into scrap metal. You have annihilated the pirate shipyard, earning 10,000 Imperial Merit Points. You have obliterated the pirate shipyard, earning 9,000 Imperial Merit Points. You have destroyed the pirate munitions factory, earning 8,000 Imperial Merit Points. You have eradicated the pirate munitions factory, earning 5,000 Imperial Merit Points. You have vanquished an unformed Level 10 pirate fleet, earning 1,200 Imperial Merit Points. You have defeated an unformed Level 9 pirate fleet, earning 1,000 Imperial Merit Points. A series of system notifications flooded in, and Lu Feng could only watch as his Imperial Merit Points surged exponentially. Originally quantified in units of 100,000, the points quickly escalated to 1 million and continued to rise. The rewards from directly eliminating the pirate base proved far more expedient than scouring the cosmos for pirate fleets. Before long, the expansive pirate base lay in ruins amidst a conflagration of successive explosions. Lu Feng also received a notification from the system. You have destroyed 1/4 of the pirate main base, earning 1,000 Imperial Merit Points, and obtained 1/4 of the activation core of the neutron star warship. The initial portion brought a faint smile to Lu Feng's face, reflecting on the bountiful rewards. However, The final statement sent a jolt of astonishment through him. The neutron star warship? Could it be true? Such a minor pirate faction possessed the activation core of a neutron star warship? A neutron star is a celestial body formed from the gravitational collapse of a star at the end of its life cycle, boasting the highest density of any object aside from black holes. Typically, a neutron star's diameter spans only a few kilometers, yet within that compact volume, each cubic centimeter can weigh hundreds of millions or even billions of tons. The total mass of such a diminutive neutron star can rival that of an entire sun, or even exceed it. This fact alone is enough to illustrate its immense power. Should the other characteristics of the neutron star be harnessed, corresponding weaponry could be developed. The mere mention of a neutron star warship sent shivers down Lu Feng's spine. Such an entity undoubtedly qualifies as a galaxy-level weapon of mass destruction. Yet, to think that such a formidable weapons activation core could be in the hands of pirates posed a perplexing question for Lu Feng. He hastily opened his storage, his gaze searching for the item referred to as the activation core. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon a sphere that constituted merely a quarter of the complete object. This quarter sphere emanated a silvery luminescence, its edges impeccably smooth and precisely cut. It was evident that this item was but a fragment of the entire core. He clicked to inspect the item. Activation core of the neutron star warship 1-4. A fragment of the activation core, passed down from an unknown era, capable of safely entering and activating the neutron star warship. Divided into 4 parts, it is now held by the once mighty imperial family of the Wade Empire, now transformed into a band of pirates. Along with the core of activation, a star map indicating the location of the neutron star battleship has also been passed down. Yet this star map is concealed by the current Wade Empire, its whereabouts unknown. After perusing the introduction of this activation core, Lu Feng began to grasp the situation. The pirate fleet they now confront is, in fact, the ruling family that once dominated the entire Wade Empire. However, it seems that due to rebellion or perhaps internal strife within the family, this current band of pirates lost their grip on the empire. Driven by a sense of injustice or a desire to reclaim what was lost, these vanquished souls have never relinquished their struggle against the present empire, thus transforming into a roving band of pirates. The ancestors of this pirate group somehow obtained 2 significant artifacts: the activation core of the neutron star battleship and a star map detailing its location. The pirates managed to seize the activation core, while the star map remains with the current Wade Empire. For the sake of caution, or perhaps other reasons, the pirate group divided the activation core into 4 parts for safekeeping. One of these pieces eventually found its way into Lu Feng's possession. Following the introduction of this activation core, Lu Feng mentally pieced together the entire narrative. It all made sense. In the Galactic era, there are no so-called quests. Rather, it is fragmented storytelling. Through items like this core, disjointed tales are narrated, requiring players to fill in the gaps with their imagination. There are no guides or objectives, leaving players to decide their course of action in this vast world. For Lu Feng, although the system did not explicitly state anything, he had already clarified his objective: to acquire the complete activation core of the neutron star battleship, along with the star map indicating its location. In the remaining 20 days, he aimed to locate the neutron star battleship and ultimately bring it back to the real world. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng promptly opened the control interface. In the fleet list, he scrolled from top to bottom, directing all branch fleets to converge upon the Duan Star Zone. The remaining 3 main pirate bases were likely situated within this region. He intended to turn the Duan Star Zone upside down to discover these 3 pirate strongholds. As the command was issued, an enormous fleet of 160,000 ships set forth towards the same star zone. Each branch fleet positioned outside the Duan Star Zone ceased their current tasks and directly entered hyperspace, heading straight for the Duan Star Zone. A handful of players still lingering within the Duan Star Zone were astonished to witness several fleets, each comprising over 10,000 ships, suddenly transition into their planetary system. These fleets formed an intricate net, systematically scouring the entire planetary system. No pirate vessel could evade such a dense encirclement. Throughout the 17 planetary systems of the Duan Star Zone, identical scenes unfolded. Those stranded players felt, in a daze, that this place no longer resembled the stronghold of pirates, but rather the headquarters of the Reversal Fleet. The formidable high-level pirate fleet, which requires immense effort to subdue, is merely a plaything in the hands of the Reverse Blade Fleet. Consequently, The Duan Star Zone has once again become the focal point of conversation on the global channel. Previously, it was the Rabalco junkyard, and now it is the Duan Star Zone. The congregation of fleets numbering in the millions is naturally enough to capture the attention of many. However, Lu Feng remains oblivious to the fervent discussions surrounding his fleet on the World Channel. He has just been informed of a suspected major pirate stronghold's existence, where numerous pirate fleets have gathered, and one of his subsidiary fleets is currently engaged in combat there. Every second sees a considerable number of warships sustaining damage or destruction. He once again mobilizes 30 nearby subsidiary fleets to provide support. Chapter 24. The stellar chart of the 5 billion neutron star warships within a planetary system. There exists a planet so distant from its star that it scarcely belongs to the system. Due to its remoteness, it receives no warmth from the sun, rendering its surface a frosty azure, nearly entirely cloaked in ice and snow. Yet, upon closer inspection of the boundless icy expanse, one can discern numerous tiny black dots. These dots, when magnified, reveal themselves to be upright antennas, gazing skyward, monitoring all activities in the cosmos. At that moment, the space beyond the planet had just witnessed the conclusion of a fierce battle, where over 10,000 pirate vessels had been obliterated by warships, their remnants scattered like debris. A fleet, arranged in meticulous formation, surrounded the planet, leaving no avenue for escape. Approximately 100,000 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers aimed their formidable planetary cannons at the icy surface below. Majestic and colossal, akin to interstellar fortresses, flawless Nebula-class starships stood behind the warships, erecting an impenetrable shield, forming a defensive line of unrivaled strength. Above the ice plains, save for the occasional flicker of red light atop the antennas, there was an eerie silence. However, it was not long before the surface of the ice began to fissure in multiple locations, enormous steel doors retracting and pushing aside the snow, revealing the underground hangars. Within these hangars, a cacophony echoed, the roar of warships intertwined with the sounds of factory operations. Pirate vessels congregated within, poised to surge forth the moment the gates opened, ready to confront the encircling fleet. Yet, faced with a blockade fleet that vastly outnumbered them in both size and firepower, these pirate ships were often reduced to mere fragments the instant they emerged, annihilated by countless lasers that seemed to descend from nowhere. Not a shred of effective resistance could be mounted. You have obliterated the embryonic Level 9 pirate fleet, earning 1,000 Imperial merit points. This location served as a primary base for pirates. The fleet that once orbited this planet had been entirely eradicated by the reinforcements dispatched from the branch fleets. Lu Feng gazed at the planet, completely enveloped in ice, and noted that its subterranean depths had been transformed by the pirates into a vast armaments factory, larger in scale than the primary pirate base within the asteroid belt. However, Lu Feng did not hasten to annihilate this pirate stronghold. The means to do so were straightforward. The wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser cluster could simply activate the planetary cannon aimed at the planet. A simultaneous strike from 100,000 battlecruisers would suffice to obliterate the planet 1,000 times over. Yet, he refrained from such an action, merely deploying a fleet of 300,000 ships to cordon off the area. Any new pirate vessels that surfaced would be swiftly eliminated. The rationale behind this strategy was simple. After assembling his entire fleet in the Duan Star region, his Imperial merit points surged at an astonishing rate, soon reaching the level of 10 million. Upon surpassing this threshold, Lu Feng received a notification from the system. The Wade Empire had granted him access to redeem hidden items. As he opened the Imperial merit points exchange interface, he discovered that the available items had undergone a significant transformation. The Neutron Star Battleship Locator Map requires an astonishing 100 million Imperial merit points and 5 billion star coins for redemption. The first glimmering golden icon captivated Lu Feng's attention entirely. However, the steep price of redemption left him somewhat overwhelmed. Observing his mere 10 million Imperial merit points, which constituted less than 1/10 of the requirement, Lu Feng began to ponder how long it would take to amass 100 million. As he calculated further, he realized that merely raiding the pirate fleets in the Duan Star region might not suffice. He would need to cultivate his resources. He could not hastily annihilate the pirates' main base yet. Regarding the 5 billion star coins, Lu Feng contemplated for quite some time. Currently, he possessed nearly 2 billion, leaving a deficit of 3 billion. He needed to devise a plan to acquire this sum. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng recalled someone who could assist him. Finding himself aimless in the game, he directed his fleet to secure the area. The remaining 130,000 warships continued to scour the Duan Star region for pirate fleets and the main base. Exiting the game, Lu Feng stretched, easing his stiff body, and glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window of his hotel room. Outside, the sky was ablaze with crimson hues. Since morning, he had been engrossed in maneuvering his fleet in Galactic era, taking only a brief respite during lunch delivered by the hotel. Upon entering the bathroom, Lu Feng caught sight of his disheveled hair in the mirror and couldn't help but lament the chaotic days he had endured. To rapidly enhance his fleet's strength, he had not allowed himself a moment's respite. Most critically, he had invested a staggering 4 billion. This expenditure might very well be the most significant and worthwhile investment of his life. Splashing water on his face and tidying his hair, he donned a suit before leaving his room. Next door to the hotel lay the neighborhood where he had once resided. Lu Feng skillfully navigated to the entrance and made his way toward a building by the sea. Before long, he reached the ground floor and pulled out his phone to dial a number. "Boss Ling, long time no see." On the other end, Ling Xingfa's voice reflected surprise. "Lu, my younger brother, what prompted you to call? Are you free now? I'm just downstairs at your place." Before he could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng spotted a familiar figure emerging from the building. "Lu, you actually came," Ling Xingfa exclaimed joyfully, embracing Lu Feng with a hearty laugh. Lu Feng returned the sentiment with polite exchanges before entering the building alongside Ling Xingfa. As they walked, their conversation meandered around the XAI company and the 60 billion Lu Feng had sold. Ling Xingfa seemed quite regretful about Lu Feng's departure from XAI, to which Lu Feng merely smiled, knowing there were aspects he could not elaborate on, subtly hinting that changes were imminent in their world. However, Ling Xingfa failed to grasp this underlying message. As their conversation continued, they reached the elevator, and upon its doors opening, they stepped into a lavish apartment spanning nearly 400 square meters. Lu Feng was quite familiar with everything here. However, the moment the elevator doors opened, he could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Although everything appeared unchanged, at the forefront was a little girl seated in a wheelchair. She looked to be around 8 or 9 years old, clad in an oversized shirt, but what drew the most attention were her eyes. Her eyes were covered with a layer of blue fabric, which wove through her flowing hair and was tied in a bow at the back of her head. Lu Feng gazed at this peculiar little girl for an extended period, feeling a profound sense of dissonance. Was this a game of hide and seek? Sensing that the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward in the silence, Lu Feng took the initiative to break it. At that moment, Ling Xingfa's expression darkened significantly. He shook his head in response to Lu Feng. Then he gently called out to the little girl, "Xiaoya, this is Uncle Lu Feng. Say hello to Uncle." "Hello, Uncle Lu Feng," the little girl chimed in a bright, clear voice. Chapter 25, Fairy Battle Princess 001. The little girl made no movement. Yet her wheelchair advanced on its own, halting before Lu Feng. She lifted her head, shrouded in a blue cloth, seemingly gazing at Lu Feng. In truth, her upward glance was directed towards the large vase behind him as she brushed past Lu Feng. He also noticed that, hidden beneath her long hair, were slender cables trailing down from the back of her head, connecting to the wheelchair. A peculiar expression crossed Lu Feng's face. It appeared that this girl, named Xiaoya, had undergone some significant ordeal. Ling Xingfa mistakenly assumed that Lu Feng was displeased, hastily positioning himself behind the little girl, beckoning Lu Feng inside, while gently pushing her towards the house. "Lu, it brings both Xiaoya and me great joy that you could visit. We covered her with cloth to avoid startling you." "Not at all," Lu Feng replied, shaking his head as he followed Ling Xingfa into the house. The interior remained largely unchanged since his last visit, except for the addition of some belongings belonging to the new occupants. Ling Xingfa wheeled the chair to a round table, inviting Lu Feng to sit down and filling the table with an array of desserts. "Lu, you came so unexpectedly. I could only prepare these," Ling Xingfa remarked while pouring a cup of tea for Lu Feng, demonstrating an exceptionally cordial demeanor. Once everything was set, he took a seat at the round table as well. "I apologize for intruding, but I encountered some matters that prompted me to seek your assistance, Ling." "Not at all. Your visit brings me immense happiness. Whatever you need, I will ensure your satisfaction, as long as it lies within my capabilities. Though I hail from the port city, I do have some acquaintances here in the sea city." Lu Feng refrained from immediately broaching the main topic. Ling's fervent investment in AI enterprises must surely be driven by more than mere profit margins. The technology Xiaoya utilized was likely the brain-machine interface previously launched by XAI. Ling Xingfa chuckled, not concealing his knowledge. Indeed, you have a discerning eye. I led the development of this project myself, overseeing everything from the materials of the cables to the software and hardware. Upon catching sight of the cables behind Xiaoya's head, Lu Feng felt a sense of familiarity. He soon recognized this as a pioneering feature introduced by XAI, the capability to interface with AI through a brain-machine connection. However, due to the ethical implications surrounding this technology, the project was halted after producing a few prototypes, never reaching the mass market. Nonetheless, Lu Feng was aware that several prototypes had made their way into the market, serving as subjects for reverse research by various companies and laboratories. It appeared that Xiaoya was using one of those prototypes that had circulated at that time. While acknowledging that this was indeed a product of his own company, Lu Feng could not help but marvel at Ling's audacity in employing an incomplete product on a family member. During their prior experiments on primates, they had approached the task with trepidation, knowing that one misstep could easily inflict irreparable damage to the biological brain. Ultimately, it was a comprehensive consideration of risks that led to the cessation of the project. Otherwise, XAI would undoubtedly become a symbol of a new era, heralding the onset of the third technological revolution. May I take a look? Lu Feng glanced at Xiaoya, then at Ling Xingfa. He was referring to the appearance beneath the cloth that Xiaoya wore. As soon as he spoke, Ling Xingfa remained impassive, but Xiaoya immediately tensed, clasping her hands together and nervously rubbing them on her lap. After a moment of silence, Ling Xingfa nodded. He took Xiaoya's hand and reassured her. Xiaoya, it's all right. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. She looked in the direction Lu Feng had previously spoken and softly said, Uncle Lu Feng, please don't be afraid after you see it. Hearing her innocent words, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. He gently ruffled Xiaoya's hair, assuring her, I want tea. As he did so, his hand brushed against the bow at the back of her head. He tugged lightly, causing the blue cloth covering her eyes to slip off one end, revealing her appearance. What lay before him was perhaps the most terrifying pair of eyes he had ever encountered. Hello. This was a term of tangible significance, rather than mere description. After just a fleeting glance, Lu Feng silently draped the blue cloth back over Xiaoya. That was my oversight, Ling Xingfa murmured, his head bowed. Those who smuggled into the port city from Southeast Asia are the most reckless. For the sake of money, they would do anything. Daddy, it's all right now. Xiaoya doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaoya comforted Ling Xingfa in return. Upon hearing her words, Ling Xingfa's eyes brimmed with tears. If it could restore Xiaoya, I would give anything. Lu Feng remained silent for a long while before finally asking, what happened to those individuals afterward? All the scum, including the masterminds. I had them chopped up and thrown into the sea. Ling Xingfa clenched his fists, as if even that did not suffice to satiate his thirst for vengeance. Lu Feng nodded. And then, did you come into contact with XAI? At this, Ling Xingfa rose and retrieved a helmet equipped with numerous neural electrodes from another room. A few years ago, a friend procured a set of leaked brain-machine interface devices from the black market for us, claiming they might help Xiaoya. Initially, I held little hope, but, after using it, Xiaoya said. Ling Xingfa tightened his fists once more. Closing his eyes, she saw the light. Although it still did not enable Xiaoya to see in the conventional sense, she could vaguely sense a fragment of the external world, serving as her sole link to interaction with it. After Ling Xingfa shared this, Lu Feng began to understand why Ling had always been so eager to engage with him, even willing to pay handsomely for XAI. He felt compelled to provide comfort. Boss Ling, perhaps there is still hope for Xiaoya to see the world again. He pondered for a moment, considering whether, with the technological advancements following the arrival of the battleship, it would be possible to achieve limb regeneration. No, merely achieving limb regeneration may not suffice, he concluded. After all, the eyes involve the neural pathways of the human brain, which have always been the most challenging aspect to conquer. He could not offer any guarantees. I cannot guarantee anything, only express hope. And that hope lies merely a month away. Nevertheless, Lu Feng decided to inform Ling Xingfa, Boss Ling, I have an investment opportunity. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a name engraved on the side of the helmet. Lingya. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. A flood of memories surged within Lu Feng's mind. He abruptly inquired of Ling Xingfa, what is Xiaoya's full name? Lingya, Ling Xingfa stammered. These two characters stirred a tempest within Lu Feng's heart. The secret weapon hidden among humanity by the descendants is a super biological weapon known as the Fairy Battle Princess. Fairy Battle Princess 001, Human Identity, Lingya. Within the invading coalition of civilizations, one civilization selected suitable humans for transformation. Those transformed individuals appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans in their daily lives. It is only in battle that they undergo a metamorphosis, revealing unparalleled combat prowess, becoming emotionless killing machines. Chapter 26. A new investment of 6 billion. It was the Fairy Battle Princess, in conjunction with the Void Shadow, that decisively shattered humanity's last line of defense within the solar system. The Fairy Battle Princess and the Void Shadow became the final straws that overwhelmed human civilization. Lu Feng's thoughts swirled in a tumultuous dance, but ultimately, he regained his composure. The formidable combat prowess of the Fairy Battle Princess was the most powerful he had ever witnessed. It was rumored that the civilization capable of modifying suitable individuals relied on legendary relics left behind by a long-extinct empire. This fallen empire, acutely aware of the frailty of flesh in the vast cosmos, deemed itself unfit for a civilization that had progressed to the interstellar age. Thus, it resolved to ascend all its kind into machinery. However, shortly after this resolution was made, upon the arrival of a neighboring civilization's ship, it was discovered that the entire populace of the empire had seemingly vanished without a trace. No one knew whether they had achieved success or met with failure. Only desolate planets and a multitude of unattended facilities remained. This legendary relic not only possessed the capability for modification, but also had the function of biological tissue repair. Lu Feng recalled this crucial detail, for the renowned Fairy Battle Princess type 001 bore an appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. If she were like Xiaoya now, she could hardly be described as normal. This indicated that Xiaoya had the potential to restore her vision. With this realization, Lu Feng felt a flicker of hope within him, yet the specifics could only be confirmed upon witnessing the legendary relic firsthand. Boss Ling, perhaps it is not merely a wish, but a high probability that Xiaoya can be restored. Lu Feng fixed his determined gaze upon Ling Xingfa, but for this probability, I require substantial funding. He articulated the ultimate purpose of seeking Ling Xingfa, the liquid assets he held. Ling Xingfa looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, with Xiaoya mirroring his expression of hope. You may find it hard to believe, but the most tangible evidence will manifest within a month. Lu Feng refrained from divulging further specifics. This is an investment opportunity, Boss Ling, if you are willing to trust me. The return on this investment will surpass any venture you can envision. Lu Feng's voice instinctively lowered, for this would be a transformative change that transcends the imagination of human civilization. Ling Xingfa did not inquire further. He simply maintained his gaze on Lu Feng for a prolonged moment, who met his scrutiny with openness. After an extended silence, it was Xiaoya who broke the stillness between them. She tilted her head as if attuned to something, then spoke. I can sense that Uncle Lu Feng is not lying. Uncle Lu Feng genuinely believes my eyes can be restored. I understand now. Upon hearing this, Ling Xingfa merely nodded, harboring no doubts, and then returned to his customary warm smile. How much capital does Brother Lu require? Even if it means exhausting my entire fortune, I am willing to invest in him. His profound understanding of Lu Feng has led him to place unwavering hope in Lu Feng's XAI, having thoroughly investigated Lu Feng's character. Thus, he has never doubted that Lu Feng would deceive him into making an investment. To put it differently, even if Lu Feng were to mislead him into investing, he would willingly comply. An individual like Lu Feng, capable of creating XAI, certainly merits such an investment. This conviction only solidified after his daughter spoke. Although she had lost her sight, her auditory senses had become remarkably acute. The nuances of a person's tone, breath, and heartbeat reveal much. However, she sensed no inclination from Lu Feng to conceal or fabricate in these aspects. Since Lu Feng is genuinely confident, it is worth accompanying him in this audacious venture. Lu Feng nodded, indicating that he did not require all of Boss Ling's fortune, merely liquid assets. If he was not mistaken, Boss Ling's available liquid capital should be around 6 billion. During the last public bidding for XAI shares, Dunan successfully acquired them for 6 billion. It was this very figure that led Ling Xingfa to refrain from increasing his bid. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a lack of available funds. Otherwise, given his daughter's condition, Ling Xingfa would have certainly bid recklessly for the XAI shares. Without surprise, Ling Xingfa nodded. Indeed, my cash on hand amounts to merely 6 billion. However, I can procure more, provided I am given a month's time. No need. 6 billion is sufficient. An investment of 6 billion will yield unimaginable returns, as well as a brighter future for your daughter. Ling Xingfa, seated opposite Lu Feng, could not help but smile wryly. To be honest, even now, I find it hard to believe. It feels like a dream. Yet, since you assert that tangible evidence will emerge in less than a month, I am eager to witness it. Lu Feng grinned in response, acknowledging the unexpected madness of this world. He referred to the arrival of the battleship. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing the resurrection, he would have deemed it mere fantasy. He never imagined he would invest 40 billion into a game. Beyond this 40 billion, there remains an ample 80 billion awaiting investment. 120 billion, a figure capable of driving anyone to frenzy. With business concluded, Lu Feng prepared to take his leave, bidding farewell to Ling Xingfa and Xiaoya. Yet, just as he was about to depart, Xiaoya gently tugged at the corner of Lu Feng's garment. "Uncle Lu Feng, could you please sign this for me?" she asked, cradling the helmet she had procured from the black market in her other hand. Lu Feng smiled gently, without refusal, and inscribed his name on one side of the helmet. The signature of Lu Feng was striking and formidable, radiating the boundless ambition within him to make a grand impact. Although Xiaoya could not see it, the sound of the pen gliding across the surface brought a smile to her lips. She began to anticipate once more, as Lu Feng had mentioned, the possibility of witnessing the future of the world anew. Shortly after returning to the hotel, just the following morning, Lu Feng received a notification of a transaction. The 60 billion had been credited from Ling Xingfa's account. Lu Feng sprang up from his bed and opened the Galactic era. The list of items redeemable for Imperial merit points appeared before him. Neutron Star Battleship Positioning Map, required for redemption, 100 million Imperial merit points. 5 billion star coins, the icon of the item, shimmering with golden light, remained at the top of the list. The 5 billion star coins were already secured. Now, only the 100 million Imperial merit points remained. After a night of diligent collection, Lu Feng's Imperial merit points had increased by over 10 million. At the current rate, he could earn 10 million Imperial merit points every 12 hours. The remaining 80 million Imperial merit points would require 4 more days to accumulate. Chapter 27. The Reconstructor and the Fountain of Him's Boss. There's a new remittance in Lu Feng's account. At that moment, atop a financial skyscraper by the Pujiang River, Du Nen heard his secretary burst in, flustered. "What is the fuss? Isn't it quite normal for his account to receive a remittance?" Du Nen frowned at the secretary's impulsive demeanor. After all, individuals of Lu Feng's stature possess numerous avenues for generating wealth. A minor influx of funds should hardly be alarming. "It's 60 billion. Du Nen stood up abruptly. "How much? 6 billion or 60 billion? Be clear. Take a look for yourself." The secretary placed a thin sheet of paper before Du Nen. He scrutinized the contents, revealing that through internal banking connections, Lu Feng's account had indeed received a staggering 60 billion this morning. Such a substantial sum could not be attributed to an unknown entity. "Have we traced the source of this remittance?" This time, the secretary nodded instead of shaking his head. "It's from an account under Ling Xingfa." "Ling Xingfa? TSK. Lu Feng has no more XAI shares to sell. How did he manage to have 60 billion transferred to his account? He can't possibly be pulling a fast one merely with sweet talk." Du Nen pondered deeply. He always found Lu Feng's rationale elusive. In recent times, he had conducted various business simulations, whether it was speculating on the battleship market within the so-called Galactic era, laundering funds, or leveraging recharge schemes as a facade for tax evasion and capital relocation. Yet, he discerned these notions as impractical. Ever since witnessing Lu Feng's one-time 30 billion recharge, the world seemed increasingly surreal to him. Even his indulgences in yachts and private jets had never been so extravagant. Could it be that Ling Xingfa was providing Lu Feng with 60 billion to invest in a game? The very thought contorted Du Nan's expression into a shape that defied description. Once this implausible idea lodged itself in his mind, akin to an irretrievable annoyance, it became impossible to extricate. His instincts suggested that this was likely the purpose behind Ling Xingfa's financial support for Lu Feng. However, his seasoned experience led him to suspect that Ling Xingfa was likely unaware and that Lu Feng had cunningly manipulated Ling Xingfa's trust in him. He recalled the last auction. Had Ling Xingfa not disrupted the process with a bid of 55 billion, he wouldn't have had to pay an exorbitant 60 billion for the XAI shares. Although XAI was thriving now, the unnecessary expenditure of 10 billion still irked him. Such a nuisance. Dunan conceived a plan. While he had merely overspent 10 billion, Ling Xingfa might have unwittingly squandered 60 billion. He summoned his secretary, instructing, discreetly disseminate the information regarding Lu Feng's potential 30 billion expenditure in the game last time. Caution. After speaking, it is important to mention that Lu Feng may invest even more money into the game. Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately. After the secretary departed, Dunan pondered for a moment and then summoned the secretary back into the room. Please gather a few people to research the game Lu Feng is playing. Expenditures per individual should not exceed 10,000. We cannot afford excessive spending, lest one become as engrossed as Lu Feng, in which case the company shall not be responsible for any additional expenses incurred. As the secretary closed the office door, Dunan found himself deep in thought. He believed that a 10,000 investment from each participant would suffice to grasp the essence of the game. He was convinced that an infusion of 10,000 would certainly create at least a ripple. While Lu Feng awaited the Imperial merit points to reach 100 million, Su Jinxiang contacted him again. Boss Lu, I have successfully negotiated with the owners of the 2 special warships. They are willing to sell them to you. Oh, everything is settled? What are the prices? Su Jinxiang chuckled, swiftly typing on his phone. Rest assured, Boss Lu, I have secured an exceedingly low price. One ship for 180,000 and the other for 230,000. Upon seeing these prices, Lu Feng was taken aback. Indeed, they were quite affordable. The combined total was merely 400,000, less than half of the Void Shadow's cost. It was indeed a bargain. All right, instruct them to list the warships on the player trading post. After sending the message, Lu Feng opened the player trading post, eagerly anticipating the listing of the 2 special warships. Before long, a special warship priced at 230,000 was prominently displayed at the forefront. Lu Feng promptly purchased it. You have obtained the special warship Reconstructor. Once the ship was in his possession, its name immediately captured Lu Feng's attention. Reconstructor. It sounded akin to an engineering vessel. Upon examining the detailed interface of this warship, Lu Feng's suspicions were confirmed. The Reconstructor could swiftly construct any previously saved templates in its vicinity. In simpler terms, it functioned as a warship-grade 3D printer. The unique structure equipped on the Reconstructor enabled this remarkable capability. Should one wish to erect defensive fortifications or permanent strongholds in outer space, they could simply load the preset blueprints and allow the Reconstructor to construct according to the templates provided. However, this was not the Reconstructor's most distinctive feature. While other engineering vessels could perform similar functions, what set the Reconstructor apart was its ability to source construction materials not from within the ship itself, but from any external designated location. This meant that as long as sufficient materials were amassed in one place, the Reconstructor could summon these materials to construct objects elsewhere. There was an essence of void creation inherent in this capability. Having acquired such a unique warship for the mere sum of 230,000, Lu Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This vessel would undoubtedly be the cornerstone of future construction projects. He then turned his gaze back to the player trading post to see if the second special warship had been listed. It did not take long before a special warship priced at 180,000 appeared at the forefront. He clicked to purchase it, deducting 180,000 star coins from his balance. You have acquired the special battleship, the Hymn of the Fountain. This is an extraordinarily large engineering vessel. Its primary function is to generate a field that can repair allied ships within its vicinity. The range of this field is remarkably expansive, 10 times larger than that of the Shadow of the Void, with a radius of a full 100 kilometers, sufficient to encompass an entire level 10 dock. Any damaged hull, critical instruments, or systems of ships within this field can be effectively restored by the Hymn of the Fountain. Furthermore, the vessel's field can be switched to a mode that targets biological entities, providing healing to all living beings within its range. After reviewing the capabilities of the Hymn of the Fountain, Lu Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although these special battleships may appear somewhat surreal, their powers are undeniably formidable. Upon receiving the 2 special vessels, Lu Feng wasted no time and promptly transferred 50,000 star coins to Su Jinxiang. He can exchange these star coins for real currency in the appropriate market. Chapter 28. 100 million merit points. Since acquiring 2 extraordinary warships, several days have swiftly passed. During this time, Lu Feng has thoroughly explored the Duan Star area, uncovering the remaining 2 major pirate strongholds, along with numerous other pirate bases. Nearly all these pirate establishments have been eradicated by Lu Feng's formidable fleet, leaving only 3 principal pirate strongholds. These 3 strongholds resemble milking sheep, being effectively corralled by Lu Feng's fleet, which systematically annihilates their pirate vessels by exploiting their incessant production mechanism. However, even with such progress, Lu Feng's accumulation of imperial merit points began to dwindle. Initially, he garnered 10 million merit points every 12 hours, but this figure gradually diminished. It became evident that the time required to amass the needed 100 million merit points would extend beyond 4 days. Simultaneously, Lu Feng noticed that an intriguing rumor had begun to circulate in the outside world. The former head of XAI, Lu Feng, who had sold his shares, allegedly invested all his funds, an astounding 40 billion, into a game, with a single investment peaking at 30 billion. This sensational report captured the public's attention and thrust Lu Feng into the spotlight, sparking endless speculation about whether he was exhibiting extravagance or folly. Indifferent to the gossip, Lu Feng recognized that such chatter could not impede his grand ambition of expanding his fleet. Moreover, he harbored no fears about the increased influx of players into Galactic Era due to its rising popularity, with merely 20 days remaining. Even if ordinary individuals were granted ample time to engage with Galactic Era, acquiring the first warship without expenditure would require considerable effort. Time is one aspect. The gathering of materials and preparation of warship blueprints are others. In this fast-paced era, few possess the perseverance to sustain their engagement. Typically, after a brief 3-day fascination, the game would languish, collecting dust on their devices. As for those with modest financial means, Lu Feng remained unperturbed. Investing tens of thousands into Galactic Era would barely create a ripple. Attaining advanced warships would be out of reach. The threshold cost for a level 10 dock alone, a staggering 1 million, would effectively bar the majority. Even those willing to spend, like Wang Zhuo from the Star River Fleet, could only manage approximately 20,000 warships, a mere fraction compared to Lu Feng's ambitions. Despite the covert machinations of unseen adversaries, their actions would not thwart his meticulously devised plans. Another 5 days elapsed, and on that midday, Lu Feng stood by his phone, observing as his imperial merit points reached the impressive threshold of 95 million, leaving a mere 5 million points to acquire. This time, Lu Feng decided against keeping the 3 pirate strongholds as mere livestock. He commanded his fleet to launch an assault. In the icy blue world on the outskirts of the Duan Star area, the planet's surface, adorned with endless ice plains, intermittently opened its steel gates to release newly manufactured vessels. In the expanse of outer space, warships, resembling pearls strung along their orbits, stirred from their silence. Nearly 100,000 rogue Temple-class battlecruisers simultaneously activated their formidable cannons. The planetary cannon charged its energy. In the next moment, a radiant explosion akin to a stellar burst erupted on this planet, situated in the farthest reaches of the planetary system. The entire ice-blue planet was engulfed in hellish flames, with earthquakes resonating in every corner and increasingly larger fissures tearing the planet apart. The colossal pirate factories hidden beneath the surface were also revealed. Massive metal structures plummeted into the molten lava below as explosions and rending forces took their toll. Ultimately, the entire planet was obliterated in a chain reaction of collapse. This catastrophic event was, however, a result of Lu Feng intentionally moderating the power of the planetary cannon, concentrating its energy at the lowest possible setting. Otherwise, an excessively violent explosion could have jeopardized the fleet in orbit. The series of system notifications surged Lu Feng's imperial merit points to nearly 1 million. Among these notifications, one particularly delighted him. You have annihilated the pirate main base 2-4, earning 1,000,000 imperial merit points and acquiring 2-4 of the Neutron Star battleship's activation core. Upon entering the storage, he discovered a spherical fragment, only a quarter intact, identical to the previous one. Just 2 more pirate main bases remained before he could secure the complete Neutron Star battleship activation core. Destroying this pirate main base had directly augmented Lu Feng's merit points by 2 million, a remarkable efficiency compared to previous encounters. After eliminating the second pirate main base, Lu Feng swiftly transitioned the game's interface. The third pirate main base was a floating space station, which could aptly be termed a space city. Its scale, having undergone countless expansions over generations, had reached the size of a small continent. Here, Lu Feng had similarly deployed a fleet of 300,000 ships to enforce a blockade. However, at this juncture, a blockade was no longer necessary. With a mere click, a deluge of laser beams cascaded through the space city's shields like a torrential downpour. The metallic support structures began to melt under the incessant barrage of laser fire. The entire space city, akin to metal placed upon a raging fire, heated progressively until it transformed entirely into molten iron. In the face of absolute might, this vast space city stood no chance of resistance. You have obliterated the pirate shipyard, earning 10,000 Imperial merit points. You have vanquished the pirate arms factory, acquiring another 10,000 Imperial merit points. Upon destroying 3/4 of the pirate stronghold, you have garnered 1,000 Imperial merit points and secured 3/4 of the Neutron Star battleship's activation core. An additional 2 million merit points have instantaneously been credited to your account, bringing you within a mere 1 million points of the coveted 100 million mark, sufficient for Lu Feng to exchange for the navigational star chart of the Neutron Star battleship. The activation core of the Neutron Star battleship has also been assembled into a nearly complete sphere, now requiring just one final quarter to fill the void. The last pirate stronghold is situated upon a massive asteroid, characterized by a colossal antenna apparatus at its core, surrounded by extensive military facilities. A continuous stream of pirate warships is produced from these installations and launched into the cosmos. However, the exterior of this asteroid, resembling a small planet, is now encircled by a vast fleet, meticulously aligned in formation. The fleet remains silent in the depths of space, with laser cannons firmly aimed at the surface of the asteroid. The sheer size of this formidable fleet is such that a simultaneous strike would suffice to vaporize the asteroid entirely. Lu Feng shifted the game perspective to this pirate stronghold, casting a contemplative gaze upon the antenna nestled amidst the layers of military infrastructure. Upon his initial sighting of this pirate stronghold, he was perplexed by its aesthetic, which starkly contrasted with that of the other 3 strongholds. The enormous antenna appeared more akin to a research facility for astronomical observation than a military asset intended for assault. Despite the peculiarities of this pirate stronghold prompting reflection, it did not deter him from issuing the command to attack. After scrutinizing the antenna for a while, he ultimately pressed the attack button on the control interface. As the command was executed, the formidable fleet stationed at the asteroid's periphery unleashed a cataclysmic strike, leading to the obliteration of the asteroid and all its facilities. You have annihilated the pirate shipyard, earning 20,000 Imperial merit points. You have eradicated the pirate shipyard, acquiring 15,000 Imperial merit points. You have destroyed the pirate arms factory, gaining 12,000 Imperial merit points. You have dismantled the pirate arms factory, obtaining 18,000 Imperial merit points. Upon the destruction of the 4th and final pirate stronghold, you have amassed 1,000 Imperial merit points and obtained the complete activation core of the Neutron Star battleship. You have successfully eliminated all pirate factions' main bases, restoring tranquility to the Wade Empire, ensuring that no pirate factions shall rise again. You have attained 10,000 Imperial merit points, uncovered the location of the pirate faction, and received the blueprints for the construction of the super starport. Chapter 29. The star chart of the Neutron Star warship acquired. In addition to the rewards one would normally expect, Lu Feng received several additional system notifications. Oh, an extra reward for annihilating all main bases. Lu Feng, both startled and delighted, counted the accolades. 10 million merit points. Coupled with his original merit, his current total had swelled to an impressive 111 million. This was more than sufficient to exchange for the star chart of the Neutron Star warship. Furthermore, in addition to gathering the core for activation, he had uncovered something called the Pirate Consortium, as well as blueprints for constructing a super starport. This haul was undeniably bountiful. Just when Lu Feng thought this was ample, an emotionless mechanical female voice resonated throughout the entire game map, echoing in the ears of all online players via their devices. The pirate main bases and fleets within the territory of the Wade Empire have been eradicated by the Reversal Fleet. Content related to the Pirate Consortium will no longer appear in the game. Players are advised to acquire various materials and Imperial merit points through alternative channels. Is this a server-wide announcement? This was Lu Feng's first encounter with a server-wide notification in Galactic era. He had always believed that such a feature did not exist within the game. Lu Boss has truly struck it rich. This was the first time he had heard such an announcement from the game. At that moment, Su Jinxiang excitedly messaged him, and from his tone, it was clear he too had never heard of a server-wide notification in Galactic era. A conjecture began to form in Lu Feng's mind. Perhaps it was not that the game refrained from issuing server-wide announcements. Rather, it was simply that no one had previously met the triggering conditions. Eradicating 4 pirate main bases was a task easily accomplished by Lu Feng's current strength. However, in reality, even if one were to summon a fleet of 20,000 warships, it would be utterly impossible to achieve. Had he not emerged with immense resources, investing billions and directly constructing a fleet of 1 million ships, it is likely that Galactic Era would never have issued a server-wide notification, even after 100 years. It is precisely such monumental events that can trigger a server-wide announcement and yield higher hidden rewards. With this thought, Lu Feng gained clarity. Had he not been reborn, he might have remained oblivious for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng calmed his emotions and opened his inventory to examine his recent acquisitions. First, he turned his attention to the activation core of the neutron star warship. He had successfully gathered 4 pieces, each a quarter of a sphere. Casually, he clicked on one of the fragments. Instantly, a prompt appeared on the interface. You have gathered 4 pieces of the neutron star warship's activation core. Would you like to synthesize a complete activation core? Lu Feng promptly clicked confirm. In the next moment, the 4 fragments vanished, replaced by a smooth, silver sphere of unknown material. Activation core of the neutron star warship. An activation core passed down from an unknown era, capable of safely entering and activating the neutron star warship. With the activation core now in hand, Lu Feng could not help but exhale in relief, his heart brimming with anticipation. With this item, the neutron star warship was surely within his grasp. After a prolonged moment of satisfaction, Lu Feng finally shifted his gaze to the other items in the warehouse. Among them was an artifact labeled Pirate Group's Discovery and a blueprint for the construction of a superstar port. The Pirate Group's Discovery. The stars have lost their original bearings. Their guidance is rendered ineffective and chaotic. Oh God, have we become forsaken children? The introduction of the first item, the Pirate Group's Discovery, left Lu Feng somewhat bewildered. Why did this discovery seem so cryptic? Given its fragmented narrative, it hinted at being a part of a larger story, perhaps even the prologue to an upcoming tale. However, with the scant clues available, he could not arrive at any definite conclusions and decided to set it aside. Memorizing the description, he turned his attention to the next item, the blueprint for the superstar port. After days of exploring pirate fleets and bases, Lu Feng had encountered numerous blueprints. He had even acquired schematics for formidable vessels such as the Level 10 warship, the flawless Nebula-class cruiser, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, and the fearless Trident-class destroyer. Yet, he had still not obtained the blueprint for the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. This absence frustrated Lu Feng. He couldn't help but wonder if it was merely bad luck or if the dealer was intentionally thwarting him, perhaps believing he was too fortunate to require any further luck. Blueprint for the superstar port. A superstar port with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, equipped with a comprehensive weapon defense system, a colossal shield, and the largest superluminal jump engine in history. It can simultaneously maintain 2 million warships and accommodate up to 20 million warships, with a production line capable of producing up to 10,000 warships at once. Astounded by the information, Lu Feng instinctively exclaimed. The data was nothing short of explosive. This superstar port was precisely what he needed at this moment. He was determined to construct this superstar port, with a radius of 2,000 kilometers. Its area exceeded 10 million square kilometers, larger than the entire continent of Europe. Lu Feng imagined a day when the people of Europe would look up and see not the moon or the sun, but his starport. Having reviewed his findings in the warehouse, it was time for Lu Feng to prepare for the main event. The core for the neutron star warship was now in his possession, and all that remained was to obtain the star map to locate the neutron star warship. He was eager to secure it quickly to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Thus, he directly infused his account with a staggering 50 billion star coins. Watching his account balance soar, Lu Feng felt an indescribable thrill. However, this fortune was about to be swiftly spent. He opened the merit exchange interface of the Wade Empire and clicked on the first shimmering golden item. Neutron star warship location star map, exchange requirement, 100 million imperial merit points, 50 billion star coins. Confirm exchange confirmed. In an instant, his account was debited by 100 million merit points. The 50 billion star coins that had previously been charged were entirely depleted in one fell swoop. The star map of the neutron star battleship was now in hand. You have obtained the neutron star battleship star map. Lu Feng, filled with excitement, opened the warehouse. The first item within was indeed the star map of the neutron star battleship. However, upon accessing it, he was met not with the anticipated introduction or coordinates, but rather a download button. Finding this peculiar, Lu Feng pressed the button, and his phone indicated that he had downloaded a file. A file? What could that mean? Shouldn't it have been the coordinates within the game? An increasing sense of unease washed over Lu Feng as he located the file on his phone. Upon opening it, he was confronted with a dazzling starfield distribution map, and at its very center, a white that was prominently marked. Chapter 30. The Neutron Star Warship here. Lu Feng could not help but furrow his brow as he scrutinized the star domain distribution map. Was he expected to locate the Neutron Star Warship using this map? He retrieved the star map from Galactic era, continuously switching screens to compare it with the star domain distribution map. The star map from Galactic era, minimized to its smallest scale, resembled a galactic-level representation of the Milky Way. As Lu Feng glanced over this map, then back at the star domain distribution, he discerned no shapes that bore resemblance. Pondering the matter, Lu Feng noted that the star domain distribution map bore no names or prominent markers for orientation. It appeared he would have to enlarge the Galactic era map and compare various regions to determine if any overlapped or bore similarity to the star domain distribution. Conducting this task on his phone proved cumbersome, prompting Lu Feng to approach the hotel front desk for a laptop. As a monthly user of a luxurious suite in this five-star hotel, such a modest request was easily accommodated. Being an expert in computing, Lu Feng assessed the laptop's internet connectivity, confirming its reliability before formatting the hard drives and reinstalling the operating system. Once all was in order, he transferred the star domain distribution map file to the laptop and opened it. A clearer version of the star domain distribution map filled the entire screen. On the larger display, Lu Feng stared at the map, sensing that the tiny starlights flickered as if the image was not merely static but dynamically animated. After gazing at the star domain distribution map for an extended period, Lu Feng, despite his astronomical knowledge, found himself unable to derive further insights and reluctantly decided to cease his efforts. He opened Galactic era, meticulously comparing the enlarged map to identify regions that overlapped or resembled the star domain distribution. This comparison persisted from the afternoon into the dawn of the next day, as radiant sunlight was replaced by night, only to be illuminated anew by the morning light. When the soft, hazy glow of dawn filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto his desk, Lu Feng realized he had unknowingly spent the entire night in this endeavor. His mental fortitude waned. Fatigue surged forth, and he rubbed his bloodshot eyes, his thoughts still swirling relentlessly. The magnitude of this task was daunting. Painstakingly comparing segments of a galactic-level map to locate a potential area no larger than a few planetary systems proved exceedingly complex. With the Milky Way's diameter spanning 200,000 light-years and harboring over 200 billion stars, even if the precision of the Galactic era map were a mere fraction of the galaxies, it would still constitute an immense workload. After an entire night, he had managed to complete only half of the map search. Lu Feng pondered whether any alternative methods might replace manual searching. Hiring someone to assist in the map search? That seemed unreliable. Who could guarantee that no personnel from rival companies or even governmental agents were monitoring him? Should the location of the neutron star battleship be compromised, allowing others to seize the opportunity, it would spell disaster. Although this scenario is of low probability does not equate to impossibility, and the risk is one not worth taking. If humans are inadequate, could machines suffice? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Indeed, AI could be the solution. Since humanity has harnessed AI to assist in the mass generation of papers and various articles, any repetitive task, regardless of its magnitude, can be flawlessly executed within the computational capacity of AI. Thus, this task of graphical comparison could be entrusted to AI as well. Lu Feng immediately thought of his XAI. Although he was no longer at the helm of XAI, it mattered not. For the specific task of comparing two distinct images, intricate AI functionalities were unnecessary. He merely needed to leverage a fraction of XAI's computational power, supplemented by the code he had recently written for this particular undertaking. With this in mind, Lu Feng downloaded several internal applications exclusive to XAI, then accessed the internal server through a backdoor he had left behind. Although his current location was not registered within the XAI building, and under normal circumstances, the internal software would not permit access due to the address mismatch. The backdoor circumvented this issue, ensuring his entry remained exceedingly discreet, without triggering alarms or leaving traces. Lu Feng's mind raced as he swiftly compiled a rudimentary program. This program would connect to Galactic Era, retrieving its map, while simultaneously executing a graphical comparison with the file Lu Feng provided. Ultimately, the AI would utilize its vast computational power to derive a fitting score, indicating the most probable overlapping or similar locations, marking them on the Galactic Era map. After completing these tasks, Lu Feng gazed at the lines of code suspended on the screen, inputting the file path of the star domain distribution map stored on his laptop. Then, he pressed enter. As lines of code transformed rapidly, XAI conducted its search with remarkable speed. Lu Feng did not have to wait long. Within a minute, XAI presented its final results. The possible locations of overlap or similarity yielded a fitting score of 0. Staring at the lowest line displaying the digit 0, Lu Feng found himself momentarily frozen. A fitting score of 0? This indicated that on the Galactic Era map, there were no locations that could potentially overlap or resemble that star domain distribution map. Lu Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Such a situation was inconceivable. The hiding place of the neutron star battleship was not depicted on the Galactic Era map. Could it possibly exist beyond the map's confines? Like the black hole where the void shadow was concealed, a location inaccessible to ordinary players? What then? Was the purpose of this star chart worth 100 million merit points and 5 billion star coins? This is inconsistent with the established style of Galactic Era. Yet suddenly, the phrase struck Lu Feng's mind like a bolt of lightning. The established style. Galactic Era is not a game that adheres to a conventional approach. Who would have anticipated that in merely half a month, a fleet would descend upon them? Did those players ever imagine they would ascend to the pinnacle of society overnight? Moreover, the star system distribution map was downloaded in a file format, a detail Lu Feng had overlooked in his eagerness to locate the neutron star battleship. In retrospect, this oversight seems rather peculiar. If the neutron star battleship is not depicted on the map of Galactic Era, it must reside elsewhere. Lu Feng's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he fixated on the number 0, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, his gaze illuminating with a frenzied clarity. He recalled the discovery of the pirate faction obtained just yesterday, which read, "The stars have lost their original positions. Their guidance is ineffective and chaotic. Oh God, have we been abandoned as forsaken children?" Initially dismissed as the ramblings of a madman, Lu Feng was beginning to comprehend its implications. It appears that it is indeed absent from Galactic Era. A wild yet exceedingly plausible answer emerged in Lu Feng's mind. Having ruled out all impossibilities, the only remaining answer, no matter how extraordinary or difficult to believe, must be the correct one. He lifted his gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the faintly lit sky. The sun had yet to rise, and a slender crescent moon hung brightly in the void, accompanied by only a handful of visible stars. The neutron star battleship is here. Chapter 31. The Objective, Purple Mountain Observatory. Ah, how intriguing. Lu Feng's gaze was fixated on the vast expanse of space visible through the floor-to-ceiling window, softly murmuring to the elusive designer of the Galactic Era game, whose existence remained uncertain. To be honest, when the thought first crossed Lu Feng's mind, his heart momentarily ceased to beat. A strange sense of astonishment enveloped him, causing beads of cold sweat to form. However, after a few minutes of contemplation, Lu Feng, having embraced this revelation, found it to be exceedingly fascinating. In retrospect, everything related to the neutron star battleship seemed to possess an inexplicable charm. Indeed, Lu Feng closed his eyes, gently massaging his temples. The neutron star battleship, though its precise capabilities remained unknown, was something even a 6th-level civilization at the pinnacle of the Milky Way did not possess. It perhaps symbolized the essence of a higher-order civilization. Lu Feng cast another glance at the starfield distribution map displayed on his notebook screen. Although it was a two-dimensional representation, it appeared to shimmer and pulsate with the brilliance of distant stars, as if it were a dynamic, real-time portrayal of the cosmos. Suddenly, Lu Feng closed his notebook, stowing it in his backpack alongside a few changes of clothing. After ensuring he had his essential phone and charger, and confirming nothing was left behind, He slung the bag over his shoulder and exited the room. "Good morning, Mr. Liu. Does your room require cleaning?" Upon stepping out, he encountered a dedicated service team emerging from the luxurious suite across the hall. Lu Feng shook his head. "I will be leaving for a while. Please do not allow anyone to enter during my absence." After a moment's consideration, he added, "I previously took a laptop from the front desk. I have purchased it. Please inform your manager and deduct the cost from my room charges." Without awaiting a response, Lu Feng proceeded to the stairs. As he walked, he purchased the earliest high-speed train ticket to Dying City. His destination was the Purple Mountain Observatory, esteemed as one of the top 3 astronomical institutions in the country. There, he had acquaintances from Hucking University. Upon exiting the hotel, he hailed a taxi and first sent a text message to a number before closing his eyes to rest. Having endured a sleepless night, compounded by the sudden shock, his mind teetered on the brink of overload. He desperately needed respite. Purple Mountain Observatory. A young student clad in a white lab coat burst into the morning office, where the only illuminated desk was occupied by an elderly man with flowing white hair. The venerable figure was academician Chen Jinwen, a luminary in the field of astronomy in the country, while the exuberant student was his newly appointed doctoral candidate, Xylaxis. Xylaxis, brimming with excitement, waved a printed A4 sheet in his hand. "Professor, the results from the observatory in Europe have confirmed our findings. This indicates that the suspected Dyson sphere we discovered may indeed exist, suggesting that we have uncovered evidence of extraterrestrial civilization. What is there to be alarmed about? It is merely extraterrestrial civilization, akin to the recent discoveries we have made. The field of astronomy has not been devoid of similar findings in the past, with several suspected Dyson spheres identified throughout the Milky Way." Academician Chen Jinwen, known for his composure, reproached his students briefly before returning his focus to the documents in hand. While his gaze was fixed on the materials, his words continued to uplift his students. "Yet, do not allow discouragement to take root. Achieving success in the realm of astronomy requires years of diligent accumulation and patience. You must also rigorously substantiate your findings and compose a sufficiently convincing paper to bring this matter to a definitive conclusion, transforming it into a tangible achievement. Otherwise, should any flaw be uncovered by others, your aspirations in the field of astronomy may be irreparably hindered." "Oh, teacher, I understand," replied Xylaxis meekly, well acquainted with Chen Jinwen's character. Renowned for his meticulousness in academia, he would never hastily draw conclusions on matters that lacked absolute certainty, a trait that has contributed to his towering accomplishments. However, the recent findings are of such monumental significance that they could etch their names in history, which is why Xylaxis felt a surge of excitement. After pouring himself a glass of water and regaining his composure, he continued, "Teacher, I suspect that the massive object that abruptly vanished near the Dyson sphere departed through a portal or a form of quantum leap, indicating a highly advanced civilization." Upon hearing his student voice such speculative thoughts, Chen Jinwen frowned slightly. Although this irresponsible conjecture seemed fantastical, it indeed offered an explanation for the recent observations. They had detected inexplicable changes in a star not far from the sun. This star, which had previously appeared unobstructed and normal, suddenly exhibited a portion of its light missing, as if obscured by an eclipse, its brilliance gradually shrouded until it became invisible. After months of waiting, subsequent observations revealed no change in the star. Logically, if an object had inadvertently drifted between the sun and that star, it would have moved away after some time. Yet, there were no signs of the obscuring object departing, it seemed, permanently anchored around that star. This immediately sparked speculation. The most plausible hypothesis was the presence of a Dyson sphere or a similar construct, implying that a civilization more advanced than our solar system had enveloped the star to harness its energy. Following this speculation, the observatory compared images and data from months prior. They discovered that during the period when the star was gradually obscured, there had indeed been a disappearance and subsequent reappearance of a massive object, aligning well with the hypothesis of a spacecraft constructing a Dyson sphere in proximity to that star. Consequently, Chen Jinwen instructed his student Xylaxis to contact the observatory in Europe to compare images and data from months ago with the current ones, to ascertain whether there were any discrepancies in the observations. Ultimately, the results were entirely consistent, indicating that the star was likely enveloped by a Dyson sphere, and this process had been completely documented by humanity. This marks a historic first, Once the paper is published, the Purple Mountain Observatory, along with ourselves, will be immortalized in history. As Qin Jinwen pondered this matter, Zhou Xian erupted in excitement. Ah, Lu Feng is coming to our observatory. Lu Feng? Which Lu Feng? Qin Jinwen, blissfully unaware of the outside world, was perplexed. Lu Feng, the renowned leader of XAI. He was my roommate at Hucking University. He just sent me a message saying he wants to visit our observatory to discuss some matters. Oh. Qin Jinwen nodded thoughtfully, having heard of XAI, which seems quite impressive. Recently, there has been a growing advocacy within the astronomical community for the incorporation of AI into the field. The fusion of AI and astronomy indeed holds significant potential. Let him come. It would be beneficial to engage with such a distinguished talent. Chapter 32. As Lu Feng settled into his seat on the high-speed train bound for Dying City, it was not long before he succumbed to slumber. A night devoid of rest, compounded by relentless mental stimuli, had rendered his nerves taut. Now that he finally relaxed, fatigue swiftly enveloped him. Having booked a business-class seat that afforded him ample privacy, Lu Feng felt no apprehension about dozing off. When he awoke, he found himself already in Dying City. The attendant gently leaned over to rouse him. "Sir, we have arrived at our destination." With a slow blink, Lu Feng opened his eyes, glancing out the window to find the midday sun blazing outside. He had journeyed from dawn to noon. After checking his backpack to ensure nothing had been misplaced, he rose from his seat. The train was now largely empty, and as he exited, he took a moment to check his phone. To his surprise, he discovered a flurry of messages and several missed calls from his old classmate, Zhou Xian. A wry smile escaped him. He had truly slept soundly. He promptly dialed Zhou Xian's number. "Hello, phone. You are quite the busy person. I've been trying to reach you." Zhou Xian's exuberance was unchanged, his voice boisterous as if afraid others might not hear him. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement at his friend's familiar tone. Yet, despite the jest, hearing that voice brought a wave of nostalgia, transporting him back to their days at Hucking University. "You haven't changed a bit. Now you're a PhD. Can't you be a little more composed?" He retorted casually, speaking as freely as they had in their dormitory days. "Hey, you're echoing my advisor's words. No need for personal attacks. Does this PhD not deserve some dignity?" Upon finishing his sentence, they both erupted into laughter, the years of separation evaporating in an instant. Once the laughter subsided, Zhou Xian coughed lightly, attempting to adopt a more serious demeanor. "All right, I understand you have your own matters. I'm not holding it against you. Have you eaten yet? We've prepared a welcome banquet for you. Also to celebrate our observatory's recent discoveries. Many young colleagues are eager to meet you, our star." Lu Feng smiled gently, not declining the invitation. "Sounds good. I just exited the train station. Please send me the address, and I'll head over right away." After hanging up, he received the address from Zhou Xian and swiftly made his way to the station's exit, hailing a taxi to the location provided. Half an hour later, Zhou Xian stood at the entrance of a grand restaurant, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with silvery hair. Upon seeing Lu Feng alight from the cab, Zhou Xian immediately embraced him with enthusiasm. "Who could have imagined that in just a few years, you've become the head of XAI, the foremost AI in the country? That's quite the achievement." Lu Feng merely shook his head with a smile, releasing Zhou Xian from the embrace. "I've already sold XAI. What is going on? Are the rumors circulating in the media actually true? I have always regarded entertainment news as mere background noise. The situation is rather intricate. I shall elaborate later. May I inquire about this gentleman?" Lu Feng directed his gaze toward the elderly man beside Zhou Xian. "Ah, this is my mentor, academician Qin Jinwen from the Xylaxis Observatory. Teacher, this is Lu Feng." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's introduction, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, seeking Zhou Xian was a wise decision. The elder, with a kindly demeanor, extended his hand to Lu Feng. "Many young colleagues at our observatory hold you in high esteem and even idolize you. Upon learning of your visit, we arranged a welcome banquet in your honor. We warmly welcome you to Beijing and invite you to visit our Xylaxis Observatory." Lu Feng grasped the elder's hand with both of his. "I have come to consult Zhou Xian regarding certain matters." Oh, Qin Jinwen could not suppress his surprise. What could a former leader of an AI company possibly wish to discuss in the realm of astronomy? He presumed that Lu Feng sought Zhou Xian for some commercial expansion or perhaps to leverage his relationship with him. Numerous enterprises have exploited academicians as mere publicity tools, with some unaware that they were being used as promotional material. Merely uttering a remark years prior could become the foundation for those businesses' marketing strategies. This thought made Chen Jinwen somewhat displeased. While he did not reject commercialization, his disposition was not inclined towards engaging with insincere individuals in the business world. Moreover, Zhou Xian possessed a rather impulsive character. He feared that his well-connected university peer might become restless and abandon his studies to pursue entrepreneurship. Zhou Xian was a promising talent. Yet he required extensive refinement to cultivate the temperament essential for research in astronomy. Excessive external distractions were not beneficial. Nevertheless, years of cultivated composure prevented Chen Jinwen from displaying his displeasure, and he merely nodded subtly. Zhou Xian, oblivious to his mentor's subtle change, led Lu Feng further inside. Let us proceed, shall we? I have many colleagues who are your admirers. They are all devoted users of your XAI, Lu Feng. However, since the elder's slight change, though he paid it no mind, as long as someone could assist him in uncovering the secrets of the star distribution map, that was all that mattered. Should Chen Jinwen decline, the vast Xylaxis observatory would surely have others who could help. If all else failed, he could always seek assistance from observatories in more distant countries. Zhou Xian had reserved a spacious private room filled with members of Chen Jinwen's team, including young directors, researchers, and students pursuing their master's and doctoral degrees at the observatory. Many youthful faces were present. Upon entering the room, Lu Feng was met with a fervent welcome, with numerous students eagerly vying for photographs with him. The atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic. This disarray further displeased Chen Jinwen, who favored order and stability, causing him to frown slightly. Were there no outsiders present, he would have begun reprimanding them at that moment. However, in the presence of guests, he could only suppress his discontent, finding it inappropriate to voice it. He disregarded the tumultuous scene in the room, taking his seat at the head of the table, patiently awaiting a return to calm. Ultimately, it was Lu Feng who noticed the elderly gentleman sitting alone at the table, seemingly sulking. He intervened to quell the raucous crowd, urging everyone to return to their seats. Lu Feng was positioned right next to Chen Jinwen and, without hesitation, took a seat beside him. As Zhou Xian summoned the waiter to serve the dishes, Lu Feng cast a glance at Chen Jinwen, observing his calm and expressionless demeanor as he sat upright, complemented by his snow-white hair, exuding an aura of dignified composure. Lu Feng discreetly opened his phone and accessed the file containing the star field distribution map. He then extended his phone towards the elder, inquiring, "Academician Chun, could you assist me in examining this?" Chapter 33. Irresponsible Conclusions. Chen Jinwen, initially indifferent, scoffed inwardly, pondering what he could possibly glean from the display. He cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Yet, in the next moment, as if struck by a revelation, he abruptly turned to fixate upon Lu Feng's phone. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the screen with increasing intensity, inching ever closer. It seemed as though the content on Lu Feng's phone possessed an irresistible allure, drawing him in with each passing moment. "Is this not a composite?" Chen Jinwen inquired, his voice a blend of incredulity and urgency, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. Lu Feng, uncertain of the answer, could only respond ambiguously, "This should not be fake." Chen Jinwen's expression transformed dramatically, a tapestry of disbelief, uncertainty, astonishment, fascination, and obsession intertwining upon his features. In a sudden burst of energy, he leapt from his seat, disregarding whose phone it was, and, with a singular focus, hastened towards the exit, clutching Lu Feng's device. The abruptness of Chen Jinwen's actions left the others at the table in a state of bewilderment. Some, quick to react, shouted for the teacher while trailing after him. What could have possibly evoked such a profound reaction from the most composed professor at the observatory? After decades in the field, he had encountered innumerable events, yet not even matters of national consequence had ever rendered him so visibly shaken. Zhou Xian, just returning from the hall, observed the teacher storming out and called out, "Teacher, are we not finishing the meal? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating." Chen Jinwen snapped back, his agitation palpable, causing Zhou Xian to instinctively withdraw. Even in past reprimands, the teacher had maintained a calm demeanor, an air of authority without anger. What had transpired this time? He seemed ignited, leaving Zhou Xian to ponder who could provoke such fervor in him. A sudden thought struck Zhou Xian. "Oh no, Lu Feng, have you gotten yourself into trouble?" He quickly glanced toward the direction of the private room, only to witness a throng of people pouring out. Upon seeing him, they questioned, "What happened to the teacher?" Zhou Xian, now even more perplexed, spread his hands in confusion. You in the private room have no idea what occurred? Surely. Lu Feng did not provoke the teacher to storm out without a word. What mastery of years would that require? At that moment, Lu Feng emerged from the private room and patted Zhou Xian on the shoulder. Zhou Xian, please manage the situation here. I need to follow Academician Chen. This matter is of great significance to me. Without further elaboration, he followed the direction in which Qin Jinwen had departed. Qin Jinwen's agitation undoubtedly stemmed from a significant discovery. That stellar distribution map was indeed related to this universe, rather than the Galactic era map. Hey, what about the food? Zhou Xian called out from a distance. But no one responded. Now, with the mentor gone and the principal engaged elsewhere, surely he and the others remaining could continue dining. He contemplated briefly before returning to the hall. Waiter, please pack this up. In the sweltering midday heat, he must be famished. Such a plethora of dishes should not go to waste. Since Qin Jinwen beheld the image on his mobile device, he has been in a state of disarray. His singular focus is to return to the observatory, where specialized instruments await to assist him in his assessment. Relying solely on the naked eye, he dares not draw a definitive conclusion, for the implications of such a conclusion are nothing short of astonishing. It possesses the potential to utterly transform contemporary academia and public perception alike. On the roadside, Qin Jinwen hailed a taxi, promptly settling into the passenger seat. To the Purple Mountain Observatory, swiftly. The rear door was suddenly flung open, and Lu Feng unceremoniously took a seat beside him. Qin Jinwen glanced at him through the rearview mirror, but refrained from comment, merely urging the driver to hasten. Without further ado, the driver ignited the engine, roaring towards the Purple Mountain Observatory. Upon arrival, Qin Jinwen disregarded the security personnel and strode inside, with Lu Feng trailing behind, only to be halted. Qin Jinwen turned and called out, "He is with me." The guard recognized Qin Jinwen, the illustrious academician, who in the observatory was unaware of his reputation. "Please register and sign here for a visitor's pass." Yet before he could finish, Qin Jinwen had already pulled Lu Feng inside. "Register? Spare me the formalities. I do not have time for this. If you have an issue, have the director come to find me." The guard stood momentarily dumbfounded as he witnessed Qin Jinwen usher Lu Feng in. Was this still the amiable and composed academician Qin Jinwen? It felt as though he had suddenly transformed into a different individual. Nevertheless, the guard decided that it was wiser to avoid complications. After all, what trouble could arise from allowing someone in with the endorsement of an academician? He resolved to turn a blind eye. Lu Feng was dragged into Qin Jinwen's office, and he could not help but chuckle wryly. Had he known the elder gentleman was so easily stirred, he would have delayed presenting the star distribution map. Who could have foreseen that a mere glimpse of a map acquired from a game could provoke such a reaction from the venerable scholar? Indeed, while this star distribution map concealed profound secrets, Lu Feng was certain that the elder could not perceive the true nature of its mystery. "Where did you procure this?" The elder, donning the spectacles from the desk, leaned closer to scrutinize the minuscule screen of the phone, nearly pressing his eyes against it. "As for its origin, I am uncertain. I can only say that I acquired this image under rather unexpected circumstances." Observing the elder's discomfort while examining the image, Lu Feng retrieved his laptop from his bag and opened it, presenting it to Qin Jinwen. Upon lifting his gaze to the laptop, Qin Jinwen finally relinquished the phone back to Lu Feng. The precision, the scale, the lifelike starlight. Qin Jinwen was utterly captivated by every detail on the star distribution map, as if he were tenderly caressing a beloved. Most importantly, this image had been manipulated. The technique employed did not belong to any existing academic discipline. It was remarkably skillful, transforming the pale and mundane night sky into a breathtaking image akin to a resplendent galaxy. Moreover, look, these stars appear to be in motion. After gazing intently at the star distribution map for an extended period, Qin Jinwen ultimately arrived at a conclusion. If this image were genuine, then it could not possibly be a creation of humankind. The moment he uttered this thought, even Qin Jinwen himself was taken aback. The usually composed individual had, in a moment of impulsiveness, expressed such an audacious conjecture. Chapter 34. Between Companion Galaxies Not a Product of Humanity. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the venerable Mr. Qin Jinwen had discerned some clues. A peculiar expression involuntarily crossed Lu Feng's face. However, Qin Jinwen remained oblivious to Lu Feng's reaction, instead gazing intently at the image before him, ultimately inquiring with a hint of nostalgia. Do you know how long it will take for humanity's farthest spacecraft to exit the solar system? Lu Feng shook his head. Such knowledge was not within his purview. 30,000 years. Chen Jinwen's expression shifted in an inexplicable manner. He proceeded to elaborate. Humanity's first interstellar spacecraft, Voyager 1, is currently over 20 billion kilometers away from our planet. Yet, even at this distance, it is estimated that it will take another 300 years to traverse the Kuiper Belt and a further 30,000 years to completely escape the solar system. Our spacecraft requires 30,000 years to step beyond the solar system. Much of the astronomical data we can observe is not real-time. It could be images captured decades, centuries, or even millennia ago. This data, including both statistics and images, has been gathered from within the solar system. As no extraterrestrial probe can provide insights into the cosmos beyond our own solar confines, our understanding of the universe relies on these temporally outdated materials, supplemented by physical extrapolation, to form what humanity perceives as the universe. This is the cosmos as we currently comprehend it. However, these materials and data, no matter how precise or accurate, inevitably harbor perspective limitations, a restricted viewpoint. It is akin to how people of antiquity perceived the world as flat. Yet later, individuals who ventured into space aboard rockets witnessed firsthand that our planet is round and the sky is infinite. This represents a second perspective on the world. This image, too, may very well embody a second perspective on the universe, one that diverges entirely from our solar-centric view. While this perspective might not fundamentally upend our existing understanding of physics and astronomy as the revelation of a round Earth did, it undeniably holds similar significance for humanity. As he spoke, Chen Jinwen squinted, becoming entranced by the image. This image is an unparalleled treasure within the realm of astronomy, worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. Observing his rapt fascination, Lu Feng felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Chen Jinwen might abscond with his celestial distribution map and never return it. Although he could empathize with Chen Jinwen's exhilaration upon encountering such an extraordinary image, it was crucial to remember that this image belonged to him, and he had more pressing matters at hand. Ahem. Just as Lu Feng prepared to subtly inquire whether Chen Jinwen had discerned any hidden positional information within the image, he suddenly heard Chen Jinwen exclaim in astonishment, "Here. This seems somewhat familiar." He pointed to a contiguous region of stars in the upper left corner of the celestial distribution map. The starlight, when connected, subtly formed a shape that appeared familiar to him. A sweeping stream of stars, two clusters of stars that appear somewhat concentrated and nearby. A discernible tributary of a much larger galaxy. Chen Jinwen's mind incessantly juxtaposed this image with the vast repository of knowledge he had amassed over a lifetime, seeking the source of the familiar sensation. Hearing Chen Jinwen's murmurs, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat once more. The crux of the matter had arrived. Could it be that the esteemed Chen Jinwen had discerned the pivotal information, the location? If that were indeed the case, then this visit to the Xylaxis observatory would be entirely worthwhile. Should he ascertain the location depicted in the image, even if just within a broad range, it would be immensely valuable. Can we pinpoint a more specific area? Lu Feng inquired hurriedly. Is it possible to identify the constellation or certain galaxies? Chen Jinwen shook his head. Let's not rush. I still require a more meticulous comparison for confirmation. At first glance, this image appears overwhelmingly intricate, but upon closer inspection, it contains an unfathomable wealth of information, enough for me to study for a decade or more. With that, he turned back to immerse himself in the starfield distribution map, gazing at it with a fervor as if he intended to devote years to its study. Seeing Chen Jinwen in such a trance, Lu Feng grew anxious. How could you possibly spend a decade on this? In just half a month, the battleship will arrive. Despite commanding a fleet of over 1 million, including the colossal star beast Xylaxis, the Void Shadow, the Reconstructor, and the Holy Song of Springs, he still yearned to ascertain the whereabouts of the neutron star battleship. After all, according to his deductions, the neutron star battleship was likely a symbol of advanced civilization. Even 6th-level civilizations could not possess a neutron star battleship, which surely harbored technologies far surpassing those of 6th-level civilizations. The value of a single neutron star battleship was undoubtedly no less than that of a 1 million-strong fleet. The mere star chart indicating the location of the neutron star battleship was worth 5 billion. Academician Chen. Lu Feng gently shook Chen Jinwen. Please do not take a decade to provide me with an answer. Yet, Chun Jinwen remained fixated on the starfield distribution map, his demeanor suggesting he might not even be aware of others speaking. Observing Chun Jinwen, Lu Feng contemplated for a moment and then had an idea. He spoke loudly. Then I shall not disturb you any longer, academician. I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave. Lu Feng snapped his laptop shut and pretended to stow it in his backpack. Chun Jinwen, engrossed in his laptop, suddenly lost focus and looked up, bewildered. Upon seeing Lu Feng's demeanor, he immediately became anxious. He too stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, young man, please do not rush. What I meant was that I have enough material to study for a decade, not that I intend to spend a decade doing so." Lu Feng remained silent, feigning urgency to leave, casually stating, "I have acquaintances at the National Observatory. I plan to inquire there as well." Upon hearing this, Chun Jinwen's urgency escalated. His face flushed crimson, and his eyes reddened, as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against the National Observatory. The National Observatory? What level can those individuals possibly possess? Although the Purple Mountain Observatory may appear inferior on the surface, its actual capabilities far exceed theirs. You are not allowed to go," Chun Jinwen stammered, pointing at Lu Feng, his hands trembling and breathless. The stream of stars traversing the upper left corner must be the Magellanic Stream, and the two luminous clusters nearby are undoubtedly the large and small Magellanic Clouds. This image was likely captured from a location beyond the Milky Way, within the vast expanse between the large and small Magellanic Clouds. That is indeed correct. Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept across Lu Feng's lips. He was familiar with the large and small Magellanic Clouds, the two largest satellite galaxies of the Milky Way, akin to the relationship between the solar system and the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. However, their connection to the Milky Way is far more profound than that of the solar system to its center. The large and small Magellanic Clouds are situated hundreds of thousands of light-years away from the Milky Way, whereas the solar system is merely 30,000 light-years distant from the Milky Way's center. And within that vast expanse of hundreds of thousands of light-years between the large and small Magellanic Clouds and the Milky Way lies the location of the neutron star warship. As Lu Feng pondered this, he retrieved his laptop once more and gazed at the star map. In the upper left corner of the star map, there was a faint stream of stars. Adjacent to this delicate stream were two slightly clustered star groups, one large and one small. That faint stream must be the Magellanic Stream Chun Jinwen mentioned, while the large and small clusters represent the large and small Magellanic Clouds. In the lower right corner, a corner of a brilliant river of stars emerged. According to Chun Jinwen's assertions, this should be part of the Milky Way. And in the darkest, boundless center, where only a few stars twinkled, lay concealed a neutron star warship. At last, Lu Feng comprehended the star map. He couldn't help but reflect that if he hadn't acquired this star map, the NPCs of the Galactic era, namely Emperor Wade's Empire and the Pirate Group, would likely never discover the location of the neutron star warship. For the Pirate Group, the stars represented a fabricated world. No matter how they referenced this star map, they could never pinpoint the direction of the Milky Way. Hence, the stars in their eyes appeared chaotic and ineffectual, naturally leading to their inability to obtain accurate guidance. Just as Lu Feng was absorbed in contemplation of the star map, Chun Jinwen approached him. "This is merely my current hypothesis. I am somewhat familiar with the Milky Way, the large Magellanic Cloud, and the small Magellanic Cloud, so it seems familiar. However, this does not guarantee that the location depicted in the image is indeed situated between the Milky Way and the Magellanic Clouds. We must be rigorous, understood?" As he spoke, Chun Jinwen displayed a demeanor of concern, as if fearing Lu Feng might snatch the laptop away. Gone was any semblance of the dignity befitting an academician. He now resembled a student yearning for precious information, gazing longingly at Lu Feng. "I will still need to utilize instruments and programs for more precise positioning." Chun Jinwen expressed his thoughts, estimating it would take 2 to 3 days. Fearing that Lu Feng might disagree, he added that Lu Feng could observe from the side, as long as it did not interfere with his work. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. After all, he had employed the art of feigned indifference to elicit Chun Jinwen's conjectures in a moment of urgency. However, the speculations regarding the large and small Magellanic Clouds were not entirely accurate. No one could ascertain whether there existed other systems resembling the companion structures near the Milky Way. To ensure precision, it was imperative for Chun Jinwen to conduct a more accurate location assessment. As for whether Qin Jinwen would divulge the locations represented in the star distribution map, Lu Feng was unperturbed. Firstly, as a civilization possessing technology beyond level 6, controlling a neutron star battleship was not a trivial matter. Its activation core was firmly in his grasp. Even if the location were to be leaked and inadvertently discovered by another civilization, Lu Feng was confident that they would acquire nothing more than an inert neutron star battleship, akin to an empty shell, devoid of functionality. Such an unusable vessel would hardly pose a significant threat. Secondly, Lu Feng commanded a vast fleet of formidable warships, colossal stellar beasts, and specialized vessels, along with plans for constructing a super starport in the future. These assets bolstered his confidence. Should any civilization manage to seize a neutron star battleship first, he was assured of his ability to defeat them and reclaim it, utilizing the activation core. Thus, Lu Feng dared to present the complete star distribution map to Qin Jinwen, even encouraging him to pursue precise localization. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's nod, Qin Jinwen's expression transformed into one of sheer elation. He disregarded the fact that this was not the first time he had lost his composure that day, thumping his chest and assuring Lu Feng that, although he was uncertain of the source of this image, he would maintain strict confidentiality, using it solely for private research. He professed that his years of reputation as an academician guaranteed this promise, asserting that even Zhou Xin and others would remain oblivious to any information. Lu Feng regarded this with indifference, nodding in acknowledgement. Although the title of academician held little significance for him, especially with a 1,000,000-strong fleet awaiting his command in half a month, he appreciated Qin Jinwen's declaration as a demonstration of his commitment, which added a measure of credibility. Moreover, through their interactions, Lu Feng had discerned that the elder was a man of genuine character, lacking in pretense. He was undoubtedly a dedicated researcher. Noticing Lu Feng's silence, Qin Jinwen mistakenly believed he harbored doubts. He promptly handed several A4 sheets to Lu Feng. While these documents were insignificant compared to the map, he insisted on sharing a highly confidential report in exchange, recently verified with an observatory in Europe. Its authenticity was beyond reproach, and once disclosed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through human society. Qin Jinwen, seemingly oblivious to his earlier reprimands directed at his students, spoke with fervent conviction, eager to persuade Lu Feng of the report's significance in hopes of securing his trust. This can be regarded as indirect evidence of the genuine existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, located less than 100 light-years from the solar system. This implies that within a century, an extraterrestrial civilization has been active in proximity to humanity. Upon hearing Qin Jinwen's words, Lu Feng immediately became intrigued. Indirect evidence of extraterrestrial existence? Less than 100 light-years away. He was aware of the reality of extraterrestrial civilizations, yet according to the timeline, humanity should not have encountered them at this juncture. Curiously, he glanced at the stack of A4 papers, the topmost sheet bearing the title, Report on the Detection of Suspected Dyson Sphere Construction Process by the Purple Mountain Observatory. Dyson Sphere. These words struck a chord with Lu Feng, causing him to shudder involuntarily. A Dyson sphere is already a symbol of extraterrestrial existence. Has humanity observed the entire process of its construction? Has humanity begun to encounter various traces left by extraterrestrial civilizations at this point? Chapter 35. Constructing the super starport. Lu Feng meticulously perused the report, grappling with the data that eluded his full comprehension. Nonetheless, he was fairly certain that the massive object, suspected to be a Dyson sphere, had likely departed through a stargate. The prospect of constructing a Dyson sphere capable of enveloping an entire star surface within a mere few months suggests that it was not fabricated on-site. Rather, it stands to reason that the components of the Dyson sphere were prefabricated elsewhere and subsequently transported for assembly. This method not only facilitates the implementation process but also elucidates why a highly advanced civilization, capable of erecting such a monumental structure, has not established contact with the solar system, which lies tantalizingly close. After all, not every civilization possesses the resources to construct a Dyson sphere. There exists a demand for such constructions even among lower-tier civilizations. As Lu Feng recalled from his previous life, there are specialized enterprises in the cosmos that offer this very service. Should a civilization require the construction of a Dyson sphere, these enterprises can supply the necessary materials and tools, transport the pre-assembled components to designated locations, and oversee their assembly. Each of these enterprises is formidable in its own right. often backed by civilizations of the 4th or 5th tier. According to Lu Feng's understanding, the classification of civilizations within the Milky Way does not adhere to the Kardashev scale. Instead, a novel system of categorization has been devised. The Kardashev scale classifies civilizations based on the energy they can harness. Type 1 civilizations are capable of controlling all energy resources of an entire planet and its surrounding satellites. Humanity, for instance, resides beneath this classification, positioned as a 0. 728 Type civilization. Type 2 civilizations can amass and control energy from an entire stellar system, while Type 3 civilizations are capable of utilizing energy on a galactic scale. The disparities between these Kardashev classifications are vast, with a staggering difference of 10 billion times between Type 1 and Type 2 civilizations, and a staggering 100 billion times between Type 2 and Type 3 civilizations. Such a classification system proves inadequate for the civilizations within the Milky Way. Instead, a fresh delineation has been adopted. Civilizations like humanity, which have yet to fully escape their planetary confines, are all categorized as Type 1. Only those capable of transcending planetary gravity and freely navigating within a solar system are classified as Type 2. Type 3 civilizations, conversely, are those that can achieve faster-than-light travel, traversing the vast distances measured in light years between stars to reach other planetary systems. The criteria for higher-tier civilizations remains somewhat obscure to Lu Feng. However, he is aware that at the pinnacle of the Milky Way lies a select few Type 6 civilizations. From the classifications of these lower-tier civilizations, it becomes evident that the universally acknowledged system within the Milky Way is based on the range of activity. Broadly speaking, a civilization with a range of activity extending to a planet qualifies as Type 1, while one that can navigate an entire solar system falls into Type 2. A civilization that can reach a second planetary system is considered Type 3. This range of activity refers to the capacity for extensive, regular operations, rather than merely launching a probe. Thus, it can be posited that the ability to independently construct a Dyson sphere is a feat achievable only by civilizations of at least the 3rd tier. Furthermore, even a typical 3rd-tier civilization may fall short. It would require a fully developed technological tree or a quasi-4th-tier civilization to undertake such an endeavor. However, this does not imply that all Dyson spheres are exclusively the domain of 3rd-tier or higher civilizations. Lower-tier civilizations, seeking to expedite their developmental pace and liberate productive forces by harnessing greater energy, might engage in contractual agreements to entrust the construction of Dyson spheres around their stellar bodies to major corporations. The specifics of such agreements and the costs involved remain unknown. This could elucidate the phenomenon observed by the Purple Mountain Observatory, which detected a civilization within 100 light-years that has constructed a Dyson sphere yet has not made contact with humanity. This civilization is, in fact, a lower-tier one. Were it a 3rd-tier civilization, capable of building a Dyson sphere, its activities would have long since transcended its planetary system, making the discovery of a life-bearing solar system within 100 light-years exceedingly simple. As for the possibility that this might be a 3rd-tier civilization that has already discovered the solar system and made contact, only to have such information concealed by various nations, Lu Feng found this likelihood exceedingly slim. If this were indeed the case, the 3rd-tier civilization would have undoubtedly revealed itself upon the arrival of warships, becoming widely known among humankind. Since such an event did not transpire, he confidently concluded that this was a lower-tier civilization. After contemplating this, and having determined its status, he silently noted the coordinates of this civilization. It would serve as his inaugural direction for venturing into the cosmos. Observing Chen Jinwen busily attending to a cluster of instruments, aiming to more precisely locate the coordinates on the stellar distribution map, Lu Feng, feeling rather bored, seated himself in Chen Jinwen's previous spot and opened the app Galactic Age on his phone. Previously, he had acquired a blueprint for the construction of a super spaceport, which had yet to be realized. Seizing this opportunity, he set about bringing the super spaceport to fruition. Upon accessing his inventory, he discovered that the first blueprint was indeed that of the super spaceport. He clicked on the blueprint. Blueprint for super spaceport. A super spaceport with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, equipped with a comprehensive weaponry defense system and a colossal shield, as well as the largest hyperspace jump engine ever constructed. It can simultaneously maintain 200,000 warships and accommodate up to 20 million warships, with a production line capable of producing up to 10,000 warships concurrently. A prompt appeared below. Construction. Without hesitation, Lu Feng clicked on it. Building a super spaceport requires 1,000 level 10 docks, 2 million multi-joint movable robotic arms, 40 million gravity-magnetic dual-mode transmission devices, and 60 million modular multifunctional production robots. Do you wish to proceed with the construction? Upon seeing the required materials, Lu Feng was taken aback, first counting the strings of zeros. Goodness, they all started in the millions. He glanced into his inventory. These high-level materials had previously been abundant, so he should have a considerable stockpile. Nevertheless, despite this, he meticulously counted within the warehouse. The quantity of modular multifunctional production robots barely exceeded 10 million, while the two advanced materials only amounted to a few million. Furthermore, his level 10 docks were insufficient, as he possessed merely 82, far from the desired 1,000. Lu Feng couldn't help but reminisce about the arduous process of upgrading the docks to level 10. The prospect of acquiring 1,000 was daunting. He could only attempt to confirm the construction. Your materials are insufficient. You need to expend 918,000,000 star coins to purchase 918 level 10 docks, and an additional 300,000,000 star coins for the remaining materials. Would you like to proceed with the purchase using star coins? Indeed, it was feasible. Upon seeing the system prompt for the expenditure of star coins, Lu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Matters that could be resolved with money were not truly problematic. He had spent 3 billion to acquire 160,000 level 10 battleships, 1 billion to procure the ancient beast Xylaxis, and 50 billion for the positional star charts of neutron star battleships, leaving him with just over 29 billion. As Lu Feng clicked to purchase, this remaining sum dwindled to 17 billion. Yet, a colossal superstructure emerged in the place where the docks once stood. Chapter 36. Maiden Voyage of the Silver Star City. Through the screen, Lu Feng could only glimpse a fraction of its vastness. The entrances and exits, marked with a myriad of numbers and identifiers, were arranged like a honeycomb upon a colossal wall of dark gray metal. Swarms of wandering sanctuary-class battlecruisers soared into these openings like birds returning to their nests. Before this immense gray-black metallic facade, the 5-kilometer-long battlecruisers appeared as insignificant as ants. This was merely a corner of the entire super starport, and the number of similar entrances throughout the port was incalculable. As Lu Feng marveled at the grandeur of the super starport, he gradually zoomed out the screen. His gaze was liberated from the confines of the starport's corner, revealing the full expanse of the super starport. It sprawled across the center of the screen like a starport magnified 1,000-fold from a level 10 dock. Yet, it was not merely an enlarged structure. The super starport possessed far more intricate details than a level 10 dock. The weighty gray-black armor exuded a sense of security, adorned with semi-concealed point defense laser cannons and fixed-rail laser turrets. Missile arrays, numbering in the hundreds, and dense clusters of defensive laser points were visible at intervals. By magnifying his view, Lu Feng discerned slender linear objects appearing atop the outermost armor of the starport. At the scale, one could clearly see that these elongated figures were not shorter than a wandering sanctuary-class battlecruiser. They were rotating planetary cannons, repurposed from the main guns of the battlecruisers. Each cannon was as large as an entire wandering sanctuary-class battlecruiser, supported by elevation and rotation mechanisms to track their targets. Within the expansive 4,000-kilometer diameter of the super starport, there were a staggering 100,000 of these colossal rotating planetary cannons. This was no longer merely a super starport. It had transformed into a super arsenal fortress. Lu Feng activated the shields of the super starport, and immediately, a faint bluish light, reminiscent of starlight, enveloped its surface. As the colossal shield generator clusters activated one by one, the area covered by this ethereal blue light expanded progressively. Ultimately, it encompassed the super starport in a surrounding radius of 500 kilometers. In terms of volume, the shield's coverage exceeded that of the moon. With a radius of only 1,700 kilometers, the moon paled in comparison to the super starport, which boasted a radius of 2,000 kilometers. This immense volume allowed for the installation of an astonishing number of shield generators within the super starport, whose output far surpassed that of those mounted on warships. Moreover, the 500-kilometer radius surrounding the super starport was not its limit. By sacrificing some defensive output, the shields could be further expanded. Such a super starport could indeed be deemed a mobile planet. Although Lu Feng's million-ship fleet spread across the starry expanse, filling an entire planetary system. The awe inspired by witnessing such a planetary-scale mechanical construct before him was unparalleled. After gazing at the magnificent superstarport for an extended period, Lu Feng finally withdrew his gaze, satisfied. Upon opening the detailed interface of the superstarport, one can observe that it has been aptly named Silver Star City. Much like those exceptional warships, these unique vessels or structures possess their own distinctive titles, sparing Lu Feng the trouble of naming them himself. Gazing at Silver Star City, Lu Feng feels that the term city is remarkably fitting for the superstarport. Perhaps in the grand era of interstellar travel, cities will be as colossal as the superstarport itself. In just half a month, Silver Star City will materialize in the real world. Lu Feng cannot help but lift his gaze towards outer space. The past fortnight has felt like a surreal dream, having already expended over 10 billion in Galactic era. However, this is not the pinnacle of dreams. The true fantastical era begins in 2 weeks. Su Jinxiang has just commanded his fleet to besiege a level 10 stellar beast, wiping the sweat from his brow. For his motley crew, attacking a level 10 stellar beast is no small feat each time. A significant amount of effort is required to meticulously maneuver the fleet to minimize losses. Otherwise, the repair costs would be a considerable burden. Yet, upon witnessing the spoils of the fallen stellar beast, Su Jinxiang feels a sense of satisfaction, having acquired numerous level 10 materials. At that moment, a message arrives for him. Jinxiang, I hear you are gathering special warships, and that you are doing so on behalf of the extravagant owner of the Reverse Edge fleet. Is this true? This sender is an old friend Su Jinxiang had added long ago, a seasoned player in the game. Su Jinxiang does not conceal anything and responds affirmatively. The Reconstructor and the Saintly Ode are indeed warships Lu Feng purchased directly from the player trading market. Any discerning individual could verify this. He has also inquired among his many friends regarding any news of special warships. Thus his circle is aware of his quest to acquire them, particularly on behalf of the much-discussed owner of the million-ship fleet, Lu Feng. Nowadays, anyone with a modicum of interest in Galactic era knows that the Reverse Edge fleet was crafted by Lu Feng, the leader of XAI, at the cost of 3 to 4 billion. I have a lead on a special warship, and it is, how to describe it, extraordinarily, exceptionally unique. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiang furrows his brow. He knows of the 3 rare special warships in Galactic era. What could possibly warrant such a description? How do you intend to handle this information? Su Jinxiang begins to suspect that his friend is looking to sell the lead. However, he refrains from directly asking, as that would cede the initiative to the other party, which would not be conducive to negotiating a favorable price. He has assured himself that he will negotiate the lowest price for Lu Feng. I wish to sell the location of that special warship to Lu Feng. Could you inquire about his interest? Please provide a preliminary price, as I cannot approach him without one. 10 million. Upon seeing this price, Su Jinxiang's first reaction is disbelief. He thinks his friend has lost his mind. A single message sought to sell for 10 million. The second reaction was that this individual was considering Lu Feng as an easy target, which irritated Su Jinxiang, who found the exorbitant price to be outrageous. If one were sincere in making an offer, there would indeed be room for negotiation. However, such sky-high demands seemed predatory. Regardless of how affluent a person may be, their wealth is not simply blown in by the wind. Just as he was about to respond to this individual, a flurry of messages arrived from the other side. Jinxiang, do not concern yourself with the price for now. That boss is wealthy and will not mind the cost. If you facilitate this, I'll share a portion with you. Quickly contact Boss Lu, otherwise, the special battleship may vanish. The urgency in the message was palpable. Su Jinxiang sensed something amiss. At that moment, another contact reached out to him with a similar message, expressing a desire to sell information regarding the special battleship, equally insistent in tone, as if fearing someone else might seize the opportunity first. Su Jinxiang immediately understood that multiple parties had acquired intelligence about this special battleship. Upholding the principle of saving money for Boss Lu, he chose not to respond to either of them, but instead sought information from a select few close friends. Indeed, one of them mentioned having heard a rumor. In the farthest reaches of the Wade Empire's map, a golden-hued colossal ship had been sighted. By proportional estimates, its length exceeded 500 kilometers. Strangely, no one could approach this golden giant. A golden-hued colossal ship. It indeed had a high probability of being the special battleship. Su Jinxiang promptly relayed this valuable information to Lu Feng without charge. Upon receiving the message, Lu Feng, without the need for confirmation, immediately transferred 100,000 star coins to Su Jinxiang as a reward for the intelligence gathered. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jinxiang had saved him a substantial sum of 10 million. This time, Su Jinxiang accepted the payment without further hesitation, intending to share a portion with the friend who provided the information, while converting the remainder into cash through traders. Subsequently, he sent an approximate location to Lu Feng. Upon receiving the coordinates, Lu Feng glanced at the operating list, where the foremost entry was the Super Starport, Silver Star City. This indicated that Silver Star City was also capable of transitioning. Lu Feng entered the general coordinates of the target location, selecting Silver Star City along with its fleet of over 1 million ships, all heading toward that coordinate. The transition of Silver Star City differed from that of battleships. Even ships spanning several dozen kilometers could swiftly enter hyperspace. The city began to shimmer and dissolve like a bubble from one end to the other until it fully transitioned into hyperspace. In the next moment, the transition of Silver Star City was complete. The surrounding starry skies shifted, and in the forefront, a dazzling point of light emitted a golden glow, strikingly apparent. Lu Feng understood deep down that this was the golden-hued colossal ship Su Jinxiang had mentioned. At this moment, he was not alone. Several scattered fleets accompanied him. When the city of silver stars appeared on the horizon, it startled nearly everyone present. "What on earth is this?" someone exclaimed, immediately capturing a screenshot to share on the global channel. This prompted a wave of astonished reactions from onlookers. Keen observers noted the emblem of the reversed blade fleet emblazoned on the colossal vessel. "Goodness, Lu Feng must be incredibly wealthy. This must cost billions," one person remarked. "I should submit this to the entertainment media. Lu Feng has once again splurged billions in the game. What is wrong with these rich folks? What purpose does such a purchase serve? Can they even take it for a spin around the solar system?" Instantly, the global channel buzzed with discussions centered on Lu Feng's newly unveiled super starport. As the magnificent city of silver stars gradually approached the enormous golden ship ahead, Lu Feng caught a glimpse of the vessel, radiating a resplendent golden glow. It resembled a gigantic spear, with its rear adorned by several translucent, golden glimmering wings that fluttered gracefully like gossamer, smooth as silk, drifting languidly in the void. The largest structure of the ship was at its rear, tapering elegantly towards the front, culminating in a sharply defined bow. The entire vessel presented the striking appearance of a colossal spear of light. The wings, nearly as long as the spear itself, swayed around it, dazzling observers to the point of rendering them momentarily blind. Chapter 37. The Spear of Luminous Flow. The colossal vessel, resembling a magnificent spear, is indeed impressive even in the presence of the super starport, Silver Star City. By employing a scale for reference, Lu Feng deduced that the length of this grand ship, excluding the drifting light wings, is approximately 500 kilometers. However, the ship's body boasts numerous hollow structures, with the outer framework rotating around a central support beam that spans from front to back. Consequently, its actual volume is not as exaggerated. The substantial space occupied by the outer structure renders the entire spear-like warship appear significantly larger. What piqued Lu Feng's interest were the luminous wings extending from the propulsion outlets at the rear of the vessel. These golden wings meander aimlessly through the void of deep space, and upon closer inspection, one can observe them absorbing the light emitted by surrounding stars. As they gather more light, the wings expand and elongate, resembling a creature thriving in its growth. Yet, the growth of the wings, when compared to the ship's body, is relatively insignificant, making this phenomenon difficult to discern. Upon witnessing this, Lu Feng felt certain that this was a unique warship. Though the specifics of its functions and means of acquisition remained elusive, he resolved to approach the golden vessel further. As he drew nearer, a system notification appeared before him. A massive energy absorption source detected ahead. Proximity not advisable. An energy absorption source? Could it be referring to this warship? Pondering this, Lu Feng surmised that since it was an energy absorption source, the golden vessel was indeed absorbing energy from its surroundings, which might explain the system's warning against approaching it. Lu Feng's gaze fixated on the most suspicious light wings, several of which continued to float in the nearby expanse of space, tantalizingly out of reach. He attempted to draw Silver Star City a little closer, but as he advanced even slightly, he noticed a dimming of the pale blue shield enveloping the city. Gradually, the shield's range began to shrink, indicative of a reduction in the output power of the shield generators. Witnessing even Silver Star City's energy output faltering, Lu Feng quickly commanded it to retreat to a safe distance. However, Lu Feng then observed that the golden vessel ahead had seemingly grown larger. More precisely, it was not the ship itself that had expanded, but rather the wings behind it had swelled significantly. This sudden augmentation of the wings was evident to the naked eye. An idea sparked in Lu Feng's mind. What would happen if this colossal ship were to be fully nourished? To what extent would its wings grow? Glancing at the wings, which had already expanded to more than half their original size, Lu Feng resolved to allow Silver Star City one more attempt. With the full output of Silver Star City's energy, it should be capable of filling a vessel that is less than a tenth of its own size. This time, Lu Feng directed Silver Star City into the energy absorption range of the golden warship and continued to close the distance. The brilliance of the shield enveloping Silver Star City dimmed further, continuously shrinking as it approached. Soon, the radius narrowed from 500 kilometers to 400, 300, 200, 100, 50, 30, 20, 10 kilometers. Meanwhile, the city of Silver Stars drew ever closer to the golden giant ship, to the point where it was nearly within reach of the transparent wings, emitting a golden glow. The city of Silver Stars automatically adjusted its internal energy supply, redirecting all power for close defense weapons to the shield generator array. The orbital laser cannons and planetary cannons on the surface of the city extinguished their lights, akin to a massive blackout sweeping across a metropolis, as hundreds of thousands of artillery fell into a brief silence. With the energy supply reallocated, the shields of the city of Silver Stars reignited. The ever-shrinking shield paused, occasionally expanding slightly, then contracting again, caught in a delicate balance of ebb and flow. In the next moment, the wings of light, having absorbed increasing amounts of energy, unfurled to their limit. The wings spread out thousands of kilometers, resembling a colossal net, illuminating the starry sky as if it were a celestial paradise. At the forefront of this vast net was a singular golden vessel, dwarfed by the expanse before it, appearing almost comically small. Players observing the city of Silver Stars from a distance were momentarily stunned by this spectacle, followed by a flurry of screenshots shared in the World Channel. Initially, I believed the behemoth of the Reversal Blade Fleet to be the main attraction, only to discover that the true protagonist was this unknown golden warship. It seemed that this scene unfolded only after the giant ship of the Reversal Blade Fleet approached. Could it be that Lu Feng triggered something? How come all the benefits fell to this wealthy individual? Some players promptly countered the naysayers, asserting that they could not even get close. It was the actions of the behemoth from the Reversal Blade Fleet that had caused the transformation of the unknown golden warship, urging others not to jump to conclusions. Just as the discussion grew increasingly fervent, an announcement resonated across the server, reaching every player's ears. The special warship, the Luminous Spear, has absorbed sufficient energy and is located at coordinates XXX, XXX, XXX. The Wade Empire has classified the Luminous Spear as an alien incursion. With a threat level of X, a summon order has been issued to rally players to defeat the Luminous Spear. The World Channel erupted into further chaos. What the hell? The first and second server-wide announcements in Galactic Era were both triggered by Lu Feng? Without dwelling on it too much, every player should now be able to approach. It seems Lu Feng has paved the way for everyone. This must be a special warship. If we can seize it and then sell it to him, it should yield a handsome profit. Dream on. Look at the number of warships in the Reversal Blade Fleet. And then at the behemoth right in front. What do you have to compete? On the other side, Lu Feng focused intently on the golden giant ship, maneuvering the city of Silver Stars. Upon hearing the server-wide announcement of Galactic Era, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Lu Feng's eyes. It had arrived, yet another event substantial enough to warrant a universal notification. Faced with the imminent threat of the Luminous Spear, Lu Feng hesitated not. The Luminous Spear, now brimming with energy, had ceased its absorption of energy from Silver Star City. The energy of Silver Star City quickly stabilized. The dormant planetary cannons and orbital laser turrets flickered back to life, restoring their power supply. Lu Feng selected Silver Star City and issued an attack command directly at the Luminous Spear. An awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded atop the majestic Silver Star City. A staggering 100,000 planetary cannons simultaneously entered a charging state, illuminating the expansive floating fortress with a dazzling array of lights. In the next moment, a torrent of 100,000 laser beams, akin to a meteor shower, enveloped the vision of all nearby. These beams thunderously struck the expansive wings of light that stretched for thousands of kilometers. In an instant, the golden radiance emanating from the wings dimmed, followed by their collapse and disintegration. The wings began to shrink rapidly, ultimately reverting to their original form. Another server-wide announcement followed. The special battleship Luminous Spear has been defeated by the Reversal Fleet. A brief notification that sent shockwaves through the entire player base. How little time had elapsed since the last announcement. For a special battleship, classified as a threat level X by the largest NPC faction in Galactic era, and summoned with a call to arms, it was undoubtedly a formidable boss. Yet, this boss had existed for merely a few fleeting seconds before succumbing to the Reversal Fleet. Envy, skepticism, and a multitude of voices flooded the world channel. You have defeated the alien invader Luminous Spear. You have gained 10,000,000 Imperial Merit Points, Special Battleship Luminous Spear, as you have independently completed the call to arms from Emperor Wade's empire. The list of redeemable Imperial Merit Points has unlocked a special category. Lu Feng remained unfazed by the external clamor, his attention riveted on the system notifications. Upon reading the second line, his heart leapt with joy. The special battleship, Luminous Spear. Eagerly, Lu Feng accessed the battleship list to examine the specific capabilities of the Luminous Spear. Mere minutes later, after thoroughly studying all its abilities, his face radiated with profound astonishment. This special battleship was, in fact, a living organism, a sentient biological vessel. The wings of light behind the Luminous Spear were composed of a unique biological material capable of absorbing energy emitted by stars and growing in the process. No matter the distance, even the faintest energy from stars hundreds of thousands of light years away could be captured and absorbed by the Luminous Spear. This absorbed energy could be utilized in three distinct ways. Firstly, the luminous bombardment. Wherever the light from its wings shone, the Luminous Spear could unleash a bombardment, striking designated locations with waves of energy impacts. Moreover, there was no upper limit to this capability, signifying that as long as energy was abundant, the Spear of Luminous Flow casts its radiant glow wherever it traverses, embodying a magnificent area of effect. Secondly, the Shield of Luminous Flow, when its wings are fully unfurled, transforms into an immense protective barrier. Most notably, this shield is of an all-encompassing nature. It is impervious to both kinetic and energy weaponry. This vessel is the sole one under Lu Feng's command capable of generating such a versatile shield, underscoring its paramount significance. Lastly, and perhaps most crucially in Lu Feng's estimation, once the Spear of Luminous Flow is fully deployed, it possesses the ability to allocate energy to designated targets within the expansive coverage of its wings. It is noteworthy that the fully unfurled wings extend thousands of kilometers, enveloping even the Silver Star City in their embrace. Should the Spear of Luminous Flow serve as a backup energy source for Silver Star City, it would signify the city's unassailable fortitude. In the age of interstellar exploration, energy is of utmost importance. A unique vessel capable of harnessing and storing stellar energy stands as the absolute cornerstone in Lu Feng's vision. With the acquisition of such a distinctive warship, Lu Feng felt an immense sense of comfort. The protection afforded to his fleet grew increasingly robust, instilling a profound sense of security within him. He recalled the substantial reward of 10 million Imperial Merit Points awarded for defeating the Spear of Luminous Flow, along with the unlocking of a special exchange list. This piqued Lu Feng's curiosity, prompting him to peruse the exchange offerings. To his astonishment, the list prominently featured complete blueprints for Level 10 warships, the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser, the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, the fearless Trident-class destroyer, and a blueprint for a previously unseen Level 10 engineering warship, the Leviathan-class engineering ship. This dual-purpose vessel, intended for both transportation and construction, represents the first and only Level 10 engineering warship in the Galactic era. Its value is immeasurable. Lu Feng immediately scrutinized the exchange prices for these warship blueprints. Each Level 10 blueprint required 10 million Imperial Merit Points, supplemented by a specific sum of star coins. Notably, the blueprint for the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier demanded 10 million Imperial Merit Points along with an additional 10 million star coins, while the Leviathan-class engineering ship blueprint required 10 million Imperial Merit Points and 1 million star coins. Having previously earned a total of 111 million Imperial Merit Points from vanquishing a pirate faction, coupled with the additional 10 million merit points from defeating the Spear of Luminous Flow, He found himself with precisely 20 million Imperial merit points remaining after purchasing the Neutron Star Warship blueprint costing 100 million merit points. This sum was sufficient for Lu Feng to acquire both level 10 warship blueprints. As for the star coins required, they posed no significant burden. With a decisive gesture, Lu Feng proceeded to make the payment. Following the deduction of 20 million merit points and over 10 million star coins, he successfully acquired the two coveted level 10 warship blueprints. You possess the blueprints for the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier and may now procure this formidable vessel. Additionally, you have acquired the blueprints for the Leviathan-class engineering ship, allowing for its purchase as well. Lu Feng eagerly accessed the store, where the top 4 level 10 warships had now expanded to 5, all available for his selection. The Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, a colossal warship stretching 30 kilometers in length, was priced at 100,000 star coins per unit. Submit purchase quantity, 10,000. Lu Feng's account balance plummeted dramatically, with 17 billion star coins reduced by a staggering 1 billion. Yet, before him in the starry expanse, there now existed a fleet of 10,000 30-kilometer-long Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. These carriers, vast and flat like land, appeared as sharp rhombuses from above. Each Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier is equipped to carry 1,000 assault space fighters, 300 specialized space fighters, and 100 operational transport aircraft, alongside several small landing craft. The weapon systems aboard the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers are relatively few, with most of the space allocated for combat aircraft and troops. They serve not only as carriers for space fighters, but also as a means for the deployment and transportation of ground forces. The primary task of engaging enemy ships is entrusted to the remaining 3 types of level 10 warships. Moreover, the Behemoth-class aircraft carriers can additionally function as maintenance facilities for the Fearless Trident-class destroyers when not loaded. Within Lu Feng's fleet, the number of Fearless Trident-class destroyers is an order of magnitude greater than that of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, serving as the fleet's elite guardians and principal combat force. When operating far from the starport, the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers become the vital lifeline of the fleet. Chapter 38. The completion of the Million Fleet. Having acquired the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, Lu Feng turned his gaze towards his next objective, the Leviathan-class engineering ship. A colossal vessel, measuring no less than 20 kilometers in length. The price stood at 5,000 star coins per ship, and Lu Feng intended to purchase a staggering 100,000 units. To accommodate greater cargo capacity, the Leviathan-class vessel sacrificed numerous non-essential systems, resulting in a hull that could hold more than the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. As a versatile engineering warship designed for both construction and transportation, it boasted capabilities akin to the specialized warship, the Reconstructor. When laden with building materials, it could construct edifices in the void of space without a foundation. However, once its materials were depleted, it would need to return for a resupply, a limitation when compared to the Reconstructor. A magnificent assembly of 100,000 Leviathan-class engineering ships lined up neatly behind 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. Their rounded hulls resembled majestic whales floating in the cosmos. Spending a total of 15 billion star coins, Lu Feng had completed the final pieces of his fleet's puzzle. After tallying the expenses, he found that he had invested nearly 120 billion star coins to forge a fleet of 1 million vessels. The main assault fleet comprised 1 million Fearless Trident-class destroyers, 500,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, 100,000 Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, special warship, Shadow of the Void, special warship, Spear of Radiance, Super Starport, City of Silver Stars, Stellar Behemoth, Ancient Beast Xylaxis. The logistics support fleet included 100,000 Leviathan-class engineering ships, special warship, Reconstructor, special warship, Fountain of Sanctity, an initially assembled mixed fleet of 25,000 ships. Gazing upon such a formidable armada, Lu Feng felt immense satisfaction. Yet he pondered the necessity of restructuring the fleet. As the formation took shape, it seemed prudent to delineate responsibilities among the vessels to enhance combat effectiveness. Currently, the militaries of major nations were undergoing reforms, adopting composite battalions to bolster their fighting capabilities. In the past, each military branch operated independently, but now, a composite battalion encompassed various branches, eliminating the need for inter-branch communication and command, thereby reducing inefficiencies. It was akin to transforming loosely spread fingers into a powerful fist, yielding remarkable results. However, reorganizing an army of 1,000,000 vessels was no trivial task, and Lu Feng realized he needed to devise a meticulous plan. Just then, he heard the booming voice of Zhou Xian outside the office, prompting him to switch off his phone. He had been sitting in Chen Jinwen's office for some time and calculated that Zhou Xian and the others were likely returning from their meal. "Au phone, where's the teacher?" Zhou Xian inquired about Chen Jinwen's whereabouts upon seeing Lu Feng, and then proceeded to show off the takeout box in his hand. Lu Feng casually deflected the question, advising Zhou Xian and the others not to disturb Chen Jinwen. "Indeed, I intend to stay here for several days. Could you make arrangements for me, preferably at the observatory?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Zhou Xian's face lit up with delight. "No problem, leave it to me," he replied. He placed the takeout box on the table and invited Lu Feng and the others to gather around the office desk for a meal. Observing Zhou Xian's eager demeanor, Lu Feng hesitated, wanting to say something, yet ultimately refraining from uttering a word. Having not eaten all day, his stomach began to grumble. Eventually, he silently joined the others at Chen Jinwen's desk for the meal. Under the arrangements of Zhou Xian and Chen Jinwen, Lu Feng settled into a single room at the Xylaxis Observatory. The environment of the dormitory was superb, inhabited by students and researchers, which provided Lu Feng with a long-awaited academic atmosphere. His daily routine revolved around perusing materials on Galactic era, stockpiling resources to avoid facing a barren situation when the warships arrived. The maintenance and construction of warships demanded resources, as did the establishment of various military structures. There was never enough. Furthermore, he utilized his remaining 200 million star coins to acquire several 8th and 9th level spacecraft, including landing ships, mining vessels, and an array of specialized transport ships, such as refrigerated transport ships, mineral transport ships, special transport vessels, and gas and liquid transport ships. Altogether, he purchased approximately 300,000 to 400,000 ships. Consequently, Lu Feng expended all his star coins, leaving him financially unencumbered. With 120 billion spent, he felt a sense of liberation, spending his days at the library of the Xylaxis Observatory, occasionally returning to brush up on military formation knowledge. When mealtime approached, he would wait for Zhou Xian to invite him to dine, enjoying a rather pleasant existence. After a few days at the Xylaxis Observatory, Chen Jinwen delivered significant news. The precise location of the neutron star battleship had been roughly determined, situated about 100,000 light-years beyond the Milky Way, near the midpoint between the Milky Way and the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds. Lu Feng spent an entire day discussing this with Chen Jinwen in his office, acquiring substantial knowledge about cosmic positioning. The most reliable method involved pulsar navigation. A pulsar is a type of neutron star. Massive stars undergo collapse in their twilight years, transforming into neutron stars after a brilliant supernova explosion. If the star's mass is excessively large, it evolves into a black hole post-collapse. If insufficient, it becomes a white dwarf. Neutron stars occupy a position between white dwarfs and black holes. Some neutron stars emit radio waves, thus becoming pulsars. Pulsars emit regular pulses of radio waves as they rotate rapidly, akin to a lighthouse sweeping its beam across the surrounding ocean. Consequently, signals from pulsars can be detected at intervals throughout the cosmos, as long as one can utilize the recorded pulsars. Employing several of these celestial beacons allows for the precise determination of one's position within the cosmos. The prospect of using pulsars to locate neutron stars is indeed fascinating. After attending Chen Jinwen's lecture, Lu Feng could not help but ponder this notion. However, the more he delved into the intricacies of neutron stars, the more he marveled at the immense power required to transform a neutron star into a battleship. There exists a vast multitude of neutron stars within the Milky Way, yet no civilization has managed to craft one into a war vessel. Even the mere act of approaching one proves exceedingly arduous. The extraordinary density of a neutron star renders it akin to a miniature black hole. The thought of converting such a small black hole into a battleship? Lu Feng shook his head, realizing that voicing such an idea might lead the esteemed academician Chen Jinwen to regard him as a fool. Only a science fiction writer might entertain such a notion with belief. Observing Lu Feng's momentary distraction, Chen Jinwen could not refrain from clearing his throat, bringing Lu Feng's attention back to the lecture. Having concluded the discussion on pulsar navigation, he proceeded to elucidate the methodologies for pinpointing locations on a diagram, urging Lu Feng to commit this navigational information to memory. Behold, he said, these are the pulsars currently designated as viable anchor points for navigation. Chapter 39. The eve of arrival in the bustling city of Ocean, Dunan, having obtained the latest financial records of Lu Feng, found himself astonished as he beheld Lu Feng's new expenditures. Could it be true that this fellow had squandered an astounding 12 billion? Even he himself would not dare to spend money so recklessly. Although he had previously suspected that Lu Feng would invest all his wealth into gaming, he had not anticipated that he would truly pour the entirety of the 12 billion into this pursuit. Dunan looked up at his secretary, instructing, find someone to delve into the game and uncover what peculiarities lie within. Has anyone achieved any notable advancements? Upon hearing this, the secretary promptly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, revealing that one individual had indeed constructed a Tier 3 battleship, while the majority had only managed to create Tier 2 vessels. Was this the result of each person investing 10,000? Dunan was far from pleased. It is indeed the case that in this game, reaching a Tier 10 battleship requires substantial financial commitment. Merely the blueprints for the most basic Tier 10 battleship cost 10,000 alone. Dunan could not help but curse. What a ridiculous game, merely a scheme to exploit players financially. Seeing that his associates had not produced any significant outcomes, Dunan's interest in Galactic era began to wane. He shook his head and picked up the phone, dialing a number. When the call connected, the voice of Ling Xingfa resonated on the other end. Dunan. Ling. It has been quite some time. How are you and your daughter faring? Dunan had thoroughly investigated Ling Xingfa and was well aware of matters concerning his daughter. Upon hearing Dunan's inquiry, Ling Xingfa's demeanor soured, responding curtly, quite well. Dunan let out a cold snort. Ling Xingfa. I am unaware of the specifics of your dealings with that scoundrel Lu Feng, which allowed him to acquire 60 billion from you. But do you know what he has done with that money? Ling Xingfa paused, having heard some rumors from the media in recent days. However, out of trust in Lu Feng and hopes for his daughter's future, he dismissed the media's words as mere entertainment. What he chooses to do with it is his prerogative. My only responsibility is to provide the funding. As long as he fulfills his commitments, that suffices for me. There was a half-sentence Ling Xingfa refrained from uttering in Dunan's presence, as it pertained to the secrets between him and Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, Dunan could not suppress another cold snort. Ling Xingfa, you are a prominent figure in Port City. How is it that you have been so easily deceived by a mere boy? Are you aware that Lu Feng has funneled your funds into gaming? Ling Xingfa remained silent for a considerable time. The distinction between media gossip and the words of a reputable capital magnate was immense. Dunan was a notable figure in the circle, not one to weave falsehoods to deceive. If he wished to investigate, he could certainly employ methods to uncover the truth. Hearing Dunan's statement, Ling Xingfa began to waver, genuinely questioning Lu Feng's integrity. It had been nearly half a month since Lu Feng received the 60 billion, and he had not made any contact, seemingly having evaporated into thin air. Initially, Lu Feng had fervently proclaimed transformative, unprecedented changes beyond the realm of human imagination. Is such a thing truly possible? It is astonishing that, at my age, I could be deceived by such childish words. Was I truly bewitched at that moment? A bitter smile involuntarily crept onto Ling Xingfa's lips. His lament was not for his own lost fortune, but for his daughter. Moreover, Lu Feng had already fled to the capital shortly after acquiring your money, which clearly indicated his intention to abscond. Dunan continued to fan the flames, remarking, Look, it has been so many days. Has Lu Feng made any attempt to contact you? Ling Xingfa remained silent, which only served to embolden Dunan further, alleviating the frustration he felt from having overspent 10 billion during the auction. Ultimately, Dunan recalled the latest research achievements of XAI and resolved to deliver a final blow to Ling Xingfa. Without Lu Feng, XAI continues to operate seamlessly. Our newly developed AI brain-machine interface technology has reached maturity and will soon be launched on a large scale. Mr. Ling, are you familiar with this? What do you think? Are you interested? The previously silent Ling Xingfa suddenly felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. His daughter was his lifeline. It was the brain-machine interface from XAI that had given him hope and led him to trust Lu Feng. Little did he expect that Dunan, having taken over XAI, had also made breakthroughs in the brain-machine interface. However, Ling Xingfa understood that Dunan was not an easy person to negotiate with. His words were surely laden with ulterior motives. As the head of a capital institution, Their pursuit was invariably profit. What do you want? Ling Xingfa gritted his teeth and inquired. Upon hearing Ling Xingfa's question, Dunan knew the situation was nearly secured, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. In 10 days, bring your daughter along with the share transfer documents for your factory in Port City to the XAI headquarters. I will have all XAI's researchers create a future filled with hope for your daughter. With just 10 days remaining, the final round of brain machine testing would soon be completed, and the upgraded version 2.0 of XAI would surely astonish Ling Xingfa. Dunan's calculations were remarkably meticulous. Dunan, do not go too far, Ling Xingfa's anger surged. The factory in Port City was his foundation. Relinquishing shares there would be tantamount to severing his roots. If you seek money, I can procure it. Hundreds of millions or even billions. I will find a way. Yet, Dunan remained unfazed. Then Mr. Ling, prepare to purchase the market-release version of XAI. As for its efficacy for the disabled, I cannot vouch for that. This statement struck at Ling Xingfa's vulnerable spot. Having already been swindled out of 60 billion by Lu Feng, did he truly care about a few shares? Dunan continued. Ling Xingfa fell silent for a long while before finally replying. I understand. 10 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Ling Xingfa calmly styled his daughter's hair and then tied a blue cloth over her eyes. Xiaoya, today Daddy will take you to a place where the uncles and aunts will improve your brain-machine interface, allowing you to see things more clearly, all right? Lingya nodded obediently, affirming her compliance with her father's words. However, she tilted her head in inquiry, asking, is it Uncle Lu Feng? Ling Xingfa calmly shook his head, replying, it is some other uncles. A subtle trace of disappointment flickered across Lingya's small face as she softly uttered, oh, what about Uncle Lu Feng? Where has he gone? Ling Xingfa maintained a tranquil demeanor, saying little, merely expressing in a tone that seemed directed at himself. Who knows? Lingya lowered her head, softly murmuring, I believe Uncle Lu Feng is not a liar. This time, Ling Xingfa refrained from responding, instead guiding Lingya towards the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator and placing Lingya in the car, he instructed the driver to the headquarters of XAI Company. Chapter 40. At midnight today, the sky over Haishur is exceptionally clear and cloudless, offering remarkable visibility. Ling Xingfa sits in the car, occasionally glancing upward. Throughout the journey, he exhibits a palpable sense of anxiety, torn between anticipation for what is to come and trepidation. Soon, the vehicle arrives at the headquarters of XAI, gradually entering the premises. Dunan awaits at the front with a new entourage. Upon seeing Ling Xingfa alight from the car, Dunan meets his gaze with an air of confidence. Mr. Ling, welcome to the dawn of the 2.0 era at XAI. Under my leadership, XAI shall become the greatest company in history, and you and your daughter shall be witnesses to this transformation. Ling Xingfa's expression remains largely unchanged as he briefly surveys the expansive sky before gently lifting his daughter from the vehicle and slowly approaching Dunan and his associates. Let us proceed. Noticing Ling Xingfa's indifference, Dunan remains unfazed, turning to lead the way. The cadre of XAI executives follows closely behind. I have ensured that preparations are underway in the laboratory. Once we complete a thorough examination of your daughter, we can implant the second-generation brain-computer interface. We will meticulously adapt the interface to her physiology, ensuring her ability to interact with the outside world is restored. As Dunan elaborates, Ling Xingfa remains reticent, merely gesturing for the driver at his side to retrieve a share transfer agreement. The agreement has been drafted. Please have your people review it. Once I provide my signature, it will take effect. Dunan inwardly rejoices, signaling the legal counsel to examine the document for any discrepancies. The legal counsel takes the agreement to the side for verification. After a short while, he rejoins them. Mr. Du, everything is in order. We only await Mr. Ling's signature. Dunan nods, not feeling rushed. Ling Xingfa's intention is clear. He wishes to ensure his daughter is unharmed before committing to the agreement. Dunan is unhurried, merely waiting for the legal counsel to follow along. Though his demeanor remains unchanged, a smile blooms within him. Regardless of Ling Xingfa's choices, he has only one path before him. Today, Dunan feels assured of his hold over Ling Xingfa. At this moment, Lingya tightens her grip around her father's hand and whispers softly in his ear, Daddy, I'm a bit scared. Everything will be all right. I am here, Ling Xingfa comforts her. No matter what, you will recover today. The group ascends via the elevator to a spacious and brightly lit experimental center. The The room is filled with electronic instruments connected by cables and screens displaying data. Within some independently enclosed laboratories, various primates are housed for experimentation. One monkey stands motionless in a laboratory, its head embedded with numerous interfaces and cables, resembling a marionette. Another monkey, its spine covered with metallic components, paces in circles within its enclosure. The metallic strip connects to a large mainframe behind it, which continuously outputs electrical signals by fine-tuning the current to control the movements of the primate. Witnessing these alarming scenes, Ling Xingfa cannot help but feel a profound sense of worry and helplessness. However, the bustling researchers in white lab coats within the experimental center offer him a modicum of reassurance. He understands well that without the data provided by these primates, there would be no advancements or improvements in technology. It is only by interfacing with the primates and absorbing their experiences that one can avoid direct connections with humans and instead utilize electrode patches. To his knowledge, this was also the approach taken by Lu Feng during the era of XAI. As they traversed these laboratories, they arrived at an independent lab situated in a corner of the experimental center. Inside, a whole team of researchers clad in white lab coats had gathered. Dunan introduced the members of this team to Ling Xingfa. Most hailed from prestigious universities, both domestic and international, excelling in fields such as computer science and bioinformatics, with many having previously held professorships in universities and research institutes. The caliber of such a team is undoubtedly exceptional on a global scale. Dunan felt that this introduction was sufficient to assuage Ling Xingfa's concerns entirely. He then signaled for Ling Xingfa to bring his daughter inside. Ling Xingfa hesitated briefly but ultimately stepped into the independent lab, placing Lingya on the pristine experimental table. After softly reassuring his daughter, he exited the laboratory. Standing before the transparent glass, Ling Xingfa first glanced at the time on his phone, then noticed the team inside had commenced a comprehensive examination of Lingya. Vital signs, blood samples, and brain activity were meticulously assessed and displayed on the screen beside the experimental table. Based on this data, they would tailor a brain-machine interface that precisely aligns with Lingya's nervous system. The wait for this data would require some time. Yet Ling Xingfa remained steadfastly at the glass, his eyes fixated on the unfolding situation, anxious for any unforeseen incidents. Dunan patiently stood by, possessing considerable confidence in his team. After several hours had elapsed, noon approached, and the time neared 12 o'clock. The entire examination process was nearing completion. The team inside the laboratory did not pause. Instead, they prepared for the next steps following the examination. They retrieved an entire set of tools, which, aside from cables, included exceptionally fine silver needles. One end of the silver needle connected to the mainframe, while the other was crafted into a specialized, sharply pointed design, seemingly intended for piercing. A troubling thought arose in Ling Xingfa's mind. With the current state of human technology, establishing a connection with AI without harming the brain could only be achieved through electrode patches as brain-machine interfaces. Although there are methods involving direct stimulation of the brain's nerves through insertion, the risks are immense. There is no way to guarantee the safety of the user's brain. He abruptly turned to Dunan, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing? Isn't the XAI brain-machine interface supposed to utilize electrode patches? Stop this at once." Dunan furrowed his brow and explained that the XAI brain-computer interface operates through two distinct methods, one that is convenient yet yields minimal effects, and another that is troublesome but remarkably efficient. The implanted silver interface represents the latter, unlike the feeble electrode patches. This internal implant holds the promise of restoring your daughter's vision. Ling Xingfa, disregarding the implications, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of the significant risks associated with implanted interfaces? Even Lu Feng dares not utilize it. Would you dare to apply such an immature technology directly on my daughter?" Dunan scoffed, retorting, "Lu Feng may hesitate, but I do not." Moreover, he continued, fixing his gaze on Ling Xingfa, "Do you believe there exists an alternative that could restore your daughter's sight? Has the first generation of the XAI brain-computer interface achieved such a feat?" This statement left Ling Xingfa seething with frustration, as he grappled with the reality that the electrode patches could only convey vague sensations into Xiaoya's mind through AI, resulting in a feeble interaction, insufficient for the restoration of her sight. Was there truly another method available? Unconsciously, Ling Xingfa glanced at the time, 11:59. Then he turned his gaze back to the sky outside, his anxiety reaching a crescendo. Did other methods genuinely exist? As time ticked away, Dunan, observing Ling Xingfa's blank stare out the window, found himself wondering what had captured his attention. Yet he saw nothing. Just as impatience began to set in, and he prepared to instruct those in the laboratory to proceed, the clock struck 12. Chapter 41. Global Turmoil in an Instant. The once clear sky became shrouded in darkness, as if the sun had been obscured by an unseen force. Everyone within the confines of the experimental center witnessed the sky dimming. Yet the atmosphere remained remarkably unobstructed, devoid of any clouds. Curiosity piqued. Some approached the windows and gazed upward into the vast expanse above. Before their eyes, numerous ships emerged from a state of ethereal mist, gradually materializing into tangible vessels suspended in the heavens. Some sparkled like stars, while others loomed as colossal fortresses in the sky. Even from the surface of the planet, they were unmistakably visible. Most striking of all was the sheer multitude of these ships. Across the horizon, from east to west, and from north to south, every segment of the sky was densely populated with vessels. The cosmos itself was similarly inundated with an unending array of ships. At the International Space Station, a few astronauts stood in stunned silence, watching as countless ships transformed from their intangible forms into solid entities outside the station. These vessels appeared to materialize from thin air, enveloping the International Space Station in an overwhelming display. No, upon shifting their gaze beyond the confines of the station, they realized that even our planet was encircled. Countless majestic warships filled the vastness of space as if cost were no object. Some ships dwarfed the space station by several times, while others were dozens, hundreds, or even thousands, millions of times its size. Their line of sight to the sun was obscured by the overlapping mass of warships. It should be noted that the sun boasts a diameter of over 1 million kilometers. To obscure such a celestial body would require an unimaginable number of ships. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? No, it would likely necessitate millions. As the astronauts gradually regained their composure from the initial shock, they hastily relayed the information back to ground control. However, long before their report reached the ground, nations around the globe had already detected the unfolding situation in the sky. Every country, regardless of size, promptly entered a state of war readiness. Fighter jets roared to life, hastily launching from bases or aircraft carriers. Countless missile silos activated simultaneously, preparing for launch at a moment's notice. Missile vehicles emerged from their shelters, raising their towering missiles in defiance towards the unknown visitors above. Every nation capable of monitoring space activity mobilized its forces, with every legion receiving orders to load their weapons and prepare for battle. Orbiting satellites, typically focused on the planet's surface, briefly redirected their gaze toward the depths of outer space. In Tokyo, a television station broadcasting anime abruptly switched to emergency coverage. Camera operators aimed high-definition cameras at the ships appearing in the sky, while reporters frantically narrated the unfolding chaos amidst the cacophony of screams. Breaking news. The entire sky over Tokyo is completely filled with these suddenly emerged space warships. We have just received word that this phenomenon extends beyond Tokyo, encompassing the entire globe. Recently, news from the Space Center has revealed that the vastness of outer space may soon be dominated by these formidable warships. Experts estimate their numbers to exceed at least 1 million. The self-defense forces and the station's 7th Fleet of the M Nation have already taken action, urging citizens to remain calm and stay indoors. However, the screams surrounding the reporters show no signs of abating. Indeed, the entire Tokyo metropolitan area has descended into chaos. The BBC, which was airing a documentary, abruptly switched to a grave-faced presenter. According to reports from the observatory, an unprecedented event has occurred in space. With a colossal fleet sprawling across the solar system, an astonishing 99.99% of these vessels bear the same banner, indicating their allegiance to a singular power. As the presenter spoke, a contingent of soldiers from Y Nation burst onto the scene. The commanding officer ordered the removal of the presenter, seated himself, and addressed the screen. He declared that any information not sanctioned by the M Nation's command would be deemed false. Citizens were cautioned against disseminating unverified rumors, and the nation's networks and television would be placed under control. Following this announcement, the broadcast was abruptly terminated, leaving the stunned viewers in a state of bewilderment. Yet, in the next moment, hackers infiltrated the television signal, and the program resumed. The screen displayed scenes from the skies around the globe, with each location clearly marked. Regardless of whether in the northern or southern hemisphere, or at the poles, the skies were all adorned with the same sight: endless fleets obscuring the heavens, either blocking the sun or illuminating the night like stars. The national broadcaster of E-Nation cut to the FRS office, where a bald man with blonde hair spoke coldly and sternly to the camera. The nation has entered a state of emergency, and the military is set to be deployed into cities. Any actions deemed disruptive will grant local commanders the authority to use lethal force. Citizens need not worry. Our nuclear arsenal is sufficient to safeguard our nation against any threat, including extraterrestrial civilizations. Media outlets in M-Nation, initially embroiled in disputes regarding this year's elections, swiftly unified their narrative, turning their cameras skyward. A global crisis has emerged with the sudden appearance of these ships in the sky. Are they extraterrestrial beings? Friends or foes? One candidate for the election stated that if elected, he would strive to foster relations with the civilizations represented by these vessels. Currently, nations have entered a state of emergency. In the aftermath of the incident, widespread looting erupted in the western states, with local law enforcement besieged. Footage of gunfire at the Crystal Bureau emerged. Highways leading from cities to rural areas are now choked with traffic, while shopping platforms have sold out of essential supplies within mere seconds. In the streets, a man, driven to madness, fired randomly while shouting that the lizard people had finally returned. He was subsequently shot dead by a concealed gunman. As a result of this crisis, military forces have accidentally opened fire on neighboring countries, leading to declarations of war. These two nations have now become high-risk areas, and citizens in those regions are advised to take precautions for their safety. The external fleet has received orders to return home entirely, safeguarding the safety of the citizens. On various social media platforms, the influx of visitors surged instantaneously. Almost everyone is inquiring about the unfolding events. Some rejoice, believing the apocalypse has finally arrived, while others boast that their fortresses were constructed years ago. However, the majority are capturing videos and images of the towering warships directed towards the sky. At Twitter headquarters, the anxious department head exclaimed to Schema, who had just entered, "We cannot delete it all, ma." Every moment, billions of images and videos are disseminated across the platform, making deletion impossible. Schema fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "The military has requested that I transfer all Starlink permissions to them, and I did so without hesitation. You are to delete it. Whether you can or cannot is irrelevant. If you cannot handle it, then leave. Otherwise, expect soldiers to come in with guns aimed at your head." This serves merely as a reference. The remainder is left to one's imagination. Chapter 42. State of Level 1 Combat Readiness. In response to an urgent directive from the Military Commission, the nation has entered a state of Level 1 combat readiness. The North Sea Fleet secures the capital region. The East Sea Fleet has stationed itself in the city of Dawai, and the South Sea Fleet ensures stability in the Zhu Triangle area. Simultaneously, the North Sea Fleet based in Green Island City, the East Sea Fleet in Ning Shui City, and the South Sea Fleet in Zhan Shui City received commands from the highest authority. Just a minute after the fleet was spotted in the sky, the national machinery began to operate at full capacity. The newly commissioned 100,000-ton electromagnetic catapult nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the East Sea Fleet, currently navigating the Miyako Strait, executed a sharp turn upon receiving the order, tracing a massive arc across the ocean surface. Accompanying it were numerous destroyers, frigates, supply vessels, and submarines, all of which promptly altered their course. The East Sea Fleet, with all hands at full speed, set its sights on Dawai City, coordinating efforts with the Eastern Theater to stabilize Dawai City and its surrounding areas. The command center aboard the aircraft carrier issued clear directives to the entire fleet. The captain of the East Sea Fleet gazed upwards at the colossal warships scattered across the sky, increasingly struck by their imposing presence. Even from 10,000 meters above, the complete silhouette of the vessels was discernible from below. Should these warships approach the surface, their immense scale would be awe-inspiring. He added another command. All ships were to disengage fire control locks. Should any obstruction or unidentified targets approach, they were to open fire immediately. With the command given, 3 10,000-ton destroyers of the 055 class activated their close-in weapons systems, and vertical launch systems prepared for imminent deployment. At the Haidong Airport in Dawai City, the massive display screen indicating flight schedules suddenly transformed, announcing the cancellation of all departing flights. Passengers in the waiting lounge, oblivious to the unfolding situation outside, rushed to inquire. Chaos erupted in the terminal. Why? Why have all flights been abruptly canceled? Some expressed their confusion, shouting towards the security personnel stationed nearby. Unflinching, the security staff formed a line to maintain order amidst the turmoil. I need to fly to M country to see my wife. The ticket cost $30,000. You can't just cancel our flights after selling us tickets, protested a passenger, holding up his ticket in indignation. Sir, please proceed to the ticket counter for a refund. We have received orders from above, and we cannot allow boarding, not just for this flight, but for all flights, the airport staff repeatedly reassured the agitated crowd. Suddenly, a booming announcement resonated throughout the terminal. Including Dahuai City, the entire national airspace has been designated a no-fly zone. The nation has entered a state of Level 1 combat readiness. All flights are suspended, and the airport will soon be under control. We kindly ask all passengers to exit in an orderly manner. In an instant, the announcement drowned out the commotion within the waiting area. Yet, the next moment, as if rebounding, an even louder uproar erupted. Someone suddenly shouted to look outside, and the crowd turned their gaze toward the glass walls of the terminal. Like a tide receding, the previously raucous lounge fell into a profound silence, as all eyes fixed on the sky beyond the terminal's glass faade. The sky, which should have been clear and boundless, is now replaced by vessels that bear no resemblance to human creations. Some ships, colossal enough to resemble stars, are clearly visible even from the ground, thousands of meters below. It is only now that many minds begin to grasp the implications of the nation entering a state of Level 1 combat readiness. At Wuching Airport near Dao City, an entire squadron of J-20 aircraft takes off in haste. Self-checks completed. Munitions have been loaded. They are ready for takeoff. Ground crew swiftly disperses from the vicinity of the aircraft. The pilots, having received the signal, promptly communicate, "Tower, I am ready," and request a taxi. The tower responds, "You are cleared to taxi. Squadron 1 to runway 1, Squadron 2 to runway 4, Squadron 3 to runway 5. Methodical instructions emanate from the tower, directing the entire squadron to the available runways. One by one, the fighter jets glide out of the hangar like elephants, making their way onto the runway. Their canards raised high on either side. Squadron 1 is ready, requesting takeoff. Runway 1 is clear, you may take off. Accompanied by the roar of engines, the sleek silver jets ascend into the sky in succession. At the forefront of the leading aircraft sits the captain of this squadron. As they rise higher, he observes the ships above drawing nearer. Against the inky backdrop of the cosmos, the multitude of vessels radiates a silvery glow. Some ships, akin to graceful fish, escort larger vessels, while others bear enormous cannons at their prow. What devastation might such artillery unleash upon a city? The captain cannot help but shudder. Once all 12 J-20s have taken to the skies, he commands over the channel, "All units, engage afterburners. Reach Dao City with utmost urgency." The 12 aircraft simultaneously activate their afterburners, blue and white flames erupting from their engines, allowing them to break the sound barrier in a matter of moments. The entire populace of Wuching hears the thunderous sound akin to an explosion. Amidst the tremendous sonic boom, the squadron flies eastward towards Dao City. Lu Feng stands by the banks of the Pujiang River, hands clasped behind his back, with the XAI company headquarters directly facing the river. He has long since returned to Dao City. Gazing at the relentless flow of the Pujiang, Lu Feng feels a profound sense of time slipping away like water rushing to the sea, never to return. At precisely 12 o'clock, all vessels in the galactic era will appear above humanity in the solar system. After 12, countless destinies will undergo cataclysmic transformations. Some will leap from the lowest rungs of society to the pinnacle of the pyramid, while others may plummet from the heights to the depths. The existing order will cease to exist, and many things will lose their intrinsic value, such as currency. This will deliver a devastating blow to the related industries. Lu Feng chuckles softly. None of this concerns him any longer. He remains indifferent to it all. Gazing up at the starry fleet of warships, Lu Feng felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with a sense of grandeur. All these vessels belonged to him. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng turned to glance at the headquarters of XAI, particularly the experimental center on the 7th floor. The center was entirely enveloped in one-way glass, although the interior remained concealed from outside view. Those within could surely witness the changes unfolding outside. Lu Feng let out a gentle sigh, took out his phone, and dialed a number. With a beep, the call connected immediately. Boss Ling, how are you? Everything is as expected, right? Lu Feng said with a smile playing on his lips. On the other end of the line, Ling Xingfa remained silent, not out of reluctance to speak, but rather because he was so astounded that he did not know what to say. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, repeating this several times without uttering a single word. Those around Ling Xingfa, including Du Nan and the other senior executives of XAI, shared his astonishment, all staring in disbelief at the sky above Haisher City. In fact, he had conversed with Lu Feng a few days prior. However, Lu Feng had said little, knowing that once the seed of doubt was sown, even the most credible words would seem feeble. Only by witnessing the truth firsthand could one grasp its significance. All Lu Feng had told Ling Xingfa was a specific time and the simple instruction, look up at the sky. This was also the reason Ling Xingfa had remained seemingly calm throughout the day, occasionally glancing up at the sky. Chapter 43. The fleet enters the atmosphere. Upon not receiving a response from Ling Xingfa, Lu Feng remained unperturbed. He understood that such a scene was overwhelming for many. Gazing at the densely packed fleet overhead, he refrained from elaborating further on the call and instead focused on maneuvering the fleet. Once all vessels descended, a rudimentary, non-sentient AI would be automatically generated, possessing merely the basic function of fleet manipulation, akin to a control system in a game. Although this AI's capabilities were rudimentary at present, those with the requisite skills could undoubtedly enhance and upgrade it. Each fleet's owner would automatically establish a connection with the AI of their respective fleet, allowing them to command their vessels through this interface. While other players in the Galactic era appeared bewildered, Lu Feng, having prior experience, effortlessly linked to his AI. Your fleet is online. Please issue commands within the sea of consciousness, and I shall convert these commands into signals transmitted to each warship in the fleet. Upon connecting with the AI, Lu Feng was greeted by its emotionless, neutral voice. There was no need for acclimatization. He adeptly issued commands. View fleet list. In an instant, a comprehensive list materialized within Lu Feng's consciousness, akin to a sudden epiphany. With a mere flick of thought, he scanned the entire list. Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise after reviewing the fleet list. Several warships were conspicuously absent. The super starport Silver Star City, the Radiant Spear, and the stellar behemoth Xylaxis were notably missing from the catalog of available vessels. Upon reflection, Lu Feng discerned that these ships or entities shared a common characteristic. They were excessively large in size and dimensions. A contemplative expression crossed Lu Feng's face. Fortunately, the Void Shadow, the Saint's Wellspring, and the Reconstructor had all materialized, hovering high above the city of Dashi at an altitude of several thousand meters. A gentle smile graced Lu Feng's lips as he issued a command. Within mere minutes, the J-20 squadron arrived over Dashi City at supersonic speed, connecting to the early warning aircraft. A warning aircraft that had been circling above Dashi City received notification of a new squadron's connection. The crew promptly contacted the J-20 squadron. Airborne warning 2000 online. I am your guiding aircraft, tasked with target identification and assigning attack objectives. Your mission is to secure the airspace over Dashi City. Received. The entire squadron responded in unison over the channel. With the mission confirmed, the squadron leader commanded, form pairs and cruise at a steady speed across the city. However, just as the order was issued, the crew of the warning aircraft gasped in astonishment over the channel. The squadron leader quickly inquired about the cause of their alarm. After a brief silence, the crew of the warning aircraft spoke in disbelief. Those warships, they have descended. Moreover, facing the vast expanse of the ocean city, the co-pilot of the early warning aircraft exclaimed loudly, his tone filled with disbelief. To his astonishment, those warships were indeed advancing towards the surface below, directly targeting the ocean city. In his field of vision, a vessel, initially comparable in size to a small bird, was rapidly enlarging. The distance between them was diminishing. As it drew closer, he realized that this warship was at least a kilometer in length. The colossal aircraft carrier seemed insignificant in comparison to this formidable vessel. The sheer combat capability of this single warship was sufficient to obliterate an entire nation. Yet, this was not what filled him with the greatest dread. What truly terrified him was the realization that this 1-kilometer-long warship was merely the smallest among the descending fleet. This smallest warship, in the presence of its larger counterparts, appeared as mere fish swimming amidst a vast ocean. This sensation left him breathless, but fortunately, the pilot's psychological fortitude prevailed, allowing him to swiftly suppress his emotions. as he watched the smallest warship penetrate the atmosphere, gradually obscuring the view above the early warning aircraft. The crew made a decisive choice to lower their altitude. Simultaneously, the air defense alarm resonated throughout the Ocean City. 12J-20 fighters continued to patrol the skies above, soaring swiftly over the urban landscape. The fire control systems of the J-20s were activated, and each pilot recognized the grim reality that these warships were likely heading towards the Ocean City. They were indeed preparing to engage in combat with these formidable adversaries. The communication channel fell into a profound silence, as everyone understood the gravity of their situation. In comparison to these colossal warships capable of hovering in the air, their aircraft were as inconsequential as mayflies attempting to shake a great tree. They stood no chance. The squadron leader swallowed hard, stating, "Several army groups from the east are already converging on the Ocean City, and the Eastern Fleet will soon arrive. We are not without hope." No responses came through the channel, as they all knew the leader was merely offering words of comfort to his comrades. In reality, the chance of survival in a direct confrontation was zero. Above the Ocean City, centered around the Void Shadow, 5 immaculate Nebula-class cruisers and 1,000 fearless Trident-class destroyers formed a protective perimeter. This entire fleet was traversing the planet's atmosphere, gradually descending. Within these warships, every operational position was manned by robots. Commands could be relayed instantaneously through the fleet's AI to all robots. As they entered the atmosphere, the propulsion engines shut down, and the anti-gravity engines activated. A voice, automatically transmitted by the fleet's AI, resonated throughout all the vessels entering the atmosphere. The massive Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser, with its fortress-like silver hull, shimmered with breathtaking and magnificent colors. This splendid spectacle gradually captured the attention of all those on the ground gazing skyward. Surrounding the Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser, 1,000 fearless Trident-class destroyers swarmed like fish encircling a whale, firmly dominating the skies above the Ocean City. Lufeng did not permit the Void Shadow to engage its invisibility mode, as that might have led to unforeseen complications during the fleet's atmospheric entry. He commanded the small fleet to approach the City of Ocean, drawing nearer to him. The fleet descended gradually towards the surface. 50,000 meters, 40,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The immense silhouette of a flawless Nebula-class star cruiser, stretching an impressive 10 kilometers, dominated the perspectives of all those in Ocean City. Obscuring the very sky, 5 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers completely filled the skies over Ocean City, including the uncharted outskirts. The fearless Trident-class destroyers navigated through the clouds, weaving around the Nebula-class star cruisers, with their semi-hidden laser cannons clearly visible. Chapter 44. The Global Gaze. As the distance diminished, the descent of the Immaculate Nebula-class starship and the formidable Invincible-class destroyer slowed considerably. Meanwhile, the weapon systems aboard remained eerily still, continuing their descent without any sign of agitation. Yet, even in their quiescence, the long, gleaming barrels of the laser cannons radiated a palpable aura of intimidation. Not to mention those 5 colossal vessels. Even the smaller ships flanking them boasted hundreds of such menacing muzzles, along with an array of dormant laser arrays. It was as if a battalion of artillery was poised directly above them. "Captain, what shall we do?" As the fleet, comparable in scale to the vast expanse of Ocean City, drew nearer, the personnel within the J-20 squad began to fidget restlessly. The squadron leader, gritting his teeth, pondered for an extended moment before articulating his command. Await orders from the command headquarters. Refrain from initiating fire. He remained uncertain of the fleet's intentions as it approached Ocean City, yet he was acutely aware that, should hostilities erupt, the 12 J-20s at their disposal would be woefully insufficient. The air defense alarms echoed throughout Ocean City, and the streets were choked with an unyielding gridlock of vehicles. The highways leading out of the city were ensnared in a congestion that stretched for miles. Amidst the cacophony of curses, cries, and honking horns, a resonant roar, akin to the bellowing of a dragon, reverberated through the air as 2 fighter jets skimmed low over the highway. This brought a fleeting sense of reassurance to the onlookers. "Our aircraft have arrived. The J-20, our nation's mightiest fighter." Many gazed skyward at the jets, as if they were gazing upon a beacon of hope, momentarily halting their frantic escape from the city. However, it was not long before a voice, trembling with fear, pierced through the din. Look, the ships are descending." The ever-expanding shadow of the Nebula-class starship loomed over their vision. From miles above, they could discern only its silhouette, but as it approached, the true magnitude of the vessel became apparent. One such ship was ample enough to encompass an entire district of Ocean City. The slightly smaller ships alongside it were each larger than several city blocks, a size beyond the imagination of many. In an instant, the flicker of hope ignited by the arrival of the fighter jets was extinguished. The clamor of curses, cries, and horns intensified to a fever pitch. Nearly everyone abandoned their vehicles, scrambling from their cars to push towards the city's outskirts through the congested highway. Simultaneously, media outlets across the globe shifted their focus entirely to Ocean City. Worldwide, only the warships hovering above Ocean City were in descent. Satellites from various nations directed their lenses toward the city, striving to capture images of the unfolding scene. Though numerous warships had already anchored above Ocean City, glimpses of the situation still managed to seep through the gaps. The latest reports indicated that the fleet hovering above Ocean City was advancing towards the city, their offensive capabilities yet to be revealed, leaving their precise intentions shrouded in mystery. Was Ocean City the first to face an assault? Would the inaugural battle commence here? The nation's military has mobilized, and a world war may thus commence. On platforms such as Twitter, videos and images of fleets descending upon the coastal city have surged to the forefront. The comments beneath these videos refresh by the thousands every moment, without exception expressing terror or apprehension regarding which city might be next. Yet amid these remarks, a few individuals have gradually discerned the full scope of the vessels arriving in the coastal city, no longer mere indistinct silhouettes from thousands of meters above. These few exclaim in astonishment, "Isn't that the most formidable battleship from Galactic era, the Class 10 battleship?" However, these comments are swiftly drowned in the overwhelming tide of others, garnering insufficient attention. At the Eastern Theater Command, the command center is teeming with high-ranking officers, all bearing expressions of shock and dread. Staff continually relay information here. The air and naval bases in the province have launched all available aircraft toward the coastal city. The neighboring province follows suit, as these are the two closest regions. The ground mechanized forces cannot arrive in time. Only the Air Force can provide prompt assistance. What of the East Sea Fleet? They will require several more hours. If a conflict erupts, by the time the East Sea Fleet arrives, the coastal city may be utterly decimated. The commanders here engage in heated debates over the decision-making process, to fight or not to fight. This becomes the crux of their discourse. Even if our entire army were to converge, it would be insufficient. Yet, can they passively await their fate at the hands of these uninvited guests? Even if we were to marshal the entire military might of the nation to the coastal city, and even if we were victorious, what then? It must be noted that this menace looms over the entire world, even in space. Can we truly contend with them? So what is to be done? Simply concede? Oldly, as a soldier, do you possess no sense of responsibility? The commanders have split into two factions, engaged in a vigorous dispute. Ultimately, the commanding officer seated at the helm intervenes, urging both sides to pause. He furrows his brow, pressing his temples, and observes the situation at hand. A profound sense of helplessness wells within him. He understands that, whether in conventional or nuclear capabilities, even if the entirety of the world were to unite, they would not match these unwelcome arrivals. Yet, he cannot simply surrender. The large screen before them instantly transforms to display footage captured by a high-definition camera mounted on an early warning aircraft. Surrounding the camera, numerous vessels, each a full kilometer in length, glide past. Before the lens, each of these ships emanates an overwhelming sense of oppression. It is essential to note that the tallest building in the coastal city measures less than 500 meters, and a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier falls short of 400 meters. These fearsome destroyers, the Fearless class, are 2 to 3 times larger. Even a single one is enough to leave one breathless. Soon, a colossal vessel, radiant like a constellation, gracefully drifts past the camera, slowly descending. Those present, witnessing this spectacle, dare not even breathe, and for a moment, the command center falls into a profound silence, devoid of even the sound of inhalation. The early warning aircraft weaves through the multitude of warships, akin to a diminutive insect navigating a labyrinth, encountering nothing but naval vessels at every turn. Each warship bristles with an array of artillery, the caliber of which far surpasses that of the ground forces armaments. The sheer magnitude of firepower unleashed by such a fleet in unison is almost unfathomable. The immersive first-person perspective from the aircraft instills a palpable sense of dread, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the brows of all present. It feels as though one is seated within the early warning aircraft, witnessing the procession of warships glide past. Suddenly, the chatter of impending combat ceases. Fortunately, these vessels display no overtly hostile intentions towards the recently traversed early warning aircraft, prompting a sigh of relief from the commander-in-chief. Their lack of aggressive demeanor is indeed a positive sign. However, another question arises. What are these warships intending to do? The keen minds among those present quickly grasp this implication, their eyes fixated on the large screen. The formation of warships soon descends to altitudes below that of the early warning aircraft, dropping to less than 10,000 meters. Under the scrutiny of all, comprising the pilots of the J-20 Squadron, the citizens of Ocean City, global media, various satellites, and the commanders of the general headquarters, this colossal fleet of over 1,000 vessels gradually decelerates, ultimately hovering softly at an altitude of 1,000 meters above Ocean City. It casts a shadow over the region, reminiscent of an ominous cloud. 5 flawless Nebula-class cruisers align towards a singular direction, while the 1,000 fearless Invincible-class destroyers are strategically positioned in the gaps between the cruisers, all similarly oriented towards the same focal point, the Void Shadow. Situated at the heart of the fleet, one can almost sense the suffocating weight of this sight. Chapter 45. The Descent of the Void Shadow. The unique silhouette of the Void Shadow immediately captivated the attention of all onlookers. Despite its dimensions being smaller than those of the formidable Fearless-class destroyer, its archaic design, characterized by sharp lines and aesthetic elegance, rendered it starkly different from both the Fearless-class destroyer and the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser. A sense of awe washed over them. This was likely the flagship of the fleet. What purpose did this flagship serve? This question loomed in the minds of everyone present. They noted that the flagship was positioned in the very heart of the bustling metropolis of Ocean City. Below it lay the Pooh River, flanked by numerous corporate edifices. The distinctive flagship continued its descent, swiftly dropping below a height of 500 meters. From the pinnacle of the tallest building in Ocean City, one could almost reach out and touch this celestial visitor. Yet, it did not halt its approach. It continued to descend toward the city below. With a beam of 100 meters wide, the vessel appeared poised to land upon the expansive waters of the Pooh River. At that moment, those in the command center observed, through the high-definition camera, a figure standing resolutely on the banks of the Pooh River beneath the flagship. The figure stood calm and composed, gazing up at the descending vessel. Lower the altitude, zoom in, the commander urged. The crew of the warning aircraft immediately complied, reducing their elevation while securing the camera's focus on the approaching Void Shadow and the figure by the riverside. That figure. It appeared to be Lu Feng. A young officer who recognized Lu Feng gasped in astonishment. "Boss Ling, you can bring Xiaoya down now," Lu Feng softly uttered into the phone, which had yet to be disconnected. On the other end, a prolonged silence had reigned, but Lu Feng's words shattered the stillness. His voice resonated through the quiet research center, reaching the ears of everyone near Ling Xingfa, especially Du Nan, who stared in shock at the approaching aerial behemoth outside the window. Struggling to fathom the voice emanating from Ling Xingfa's phone, he immediately pressed himself against the glass facing the Pooh River, spotting the familiar figure standing by the riverbank. It was Lu Feng. Lu Feng remained composed, gazing at the colossal creature descending from the sky, as if it were merely a docile pet rather than an ominous intruder. Moreover, directly beneath the giant beast appeared to be Lu Feng himself. A chilling thought erupted in Du Nan's mind. Could it be possible? He felt as though his worldview, shaped over decades, had been turned upside down, leaving his thoughts momentarily blank. Meanwhile, Ling Xingfa's breaths became increasingly labored. Even witnessing such a multitude of ships hovering over the city moments ago could not compare to the tumult of emotions he now experienced. He began to grasp the implications of Lu Feng's presence. Lu Feng's words not only came to fruition, but he is also determined to fulfill his promises. This was a commitment he secured with an investment of 60 billion. Ling Xingfa, trembling, gazed at Lingya, who still lay on the experimental table, clenched his fists, and rushed forward to embrace her. "Xiaoya, we are leaving. Your father has promised that, no matter what, you will recover today." Lingya grasped her father's clothing tightly and quietly inquired, "Is it Uncle Lu Feng?" "Yes," Ling Xingfa nodded firmly. A smile, radiant and joyous, graced Lingya's small face. Before departing, Ling Xingfa instructed the bewildered driver who had accompanied them to take the share transfer document. Although the driver was still dazed, he unhesitatingly complied with his boss's command. With the share transfer document in hand, Ling Xingfa strode away from the experimental center without a backward glance. Dunan, take care of yourself. His voice gradually faded as he moved further away. Dunan, in a daze, realized that the 60 billion Lu Feng had acquired from Ling Xingfa might have played a crucial role in the unfolding events. This realization gave rise to the scene before him. He watched Ling Xingfa depart, gritting his teeth in frustration as he followed behind, clinging to a final glimmer of hope. As Ling Xingfa rushed out of the XAI facility, he lifted his gaze and was struck by a profoundly impactful sight. A colossal aerial battleship hovered gracefully over the expansive Pu River. The Void Shadow, with a hull length of approximately 600 meters, was somewhat smaller than the Fearless-class destroyers. However, it still equated to the length of 2 aircraft carriers, with an overall volume several times greater than that of an aircraft carrier. The presence of 2 aircraft carriers on the Pu River would be striking enough, let alone the imposing Void Shadow. In the presence of this angular and powerfully designed warship, the towering buildings on either side of the river appeared insignificant. Lu Feng stood by the riverbank, smiling as he gazed at Ling Xingfa. Boss Ling, congratulations. This is the ticket you bought with your 60 billion. Your choice was indeed correct. Standing in the wind, Ling Xingfa felt tears silently welling up in his eyes upon hearing these words. This moment would be etched in his memory for a lifetime, not only due to the awe-inspiring arrival of the Void Shadow, but also because this day marked Xiao Ye's rebirth. Those who emerged alongside Ling Xingfa also gazed in wonder at the breathtaking sight of the Void Shadow hovering above the Pu River, and they looked at Lu Feng standing confidently before the battleship. Lu Feng offered a subtle smile to the onlookers, knowing this might be their last encounter. Upon spotting Dunan, he gave a gentle nod. Then, he turned to issue a command to the impressively large Void Shadow. A beam of tethering light shot out from the side of the battleship, and in the next moment, Lu Feng, along with Ling Xingfa and Ling Ya, vanished from the riverbank. In that moment, the last flicker of hope within Du Nan vanished. Those warships truly belonged to Lu Feng. He raised his gaze to the sky above the sea city, densely populated with fleets of battleships. Everything was real. He recalled the time when he had acquired shares of XAI and told Lu Feng that he had missed an era. Yet back then, Lu Feng wore an expression of utter indifference. He had overlooked a monumental transformation capable of altering the existing order. Suddenly, a thought struck Du Nan. In a frenzied manner, he grasped the collar of his dazed secretary and, with a sinister look, demanded, "What about those who played Galactic era?" Within the command center, everyone present witnessed the events unfolding along the banks of the Pujiang River through the high-definition camera of an early warning aircraft. Although they were still unaware of certain behind-the-scenes developments, they could ascertain that the warships appearing above humanity were likely still owned by humans. A profound silence enveloped the room as all present calmed their racing thoughts. Though no one spoke, they all understood. The world was on the cusp of a dramatic transformation. "We must swiftly investigate everything. I need to visit the Sea City." The chief commander made a prompt decision and immediately walked towards the command center's exit. Meanwhile, a small drone captured the moment when the Void Shadow hovered and descended over the Pujiang River. The drone's owner initially intended to document this pivotal moment in history, but inadvertently recorded something else. For instance, why did the battleship hover over the Pujiang? Because its owner was indeed human. Furthermore, that individual was known to many. The drone's owner, heart racing, carefully detached the camera from the drone. Subsequently, a lengthy video quietly surfaced on various online forums that had yet to be censored. Chapter 46. The hybrid carbon-silicon life forms the satellites of various nations could only observe the movements of the Void Shadow, remaining oblivious to the presence of Lu Feng right by the banks of the Pujiang River. However, this lengthy video adeptly filled the void of missing information. Despite platforms like Twitter attempting to suppress such information, its dissemination proved overwhelmingly potent. Within a mere half-hour, it reached a point where nearly everyone had viewed it at least once. Consequently, some previously obscure details were unearthed. Galactic era. The battleship has arrived. These are the two most critical pieces of information. Yet, when individuals sought to explore Galactic era, they discovered that the game had vanished from the online realm, leaving no trace behind. It was as if it were a phantom, silently fading away. Only those who had once played Galactic Era could serve as testament to its existence. Gradually, the global panic began to stabilize. Simultaneously, one name emerged as the most frequently discussed: Lu Feng, the master of countless fleets in outer space. Lu Feng had invested an astonishing 100 billion in Galactic Era, constructing the largest fleet in history, which in turn created that magnificent spectacle within the solar system. His remarkable feats within the game were disseminated to the public by some players with ulterior motives. Moreover, the focus turned to other players of Galactic Era. Some flaunted their warships with reckless abandon, while others emulated Lu Feng by maneuvering their ships over urban landscapes, inciting chaos. Many players, however, had yet to transition from their previous lives and felt adrift in the face of the future. How would their lives change now that they possessed warships? What kind of existence awaited them? And occasionally, an unsettling thought would surface. Lu Feng was indeed formidable. His name dominated the world channel in Galactic Era, and in reality, one could simply look up to behold his fleet. This instilled a deep-seated resolve among them not to provoke Lu Feng. As everyone endeavored to adapt to this new era, Lu Feng, accompanied by the father-daughter duo of Ling Xingfa and Lingya, stepped onto the bridge of the Void Shadow. The bridge itself was remarkably spacious, with panoramic windows offering a view of the endless array of warships silently suspended in the cosmos. The Void Shadow and its 1,000 vessels had ascended once more, with the Holy Song of Spring positioning itself alongside the Void Shadow. Lu Feng endeavored to have the Holy Song of Spring treat Lingya's eyes. The Holy Song of Spring initiated its treatment stance, current mode, biological entity mode. A clinical voice resonated from the fleet, devoid of emotion. The biological treatment stance of the Holy Song of Spring activated, emanating a soft green ripple that enveloped the nearby Void Shadow. Lu Feng and the others found themselves within the sphere of treatment. As they stood within the stance, Lu Feng immediately sensed an inexplicable shift in the surrounding space. Within this realm, the acceleration of biological restoration seemed an inherent truth. It was akin to the inevitability of gravity drawing objects downward on a planet's surface or the attraction between positive and negative charges. It was a law of nature. It is not the influence of any external technological force that accelerates the recovery of living organisms. This sensation is quite extraordinary. In this moment, Lu Feng feels as though his body has regressed by a decade, with his metabolic rate reverting entirely to that of his teenage years. If he experiences such a transformation, what of Xiaoya? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lu Feng turns to glance at Lingya, who has removed the blue cloth from her eyes. Her vacant gaze fixed straight ahead is rather unsettling. However, there are no notable changes around her eyes. After a brief wait, Lu Feng observes that Lingya's eyes remain largely unchanged, prompting a wave of doubt to wash over him. Ling Xingfa, standing vigil beside his daughter, anxiously awaits. He too perceives the peculiar alterations in the surrounding space. Ailments accrued from labor, such as cervical spondylosis, have inexplicably alleviated within this environment. He believes this must be beneficial for his daughter. Yet, after some time, he does not witness any significant transformation in her, and thus, with mounting urgency, he inquires, "Xiaoya, do you feel any changes? Especially in your eyes?" Xiaoya, bewildered, turns her head toward her father's voice and shakes her head. "I feel a bit uncomfortable," she murmurs softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng instinctively furrows his brow. Does the holy chant of the spring not yield results? Or is there insufficient time? Or perhaps the holy chant of the spring cannot achieve the miraculous revival of the dead? The answers elude him. And so he connects once more to the fleet's AI, issuing a command within the sea of consciousness. He instructs it to access the mainframe of the holy chant of the spring and query its database for relevant information that might elucidate the current circumstances. Almost immediately upon issuing the command, the fleet's AI responds. Upon querying the database of the holy chant of the spring, it reveals that the biological mode of treatment cannot affect carbon-based entities. Only a special category known as ascendants is applicable. Ascendants are unique beings that represent the transformation from carbon-based to silicon-based life, existing as a hybrid of both. Ascendants. Lu Feng pauses, his gaze fixed on Lingya. A hybrid of carbon and silicon-based life. Could this be the reason she was selected for transformation into a fairy warrior? What about Ling Xingfa? Lu Feng issues a command for the holy chant of the spring to conduct a scan of all biological entities within range. The results emerge. There are only 2 biological entities present. Yet, 3 individuals stand in the vicinity, for one is not human. This revelation intrigues Lu Feng, igniting a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Only Lingya is an ascendant? Her father is not. This suggests that such a trait may not be hereditary. After all, the species has changed. Perhaps the rules of inheritance do not apply to her. However, since humanity is a product of natural evolution, the foundation of carbon-based life has been firmly established. Why, then, does this transformation from carbon-based to silicon-based life suddenly occur? Or perhaps, it is an ancient gene passed down through generations that does not manifest overtly, as in the case of Ling Xingfa. However, in certain individuals, could it be that this ancient gene suddenly manifests as dominant? Does this not imply that silicon-based life forms might possess a similar genetic existence, only with pentose sugars replaced by pentasilicon or analogous substances? If indeed the genes of the ascended beings are inherited from ancient times, were humans of the primordial era truly the product of natural evolution? Or was there an intermingling of other civilizations' genes within the evolutionary journey of humanity, resulting in beings like Lingya? Moreover, Lingya was fortuitously chosen by a civilization that coincidentally invaded humanity and was successfully transformed by the legendary machinery of a long-extinct empire. Is there truly only coincidence at play here? Or is it possible that everything has been meticulously orchestrated? Chapter 47. Chuck 6. These questions, when pondered solely by Lu Feng, would yield no answers. He felt compelled to journey to the vanished empire and the civilization that had birthed the fairy battle maidens, believing they would be more than willing to divulge some information to him. What? You disagree? Regrettably, my fleet is quite insistent on your compliance. With this thought, Lu Feng recalled the civilization discovered by the Xylaxis Mountain Observatory, situated a mere 100 light-years within the solar system. This would mark his first destination. However, prior to that, he had numerous matters to attend to. After careful consideration, Lu Feng resolved to share part of the truth with Ling Xingfa. Boss Ling, the treatment for Xiaoya is not yet complete. This is merely the first step. Lu Feng concealed the information regarding the Ascender, merely stating that special instruments were still required for completion. Upon hearing this, Ling Xingfa did not exhibit any overt disappointment. He had already glimpsed the true dawn of technology, far surpassing human capabilities. Once he had temporarily resolved the matters concerning Ling Xingfa and his daughter, he arranged for them to reside aboard the Void Shadow. While the Void Shadow was the smallest among the warships, its substantial size, spanning several hundred meters, eclipsed that of 10 aircraft carriers. It inherently contained crew living quarters, making it a simple task to accommodate 2 individuals. Lu Feng then began to study his fleet. Although the fleet had descended to his side, maneuvering it in reality proved far more complex than in a game. He needed to master every aspect of his fleet promptly. Lu Feng incessantly issued commands to the fleet AI within the realm of his consciousness. While the fleet AI could execute most commands, it struggled with overly intricate instructions, revealing its rudimentary intelligence. Lu Feng could not help but sigh. With a spirit of experimentation, he inquired, why have the superstar port, Silver Star City, the stellar behemoth Xylaxis, and the luminous spear not appeared? I am uncertain of what you mean. This AI is unable to provide a response, came the reply. Lu Feng felt rather foolish for posing such a question to the AI. He retrieved his phone to check if he could still access the game Galactic Era. To his surprise, Galactic Era was indeed preserved on his device. Upon logging in, he was greeted by the game interface. However, the current game interface was desolate, devoid of the myriad stars and luminous backgrounds that once adorned it, leaving only a profound darkness. Amidst this void, 3 colossal objects floated silently. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Lu Feng. He attempted to select the 3 immense entities and observed an option on the control interface. Transfer. Oh, so that is how it is. Lu Feng smiled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. After confirming his selection, he curiously surveyed the encompassing darkness. At this moment, Galactic Era resembled a small black room, dark, silent, and lifeless, with only him present. Even the other star domains had vanished, rendering them inaccessible. Lu Feng appeared to be the last user of this game, suspended solitary in the endless abyss of darkness, boundless and infinite. It is noteworthy that, under normal circumstances, Galactic Era would automatically vanish from all players' devices once the warships had fully descended, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, for Lu Feng, Galactic Era had remained. He spent considerable time within the game, exploring to see if anything had been left behind, and upon confirming that nothing but the vast darkness persisted, he relinquished his search. He issued a command from the depths of his consciousness, and in the next moment, his fleet throughout the solar system received a new directive. The hyperdrive engines ignited, embarking on a journey of 1 light year. Unlike within the game, where the activation of the hyperdrive would result in instantaneous disappearance and reappearance, Lu Feng stood aboard his warship, witnessing the surrounding space stretch and elongate, as if all dimensions were dissolving. This process spanned 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, the entire fleet vanished from the inner region of the solar system, reappearing at its outer fringes after traversing a distance of 1 light year. The solar system returned to its desolate state, with only the other players' ships lingering above the planets. A light year away, the void shadow arrived in the true depths of space. Here, it lay 1 light year from the sun and 3 light years from its nearest neighbor. Gazing toward the sun from this vantage point, one could only perceive a mere pinprick of light, a remnant of the sun from a year prior. The light reaching this place was emitted a year ago. In the boundless expanse of deep space, a vast fleet emerged. Lu Feng performed a simple calculation. The hyperdrive did not instantaneously reach its destination. Instead, it transitioned into a state of hyperspace, shifting to another location. This conversion within hyperspace also required time. At a speed of 1 light year in 30 seconds, it equated to approximately 1 million times the speed of light. At this velocity, traversing the entirety of the Milky Way would only take a few months. If one were to navigate through the void surrounding the galaxy to reach the neutron star fleet, the round trip would require merely a year. With this newfound understanding, Lu Feng began to formulate his plans. The existence of a hyperdrive capable of 1 million times the speed of light implied that the vast, dark regions between planetary systems could no longer impede his endeavors. He could accomplish a multitude of tasks. Currently, the solar system had just completed the descent of all warships from Galactic era. It was anticipated that within 2 years, contact would be made with other civilizations, inciting the covetous gaze of numerous cultures upon the solar system. Although Lu Feng could consolidate all warships into a unified fleet through his overwhelming strength, this was not his desire. He sought a human army solely devoted to his civilization, rather than a fragmented force struggling against the currents. This necessitated a selection process, a means to filter out the unworthy and eliminate the dross. Lu Feng pondered silently, his mind already crafting a concrete plan. As for whether the various nations will descend into chaos, creating an apocalyptic scene, Lu Feng is not particularly worried. With the presence of individuals like Su Jinxiang from the civilian faction, the fundamental base will remain stable. Reflecting on this, Lu Feng cast his gaze beyond the confines of Earth, intent on exploring the civilizations surrounding the solar system. This voyage is merely an experiment. Upon achieving the anticipated results, Lu Feng alters his course. Utilizing the detailed data and coordinates obtained from the Xylaxis Observatory, he heads directly towards a Dyson Sphere civilization located 100 light-years away. This is a planetary system that has remained shrouded in darkness for a century. Like other planetary systems, it possesses a star and several planets orbiting it. On one of the planets within the habitable zone, an intelligent species has emerged, which refers to its home world as Chuck Star. Chuck Star boasts azure skies and verdant landscapes, complemented by oceans that cover more than half of its surface. However, suspended in its heavens are 3 celestial bodies, each approximately 1,000 kilometers in diameter, evenly distributed across 3 corners of Chuck Star. Each body emits boundless light and heat, akin to that of a star, ensuring that at any given moment, one of these celestial bodies illuminates half of Chuck Star. The 3 accompanying stars continuously rotate, serving as costly substitutes for the system's original star, now enveloped by the Dyson Sphere. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the Chuck planetary system, the 6th planet, Chuck 6, experiences relentless explosions. A synchronized space station orbits Chuck 6, where half of its area has already been devastated by combat. The remaining sections remain embroiled in a fluctuating struggle between opposing forces. Send a message to the main star of Chuck. The commander of the Chuck 6 Guard Force shouted. The rebel army is on the verge of breaching the Chuck 6 space station. If we lose this stronghold, we will forfeit control over the wormhole passage to Chuck 6. A century ago, the planets of the Chuck system could no longer receive the light and heat from the central star. Many Chuck inhabitants could not accept this fate and chose to rebel. Yet, The commander of the Chuck 6 Guard Force could only curse these individuals for their foolishness. The discovery of a wormhole passage within the Chuck planetary system presents a critical juncture. To prevent avaricious foreign civilizations from seizing this wormhole and the entire Chuck system, they must acquiesce to the proposed terms. A trade of benefits for benefits is the only viable solution. Chapter 48. The inferior civilization of the hailing civilization. The commander could not help but reminisce about the scenes witnessed a century ago when civilizations far superior to the Chark civilization appeared within the planetary system. At that time, the Chark people had only recently ventured beyond their home planet, blissfully basking in the radiant light of their system's star. Beyond their home world, Chark, they had yet to encounter the three massive celestial bodies serving as artificial light sources that now encircle it. Upon exploring the vicinity of the sixth planet within the Chark system, the Chark people were astonished to discover an anomalous fluctuation in a region of space surrounding Chark 6. The data characteristics within this space were starkly different from those of normal space. After meticulous research and calculations, the Chark Academy of Sciences speculated that this was likely a natural wormhole. How fortunate it was that in a planetary system that had just birthed a civilization, a natural wormhole existed right beside one of its planets. The odds of such an occurrence in the universe were lower than winning a lottery. If utilized properly, this wormhole could potentially double the operational radius of the Chark people. Otherwise, with their current technology, their activities would remain confined to their planetary system, making it exceedingly difficult to venture beyond. The journey to the neighboring system was a daunting 6 light years away, a formidable barrier that was still insurmountable. However, the wormhole offered a different prospect. With a stroke of luck, if the other side of the wormhole also led to another planetary system, it meant the territory of the Chark people could span across 2 systems simultaneously. This would effectively double their wealth. With such hopes, the Chark people dispatched a team to traverse the wormhole. Fortune appeared to smile upon the Chark civilization. Cautiously, they navigated through the wormhole and were elated to discover that the other side indeed led to another planetary system. This was an immense system, boasting over 20 planets of various sizes orbiting its star. The abundance of resources and minerals on those planets was so overwhelming that Chark scientists almost fainted from sheer astonishment. However, shortly after arriving on the other side of the wormhole, the Chark people were struck with terror as they realized a grave misjudgment. Their assumption that this system contained only one star was utterly erroneous. In fact, there were 2 stars within this system, one of which was shrouded in a dense array of modular devices. It was the Dyson sphere of another civilization. Even though the Chark civilization soon retreated from the planetary system on the other side of the wormhole, they had already left traces that were soon detected by a powerful civilization. This civilization followed the traces back to the concealed wormhole. Thus, on that fateful day, the Chark people experienced the dread of being overshadowed by a colossal warship. Countless unfamiliar aircraft appeared within the Chark planetary system, exhibiting capabilities beyond anything the Chark people could have imagined. The curvature engines alone left Chark scientists in a state of collective shock. Once activated, these warships were enveloped in a warp bubble, propelling them to speeds several times that of light. In the next moment, they had already approached, mysteriously appearing and vanishing. The flagship, an imposing vessel several kilometers in length, surpassed the combined size of all the warships of the Chark people. Faced with such a formidable presence, the Chark had no capacity for resistance. The commander of the Chark 6 escort fleet vividly recalled the scene when a single blast from the colossal warship's laser cannon pierced through their fleet. The laser barely grazed the edge of his own vessel. Had it deviated even slightly, he would have perished in that instant. In just one encounter, the Chark announced their surrender. Subsequently, the Chark became a subordinate entity, and discussions commenced regarding the modification of their planetary system's sun. The extraterrestrial civilization, leading the warship, proclaimed to the entire Chark planetary system, the Chark civilization, as determined by the Orion arm of the galaxy, is classified as a Level 2 primitive civilization. This classification indicates that they possess interplanetary navigation capabilities with a maximum speed not exceeding 0.05 times the speed of light. Their weaponry consists of kinetic weapons and high-yield hydrogen bombs, while their energy acquisition methods rely on nuclear fission or fusion. According to the Galactic Civilization Accord, the Chark civilization is required to join the Orion Arm Civilization Alliance, where civilizations of higher status are prohibited from interfering in their development. However, in light of the pronounced hostility exhibited during contact, the Chark civilization is designated as a subordinate civilization to the first civilization that discovered them, thus becoming a lower-tier civilization. The wormhole passages discovered within the Chark planetary system will belong to their superior civilization. The superior civilization, a level 3 pinnacle civilization known as the Aquatic Spirit Civilization, has now communicated this outcome to the entire Chark planetary system. The Chark language had long been deciphered by this civilization, and the translated Chark dialect now reverberated across every planet in the Chark system. Before the Chark could comprehend the implications of the Galactic Civilization Accord or the stipulations of the Orion Arm Civilization Accord, they had already been relegated to a lower status under the Aquatic Spirit Civilization. Although the terms Galaxy and Orion Arm, as understood by the Aquatic Spirits, differ entirely from the Chark's interpretation, they ultimately refer to the same entities. Thus, the translated terms became comprehensible to the Chark. Reflecting on this, the commander of the escort fleet could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Such claims of pronounced hostility were merely pretexts, crafted to facilitate the more effective appropriation of the wormholes discovered within their civilization. Fortunately, it seemed that the Level 3 Pinnacle Aquatic Spirit Civilization harbored some reservations, refraining from completely exiling the Chark civilization. At the behest of certain Chark individuals, a multitude of procurement contracts were signed between the Aquatic Spirit Civilization and the Chark. These agreements included the acquisition of a Dyson sphere and 3 massive companion bodies capable of simulating stellar light and heat, in exchange for partial autonomy over the wormholes. Yet, this cost was undoubtedly exorbitant. Not only did the absence of a star profoundly impact the Chark civilization, but the procurement contracts nearly drained them to the bone. The resources and rare minerals intended for payment were arranged in installments, which remain unpaid to this day. Upon the completion of the Dyson sphere, the foremost beneficiary was not the Chark civilization. A substantial portion of the energy was appropriated by the Hylang civilization. With the aid of convenient wormholes, this place transformed into a veritable garden for the Hylang civilization. Fortunately, after incurring immense costs, they managed to retain a semblance of autonomy over a portion of the wormholes. Yet, now, this autonomy is on the brink of obliteration due to the actions of the insurgents. These fools, once the Chark Space Station 6 is seized, will enable the Hylang civilization to reclaim our scant remaining autonomy over the wormholes under the pretext of a threat to their existence. All that our civilization has sacrificed will vanish into thin air, rendering those sacrifices utterly futile. Chapter 49. The enormous fleet appearing at Chuck 6, the commander of the escort fleet, could hardly contain his fervent emotions. For a century, they had been enduringly developing, harnessing the immense energy derived from the Dyson sphere apparatus, which had led to consecutive breakthroughs in various fields of technology. Notably, their spacecraft had achieved a remarkable velocity of 0.05 times the speed of light. According to the classification of civilizations within the galaxy, they were on the verge of transcending the primary level of secondary civilization, advancing towards the intermediate level. Such patient development hinted at a future possibility of breaking free from the confines of the Sea Spirit civilization and reclaiming their identity as an independent civilization. Yet, these insurgents had entirely incinerated their efforts. Commander, the defensive line of the space station is once again retreating. The front cannot hold any longer. Just as the commander of the Chuck 6 escort fleet was consumed by agitation, his adjutant burst in hurriedly, half of his body stained with blood, evidently after a fierce battle. Fortunately, the battlefield medic had managed to treat his wounds and staunch the bleeding. Dragging his injured form, the adjutant shouted at the commander, "The only quantum communicator we borrowed from the Sea Spirit civilization has been seized by the rebels. Any message sent to Chuck's home planet via conventional means will take half a galactic hour to arrive. By the time we receive a response, a galactic hour will have passed, and the insurgents will have completely occupied the space station. Commander, we must retreat. There are still a few docking bays under our control at the space station. The ships waiting for evacuation are ready. If we do not leave now, it will be too late," the adjutant urged, panting heavily. The rebels, now a formidable force, had long plotted this assault on the space station, and the stationed escort fleet was no match for their seasoned adversaries. The commander clenched his teeth and struck the table in frustration. He understood the gravity of the situation all too well. Despite his unwillingness, he felt utterly powerless. The escort fleet, originally not the primary defenders of the space station, had recently been left to fend for themselves when a directive from the home planet recalled the main fleet, leaving only them, responsible for routine security, to confront the meticulously prepared insurgents. The commander seethed at the thought. There must be a traitor on the home planet. It was inconceivable that their energy had grown sufficient to withdraw an entire main fleet, which comprised a staggering 1,000 Vanguard-class warships. The Vanguard-class warship represented the pinnacle of Chuck's civilization's naval technology, measuring 200 meters in length and boasting a staggering tonnage of 1 million tons. It was equipped with the latest electromagnetic space cannons, capable of achieving an astonishing speed of 100 times the speed of sound in the void of space. While this was merely a fraction of the speed of light, it far surpassed any missile or conventional weapon utilized by their civilization. In the cosmic battlefield, such weaponry held a distinct advantage over missiles and thermal arms. The commander reminisced over the specifications of the Vanguard-class warship, lamenting, "If only we had 500. No, just 100 would suffice. With 100 Vanguard-class warships, these rebels would have no chance of breaching the Chuck 6 space station." Upon this contemplation, the commander, stifling the fury within, drew forth his equipped Gauss pistol and gazed at his adjutant. "You take the injured to the evacuation vessel. I shall remain." "Sir, there is no necessity for you to stay. It would only exacerbate our civilization's losses. Preserving our strength may yield opportunities in the future." The commander silently shook his head. "You belong to the generation born after that time, do you not?" he inquired softly. The adjutant paused momentarily, then comprehended the reference to that which followed, the darkest hour of our civilization, coinciding with the emergence of the high-laying fleet. The commander caressed his Gauss pistol, continuing to reminisce. "Their flagship fired but a single shot during that battle, which narrowly missed the vessel I was aboard. I witnessed, in an instant, a ship adjacent to mine being pierced and obliterated by a torrent of energy. The entire warship was shattered, debris and charred remnants of bodies sailing past my viewport." He recalled a close friend, the navigator of that very ship, who shared his rank and often accompanied him to that quaint restaurant on Ball Street for the freshest seafood. He once told me how gentle the proprietress was, her smile enchanting. The head of his friend drifted past him, the neck cleanly severed as if by a mirror. From that moment, I pondered the day our civilization might ascend to their heights. Yet, I have grown old. I may never witness that day. The commander patted the adjutant's shoulder. "Preserving strength is a task for your generation. I must reconcile with the self of a century past." Suddenly, he straightened his posture, as if, after voicing such sentiments, he finally felt deserving of self-respect. The adjutant fell silent, hearing for the first time the commander's confessions. The average lifespan of the Chark people is 150 years, and during this past century, with rapid advancements across all fields, it has risen to 200. Thus, many who experienced that event remain alive. However, the adjutant was of the generation born afterwards. He had not lived through those events. He had only encountered them in history books. Despite his indignation, it was difficult to fully grasp the sentiments of those who had lived it. Yet, in this moment, he felt as if he had momentarily returned to a century ago, witnessing the devastating laser torrent that had pierced the entire Chark fleet. He observed the commander, now standing tall once more, and silently rendered a formal Chark salute. "Sir, I wish you well." Without uttering another word, the adjutant turned to depart. Yet his fists clenched tightly, crimson droplets of blood seeping from within. The commander watched as the adjutant walked away, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In him, he discerned a reflection of himself facing the high-laying fleet a century prior, bearing the conviction of his kin, poised to become the pillar that supports this civilization in the next generation. As he beheld the last few Allied vessels slowly departing the space station, the distant sounds of rebel gunfire drew ever closer to his command room. He steadied his Gauss pistol and stepped outside the command chamber. Together with the warriors who chose to remain, they stood guard at the final line of defense. Yet, alas, the number of rebels far exceeded their own, and the escort team possessed little heavy weaponry, relying solely on their Gauss rifles to confront the enemy. Gradually, the commander exhausted his pistol, turning his gaze to the surroundings, where only a few wounded soldiers remained. A gentle smile graced his lips. The end was finally near. In that moment, he felt an unexpected sense of ease. However, at that instant, he beheld the vast expanse of deep space above, filled with an endless array of ships. These vessels seemed to materialize silently and abruptly beside planet Chuck 6. The commander, staring at the colossal fleet, fell into a state of stupor, utterly at a loss for words, as many of the ships dwarfed the Chuck 6 space station. This was a fleet more immense than the flagship of the High-Laying civilization. Chapter 50. Discovery of the Wormhole Passage. A colossal vessel hovered just a step away from the space station of Chuck 6, its immense form casting an imposing shadow. From the station, one could discern the myriad weapons bristling across the surface of the warship. The sheer size of the laser railguns sent shivers down the spines of the Chuckians stationed there. How had these formidable ships appeared so silently? From whence did they come? The space station was equipped with a warp bubble detection device obtained from the High-Laying civilization, capable of issuing alarms should a warp engine vessel approach. It was inconceivable that not a single warning was sounded. Suddenly, the commander of the guard recalled some rumors he had heard regarding the High-Laying civilization. It was said that vessels from certain high-level civilizations were equipped with propulsion systems that surpassed even warp engines. The speed of such engines could exceed that of warp technology by a factor of thousands. Their methods of appearing and vanishing were executed in a manner utterly incomprehensible to their civilization. Even the advanced technology of the High-Laying civilization could barely graze the fringes of such capabilities. The implications of possessing such an engine represented a level of superiority that was more daunting than mere technological disparity. It indicated a civilization at the pinnacle of the galaxy, often reigning over entire spiral arms and spanning light years of territory. They embodied unparalleled authority and were the architects of galactic regulations. Could this fleet be one of those high-level civilizations? A tempest of astonishment surged within the commander. He was not alone. The nearby rebels stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. The Chuckians' most advanced Vanguard-class warships were their greatest source of trepidation. Now, seizing the absence of these vessels, the rebels had dared to launch a full-scale assault on the space station. Yet, just as they were on the verge of completely capturing the station and securing this pivotal transit point to the wormhole, they were confronted with an armada far more powerful than their Vanguard-class ships. The sky was filled with warships, encircling the entire Chuck 6 planet. Some of these titanic vessels were likely larger than the strategic fortresses of the High-Laying civilization. Even if the High-Laying civilization were to arrive, such a display of might would be beyond their capacity. Where did this fleet originate? Such questions surged within the hearts of nearly every rebel. The unexpected arrival of these guests instilled a foreboding sense of dread within the rebel leader. The plan might very well fail. With unforeseen changes afoot, were these foes or allies? He hesitated to take any rash actions, abandoning the assault on the final command post for fear that a single misstep could lead this fleet to misconstrue their intentions and provoke a conflict. Faced with such an adversary, victory seemed utterly unattainable. He then approached the quantum communicator that had already been secured, sending a message to a designated target, relaying the sudden developments at the space station through the device. Meanwhile, the commander of the guard, having taken note of the rebels' movements, immediately saw a glimmer of hope. He dashed back to the command room, setting to work. The Chuck civilization had prior experience in engaging with other civilizations and knew how to establish contact swiftly. A message was indiscriminately dispatched by the commander to the surrounding fleet through conventional means, accompanied by a segment of the Chark lexicon. The term lexicon refers to a database established for the interpretation of written language. This database encompasses a wealth of textual material and imagery pertaining to the Chark people, along with annotations in their script. When other civilizations receive this lexicon, they can decipher our written language, thereby facilitating communication. Given the technological prowess represented by these fleets, the moment they obtain the lexicon, they will undoubtedly be able to decode Chark script. The commander of the escort fleet was unwaveringly confident. As for whether this fleet would be inclined to heed his request, he could only offer a prayer, no matter how slim the chances. He felt compelled to make the attempt. An unknown message was received. Standing on the bridge of the Void Shadow, Lu Feng heard the emotionless, neutral voice of the fleet's AI. The content displayed on the screen captured Lu Feng's attention as he gazed up at the holographic display at the front of the bridge. However, an incomprehensible script appeared on the screen, followed by an extensive array of textual and image data amounting to millions of words. Lu Feng was taken aback. This is... He commanded the AI to activate the decryption function, enabling the translated message to be displayed on the screen. Once again, Lu Feng issued a directive for the fleet's AI to initiate the pre-existing decryption capabilities. This time, Lu Feng finally discerned the essence of the message. Esteemed higher civilization, we are the Chark civilization, a secondary civilization within the Orion Arm. Our space station is currently under assault by rebel forces. should you extend your assistance. Our civilization shall offer recompense. Respectfully, Commander Shailen of the space station's escort fleet. Upon encountering the name Orion Arm, Lu Feng paused momentarily. The Orion Arm is a minor spiral arm of the Milky Way, also known as the local arm, situated near the Perseus Arm. According to recent studies from the Purple Mountain Observatory, the Milky Way comprises two primary spiral arms, Perseus and Scutum Centaurus, extending symmetrically outward, thus overturning the previous theory of four major arms. The remaining arms, including the Centaurus, Sagittarius, and Orion arms, are branches emanating from these two main spiral arms. Many of the civilizations that once invaded the solar system belonged to this Orion Arm civilization circle. Lu Feng couldn't help but recall the name he had heard in his previous life. Although the solar system also resides within the Orion Arm's confines, it lacks the standing to join this civilization circle. The Orion Arm civilization circle, while sounding like a coalition of civilizations, resembles more of a super alliance. To encounter them so soon again, Lu Feng chuckled softly, remembering the names of those civilizations that had besieged them. As for the rest of the content, upon completion, Lu Feng shook his head. He was not swayed. The recompense that a secondary civilization could offer held little significance for him. His primary purpose here was to gather information, specifically, details regarding the nearby star regions. If he could acquire relevant information about other civilizations, that would be even more advantageous. Just then, Lu Feng received an automated alert from the fleet's AI. Warning, a gravitational lensing effect has been detected 5,000 kilometers ahead, revealing a wormhole conduit. A wormhole conduit? Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He directed his gaze towards the alerted area through the ship's equipment, observing a region of space approximately 5,000 kilometers away that appeared to be distorted. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the starlight behind that area was bending in an unusual manner, surrounding the wormhole conduit. Lu Feng also noticed a considerable number of artificial devices in operation. Image source, Purple Mountain Observatory, related findings published in the Astrophysical Journal. Chapter 51. The first encounter with the Chacker. It was evident that the Chacker had also discovered this wormhole passage. Lu Feng immediately realized that this space station had been constructed specifically for the wormhole. It was likely a transit point for the Chacker, ultimately aimed at the wormhole. This implied that the so-called rebels had most probably come in pursuit of this very wormhole. Lu Feng promptly issued commands to a portion of the fleet within his consciousness. 1,000 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers, 10,000 wandering Sanctum-class battlecruisers, and 50,000 Fearless-class destroyers were tasked with neutralizing all armed forces surrounding the wormhole and seizing control of that side. Upon arriving near the Chacker star system, Lu Feng had brought a mere 100,000 vessels into the planetary system. The remaining ships were stationed 3 light-years away, ready to enter hyperspace and reach his position within 10 seconds. Instantaneously, half of the warships accompanying Lu Feng were redirected towards the wormhole, propelled by conventional thrusters. They departed directly from the surface of Chacker 6. Thousands of ethereal blue flames left a magnificent spectacle in the depths of space. The commander of the escort fleet, Shailen, was initially captivated by the splendid and resplendent scene before him. However, upon realizing the direction in which those warships were headed, he was struck by a sudden epiphany. The wormhole had been discovered. The countenance of the rebel leader darkened immediately. This turn of events signified a complete failure of their mission. He issued an order over the rebel communication channel, commanding all personnel to retreat immediately and scatter towards the surface of Chacker 6. As soon as the command was given, all rebels hastened towards the nearest airship. The rebel leader had never witnessed the warships of a higher civilization and could only imagine their formidable nature. In his mind, the warships of the Ocean Spirit civilization were already the pinnacle of technology. He believed that by dispersing, they might still have a chance to survive. After all, remaining in the space station and being captured by this unknown fleet would lead to an uncertain fate, one he was unwilling to gamble on. He preferred to take control of his own destiny. The rebel leader, along with a group of devoted followers, boarded a small airship. In the next moment, 700 to 800 airships of similar size surged forth from various directions of the space station, breaking through towards Chacker 6. The rebel leader piloted his airship, blending among the throng. With his skills, he was confident that he could evade the attacks and safely return to the surface of Chacker 6. However, he soon witnessed warships that were several times larger than the Vanguard-class vessels, each suddenly brimming with hundreds of laser cannons. Then, A torrential downpour of lasers enveloped the vicinity of the space station, creating an impenetrable net. He was momentarily stunned, but he had no time to ponder further. In an instant, a flash of light pierced through, and the entire airship succumbed to an explosion. Ultimately, not a single airship managed to escape the confines of the space station. All were reduced to fragments scattered in orbit above Chakra 6. Lu Feng gazed calmly at the debris of the battle strewn before him. Originally, he intended to transmit a full-spectrum message in the language of the Chakra, compelling all individuals within the space station to surrender. However, it now seemed unnecessary. The rebels aboard the station had likely already become part of the cosmos. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Lu Feng instructed the fleet AI to issue a message in Chakra, demanding the surrender of all remaining personnel within the space station, threatening destruction if they failed to comply. A signal in Chakra resonated through every corner of the station. Subsequently, a silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier hovering above the station opened its hangar. Along its massive flank, 10 battle-ready transport aircraft, laden with combat robots, gradually approached the docking bay of the space station. The organized combat robots surged forth from the transport aircraft towards the station. Both the Behemoth-class carrier and the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser housed a contingent of combat robots. These robots were on par with the 60 million modular multifunctional production machines utilized in the construction of the super starport. As modular robots, they could be equipped with production modules or replaced with offensive modules, rendering them extraordinarily versatile. However, these robots were not a long-term solution for Lu Feng. Moreover, their intelligence was severely limited, governed by the fleet AI, rendering them akin to a level of incompetence. Without clear directives, they would merely follow pre-established protocols. Executing complex instructions posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, their low production cost, rapid manufacturing, and availability of mineral resources allowed for their abundant creation, making them suitable as expendable assets. In the future, they would inevitably be supplanted by more adept combat units. Following the orders to clear and capture, the combat robots meticulously scoured every area of the space station. The remaining commander, Shaylin, along with other Chakra warriors, offered no resistance and were subsequently detained by the combat robots. It was then that Lu Feng, through the devices on the combat robots, finally beheld the full visage of the Chakra. They resembled humans in stature, but boasted an unusually pale complexion, somewhat akin to the engineers depicted in the film Prometheus. They wielded elongated firearms, which upon inspection, were confirmed to be Gauss rifles. Lu Feng confiscated the Gauss rifles and curiously established a communication link with Shaylin in the command center. Esteemed higher civilization, I am Shaylin, the commander of the Chakra stationed here, he declared. Though Lu Feng remained unseen, Shaylin respectfully performed an unusual gesture toward the wave symbol on the screen, a sign of reverence among the Chakra. In this initial encounter, Lu Feng recognized the vast differences that must exist between their two races. Did you Chakra construct this space station for that wormhole passage? Despite his curiosity about the Chakra, Lu Feng chose to address the most pressing matter first. His words were automatically translated into Chakra, reaching Shaylin's ears. A sense of unease gripped Shaylin. The wormhole passage was a matter of core interest for the Chakra. To preserve the efforts of their predecessors, he had chosen to coexist with the space station, even at the cost of their lives. Yet, in the current circumstances, even with the absence of the rebellious faction, a more profound concern has emerged. The fleet that embodies this civilization may harbor interests in the wormhole passage akin to that of the oceanic civilization. They could prove to be even more domineering than the oceanic civilization, directly seizing control of this wormhole. After all, their warships are more advanced, belonging at least to the ranks of a Type 4 or V civilization. Saren bitterly responded, affirming that this is indeed the sole transit station leading to the wormhole passage, which should have been safeguarded by a fleet. However, Saren succinctly recounted the events that transpired here. You mentioned that your deputy, accompanied by a group, fled to the home planet of Chark. Why did you not follow? This tale traces back a century. Saren chuckled softly, initiating his narrative. He spoke of the discovery of the wormhole, the ensuing contact with the oceanic civilization, and how the Chark people opted to submit to the oceanic civilization, exchanging a substantial price for partial ownership of the wormhole passage. Chapter 52. Orders from the Chuck homeworld. Upon listening to Shaylin's account, Lu Feng discerned several pivotal points. The Galactic Civilization's pact, the stipulations of the Orion Armed Civilizations Accord, the Hailing Civilization, and its peculiar stance toward the Chuck Civilization. Although the Hailing Civilization is a member of the Orion Arm, it does not belong to the cohort of civilizations poised to invade the solar system. Regarding its attitude toward the Chuck Civilization, despite having relegated it to a subordinate status, it exhibits remarkable restraint, even allowing the Chuck Civilization to acquire partial ownership of certain wormholes. This is likely constrained by the aforementioned accords, which took Lu Feng somewhat by surprise. Based on experiences from his previous life, he had presumed that the galaxy was a realm dictated by the survival of the fittest, where the concept of civilization was virtually non-existent among competing entities. However, it now appeared that the numerous civilizations invading the solar system might have done so in secrecy, circumventing the oversight of higher civilizations. Otherwise, such breaches of the established accords would not be tolerated by those superior beings. The remaining issues, such as the construction of the Dyson sphere by the Chuck civilization, aligned closely with Lu Feng's conjectures. Given the Chuck civilization's status as a primitive secondary civilization, it was patently inadequate to erect such monumental structures. The Hailing civilization, classified as a pinnacle tertiary civilization, intrigued Lu Feng, as the name resonated with a vague familiarity. Upon reflection, he noted that the Hailing civilization was not among those that had invaded the solar system. However, he recalled that during the latter stages of the solar system conflict, a fleet of this tertiary civilization had breached the lunar defenses only to retreat at the final moment. Following the solar system's occupation, it was revealed that this tertiary civilization had been assailed by the newly ascendant quaternary Hailing civilization, which had launched an unanticipated strike against its homeworld. The Hailing forces utterly decimated the home planet of the tertiary civilization, reducing its ruling class to ashes. While a multitude of habitable star systems and mineral-rich planets belonging to that civilization were seized by the Hailing civilization, it became evident that the Hailing civilization had reached its pinnacle as a tertiary civilization at that time. Yet it had subsequently advanced to a quaternary status within a mere decade or so. Contemplating this, Lu Feng redirected his gaze to the wormhole passage 5,000 kilometers away. One could speculate that the rapid ascension of the Hailing civilization to a quaternary status within the next decade could be linked to this very wormhole passage. What technological secrets lay concealed within it that might have been unearthed by the Hailing civilization? Lu Feng's intrigue regarding the wormhole passage intensified. Among the principal fleets of the Chuck civilization was the Guardian fleet, commanded by 5 Guardian-class warships and supported by 1,000 Vanguard-class ships as its backbone. The Guardian-class vessels represented the pinnacle of Chuck technological advancement over the past century, being the fastest warships ever constructed. Their expansive interiors could accommodate vast quantities of fuel, while the nuclear reactors on board perpetually propelled the ships through the cosmos, achieving speeds of up to 0.05 times the speed of light. However, this speed remained merely theoretical for the Guardian-class vessels. Reaching such velocity would exhaust the vast reserves of fuel on board, rendering the Guardian-class warship a powerless iron shell adrift in the cosmos. Nonetheless, the Guardian-class warship remains a source of pride for the Chackans. It represents the swiftest vessel ever constructed by their civilization. Aboard the flagship, the commander Xylaxis had just received an urgent communication from their home planet. The space station had come under attack. He was ordered to immediately alter course and eliminate any and all enemies encountered, regardless of their identity, fighting to the utmost until reinforcements from the Sea Spirit civilization arrived. Otherwise, the Chackan civilization would face imminent annihilation. Upon receiving this message through the quantum communicator aboard the flagship, Xylaxis was perplexed. What could this mean? Not long ago, a message had also been dispatched from their home planet, demanding that the Guardian fleet set sail towards it without providing any explanation. Although Xylaxis found this strange, he was bound by duty to obey the orders from home unconditionally, thus leading the entire Guardian fleet in their return journey. However, en route, the flagship received yet another communication from home, this time contradicting the orders to return. Can we ascertain the security of the received directive? Xylaxis inquired of the ship's technical officer. The officer instinctively nodded. This was a product of the Sea Spirit civilization and coupled with the encryption of quantum communication, it was virtually impossible to be falsified. In his mind, communication from the Sea Spirit civilization signified reliability. He believed that such an advanced civilization could not falter. Under any circumstances? Xylaxis pressed further. The technical officer hesitated slightly. In the vast majority of cases, it would not. unless the order did not originate from the king. But then it would not be an issue with the quantum communicator. Shylock waved his hand, silencing the technical officer. The quantum communicator on the home planet was situated within the palace of the Chakan king, personally controlled by the monarch. All fleets operating outside could only be commanded by the king or individuals authorized by him, ensuring the concentration of military power. If there were issues on the king's end, he would rather believe it was a malfunction of the quantum communicator. Send a signal to Chakan Space Station 6. Shylock's commanding voice resonated, and the technical officers promptly transmitted a confirmation message containing the secure key to Chakan Space Station 6. The multi-segment quantum communication technology could transmit information to designated quantum communicators at speeds far exceeding conventional communication. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no response from Chakan Space Station 6. Instead, it indicated that communication had been severed. Deep down, Shylock understood that something must have occurred at Chakan Space Station 6, and without delay, the entire fleet surged towards it. As the planet Chakan 6 transformed from a mere point of light to a more discernible form, the Guardian fleet discerned several ordinary manned spacecraft emblazoned with the insignia of the Chakan Space Station's escort. Moreover, they were heading directly towards Chakan Space Station 6. Shylock promptly commanded the interception of those spacecraft by the Vanguard-class warships. Immediately, dozens of Vanguard-class warships converged upon the ordinary crewed vessels. The crewed ships, now aware of the formidable fleet comprising over 1,000 warships, responded swiftly. The deputy officer of the Chuk 6 escort fleet, tasked with piloting the vessel, urgently sent a communication request towards the fleet. Upon receiving the request, Shylock immediately connected the call, revealing a familiar figure. "What brings you here? Where is Shaylin? What transpired at the Chuk 6 space station?" Shylock inquired, taken aback. At the mention of Shaylin's name, the deputy officer, who had feared the loss of both Shaylin and the space station, clenched his fists, his voice sinking to an ominous tone. Chapter 53. The Battle with the Guardian Fleet. Shylock, have you betrayed our civilization? Why did you depart with the Guardian Fleet prematurely? Had it not been for you, Commander Shaylin would not have met his demise at the Chuk 6 space station. Shylock furrowed his brow, sensing impending doom. Something has gone awry at the space station? He recalled the directives received via the quantum communicator, realizing the veracity of those messages. Although numerous uncertainties lingered, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly commanded the fleet. Guardian Fleet, all personnel, proceed at full speed to Chuk 6 and reclaim our space station. At Chuk 6 space station, Lu Feng gleaned a wealth of information regarding the Chuk civilization and the Sea Spirit civilization from Shaylin. What lies beyond the wormhole? Lu Feng inquired casually. Without hesitation, Shaylin responded. Beyond the wormhole, the Sea Spirit civilization has established an extensive array of armed facilities, as well as a colossal mobile fortress positioned at the exit of the wormhole passage, rendering it virtually impenetrable. They have erected numerous installations that our civilization struggles to comprehend, and they strictly prohibit our unrestricted access to the wormhole, allowing passage only through their rigorous scrutiny. Judging by Shaylin's demeanor, it appeared that the Chuk people had endured considerable grievances at the hands of the Sea Spirit civilization regarding the wormhole. So, the control of this wormhole lies in the hands of your Chuk people? Shaylin nodded. Despite the myriad of restrictions, the wormhole's intrinsic value is unparalleled. Not only the Sea Spirit civilization, but our scientists are also tirelessly studying the wormhole. Our scientists suspect that mastering the technology of the wormhole passage is one of the prerequisites for advancing to a level 4 civilization. Upon hearing Shaylin's assertion, Lu Feng could not help but nod in agreement, as it aligned with his own conjectures. Shaylin then took the initiative to caution esteemed higher civilization. Should you harbor any interest in this wormhole passage, exercise utmost caution regarding the undead warriors of the Sea Spirit civilization. Undead warriors? Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback by this translation. Indeed, undead warriors. The beings of the Sea Spirit civilization are composed of a unique particle type. Their home planet, a world enveloped by these special particles, is said to be the birthplace of their kind. Shaylin continued, upon death, the individuals of the Sea Spirit civilization do not perish as carbon-based organisms like us Chuk people do. They transform into particles and return to their home planet, only to be resurrected. The Sea Spirit civilization, inspired by this phenomenon, has developed a miniature device. When a Sea Spirit individual adorned with this device dies, the particles constituting their body remain bound by the device, and do not revert to their home planet. This implies that the undead warriors will gain additional lives, reviving once more on the battlefield. Moreover, these miniature devices are exceedingly difficult to destroy. Failing to obliterate such a device signifies that the undead warriors will not return to their home planet. The Sea Spirit civilization exploits this characteristic of the undead warriors' resurrection to assign them infiltration missions, enabling them to detonate enemy warships from within. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly such a strategy? Are there other vulnerabilities? At this moment, Shaylin raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the convoluted waveform displayed on the screen. Yes, annihilate the home planet of the Sea Spirit civilization, completely obliterating that particle-covered sphere. He harbored his own ulterior motives. He detested the Sea Spirit civilization for robbing the future of the Chuck civilization. The Chuck civilization had paid a heavy price for the sake of the Sea Spirit civilization. This resentment had long been buried deep within, yet now he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Shaylin's words, Lu Feng comprehended the implications behind them. You wish for me to confront the Sea Spirit civilization? Shaylin did not disguise his intentions, bowing his head honestly as he replied, Yes, esteemed higher civilization. For an entity of your stature, the annihilation of our Chuck civilization and the Sea Spirit civilization may hold little distinction. I beseech your understanding of my audacity. Lu Feng could not refute this. These were matters concerning another civilization, and he could only empathize to a limited extent. He currently had more pressing objectives to pursue. Those civilizations invading the solar system, Lu Feng needed to locate their origins. Yet, reflecting upon the solar system prior to his rebirth, he recognized the humiliation endured by the Chuck civilization. He chose not to linger on this topic any longer, redirecting his focus to the wormhole situated 5,000 kilometers away. Although he held some interest in the so-called immortal warriors of the Sea Spirit civilization, what lay before him was the wormhole passage, a subject worthy of exploration. However, at that moment, the fleet AI issued an alert. A small fleet had been detected gathering outside the wormhole passage. Lu Feng immediately glanced over. Observing on the holographic display at the command center a fleet of approximately 1,000 vessels emerging about 10,000 kilometers from the wormhole, steadily advancing with evident malevolence. He promptly issued orders for the fleets surrounding the wormhole to prepare for combat. Regardless of the intentions of these fleets, he could not afford to relinquish the wormhole passage lightly. Within the flagship of the Guardian fleet, Commander Shalak received a call from the technical officer. The officer's voice sounded frantic and stammering. Commander, the wormhole passage has been occupied by an unidentified fleet. This fleet, I cannot adequately describe it. I believe you must see it for yourself. The technical officer's fragmented words left Shalak somewhat displeased. As an officer, one must maintain composure regardless of the circumstances. Bring it forth, he said with a hint of indifference. From thousands of kilometers away, nothing in the vastness of space could be discerned by the naked eye, save for through machinery. The technical officer hurriedly presented an image to Shalak. Upon seeing the image for the first time, Shalak's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? He looked bewilderedly at the technical officer beside him. How could such an immense fleet possibly exist? Is that distorted spatial region truly our wormhole? In comparison to the wormhole with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, those warships appear hardly smaller. The entire fleet has encircled the wormhole? Shalak could hardly believe his eyes. Even the forces of the ocean spirits themselves would not muster such a scale. In the image captured by machines, the wormhole, with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, resembled a basketball ensconced in the center. Surrounding it were clusters of warships, those colossal armadas completely enveloping the wormhole in the three-dimensional expanse of the universe, stretching their reach over 1,000 kilometers in every direction. Chapter 54. The fleet of self-destruction in the vast expanse of three-dimensional space, measuring 1,000 kilometers in length, width, and height. How many warships could possibly be accommodated? This question suddenly sprang to Sherrick's mind. Initially, he thought he must have misread the information. But upon closely examining the spatial units labeled in the image, he confirmed his understanding after several scrutinizing glances. Send a message to the Homestar. Confirm whether these are indeed enemy warships. Although Sharak was unaware of the origins of these vessels, nor could he ascertain the specific civilization they represented, he comprehended the dire consequences that would ensue should conflict erupt. The entire Guardian fleet would be in grave jeopardy. Upon receiving the command, the technical officer promptly transmitted the captured images to the Homestar. Shortly thereafter, Confirmation arrived. Eliminate this invading fleet. Those terse words resonated with an unwavering resolve. Sharak leaped from his command seat in disbelief. Eliminate? Eliminate this fleet? How is that even conceivable? Given the scale of this armada, merely 1% of their warships would suffice to annihilate the Guardian fleet, he commanded. It was tantamount to a death sentence. His gaze shifted sharply towards the home star. Your Majesty, is this truly your decree? Are you sending one of our Chark civilization's main fleets to certain doom? Even though the high-laying civilization might dispatch reinforcements, their fleet might not endure until that moment. Since joining the Chark military, he had never once doubted the decisions of his sovereign. Every command issued by the king, even those involving the brutal suppression of dissenters within Chark civilization, had been executed without hesitation. His hands were stained with the blood of countless foes. Yet today, his unwavering faith began to waver. Sharak fell into a profound silence, remaining motionless for an extended period. Ultimately, however, he summoned the strength to issue his command, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Guardian fleet, protect our wormhole passage. Avenge our fallen brethren at the Chark's 6th space station. Open fire on the invading enemy. As the commander of the Guardian fleet, he was bound to obey the will of the Chark king. Adhering to orders was his duty. Following his command, a minor uproar erupted within the fleet. Some Vanguard-class warships hesitated, even exhibiting signs of retreat. A portion of the ship captains grasped the gravity of the situation and questioned the seemingly suicidal orders. Yet, Sharak decisively commanded the inspection teams aboard those vessels to detain any disobedient captains and appoint others to lead. After this intervention, the Guardian fleet surged forth towards the wormhole, engines roaring at full throttle, with electromagnetic weapons and missiles primed for action. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Feng noticed the changes within the Guardian fleet. Without delay, he issued his own orders, send a warning in Chark language to this fleet, instructing them to cease their approach and identify themselves, or face indiscriminate attack. The fleet's AI translated Lu Feng's words into Chark and dispatched them across all frequencies. However, no response was received. Instead, the fleet of over 1,000 warships continued their relentless approach. The electromagnetic cannon was aimed at the wormhole corridor, and the missile launchers opened in unison. Witnessing this, Lu Feng promptly issued a second command. The Wandering Saint Temple-class battlecruisers and Fearless-class destroyers surrounding the wormhole were authorized to fire freely, eliminating any enemies within a 10,000-kilometer radius of the wormhole. He remained perplexed as to why this fleet had adopted an aggressive posture upon arrival. However, he was certain that he could not wait for the enemy to fire the first shot before retaliating. His safety standards had to remain firmly within his control. On the planet of Chuck, a grand palace constructed upon an expansive metallic platform served as the residence of the current rulers of the Chuck civilization. At the highest level of the palace, a pale, slender young Chuck gazed intently at the night sky beyond the transparent glass overhead. A colossal artificial celestial body hovered above, emanating a deliberately simulated soft glow. It was nighttime, and the brightness of the artificial star had been dimmed to its lowest setting. Behind him, a unique communication device radiated light, projecting a holographic figure resembling a being composed entirely of deep blue seawater. This creature possessed pointed ears and a tail. Had Lu Feng been able to see this entity, he might have gasped in astonishment, for it resembled the legendary siren. The young Chuck withdrew his gaze from the starry expanse and sighed silently. Every sacrifice is indeed met with a reward. Shalak, your sacrifice shall be remembered by our civilization. Soon, our entire civilization, including your family, shall be reborn. Go forth in peace for the resurrection of our culture. The command to allow the Guardian fleet to depart from Chuck Space Station 6 was issued by him. He had also nurtured the rebels on the planet Chuck 6, clandestinely orchestrating numerous operations. He was none other than the beloved son of the Chuck King, destined to ascend the throne in a few decades as the Chuck Prince. Upon receiving a message from the rebel leader, he resolutely decided to redirect the Guardian fleet to confront the enemy, not for any other reason than to allow the entire fleet to become sacrificial pawns in the pursuit of their objectives. In the holographic projection behind the Chuck Prince, the sea siren-like creature swished its tail, appearing as if it were truly present. The Chuck Prince addressed this being, Sea Spirit Queen, I have dispatched the Guardian fleet, originally stationed at Chuck 6, to engage the inexplicably appearing fleet. I trust it will not be long before the entire fleet is annihilated. When can we expect your fleet's arrival? The Sea Spirit Queen, positioned at the other end of the communicator, smiled gently, and the holographic image mirrored her expression. The initial plan had unexpectedly become obsolete. Leveraging the rebels you deliberately nurtured to capture Chuck Space Station 6 would have allowed me to dispatch my fleet to fully seize the wormhole, thereby perfectly circumventing the scrutiny of that serious and tedious Level 5 civilization. Alas, an uninvited guest has emerged unexpectedly, according to your subordinates' descriptions. This fleet may possess the capabilities of a Level 4 civilization. The Sea Spirit Queen's eyes reflected a flicker of doubt and apprehension. However, this uncertainty and trepidation lingered only for a fleeting moment. Although she had not witnessed the scale of the fleet with her own eyes, she surmised that her Sea Spirit civilization was more than capable of handling it. Thus, the Sea Spirit Queen continued with an air of indifference. Fortunately, this unwelcome guest could also be of use. The Council has persistently obstructed my efforts to gain complete control over the wormhole. Among them, many have been compromised, even acting as overseers for the Observer civilization. At this point, a trace of anger surfaced on the Sea Spirit Queen's countenance. Chapter 55. The new plan of the Sea Spirit Empress, not for the future of her civilization, but for personal gain. This group of traitors will inevitably face my wrath. As long as they persist, our civilization's ascension to a Level 4 civilization will be delayed. Regarding the most critical technology, how much longer until a breakthrough? Prince Chuck seemed to casually inquire, but the Sea Spirit Empress merely lifted the corner of her mouth, betraying no emotion. At your current state, do not harbor the illusion of knowing this. Perhaps in the near future, I may share it with you, but for now, the time is not ripe. Prince Chuck was not disheartened. He merely nodded. What do you plan to do next? The initial plan was disrupted by an unexpected fleet. Yet the Sea Spirit Empress quickly devised a new strategy. Leisurely, she remarked, this time, the Council will receive a false message. A fleet of a Level 2 advanced civilization has occupied the wormhole of the Chuck civilization, intending to manipulate it. When the existence of a lower civilization is under a clear and imminent threat, the higher civilization cannot remain indifferent. This is stipulated in the Orion Arm Civilization Treaty. Your civilization's two main fleets have been reduced to one. Soon, your home star will face a fatal threat. In such circumstances, I believe the Council members will have no reason to refuse to dispatch troops. Once they deploy, the Sea Spirit Empress smiled knowingly. The fleet belonging to the Council will face purging, while your direct fleet will be preserved, correct? Prince Chuck couldn't help but smile mockingly. As the esteemed Sea Spirit Empress, you find yourself undermined by the Council, now reduced to seeking assistance from external forces to contend with a powerful assembly. The Empress, detecting the sarcasm in his words, remained unperturbed and simply smiled faintly. Is it not even more ludicrous, in comparison to me, what your father has done? For a century, your father labored tirelessly to extract power from our civilization, only for it to be rendered to ashes by your own hands. 100 years of effort turned to naught. Prince Chuck dismissed her words, asserting that he and his father had chosen different paths, and it was not her concern. All she needed to do was fulfill her promise. The Sea Spirit Empress chuckled, assuring him that what I promised, I shall certainly accomplish. Prince Chuck nodded, raising no objections to this point. The path he had chosen was beneficial for both parties. Thus the Empress had no reason to refuse. He inquired further, if you dispatch troops and inadvertently provoke that fleet, do you truly have confidence that they will not traverse the wormhole to seek revenge? According to the Sea Spirit Empress's plan, she intended merely to use this fleet to ensnare the Council's forces. However, should she inadvertently ensnare herself as well, it would be akin to a bird losing its feathers. He recalled the descriptions sent by the leader of the insurgents regarding that immense fleet. They blotted out the sun, encircling the entirety of Chuck 6, with the largest battleship resembling a colossal meteor, surrounded by numerous escort vessels, each the size of several kilometers. Though he had never witnessed the scale of this fleet with his own eyes, the mere description was enough to instill a sense of dread. Impossible, utterly impossible. The Sea Spirit Empress shook her head. That fleet likely belonged to a Level 4 civilization. As for a Level 5 civilization, that seemed rather improbable, for there was but one such civilization within the Orion Arm. The mere mention of this Level 5 civilization filled the Sea Spirit Empress with both anger and resignation. This civilization prided itself on being the sole Level 5 entity in the Orion Arm, and, upon receiving acknowledgement from other Level 6 civilizations in the galaxy, established the Orion Arm Civilization Circle and proposed the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Covenant Guidelines. They positioned themselves as overseers, monitoring the various civilizations within the Orion Arm civilization circle. It bore a striking resemblance to an authoritarian regime. Certain actions they could undertake themselves, while others were strictly forbidden to different civilizations. For instance, the Sea Spirit civilization could not simply annex the Chark civilization. However, it could assume the role of a subordinate civilization. Yet, becoming a subordinate civilization did not mean that the Chark civilization would entirely lose its autonomy. The Orion Arm Civilization Circle Covenant guidelines provided substantial protections for the rights of subordinate civilizations. Thus, the old king of Chark managed to wrest a portion of ownership of the wormhole from the Sea Spirit Empress. This led to the emergence of a new field of study, cosmic political science. Nevertheless, the Sea Spirit Empress understood that the Level 5 Overseer civilization had covertly engaged in numerous violations of the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Covenant guidelines. Their surveillance was merely a means to stifle the technological advancement of other civilizations, particularly those at levels 3 and 4. In order to maintain their singular status within the Orion Arm, ultimately, strength dictated everything. The Overseer civilization would never permit the emergence of a second Level 5 civilization within the Orion Arm. Since this fleet hailed from below Level 4, there was little cause for concern. The Sea Spirit Empress smiled dismissively. I possess absolute confidence that even a fleet from a Level 4 civilization could not traverse the fortress behind the wormhole unscathed. Rest assured. This is likely a fleet from some Level 4 civilization passing by inadvertently. Once our objectives are achieved, we can offer appropriate benefits in exchange for their acquiescence. They would not risk their lives over a mere wormhole against a quasi-Level 4 civilization. Upon hearing the words of the Sea Spirit Empress, Prince Chark felt somewhat reassured. He responded, "Then, let everything proceed as planned." The Sea Spirit Empress said nothing further and promptly deactivated the communication device. Prince Chark gazed at the sky for a long while, then sighed, hoping for a smooth outcome. A lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, but he suppressed this feeling. Subsequently, he exited the chamber where he had communicated with the Sea Spirit Empress, traversing a lengthy corridor and passing through numerous heavily guarded doors, until he arrived at another underground chamber. In the center of this secret room sat an elderly man, pale and bearing a striking resemblance to Prince Chark. Seated upon a metallic chair, his hands and feet bound by chains. As the door to the chamber creaked open, a pair of weathered eyes filled with the weight of years turned toward Prince Chark. "Shylock, do you still believe that the path you have chosen is the correct one?" The elder's voice was raspy, punctuated by persistent coughs that caused the chains around him to rattle incessantly. Prince Chark gazed intently at the old man, remaining silent. After a prolonged silence, he finally shook his head in resignation, his expression marred by anguish. "Father, do you truly believe that sacrificing generations of freedom and hope under the oppression of the Highlang civilization, in pursuit of an ideology fueled by the strength of an entire civilization, is truly wise?" The elder's emotions surged upon hearing his son's words. "That is far superior to your delusion of aspiring to become one of the Highlang people. Your actions are dragging our entire civilization into the abyss. No, it is only through such means that we can genuinely usher our civilization into a new era," Prince Chark replied, shaking his head. It seemed that his father remained utterly incapable of comprehending their grand vision. Chapter 56. Capturing the enemy warships outside the Chuk 6 space station. Lu Feng stood aboard the Shadow of the Void, gazing at the images transmitted from the enemy fleet ahead. 1,000 warships launched an assault on his fleet from a considerable distance. Missiles erupted from those vessels, trailing flames in a parabolic arc, directing their attack towards the Guardian fleet surrounding the wormhole. Their audacious demeanor suggested a deep-seated vendetta against Lu Feng's fleet. This made Lu Feng furrow his brow. His own warships did not remain idle. The planetary cannon of the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser had yet to fire. However, the lateral laser cannons activated, unleashing thousands of lasers that sliced through the vastness of space, weaving a dense web of firepower. Before the missiles could travel too far, nearly half of the fleet was decimated in this initial strike, with the remaining intact ships reduced to a mere fraction, evidently incapable of further combat. In truth, they had never possessed the ability to contend with Lu Feng's forces from the outset. Lu Feng also noted that among the surviving vessels was one that appeared significantly larger, resembling a flagship. He selected several ships, issuing precise commands within the Sea of Consciousness. Disarm the remaining ships and bring them forth. Centered around 10 silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, 100 flawless Nebula-class cruisers formed a protective shield, surrounded by various wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and fearless Trident-class destroyers. To the Guardian fleet led by Shylock, such an armada appeared as an absolute behemoth. As the distance closed, the vast fleet mirrored the brilliance of stars in Shylock's eyes, almost resembling a sun from afar. Shylock couldn't help but reminisce. Indeed, how long had it been since they last beheld their own sun? He surveyed his surroundings. The Guardian warship was in tatters, severely damaged from the enemy's initial onslaught, with alarms blaring throughout. Further resistance was futile. He relinquished any notion of continuing the fight, allowing the imposing warships to draw nearer. Subsequently, combat robots boarded the Guardian-class warship, swarming to transport the fighter jets. Ultimately, the entire battered Guardian vessel was captured as if it were a mere chick. The silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier successfully secured the enemy's remaining warships. The emotionless voice of the fleet AI echoed once more. All surviving vessels on the battlefield were captured without resistance by the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, with combat robots seizing control of all crew members aboard the warships. Among them was a Chuck individual, presumably the fleet commander. They were all to be taken to the Chuck 6 space station. As the order was given, soon, all surviving Chuck individuals were dispatched to a fearless Trident-class destroyer, bound for the Chuck 6 space station. As the hatch of the destroyer swung wide open, Shylock and the other Chuck personnel found themselves in a familiar location. This was Chuck 6 space station. Shylock's expression was one of astonishment. Upon their arrival at the space station, they were greeted by an unexpected figure. "Shaylin, you did not perish at the space station?" Shylock exclaimed, incredulous at the sight of Shaylin, who appeared remarkably unrestrained and far from the visage of a captive. "The great and venerable higher civilization has rescued me and the entire space station. Otherwise, we would have perished alongside it at the hands of the insurgents," Shaylin remarked, his tone devoid of exuberance. "Regarding your assault on the higher civilization, I believe you owe us a thorough explanation. It is not merely the higher civilization. Your actions seem to be dragging our civilization into a chasm more dreadful than the dominion of the hailing civilization." He had already been informed by Lufing of Shylock's fleet's aggressive maneuvers against him. Upon hearing Shaylin refer to the higher civilization, Shylock realized the gravity of his misdeeds. He may have provoked a civilization even more formidable than the hailing. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "I." Under the watchful eye of the combat robots, Shylock was escorted by Shaylin to the command center of the space station. This location stood as the pinnacle of the entire station, offering a panoramic view that encompassed the entirety of the station, including Chuck 6, along with the thousands of warships anchored outside Chuck 6, all visible to the naked eye. As Shylock walked, he closely observed the colossal fleet occupying all orbits of Chuck 6, his heart sinking with dread at the sight. Such a naval armada could obliterate Chuck's civilization with but a thought. Perhaps he should have adhered to his own judgment instead of obeying the king's command. A wave of regret washing over him. Upon reaching the command center, Shaylin bowed towards the screen displaying the emblematic waves. "Esteemed higher civilization, the commander of the Guardian fleet. Shylock has arrived," he announced. Lufing, standing on the bridge of the Void Shadow, spoke gravely. "I believe you owe me an explanation." Shylock, too, performed the customary gesture of respect towards the waves on the screen. Although he could not behold the true visage of the higher civilization, he remained vigilant. He resolved to recount the events from the very beginning, hoping to garner the higher civilization's leniency. "Initially, we received orders from the home planet, instructing us to return at once." As Shylock elaborated on the sequence of events, Lufing's confusion only deepened rather than being alleviated. "Contradictory orders?" Lufing murmured. "While it is understandable to reassign this fleet to allow the insurgents to seize the space station, what could possibly be the rationale behind sending a fleet that is utterly ineffectual to its demise? What, indeed, was the intent of that so-called king?" It seemed that only a visit to the Chuck home planet could elucidate this mystery. For Lufing's fleet, the journey from Chuck 6 to the home planet would take mere seconds. Shaylin, along with the others, boarded the warship that Shylock had arrived in. Lufing resolved to bring Shaylin and the other Chuck citizens along. Shaylin and Shylock did not refuse. Rather, they were more eager than Lufing to return to their home planet immediately, yearning to uncover the mysteries that had transpired there. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the benevolent, magnificent, an esteemed higher civilization. Shaylin conveyed his sincere appreciation for Lufeng's decisions. Unlike the Hai Ling civilization, which had ruthlessly conquered the Chark civilization through sheer force, Lufeng's fleet had neither harmed Shaylin nor displayed any desire for domination over Chark, though it might be perceived that, in the eyes of the higher civilization, their own civilization appeared as insubstantial as ants. The contrast with the Hai Ling civilization left Shaylin profoundly grateful for Lufeng's actions. At that moment, Chirac also came to this realization and expressed his thanks with a bow. Had he known the higher civilization was of such a nature, perhaps his guardian fleet could have been preserved or even liberated from the clutches of the Hai Ling civilization. However, the attack order he had issued had obliterated such possibilities. Now, the higher civilization's magnanimity in not pursuing the matter further was already sufficient. He dared not seek more. Chapter 57. The Higgs Position. Assimilation commences. The two individuals harbored divergent thoughts, yet Lu Feng was too preoccupied to ponder their intentions. The fleet's AI had accurately ascertained the location of the Chuck homeworld from the mainframe of the captured Chuck warship. Observing the two board the Fearless-class destroyer docked at the space station, Lu Feng issued commands to the 50,000 warships stationed near Chuck 6 to set sail towards the Chuck homeworld. The Chuck homeworld, once a vibrant and beautiful blue planet, now languished in a shroud of darkness. The three artificial satellites, originally designed to replace the sun's light, had succumbed to silence. Why has the light, which should have persisted through the 6th galactic hour, vanished today? I need illumination. I require illumination. Many Chuck individuals began to voice their doubts. The Chuck people were not inherently pale. They once possessed a normal skin tone. However, a century ago, after their star was enveloped by a Dyson sphere, they lost the light from their sun, disrupting their internal balance, which caused their skin to grow increasingly pallid. A multitude suffered from ailments stemming from the lack of sunlight. Fortunately, the advent of the three artificial satellites provided some relief. These satellites simulated stellar light through controlled nuclear fusion, allowing the inhabitants of the Chuck homeworld to once again experience the warmth of light. Those who had previously been afflicted by sunlight-deprived illnesses were now compelled to bask in adequate sunlight daily. Amidst the Chuck people's confusion, the three satellites began to radiate light once more. Light has returned. Some Chuck individuals, initially filled with joy, were soon astonished to discover the hue of the light cascading upon the earth. This time, the light emanating from the satellites was a soft, ethereal blue. It spread like a gentle veil, expanding and enveloping the entire Chuck homeworld in a delicate blue luminescence. Within the control facilities constructed atop the satellites, Merfolk scientists observed the readings on their instruments. The first, second, and third Higgs field amplifiers were all operating at full power, with stable functioning. The area of assimilation had reached its maximum coverage over the Chuck homeworld and could commence the process. A steady stream of Merfolk scientists reported their findings. On the ground, a metallic platform, comparable in size to a city, was crowded with Chuck individuals clad in black robes. They stood densely packed, gazing skyward at the glowing satellites, murmuring incantations. At the forefront stood the Chuck prince, arms outstretched towards the heavens before the palace gates. Hearing the fervent voices of the Merfolk scientists through his earpiece, he shouted with fervor, "Commence assimilation." In the next moment, the Merfolk scientists on the satellites initiated the subsequent phase. The second Higgs field amplifier began to resonate, activating the assimilation process. The first Higgs field amplifier followed suit, also resonating to initiate assimilation. The third Higgs field amplifier began to resonate, initiating assimilation. The blue light emanating from the companion celestial bodies transformed from an intangible radiance into something seemingly corporeal, akin to waves of sea water coalescing from particles cascading down from the three companion celestial bodies. Initially, it engulfed the city beneath the companion celestial bodies, as the spreading blue luminescence morphed into a tangible ocean, submerging the entire city in a cerulean expanse. Subsequently, this city became the epicenter from which the tumultuous ocean of particles expanded relentlessly in all directions, devouring everything on the surface of Chark. From the cities consumed by the particle ocean, protrusions emerged like cocoons, hinting at something poised to break free and be reborn. At the same moment across the globe, 3 points were continuously expanding the particle ocean. The assimilation progress of the first Higgs field amplifier stood at 22, the second at 25, and the third at 19. As the rate of diffusion accelerated, the oceanic scientists consistently reported their findings. The global assimilation progress had surpassed 20, and the pace continued to quicken, nearing an irreversible critical point. Some scientists whispered among themselves, acknowledging that while this was the first instance of assimilation beyond the primary oceanic planet, the model calculations were flawless and perfectly aligned with predictions. This assimilation alone had consumed a decade's energy reserves of the Chark-Dyson sphere, with the energy expenditure of the amplifiers being alarmingly formidable. However, this energy consumption posed little impact on our civilization, as per the agreement. 90 of the annual energy output from the Chark-Dyson sphere belonged to our civilization, with the remaining 10 allocated to the Chark civilization, the former Chark civilization, which would soon cease to exist. By the way, is the technology for the wormhole project nearing a breakthrough? I've noticed unrest among the primary civilization. The Queen and the Council are at odds. Such matters must not be spoken of lightly. Nevertheless, should a technological breakthrough occur there, we would transcend the technological blockade imposed by the Overseer civilization, elevating ourselves to a Level 4 civilization and becoming the 19th Level 4 civilization within the Orion Arm. The leading oceanic scientist, upon overhearing the murmurs of his subordinates, felt his pointed blue ears twitch as particles radiated outward in rippling waves. Upon receiving a warning signal, the whispering oceanic scientists fell silent, refocusing on their immediate tasks. The capital of Chark was situated not far from a companion celestial body. Soon, the particle ocean drew perilously close to the Chark capital. As the particle ocean approached, the fervent chants of hundreds of thousands of Chark citizens grew increasingly urgent and resounding. It was as if divine proclamations reverberated majestically above the city. Beneath the palace, the aged king of Chark heard the collective voice of the gathered multitude. He understood that assimilation had commenced. Straining against the chains that bound his limbs, he let out a futile roar of anger. Shalak, you are destroying our civilization. To become a civilization of another kind, even if memories are retained, is ultimately devoid of significance. His voice reverberated within the confines of the chamber, soon eclipsed by the incessant murmurs of countless chakrans. Shalak gazed upward at the encroaching ocean of particles, a gradual smile gracing his lips. The path to the survival of civilization is not singular. My choice shall be vindicated. Father, let us embark on this journey together towards immortality. As his words reached their climax, his excitement and fervor intensified. Chapter 58. The arrival of the Chuck fleet upon the expansive metallic platform. Hundreds of thousands of Chuck people gazed in awe at the encroaching sea of blue particles. A young Chuck child, hand in hand with their parents, looked towards the azure waves and curiously inquired whether they would be able to bask in the sun every day from now on, and if their mother's illness would be cured. Indeed, my child, the mother reassured, when we become part of them, we shall reclaim all that we have lost. The adult merely caressed the child's head. The particle sea advanced with an unstoppable force, gradually engulfing the entire metallic platform. Those Chuck individuals within the particle sea were slowly disintegrated into fundamental particles, yet their faces bore not a trace of anguish, but rather an expression of anticipation. Ascending from a lower civilization to a higher one, they would no longer need to struggle against the stars they had lost or the distorted society that hindered their technological advancement. In Chuck civilization, the prioritization of technological development was paramount. Every child underwent a cerebral examination in their youth. Only those who met the established criteria were sent to unified schools for education. Those who did not qualify were relegated to the status of labor reserves, deprived of educational opportunities, and condemned to a lifetime of menial, repetitive tasks. Conversely, those dispatched to unified schools swiftly assimilated fundamental knowledge and honed their basic research capabilities, eventually being placed in vast laboratories as entry-level researchers. They were forbidden from engaging in any work outside of research, with each individual singularly focused on the aspiration of becoming a scientist. Yet, the scientists themselves were confronted with an endless array of new challenges. When they first encountered the Sea Spirit civilization, they were merely a secondary elementary civilization, having just begun to traverse beyond their own planet. However, a century later, they were on the verge of becoming a secondary intermediate civilization, capable of navigating their planetary system with ease. In just 100 years, they had achieved what would typically take 1,000 years for a normal civilization. A significant factor in this rapid advancement was the 10 energy contribution from the Dyson sphere. Although it represented merely a fraction of a single star's energy, It surpassed the cumulative energy harvested by the Chuck civilization over countless years. Energy had become the most abundant resource. This vast reservoir of power eliminated bottlenecks across numerous fields. With such an immense supply, the costs of materials and experiments plummeted to negligible levels. However, this brought forth a new dilemma: the finite capacity of individual scientists. Problems that once ensnared a scientist for years could now be resolved with remarkable speed. Discoveries of new materials and successful experiments proliferated, leading to breakthroughs in countless domains. As the scientists of the original civilization struggled to manage all aspects, the old Chuck King, in an effort to elevate the technological status of civilization, instituted a new social framework. Scientists were produced in a manner reminiscent of an assembly line, continuously emerging. Under the iron grip of the old Chuck King, societal activities and economic development were severely stifled. The military, bolstered by new power engines, advanced hull armor, and electromagnetic weaponry, grew increasingly formidable. Society had morphed into a grotesque form. Yet, all of this now seemed to be reaching its conclusion. As long as they can transform into beings akin to the sea spirit civilization, they shall attain limitless existence, indulging in the pursuits that resonate with their desires. Society will no longer be repressive, and they shall cease their struggles. The vast ocean of particles shall engulf them, submerging even the entire Chuck Palace. Along with the eternally roaring old King Chuck. For Lu Feng, merely a few seconds elapsed as he transitioned from Chuck 6 to the outer realm of the Chuck main star. Yet, what unfolded before him was a peculiar sight. 3 accompanying celestial bodies floated like 3 diminutive moons above the Chuck main star. An ocean composed of blue particles linked the main star to the trio of accompanying bodies. This azure sea spread with remarkable swiftness, quickly enveloping the entire globe of the Chuck main star. Through the equipment aboard the Void Shadow, Lu Feng distinctly observed countless Chuck people voluntarily, even eagerly, rushing towards the ocean of blue particles. It seemed that something monumental was about to transpire here. Lu Feng promptly issued a command to the fleet's AI: "Assemble my fleet. Instruct all vessels to enter hyperspace and encircle this area in a compact formation." In the next instant, the AI's voice resonated within each of Lu Feng's warships. "Hyperspace engine, activate. Target, Chuck main star." Half a minute later, Lu Feng witnessed an array of luminous energies coalescing around the Void Shadow, gradually solidifying into tangible forms. A scientist from the Sea Spirit civilization, stationed on one of the accompanying celestial bodies, gazed with satisfaction at the planet increasingly shrouded in deep blue. He glanced around and noticed a colleague staring vacantly at another expanse of the starry sky. What could possibly be so mesmerizing over there? He shifted his gaze, only to find himself momentarily stunned. A fleet of vessels, larger than the entire space occupied by the accompanying body, hovered unexpectedly before him. Gigantic warships, exceeding even the flagship of their Sea Spirit fleet in length, numbered in the thousands. Surrounding these colossal warships were 3 distinct classes of vessels, arranged in concentric circles. The array of weaponry adorning the hulls was so numerous that he could scarcely count them. He turned, bewildered, to the nearby curvature bubble detector. Why, with such a massive fleet approaching, did the detector emit no alarms whatsoever? But this was merely the beginning. As more ships, both large and small, materialized around the fleet, their numbers surged rapidly. Among them, the colossal warships multiplied by the hundreds, while the surrounding vessels increased by the thousands, or even tens of thousands. The remaining main fleet of Chuck, stationed outside the Chuck main star, had only just initiated a slight offensive movement when it was obliterated into cosmic debris by a concentrated barrage. The Sea Spirit scientist watched as the ships seemingly emerged from the void, his mind momentarily paralyzed. What on earth was happening? The Empress of the Sea did not disclose the existence of the fleet beyond Chuck 6 to the scientists on the satellite body. These scientists had their own responsibilities to attend to. At that moment, the gravity detector on the satellite body finally detected the presence of the warships. An alarm sounded, warning of a surge in spatial gravity, indicating a massive fleet approaching, with an estimated number in the 100,000 range. Yet, in the next instant, the detector's warning changed abruptly. As the gravitational surge intensified, the estimated fleet size was updated to 200,000. The estimation was further revised to 500,000. The cacophony of alarms grew increasingly urgent, echoing throughout all facilities on the 3 satellite bodies. Chapter 59. The destruction of the companion celestial body, what is happening? Where did these fleets emerge from? How did these warships silently evade the curvature bubble detectors? The number of these vessels continues to surge, surpassing 1,000,000. Could it be a hyperspace engine? Only a hyperspace engine could allow for such stealthy approaches without prior warning. Is this a civilization of the 5th level? If it is indeed a 5th level civilization, we may have no chance of returning to the home star to resurrect. Have the Overseer civilization discovered our actions? Impossible. Even the Overseer civilization does not possess 1,000,000 warships equipped with hyperspace engines. The fuel for hyperspace engines is dark matter, and those 6th level civilizations would never permit the Overseer civilization to extract dark matter on such a grand scale. The fleet has already exceeded 150,000. We, including the Chark home star, are completely surrounded. Despair filled the hearts of the scientists from the Sea Spirit civilization as they gazed outside. Beyond the Chark home star, each new flash of light signified the emergence of another warship equipped with a hyperspace engine. These warships, having coalesced into a cohesive formation, encircled the space surrounding the Chark home star. Warning, fleet size updated, estimated count, 160,000. Fleet composition analysis. Super colossal warships exceeding 30 kilometers in length number in the thousands. Colossal warships measuring around 10 kilometers total in the hundreds of thousands. Large warships of 5 kilometers account for 500,000. Warships of 1 kilometer in length reach 1,000,000. The latest gravitational detectors and various auxiliary probes from the Sea Spirit civilization meticulously compiled the data from the scene, announcing it verbatim to all the Sea Spirit scientists. With each revelation, the spirits of the Sea Spirit scientists sank further. By the end, a chill spread within them. A total of 160,000 warships equipped with hyperspace engines signify far more than their apparent combat capabilities. This could only be possessed by a 6th level civilization. A 6th level civilization has appeared in the Orion Arm. All the scientists of the Sea Spirit civilization became overwhelmed with panic. Quickly, inform the Empress of what is transpiring here. The Sea Spirit Empress had just reached a consensus with the Council regarding the invasion of the Chark civilization by a 2nd level civilization. They ultimately decided to send a main fleet led by the Speaker of the Sea Spirit Council to assist the Chark civilization. Upon hearing this outcome, the Empress of the Sea Spirit slowly curled her lips into a smile. This time, she would ensure that the Speaker of the Sea Spirit would go without return. Just then, an urgent signal interrupted the Empress's contemplation. Someone was attempting to make an emergency contact. She furrowed her brow and chose to answer. 160,000 warships equipped with hyperspace engines have appeared. The Sea Spirit Empress, who had been slightly dissatisfied just a moment ago, now widened her eyes in shock. She hurriedly inquired of the panicked subordinate across the holographic screen. What do you mean? Be clear, where? On Chuck Prime, it's everywhere. The entire Chuck Prime has been surrounded. The expression on Queen Hailing's face shifted erratically, her heart tumultuous. 160,000 warships equipped with hyperspace engines. What did that signify? Even the Observer civilization could not muster such a formidable fleet. The only energy capable of operating hyperspace engines, dark matter, is the most stringently controlled resource in the entire galaxy. The Observer civilization would never dare to defy those 6th level civilizations. Could it be that this was the fleet that had suddenly appeared earlier? How could they possibly have so many? They possessed an astonishing number, 160,000. She could scarcely believe this conclusion. Was this a 6th level civilization that had traveled from another spiral arm? Those exalted 6th level civilizations rarely ventured so far from their territories, as it represented an invasion of other civilizations, which could easily lead to friction among them. Her deep blue visage was a tempest of emotions, shifting rapidly. After a fervent internal struggle, she promptly announced to her subordinate, immediately contact Speaker Tarcell and instruct him to halt all actions. No fleet is to cross the wormhole by even a fraction. Simultaneously, all hailing individuals on Chuck must commit suicide to return to the home planet immediately, while this fleet remains unaware of our civilization's existence. If we delay, no one will be able to save them. Ensure the wormhole fortress seals the wormhole passage. No vessels are to traverse it. Cut all communication channels with the Chuck civilization, severing all contact. Upon hearing her command, her subordinate was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the grave repercussions of this fleet's appearance at Chuck Prime. As for Chuck Prime, the assimilation seemed nearly complete. Queen Hailing's countenance darkened. Even if they completed the assimilation, they would still fall far short of being our kin. And against this fleet, they had no hope of survival. Abandonment was the wisest course of action now. Outside Chuck Prime, Lu Feng's fleet had assembled. The deep blue planet before him had transformed entirely into a sea of blue particles. The three accompanying celestial bodies remained interconnected with Chuck Prime. In the outermost regions, fleets numbering in the millions encircled the area. Under normal circumstances, there would be several dozen kilometers between vessels, but now, the distance had shrunk to mere kilometers. On the surface of Chuck Prime, the cocoons formed by blue particles gradually began to unravel. One by one, sea monsters seemingly composed of deep blue waters emerged into this newly birthed realm of blue particles. Witnessing this transformation, Lu Feng finally comprehended what was transpiring. The existence akin to a siren is perhaps the manifestation of the aquatic spirit civilization. The entirety of the Chark inhabitants on the planet has been assimilated into the aquatic people. This revelation sent a chill down Lu Feng's spine. Gazing upon the three celestial bodies linked to the Chark home planet by the Azure Ocean, he issued a decisive command to fire the planetary cannon and obliterate them. Immediately, three wandering cathedral-class battlecruisers adjusted their positions to target the trio of celestial bodies. The planetary cannon powered up, its energy surging as it counted down, 3, 2, 1. In the next moment, three colossal beams of light erupted from the front of the wandering cathedral-class battlecruisers, crashing into the celestial bodies. As the interiors of these bodies collapsed under the onslaught of ultra-high energy, they began to disintegrate from within. A boundary of molten flames spread across the surfaces of the celestial bodies. Within the research facilities, scientists from the aquatic spirit civilization faced a grim choice: to commit suicide, to be reduced to ashes in the lava, or to plunge into unfathomable chasms, ultimately dissipating into invisible particles beyond the Chark home planet. In an instant, the three celestial bodies transformed into a fiery hell, casting a crimson glow upon the Chark home planet. Chapter 60. The fractured civilization. With the annihilation of the three accompanying celestial bodies, the azure sea of particles that emanated from them gradually faded away. On the expansive metallic platform of the primary star, an astonishing number of newly birthed aquatic beings emerged, yet each one bore a vacant gaze. Languidly floating amidst the dissipating particle ocean, their forms slowly revealing themselves against the backdrop of the land peaks. At the forefront of the platform stood a newly formed aquatic being, strikingly identical to Prince Shaluk of Chark, who frantically clutched his head. Memories. The collective memories of a civilization. He gripped his skull tightly, feeling an overwhelming influx of countless memories surge into his consciousness. The entirety of the Chark people's memories flooded into his mind. Why? Our assimilation should have proceeded so smoothly. He looked at the tens of thousands of Chark individuals who had already undergone assimilation, bewildered. Why had their bodies assimilated, yet their thoughts remained unpreserved? Suddenly, he was drawn to a fiery glow above him. Before his eyes loomed a doomed celestial body and its vast fleet. His thoughts had become so cluttered and chaotic that he could not fathom how such a colossal armada had emerged. In a frenzy, he extended his hand, yearning to grasp the fiery celestial body, repeatedly uttering, Higgs Field. Higgs Field, not enough. With his actions, the hundreds of thousands of aquatic beings on the metallic platform transformed back into particle form. In the next moment, a colossal deep blue hand, forged from the reconstituted essence of these beings, surged skyward, breaking through the surface of the Chark primary star and forcefully grasping at the crumbling celestial body. The celestial body, akin to a blazing fireball, emitted sizzling magma that scorched the deep blue hand. The hand appeared to be dissolving, gradually flattening as it was subjected to the searing heat. Unlike the aquatic scientists before, the vanishing portions did not revert to particles and return to the home star. Instead, they gravitated back towards the surface of the Chark primary star. As Lu Feng stood in astonishment, an even more shocking spectacle unfolded before him. All the newly birthed aquatic beings on the Chark primary star vanished, replaced by an enormous visage that was discernible even from space, materializing upon the planet's surface. The entire aquatic populace coalesced, forming a colossal face. It was. Aboard a fearless Arrestor-class destroyer, Shalin and Shalak gazed in disbelief at the countenance. Prince Shaluk. The face on the Chark primary star was unmistakably that of their profoundly familiar Prince Shaluk. Connecting the events at the Chark's 6th space station with the unfolding scene on the primary star, A terrifying thought germinated in their minds. It was Shylock who had led the entire population of Chark to be assimilated into aquatic beings. This was an utterly hellish tableau. Shaylin and Shylock could scarcely believe it. On the colossal visage of the Chuck Prime planet, a mouth opened to utter a cacophony of words devoid of logic, akin to the ramblings of a lunatic. Lu Feng promptly issued a command for concentrated fire. As the voice of the fleet's AI resonated, countless laser cannons unleashed their fury upon that immense face, which instantly became riddled with countless wounds. Yet, in the next heartbeat, it reformed anew. Lu Feng recalled what Shaylin had said about the characteristics of the Aquarians. If the Chuck Prime planet transformed into a locus for those particles to coalesce, it would mean that the Aquarians, once assimilated by the Chucks upon their demise, would be reborn in this place. This implied that they were fundamentally indestructible, or at least, that conventional methods would prove ineffective. The grotesque visage, upon being attacked and subsequently restored, fixated its eerie gaze upon the vast fleet in space. "You cannot kill me. Haraha. I am immortal." It extended a slender, elongated hand towards Lu Feng's fleet. That deep blue hand, akin to rubber, stretched incessantly, but was swiftly eradicated by the concentrated fire of Lu Feng's fleet. This indicated that the reformed state was indeed a tangible material form capable of annihilation. However, once destroyed, it reverted to a particle state, which was impervious to obliteration. Observing this phenomenon, Lu Feng's mind wandered to a certain concept, the Higgs boson, the God particle. Its trait is to bestow mass upon other particles. The surface of the Chuck Prime planet was likely enveloped by a Higgs field. Just then, a communication request from Shaylin was relayed by the fleet's AI to Lu Feng, who promptly chose to connect. Esteemed advanced civilization. Shaylin gradually articulated the terrifying notion that he and Shylock had conceived, a scheme by a prince to lead the entire populace of the planet towards assimilation into another civilization. Shaylin. Lu Feng slowly articulated as clarity dawned upon him. "Do you wish for such newly born Aquarians to endure?" Momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, Shaylin gazed with complex emotions at the gargantuan face of Shylock on the Chuck Prime planet. The deranged visage continued its relentless endeavor to capture the warships in space with its elongated hand, reminiscent of a Na'vi child yearning to grasp the stars. Within that imagery were familiar faces, former kin, friends. Yet now, they had all become part of this horrifying tableau. Were they still Chucks? No. Could they be regarded as Aquarians? Shaylin himself was uncertain. However, he sensed that they could no longer be deemed kindred. Not just him. Every Chuck who witnessed such a scene, including Shylock, silently harbored similar sentiments. Ultimately, Shaylin shook his head. No? In truth, the Chuck civilization's habitation extended beyond the singular Chuck Prime planet. Across various planets within the Chuck star systems, they had established colonies. For instance, on Chuck 6, millions of Chucks resided. Thus, the Chuck main planet does not represent the entirety of the Chuck civilization. Rather, the Chuck civilization may persist on other planets. According to Shylock's original plan, once the main planet was secured, each Chuck planet would undergo assimilation. Alas, he never had the opportunity to execute his vision. Upon hearing Shaylin's dissent, Lu Feng nodded. The existence of this entity had already jeopardized the safety of the entire planetary system. Since there were no objections, I shall proceed to annihilate it. Conventional methods proved ineffective against these newly emerged sea spirits, yet he possessed unconventional means. Shaylin remained silent, fully anticipating this outcome. For a superior civilization, it might be quite effortless to eradicate these nascent sea spirits. As Shaylin pondered this, he noticed that the majority of the fleet surrounding the Chuck main planet had vanished, leaving only a few distant vessels, including the Void Shadow, where Lu Feng was stationed, and the warship carrying Shaylin and others. What transpired next was a scene that Shaylin would never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 61. The Devouring of Xylaxis, a colossal star, reminiscent of a divine apparition, emerged from beneath the planet Chuck, spewing ethereal ribbons of azure flames. It had been years since Salim had last gazed upon a star, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. This celestial body boasted a fiery orange-yellow surface, adorned with several strands of high-temperature plasma that glimmered in a haunting blue. The interplay of yellow and blue was nothing short of magnificent. In comparison, the planet Chuck appeared diminutive, akin to a mere sesame seed, its size dwarfed by at least 10 million times. Thus, it could be surmised that this star was more than 10 times the size of the Chuck star, filling Salin with an overwhelming sense of awe. A star of such immense proportions had suddenly materialized beneath Chuck. Whether it was an illusion or reality, he could feel the surrounding temperature rising. And even the planet Chuck seemed to be slowly succumbing to the star's colossal gravitational pull. A haunting resonance, akin to a sound emanating from the depths of his soul, lingered in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. Surely, this was not the means by which a higher civilization would obliterate the planet Chuck. Salin trembled imperceptibly, grappling with disbelief. To him, such a notion was the stuff of dreams, almost divine in nature. He turned his gaze towards the nearby vessel, the Void Shadow, his heart brimming with reverence. All the survivors of the Guardian fleet, apart from him, were awestruck, witnessing the abrupt emergence of a supergiant star beneath them. This stellar behemoth seemed to swallow the entire planet Chuck whole, akin to devouring a sesame seed. The colossal visage etched upon the surface of Chuck struggled in vain, unable to hinder the relentless approach of the star. The planet's surface had become unbearably hot, with rocks melting into magma, the earth fracturing, and oceans vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a scorched planetary crust. The repercussions were not confined to the planet Chuck alone. The entire Chuck planetary system was profoundly affected. The inhabitants of other planets within the Chuck system observed the once dark sky transform into a blinding brilliance. A massive fireball hung ominously above them. At the moment the fireball manifested, every soul heard a resonant sound that seemed to emerge from the depths of their very beings. An image involuntarily formed in their minds, a nameless behemoth racing through the vast, silent void of space. Is that our star? Some Chuck people gazed at the enormous fireball in bewilderment and awe, feeling the temperature around them steadily rise. Those who had witnessed the Chuck star, the elders among them, immediately shook their heads in denial. No, that is not our star. It is far more colossal and resplendent than our own. On this day, the immense star, adorned in hues of blue and yellow, became indelibly etched in the hearts of all witnesses. They would carry this vision with them for the rest of their lives. Lu Feng gazed at the magnificent star beneath him, knowing full well that it was, in fact, a colossal alien entity. He resolved to transfer Xylaxis into the realm of reality. When Xylaxis manifested, he heard the voice of Xylaxis in his mind. Although the words were incomprehensible to him, he grasped their significance. Hello there. The voice was somewhat youthful, tinged with the bewilderment of awakening from a long slumber. Lu Feng's expression shifted to one of utter peculiarity. How could the voice of this ancient beast resemble that of a child? Why do you speak like a child? Lu Feng communicated with Xylaxis in the sea of consciousness. On a genetic level, one is more inclined to nurture feelings when confronted with infants, facilitating the continuation of the species. The juvenile form effectively lowers one's guard, fostering a swifter bond between the parties involved. If you wish, I can adopt a more mature tone, Xylaxis replied in its youthful, somewhat dazed voice, though the latter part morphed into that of an old man, complete with a hint of the capital's grandiosity. Let's stick with your previous voice. Lu Feng felt that this creature's demeanor was rather unreliable. Setting aside other matters, please devour this planet with that enormous face. A trivial task, Xylaxis' voice, while sounding somewhat befuddled, was diligent in execution. It aimed at the minuscule planet overhead, its mouth agape as a fissure split the surface of the star, engulfing the entire planet. The colossal visage of Shaluk, along with the main star of Chuck, vanished without a trace. Once the task was complete, Xylaxis emitted a sound akin to smacking its lips, as if savoring the lingering taste. Hearing that remarkably human-like sound, Lu Feng feared the creature might consume other planets as well, prompting him to hastily advise, stay away from this planetary system. If you linger, you will devour the entire system. Xylaxis' immense size and mass had already begun to affect the entire planetary system merely by its presence. Even the star enveloped in the Dyson sphere had its orbit altered, let alone the other planets. Lu Feng understood that the stellar behemoth possessed the ability to move at superluminal speeds, and in the vast cosmos, there existed a class of anomalous beast civilizations. They evolved in two primary directions, one resembling a swarm, developing a densely packed army that devours all in its path, and the other akin to Xylaxis, which evolved the individual to its utmost potential, naturally including the capacity for superluminal movement. In Xylaxis' authentic perception, the world it beheld was entirely distinct from what Lu Feng saw. This unique sensory experience endowed it with unparalleled abilities. After consuming a planet, Xylaxis displayed no greed, obediently vanishing into the unknown. In the next moment, the once illuminated Chuck planetary system reverted to its previous state of darkness and silence. Only the celestial bodies with altered orbits bore witness to the presence of this supermassive entity. Even though Xylaxis had disappeared, the brilliance of its manifestation lingered eternally in the hearts of all Chuck people. The position where the main star of Chuck had once resided was now a void, devoid of any remnants. After observing for a while, Lu Feng confirmed that those new sea spirits had indeed vanished, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was evident that unconventional methods were required to deal with the God particle. On the other hand, Shaylin had remained silent for an extended period. Lu Feng could understand this. After all, anyone would be astounded upon witnessing a colossal entity like Xylaxis. Even he had been taken aback when he first encountered it in the game. Just as Lu Feng intended to disconnect the communication, he heard Shaylin's voice. "Most exalted and revered great upper civilization, I have a humble request that I hope you will grant." Lu Feng decided to listen to this individual's request. "Go on. What is it? As long as it is not too troublesome and does not waste my time, please grant me a moment of your time." Chapter 62. The complete technological arsenal of a secondary primitive civilization. Lu Feng lingered in the Chark star system for half a day, primarily awaiting Shaylin's return. Shaylin did not specify his intentions. After this interlude, Shaylin reappeared aboard the Fearless-class destroyer, alongside a gathering of Chark officials, administrators from various planetary colonies. Leading this assembly, Shaylin bowed deeply to the image of the wave, displayed on the screen. A substantial dossier was also transmitted to Lu Feng. Upon inspection, Lu Feng discovered it encompassed controllable nuclear fusion technology, the latest photon computer composed of 1 million photon CPUs, life-enhancing technologies for carbon-based organisms, an array of applications and storage techniques derived from solar energy, and electromagnetic technologies applicable to weaponry, such as electromagnetic cannons and Gauss rifles. Innovative materials, artificially developed through stellar energy, were also included, radiation-resistant and thermal insulation materials suitable for space travel, high-strength lightweight materials for constructing space elevators, and high-hardness materials for warship armor. Lu Feng immediately grasped the significance of this compilation. It represented the complete technological knowledge of a secondary primitive civilization. The accumulated technological advancements of the Chark civilization over countless years lay bare before him. Although he did not scrutinize every detail of the extensive document, the translated table of contents alone revealed that Shaylin had selflessly presented the most cutting-edge technologies of the Chark civilization to him. With utmost respect, Shaylin and the Chark administrative officials bowed their heads. "Your actions have, in essence, salvaged the entire Chark civilization. However, Your Highness's actions may have received tacit approval, or even support, from the High-laying civilization, and we might soon find ourselves facing their hostility. I implore you to grant us refuge. We wish for our civilization to endure. We, the Chark civilization, aspire to exchange our loyalty for survival. We have witnessed your immense power, the esteemed and revered great upper civilization, and sincerely hope you will acquiesce to our modest request." Shaylin articulated these words, which he had pondered countless times in his heart. During this half-day, leveraging the residual might of Lu Feng's summoning of Xylaxis to consume the Chark homeworld, Shaylin decisively unified the remaining Chark populace across the planets. The primary research base of the Chark civilization was not located on the Chark homeworld, but rather on Chark 1, the planet closest to the Chark Dyson sphere. With the Fearless-class destroyer, Shaylin and Shalak arrived at Chark 1, securing the highest authority there without resistance. Shaylin, Shalak, and the other administrators shared information. Learning that the Chark homeworld had been transformed into a state akin to the High-laying homeworld due to the prince's rebellion. With all Chark inhabitants having been assimilated into the High-laying people, the administrators of the Chuck civilization, upon hearing this news, were all struck with astonishment. This indeed represented the gravest crisis for their civilization, a peril that sought to eradicate it from within. They were steadfast followers of the venerable King Chuck, having endured the darkest hour a century ago. Little did they anticipate that the most treacherous betrayal would arise from within their ranks. Upon learning that an advanced civilization had summoned a supernova to engulf their home planet, they found themselves paralyzed in thought. The enormity of the supernova was undeniable. and they had never heard of any civilization possessing the capability to summon such a celestial entity at will. Following a thorough discussion with Shaylin, the Chuck people gained clarity regarding their current predicament. They unanimously agreed that the most prudent course of action was not to seek refuge with the hailing civilization once more, but rather to align themselves with the civilization represented by this enigmatic fleet. Their decision stemmed not only from a profound respect and anticipation for this newfound power, but also from a deep-seated animosity towards the hailing civilization. It was not just Shaylin. Virtually every elder among the Chuck people harbored a profound disdain for the hailing civilization. It was quite possible that they were unwilling to turn to the hailing civilization again. Thus, Shaylin presented the most valuable asset of the Chuck civilization, all their accumulated knowledge. Although their knowledge might seem trivial to a higher civilization, it symbolized their sincerity. They were offering everything they had in exchange for a chance to survive. Listening to Shaylin's unreserved declarations, Lu Feng discerned his earnestness. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "I accept all that you offer." Since the Chuck people had approached him with such a substantial display of goodwill, it would be unwise to turn them away. Moreover, the Chuck planetary system represented an excellent base for Lu Feng, with its wormholes connecting two civilizations, not far from the solar system, making it a strategic thoroughfare, a veritable battleground in ancient times. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, Shaylin and the other Chuck representatives visibly rejoiced. Henceforth, the threat posed by the hailing civilization would no longer loom over them. As long as they refrained from recklessly traversing to the other side of the wormhole, it was unlikely that the hailing civilization would dare to venture into their territory to cause trouble. Lu Feng continued to peruse the information provided by Shaylin, wherein he discovered details regarding the origin of the Dyson Sphere. Chuck Dyson Sphere, client, hailing civilization, constructor, Obria Joint Heavy Industry. The entry was succinct, comprising merely 3 lines. Upon seeing the client and constructor, Lu Feng could not suppress a soft exclamation. Was not the creator of the Dyson Sphere the hailing civilization? Shaylin candidly replied, "Indeed. It was another, entity that established the Stargate for construction. It appears that the hailing civilization has yet to acquire the capability to achieve such a feat initially. The hailing civilization commissioned the constructor because we could only afford the most rudimentary type of Dyson Sphere, namely the fully enclosed fixed Dyson Sphere, which ultimately led to our loss of stellar radiance." Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Dyson Spheres were categorized by tiers. A more advanced Dyson Sphere might not require the concealment of a star's brilliance to harness the energy emitted from it. Regarding the Dyson Sphere, I have a notion. Upon hearing Lu Feng mention the Dyson Sphere, Shaylin immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Presently, their ties with the oceanic civilization have been severed. The oceanic civilization can no longer extract the stellar energy accumulated within the Chuck Dyson Sphere. This signifies that the energy accessible to the Chuck civilization has escalated from a mere 10% to a staggering 100%, marking a tenfold increase. The implications for the advancement of the Chuck civilization are profound. However, should the higher civilization require it, priority must be given to their demands. As for the Dyson Sphere, perhaps it should be dismantled halfway. While an abundance of energy to sustain civilizational growth is undoubtedly advantageous, sometimes humanity requires solace. Just as the sun symbolizes not merely a star to humankind, but also serves as a profound emblem. Under normal circumstances, no civilization would willingly encase the star of its origin completely. In certain science fiction narratives, restrictions are imposed against the construction of Dyson Spheres in the vicinity of habitable planets. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Shaylin was momentarily taken aback, and then he found himself overwhelmed with a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. As carbon-based beings akin to humans, their expressions of sentiment also encompass tears. In truth, those rebels chose to fight for the star, yet how different is their desire from his own? Deep down, every Chuck individual harbors similar sentiments. He merely opted to follow the old king, to endure, to conceal his brilliance, sacrificing the radiance of the star in exchange for the hope of a brighter future for their civilization. But now, there is no longer a need for such restraint. In this moment, Shaylin wholeheartedly and utterly surrenders to the magnificent presence before him, one he has never encountered. Yes, the benevolent, supreme, and venerable higher civilization. As you wish. Chapter 63. The 100,000 Shark Army. Lu Feng could not help but chuckle softly at the various titles that Shaylin had bestowed upon him. From his observations, It was evident that Shalak and the colonial administrators were subtly aligning themselves under Shalin's leadership. In their eyes, Shalin was the Chark who stood closest to the illustrious heights of advanced civilization. It appeared that the Chark civilization would soon be reinvigorated under Shalin's guidance. Lu Feng had no intention of meddling in these intricate details, since the Chark civilization rightfully belonged to him. He merely hoped that no further incidents akin to the Chark Prince would transpire. Moreover, as he calculated the passage of time, it was indeed time for him to return to the solar system. When the warships descended, they arrived in unison, and before his formidable fleet, not a soul dared to make a move. The global order was firmly within his grasp. His word was law. His fleet exuded an absolute deterrent power. Yet, this was not what Lu Feng desired. Beneath the facade of this seemingly tranquil order lurked countless turbulent undercurrents. The dregs of society, those who had acquired warships, mingled among them, alongside numerous unscrupulous individuals with motives divergent from the norm. Regardless of their tragic and unjust pasts, Lu Feng had no power to alter history, nor could he indulge them out of pity for their former lives. What he could do was strive to forge a new society, one in which those hidden undercurrents would be eradicated as much as possible. He feared not external enemies, but rather the prospect of engaging in fierce battles outside, only to have his own backyard ignited by the instigation of others. Thus, he needed to conduct a selection process. The day he departed the solar system would serve as the moment for his initial filtration. Those who had catapulted themselves from the lowest echelons to wield formidable warships would undoubtedly find it impossible to suppress their inner desires. Without the imposing deterrence of Lu Feng's vast fleet, the world would descend into chaos once more, much like it had before his rebirth. However, this time, Lu Feng would be lurking in the shadows, ready to enact his justice. Contemplating this, Lu Feng could not resist glancing at the vast knowledge of the second-tier civilization before him. He had also brought a substantial technological boon for human civilization. Before his departure, Lu Feng sent one final communication to Shalin, instructing him to assemble the most elite legion of the Chark civilization, which would be transported by an aircraft carrier. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Shalin did not hesitate and promptly complied. Though a sense of doubt lingered within him, he astutely chose not to display it. Some matters required no excessive inquiry. The completion of the task sufficed. On the surface of Chark 5, sandstorms swirled, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Outside the base, survival was unfeasible without protective gear. A legion of 100,000 Chark soldiers, equipped with exoskeleton armor and Gauss rifles, stood silently within a colonial base, awaiting orders. They had received the highest command to remain on standby. The orders did not specify what they awaited. Yet the commanding Brigadier General Shah and wisely refrained from probing further. The changes in outer space were already known to him, but they were matters beyond the purview of their ground forces. Contemplating the situation, Shah silently pondered that the highest directive this time pertained to the changes in space. A coup? Would there be a need to summon troops from elsewhere to quell it? As he mused on this, a colossal shadow gradually approached through the boundless wind and sand outside the base. This shadow descended from the sky, nearly matching the size of the entire base. It is worth noting that their station base was of municipal scale. Did this imply that the shadow was comparable in size to a city? Shah's pupils involuntarily dilated. What could this be? A warship? The most advanced warships of the Chark might not even measure up to 1% of this shadow's enormity. As the shadow drew nearer to the base, it ultimately halted like an imposing wall upon the sandy plains outside. The swirling winds and sands were completely obstructed by this wall, allowing everyone to discern its true form. It was a massive, flat, diamond-shaped warship, resembling the very land itself. The hull was adorned with numerous entrances, interspersed with various semi-concealed laser weaponry embedded between these portals. While Shan stood transfixed before this land-like behemoth, he received a communication from the newly appointed president of Chark, Shalin. Brigadier General Shan, as the most elite and loyal legion of our civilization, I command you to lead your legion aboard this warship from the great higher civilization. From now on, you shall heed the directives of the higher civilization. Shalin solemnly announced the new orders. It was at this moment that Shan grasped their intent. He promptly saluted Shalin, affirming, "Yes, I shall lead my legion to bring glory to our civilization." "Good luck, Brigadier General Shan," Shalin replied. Nodding, Shan turned to his entire legion and began issuing commands. All troops, assume battle readiness and board the ship. The Chark soldiers, still in a state of shock, immediately rallied, marching in formation towards the isolation wall at the base, weapons in hand. The entrance of the isolation wall flickered with red warning lights and slowly lifted. The mountain-like warship loomed ahead. A line of fully equipped Chark soldiers, their hearts a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, advanced towards this colossal structure. Transport vehicles laden with supplies and equipment formed a long procession through the isolation wall. The lowest compartment door of the silent behemoth of an aircraft carrier swung open wide, and a legion of 100,000 surged aboard this unprecedented colossus like a swarm of ants. Brigadier General Shah was the last to depart from the base. He traversed the isolation wall, constructed from high-strength materials designed to withstand wind and sand, stepping closer to the ever-enlarging warship. He felt his entire body tremble with anticipation. Embarking on a journey through the cosmos alongside the higher civilization, he had never envisioned such a day in his lifetime. In that moment, his long-dormant fervor surged forth once more. Lu Feng led millions of warships into oblivion within the Chark planetary system. Though he had departed, Xylaxis lingered in the deep space. Several light-years from the Chark system, Lu Feng had advised it to entertain itself there, cautioning against consuming planets indiscriminately and wandering aimlessly, lest a higher civilization capture it for research. Xylaxis responded with unwavering confidence. With Xylaxis present, the Chark star system may very well be the safest haven within the Milky Way. Lu Feng subtly conveyed this assurance to Shaylin, alleviating any concerns he might have after his departure. 1,000,000 ships surged into hyperspace within the Chark star system, emerging approximately an hour later at the periphery of the solar system. Lu Feng commanded the fleet to halt here, facilitating the transfer of the 100,000 Chark troops onto 10 Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers. The colossal size of the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier rendered it difficult for the Void Shadow to envelop it within an invisibility field. Thus, the Chark troops could only be transferred through ship-to-ship channels. Upon completion of the transfer, Lu Feng directed the Void Shadow to activate the invisibility field, leading 10 Nebula-class star cruisers, 50 Wanderer-class battlecruisers, and 500 Fearless-class destroyers into an undetectable state. This formidable fleet silently penetrated the inner sanctum of the solar system. Chapter 64. 24 hours after the arrival in the realm of the Ocean Spirit Civilization, Lu Feng did not feel an urgent need at this moment. He had already surmised that the pivotal point for the Ocean Spirit Civilization's ascension to a Level 4 civilization lay within the wormhole. Drawing from the experiences of his previous life, he recalled that the Ocean Spirit Civilization only succeeded in ascending to a Level 4 civilization during the latter stages of the Solar System campaign, subsequently launching a surprise attack on a Level 3 civilization's home planet. There remained a span of over a decade before that time. As for whether they would dare to traverse the wormhole, Lu Feng felt no concern. The events transpiring on the Chark home planet were undoubtedly influenced by the Ocean Spirit Civilization. They likely had already gleaned information about what had occurred. It was reasonable to assume they would not recklessly enter the Chark planetary system. Even if they did come, Lu Feng harbored no fear. Regarding subsequent measures against the Ocean Spirit Civilization, given the scale of the Xylaxis, it would certainly be unable to navigate the wormhole, necessitating an alternative strategy. The neutron star battleship, from its current position, would require over a year to travel the vast expanse of hundreds of thousands of light years, even at the maximum speed of its hyperspace engine. This estimation was purely theoretical, assuming no complications arose along the way. In reality, the time required would be even greater. The foremost task at hand was to prepare for the impending joint invasion of the civilizations encroaching upon the solar system. Whether it be a matter of months or a couple of years, with the performance of the Galactic-era battleships, those who had acquired them and could not resist the urge to flaunt their power would inevitably encounter other civilizations. At that juncture, it would mark the commencement of a meticulously calculated joint invasion. After a period of silent probing and investigation, multiple Level 3 and even Level 4 civilizations would unite to dispatch fleets surrounding the solar system. With a combination of military might and psychological warfare, they would tighten the encirclement while sowing discord within humanity. Some tactics employed would even leave the most shameless of human politicians feeling inadequate. Thus, Lu Feng needed to complete his selection plan at the earliest opportunity. He could not control the players departing the solar system, nor did he worry about them. Those civilizations would inevitably cross paths. What he could do was stabilize the rear before such encounters transpired, minimizing the potential for unrest. The Void Shadow commanded a fleet of modest size as it gradually penetrated the solar system, reaching the vicinity beyond Neptune. At this moment, Lu Feng observed the flicker of gunfire in the orbit beyond Neptune. One side comprised a dozen level 6 and 7 battleships, while the other consisted of 3 level 7 battleships. The trio of level 7 vessels was utterly incapable of withstanding the barrage from the numerous enemy ships. As the energy shields of the ships neared depletion, the 3 level 7 battleships chose to activate their hyperspace engines amidst the downpour of laser fire. However, during this period, one of the level 7 battleships had its energy shield completely exhausted, resulting in the vessel erupting into flames. The remaining 2 ships managed to enter hyperspace and escape. Upon witnessing the retreat of the enemy into hyperspace, the dozen level 6 and 7 battleships opted not to pursue further. Lacking any means of locating their adversaries, they were unaware of the destination of the fleeing vessels and thus had no choice but to abandon the chase. Observing the entire process, Lu Feng couldn't help but ponder. Has even the vicinity of Neptune begun to witness battles? Observing the dozen or so 6th and 7th level warships, Lu Feng commanded the Void Shadow to draw near, while hundreds of 10th level warships encircled them. Among these vessels, one owner, Zhou Hong, glared hatefully at the 2 ships that had just escaped through hyperspace. They were so close to resolving the matter, only to have him slip away. Having finally located him near Neptune, he was now frustrated that the opportunity had been lost. Thinking of the havoc that this individual had wreaked in Ocean City filled Zhou Hong with rage. Upon the arrival of the warships in the solar system, the world fell into a temporary state of shock, especially after the exposure of the video capturing Lu Feng escorting the Lin family aboard the Void Shadow. The oppressive aura brought by Lu Feng's fleet rendered all players in Galactic Era hesitant to act recklessly. Every player active near the points of interest in Galactic Era was well aware of Lu Feng's reputation and the enormity of his fleet. Thus, in the initial hour of their arrival, no significant disturbances occurred among the players. Some had yet to fully grasp the sudden change. Others were still familiarizing themselves with their warships, while some fretted over maintenance issues with their vessels. However, some quickly realized that an opportunity for upheaval had arisen. Yet, in the face of Lu Feng's fleet, numbering in the millions, all such thoughts were suppressed, and no one dared to take extreme actions. Even after Lu Feng's fleet vanished from the solar system, the aura of intimidation lingered in the hearts of the global populace. 2 hours post-arrival, players began emulating Lu Feng by bringing their warships into the atmosphere to board them. For hours after their arrival, warships could frequently be seen soaring through the skies, as some reveled in the thrill of piloting their vessels. Others took the opportunity to survey global conditions, verifying whether Lu Feng had truly departed. By 6 hours after their arrival, tensions began to rise among players, with some being outpaced in their racing endeavors, while others coveted higher-tier warships owned by fellow players. After witnessing Lu Feng's ships no longer appearing within the solar system, skirmishes began to erupt both within and beyond the atmosphere. Yet, up to this point, the situation remained manageable, and the owners of the warships still adhered to the bounds of humanity. 12 hours after their arrival, certain individuals discovered that conventional armaments posed no threat to their warships. They had become the new sovereigns. Consequently, some began to unleash their primal instincts, casting aside thoughts of Lu Feng's million-strong fleet. If Lu Feng stood before them, they might even extend an invitation for him to join in the creation of a new realm. They would not lament their transgressions. Rather, they would perceive themselves as the rightful architects of a new era. With such formidable warships at their disposal, everything they did seemed justified. In the subsequent 12 hours, the global situation deteriorated rapidly. Numerous nations collapsed, and coups became a common occurrence, with only a few major powers, particularly in the eastern region of Asia, remaining intact. A proprietor possessing numerous warships swiftly united a considerable number of players to establish an entity known as the Order Faction, thereby stabilizing the situation in this region. The founder of the Order Faction, Su Jinxiang, an esteemed veteran player, boasts an extensive network of resources, so much so that even Wang Zhua, who once held the title of the top warship commander, was persuaded to join forces with him. Zhou Hong is also a member of this Order Faction. Their mission is to forge an order that aligns with the survival principles of the new era, irrespective of their past identities. Nevertheless, despite these noble intentions, certain areas still witness tragic events. The individual who had recently fled was a player who deeply regretted selling a special warship and harbored resentment. He launched an unrestrained attack in the city of Ocean, and although Zhou Heng and others swiftly united to annihilate the majority of his fleet, leaving him with merely 3 warships, he nonetheless managed to escape from Ocean City. Among those affected were Zhou Heng's family members. Regrettably, even when pursuing him to Neptune, they ultimately allowed him to slip away. Zhou Heng seethed with frustration. Chapter 65. 2 lists at that moment. Zhou Heng suddenly beheld an overwhelming array of warships gradually materializing around him. These vessels seemed to emerge from thin air, encircling Zhou Heng's modest fleet of a dozen ships at their core. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the resplendent, nebula-like Wuxia Starcloud-class cruisers, 10 in total, encircling him. These were 10th-tier warships, a rarity in the entire Galactic era, with only a handful of individuals capable of constructing such formidable vessels. Most of these artisans were tireless grind enthusiasts, with the fewer being affluent spenders. Given the niche nature of the Galactic era, the former group was far more prevalent than the latter. Zhou Heng's gaze shifted to the other warships. Good heavens, a multitude of wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers. He attempted to count them, but quickly lost track. The remaining vessels were exclusively invincible Trident-class destroyers, densely packed around the Wuxia Starcloud-class cruisers and wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, numbering at least in the hundreds, an abundance that seemed almost trivial. Zhou Heng was struck by the sensation that 10th-tier warships were becoming alarmingly commonplace. Suddenly, a communication channel was established. Zhou Heng's fleet AI received a transmission from the opposing ships, and he unhesitatingly confirmed the connection. The message was clear: disarm all weapons and open the ship-to-ship passage, or you shall find no opportunity to escape into hyperspace. Hearing these words sent a chill through Zhou Heng, yet he complied, realizing that refusal would lead to a similar fate. The voice resonated within him, stirring a sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Gazing at the sudden assembly of 10th-tier vessels, Zhou Heng pondered deeply the presence of so many warships and the echoes of that voice. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. It was Lu Feng. In the next instant, Zhou Heng recalled a man of legendary stature. Lu Feng had returned. Throughout their encounters, Lu Feng had left an indelible impression of a fleet comprising tens of thousands of ships, particularly on that fateful day when an overwhelming number of vessels descended upon them. The magnitude of his fleet had become synonymous with Lu Feng's name, which is why Zhou Heng had not immediately associated this fleet of 10th-tier warships with him. The memories were simply too profound. Whether during the Galactic era or the descent, Lu Feng shone like a sun, an unavoidable presence. During the Galactic era, his numerous server-wide announcements and subsequent media hype had propelled him to fame, allowing the Galactic era to bask in the glow of Lu Feng's reputation. Moreover, it was rumored that Lu Feng might have connections to Zhou Heng's own faction, the Order. It was said that their faction had a clandestine benefactor, though their leader Su had never disclosed the identity, merely assuring that the truth would eventually be revealed. Many speculated that this individual was none other than Lu Feng, the reigning champion of the warship rankings. In the domestic arena, besides Lu Feng, only Wang Zhu's galaxy fleet could rival Su Jinxiang's current standing. Just days before the descent, Su had frantically invested all his assets into the game, significantly expanding his fleet, far surpassing previous scales. Wang Zhu has publicly joined the Order faction, thereby eliminating any possibility of him being the shadowy mastermind behind the scenes. Thus, this enigmatic figure can only be the legendary Lu Feng. Contemplating this, Zhou Heng tentatively inquired, "Is it Lu Feng?" The response was a mere, faint acknowledgement. At this moment, Zhou Heng was convinced. Shedding any psychological burden, he boldly declared, "Master, I bow to you." He even felt an overwhelming desire to kneel and recognize him as a foster father on the spot. With such a formidable ally at their back, what challenge could possibly daunt them in the galaxy? This revelation startled Lu Feng. "How did I unexpectedly acquire a subordinate?" he questioned. "What is going on? Please explain." Zhou Heng recounted everything in detail: the collapse of global order, the establishment of the Order faction, and his pursuit of the nefarious individuals wreaking havoc into High City. Only then did Lu Feng comprehend the situation. It was indeed he who, just days before his arrival, had subtly suggested Su Jinxiang to take action towards forming the Order faction. Otherwise, the civilian coalition would have taken much longer to materialize. He could be considered one of its founders, though unexpectedly, Su Jinxiang had labeled him as the puppet master. Su Jinxiang's capabilities were impressive within such a short span. He had managed to establish an organizational framework while maintaining relative stability in the Eastern Asian region. Surprisingly, Wang Zhua had also been recruited by Su Jinxiang into the Order faction. Lu Feng wondered about his current circumstances, as Zhou Hong had mentioned that things seemed rather dire for him. Furthermore, the individual Zhou Hong was pursuing had harbored resentment after selling a specialized warship, leading him to launch indiscriminate attacks into High City. This reminded Lu Feng of the discoverer of the Void Shadow, who, prior to Lu Feng's rebirth, had already aligned with the Descendants faction, providing cover for an invading civilization by facilitating the entry of a fleet into the solar system. Such a person was far from virtuous, even if he had previously encountered misfortune in life, resulting in his extreme disposition and choice to attack indiscriminately into High City. It could not justify his actions. Lu Feng resolved that if given the opportunity to encounter this individual, he would take the chance to deal with him. However, the escape of this one person did not significantly impact the situation. After all, they were merely 2 warships. The civilizations in question sought far more than just 2 vessels. As for pursuit, Lu Feng had no intention of chasing. All warships were equipped with hyperspace engines, and the differences among them lay solely in their performance. The nature of hyperspace engines made them less susceptible to tracking compared to curvature engines, which detect the curvature of space to trace the bubble enveloping the ship. In contrast, hyperspace engines only produce fluctuations during entry and exit from hyperspace. To track effectively, Lu Feng would need to deploy detection instruments across hundreds to thousands of light years, a nearly impossible endeavor. This was precisely why he opted for a selective strategy. It was unrealistic to manage all players from the outset unless he eradicated everyone entirely. He selectively targets those individuals who remain in the solar system with malicious intentions. If you conduct yourself with integrity, he would not bother you even if you chose to venture beyond the solar system. However, should you choose to disrupt the tranquility of the solar system and engage in insidious activities behind the scenes, there is no reason for him to tolerate your actions. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng redirected his gaze back to Zhou Hong. As they were allies, Lu Feng did not require Zhou Hong to disarm for the inspection by the Chuck Legion. Nevertheless, he ensured that Zhou Heng's ship remained encircled by his own fleet. As a measure of necessary caution, have you established internal communications for the Order faction? Lu Feng inquired. Zhou Hong promptly nodded, affirming that they had indeed set up communication systems, noting that the warships from the Galactic era were equipped with faster-than-light communication technology. Although the specific principles behind it were unclear, he found it to be remarkably effective. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng made a mental note to thoroughly investigate the warships that had descended from the Galactic era and to analyze their technological components in detail, to ascertain the extent of their alignment with the civilizations of the Milky Way. Given the Chuck civilization's reverence for these warships, along with the insatiable desire exhibited by the invading coalition against the solar system for the vessels from the Galactic era, it was evident that these warships possessed advanced technology. Do not disclose my return just yet. Contact Su Jinxiang privately and instruct him to prepare 2 lists, Lu Feng instructed. Zhou Hong immediately complied. One list would comprise players from the Galactic era, while the other would consist of players with clean criminal records. Lu Feng articulated the 2 lists he had long contemplated. Recognizing the implications of Lu Feng's words, Zhou Hong felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that a significant change was imminent. At that moment, Zhou Hong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, relieved that he had not succumbed to greed and thankful that he had heeded Su Jinxiang's advice to join the Order faction. Chapter 66. The Conference at the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute Europe, specifically the city of Potsdam, situated to the southwest of Berlin, is home to the illustrious Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. Recently, this esteemed institution convened a global symposium focused on astronomical research. The focal point of discussion was the newly discovered, suspicious Dyson sphere-like structure identified at the Xylaxis Observatory in Dying City. The observatory had meticulously compiled relevant papers and data, intending to unveil them for the first time at this international gathering. Leading the delegation was academician Chen Jinwen, accompanied by his team, which included researchers from the Xylaxis Observatory and his students, among whom was Zhou Xian. Nestled in a picturesque suburban setting, the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute hosted the conference for a full 5 days, attracting the world's foremost astronomers who engaged in various conjectures regarding the findings from the Xylaxis Observatory. The central questions emerged. Was the star, which had been dimming over the past few months, truly enveloped by a Dyson sphere? Does a civilization at an advanced stage genuinely require such a construct? Could there exist a Kardashev Type 2 or even Type 3 civilization within 100 light-years of our solar system? Numerous inquiries were raised by the gathered astronomers, reviving old hypotheses about civilizations while also introducing new ones. The discussions were fervent. This was not the first occurrence of such an event. Whenever a research institute or observatory makes a new claim of a potential Dyson sphere, similar conferences tend to resurface. However, due to humanity's limited understanding of the cosmos beyond our solar system, much of the discourse relies on speculation and inference. Consequently, these questions often remain confined to the realm of imagination among astronomers, yielding little in the way of tangible results. Ultimately, such gatherings tend to conclude with merely naming the newly discovered Dyson sphere-like structure, marking it on humanity's astronomical map. Attendees often view it as a funded excursion, seizing the opportunity to exchange ideas and research advancements with global peers. Chen Jinwen shared this sentiment as he brought Zhou Xin and the others to participate in the conference, hoping to enrich their experiences through engagement with their counterparts and simultaneously elevate the international profile of the Xylaxis Observatory. As the conference progressed amid conviviality, it reached its final day. Yet, on this very day, an epoch-making event unfolded that would astonish the world. The skies over Europe were shrouded by countless warships. Just as the world's leading astronomers had concluded their discussions on the Dyson sphere, the sudden sight of these warships sent shockwaves through their minds, collectively conjuring a singular thought: aliens were coming. A group of elder scholars huddled together, exchanging wide-eyed glances, and hurriedly approached Chen Jinwen, questioning whether he had transmitted any signals to the Dyson sphere discovered by the Xylaxis Observatory. Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xin were left in a state of panic, sweating profusely as they hastily explained that even if they had sent signals, it would take more than a few days for any response to reach them. As the crowd calmed down and reflected on the situation, they realized the logic in their reasoning. Their initial fright had simply led them to leap to such conclusions. After all these years, it was indeed the first time they had witnessed such a scene. For an ordinary person to maintain a calm mind under extreme shock is quite a feat, let alone for a group of elderly individuals. The younger generation, represented by Zhou Xin, is accustomed to turning to the internet when confronted with significant events. Upon doing so, they discovered that this phenomenon was not limited to Europe but was a global occurrence. Countries across Europe had already entered a state of emergency. Before long, an even more astonishing event unfolded. A video from Haishur began to circulate wildly on functioning websites, depicting an entire fleet descending to hover directly above the Pujiang River. In the video, a massive warship, several hundred meters long, was seen hovering above the river, abducting individuals from the riverbank. Zhou Xin immediately recognized the leading figure among the people by the river. It was Lu Feng. Goodness, 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 Zhou Xin was so stunned that the only words that escaped his lips were expressions of disbelief. This Lu Feng fellow beside him. Chen Jinwen was drawn in by the video as well. The moment he finished watching, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, Lu Feng was no ordinary person. He had produced distinctly non-human starfield images, founded a top-tier tech company at a young age, and then, at the pinnacle of his company's success, chose to withdraw and sell his shares. All signs pointed to the conclusion that he was not human, but rather an alien in disguise. At that moment, Zhou Xin lamented. If only I had played that game when Lu Feng invited me. I was too busy writing my thesis and ended up not constructing a single ship. Alas, the thesis has led me astray. Chen Jinwen, hearing Zhou Xin's ramblings, slapped him across the face. What are you talking about? Do you not want to graduate? Zhou Xin, covering his head and glancing at the fleet above, weakly replied, with everything like this happening, who cares about school? Not even a dog would he refrain from completing the last part of his sentence under Chen Jinwen's nearly murderous gaze. Chen Jinwen was still in a state of shock, reflecting on how he had failed to realize that Lu Feng might be an alien. Zhou Xin, bewildered, thought, what alien? Isn't this merely a battleship from the game appearing in the real world? Sensing that the elder was unfamiliar with certain new trends, he showed Chen Jinwen the comments beneath the video, which stated that these warships were all from the game Galactic era. Every player of Galactic era could acquire the warships they possessed in the game. A wave of admiration and disbelief filled the comments section, with some individuals exclaiming their skepticism, claiming it must be a global conspiracy to deceive them. After reading the comments, Chen Jinwen fell into a stupor. It was not that he doubted the authenticity. Rather, he found himself compelled to accept it. That Lu Feng appeared to be the owner of the largest fleet in the game. He had heard Zhou Xian mention this before, as the media was fervently publicizing it at the time. And now, those warships had all materialized in reality? Just how many were there? He gazed at the densely packed fleet of warships overhead, a sight mirrored across the skies of the globe. Among them, how many belonged to Lu Feng? Chen Jinwen immediately clutched his heart, feeling as though it might cease to function, unsure whether it was from shock or elation. Zhou Xian swiftly supported the trembling elder, who appeared on the verge of collapsing. Teacher, we have struck gold. With Lu Feng on our side, will we ever worry about funding again? You must not leave now. Otherwise, how can I leverage your name to secure that fellow's funding? Chen Jinwen, infuriated, stood up abruptly. Securing funding. Securing funding. How dare you think I would let you deceive for funding? After delivering a few sharp slaps to Zhou Xian, Chen Jinwen felt his heart regain its vigor. Zhou Xian, cradling his head, dared not retaliate or argue. Chapter 67. Gradual Chaos. Subsequently, Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian, having acquired this pivotal information, shared the news with various astronomers. Such revelations had already spread far and wide. It was inevitable that everyone would learn of it sooner or later, rendering any attempt to conceal it unnecessary. However, Chen Jinwen deliberately withheld a crucial detail, the star map that Lu Feng had requested him to locate. He did not let slip even a whisper of its existence, keeping it so well guarded that even his student, Zhou Xian, remained oblivious to it. Are all these battleships from a game? And the owner in this video is someone you know? The esteemed astronomer Anthony from the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute could hardly believe this was true. It surpassed his wildest imagination, completely transcending the realms of physics he was familiar with. He would find it more acceptable if one were to suggest that extraterrestrials had attacked. Chen Jinwen, a longtime friend of Anthony, patted his shoulder with a nonchalant demeanor. Olden, you must learn to embrace new phenomena. You weren't like this before. Zhou Xian interjected, clutching his heart and mimicking Chen Jinwen's earlier demeanor. Chen Jinwen shot Zhou Xian a glare, causing him to promptly fall silent. So, what do we do next? Anthony asked, voicing the collective concern that lingered in the minds of all present. The question hung in the air, and the gathered astronomers fell into a profound silence, including Chen Jinwen. None could foresee the magnitude of change that awaited them with the dawn of this new era. They were left to ponder their place within it. Even the prospect of seeing tomorrow remained uncertain. Chen Jinwen quietly inquired of Zhou Xian, can we still reach Lu Feng? Zhou Xian shook his head. Only Twitter remained functional, while other social media platforms were temporarily under restriction, as were international calls. Chen Jinwen harbored an unsettling feeling deep within. Does Lu Feng know we are abroad? Zhou Xian pondered for a moment and then shook his head again. I haven't mentioned it to him, have you? Zhou Xian looked at Chen Jinwen with anticipation. Chen Jinwen, somewhat exasperated, responded through gritted teeth. If I had told him, would I be asking you? What now? I had a flight booked for tonight, but at this point, I imagine no flights will be operating. Returning home, the embassy might not even be able to assist. Zhou Xian understood that countries had entered a state of emergency, and transportation had ceased almost immediately. Chen Jinwen felt equally helpless, resolving to remain there for the time being, awaiting clarity on the situation. Just then, a cry of astonishment pierced the air. Everyone present turned their gaze skyward, and they beheld a startling sight. Most of the battleships had vanished. Only a multitude of vessels adorned with various colored emblems remained, representing the fleets owned by numerous players. At that moment, Europe was still enveloped in the early morning, and the unimpeded sunlight began to cascade upon the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. Due to this unforeseen event, the astronomers who were scheduled to depart today have been compelled to cancel their plans and remain at the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. Fortunately, there is still an ample supply of food within the institute, providing some comfort to the astronomers, allowing them to endure the situation for the time being. Meanwhile, the skies over Europe have transformed into a playground for numerous players. They have taken to their warships, exuberantly unleashing their pent-up excitement. The notion of nationhood has become irrelevant to them. The soldiers, confronted with the imposing warships, tremble in fear, while their ineffectual commanders dare not issue commands to fire. Merely watching as the warships engage in a frenzied display, they are acutely aware of the intoxicating sensation of newfound power. This feeling, is truly exquisite. Although many players chose not to partake in the chaos, witnessing their peers' warships descend and swagger through the skies compelled them to lower their own fleets for protection, ensuring the safety of themselves and their families. They are acutely aware of the volatile situation in their homeland, under the guise of freedom. There is no telling when a reckless individual, high on exhilaration or substances, might launch an attack. Should they become collateral damage, misfortune would befall them. In smaller locales, the presence of a single player from the Galactic era could dominate the entire town. In stark contrast, larger cities have their skies divided among various factions, with hundreds, if not thousands, of warships, either conservatively or recklessly, weaving through the urban airspace. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense with the proliferation of warships. Just hours after their arrival, restraint still prevails, and the fundamental nature of humanity remains intact. However, once the first shots are fired, no one can predict how the situation will unfold. Those with foresight have already fled with their families aboard their warships, taking to the cosmos. Yet, space is no sanctuary. It too is plagued by disordered small fleets wreaking havoc. The larger fleets remain unapproachable, with everyone instinctively steering clear of them. Amidst this escalating tension, some astronomers gaze anxiously at the massive warships soaring overhead. Others, disregarding the advice of their peers, insist on returning to their homeland, seeking assistance from their embassy in the nearest major city. These individuals form a small convoy, with several researchers from the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute driving their vehicles toward Berlin in the northeast. They have agreed that if their endeavor proves unsuccessful, they will return. The distance between Potsdam and Berlin is not great. A few hours of driving suffices for the round trip. However, as night descends, these individuals do not return. 12 hours have passed since the arrival of the warships, and Europe has shifted from dawn to dusk. Meanwhile, those at the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute observe thick smoke and flames rising from the direction of downtown Potsdam. The institute is situated outside the city center, leaving them uncertain about the unfolding events within. However, as the flames and thick fog in the urban area gradually transformed into the sounds of cannons and gunfire, the sky above the city was illuminated by lasers fired from warships, with countless beams slicing through the air in chaotic disarray. The acrid and pungent odor began to waft from the city. Within the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere as everyone speculated about the unfolding events in the city. Was it a military skirmish? A riot? Regardless of the nature of the turmoil, it was evident that the urban environment was engulfed in utter chaos. Though the institute was situated at a considerable distance and remained unaffected by the disorder, all were acutely aware that it would not be long before they too could be caught in the turmoil. In that moment, everyone was desperately seeking an escape. Whether by appealing to familiar officers for assistance or calling upon the state for aid, every conceivable means was employed by this group of astronomers. Chapter 68. Transformed into a military facility in the current predicament, safeguarding their own well-being was a challenge, let alone managing a group of astronomers stranded in a foreign land. All forms of communication at their disposal proved futile. Xylaxis and his companions had exhausted various methods to no avail. "What should we do now, teacher?" Xylaxis lamented, staring at his incessantly buzzing phone with a furrowed brow. Chun Jinwen understood that maintaining composure was crucial as the backbone of the group. He needed to exhibit a fortifying presence. "Do not panic. A solution will present itself," he reassured them. At that moment, the sound of vehicles approached the entrance of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. Someone immediately expressed confusion, wondering if those who had previously departed for Berlin had returned. Xylaxis instinctively thought the same. However, upon hearing the throaty roar of the engines, he sensed something was amiss. The researchers from D country drove smaller cars. Could their engines sound so robust? 2 guards stood at the gate, yet their presence was eerily silent, further deepening Xylaxis' unease. He quietly beckoned Chun Jinwen and the others to follow him into a building at the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, where they could discreetly observe the entrance. Peering through the window, Xylaxis caught sight of the unfolding scene illuminated by the glow of the car headlights. Those were not the familiar faces returning. Rather, military green vehicles filled with soldiers bearing Caucasian features, accompanied by armored cars flaunting imposing machine guns. Overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sight, Xylaxis felt his legs tremble. "Teacher, are we to become prisoners?" He quivered, glancing back at Chun Jinwen. Chun Jinwen, maintaining his silence, surveyed the situation outside before delivering a firm slap to Xylaxis' shoulder, asserting calmly, "You ought to watch fewer films. What thoughts occupy your mind? If they truly intended to capture us, they would have stormed in by now. Can't you see how orderly those convoys are parked outside? They are clearly regular troops." Upon hearing Chen Jinwen's words, the group from the Zijin Mountain Observatory visibly relaxed. However, Chen Jinwen hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his concerns. This situation is not favorable for us either. Xylaxis felt his heart leap to his throat at this revelation. Noticing Chen Jinwen's silence, he couldn't help but interject. "Could you please express your thoughts in one go?" Irritated, Chen Jinwen delivered another firm clap to Xylaxis, who winced in protest, rubbing his head. Feeling slightly appeased, he continued, "Have you all noticed the location of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute?" His gaze swept across the group, only to meet a chorus of bewildered shakes of the head. With a furrowed brow, Chen Jinwen cast his eyes upon the vast plains outside. The interior of D country was predominantly flat, with elevated terrain being a rarity. The Potsdam Astrophysical Institute was situated at the highest elevation in the vicinity, equipped with radio telescopes and radar, surrounded by towering walls and structures. For these seasoned soldiers, it would undoubtedly be the optimal choice for a base. This implies that we are transitioning from a civilian research facility to a military installation, thereby increasing the likelihood of an attack. Chen Jinwen's mindset remains entrenched in the strategies of past wars. He is not alone. The soldiers of Country D share this same perspective. When confronted with conventional enemies, such facilities are indeed relatively easy to defend. However, should we lose air superiority, and the skies be left unchallenged by the enemy, such installations would become conspicuous. Even with this understanding, these regular troops find themselves powerless. They have nowhere else to retreat. The base has been rendered inoperable following a barrage of bombings, and their aircraft appear as insignificant as ants before the might of enemy warships. The urban landscape has transformed into a perilous zone, where these regular forces stand out prominently among the rioters, making them the top priority for attack. Contemplating this, Colonel Vonder, the temporary commander of the troops, felt a wave of despondency. The youth of their nation had deteriorated to such a state. He recalled the fragmented messages received over the radio, hinting that the eastern region had come under the control of a coalition of young warship owners, striving to establish a new order to avert crises for both country and citizens. Here, however, the situation was starkly different. The initial destruction of urban order was instigated not by those warship owners, but by the lowly elements wreaking havoc in the streets. Their actions, vandalizing shopping malls, engaging in looting, and setting buildings ablaze, had spiraled out of control. Subsequently, a small faction of warship owners joined in, propelling the situation towards chaos. With a sigh, Colonel Vonder pondered the uncertain future ahead. Yet tonight, if they failed to find shelter, they might have to sleep collectively on the plains. Spending a night on the open plains, it was uncertain whether they would even see the sunlight the following day. Colonel Vonder found himself cornered to such an extent. Despite knowing that the research facility might be targeted as a military site and recognizing its vulnerability against the warships, he felt compelled to take refuge here. He cast a glance at the guard, subdued by his soldiers, and strode purposefully into the research institute, with armed soldiers trailing behind him in a steady stream. They pushed open the heavy iron doors, allowing the continuous convoy to enter the facility. Many of the armored vehicles bore charred marks and even the stench of blood, evidence of previous skirmishes. The astronomers still gathered in the grand conference hall were taken aback as waves of soldiers surged in, encircling them. Colonel Vonder quickly identified the director of the institute, the renowned astronomer Anthony. Approaching the elderly Anthony, he solemnly declared, "Mr. Anthony, Country D has entered a state of emergency. The current situation is dire. My forces require the requisition of this research institute, and I hereby announce it." He noticed a flicker of anxiety cross the face of the elder. "You cannot proceed in this manner. This facility houses astronomers from around the globe, the finest minds in the field. If anything were to happen, the consequences would be unbearable for all." Vonder glanced over the myriad of faces in the conference hall before shaking his head in resignation. "Mr. Anthony, the times have changed. You astronomers have become the most superfluous beings in this era of war." He refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. From the perspective of a career soldier, this seemed entirely self-evident to him. However, from a human standpoint, he softened his demeanor. "Take good care of these astronomers, but do not allow them to wander aimlessly. Additionally, Gather the engineers within the Institute. We must devise a means to utilize the facilities at our disposal for our own salvation. Chapter 69. Signal Amplifier. The soldiers thoroughly scoured the entire research institute, and Xylaxis and his companions were no exception. They were escorted to the Grand Conference Hall, where all the astronomers had gathered. Colonel von Deller was taken aback upon noticing several distinctly Oriental faces entering the hall, prompting him to hastily inquire of Anthony about their origins. Where do they come from? Anthony glanced helplessly at Qin Jinwen. From the Purple Mountain Observatory in Dying City. That is academician Qin Jinwen. Dying City, von Deller murmured, the exotic name igniting a thought within him. He switched to an international lingua franca and addressed Qin Jinwen. Academician Qin, please follow me. I would like you to serve as our special advisor. His previously stern demeanor towards the astronomers vanished in an instant, leaving Anthony quite astonished. Was Colonel von Deller truly this accommodating? Qin Jinwen was momentarily taken aback as well. He exchanged glances with Anthony, both uncertain of the colonel's intentions. Surely, he does not intend to interrogate me in secret. I have not signaled to extraterrestrials. Feeling somewhat wronged, Qin Jinwen cleared his throat and replied, I wish to remain with my students and colleagues. The presence of familiar faces provided him some comfort. After all, it is better to have company on the path to the underworld. The more, the merrier in times of escape. Von Deller immediately acquiesced. Of course, academician Qin. Those with you are welcome to accompany as well. Upon hearing this, Xylaxis, who had been aligned in thought with Qin Jinwen, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Teacher, I do not wish to go. You should go alone. In response, he received a gentle slap from Qin Jinwen. Von Deller endeavored to present himself as approachable, offering a warm smile to Qin Jinwen and his group, hoping to earn their favor. Yet, Qin Jinwen and Xylaxis found his smile rather disconcerting. What could this man possibly want? Xylaxis leaned closer to Qin Jinwen and whispered, Teacher, you haven't offended old Anthony, have you? Did old Anthony speak ill of me to this fellow? If so, let's bring old Anthony along. Misery loves company. Well done, young man. At least you've put your mind to good use, Qin Jinwen mused, somewhat convinced by Xylaxis' reasoning, albeit reluctantly. Let old Anthony join us, as he is most familiar with this place. Von Deller continued to smile amiably, nodding, no problem at all. Whatever academician Qin says goes. Anthony, bewildered, cast another incredulous look at Von Deller. Such a swift agreement. Could it be that this old man is the father-in-law of some prominent figure? Having known Qin Jinwen for decades, Anthony was puzzled. What was so remarkable about this mere academician? Suddenly, he recalled Xylaxis' earlier words about knowing someone significant, perhaps a battleship owner or even the leader of the largest fleet. At that moment, Von Deller had already led the way ahead, and Qin Jinwen patted Anthony on the shoulder as they followed. Anthony finally came to his senses and trailed behind the group. A group of individuals arrived beneath a colossal structure. This was the signal station of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, utilized for communicating via satellite phones. Vonder gazed at the spherical edifice and slowly articulated his innermost thoughts. Esteemed colleagues, the situation outside is perilous. The entirety of Europa is engulfed in danger, and it is likely that not a single patch of untainted land remains. The expressions of all present turned grave. They were acutely aware of the dire circumstances, yet they had not anticipated the severity of the situation. However, in the east, order still prevailed. Upon hearing this, the faces of the assembly displayed a myriad of emotions. Qin Jinwen and Xylaxis were elated, experiencing a profound sense of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. Conversely, Anthony appeared increasingly astonished. How could order be maintained under such conditions? Vonder nodded slowly, affirming the news they had received, which indicated that a young man named Su Jinxiang had spearheaded the formation of an order alliance, comprised of formidable warship owners. The entire Far East was under their vigilant protection. If we wish to survive under the aegis of order, we must venture east. As Vonder spoke, no one dared to question the veracity of his words. Instead, they all glimpsed a flicker of hope. In the east, a realm of order still existed. A fleeting glimmer of longing crossed Anthony's face as he looked at Qin Jinwen with palpable envy. Old Qin, you are indeed fortunate. Qin Jinwen, too, was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. It was the first time he had heard such intelligence. He then understood why the colonel addressed him and his companions with such deference. Xylaxis, what has befallen you? At that moment, someone shook the dazed Xylaxis. He stood frozen, grappling to recall something, and upon hearing his classmate call, he instinctively responded, Su Jinxiang. That name seems familiar. After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, Ah, right? A Feng mentioned that he has a friend named Su Jinxiang in his game. The revelation sent shockwaves through all present. What? You know Su Jinxiang? Vonder exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be, we are saved? Anthony, too, found it hard to accept. You rascal, why didn't you mention something so significant earlier? Chen Jinwen scolded, though he raised his hand in a gesture that hung in the air, hesitating to bring it down, fearing Zhou Xn might turn against them. Although they were communicating in a universally understood language, Zhou Xin had instinctively shouted in Chinese, prompting Chen Jinwen to translate. Vonder rushed to Zhou Xin, convinced that his decision to bring these Easterners along was indeed fortuitous. Sir, we possess a full-band signal transmitter. By utilizing the satellite phone signal station of the Research Institute, we can significantly extend our signal's reach. Within the order zone, they will be able to receive our transmission. He was filled with fervent excitement, carefully and almost pleadingly asking Zhou Xin, can you assist us? Zhou Xin did not hesitate and promptly nodded. This endeavor was not solely to assist the present Feng Daier and the astronomers, but also to aid themselves. He was rather surprised to discover that the order zone had been established by Su Jinxiang and his associates. Overjoyed, Feng Daier embraced Zhou Xin, exclaiming that they should act swiftly. He directed his soldiers to bring forth a device resembling a backpack, which was a military-grade full-spectrum signal transmitter. Meanwhile, the engineers in the Research Institute dismantled the massive outer shell of the signal station, revealing its intricate inner components. The backpack device was connected to the signal station by several wires, enabling the high-power transmitter to amplify the signal output by several hundred times. Everything was prepared, yet at that moment, a question arose. Does the absence of a designated communication channel imply that individuals outside the order zone could also receive the signals we transmit? Chapter 70. Distress signal. This predicament left all present in a state of hesitation. They had a fair understanding of the circumstances beyond the order zone. What calamity might ensue if those outside received their transmitted signal and pursued them? No one dared to take that risk. Just then, a faint rumble echoed above the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, reminiscent of distant thunder in the sky. Vonder was well acquainted with this sound. It was the ominous roar of warships. His countenance changed markedly, and he hastily summoned scouts to report on the situation. Commander, 3 warships, each measuring between 300 to 400 meters, are hovering at an altitude of 500 meters, approximately 10 kilometers away from us. A wave of unease washed over Von Derivative. Were these warships heading in their direction? He refrained from any rash actions. At this distance, should the signal be dispatched and intercepted by those 3 vessels, they could arrive above the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute in an instant. If these warships harbored malicious intent, they would not withstand the onslaught until reinforcements from the order zone arrived. For a time, no one within the institute dared to move, awaiting the unfolding events in silence. It was not until dawn the next day that the scouts noted the 3 warships appeared to have moved farther away, allowing the anxious personnel to exhale in relief after a night filled with trepidation. However, it was not long before the warships re-emerged in sight, this time accompanied by a throng of marauders who were once again advancing toward the institute. The marauders, piloting modified pickups and brandishing flamethrowers, surged forth beneath the warships, creating a chaotic procession toward the institute. The 3 warships loomed above them, as if providing an escort. Vonder lowered his binoculars and descended from the observation loft, addressing Chen Jinwen and the others. Esteemed colleagues, regardless of the peril we face, we have no alternative. With his command, the engineers activated the high-power transmitter at the signal station, adjusting it to maximum capacity. A high-intensity signal source, potent enough to penetrate the atmosphere and reach outer space, emanated from the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. The military-grade multi-band signal transmitter connected to the signal station began to emit a rhythmic signal. With the augmentation from the high-power transmitter, the signal's strength and radiation range expanded several hundredfold. This is the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. We are under threat of an attack by marauders. Repeat. We are under threat of an attack by marauders. We have astronomers from around the globe, including academician Chen Jinwen from the Purple Mountain Observatory and his student Zhou Xin. We now seek assistance from the order zone to the east. If you have the capacity, I implore you to send aid. Otherwise, we shall not withstand another wave of assault. Repeat, this is the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. This is the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. The powerful signal radiated from the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, with electromagnetic waves propagating at nearly the speed of light in all directions. If one could perceive the invisible spectrum with the naked eye, one would witness the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute emanating like a celestial beacon, relentlessly broadcasting a distress signal. Satellites and naval vessels from various nations orbiting over Europa have all detected this signal. In a certain large nation to the east, the United Fleet of Order, headquartered in the city of Ocean, received an urgent message. The recipient of this message regarded it with utmost seriousness, and it swiftly reached the hands of Fleet Commander Su Jinxiang. Commander Su, we have received a distress signal from Potsdam via our relay satellites. Su Jinxiang focused intently on the message, noting the names Chun Jinwen and Zhou Xian, which caught his attention significantly. From the Purple Mountain Observatory, he began to contemplate the domestic forces that could be dispatched to Europa. After all, the region was engulfed in chaos, and relying solely on their own strength to establish order would be quite challenging. The 2,000 Level 10 warships under Old Wang would require some time for repairs. While Su Jinxiang was deep in thought, another message arrived. Commander Su, this is also from the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. They mentioned that Zhou Xian is a friend of Lu Feng. Su Jinxiang immediately stood up from his chair. Notify all members of the United Fleet. All non-defensive warships are to be mobilized. Target, Potsdam. Above the city of Ocean, only a little over 100 warships were engaged in routine patrols. Yet in the next moment, beams of hyperspace engines illuminated the near-Earth orbit above the city. A fleet of 500 warships appeared unexpectedly, followed by another fleet of 300. Countless vessels, hastily gathered from across the nation, converged upon the city of Ocean, forming a vast canopy in the skies above. Soon, the number surpassed 1,000 and continued to rise. Although the quality of the ships varied, the sheer number amassed created a formidable force. Su Jinxiang commanded this fleet. With their numbers, as long as they were not confronted by the entirety of Europa's naval players, dealing with a few smaller adversaries would be relatively manageable. However, the greatest fear was that their presence might incite hostility from all of Europa's players, leading to a collective assault against them. As Su Jinxiang observed the gathering fleet, swelling to 10,000 vessels, he received a message from the deployed member Zhou Hong. Upon reading the message, Su Jinxiang's pupils constricted. Those individuals are accelerating. The sentry, who had been monitoring the enemy, immediately reported to Von Derivative. With a heavy heart, Von Der realized that his worst fears had come to pass. The 3 warships had also received the signal from the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, and, as if provoked, their speed surged dramatically. The thunderous sound of breaking the sound barrier caused those nearby to instinctively cover their ears. Within the atmosphere, hyperspace engines could not be employed easily. They primarily relied on anti-gravity engines. In but a few fleeting seconds, he would descend upon these detestable pests, unleashing his formidable firepower to reduce them to charred remnants. As the warship approached at breakneck speed, even with Chun Jinwen's extensive experience, he could not suppress a surge of trepidation. Zhou Xian, gripped by fear, clung tightly to Chun Jinwen's leg. Teacher, I haven't even married yet. I do not wish to perish. Chun Jinwen, instinctively inclined to utter a few curses, found his lips trembling, rendering him speechless, while his leg quaked like a sieve. Damn it, it must be that scoundrel Zhou Xian's doing. There is no way I am afraid, he seethed inwardly, yet as he gazed into the sky, the reflection of the warship became ever more distinct. Chapter 71. The Spear of Radiance emerges. Time is running out. Chun Jinwen thought. Even if reinforcements were dispatched from the homeland at this moment, it would be too late. They would undoubtedly perish beneath the bombardment of this warship. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a brilliant golden light suddenly descended from the heavens above. The radiance was so dazzling that it was hard to dismiss the notion of divine intervention. Wherever the golden light shone, all felt a warm, invigorating energy coursing through them. The people of Europa collectively lifted their gaze to the sky, witnessing a colossal point radiating golden brilliance amidst the cosmos. Within that intense glow were ethereal, shimmering wings. Countless individuals believed that angels had descended. They immediately fell to their knees, convinced this was a divine retribution sent to punish the demonic beings responsible for their calamities. A stream of pale gold surged downwards, striking the earth like a newly fallen star gracing the world of Europa. This star, ephemeral yet powerful, directly penetrated a warship hovering above the Potsdam Astrophysical Research Institute. As those inside the institute gazed in stunned silence at the charred remnants of the vessel, 2 additional torrents of golden light cascaded down. With a thunderous roar, they obliterated the remaining 2 warships into similar ashen ruins. Though one vessel attempted to evade, the golden stream relentlessly pursued it, unyielding in its trajectory. Where the golden light illuminated, nothing could escape its gaze. Angels. These were indeed angels sent by the Lord. The devout astronomers fell to their knees in prayer. Even individuals as resolute as Colonel Von Dell began to waver in belief. Could this truly be an angel? Anthony humbly bowed his head, imploring, Lord, please usher me into this golden kingdom. Zhou Xian, still clinging to Chen Jinwen's leg, stared vacantly at the fluttering remnants of charred debris, instinctively patting his teacher. Teacher, please don't tremble. Across Europa, a vast majority knelt in the golden light, their prayers merging into a harmonious chorus. Then, against the backdrop of this resplendent golden glow, a fleet of over 500 warships gradually revealed itself. It emerged as a divine envoy materializing from the light, indelibly etched in the hearts of all who beheld it. The fleet slowly descended into the atmosphere, each warship activating its anti-gravity engines, exuding an unparalleled majesty as it approached Potsdam. Among the fleet, a colossal immaculate Nebula-class cruiser came to a halt upon the Earth's surface. Brigadier General Shan observed the slowly opening hatch before him, his exoskeleton armor sealing shut while his Gauss rifle stood at the ready. First Army, follow me. Behind him stood a full contingent of 10,000 meticulously equipped Chark legionnaires. The hatch thudded to the ground, and Brigadier General Shan marched forward, accompanied by the synchronized sound of steel footsteps. By the command of the great superior civilization, eradicate the rebels. Yes, not far from the hatch, a group of assailants aimed at the Potsdam Astrophysics Institute stood brandishing firearms, RPGs, and flamethrowers, alongside modified pickup trucks mounted with colossal machine guns. Initially, they gazed in bewilderment at the radiant golden light that inexplicably appeared in the sky, obliterating the 3 lead warships in an instant. Soon after, they beheld a gargantuan vessel, several hundred times larger than those 3 warships, descending toward them. The numerous hatches of the massive ship swung open, unleashing fully armed battalions that surged forth. As laser beams erupted from our warships, they detonated amidst the center of the marauders. Shan raised his Gauss rifle, unhesitatingly sweeping fire upon the few survivors who had evaded destruction. The entire legion swept across Potsdam with the ferocity of a tempest, scouring every corner. Any hostile warships daring to attack from above were swiftly annihilated by our fearless destroyers. Their primary objective was to secure areas where handling those warships proved troublesome, particularly within the city's structures. The information had been uploaded. The luminous spear had scanned all regions touched by the light, ready to provide comprehensive support. Inside the void shadow, Lu Feng gazed contentedly at the luminous spear above him. At that moment, the luminous wings of the vessel had yet to fully unfurl. Even at a basic span of 500 kilometers, it wielded immense power. If fully charged, the wings could extend to 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, resembling a miniature sun. As the fleet approached, a signal was received. At that juncture, another fleet of thousands of ships appeared in orbit above Europe. The signal was derived from this fleet. Lu Feng encountered an unfamiliar face. Boss Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Su Jinxiang. The individual greeted him with a smile, their camaraderie resembling that of longtime friends. Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. No need to call me boss anymore. I'm out of funds. Su Jinxiang rolled his eyes at Lu Feng's words, bemused by his humility. Let us put that aside for now. How do you intend to handle the current situation? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng replied, authority and respect are earned through action. Mere observation breeds only fear without reverence. Coordinate with my legion and begin to tidy up this mess. With that, Lu Feng exited to view the imagery relayed by the sensors of the void shadow. On the screen, he recognized 2 familiar faces within the Potsdam Astrophysics Institute. Stepping out of the bridge, Lu Feng utilized the teleportation device of the void shadow to arrive at the institute. At this moment, the Potsdam Astrophysics Institute had already been seized by the Chuck Legion, led by Shan. The original soldiers, confronted by these armored, monstrous Chuck warriors, offered no resistance and surrendered willingly. Shan stood guard at the entrance of the institute, having just received word that the esteemed upper civilization would soon arrive. As the light flashed, Lu Feng's figure gradually materialized, facing a solemnly bowing Shan. This was Shan's first glimpse of the true visage of the great upper civilization, closely resembling the stature and appearance of his own Chuck people. Shan also recalled the results detected by the equipment he carried when he first arrived on this planet. The composition of the entire planet bore a striking resemblance to that of their home planet, Chark, and astonishingly, even the indigenous species appeared quite similar. However, out of an abundance of caution, they could not yet breathe the air here directly. All members of the Chark Legion relied on the respiratory filtration systems integrated into their exoskeleton armor. Reflecting on this, Shan felt that his thoughts might be somewhat disrespectful to the great advanced civilization. He spoke reverently, addressing the great advanced civilization. Lu Feng nodded, and as he shifted his gaze, he noticed that those foreigners, including several individuals with East Asian features, were collectively staring at him in astonishment, as if they were gazing upon a peculiar creature. Chapter 72. The astronomer captured, although they could not comprehend the language spoken by the humanoid figure clad in exoskeletal armor. It was evident that this individual held great respect for Lu Feng. The perceptive, such as the high-ranking officer Vonder, immediately recognized that the exoskeletal technology was far beyond human capabilities. The rifles in their possession were starkly different from the conventional firearms utilized by humanity. In fact, he found the rifles somewhat familiar, resembling the electromagnetic weapons that various nations had been clandestinely developing. However, even the M nation, after decades of research, had chosen to abandon electromagnetic weaponry, with only one country successfully creating a shipborne electromagnetic cannon. This underscored the formidable challenges associated with the development of such technology. Despite this, the level of human advancement had yet to achieve the miniaturization of electromagnetic weapons into rifle form. Yet, here stood an entire battalion, each equipped with compact electromagnetic armaments. Moreover, the materials constituting their exoskeletal armor remained a mystery. During previous encounters with the insurgents, ordinary bullets had merely left faint white marks, failing to penetrate their defenses. This formidable legion, in stark contrast to his own soldiers, appeared almost divine in nature. Vonder felt as though his throat had constricted, rendering him speechless for an extended period. The individual capable of commanding such a force was none other than the remarkably young man before him. Wait a moment. That face. Was it not Lu Feng, the owner of the largest fleet in the Galactic era, a figure of immense concern recently highlighted in intelligence reports? Just a day prior, the intelligence department had been operating normally, promptly identifying Lu Feng's identity. Little did they anticipate this unexpected encounter in such a manner. The tumult within Vonder's mind continued to churn. In contrast to Vonder's astonishment, Xylaxis and Chen Jinwen initially reacted to Lu Feng's sudden transformation with surprise, both at his unexpected identity and his presence here. However, Chen Jinwen soon exhaled in relief, displaying a gratified smile. Xylaxis, on the other hand, rushed forward, clinging desperately to Lu Feng's leg and weeping. "Ah Feng, my life has been unbearable without you. You cannot leave me all alone. How can I survive without you?" Observing Xylaxis's display of emotion, unbothered by the presence of others, Chen Jinwen struggled to suppress his exasperation, clenching his fists in silence. Lu Feng merely laughed heartily, unfazed by Xylaxis's dramatics. "Fear not, I will certainly make arrangements for you." He then shifted his gaze towards the gathering of elderly scholars, stating, "I have heard that there are astronomers from around the globe present here, the cream of the crop among humanity. I wonder if you would be interested in participating in a new era? If you agree, please follow me aboard my ship." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Jinwen raised his hand without hesitation. "I am first. No one is allowed to compete with me." Having been deeply involved in Lu Feng's analysis of the neutron star fleet's star chart location, he was well aware of the valuable opportunities in Lu Feng's possession. Moreover, the prospect of venturing into the cosmos promised a revolutionary transformation in the field of astronomy. A monumental transformation, weightier than all the astronomical knowledge amassed over the millennia, is upon us. Whosoever claims the initiative shall become the cornerstone of this new era, forever etching their name into the annals of history. For Chen Jinwen, a man who has achieved the esteemed position of an academician and harbors no further ambitions, the allure of such eternal recognition is unparalleled. Even his traditionally composed demeanor is stirred to fervor at the thought. Ultimately, aligning with Lu Feng is undoubtedly a prudent choice. Anthony, the director of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, could not suppress a silent curse as he observed Chen Jinwen leap to voice his support before Lu Feng had even completed his statement. Though it was their first encounter, Anthony had seen the footage by the banks of the Pujiang River, as well as the hundreds of warships that descended upon Potsdam, alongside the formidable land army that sent Von Dell into a state of alarm. All of this belonged to the young man before him. In the span of a single day, Anthony witnessed the societal order teetering on the brink of collapse, only to pause at the precipice of chaos. At this moment, he yearned to return to the realm of order and reclaim his rightful position. He had not forgotten Von Dell's earlier obstinate stance. It gnawed at him that the esteemed head of a leading global research institution was regarded as inconsequential, devoid of respect. A flicker of defiance ignited within Anthony. He was determined to prove that a scientist of his caliber could wield influence far beyond that of mere soldiers. He was the second to raise his hand. In my capacity as the director of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, I hereby represent all researchers at our institute, and I announce our allegiance. A premonition gripped Anthony. If he let this opportunity slip through his fingers, he might regret it for the rest of his life. With the leadership of these two, the remaining astronomers from around the globe eagerly rallied to join. Lu Feng surveyed the assembly of committed researchers and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Let us embark together. Meanwhile, Von Dell, who had been left in the sidelines, felt a surge of urgency. What of me? What am I to do? I have yet to board. He called out desperately, Sir Lu Feng, I believe I can assist you in addressing some impending challenges. Once this formidable force led by Lu Feng departed, who could predict the state of affairs that would ensue? Lu Feng paused, turning with curiosity. What challenges? Security conflicts, Von Dell replied with unwavering certainty. He approached Lu Feng and, under Sha's watchful gaze, spoke in hushed tones. I am the former head of the Northern Contract Group's Countermeasures Department, possessing intricate details regarding the major Western interest groups. If you aspire to establish a new global order, these entities will pose significant obstacles that must be eliminated. Lu Feng regarded the officer with mild astonishment. He had indeed contemplated this aspect. While the emergence of warships could disrupt the existing order, the new order would likewise be composed of individuals. The entrenched interests of the past wielded influence across myriad domains. They could not simply be eradicated overnight through force. Mishandling this situation could very well ensnare him in the quagmire of security conflicts. Lu Feng requires a stable human society to cultivate the diverse talents necessary for development. Therefore, such circumstances must be eradicated. The most straightforward approach is to address the issue at its source. However, Lu Feng does not intend to undertake this task personally. It would be prudent for him to select an agent, one capable of executing his will and rooted in the local community. To the east lies Sujianxiang. Thus, Lu Feng regarded Feng Daer with a discerning gaze, proclaiming, Congratulations, you have now entered your probationary period, yet I believe I must assess your performance and sincerity. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Daer exhaled deeply. He understood that the former national order had irrevocably vanished, and a new era was poised to unfold. He was likely on the precipice of embarking on this transformative journey akin to an awe-inspiring space elevator. Chapter 73. Welcome to the Order Zone. Von Der smiled broadly at Lu Feng, declaring, I shall demonstrate to you, accompanied by your soldiers, board that 10-kilometer-long warship beside us. I have a task that requires your execution. That vessel is indeed the flawless Nebula-class cruiser that carries Charon and his legion of 10,000. As Lu Feng stepped out of the Potsdam Astrophysical Research Institute, he gazed upward at the sky. There, the dazzling spear of luminous light hung high, providing bombardment support for Su Jinxiang's fleet. The fleet brought by Su Jinxiang had quelled the recent turmoil in the grand city of Berlin. Charon's legion was poised to suppress the surrounding plains with Berlin as the epicenter, while the remaining legions would be deployed to various other regions. Moreover, Lu Feng's eyes shifted towards the deep space adjacent to the spear of luminous light. Beyond the visible spectrum, outside the atmosphere, numerous colossal warships had sealed off the area. His fleet was in position. A brutal suppression was about to commence. Biologist Lu Anti cautiously pulled back a slight portion of the curtain, peering outside in trepidation of being discovered within the dwelling. The streets outside were strewn with burned-out vehicles, and the acrid stench permeated the air. Once Lu Anti confirmed that the recent marauders had vacated their neighborhood, he hurried back inside. The gang has just left. We must depart immediately. We cannot remain in the city any longer. But where can we go? Without hesitation, Lou Ante replied, "To a more secluded place. I know of a retired professor's residence. A former colleague from the Max Planck Society. It is quite remote and unlikely to be affected." The Max Planck Society stands as one of the world's foremost research institutions, gathering a plethora of scientists across disciplines such as biology, physics, and chemistry. Lou Ante is a distinguished figure in the field of biology, focusing on the proliferation and activation of human cells. Human cells, after numerous generations of division, gradually lose their capacity for further division. Aside from cancer cells, no other cells can escape this curse. Currently, the academic community proposes various hypotheses, such as the telomere theory and the free radical theory, to elucidate this phenomenon. Lou Ante's research endeavors to extend cellular vitality as much as possible, thereby enabling cells to undergo additional divisions and ultimately prolong human lifespan. His research had reached a critical juncture, despite the daunting challenges before him resembling a veil that obscured his vision. He sensed that breaching this shroud would allow him to advance his findings, potentially extending human longevity. Such an achievement would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. As Lou Ante meticulously packed all the materials he could carry from his study, he understood the importance of not leaving behind any crucial documents. The previous night had been spent in anxious anticipation, and after enduring such a harrowing experience, he dared not linger in Berlin any longer, not solely for his safety, but also for the preservation of his research. As the belongings were packed, Liao Ante anxiously urged his family to hurry, and the group stealthily made their way towards the garage, luggage in tow. Once inside the vehicle, the garage door slowly ascended, intensifying Liao Ante's nervousness, as he feared their movements might attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, no mishap occurred as the garage door lifted. Liao Ante swiftly maneuvered the car onto a narrow path. The noise of the engine was unmistakable, had it not been for their dire circumstances. He would have preferred not to drive out of the city. Yet, without the car, the hope of escaping the city seemed utterly bleak. Just as the small road cutting through the community came into view, several battle-worn vehicles blocked their way, carrying a group of thugs. The ruffians jeered at Liao Ante, whose face had turned ashen with terror, as they lowered their weapons, aiming at his family. In that moment, Liao Ante's mind went blank, the cries of his wife and children echoing in his ears. The thugs, reveling in the scene, grinned wider, their fingers tightening on the triggers. Suddenly, the sharp sound of projectiles whistled through the air, causing Liao Ante to shudder. He glanced back at his wife and children, relieved to find them unscathed. Was it not gunfire? What had made that sound? Puzzled, he looked ahead and was taken aback by the sight of the thugs' lifeless bodies strewn across the vehicles. Heavy footsteps approached from the left. A dozen imposing soldiers clad in exoskeletal armor advanced, wielding peculiar weapons reminiscent of guns. Liao Ante's eyes widened at the sight of this incongruous battalion, his mind racing with a singular thought. When had the military's technology advanced to such heights? Among the troop were 3 individuals in standard military uniforms. The commanding officer compared Liao Ante's visage with a list in hand, confirming his identity. "Professor Liao Ante of the Mapu Institute. Welcome to the Order Zone," the officer spoke in the local dialect. His appearance matching the standard, yet his words sent Liao Ante into a daze. "The Order Zone," the officer continued, inviting him and his family to follow, assuring them of their safety. "Where to?" Liao Ante felt a wave of confusion wash over him. But in the next moment, a familiar yet foreign roar of warships echoed overhead. A colossal battleship, a full kilometer in length, cruised across the sky, gradually revealing its grandeur before Liao Ante. This was a battleship he recognized, yet its design and size were entirely unfamiliar. Could it be that they had come for him? Liao Ante found it hard to believe. In their eyes, just the night before, these vessels had appeared as demons, and now they were here to welcome him? As Liao Ante and his family gazed on in bewilderment and shock, the battleship hovered 3 to 4 meters above the ground. The lower hatch slowly opened, crashing down to the earth. Within the confines of the hatch, soldiers clad in exoskeletal armor stood guard at the entrance, wielding peculiar firearms, while others donned conventional military attire, bustling about with purpose. Among them were several faces that were strikingly familiar: Professor Schneider, Professor Bowen. Leonte's eyes widened as he beheld these recognizable visages, which were met with warm smiles in return. At that moment, Leonte began to genuinely believe that this formidable warship had indeed come to welcome him. Accompanied by the smiling officers, Leonte and his family ascended aboard this enigmatic super battleship. As the ground receded further from view and the hatch slowly closed, he gradually came to realize one undeniable truth. He had truly arrived in the Order Zone. Chapter 74. Global Strike. All owners of warships are commanded to disarm and remain stationary, awaiting inspection. Any unverified units that exhibit anomalous altitude changes or display tendencies to activate their hyperspace engines will be annihilated without distinction. This message was disseminated by Lu Feng across the entirety of the Europa continent, much of Africa, and parts of Western Asia. This region coincides perfectly with the area illuminated by the vessel, the Radiant Spear. Within the reach of the Radiant Spear's light, it is capable of executing indiscriminate bombardments simultaneously, wielding an extraordinarily powerful control mechanism. Indeed, this situation has been facilitated by the players who have brought their warships to the surface. The hyperspace engine is highly susceptible to gravitational fields. Thus, venturing too close to a planet's surface poses significant risks when attempting to enter hyperspace. Even the smallest of planets exerts a considerable gravitational interference at its surface. Therefore, had these warships remained in orbit, Lu Feng would have struggled to assert control over their owners. The nature of the hyperspace engine allows for traversing through hyperspace, resulting in detectable fluctuations only upon entering or exiting. Others cannot ascertain the destination of a warship that has entered hyperspace, rendering pursuit impossible. Conversely, the current scenario has ensnared all warship owners like prey caught in a web, immobilized, and awaiting Lu Feng's comprehensive containment and control. Despite this, following the transmission of his orders, Lu Feng received numerous alerts. Fluctuations detected from activated hyperspace engines. Some warships were clandestinely ascending, seeking to evade the planet's gravitational interference. Observing these notifications, Lu Feng let out a cold laugh and commanded the Radiant Spear to execute indiscriminate strikes, obliterating all vessels attempting to ascend or forcibly engage their hyperspace engines. Bathed in the sun's radiant glow, the wings of the Radiant Spear slowly absorbed energy. Upon receiving the command, the wings unfurled gracefully, emanating streams of light as they extended. A fleet comprising approximately a dozen players, commanding over 100 low-tier warships, had, after a night of fierce combat, expelled or destroyed smaller fleets, ultimately establishing dominance over the entirety of Paris. A group gathered atop the Eiffel Tower, surveying the city that was soon to be theirs, filled with exhilaration. Could they have ever imagined reaching this pinnacle? They remained indifferent to the ongoing chaos within the city, a direct consequence of their indulgence. While their assaults had targeted warship owners, they had tacitly endorsed the unrest within the city. Just as they prepared to revel in their newfound dominion over Paris, a member of the fleet caught sight of a blinding golden light. What was that? An angel? They were taken aback to observe something resembling the fabled angel hovering above them. In the dazzling golden radiance, ethereal wings of light stretched outwards. Once, they were merely street thugs, disdainful of religion, existing in the underbelly of Paris. However, after acquiring a warship, their confidence swelled to an insufferable degree. One among them spat contemptuously, shaking his muscular arms adorned with unruly dreadlocks. Even if an angel were to descend, I would send it back to paradise. Having just spat, he noticed a fellow gang member trembling uncontrollably. With a grin, he taunted, "Hey, are you truly afraid of this so-called angel? Have you wet yourself in fright?" His words elicited laughter from the crowd. Yet, the quaking individual pointed towards the golden light above, his lips quivering as he attempted to articulate his thoughts. However, the paralyzing fear made it difficult for him to speak. "Well, what is it?" Someone impatiently prodded. "Speak clearly." Another, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and slapped him twice. "Can you talk properly now? I've seen that golden light. It belongs to a special warship." "A special warship?" The group gasped in unison, their hearts racing. Was it one of the extraordinary warships owned by the powerful? Their knowledge of special warships was scant, and due to linguistic barriers, their understanding of information from non-Western regions was virtually non-existent. They were only aware of two formidable Eastern warship owners. One was the former top fleet commander, the owner of the Galaxy fleet, and the other was Lu Feng. Just a day prior, the multitude of warships that had descended belonged predominantly to Lu Feng. It was nearly impossible for them to be unaware of his name. Yet, Lu Feng had vanished. Aside from him, the only other powerful fleet owners they knew of were those in Great Britain and the Commonwealth, each commanding fleets exceeding 1,000 ships. Could this special warship belong to one of them? That special warship. It belongs to Lu Feng. I witnessed one of Lu Feng's colossal ground-based super warships subduing that golden light. Lu Feng has returned. As the expressions of the onlookers shifted, all surviving warship owners on the illuminated continent of Europa received a singular notification. All warship owners, disarm completely, remain in place, and await inspection. Any unverified units that exhibit any significant movement or show signs of activating hyperspace engines will be indiscriminately annihilated. Repeat. An ominous sense of foreboding enveloped the gang. Awaiting inspection. For what purpose? They recalled their past actions. Some began to realize it seemed they were preparing to cleanse the global players. Yet, others remained defiant, scoffing. Though he may possess many warships, I fear him not. If it comes to it, I can simply activate the hyperspace engine and hide in space. What can he do to us? However, we still find ourselves on the planet's surface. According to the onboard AI's guidance, within 1,000 meters of the planet, we are susceptible to its gravitational field. The consequences of forcibly activating the hyperspace engine remain uncertain. What is there to fear? It is merely a gamble with our lives. Something I have done before without hesitation. With that, he returned to his warship and commanded the activation of the hyperspace engine. The loyal AI promptly initiated the hyperspace engine, and the warship began to shimmer and fade. Yet, in the next moment, several beams of light surged towards all his vessels, piercing through them in an instant. The shields of each warship proved utterly ineffective, offering no resistance as they were struck by the energy-infused beams, reducing the ships to charred remnants. Witnessing this scene, the others were taken aback, an invisible dread spreading among their ranks. They feared that should they fall under Lu Feng's control, given their actions, they would likely face dire consequences. Although some maintained a sense of optimism, believing that with a fleet of over a dozen warships, Lu Feng might take notice of them. Ultimately, the majority resolved to take a chance, forcibly activating the hyperspace engine to flee the solar system. They clustered their warships together, attempting to use them as a shield to prolong their survival. The bizarre formation of dozens of stacked warships resembled a protective barrier, and under their command, all the vessels entered hyperspace. Almost instantaneously, they attracted the onslaught of at least 100 beams of light. The shield formed by the stacked ships did not withstand even a second before disintegrating into charred fragments. Yet, at the center of the countless layers of warships, one fortunate soul discovered that he had miraculously escaped the beam's wrath. He watched in astonishment as his ship was mere moments away from achieving complete phasing and entering hyperspace. Just then, an invisible disturbance swept through, causing the phasing vessel to shatter like broken glass, splintering into thousands of pieces. Ultimately, this warship vanished, leaving behind a void in its place. Its owner, having no time to relish his fortune, was reduced to tiny fragments, disappearing along with it. Chapter 75, A New Paradigm. Initially, the flagship Radiant Spear, followed by the entirety of Lu Feng's blockade fleet, descended into the atmosphere to unleash indiscriminate annihilation upon the insurgents. However, the sheer number of vessels rendered their deployment less efficient than that of the Radiant Spear, which alone managed to seal off 3 continents. In the areas illuminated by its brilliance, no warship could escape. All were reduced to charred remnants. Conversely, in regions beyond the reach of the Radiant Spear's light, such as the Americas and Oceania, the fleet was relegated to executing blockades. The approach to the insurgents was uniformly draconian, met with overwhelming force. As for the cooperating warships, they were all placed under stringent surveillance, awaiting scrutiny. Globally, there were approximately hundreds of thousands of scattered warships, and soon, control over these vessels was preliminarily established. Lu Feng found solace in the presence of several relatively large fleet owners. For instance, the once third-ranked Britons, with a fleet numbering over 1,000, all comprised of 10th-tier warships, were a notable example. The fourth-ranked members of the Commonwealth also boasted just over 1,000 warships, predominantly of the same caliber. They refrained from joining the chaotic upheaval alongside the madmen, for those capable of commanding such fleets were inherently part of the old order. Crafted by the rules of a bygone era, they had no desire to dismantle their own stability. These individuals were either akin to affluent heirs like Wang Zhua or inheritors of millennia-old families, typically remaining within their cities to protect their domains while observing the external turmoil. Drawing from Lu Feng's past experiences, it was anticipated that in due course, these individuals would mobilize, forming various joint fleets to gradually partition the world. Regrettably for them, Lu Feng was present. Faced with Lu Feng's uncompromising stance, they had no choice but to disarm and await his evaluation. A week later, the consolidation of scattered troops from the former Northern Contract Organization had made preliminary progress. All structures were reformed according to Lu Feng's directives. With officers reassigned by Brigadier General Xia and Feng Del reported the recent undertakings to Lu Feng. Lu Feng enlisted several cryptographers and linguists to cross-reference the dictionary of the Chark civilization, producing comparative dictionaries of human scripts. Additionally, he tasked experts in computer software to expedite the creation of a functional universal translator, aimed at establishing a communication system between the Chark and ordinary humans. He intended for Chark officers to lead the reorganized army, at least in pivotal positions, as he lacked a personal cadre and trustworthy candidates. Otherwise, even if the soldiers formerly belonging to the Northern Contract Organization were restructured, he risked being sidelined. However, this arrangement was merely temporary. Lu Feng did not envision a prolonged presence of Chark officers within the human framework. This period of tumultuous calm necessitated considerable reorganization. With his own cadre quietly nurtured under Feng Del's auspices, all the reorganized soldiers have been dispatched to various locations to assist the Chuck Legion in completing pacification tasks. The existing national framework has nearly dissipated, with many countries now devoid of borders, greatly facilitating future reorganizations. Additionally, 389 special operations units have accomplished their missions, returning with a total of 1,272 distinguished scientists and engineers from various fields, including 83 Nobel laureates. Numerous ordinary researchers from various scientific institutions have also completed their relocation, all departing from their original organizations. Listening to the report from Vonder, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Over 1,000 outstanding scientists and engineers across diverse domains undoubtedly represent the essence of human civilization. The advancement and elevation of civilization cannot be achieved overnight. Even if these tangible warships were placed before these scientists for analysis, they would be utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the concepts involved due to the numerous technological black boxes. In contemporary society, decades of technological superiority can render scientists from less developed nations incapable of even disassembling and reverse engineering advanced technologies, perceiving them as incomprehensible enigmas. Let alone the immense gaps in civilization levels spanning millennia or even hundreds of thousands of years. When presented with a warship to dismantle, these scientists might only manage to take it apart without the capability to reassemble it. Thus, the significance of the pre-existing technological tree becomes apparent. Fortunately, Lu Feng has brought back the complete secondary primary civilization technological tree of the Chuck civilization. For the solar system, still classified as a level 1 civilization within the Milky Way, this serves as an exceptionally suitable subject for research. While Lu Feng contemplated this, on the other side, Su Jinxiang was also reporting on the work accomplished during this period. Since leading the assembly of over 10,000 ships to Europa, he has not taken a single day off. The review of the warship owners is nearing completion, and the two lists are close to finalization. Lu Feng nodded, entrusting the reorganization of regions such as the Eastern Sea City to him. Although that area has remained stable, there are still considerable undercurrents beneath the surface. He wishes to avert any potential upheaval in the future. Thus, he prefers to complete this during the global reshuffling. Su Jinxiang agreed, having already begun addressing this matter. Although his personal connections predominantly lie within the player community, the Wang family, being a substantial clan, possesses considerable influence. He has leveraged the Wang family's connections to commence the elimination of possible hazards. With the reorganization in the East no longer a concern for Lu Feng, he redirected his thoughts to the scientists he had brought back. It is time to meet them. Chapter 76. The Scientist Conference. Lu Feng arrived at a grand hall, spacious enough to accommodate 3,000 individuals for a meeting. With only 1,000 scientists seated, it was quite a comfortable arrangement. The front rows were already packed with attendees. Yet the very first row had been intentionally left vacant, reserved exclusively for Nobel laureates. The subsequent rows were designated for esteemed academicians from various nations and international organizations, alongside notable members from distinguished societies. The atmosphere in the hall was vibrant, filled with animated conversations. No one had anticipated that leading scientists from diverse fields would converge here in such a manner. Among luminaries from different disciplines, social interactions were often scarce unless they shared similar circles, leaving them to merely recognize each other's names through television or news. However, today, these renowned figures were visibly present. Professor Liang Annie and his colleagues were seated in the third row. As he surveyed the audience, he noticed that those in front of him were eminent figures, including the biochemist Emmanuelle Charpentier, who had won the Nobel Prize for her pioneering work known as gene editing technology. This was a peer of his, yet they had never had the opportunity for direct discussion until now. He also spotted Carl Barry Sharpless, a two-time Nobel laureate, along with many illustrious individuals whose silver hair signified their proximity to life's twilight. Among them was the theoretical physicist Yang Jining, an absolute leader among the currently living scientists in his field. Also present was Peter Higgs, the physicist who proposed the existence of the Higgs boson, colloquially referred to as the God particle, which had only been purportedly discovered 50 years after his initial proposition. These centenarians, with their heads crowned in white, sat resolutely in the front row. A peculiar thought crossed Professor Liang Annie's mind. Should an errant missile strike this assembly, it could potentially set back human civilization by 50 years. Lu Feng observed as the attendees gradually filled the hall and then stepped onto the stage. The grand entrance was sealed shut by heavily armed Chuk soldiers, with an entire battalion patrolling outside. As the scientists beheld a young man emerging, astonishment spread across their faces. "Is this the host of the conference?" An elder seated in the front even called out, "Young man, spare us the formalities and let those with authority take the stage." Lu Feng understood that his youthful appearance led these scientists to underestimate him. However, he felt no remorse. "Esteemed guests, welcome to my order zone." With this single statement, the previously boisterous hall fell into an unexpected silence. This was the first encounter for many in the audience with Lu Feng, and they had never envisioned that the architect of such a global order would be so remarkably young. Most scientists were deeply engrossed in their own research, oblivious to the world beyond, much like Chen Jinwen. Those who did not engage with social media naturally could not recognize Lu Feng's visage. Yet, not everyone was ignorant. An elderly man, trembling, fixed his gaze upon Lu Feng, seemingly recalling something. "Are you the Lu Feng, the one who established XAI?" Recognizing the old man's face, Lu Feng smiled and replied, "I am surprised that you remember me, Elder Yang." "Lu Feng, the owner of the largest fleet?" exclaimed the Arab professor, Abuin, seated next to Professor Leonte. He was more attuned to current affairs and had certainly heard of Lu Feng's name. To his astonishment, the man himself stood before them. Professor Leonte felt a jolt within. Lu Feng, the Lu Feng of XAI? He had previously discussed physiological issues related to brain-machine interfaces with individuals from XAI, among them Lu Feng. Yet, at that time, Lu Feng was merely the founder of a modest startup. Addressing him as professor out of respect in hopes of obtaining insights into neurological issues. Little did he expect that after several years, their statuses would be so vastly different upon their reunion. A soft murmur arose within the hall as many exchanged the information they possessed, some regarding the arrival of warships and others about Lu Feng. Gradually, everyone began to comprehend a singular truth. A new order had been established under Lu Feng's guidance. As the scientists continued their discussions, Lu Feng patiently waited for an opportune moment to speak. "You are all invaluable assets to humanity, which is precisely why we ensured your safe transport to this secure area, the Order Zone." Upon hearing these words, many began to feel more familiar with Lu Feng, no longer perceiving him as a cold, distant stranger. However, a few remained dismissive. Another impatient authority figure, eager to command the world's most capable individuals to bow before him and showcase his own greatness, thought a man seated in the corner, surveying the gathering with an all-seeing gaze, particularly focused on the front row. He believed his accomplishments deserved a Nobel Prize, lamenting that the award committee was too mediocre to recognize the monumental impact of his discoveries in the coming decades. After years of being overlooked, he felt he had unraveled the world's hypocrisy. With this in mind, he could not help but raise his voice. "Mr. Lu, if you wish to gain anything from us scientists, just say it outright." His proclamation was soon echoed by several others. "Indeed, if it's classified information regarding our national research projects you seek, even if you held a gun to my head, I would not utter a single word." A white man exclaimed, indignation etched across his face. Professor Leonte turned to follow the sound. He recognized this individual, a notorious radical nationalist in the scientific community, known for his outrageous remarks at various international conferences, resulting in a rather poor reputation. It was unclear how he managed to infiltrate this gathering. likely having forced his way in during a rescue operation, as the soldiers accompanying them were unfamiliar with the intricacies of the scientific realm and would not be able to discern his fabrications. Upon reflecting on this, Lant felt a slight curl of his lips. The nation shall no longer exist, yet some individuals remain oblivious to their true standing. Lu Feng nodded, taking note of these individuals' positions, and continued to articulate his thoughts. Regarding civilization, I wonder what you all perceive as humanity's standing within the galaxy. I possess a document from the Orion Armed Civilization Alliance, which offers a comprehensive explanation of the classifications of civilizations. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of commotion erupted among the scientists in attendance. The Orion Armed Civilization Alliance? Is this a coalition of extraterrestrial civilizations? Even though surreal warships have emerged, has it truly only been a matter of days before we have reached this level of contact with alien civilizations? What astonishing speed! Chapter 77. A staggering revelation for the scientists. Lu Feng quelled the clamor in the hall and continued his discourse. The definition of a Type 1 civilization is relatively straightforward, as it has not achieved significant breakthroughs in gravitational constraints and can only develop on its home planet, deriving resources primarily from its origin planet and a minuscule fraction of energy emitted by its star, resulting in inefficient energy utilization. While the parameters defining a Type 1 civilization are rather simplistic and lack precise numerical limitations, the definition of a Type 2 civilization begins to crystallize with greater specificity. A Type 2 civilization possesses the capability for interplanetary navigation, with a maximum velocity not exceeding the speed of light, utilizing kinetic weapons, high-yield hydrogen bombs, low-power laser weapons, and other low-power energy armaments. The energy acquisition methods include controllable nuclear fusion or low-energy materials, which can be categorized into 3 tiers based on the distinct developmental trajectories of different civilizations. A Type 3 civilization transcends the limitations of light speed, expanding its dominion beyond the local planetary system and maintaining uninterrupted communication between planetary systems, preventing the emergence of a secondary civilization. Such a civilization employs gravitational weapons, force field armaments, and energy weapons, with energy sourced from proton-neutron decay or medium-energy materials, again categorized into 3 tiers according to their evolutionary paths. Lu Feng gradually articulated the definitions of civilization tiers gleaned from the Chark civilization. The assemblage of scientists below erupted into discussions. Is this truly the classification of civilizations within the Milky Way? It seems that Kardashev's scale does not apply here, given its vast disparities. Dissent had previously emerged within the academic community, yet Kardashev's model enjoyed the widest dissemination. The earlier indignant individual shook his head in disbelief, asserting that having a few warships does not grant one the authority to define civilization levels. Great science cannot be tainted by the likes of an outsider. Do you think you can deceive us, esteemed scientists, with such trivialities? Lu Feng chuckled softly, revealing that all this information was derived from a data repository of a Type 2 primitive civilization, which is a subordinate civilization of a Type 3 pinnacle civilization. And I have returned with the entire technological tree of this Type 2 primitive civilization. In that moment, the hall fell into an extraordinary silence. Lu Feng proceeded to display a catalog of technologies on the large screen behind him, a series of applications and storage technologies based on light energy. Electromagnetic technologies applied to weapons such as railguns and Gauss rifles. The latest photon computer composed of 1 million photon CPUs, controllable nuclear fusion technology. Newly developed materials engineered from stellar energy, radiation-resistant, and thermal insulation materials suitable for space travel, high-strength lightweight materials for constructing space elevators, and high-hardness materials adapted for warship armor, along with longevity enhancement technologies for carbon-based life forms. The technological names, translated in both Chinese and English, streamed across the large screen. As the list continued to scroll down, the collective breath of the audience grew heavier with each new technology unveiled. Notably, when photon computers, controllable nuclear fusion, and new materials were presented, scientists in the relevant fields rose from their seats in astonishment. With eyes wide open, they stared at the screen, as if trying to discern the authenticity of the words displayed. Their skepticism was not unfounded. This was merely a grand illusion conjured by Lu Feng. Yet, amidst them were the most elite scientists from around the globe. Did Lu Feng truly intend to betray their trust? Clearly, such an act was beneath him. Thus, only one possibility remained. Everything displayed was indeed genuine. At that moment, a multitude of scientists recalled the soldiers who had come to their rescue, particularly one adorned in an exceptionally extravagant exoskeleton armor. While they were aware of the arrival of warships, it was only Lu Feng who possessed such remarkable exoskeleton-clad soldiers. The strength of that armor was astonishing, impervious even to ordinary rifle bullets. Moreover, the soldiers donned the exoskeletons with apparent ease, showing no signs of fatigue. Some material scientists immediately recognized that the extraordinary properties of this material could not possibly belong to humanity. Then there were the astonishing Gauss rifles, electromagnetic weapons transformed into firearms, capable of stable usage. This implied that the relevant technology had matured significantly. Was it possible that these soldiers hailed from the secondary primitive civilization that Lu Feng had mentioned? The scientists had never glimpsed the true visage of those soldiers. They had merely perceived them as aloof. In retrospect, it dawned upon them that this aloofness might have stemmed from a language barrier. The thought that they had once been saved by extraterrestrials and had coexisted with them sent shivers down the spines of many scientists. It was undeniably exhilarating. As the technological advancements rolled onto the screen, highlighting life extension technologies based on carbon-based organisms, the elderly scholars seated in the front row began to tremble with excitement. Theoretically, human lifespan could extend to 500 years, yet in reality, the average was merely a century, a stark and sobering truth. Generations of scientists had tirelessly endeavored to address this issue. Now, the fruits of their labor lay before them. The biologist Lian Anti, who had devoted his research to lifespan issues, gazed in awe at the screen, his astonishment greater than when he first laid eyes on a super battleship welcoming him. For years, his research had stagnated, with challenges looming like a dark veil that obscured his vision. Yet now, that veil appeared to be torn asunder, and the results were laid bare before him. Lian Anti swallowed hard, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the previously agitated white man, who now wore a look of disbelief, exclaiming that it was all a fabrication. My God, is this real? The two-time Nobel laureate, Carl Barry Sharpless, struggled to rise, yearning to approach the screen. How he wished for just a bit more time to unravel the mysteries of nature. For over a decade, he had pondered whether each day might be his last. Yet, at this moment, it seemed an opportunity had arisen that could liberate him from such a fate. Peter Higgs initially believed he was merely an observer, though the young man before him had rescued him and brought him to the realm of order. He had no intention of genuinely serving, for he was well aware of his advanced age and his inability to even lift experimental equipment. Yet now, he perhaps began to comprehend the purpose of this young man's invitation. If all this is indeed true, I would willingly sacrifice everything just for a glimpse, he exclaimed with all his might. Observing the reactions of those around him, Lu Feng nodded, for his invitation to the assembly held a deeper significance. The advancement of science cannot solely rely on individual endeavors. However, before proceeding, Lu Feng shifted his tone, requesting that these individuals take their leave, as they had forfeited their right to continue. He pointed to a few individuals, including the disgruntled Caucasian and the one in the corner who fancied himself all-knowing. Their expressions changed dramatically in response. Chapter 78. The Establishment of the Technology Administration. In their respective domains, they had grown accustomed to wielding power, leveraging their connections and status to erect insurmountable barriers around themselves. They were the emperors of this fortress. Within the Research Institute, their word was law. A single letter of recommendation could propel a student into the most prestigious universities, essentially holding the fates of countless students in their hands. Even in the presence of influential figures, no matter how discontented they might be, they would not dare to express it openly. Having grown so accustomed to these rules, they could scarcely fathom that Lu Feng would directly expel them from the venue. Moreover, the technological list displayed on the screen piqued their curiosity sufficiently. Regardless of its authenticity, the assembly of such esteemed scientists would surely discern the truth. Yet, they found themselves unable even to gaze upon it. To be subjected to such humiliation in front of a crowd was unbearable. How could this happen? I am an academician of 2 national engineering academies, with countless accolades to my name, and yet I am treated this way by a mere engineer? The white man was the first to voice his outrage. However, Lu Feng remained unfazed, gesturing to the soldiers beside him, who promptly approached the man and began to escort him away. Surely, you all witnessed how he treats scientists. He shows us no respect. Why should we serve him? He shouted defiantly as he was dragged away. The audience remained silent, watching as he was removed, with many secretly relishing the sight of this insufferable individual being ousted. No one felt pity for him. As he realized he was being let out, he attempted to alter his narrative, asserting that this was all a fabrication, a ploy to deceive them into willingly serving him. He labeled Lu Feng an ultimate tyrant, intent on monopolizing the scientific wealth belonging to all humanity. This is tyranny. Tyranny. His voice faded as he was escorted from the hall, leaving only a faint echo behind. Lu Feng observed the first individual expelled from the venue, and then nodded toward the remaining few who remained frozen in their seats. Surely, you do not wish to be dragged out as well. After a moment of silence, the individuals, realizing Lu Feng's resolve was unwavering, gradually rose, casting a profound glance at the grand screen behind him. They seemed to comprehend that what would soon be displayed on that screen might alter the landscape of the scientific community irrevocably. A comprehensive and far-reaching technological revolution was poised to erupt once more. Yet, they were on the cusp of missing their chance to partake in this burgeoning scientific renaissance. At present, they stood on equal footing with the over 1,000 scientists present. However, in a matter of time, perhaps even less than a year, they would find themselves left far behind. The gap that would soon divide them would be one of epical significance. Yet, amidst their trepidation, a flicker of hope lingered within them, echoing the sentiments of the man who had been expelled. Perhaps all of this was a ruse, a means by which this exceedingly unreasonable dictator sought to deceive them. As Lu Feng watched the individuals he had pointed out exit the hall, a slow smile spread across his face, directed at the remaining assembly. You have been in the order zone for a week now, and during this time, you must have become aware of the shifts in the world. As one of the most intelligent cohorts of humanity, I trust you comprehend that the future will no longer be defined by nations, but will instead usher in an era of civilization. Let us broaden our perspective, lifting our gaze from our planet to the vast expanse of the galaxy, and recognize how absurd the internecine conflicts of past human realms have been. Yet, we are presented with a unique opportunity, one of rebirth and reconstruction. The outdated notions of the past must be discarded, as humanity must reintegrate as a unified whole, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead. In the future, there will be no scientists categorized by nationality. Rather, there will exist a singular appellation, scientists of human civilization. I shall establish a general technology bureau, delineated by academic disciplines, where status will be assigned solely based on merit and contributions, granting corresponding privileges. However, this is not a gratuitous offer. Those who wish to join the Bureau must sign relevant treaties and adhere strictly to them. Any violations will not be taken lightly. As Lu Feng spoke, a slight smile graced his lips, yet a serious glint flickered in his eyes. This smile sent a shiver through many hearts. They understood that this young man was not to be trifled with. Now, you may make your choice. If you do not wish to join, or believe I am deceiving you, you are free to leave. As his words lingered in the air, all 83 Nobel laureates seated in the front row raised their hands in unison. I will join. I wish to be part of the General Technology Bureau. Count me in. Finally, there was a decision-maker with both vision and audacity, suggesting that humanity's future would indeed be intriguing. I will join as well. In a world where warships can descend, what remains impossible? Having lived nearly a century, I have witnessed history unfold. Such monumental endeavors must include me. Even if this venture proves to be a mere illusion, with only a few years left to live, I am indifferent. But should it be real, who knows how many more years I may have? What is there to lose in trying? One after another, voices of seasoned individuals echoed from the front row, revealing the immense interest of the Nobel laureates in Lu Feng's proposed General Technology Bureau. Observing the first wave of affirmations from the scientists, Lu Feng realized that the impact of this initiative exceeded his expectations. Initially, he anticipated retaining merely 80% of them. However, it seemed likely that the actual number would far surpass his estimates. He understood that what truly resonated with these scientists was the technology for lifespan enhancement. These scholars were not entirely devoid of desires. Rather, their aspirations often transcended what ordinary individuals could fulfill. Fortunately, he was the only one on this planet capable of meeting their needs. With these eminent Nobel laureates leading the charge, the remaining scientists would undoubtedly follow suit. As the Nobel laureates collectively voiced their opinions, the more than 1,000 scientists present comprehended that the establishment and expansion of the Science and Technology Administration had, at this moment, become an irrevocable reality. The future would undoubtedly witness the administration's dominance. One by one, the scientists raised their hands, and a chorus of responses echoed throughout the hall. Professor Liu Ant had initially believed that witnessing technologies from a secondary civilization would require substantial sacrifices, such as dedicating a lifetime to serving an individual. To his astonishment, merely joining a scientific organization sufficed, regardless of the stringent agreements associated with this membership. Liu Ant deemed them entirely justifiable. In the bygone era, engaging in a nation's core research projects required one to sign a multitude of contracts. Beside him, the Arab Professor Buin had already raised his hand, and, noticing Liu Ant's dazed expression, he urged him several times. Liu Ant, your project pertains to longevity. You are bound to shine here. I have great faith in the future of the Science and Technology Administration. What are you hesitating for? No, I merely find it hard to believe. Liu Ant's thoughts returned from their stupor. How many times had he found himself in such a daze today? Observing the calm demeanor of Liu Feng, who faced over 1,000 of the most eminent scientists, he could not help but mutter to himself. His ambitions are vast. Buin, amidst the increasingly noisy venue, failed to catch Liu Ant's words. Who? Liu Ant shook his head and raised his hand in solidarity. He gazed at the large screen ahead, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future of the Science and Technology Administration. It was imperative to witness this moment destined to be etched in history. Buin smiled in agreement. From this day forth, they would no longer identify themselves as scholars of the Max Planck Society. They would be recognized as scientists of human civilization from the Science and Technology Administration. Chapter 79. A brief introduction to technology. Ultimately, 1,272 scientists, with the exception of the 5 dissenters who were initially expelled by Liu Feng, chose to join the Technology General Bureau. Among them, some may have been driven by a sense of uncertainty about the future, while others were swayed by the prevailing atmosphere. Nevertheless, the final outcome was a remarkable participation rate of 99.6. The large-scale integration of scientists into the Technology General Bureau was a resounding success. As Liu Feng observed the bustling crowd of scientists rising from their seats to applaud, he couldn't help but exhale with relief. To be candid, addressing over 1,000 scientists while maintaining composure was no small psychological burden. Had it not been for the skills he cultivated during his time with XAI, he might not have been able to command the room today. Now that all present had expressed their intention to join, Liu Feng decided to unveil some authentic examples. Once the crowd settled down, he gestured for everyone to take their seats, advising them to remain composed regardless of what they were about to see. Liu Feng commenced by showcasing on the large screen the developmental journey of various technologies within the Chuck civilization. The star of the Chuck civilization is enveloped by a Dyson sphere from a higher civilization, which has resulted in. Following a brief introduction to the Chuck civilization, the screen transitioned to scenes depicting Chuck scientists creating new materials on planet Chuck 1. Harnessing concentrated stellar energy to bombard conventional matter resulted in the formation of some remarkably intense new substances. Through repeated experimentation and optimization of processes, the Chuck civilization ultimately developed a comprehensive method for mass-producing these materials. These substances exhibited excellent thermal insulation and radiation resistance, making them not only suitable for constructing space warships, but also for the exoskeleton armor of Chuck's military. From this singular type of new material derived from stellar bombardment, the Chuck people developed several mature new materials, each possessing distinct properties based on their physical structures. For instance, one newly derived material not only demonstrated radiation resistance and thermal insulation, but also boasted a lightweight characteristic, with a tightly woven structure and impressive toughness. Another variant, while maintaining radiation and thermal resistance, exhibited exceptional strength, rendering it ideal for the outer armor of warships. Upon hearing this, many scientists in the field of materials were eager to immediately procure samples of these new materials for research in their laboratories. The displayed images included specific data from Chuck civilization experiments. Although they were unfamiliar with the Chuck script, they could comprehend various structural diagrams of materials. At this point, they had already been convinced to a significant extent. As long as they could obtain tangible samples, they felt confident in their ability to discern the unique characteristics of these materials and initiate practical applications. In truth, material science does not demand the extraordinary genius characteristic of disciplines like physics or mathematics. Instead, it often requires countless repetitions. The discovery of a new material typically stems from hundreds of tests conducted by a research institute on various substances. with the compositional differences between materials potentially amounting to a mere 1%. A myriad of materials, each with its unique composition, was subjected to rigorous performance testing. Ultimately, after countless experiments, only a handful of samples might yield a material of significance worthy of presentation in a scholarly paper. Thus, the threshold for material science is not as daunting as that of physics or mathematics. In the realms of physics and mathematics, the chasm between genius and the ordinary is indeed vast, making it nearly impossible for the latter to bridge the divide throughout a lifetime. However, in material science, sometimes the difference may merely hinge on a stroke of luck. Consequently, Lu Feng perceives materials science as the field with the least disparity between humanity and the Chuck civilization. Mastering the techniques of material manufacturing and achieving mass production could swiftly elevate humanity's material capabilities to par with those of the Chuck civilization. Having succinctly introduced materials, Lu Feng proceeded to the next segment, solar energy batteries. Given that the Chuck civilization boasts abundant stellar energy, predominantly solar, the storage and utilization of solar energy emerged as their paramount challenge. Lu Feng passionately expounded on the intricacies of solar energy batteries. While the information may have been elementary, for the over 1,000 scientists in attendance, it opened a new portal of understanding. As the morning slipped into afternoon, no one felt hunger. All remained riveted to the grand screen. The scene resembled Lu Feng lecturing to a classroom of eager students. Occasionally, the audience would express admiration, marveling at the advanced technology of the Chuck civilization and the innovative ideas of its scientists. Lu Feng reveled in this atmosphere, gaining momentum as he spoke, ultimately dedicating an entire afternoon to briefly highlighting exemplary achievements of the Chuck civilization across various domains. As the conference gradually drew to a close, it was met with the fervent gaze of over 1,000 scientists. Once the event concluded, numerous scientists, particularly Nobel laureates, eagerly approached him. "I have fully embraced your words. I cannot believe anyone or any organization could fabricate such comprehensive and extensive research data." They inquired about the permissions following their integration into the technology administration and when a complete secondary civilization technological tree would be unveiled. Indeed, many details are challenging to grasp from mere introductions. "I am eager to see the complete content." Lu Feng gestured for patience, assuring them that specifics would be announced soon, and that all would have ample engagement ahead. Nevertheless, despite his reassurances, Lu Feng found himself besieged by the incessant inquiries of countless scientists, ultimately fleeing the hall in a near panic. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable energy and enthusiasm exhibited by these scientists. Chapter 80. The dawn of a new era. Having extricated himself from a multitude of scientists, Lu Feng sought out Chen Jinwen. At this moment, Chen Jinwen was enraptured by the astronomical knowledge of the Chuck civilization that Lu Feng had brought back. As one of the earliest participants in Lu Feng's neutron star excavation project, Chen Jinwen was appointed as the head of the astronomy division of the Science and Technology Administration without even having to attend the conference. This appointment was not merely a result of Lu Feng's familiarity with him. Rather, it was based on a comprehensive assessment of contributions and expertise, which is the prevailing standard. Chen Jinwen is indeed one of the world's foremost astronomers, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Anthony and others, each excelling in their specialized niches. Thus, his qualifications were sufficient to garner respect and recognition. Furthermore, his assistance to Lu Feng in deciphering the star maps of the neutron star warship was duly noted. And this achievement would also be acknowledged publicly as part of his contributions to classified missions. Overall, appointing Chen Jinwen as the head of the astronomy division was a fitting choice. "Academician Chen, you seem quite busy," Lu Feng remarked, prompting Chen Jinwen to look up, not daring to be negligent. "How did the conference go?" "Quite smoothly," Lu Feng replied. "I have another matter for you." "Oh," Chen Jinwen responded with curiosity. Lu Feng elaborated. "I need you to lead the astronomy division in redrawing the most precise image of the Milky Way ever created. Given the current turbulent relations among civilizations in the galaxy, we shall commence with the Orion Arm." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Jinwen's interest was piqued. "I was just thinking the same. I have a general understanding of the warships from Su Jinxiang. They are formidable and entirely suitable for interstellar exploration. I plan to first visit Proxima Centauri, the nearest star to our solar system. Visiting other stars is acceptable, but do exercise caution. This galaxy is far from tranquil." Lu Feng did not hinder him. Humanity would inevitably venture beyond the solar system, and it was unwise to remain confined out of fear of external dangers. Moreover, within a few dozen light years of the solar system, human military strength was unparalleled, allowing for immediate support in case of any issues. Rest assured, I will also complete the task of mapping the Milky Way. Chen Jinwen eagerly rubbed his hands together, thrilled at the prospect of venturing into the cosmos for the first time. Now, where are those scientists in the astronomy division? I must see which familiar faces are around. Chen Jinwen imagined the expressions of his old rivals when he revealed his new position as head of the astronomy division, unable to suppress a smile at the thought. Lu Feng shook his head, sensing that the astronomy division would not be a particularly tranquil department in the future. However, he decided to leave the arrangements to them. No matter how much commotion they stirred, it would not affect him as he was responsible for overseeing the broader picture. With that, Lu Feng departed from Chen Jinwen, needing to attend to other matters. The High City. After the arrival of the warships, the City of Ocean merely endured a brief period of chaos before being restored to orderly control. Aside from the presence of these formidable vessels, the daily lives of the people remained largely unchanged, and they had yet to experience any direct impact. Conversely, the financial market was severely affected by the turmoil beyond the orderly zone, resulting in a notable downturn. Following the establishment of the joint fleet within the orderly area, stringent regulations were imposed, effectively quashing the financial market. In the current climate, the dual-edged sword of finance was deemed unnecessary for societal advancement. Rather, a robust control was essential to stabilize the situation. Du Nan sat in the uppermost office that once afforded a panoramic view of the Pu River, sighing as he contemplated the rapid changes of the world. In just a week, everything had been irrevocably altered, and the very inception of this upheaval was something he had witnessed firsthand. Reflecting on the moment when he saw Lu Feng and his daughter Ling Yi being escorted onto the warship that loomed over the Pu River, Du Nan could not suppress another sigh. Perhaps, had he possessed a more far-sighted vision akin to Ling Xingfa and invested in Lu Feng, he might have had the opportunity to partake in this transformative revolution. Now, within the vastness of the building, the majority of employees were rendered idle due to the financial downturn, leaving the once bustling edifice eerily desolate. At that moment, someone entered without a greeting, and Du Nan's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the visitor. Yang Qi, what brings you here? This Yang Qi had once been one of his subordinates. He had sent individuals to delve into the Galactic era, where Yang Qi had remarkably constructed the most warships, including 3 in total, 1 Class 3 and 2 Class 2 vessels. However, after the warship's arrival, Du Nan had extended an invitation for Yang Qi to work with him, only to be met with a direct refusal. This incensed Du Nan. Yet he understood that Yang Qi had outgrown the constraints of old paradigms. He was, after all, ascending to great heights. Yang Qi had indeed harbored such intentions. With warships at his disposal, why should he toil for others? Once he became adept at piloting the vessels, he intended to discuss life with Du Nan. Yet, the joint fleet formed by Su Jinxiang swiftly seized control of the majority of Eastern Asia, designating it as an orderly zone, thereby depriving Yang Qi of a prime opportunity to act. Nevertheless, today he found himself with a rare chance to speak. Mr. Du, it has been a while. Are you aware of the establishment of the Science and Technology General Administration? The Science and Technology General Administration? Du Nan was hearing this name for the first time. His curiosity piqued. Haha, it doesn't matter if you haven't. You only need to know that the authorities have decided to requisition several buildings that belong to various investment firms nearby, repurposing them as branches of the Science and Technology General Administration, including the one under your name. Upon hearing this news, Du Nan gasped in shock. Requisitioning buildings? Did this not imply that the billions he had invested in constructing this edifice would be rendered worthless? Yang Qi, what do you mean by this? During this period, Du Nan's capital has diminished significantly, predominantly composed of stocks from various corporations, which are virtually worthless in these extraordinary times. His total assets have shrunk to less than 1/10 of their peak value, with this building, as a fixed asset, now representing half of his current wealth. Its importance to him cannot be overstated. I merely convey a message, Yang Qi said, rising from his seat. General Ling, who oversees the reform of the new economic system, has made it clear that not only will the building be requisitioned for the technology administration, but also that companies with substantial growth potential will be integrated under its umbrella. The technology administration will facilitate their technological transformation, with XAI being incorporated under the computer division, guided by top scientists. What does this imply? Du Nan felt a sense of bewilderment. Yang Qi shook his head. I am just a humble ship owner, with limited understanding. Yet I know this. The Technology Administration comprises the world's most elite 1,000 scientists, including nearly 100 Nobel laureates. Their vision is to elevate the technological level of humanity, striving to advance civilization by one tier within a decade. Dunan comprehended each word Yang Qi spoke, yet the overall meaning eluded him. Yang Qi, ruffling his hair, added, in any case, this is the prevailing trend, and you cannot alter it. Dunan fell into silence, ultimately inquiring before Yang Qi departed, that General Ling. Who exactly is he? Deep down, he had already surmised an answer, though he was reluctant to accept it. Yang Qi grinned. General Ling Xingfa sends his regards. With that, Yang Qi exited the office, leaving Du Nan gazing out at the landscape beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, both familiar and alien. Indeed, the era has changed, and he has truly been cast aside by it. Chapter 81. At the moment of departure in a luxurious mansion by the banks of the Pu River, Wang Zhuo reclined languidly in a chair, engrossed in his phone. Beside him lay a figure he had once scarcely dared to envision, Lu Feng. Ah, Lu Feng. I must express my gratitude. Without you, my fleet would not have expanded to its current size, Wang Zhuo remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Feng, basking in the sunlight, replied with half-closed eyes, your 20,000 level 10 warships are still not repaired. Why the merriment? Oh, it is merely a matter of time, Wang Zhuo responded, earning Lu Feng's admiration for his optimistic disposition. It seemed that the scions of wealth were inherently such cheerful souls. Since returning to the coastal city, Lu Feng had also brought along Ling Ya and her daughter, assigning Ling Xingfa a significant role, as manpower was desperately needed. There was one more individual he wished to meet, Wang Zhuo. Upon being approached by Su Jinxiang, Wang Zhuo readily agreed to join the coalition fleet that Su was establishing. What about your subordinates? Lu Feng inquired upon entering the mansion, noticing the absence of Wang Zhuo's specialized team of professional players. Wang Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, do not mention it. I lost heart after you decimated my team in that battle, deleted the game, and disbanded the crew. At that time, I swore never to touch warships again. But now, oh my, how delightful it is. Lu Feng was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, yet it seemed fortuitous. Without his former subordinates, Wang Zhuo would not face a dismal fate this time. Lu Feng chose not to elaborate further. What are you chuckling about? Wang Zhuo asked, casting a sideways glance, clearly displeased. Do you still wish to keep the parts for repairing your warships? Lu Feng teased. Brother, feel free to laugh. From now on, you may call me Ha. Wang Zhuo's 2,000 warships lay in a state of disrepair in outer space, akin to a heap of space debris. The repairs required both components and time. Thus, while Wang Zhuo appeared to be the second most formidable force among humanity, save for Lu Feng, he was, in reality, quite ineffectual. Ah, the sun feels splendid. Living by the river is truly delightful. Lu Feng sighed, lazily turning over to relish this rare moment of relaxation. A month later, as stability gradually returned to various parts of the world, a significant event swept across the globe. The United Human Government, formed by the Order Fleet, was established. It transcended national boundaries, embodying a singular notion, humanity. Lu Feng turned his gaze toward outer space. His return aimed to reconstruct human civilization for a singular purpose, the impending solar system campaign 15 years hence. This would be an extraordinarily brutal conflict. Even though humanity possessed warships of superior capability compared to the allied civilizations, particularly with the hyperspace engines, while those allied civilizations still relied on relatively outdated warp drives. Achieving a maximum speed of only 1,000 times the speed of light, the hyperspace engines would far outstrip them. Yet, supported by the last bastion of humanity, the major coalition fleets had no option but to engage in a desperate struggle, with no retreat available. At that time, internal discord plagued humanity. The coalition fleets were unable to work in true unison. Their forceful acquisition of power led to incessant uprisings, resulting in a prolonged period of internal strife for humanity. The foremost fleet owner has consecutively been enticed or undermined by the coalition of civilizations, a scenario that Lu Feng finds utterly disheartening. This predicament has propelled him toward a formidable stance, as he seeks to dismantle and reorganize everything for a grand transformation. Only through such upheaval can he establish a new order. This objective has gradually come to fruition, and Lu Feng now sets his sights on the next phase, preparation for war. The impending solar system conflict may not wait a full 15 years to erupt. Its onset could very well be imminent. In truth, Lu Feng harbors no trepidation towards the coalition of third- and fourth-tier civilizations. He is prepared to confront them head-on. His concern lies with the potential hidden forces orchestrating this coalition from the shadows. Given the performance of the hailing civilization towards the Chark civilization, it is evident that the Orion Arm adheres to explicit regulations, wherein even advanced civilizations are prohibited from indiscriminately annihilating those of lesser status. Nonetheless, a coalition of third- and fourth-tier civilizations has boldly declared war against humanity. Throughout the years of conflict, not a single civilization has intervened to halt this aggression. If there exists a higher-tier civilization within the Orion Arm, does this not imply tacit approval of the ongoing war? Thus, Lu Feng must contend with adversaries extending beyond mere third- and fourth-tier coalitions. He may also be facing fifth- or even sixth-tier civilizations. This is the source of his apprehension. Unfamiliar with the capabilities of fifth- and sixth-tier civilizations, he feels that even the presence of a colossal entity like the Xylaxis does not guarantee safety. He requires more formidable weaponry, specifically the neutron star battleships. Only with these vessels in his possession can he find true peace of mind. The initial stages of restructuring humanity's civilization have commenced under his guidance, with subsequent developments steered by figures such as Su Jinxiang, Chen Jinwen, and Vonder, gradually aligning with his envisioned trajectory. This will allow him the opportunity to traverse the galaxy in search of neutron star battleships. If all proceeds smoothly, this endeavor could be completed within 5 years. If not, it may take longer. Lu Feng remains uncertain about the conditions he will encounter while seeking the neutron star battleships. Therefore, before embarking on this journey, he must accomplish 2 vital tasks. The first is to gather extensive intelligence regarding the galaxy, encompassing information on civilization tiers, territorial extents, and hazardous regions. The second task is to rectify the deficiencies within his fleet, with particular emphasis on enhancing the fleet's AI system. He requires an AI that is not only more intelligent, but also exhibits greater initiative. For the former, Lu Feng has identified an exceptional target, the hailing civilization. Chapter 82. The crystals within the establishment of the United Government of Humanity marked the definitive end of a bygone era. The ruler, humanity, and Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng held the position of ruler, the majority of affairs were managed by others. After remaining in the solar system for an additional month, Lu Feng assisted Wang Zhuo in repairing his battleship. With Wang Zhuo staying behind in the solar system, Lu Feng prepared to lead an expedition to the Chark planetary system. Before departing, Su Jinxiang approached Lu Feng. 2 lists had been meticulously compiled. The roster of players with no criminal records had been fully integrated during this time, regardless of their levels, resulting in a total fleet size of 100,000 vessels. Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Su Jinxiang continued, explaining that other players had been subjected to varying penalties according to the severity of their crimes. Those deemed most heinous had already faced capital punishment, while those whose offenses did not warrant death were placed under stringent containment measures. Their fleet AIs had been entirely dismantled, rendering the ships mere shells, awaiting subsequent training and reprogramming. However, Su Jinxiang shifted the conversation, noting that a small portion of players had chosen to leave the solar system upon their arrival. Due to the elusive nature of hyperspace engines, their whereabouts remained unknown. Lu Feng nodded again in understanding. This group of players could be classified as wanderers, many of whom shared a fervent obsession with the cosmos, akin to Wang Zhuo. They were unencumbered by attachments to the solar system or concerns about societal ties. Upon acquiring their battleships, their only desire was to gaze upon the resplendent galaxy. Su Jinxiang expressed his apprehensions, pondering whether their encounters with other civilizations might invite trouble. No worries, Lu Feng replied, shaking his head, entirely unperturbed. These individuals were unstoppable. Contact with other civilizations was inevitable, merely a matter of months sooner or later. Moreover, Lu Feng's face bore a hint of a smile as he continued, even if we do attract these civilizations, they are but trifling matters, not a cause for concern. Su Jinxiang, unaware of the implications behind Lu Feng's words, did not pursue further clarification. During my absence, your responsibilities will be considerable. The global transformations and extensive construction will proceed at an unprecedented pace. Should extraordinary circumstances arise, you are permitted to employ extraordinary measures. Rest assured, Boss Lu. Su Jinxiang replied with a firm nod. Were it not for Lu Feng's guidance and support, he would not have attained his current stature. In his eyes, Lu Feng had irrevocably altered the course of his life. Coupled with his inherent disposition, he was indeed a person worthy of trust. As Lu Feng piloted the Void Shadow, he ascended slowly amidst the farewell waves of the gathered crowd, accompanied by the Radiant Spear, 10 flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 50 Wanderer-class battlecruisers, and 500 Fearless-class destroyers, all vanishing into the vastness of space. In a fleeting flash of light, Lu Feng found himself at the periphery of the solar system, 1 light-year away, where an array of warships floated, large and small, creating a breathtaking spectacle that seemed to stretch endlessly. Lu Feng gazed at his warship and issued commands to the fleet's AI. All ships, set sail towards the Chark planetary system. As the orders were given, countless vessels transformed into streaks of light, entering hyperspace. In the blink of an eye, the colossal fleet that had once occupied the space vanished entirely. Approximately 50 minutes later, in the Chark planetary system, a massive star hung serenely in the void, located about 4 light-years from the edge of the system. There were no other celestial bodies nearby, save for a solitary planet. Such a sight was rarely encountered. Suddenly, radiant shadows materialized around the star, and a fleet larger than the star itself emerged into existence. Standing aboard the Void Shadow, Lu Feng looked down at the mesmerizing blend of yellow and blue light emanating from the star. In his mind, he called out, "Xylaxis, is everything well in the Chark system during this time?" A youthful voice, reminiscent of a child's, echoed in the depths of his consciousness. "All is well. Only 2 peculiar ships have passed through. Those ships resemble yours, but they are not as advanced." Lu Feng's spirit stirred. It was likely that other players had arrived. Based on Xylaxis's description, he recalled the 3 ships that Zhou Heng had chased to Neptune. Of those 3, only 2 had successfully entered hyperspace, disappearing without a trace. Could those 2 ships be passing through the Chark system now? Lu Feng hastily inquired, "Where are those 2 ships?" "In my belly," Xylaxis replied with unyielding confidence. After a moment, Lu Feng managed to compose himself. "I told you not to eat indiscriminately. Aren't you afraid of getting an upset stomach?" Though it was improbable that anything could harm such a massive star, he couldn't help but feel a parental instinct towards Xylaxis, leading him to nag. "Ah, I remembered I have something to give you," Xylaxis suddenly exclaimed. A crystal, radiating a faint blue glow and roughly the size of a fist, floated towards the bridge window of the Void Shadow, guided by Xylaxis' unknown manipulation abilities. Lu Feng peered through the window and discerned that it was an irregular crystal, entirely translucent and blue. Surrounding it, a ribbon-like blue ocean occasionally swirled, only to vanish in the next moment. It was indeed a remarkable sight. Finding it somewhat familiar, Lu Feng asked, "Where did you get this?" "I took it out of my belly," Xylaxis responded proudly. "You actually have a belly?" Lu Feng retorted in disbelief. "Of course. I am a member of the Stellar Beast tribe. How could a beast not have a belly?" "Roar." Xylaxis mimicked the beast's roar, but it was far from intimidating. Indeed, this creature's demeanor was quite peculiar. Lu Feng chose to disregard Xylaxis and maneuvered the Void Shadow to retrieve the crystal from the emptiness of space. Under the scrutiny of the Void Shadow's scanning apparatus, it was confirmed that the crystal before Lu Feng, encased in a sealed container, emitted no radiation. He gazed at the pale blue crystal, pondering whether it was the product of refining after devouring the home planet of the Chark people. The swirling blue ocean that appeared and dissipated around the crystal seemed strikingly familiar to him. Xylaxis contemplated earnestly and suggested, "I believe it is an undigested remnant." In other words, a form of excrement. Lu Feng could no longer contain himself, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, as a flood of critiques surged forth, too numerous to articulate in a single breath. Chapter 83. The Higgs Crystal. Ultimately, he set aside his previous pursuits and turned his focus to the crystal. He gazed intently at it, his mental faculties sharply attuned, contemplating the matters concerning the Chuck Prime star. In a moment, the blue ocean encircling the crystal morphed into the semblance of a planet, a globe cloaked in white clouds and vast seas, yet diminished to the size of a fist. Upon closer inspection, this planet bore a striking resemblance to Chuck Prime star. Lu Feng's heart trembled. Could this possibly be? To validate his hypothesis, he envisioned a pen in his mind. As his concentration deepened, the next moment, the miniature planet vanished, and a pen materialized beside the crystal. Lu Feng could no longer contain his astonishment. The thought he harbored had indeed manifested. If the azure particle ocean he had observed on Chuck Prime star existed due to the Higgs field, then the crystal before him was likely an entity refined from the Higgs field by Xylaxis. This would elucidate why objects could seemingly materialize around the crystal. It bore a resemblance to the rumored characteristics of the Higgs boson. When elucidating the varying weights of fundamental particles, the Higgs mechanism explains that different fundamental particles interact with the Higgs field with differing strengths, resulting in their weight discrepancies. Heavier fundamental particles exhibit a strong interaction with the Higgs boson, thus possessing greater mass, while lighter ones interact weakly, rendering them lighter. It can be said that the Higgs field endows particles with mass. Yet, it is difficult to envision such phenomena being directly observable in the macroscopic world. It was akin to the creation of void. Hence, the Higgs boson is often referred to as the God particle. The implications contained within this crystal surpassed Liu Feng's comprehension. Had he not witnessed the occurrences on Chuck Prime Star, he would find it hard to believe that the crystal before him adhered to scientific principles. After some contemplation, he decided to name this entity the Higgs crystal. Observing the pen, Liu Feng retrieved it and began his examination. He discovered that while the pen possessed the external form of a writing instrument, its internal structure was entirely filled. In other words, this pen was a mere fade, lacking substance. A soft exclamation escaped Liu Feng's lips. Was it that I failed to construct the internal architecture of the pen in my mind? He resolved to envision a different object, one devoid of a complex internal structure. This time, Liu Feng slowly conjured a knife within the ocean of his consciousness, a blade sharp enough to slice through iron with ease. The pen gradually transformed into faint blue particles, merging into the Higgs crystal, and soon, a gleaming blade emerged before Liu Feng. Fixating on the sharp tip of the knife, Liu Feng casually procured a slab made from materials of Chuck's civilization and aimed the knife at it. He felt a slight resistance before the knife effortlessly penetrated the object, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible, straight crack on its surface. The sharpness of the blade astonished Liu Feng. After all, even a bullet would struggle to leave a mark on a plate crafted from the new material of the Chark civilization. Yet, this unassuming knife sliced through effortlessly, showcasing its remarkable sharpness. Liu Feng's gaze towards the Higgs crystal transformed gradually. This object was indeed a treasure. With proficient application, it could facilitate the rapid creation of void constructs, allowing one to manifest their desires instantaneously. He could not help but inquire of Xylaxis. Do you know the origins of this item? Xylaxis replied affirmatively. It appears to be a type of higher crystal, which typically pertains to the fundamental laws of the universe, making it exceedingly rare. Why did you not inform me sooner? Liu Feng questioned. You never asked. Xylaxis's voice resonated within Liu Feng's consciousness, rising in pitch, sounding quite indignant. Curse it. How frustrating, Liu Feng thought. But considering that Xylaxis had distilled this precious crystal for him, he chose to relent. He decided to keep the Higgs crystal safe, as he intended to conduct various experiments to deepen his understanding of it. If possible, he aspired to forge this Higgs crystal into a weapon to carry with him. Liu Feng expressed immense appreciation for Xylaxis's actions, praising it repeatedly within his mind, which caused Xylaxis to feel somewhat elated. Will I be able to consume planets again? It asked eagerly. Well, some uninhabited planets are still fair game, but those with inhabitants cannot be consumed. Upon hearing this, Xylaxis jubilantly exclaimed. Liu Feng contemplated the potential of having Xylaxis devour mineral-rich planets to see if it could extract other unique crystals. However, he recalled that the circumstances on the Chark homeworld were extraordinarily rare, with the entire planet enveloped by the Higgs field, ultimately resulting in the acquisition of this Higgs crystal after Xylaxis's consumption. In the case of ordinary mineral planets, such a possibility seemed unlikely, yielding only high-purity mineral crystals at best. Nevertheless, should he encounter another planet like the Chark homeworld, shrouded in a special force field, it would not be out of the question to allow Xylaxis to attempt its consumption once more, in hopes of obtaining another exceptional crystal. From its tone, it was evident that such higher crystals were exceedingly valuable, given their connection to the fundamental laws of the universe. What about the ocean spirit homeworld? Liu Feng suddenly recalled that, akin to the Chark homeworld, the ocean spirit homeworld, as described by Shaylin, was also enveloped in a sea of particles. This indicated that it too was shrouded by the Higgs field. Moreover, the ocean spirit homeworld might be even more extraordinary than the Chark homeworld, considering that the ocean spirits possessed the remarkable ability to assimilate other planets with their technology. As Liu Feng pondered this further, The impending capability of the aquatic beings to assimilate other planets and envelop them in the Higgs field raises profound implications. If one were to acquire the technological prowess of the aquatic beings, could it not lead to the creation of multiple planets shrouded in the Higgs field for Xylaxis to consume? Such a scenario would ensure a continuous supply of Higgs crystals. As this thought crossed Lu Feng's mind, he felt a surge of exhilaration, but he quickly shook his head, dousing his enthusiasm with a dose of reality to regain his composure. He sensed that the primary planet of the aquatic civilization was not as straightforward as it appeared. If matters were indeed so simple, could the aquatic beings truly be classified as a pinnacle Class 3 civilization? Given the capabilities of this void-born entity, ascending to a Class 6 civilization would seem trivial. It appears that a journey to the aquatic civilization is the only way to unravel the mysteries that lie ahead. Chapter 84. Entering the wormhole. Lu Feng's main fleet remained at Xylaxis, while he led a portion of it into the Chuk planetary system. At the space station outside Chuk 6, Shalak, stationed there, suddenly beheld the emergence of a fleet, and communications were established. Esteemed higher civilization, Shalak bowed respectfully. Lu Feng inquired directly, "Are you aware of the arrangements of the Hylian civilization on the other side of the wormhole?" Shalak was momentarily taken aback, but within an instant, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Was the higher civilization planning to take action against the Hylian civilization? Without delay, Shalak divulged all he knew regarding the Hylian civilization's defenses. "I only know that a multitude of defensive structures has been established on the other side of the wormhole, including a colossal fortress manned by the finest scientists from the Hylian civilization. Do you have any insights regarding the fleet's configuration? I regret to inform you that our knowledge is rather limited. We only know that at least half of the Hylian civilization's fleet is stationed on the other side of the wormhole, as they regard this location with utmost importance." Understood. Lu Feng realized that the information available to the Chuk civilization was severely scant, and he did not harbor high hopes. He subsequently issued a command to the fleet AI, instructing the Spear of Flowing Light to advance first. He then convened the fleet, directing all vessels to form a cylindrical formation with a radius of 100 kilometers, centered around either the massive starcruiser or the silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier. Upon receiving Lu Feng's orders, the first vessel to approach the wormhole passage outside Chuk 6 was a battleship radiating a brilliant golden light. Even from thousands of kilometers away at the Chuk 6 space station, the appearance of this golden orb was unmistakable. Shalak's heart raced at the sight of the higher civilization's new warship. The personnel at the space station turned their gazes toward the source of the golden glow. However, that was not all. An even more astonishing spectacle unfolded outside the space station. Waves of brilliance manifested outside Chuk 6, and as these lights coalesced into solid forms, numerous warships materialized. The entire fleet, anchored at one end by the wormhole and centered around the massive flagship, was encircled by wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and fearless Trident-class destroyers, creating a cylindrical formation with a radius of 100 kilometers. This cylindrical fleet extended from the wormhole all the way to the far side of Chuk 6, causing those at the space station to lose sight of it. It was difficult for them to fathom that the mere formation of warships already possessed a radius of 100 kilometers, stretching far beyond their comprehension. Shalak too could not conceal the astonishment within him. Although it was not the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle, he understood through the probes distributed throughout the Chuk planetary system that the column of warships extending from the wormhole had surpassed even Chuk 9, the last planet of the Chuk system. This continuous spectacle of warships resembled a magnificent stream of light traversing the starry expanse. At this moment, all the warships lined up behind the Spear of Flowing Light, awaiting their turn to enter the wormhole. Lu Feng gazed upon the immense tunnel before him, a colossal structure seemingly formed by warships. The large vessels served as the central pillars, while smaller ships encircled them in a protective embrace. From any angle, the sight was nothing short of majestic. He, aboard the Void Shadow, trailed behind the Radiant Spear, gradually activating the cloaking field, leading a mixed fleet of over 500 vessels composed of immaculate Nebula-class cruisers, wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and fearless Trident-class destroyers into a state of complete invisibility. The radiant wings extending from the Radiant Spear were fully retracted, yet the energy within had already filled the entirety of the solar system, primed for immediate deployment. Observing that the fleet was prepared, and that the sensors aboard each ship could detect nothing of the wormhole's opposite side. Lu Feng commanded the entire fleet to enter the wormhole. On the other side of the wormhole lay a region situated in the most remote corner of a planetary system, shrouded in darkness save for the occasional passing meteor. However, within this void lurked a concealed wormhole passage. This passage blended seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, enveloped by a multitude of electromagnetic disruptions and intense cosmic radiation. It was challenging to discern the existence of the wormhole without meticulous investigation. Yet, the wormhole's exterior had been transformed by the sea spirit civilization into a beacon of light. Surrounding the wormhole passage was an enormous circular structure, from which a multitude of research buildings radiated outward. Atop these edifices, 3 towering instruments, resembling sharp cones, formed a triangular configuration encircling the wormhole at its core. Directly opposite the wormhole floated a massive fortress, extending 500 kilometers in length, encircled by fleets of the Sea Spirit civilization. The majority of these vessels belonged to the Sea Spirit Council, with their numbers totaling an impressive 100,000. Each of these warships was equipped with tenfold curvature engines and formidable energy weapons, representing the pride of the Sea Spirit civilization's latest military advancements. At the heart of this fortified enclave, a dark aperture device was aligned with the wormhole. The ominous opening appeared bizarre, its depths black as if it were a voracious beast lurking in wait, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, both the Sea Spirit Empress and the Speaker of the Sea Spirit Council received an urgent notification simultaneously. The wormhole passage experienced fluctuations, indicating that an object was traversing its depths. The expressions of the Empress and the Speaker shifted as their greatest fears seemed poised to materialize. Over the past 2 months, they had set aside past grievances, uniting their discussions around the fleet that had arrived in the Chark civilization, suspected to be of a level 6 civilization. Consequently, they had mobilized a significant portion of the Sea Spirit civilization's military might to this wormhole passage. The research on the wormhole was on the verge of a breakthrough, and retreating at this juncture was out of the question. Completion of the wormhole research would signify their ascension to a level 4 civilization, a pursuit of civilizational advancement they would never relinquish. Just as the Sea Spirit Queen and the Speaker of the Sea Spirits issued the command for the entire Sea Spirit fleet to prepare for battle, they beheld a golden gleam emerging from the wormhole outside their porthole. This radiant gold was extraordinarily dazzling, akin to the nascent rays of a rising sun, illuminating all the Sea Spirit structures at the entrance of the wormhole. A colossal battleship, its immense size filling the mouth of the wormhole, was emerging in a slow yet awe-inspiring manner. The Sea Spirit Queen, the Speaker, and the scientists and soldiers within the surrounding edifices were all transfixed by the sight of this golden vessel. Chapter 85. The Spear of Luminous Flow in full deployment upon the warship. Ancient markings and peculiar armored designs adorned its surface. This was a style of battleship unlike anything the Orion Arm civilization had ever encountered, and it did not belong to any civilization they recognized. As the entire fleet of the Sea Spirits strategically surrounded the wormhole entrance, weapons poised for action, this massive warship was enveloped in a hazy golden light. The Sea Spirit Queen gazed at the golden aura, discerning that it might be the vessel's defensive system. "Your Majesty, shall we initiate an attack?" inquired the Sea Spirit Speaker, frowning at the sight of the golden warship, whose sheer size was comparable to their stronghold. "Attempt to establish communication," commanded the Sea Spirit Queen, suppressing her inner turmoil. Instruments from the Sea Spirit civilization employed various methods of contact, reaching out to the magnificent golden ship before them. Lu Feng received a transmission from an unknown source and chose to accept it. He remained unseen, communicating solely through processed sound waves with the Sea Spirit civilization. Adhering to the conventions of initial interstellar exchanges, all civilizations typically included a portion of their lexicon to facilitate mutual understanding. The translated text appeared before Lu Feng. "To the civilization from an unknown region, you have arrived in the territory of the Sea Spirit civilization within the Orion Arm. This area is under the supervision of the 5th-level civilization, the Overseers, which regulates all actions of the Orion Arm civilizations. The Overseers will regularly report to the galaxy's highest-ranked 6th-level civilization." Lu Feng regarded this message with understanding, recognizing that the opposing party was attempting to bolster their influence by invoking the so-called Overseer civilization, implying that they had backing. He could not help but let out a cold laugh. "I have not joined the Orion Arm civilization. Why should I be bound by your rules? He replied directly. Open your civilization's database, or I shall pursue my objectives by other means. The Sea Spirit Queen's expression shifted upon receiving Lu Feng's response. 4 interstellar civilizations. To open their database was tantamount to laying bare their foundations before an adversary, exposing all vulnerabilities. Should the other party harbor ill intentions, they could easily exploit the Sea Spirit civilization's weaknesses to achieve its annihilation. It was akin to surrendering the fate of a civilization into the hands of another. After a prolonged silence, the Sea Spirit Queen and the speaker understood that this was an unavoidable conflict. They severed communication with the unknown civilization and issued orders to their fleet. Sea Spirit Fleet, annihilate the invaders of our homeland. As Lu Feng witnessed countless points of light erupting from the fleet across the wormhole, energy lasers from the Sea Spirit Fleet, he realized that war had commenced. Spear of Luminous Flow. Deploy all light wings and activate the Luminous Shield. At this moment, the luminary spear had completely exited the wormhole, its shimmering front. Measuring 200 kilometers in radius and 500 kilometers in length, gracefully unfurling its light wings that extended perpendicularly from the rear. The light wings flowed with an almost lifelike softness, stretching and, in the blink of an eye, radiating brilliance that surpassed the war front, enveloping the wormhole entirely. The wings resembled a colossal shield spanning thousands of kilometers, effectively intercepting the energy laser assaults from the Sea Spirit's civilization fleet. All energy lasers that struck this magnificent light shield dissipated as if absorbed by a sponge, vanishing without a trace. The golden wings cast their luminous glow upon every Sea Spirit installation, evoking terror in the eyes of their soldiers while mesmerizing their scientists. What extraordinary technology was this? The Sea Spirit Queen and the Speaker of the Sea Spirits watched in disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. The portion of the warship that had traversed the wormhole was merely the tip. The immense light wings extending from the ship's rear constituted its true form. The Speaker's complexion shifted repeatedly, realizing that this was a simultaneous barrage of energy lasers from 100,000 warships. Even an advanced civilization could hardly remain unscathed. The Sea Spirit Queen promptly commanded the activation of the force field generator. The fortifications and structures surrounding the wormhole, now isolated by the golden wings, were thrown into disarray, employing every possible means to respond. Under the Queen's orders, the 3 massive conical objects near the wormhole slowly adjusted their orientation, targeting the expansive light wings ahead. An invisible force field immediately enveloped the area, causing the once fluid light wings to momentarily halt, as if their movement had been impeded. The advance of the luminary spear also slowed slightly. At this juncture, Lu Feng, aboard the Void Shadow, which had activated its cloaking field, arrived at the wormhole's entrance. Within this intangible force field, both the Void Shadow and the fleet concealed within the cloaking field experienced a deceleration, reducing their speed to 80% of full throttle. A force field indeed. Knowing that a level 3 civilization had begun to make initial contact with force field weaponry did not perturb Lu Feng. He observed the area spanning thousands of kilometers, cloaked by the light wings, while the Sea Spirit fleet continued their relentless assault. However, their attacks were merely a trifling annoyance to the energy-laden luminary spear. It was worth noting that it had taken a full barrage from the weapons of Silver Star City to subdue the luminary spear when it was not fully deployed. Lu Feng was uncertain of the limits of the luminary spear's full extension. Yet, this was no longer the crux of the matter. As the luminary spear drew ever closer to the Sea Spirit fortress, capturing the attention of the majority, his fleet, concealed within the cloaking field, remained unnoticed, and would likely continue to go undetected. Lu Feng retrieved his mobile phone. Although lacking an internet connection, he was still able to access Galactic Era. Within Galactic Era, he discovered the last remaining unclaimed item, the Super Starport, Silver Star City. Due to the immense size of the Silver Star City, Lu Feng refrained from bringing it up prematurely. It exists within the realm of Galactic Era like a versatile space, to be unveiled when necessary. At present, having traversed the wormhole, it is the opportune moment to establish a base for the Silver Star City within the Sea Spirit civilization. As Lu Feng manipulated his mobile device, a moment later, all gravitational detectors of the Sea Spirit civilization emitted urgent alerts of the highest level. They had detected an extraordinary gravitational source, comparable to that of a small planetary scale. The technicians beside the detector glanced out at the light wings. pondering why such warnings had not been triggered when the wings first unfurled. However, in the next instant, a colossal shadow loomed before their eyes, overshadowing their view. It was a behemoth, dozens of times larger than their sea spirit fortress, a superstructure that had suddenly materialized, akin to a small planet. Chapter 86. The Undying Warrior of the Sea Spirit. Upon observing the colossal sea spirit queen appearing at the other end of the light wing through the monitor, she was rendered speechless. A planetary-class battleship symbolizes a level 5 civilization. There are two types of planetary-class battleships. One involves transforming an entire planet into a singular battleship, while the other entails constructing a battleship from scratch, ultimately achieving a vessel of planetary proportions. Each technological approach possesses its own advantages and challenges, rendering them equally formidable. The behemoth before her, though merely classified as a small planet with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, undeniably qualifies as a planetary entity. The Sea Spirit Queen scrutinized the extensive weapon systems and dock entrances adorning this massive structure, recognizing it as a genuine battleship. In truth, for a civilization of level 3 or 4, constructing the shell of a planetary-class battleship is not an insurmountable task. However, the challenge lies in the necessity of equipping such a colossal shell with a comprehensive energy system capable of powering the entire vessel. The weapon systems must also be compatible, and the materials employed for a battleship must be of superior quality. The optimal adjustment of materials and structural mechanics is imperative, among a myriad of other intricate considerations. This scenario is akin to the fact that while several nations can construct 20,000-ton container ships, only a select few can fabricate a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier. A planetary-class battleship embodies the integration of technology and serves as a testament to a civilization's overall strength. It signifies that there are no significant weaknesses across its various domains, reflecting the pinnacle of its current civilization level, as opposed to certain civilizations that, relying on a singular field of expertise, barely attain the criteria for civilization classification. The Sea Spirit Queen had previously toured the planetary-class battleship of the Orion Arms Overseer civilization. This battleship was crafted from a small planet with a radius of 1,500 kilometers. It could be referred to as a battlestar, a fortress, or a battleship. The distinctions among these terms become irrelevant in the context of such colossal weaponry. The interior of this planetary battlestar housed the vast majority of the dark matter resources available to the Overseer civilization solely to enable the battlestar to function. To ensure its maneuverability on the battlefield, the Overseer civilization installed numerous hyperspace engines upon the planetary battlestar. Nevertheless, even with these advancements, the Overseer civilization's battlestar encountered numerous issues. When transitioning to hyperspace mode, all other systems, including weaponry, life support, and conventional power systems, were forced into a minimal energy consumption state. The internal dark matter energy was insufficient to simultaneously power both the hyperspace engines and the remaining systems, necessitating a choice between prioritizing one over the other. However, for civilizations beneath the Overseer civilization, this limitation was not deemed a significant flaw. The planetary battlestar boasted several ultra-laser cannons capable of obliterating planets or even stars with a single strike, representing a level of technology far exceeding that of civilizations classified as 3 or 4. Furthermore, within the planetary warship, there exists an array of formidable weaponry, including antimatter cannons and various other systems, such as a force field generator capable of encompassing vast battlefields and dense arrays of high-energy beams. These are the weapons discernible to the Queen of the Sea Spirits, though it is not inconceivable that there lie concealed weapon systems within the planetary warship that elude her comprehension. Nevertheless, even these armaments alone are sufficient. The planetary warship, stationed within the Orion Arm, emanates a power so formidable that no civilization can withstand its overt display of strength. It is precisely due to this planetary-class battleship that the Overseer civilization has maintained its status as the sole level 5 civilization in the Orion Arm for millennia. As long as the Overseer civilization does not ascend to level 6, no other civilization beneath it can hope to elevate to level 5. This adage is widely acknowledged within the cultural sphere of the Orion Arm. Even the super fortress constructed by the Sea Spirit civilization bears a semblance to the planetary warship of the Overseers. However, the Sea Spirit's capabilities are limited. They have crafted a simplified version of the fortress, measuring a mere 500 kilometers in length. Yet, Both the Overseer's planetary warship and the Sea Spirit's fortress pale in comparison to the suddenly emerged unknown planetary battleship. Instrumental measurements reveal that this colossal structure, akin to a continent, boasts a radius of 2,000 kilometers and a diameter of 4,000 kilometers, 8 times the length of the Sea Spirit's fortress. This is merely a singular dimension. The city of silver stars hovers silently behind the luminous wings of the glimmering spear as the 100,000 ships of the Sea Spirits continue their assault against it. Observing the images relayed back of the city of silver stars, the Queen of the Sea Spirits feels a sense of despair. Yet, gritting her teeth, she issues the command. Our great immortal warriors of the Sea Spirit civilization, it is time to strike. You are the pride of our entire civilization. Swiftly neutralize the shield before us. The 100,000 warships encircling the fortress cease their laser bombardment upon the glimmering spear. In the next moment, rays imbued with an unusual blue luminescence are unleashed from these vessels. Among these rays, something peculiar seems to be intermingled. Upon contact with the golden luminescent shield of the glimmering spear, the rays fail to penetrate. However, unlike before, several dark spots quietly emerge behind the shield. A closer inspection reveals these to be fully armed warriors of the Sea Spirits, composed of deep blue particles. The Sea Spirits warriors bear a striking resemblance to the legendary sirens, possessing humanoid faces, pointed ears, yet sporting serpent-like tails. They traverse the shield and, utilizing their flight apparatus, rapidly approach the main body of the glimmering spear. Lu Feng had already received the alert. Upon viewing the entities that had breached the luminescent shield through the ship's onboard display, he was momentarily taken aback. These Sea Spirits indeed possess remarkable capabilities. They have unexpectedly penetrated the indomitable luminescent shield and drawn near to the battleship's core. Lu Feng recalled that Shaylin had previously warned him about the existence of immortal warriors within the Sea Spirit civilization, endowed with special abilities to approach enemy vessels for internal infiltration. It seems this is precisely the case. Yet Lu Feng could not help but chuckle, for the Radiant Spear was not solely equipped for defense. Having absorbed ample energy, the shield of the Radiant Spear still possessed considerable reserves. It was commanded to annihilate all intruders. As the order was issued, streams of golden light erupted, bombarding every undying warrior of the Sea Spirits that had breached the shield's interior. The beams of golden light sliced through the ranks of the Sea Spirit warriors like deadly scythes. However, in the next moment, all those warriors, who should have perished from the golden onslaught, reappeared in their original positions. After a brief moment of astonishment, these warriors fixed their gaze fiercely upon the colossal warship before them, advancing fearlessly towards it. Chapter 87: Planetary Cannon versus Strong Interaction Force. As the distance continued to diminish, Lu Feng could not help but furrow his brow. He observed that in the instant following the demise of those Sea Spirit warriors, only a small cube remained at the site. This was a compact, smooth square, remarkably diminutive, measuring merely a few centimeters in length and width. Yet, this seemingly trivial cube remained entirely unaffected amidst the bombardment of radiant energy. What on earth is this? The fleet's AI provided him with an answer. The analysis from the Radiant Spear indicated that the shell of the square was constructed with strong interaction forces tightly intertwined. A sudden thought struck Lu Feng, a water droplet. It too was an entity formed by strong interaction forces. However, this cube had been appropriated by the Sea Spirit civilization for their immortal warriors. Presumably, this cube was the pivotal core that enabled the resurrection of these warriors. To breach the dense atomic layer constructed by strong interaction forces, numerous methods existed. The most classic approach would be a high-dimensional strike. Yet, for Lu Feng at this moment, such an idea seemed utterly fanciful. More feasible options would involve annihilating with negative matter or striking with ultra-high energy levels. Lu Feng pondered. Could the energy level of the planetary cannon in Silver Star City be considered high enough? Utilizing a planetary cannon on such a small cube might evoke the sensation of using a cannon to swat a mosquito. He was eager to attempt this. But considering the practicality, the vast wings of the Radiant Spear loomed ahead, rendering the use of Silver Star City impractical. Within the void shadow, Lu Feng observed the 3 conical force field generators at the wormhole's edge, which continued their relentless operation. The generators were striving to maximize their functionality, with the simulated gravitational pull continually affecting the Radiant Spear and Silver Star City as they traversed the wormhole. However, The gravitational influence created by Silver Star City proved stronger than that produced by the force field generators. The Sea Spirit Fortress and the 100,000 fleets felt the sudden gravitational pull affecting them, abruptly disrupting their previously attained state of equilibrium. Consequently, they were compelled to expend additional energy to adjust their posture in order to counteract this gravitational disturbance. Within the structures surrounding the force field generators, numerous laser weapons were directed at Silver Star City. Yet, these attacks were merely an irritation against the colossal shield of Silver Star City. Lu Feng ordered the Radiant Spear to withdraw, ensuring that these Sea Spirit warriors did not infiltrate the interior. He instructed Silver Star City to first eliminate the surrounding structures near the wormhole, allowing the fleet to pass through. With Lu Feng's command issued, the Radiant Spear began its retreat. In the eyes of the Sea Spirit Queen and her allies, this was a sign of strategic success. She felt a surge of hope. Perhaps their Sea Spirit civilization could indeed keep their adversaries at bay outside the wormhole. On the warships of the Sea Spirit civilization, countless soldiers also glimpsed a flicker of hope. Their most formidable Sea Spirit immortal warriors had, indeed, proven effective, as they reveled in joy. At that moment above the city of Silver Stars, 3 seemingly diminutive planetary cannons gradually adjusted their orientation, aiming at the 3 conical, sluggish force field generators surrounding the wormhole. In the next instant, a brilliant radiance flashed, and 3 torrents of colossal energy beams erupted forth, directly penetrating and obliterating the region housing the 3 force field generators. Everything in the vicinity was likewise affected, reduced to mere dust. The originally contiguous ring of structures surrounding the wormhole vanished without a trace. Detecting a high-energy strike. With a peak power registered at level 22, the instruments reported further high-energy readings. Within the fortress, the Sea Spirit Queen could only catch the final alarm from the devices. The next moment, she received no further information from the buildings around the wormhole. Level 22. This signifies a super-large energy weapon. Repeating this term, the once elated Sea Spirit Queen felt her breath quicken, though she forcibly restrained her rising panic. Your Majesty, as a level 3 civilization, our shipborne laser beams can only reach a maximum power of level 11. A level 22 energy output is nearly on par with the high-energy weapons of the Overseer civilization. The Sea Spirit Queen nodded in silence. The opposing force must be at least a level 5 civilization, and all signs had now been unequivocally confirmed. A civilization that had attained level 5 in every aspect. In the Milky Way, the classification of energy levels is based on planets and stars. The energy level of a planet, determined by its size and type, can range from level 10 to 20. The disparity between each level is a factor of 10. This indicates that the maximum energy of an entire planet reaches level 20. Beyond this threshold lies the stellar level. Stellar energy exceeds level 20, peaking at level 30. Beyond that are the energy levels generated by black holes or other extreme celestial bodies. Weapons capable of exceeding a level 20 energy output are classified as super-large energy weapons, whose destructive power can effortlessly annihilate a planet. They are indeed the quintessence of planetary cannons. This is also a hallmark of a level 5 civilization. The laser beams of the Sea Spirit civilization can only produce a peak energy output of level 11, an astonishing difference of 100 billion times compared to level 22. In contrast, it is akin to the disparity between a 0.2 mm hair and the 2,000-kilometer radius of the city of Silver Stars. Precisely a difference of 100 billion times. To sustain such a level of attack, it must indeed be derived from dark matter extracted from stars. The Sea Spirit Queen sighed resignedly, almost in a whisper. Beside her, the speaker of the Sea Spirits gazed at this suddenly emerging civilization with eyes alight with intrigue. Dark matter. Seizing the moment when the Sea Spirit Queen was distracted, he discreetly activated the device in his hand, sending a message from the Sea Spirit Fortress, which vanished into a relay station in deep space, transmitting toward an unknown direction. As the structures surrounding the wormhole were completely annihilated, under the command of Lu Feng, his fleet began to methodically traverse the wormhole. Amidst the terrified gazes of the warriors aboard the 100,000 warships, an immense golden light wing loomed before them, from which emerged a seemingly infinite fleet of vessels. Large battleships served as the nucleus, while the formidable Invincible-class destroyers and the wandering Temple-class battlecruisers formed clusters of warships. These fleets traversed through the light wings of the Radiant Spear, gradually filling the vast expanse of deep space, which was even more colossal than the wings themselves. No one could fathom how many ships it would take to saturate the void ahead, yet the armada before them achieved just that. Urgent alarms blared from the energy sensors of the Sea Spirit Fortress. High-energy strikes detected. High-energy strikes detected. High-energy strikes detected. Subsequently, torrents of brilliant streams flashed across the starry skies ahead. These torrents erupted from warships bearing colossal mechanical cannons, each vessel unleashing energy levels exceeding 20. The streams pierced through the seemingly desolate deep space. From the fortress's vantage point, nothing appeared amiss. However, the Sea Spirit Empress understood that her immortal warriors had met their demise, as she beheld the vast fleet encroaching upon her. Subtly surrounding the Sea Spirit Fortress and its accompanying ships, she recognized the futility of reversing the decline of the Sea Spirit civilization. Through the monitors aboard the Radiant Spear, Lu Feng observed the dense cubic structures, forged by strong interactions, succumbing to the planetary cannon strikes of the wandering Temple-class battlecruisers. Their once smooth surfaces began to disintegrate. The moment the first atom shattered, a chain reaction ensued, causing the compact structure to collapse in an instant. Under the brilliance of the planetary cannon, those immortal warriors would rise no more. Chapter 88. Gravitational Ray Cannon. At this moment, a mere 100,000 warships lay between Lu Feng's fleet and the Sea Spirit Fortress. However, the vessels of the Sea Spirit civilization, each typically measuring around 500 meters in length, paled in comparison to Lu Feng's formidable armada. Even the once mighty Sea Spirit Fortress appeared diminutive in the face of such power. A final ultimatum was delivered to the Sea Spirit civilization. A choice between life and death must be made. They were informed of Lu Feng's capability to resolve the Higgs field dilemma on the Chark main planet, as well as his potential to obliterate the Sea Spirit civilization using similar methods. Gazing at the Sea Spirit Fortress and the modest fleet that seemed ensnared like prey, Lu Feng commanded the fleet's AI to transmit one last message. Simultaneously, an increasing number of fleets traversing the wormhole encircled the Sea Spirit's fortress and ships. The massive planetary cannons of the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers were aimed at them. Meanwhile, the speaker of the Sea Spirit, observing the enormous golden-winged shield before him and the rapidly multiplying fleet nearing the million mark, sensed that this might be a prime opportunity. The Queen might have no choice but to activate the prototype gravitational ray cannon. As he spoke, the speaker cast a worried glance at the Sea Spirit Queen, his face a mask of sincerity. The gravitational ray cannon was a next-generation weapon still under development, intended for mastery only by a fourth-tier civilization. Mastering the grand unification theory was one of the prerequisites for ascending to fourth-tier status. This theory unifies the four fundamental forces: gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force, allowing for the manipulation of energy across these forces. The gravitational field generator utilized gravity, channeling immense energy to produce gravitational waves capable of affecting a wide range of enemies. To harness one of these four forces and develop it to a level applicable in interstellar warfare is sufficient to attain the status of a third-tier civilization. The Sea Spirit civilization, perched at the pinnacle of this third tier, had recently breached this threshold, having just completed a foundational breakthrough in the grand unification theory. They were now officially entering the practical application phase, with ongoing research aimed at developing various weapons based on this theory. However, they found themselves at a critical juncture, confronted by an unknown advanced civilization. The prototype gravitational ray cannon was still in the experimental phase, not yet fully operational, and its efficacy remained uncertain. Additionally, there existed a fatal flaw in the current iteration of the gravitational ray cannon. When overwhelming energy was input into the cannon, it would generate a chaotic, non-directional gravitational wave at its core. Non-directional indicates that the gravitational wave would not attract in a singular direction, but rather imitate the gravitational influences of multiple massive celestial bodies pulling and tugging from various angles. Any object caught within this non-directional gravitational wave would be instantaneously torn to shreds. To prevent unintended casualties from this chaotic force, a counteracting gravitational wave needed to be imposed around the periphery of the non-directional wave. The opposing gravitational waves in this circle are designed to neutralize the omnidirectional gravitational waves that overflow, confining them within a controllable range. Thus, the gravitational ray cannon can be deemed complete. However, The current prototype of the gravitational ray cannon has only succeeded in generating the central omnidirectional gravitational waves, while the peripheral constraining gravitational waves remain unproduced. The computational models related to the peripheral constraining gravitational waves have not been fully realized, rendering them ineffective. This implies that once the prototype gravitational ray cannon is activated, the omnidirectional gravitational waves it generates will indiscriminately tear apart all objects within its reach, regardless of friend or foe. Yet, it is precisely this understanding that led the speaker of the Sea Spirit to propose the notion to the Empress. Their life forms ensure that they cannot be entirely extinguished, but the Sea Spirit Fortress will not emerge unscathed. His true objective is not the unknown fleet before him, nor the Sea Spirit Empress, but rather the destruction of the Sea Spirit Fortress. Behind him stands the Observer Civilization, and as the speaker of the Sea Spirit, his power has always been overshadowed by the Sea Spirit Empress. A significant portion of this is due to the existence of the Sea Spirit Fortress. Bound by the Galactic Covenant, the Observer Civilization can only engage in subtle maneuvers behind the scenes, finding it difficult to overtly overthrow the Sea Spirit Empress. With the support of the Observer Civilization, the speaker of the Sea Spirit, though taken aback by the emergence of this fleet, harbors no fear. On the contrary, he contemplates how to extract the utmost benefit from the current situation. The civilization opposite has already demonstrated formidable strength. Continuing the conflict may lead the Sea Spirit Civilization, under the leadership of the Empress, to opt for surrender. Such a choice would ensure the preservation of the Sea Spirit Civilization, but his own interests would be precarious. Even after surrender, the Sea Spirit Empress could still remain the leader of the entire civilization, potentially receiving support from a level 5 civilization. Despite having the backing of the Observer Civilization, it would be challenging for him to secure advantages from the Sea Spirit Empress. The leadership of the Sea Spirit Civilization could never be his. In this light, it would be more prudent to unleash a cataclysmic wave of destruction with the gravitational ray cannon, indiscriminately annihilating all. This would not only infuriate the opposing civilization, eliminating any possibility of the Sea Spirit Empress considering surrender or subservience, but even if she ultimately capitulated, knowledge of her order to activate the gravitational ray cannon would incite fury, leaving her with no chance of redemption. Furthermore, such an act would effectively dismantle the very Sea Spirit Fortress that the Empress commands, delivering a tangible blow. He has already discreetly informed the Observer Civilization through his clandestine channels that upon his demise here, he will return to the home planet in particle form, ready to reorganize defenses alongside the Observer Civilization. Given their insatiable desire for dark matter, they would undoubtedly employ every means to consume the opposing civilization's fleet. In time, the entire Sea Spirit Civilization will be under his dominion. As for the advancement of civilization, with the Observer Civilization backing him, having achieved such a monumental feat, what further concerns could he possibly have? With these thoughts, the speaker of the Sea Spirit's tone grew increasingly urgent. Your Majesty, the opportunity for the ascension of our civilization lies just ahead, yet it is jeopardized by this sudden intruder. We are so close to the restoration of our civilization. He lowered his head, his tone imbued with sincerity. Your Majesty, I implore you to command the activation of the prototype gravitational ray cannon. Given the proximity, despite the formidable size of their fleet, they would undoubtedly suffer immense losses. However, the speaker of the Sea Spirits received no response for an extended period. He could not help but raise his head, observing the enemy's warships drawing ever closer outside the viewport, yet the Queen had yet to issue any orders. Is there no intention to resist? Based on his knowledge of Queen of the Sea Spirits, she was always resolute and ruthless, never one to surrender easily. Yet why this time? At that moment, the Queen received 2 messages from different sources. Chapter 89. Suppressing the Uprising. One edict was a final ultimatum issued by Lu Feng, while the other originated from a covert special agency under her command. The former was swiftly scanned by Empress Hailing, and after a brief internal struggle, her countenance transformed into one of resignation. In contrast, she read the latter message with an impassive expression before directing her gaze towards the hailing speaker, who was situated not far away. At that moment, the hailing speaker suddenly became aware of the Empress's gaze, which bore the weight of a death sentence. A sense of foreboding surged within him. The Empress's cool voice pierced the silence. Speaker Tarsel, you have conspired with the Overseer Civilization, issuing unauthorized commands to launch an attack on an unknown advanced civilization, inciting retaliation from their fleet. I hereby revoke your position as Speaker Tarsel and transfer your authority to the advanced civilization as a warning to quell their wrath, while simultaneously disseminating this message throughout the military. What? I didn't. You are speaking nonsense, Talise. The hailing speaker was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the Empress's intentions. She aimed to make him the scapegoat. He reached for the communicator concealed on his person, intending to send a clandestine message. However, before he could act, the Empress was quicker. A deceptively smooth square box materialized in her hand, which she activated with a single motion. As the cube came to life, the hailing speaker's deep blue form began to dissolve, akin to ice cream melting under intense heat, losing its shape. The counterforce field suppressor, you have deceived me. His body instantly succumbed to paralysis, and he could only gasp out his final words. Empress Talise regarded Tarsel with an expression devoid of emotion. Surely, you did not believe that I was oblivious to the information relay satellites you secretly established in this planetary system? The messages sent to the Overseer civilization have been intercepted. The truth of what transpires here will remain unknown to them. From this moment forth, the hailing civilization shall no longer be subject to the influence of the Overseer civilization, nor remain within the Orion Arm alliance led by them. Tarsel could not muster a response. His eyes widened in horror, akin to marbles in a pool of mire. Soldiers, Speaker Tarsel has betrayed us. Dispose of him. The Empress summoned her guards, who brought forth a specially prepared box. They swept the sodden form of the hailing speaker into the container and secured it tightly. The hailing beings cannot truly perish. Upon death, they return to their home planet, where they are reconstituted into a new form crafted from particles. Yet, they are not without vulnerabilities. As long as a hailing being remains alive, their consciousness is confined within their current shell. Thus, simply enclosing them in a box suffices. The Empress regarded the outcome with satisfaction. Now, only one significant concern remained: the fleet loyal to Speaker Tarsel. This faction constituted a substantial portion of the 100,000 ships surrounding the fortress, which explained the Empress's prior hesitance to act against Tarsel. However, in the current circumstances, the Empress let out a cold chuckle. Faced with an encirclement of forces, surely they would not dare to make a move. A communique was dispatched to the entire fleet, announcing that Chairman Tarsel had. Queen Hailing conveyed Tarsel's incriminating evidence to the entirety of the Hailing fleet. A message traversed through the communications of the Hailing fortress, reaching all Hailing warships, including Land Peak, who received this seemingly perplexing notification. Just as Land Peak was about to process the information, another message emanated from the direction of the Hailing fortress. To the unknown advanced civilization, we choose survival. We shall open our database for your use. To demonstrate our sincerity, we will surrender the instigator behind this, Tarsel, in hopes of appeasing your wrath. Land Peak comprehended the situation. It appeared that Tarsel was being scapegoated. Despite this realization, Land Peak refrained from exposing the ruse, focusing solely on achieving his objectives. At that moment, Land Peak observed chaos erupting within the distant Hailing fleet. A fraction of the warships began firing upon their own vessels, while others made a beeline for the Hailing fortress. The formation of 100,000 warships became chaotically disordered. Deploy the invincible Trident-class destroyers to quell the turmoil and maintain control over all vessels, Land Peak commanded decisively. In this critical juncture, the smaller Invincible Trident-class destroyers were the most suitable ships for the task. Although they were the smallest in Land Peak's fleet, they were undeniably regarded as flagships within the Hailing fleet. Approximately 10,000 Invincible Trident-class destroyers gradually emerged from Land Peak's fleet, swiftly approaching the Hailing fortress. Warnings were issued from the destroyers to the surrounding Hailing warships: disarm all vessels and submit to control or face unconditional destruction. Accompanying the warnings, the laser cannons aboard the Invincible Trident-class destroyers targeted the nearby Hailing warships. The intimidation proved effective. The once chaotic 100,000 Hailing fleet, under the threat of the destroyer's laser cannons, chose to remain largely stationary. However, a minority continued their reckless behavior. One Hailing warship charged directly towards the Hailing fortress, seemingly intent on a mutual destruction. But the nearest Invincible Trident-class destroyer unleashed a barrage of laser fire, engulfing the Hailing warship in a brilliant explosion. Another Hailing vessel, driven to desperation, indiscriminately attacked all nearby units with laser beams of approximately level 10, unleashing a chaotic barrage in all directions. In that moment, No hailing warship dared to approach. Yet, one invincible Trident-class destroyer activated its energy shield, disregarding the rays that rippled against its protective barrier, and bravely advanced amidst the onslaught. After multiple warnings yielded no compliance, this invincible Trident-class destroyer retaliated with a concentrated barrage, obliterating the frenzied hailing warship in a dazzling explosion, erasing all onboard hailing personnel and sending them back to their homeworld. What awaited these resurrected hailing individuals remained uncertain. Under the relentless intimidation of successive explosions, fewer and fewer Sea Spirit warships dared to engage in reckless maneuvers. The fleet of 10,000 Indomitable-class destroyers moved like vigilant commanders amidst the 100,000 Sea Spirit vessels, their laser cannons trained on any suspicious targets. The radiant energy shields of the Indomitable-class destroyers made it abundantly clear to the Sea Spirits aboard their ships that they were operating on a wholly different level. Their laser beams were incapable of even breaching the outermost shields. Many ship captains, once loyal to the Sea Spirit speaker Tycel, found themselves engulfed in despair. In their current predicament, they could take no action. Awaiting them was nothing but the merciless sweep of the Sea Spirit Empress. Chapter 90. The extraction of dark essence as 10,000 Indomitable Leviathan-class destroyers quelled the insurrection within the Sea Spirit fleet. Tranquility was restored. The Sea Spirit fortress loomed at the rear of the fleet, its weapon systems deactivated, including the dark aperture-like device at its core, the unfinished graviton ray cannon. The Void Shadow, where Lu Feng resided, slowly emerged from behind the golden shield of the Radiant Spear, revealing its form before the Sea Spirit fortress. The Sea Spirit Empress was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Void Shadow. How this vessel and its surrounding escort ships had approached undetected was a mystery, as both optical and gravitational sensors had failed to register their presence. It was evident that the opposing civilization was far more formidable than she had anticipated, deepening her apprehension and amplifying her sense of powerlessness. However, she swiftly recalibrated her mindset. Since the tides of fate were immutable, she must contemplate how to extract the utmost advantage from the current predicament. Each Sea Spirit warship was dispersed under the vigilant watch of multiple Leviathan-class destroyers, whose laser cannons were firmly locked onto the regulated Sea Spirit vessels, ready to unleash fire at the slightest hint of resistance. Additionally, 10 substantial Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers approached the Sea Spirit fortress. "Open the docking channel. My troops will enter the fortress to assume control," commanded the Void Shadow, compelling the Sea Spirit Empress to concede and unlock the fortress's passage. The 10 Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers established a connection with the fortress, deploying the Chark Legion. Under the leadership of Shan, waves of fully armed Chark soldiers infiltrated the interior of the Sea Spirit fortress. Traversing the 500-meter-long corridor, the imposing Chark Legion advanced across the metallic floor. Shan surveyed the interior, noting the deep blue sea spirits, technicians and warriors alike, equipped with gear vastly superior to that of the Chark soldiers. Yet, upon the sight of the Chark Legion, they dared not make a move. They had received orders from their superiors, fully aware that they were encircled by an overwhelming force. Even when confronted with the once subservient Chark military, they refrained from uttering a sound. In that moment, Shan experienced an indescribable exhilaration as years of repression evaporated. Had it not been for the Great Higher Civilization's campaign leading to this point, he would never have witnessed such a scene. He felt his resolve to follow the Great Higher Civilization solidify. Now, he stood backed by the might of this civilization, ready to fulfill his mission on their behalf. With his chest held high, he discerned the path forward and made his way to the highest level of the fortress, where the Sea Spirit Empress resided. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the Sea Spirit Empress chose to open the final grand door, revealing the Chark soldiers, whom she recognized all too well. The voice of the Sea Spirit Empress resonated from beneath Shan's mask, conveying the command of a great and superior civilization that required her departure, as numerous inquiries awaited her. They had long been acquainted, having engaged in dealings for many years. The Sea Spirit Empress nodded slightly, rising to her feet. "Very well, I too look forward to an audience with this unknown advanced civilization. Furthermore, I have transferred the database access permissions." Upon uttering this, she maintained the dignified pride befitting a leader of her civilization, following closely behind Shan, her gaze fixed ahead, her countenance serene and unperturbed, bearing no semblance of a captive. In that moment, even Shan felt a subtle pressure from the Empress's aura, a testament to her reputed courage and capability. After Shan escorted the Sea Spirit Empress, a contingent of Chuck soldiers ushered a Sea Spirit technician before her throne, connecting several instruments to the spherical device before the Empress. This spherical apparatus served as a miniature mainframe for the Sea Spirit civilization, containing the supreme authority representative of the Empress. With her consent to open the Sea Spirit civilization's database, this authority naturally fell into the hands of Lu Feng. An immense volume of data was received by the fleet's AI, which activated its built-in translation function to render comprehensible the accumulated knowledge of the Sea Spirit civilization, spanning centuries and even millennia. However, to fully grasp the specific contents of this information, Lu Feng would need to examine it himself. Given the current intelligence level of the fleet's AI, he was not entirely confident in the filtered information. Yet, he did not intend to scrutinize the entirety of the database. He would selectively review only the portions he deemed necessary. Lu Feng began by filtering a batch of queries that he was eager to explore, his anticipation palpable. The first inquiry pertained to the delineation of powers within the Orion Arm civilization. As a minor spiral arm of the Milky Way, the Orion Arm civilization comprises a singular Type 5 civilization, known as the Overseer civilization. It is said to be the most ancient existence among all civilizations in the Orion Arm long before other civilizations reached the interstellar age. The Overseer civilization had already commenced interactions with them. This civilization took the lead in forming the Orion Arm Civilization Alliance, establishing the regulations of the Orion Arm Civilization Pact based on the Galactic Concord. On the surface, this pact guarantees that no civilization may arbitrarily infringe upon the weaker ones, imposing constraints upon the major civilizations. In reality, it serves as a mechanism to obstruct the advancement of other civilizations. For instance, when civilizations of differing levels interact, the exchange of technology across these levels is strictly prohibited. This creates a hierarchical system that rigidly classifies the civilizations within the Orion Arm. The so-called Overseer civilization is responsible for monitoring the enforcement of these regulations. Should any civilization violate the stipulations of the Orion Arm Civilization Pact, the Overseer civilization will impose punitive measures. The fundamental reason for the Overseer civilization's actions lies in the existence of more powerful Type 6 civilizations above it, which are the true arbiters of the galactic order. They establish the overarching tone of the galaxy, a decree that the civilization of the Overseers dared not contravene, though they could discreetly engage in subtle maneuvers. Thus, even if discovered by a Level 6 civilization, they would remain without recourse. Lu Feng, continuing to read, found within the archives of the Ocean Spirit civilization that the galaxy is home to 6 prominent Level 6 civilizations. Their territories are distinctly delineated, each meticulously guarding its own arm of the spiral, rarely encroaching upon one another's domains. The most notable characteristic of a Level 6 civilization is the possession of superluminal engines capable of rapid movement across vast distances, along with stargates that facilitate long-range jumps. Both the hyperspace engines and long-distance jump gates share a commonality: their mastery and application of dark matter. Dark matter. What could it truly be? Lu Feng found himself softly repeating the term, eager to delve deeper into the subsequent explanations regarding this enigmatic substance. Dark matter, as a form of super-energy material, is indispensable in the realm of space, particularly in phenomena such as jumps and hyperspace travel. The extraction of dark matter necessitates stars. Chapter 91. The Ascension of Civilization. Yet, the source of dark matter is anything but ordinary. Conventional methods, even the most extreme, such as hollowing out a star, cannot yield dark matter. Only through the annihilation of an entire star can one extract even a minuscule amount of dark matter. Upon realizing this, Lu Feng's pupils constricted. According to the records of the hailing civilization, a star of comparable size and mass to the Sun can only provide an amount of dark matter insufficient to transport a 100-meter-long battleship into hyperspace. This implies that to activate the hyperspace engine of a battleship of that scale, one must obliterate at least 2 stars similar to the Sun. This requirement escalates exponentially with the size of the ship, as the volume of a vessel is calculated in 3 dimensions. Lu Feng made a rough estimation. To activate the hyperspace engine of a kilometer-long Invincible-class destroyer, one would need to destroy a minimum of 100 stars of solar proportions to extract the necessary dark matter. And this is merely for one ship. Considering the quantity of 1 million Invincible-class destroyers, it translates to the extraction of dark matter from 100 million stars. This figure represents only the dark matter requisite for the Invincible-class destroyers. 100 million stars. The total number of stars in the galaxy is approximately 200 billion. 1/200th of the galaxy. Suddenly, Lu Feng grasped the immense value of what he possessed. While 1/200th is a small fraction, it is significant in the context of the entire galaxy. For the various civilizations, the loss of 100 million stars is considerable. Should the galaxy lose such a number, many civilizations would markedly observe disruptions within the Milky Way. Now Lu Feng understood why mastery and application of dark matter are regarded as hallmarks of a level 6 civilization. Simultaneously, he began to fathom the purpose of the existence of the Galactic Covenant. Dark matter is not only the key to unlocking spatial domains, but also a form of super-energy material. If each civilization were to recklessly experiment on stars in pursuit of dark matter, even destroying stars without restraint for that minute quantity, the galaxy would ultimately be left in tatters. If he were the ruler of a level 6 civilization, upon attaining such a status, his first decree would be to restrict other civilizations from indiscriminately harvesting dark matter, especially those level 5 civilizations capable of star destruction. The destruction of a few stars may be inconsequential, as acquiring a small amount of dark matter would not suffice to sustain a systematic industrial development, let alone absolute control. However, large-scale star destruction events must unequivocally be prevented. Although Lu Feng had yet to encounter the specifics of the Galactic Covenant, he could now assert with certainty that such catastrophic events of star annihilation would be strictly forbidden. With this understanding, the section regarding level 5 and 6 civilizations from the Hailing Civilization concluded. Given the tier of the Hailing Civilization, the comprehensible content was limited. Lu Feng still harbored several unanswered questions, which he would have to set aside for the time being. The forthcoming information pertains to the ascension of the Hailing Civilization, a topic that piqued Lu Feng's interest. In order for the Hailing Civilization to ascend to a level 4 civilization, it is imperative not only to master the theory of unification, but also to comprehend the intricacies of wormhole docks. These docks can be perceived as limited short-distance stargates. A breakthrough in wormhole dock technology necessitates in-depth research into the nature of wormholes. This elucidates why the Hailing Civilization has steadfastly guarded the wormhole for centuries. They have been diligently investigating wormhole dock technology. Wormholes have long been regarded as projections of higher-dimensional universes within our own. They can be likened to a sheet of paper, where the distance between its ends is fixed in 2 dimensions. However, in 3 dimensions, this paper can be folded, causing the ends to overlap and the distance between them to effectively become 0. By traversing one end, one can directly reach the other. This serves as the most prevalent explanation of wormholes. The mastery of wormhole dock technology does not lie in the ability to fold this metaphorical paper in high-dimensional space. Such capability is likely non-existent throughout the entire galaxy. Instead, wormhole docks utilize potential alternate exits within the wormhole, aiming to discover and stabilize these exits whenever feasible. It is akin to discovering a high-speed thoroughfare that initially appears to be a dual-lane road, but suddenly reveals a side path on the left. If this side path is too narrow to accommodate vehicles, it must be abandoned. However, if it can facilitate passage, then one can employ limited technological means to redirect vehicles onto this side path. To achieve this within a wormhole, the most probable force to harness would be gravity, one of the 4 fundamental forces. The Hailing Civilization has been exploring this avenue recently and has made notable progress. Given them more time, they may well realize this ambition. This brings us to the significance of wormhole dock technology as a hallmark of civilizational advancement. Lu Feng encountered similar explanations in the records of the Hailing Civilization. While it is nearly impossible to accelerate objects to the speed of light through conventional propulsion in our universe, alternative technological pathways exist to circumvent this limitation. Curvature engines and hyperspace are 2 such avenues. There is no need to forcibly accelerate a spacecraft beyond light speed. Achieving superluminal effects is sufficient. The ascent of civilization is inherently linked to changes in travel velocity, transitioning from less than 1% of the speed of light to gradually approaching it, and eventually surpassing it through curvature engines and hyperspace engines. The development of civilization is significantly constrained by resources, a principle that has remained unchanged throughout history. Resources are limited by the expanse of territory. However, in the vastness of the cosmos, encounters with material entities are rare, while the omnipresent darkness prevails. Those who can traverse this darkness to reach a new homeland will secure the resources necessary for the continued development of their civilization. A Level 1 civilization progresses from one planet to another, thus entering Level 2. A Level 2 civilization expands from one planetary system to another, thereby ascending to Level 3. Possessing the ability to swiftly navigate through the territories dispersed across different planetary systems via wormhole docks allows one to attain Level 4. A Level 6 civilization, equipped with hyperspace engines and long-distance stargates, traverses the entire galaxy. Higher civilizations evolve from one galaxy to another. Every advancement in civilization signifies an expansion of resource acquisition and an enlargement of operational scope. More sophisticated spacecraft, whether they be wormhole docks or stargates, imply that their civilization can transcend the shadows, free from the constraints of the sporadic depressions that manifest within the void. It is civilization that holds the potential for continuity. Moreover, and most crucially, it is through these advancements that a civilization can retain its original essence. Prior to the emergence of such a multitude of warships and before encountering the vast expanse of the cosmos, a classic query arises within the solar system. The extraterrestrials that humanity is most likely to encounter may, in fact, be humanity itself. Chapter 92. The meeting. As humanity embarks on its journey into the interstellar age, the pursuit of colonization in distant star systems necessitates traversing vast distances, often spanning several light years. In the absence of faster-than-light travel technology, colonization vessels would require centuries, if not millennia, to reach their new abodes. This arduous journey comprises prolonged phases of acceleration, constant velocity, and deceleration. Utilizing controlled nuclear fusion and photonic energy as propulsion, a substantial portion of such a vessel's volume would be dedicated to the storage of deuterium and tritium. While within the grasp of stellar illumination, the vessel could harness solar energy for acceleration. Once beyond this range, the nuclear fusion reactor would be activated to initiate a century-long acceleration. After several centuries of gradual acceleration, achieving 1% of light speed, the vessel would then endure 400 to 500 years of constant velocity, traversing the desolate void between stars. As it approaches a new stellar system, the nuclear fusion reactor would again be employed to decelerate. The entirety of this process spans over a millennium. It is conceivable that humans may exist in a state of hibernation aboard the colonization ship, or perhaps a small contingent would take turns overseeing the vessel. Regardless, after a millennium has passed, the generational divide between those aboard and those remaining in the solar system becomes substantial. With fortunate circumstances, they may safely arrive at a new planetary system, establish a settlement, and, severed from the solar system, initiate a new chapter of life. This group, having adapted to their new environment and evolved their culture, could emerge as humanity's closest approximation to extraterrestrial beings. Conversely, unfortunate circumstances might lead to a descent into chaos aboard the ship, resulting in a fragmentation of culture. They may perceive the vessel as their entire world, encapsulated within a colossal metal shell. Much like the prawn species in District 9, only a handful of engineers would retain the knowledge of their civilization's technology, while the majority devolve into a primitive state. The society they develop in their barbarism, alongside potential physical mutations, could likewise be regarded as a form of alien life. Thus, within the definition of a Type 3 civilization, there exists a criterion. Only civilizations that do not fragment into new civilizations may be classified as such. A Type 3 civilization possesses the ability to harness rudimentary curvature engines, enabling them to embark on interstellar colonization. Yet they lack the advanced means to maintain control over their far-flung colonies. Upon ascending to a Type 4 civilization, the advent of wormhole docks allows for even greater territorial mastery. This understanding illuminates for Liu Feng why hyperspace engines and long-distance stargates are regarded as the most prominent characteristics of a Type 6 civilization. On a galactic scale, the distances between spiral arms are measured in tens of thousands of light years. Without mechanisms to sustain territorial unity, civilizations risk fragmentation. Thus, the Sea Spirit civilization, as a pinnacle Type 3 civilization, can only claim dominion over a mere dozen star systems, spanning nearly 100 light years. This constitutes the utmost limit of territory that the Sea Spirit civilization can control without the risk of disintegration. as their curvature engine's maximum velocity is 10 times the speed of light. The speed of the curvature engine has gradually increased in tandem with the advancement of civilization's technology. Traveling at 10 times the speed of light, we have just reached the threshold required by a level 4 civilization. The territory spans approximately 100 light-years. Lu Feng brought forth the position of the ocean spirit's main star, revealing a star map before him. A dynamic chart marked the location of the wormhole. And 21 light-years beyond it, a colossal blue planet was designated as the primary star. This azure orb was enveloped in a sea of blue particles, gently undulating. Within the planetary system of the main star, an extensive array of defensive installations and fleets had been established, and the asteroid belt surrounding the system had been fortified into an impregnable fortress. Lu Feng scrutinized the arrangements documented in the Ocean Spirits database, which included 8 experimental gravitational ray cannons still under construction, alongside millions of conventional laser cannons rated at level 10 and field generators that nearly encompassed the entire planetary system. The sight left Lu Feng astonished. However, he felt little trepidation. The ocean spirit civilization was already firmly under his control. Gravitational ray cannons, indeed, were intriguing. Upon reading their description, Lu Feng's interest was piqued. While their power may not rival that of planetary cannons, as a shipborne weapon, they could undoubtedly enhance his fleet's offensive capabilities. The field generators also caught Lu Feng's attention. His fleet had previously been affected by them, even in a state of unpreparedness. Even if not employed against foes, a thorough understanding of the field generator's characteristics would serve as a safeguard against similar weapons in the future. With the Silver Star City positioned right at the wormhole's entrance, Lu Feng began to contemplate utilizing it to upgrade his fleet. As Lu Feng continued to zoom in on the star map of the Ocean Spirit civilization, he discovered numerous territories of other civilizations. The Ocean Spirit had meticulously annotated all known civilizations on the map. Among them were the Level 5 Observer civilization, dominant over much of the Orion Arm, the Level 4 Multi-Valley civilization, and the silicon-based Level 4 Bacta civilization. The territories of many civilizations within the Orion Arm were marked, and Lu Feng recognized several familiar names. This was a significant boon for him, precisely what he had sought. Regrettably, beyond the Orion Arm, the Ocean Spirit's star map displayed only vague markings, lacking the detailed delineation found within the arm itself. Lu Feng also identified the location of the Chark civilization, which lay over 1,000 light-years from the core of the Ocean Spirit civilization. This indicated that the main wormhole route traversed over 1,000 light-years, linking the Chark civilization with the Ocean Spirit civilization. As Lu Feng absorbed this information with keen interest, the Ocean Spirit Queen was escorted aboard a ship and isolated. Upon receiving this news, Lu Feng resolved to arrange a meeting with her. Once communication was established between the Void Shadow and the ship, Lu Feng beheld the visage of the Ocean Spirit Queen. She possessed a sea blue complexion, strikingly similar to that of a human, yet with pointed ears, a serpent-like tail, and a striking resemblance to the mythical sirens of legend. Lu Feng could not help but ponder whether the Sea Spirit civilization had previously visited the solar system, perhaps witnessed by ancient humanity, thus giving rise to legends. Otherwise, their resemblance would not be so striking. The Sea Spirit Empress also beheld the true visage of this unfamiliar advanced civilization. Upon recognizing Lu Feng's appearance, she bowed her head and respectfully declared, "Greetings to this esteemed advanced civilization. I am Talis, the leader of the third-tier pinnacle civilization, the Sea Spirit civilization." Lu Feng nodded, inquiring about the situation regarding the home planet of the Chuck civilization. The Sea Spirit Empress, maintaining her composure, responded, "That was a transaction between Prince Chuck and myself, in exchange for the opportunity to assimilate and elevate the Chuck people." Lu Feng gazed at the Sea Spirit Empress with mild astonishment, initially expecting her to attribute everything to that unfortunate individual, Tycel, yet she responded with such candidness. Her honesty was indeed commendable. Chapter 93. The Celestial Civilization. "It appears you do not intend to attribute everything to that Tycel," remarked the Empress of the Sea, nodding in acknowledgement. "For this, I must express my gratitude to you. With your assistance, I have managed to eradicate the malignant presence within our civilization. As the minions of the Observer civilization, I have always held a deep-seated disdain for them, yet I lament that I had no opportunity to address this issue until now. Please allow me to commend your greatness." Lu Feng found himself rather pleased by this not-so-subtle flattery from the Empress. However, He refrained from exhibiting overt delight, responding instead with a measured tone. It was indeed a wise decision made promptly by your civilization. Regarding Tarcel, which has caused our misunderstanding, I trust you comprehend how to address the matter. He had no intention of probing further to unmask the Empress. What he required was a reliable and obedient instrument. It sufficed for both parties to understand certain matters implicitly. For him at this moment, a civilization under control was far more beneficial than one in chaos. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, the Empress felt a quiet relief wash over her, a flicker of satisfaction gracing her countenance. Thank you for your forbearance. I shall entrust Tarcel and all the insurgents to your discretion for punishment. Should you require anything, we will strive to accommodate your needs. The Empress understood that this arrangement spared her from peril, subtly indicating that the higher civilization was placing the blame squarely on Tarcel. She considered herself fortunate to have such an outcome. Her civilization remained firmly within her grasp. Moving forward, she could only endeavor to meet the demands of this advanced civilization. As long as such requests did not threaten her people's existence, she would find them tolerable. Lu Feng harbored no objections to this. There are certain issues within your civilization's database that I have yet to uncover, such as the specific capabilities of the observer civilization. Upon reviewing the data from the sea civilization, Lu Feng realized that it was perhaps not the so-called coalition of third and fourth-tier civilizations that coveted the warships of the solar system, but rather the observer civilization itself. It was imperative to gain early insight into the enemy's strength. However, the detailed data on the observer civilization's capabilities was absent from the sea civilization's records. This was likely classified information, accessible only through direct inquiry with the Empress. With little to conceal, the Empress, now having severed ties with the observer civilization, began to elucidate its strength. The observer civilization could be categorized as a pinnacle fifth-tier civilization, indeed surpassing the typical fifth-tier civilizations in power. Oh, Lu Feng expressed mild curiosity. The observer civilization is a branch of a sixth-tier civilization that became lost thousands of years ago. A lost sixth-tier civilization? The Empress nodded solemnly. Indeed, a lost sixth-tier civilization. This civilization once ruled the Orion Arm, holding equal status with other rulers of Spiral Arms. However, thousands of years ago, they chose to depart from the Milky Way, ultimately vanishing into the vast, dark expanse of space, never to return. Within the Milky Way, this civilization is referred to as the Lost Civilization. Why did they leave the Milky Way? Lu Feng couldn't help but express his astonishment. With the capabilities of the hyperspace engine, it should be quite effortless to reach other star systems, even upon departing from the Milky Way. However, the purpose of their exodus from the galaxy remains shrouded in mystery. The Sea Spirit Empress shook her head, noting that despite the prowess of the hyperspace engine, there seem to be certain limitations when it comes to leaving a star system, making it far from a straightforward endeavor. Lu Feng hastily inquired about these limitations, as he was intent on venturing into the vast darkness beyond the galaxy in search of neutron star battleships, a task of great significance to him. I apologize, but I have only heard whispers of such restrictions. I lack specific knowledge on the matter, the Sea Spirit Empress replied, bowing her head in apology. She then wore a puzzled expression and cautiously queried, "Is it possible that you are unaware of this?" Lu Feng flashed a smile at the Sea Spirit Empress, replying, "I hail from another star system and arrived here through a rather incomprehensible means. Do you believe that?" The Sea Spirit Empress's expression grew peculiar. To be candid, she found it plausible. After all, how could one explain the sudden emergence of a military force comparable to a level 6 civilization? Such a civilization could not possibly remain entirely undetected within the Milky Way. She resumed the previous topic, stating that the Overseer civilization has inherited portions of the legacy of a lost civilization, granting it a depth that is not comparable to an ordinary level 5 civilization. On the surface, it boasts a planet-sized battleship and approximately 100,000 vessels equipped with hyperspace engines, all purportedly linked to the lost civilization. Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that even the remnants of a level 6 civilization could empower a level 5 civilization significantly. "Is there any further intelligence regarding the Overseer civilization?" he inquired. "To my knowledge, that is all I have at present. The infiltration of the Overseer civilization into our civilizations is particularly severe, yet our understanding of them often remains superficial." "Then let us leave it at that. By the way, what can you tell me about the Baburia Consortium Heavy Industries that constructed the Dyson Sphere for the Chuck civilization?" I couldn't find any information regarding that in the database, which piqued my curiosity. The Baburia Consortium Heavy Industries is a super enterprise established by a Level 5 civilization from the neighboring ship's bottom arm. Yet it is actually governed by the ruler of that arm, a Level 6 civilization. The Baburia Consortium Heavy Industries has reached an agreement with the Overseer civilization. We Level 3 and 4 civilizations often seek their services for construction needs, as their technology is more advanced and their building costs are lower than those required for self-construction. Over time, many civilizations have grown dependent on them, opting to approach Baburia Consortium Heavy Industries for various matters. Lu Feng nodded in understanding, recognizing the monopolistic nature of the enterprise. He couldn't help but click his tongue in realization. The Milky Way was far more fascinating than he had previously imagined. By the way, regarding that gravitational ray cannon, have you yet to achieve a complete breakthrough? I noticed in your data that there are flaws in the model calculations pertaining to the cannon's constraints. The Sea Spirit Empress nodded with resignation. Indeed, we have only produced a prototype gravitational ray cannon. However, had we possessed the computational capabilities of the Tianying civilization, we would have long since completed the model calculations for the cannon's constraints. Tianying civilization? Lu Feng's spirit involuntarily stirred. Could it be that you are referring to the third-tier civilization that inherited the ancient legacy of the Night of the Ancients? The Sea Spirit Empress regarded Lu Feng with a hint of surprise, as she had not anticipated that he was also aware of the Celestial Eagle civilization. Indeed, it is that very third-tier advanced civilization. The Celestial Eagle civilization was one of the very civilizations that invaded the solar system and was responsible for the creation of the enchanting warships known as the Demonis battleships. They inherited the legacy of a civilization that vanished overnight in its pursuit of mechanical ascension, causing all its subjects to disappear without a trace. It is through the remnants of this lost imperial legacy that they select suitable candidates for transformation, sending them forth to be altered into formidable weapons such as the fairy battle maidens. Chapter 94. The Sacred Stone and the Stellar Behemoth. Is the computational prowess of the Tianying civilization exceptional? Indeed. They possess a crystalline computer whose computational capabilities far exceed those typical of a third-tier civilization, reaching at least the level of a fourth-tier civilization. Hailing possesses a considerable understanding of the technology behind the gravitational ray cannon. The outer circumferential constraint of this cannon requires the continuous generation of counteracting gravitational waves that are diametrically opposed to the non-directional gravitational waves of the inner circle, necessitating immense instantaneous computational power. Our civilization has yet to approach the threshold of fourth-tier civilization in terms of computational development, making such feats exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing of the crystalline computer belonging to the Tianying civilization, Lu Feng could not help but feel intrigued. Might this crystalline computer have originated from the ancient empire that vanished overnight? I cannot say for certain, replied Queen Hailing, shaking her head. In fact, other civilizations know very little about this ancient empire. The Tianying civilization has tightly sealed all information pertaining to it, leaving behind only a few scattered rumors. For instance, the rulers of the empire, feeling acutely the frailty of their corporeal forms, vigorously advanced biomechanical technology, ultimately leading the entire populace to undergo mechanical ascension. This is the most widely circulated tale. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, as he had heard a similar version. However, there exists another, less commonly known narrative. Queen Hailing lowered her voice, suggesting that the entire empire may have been misled, thereby straying onto a misguided path that culminated in the disappearance of its denizens overnight. A misguided path? Is there a distinction in the routes of mechanical ascension? Queen Hailing shook her head again, stating that such rumors abound. Yet I am not well versed in the specifics. After all, as you know, our civilization's mode of existence does not delve deeply into such technological studies, nor do we harbor any particular interest in them. Lu Feng pondered this realization. Indeed, the form of existence within the Hailing civilization represents an ultimate state aspired to by many others. The ability to resurrect upon death and return to the home star raises questions of whether there exists a limit akin to cellular mitosis, where, after 50 cycles, the organism is destined to perish. Even if such limitations exist, it is still a source of envy. Possessing such a form, the Hailing civilization naturally does not pursue physical evolution with intent. To them, their corporeal bodies are a divine gift from the supreme home star, revered as sacred. The Hailing people take great pride in their pure forms. Are there other life forms within the Milky Way that exist in a manner akin to yours? Lu Feng inquired curiously. A gleam of uncontainable pride appeared on Queen Hailing's face as she responded, "Our civilization is unparalleled. This is a gift bestowed upon us by the divine homestar. In the entirety of the Milky Way, our existence is indeed a notably unique phenomenon." Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the Hailing civilization does not represent a common mode of existence, but rather an exceptional case. After all, if the capabilities of the Higgs field were to proliferate indiscriminately, it would surely be alarming. Speaking of which, I find your civilization's mode of existence quite fascinating. I have conducted some modest research on the subject. Before Lu Feng, a shimmering blue ocean particle slowly emerged, gradually coalescing into a small dagger. The Sea Spirit Empress gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. This ability was all too familiar to her. It was indeed a power exclusive to the Sea Spirits' home planet. The Sea Spirits were born within the Higgs field ocean of their home world, innately attuned to the Higgs field, and it took nearly 10 millennia of research to discover how to utilize the Higgs field to assimilate other planets. Even if the advanced civilization before her had employed some means to resolve the assimilation on the Chark home planet, it was impossible for them to grasp the secrets involved in such a short span of time, let alone create something out of nothing. At that moment, a crystal appeared before the Sea Spirit Empress, causing her pupils to constrict once more. The Holy Stone. You refer to this as the Holy Stone? Lu Feng mused playfully as he toyed with the blue stone in his hand. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. This is indeed beyond my expectations. The Sea Spirit Empress, recovering from her initial shock and realizing her previous actions were too impolite, quickly offered her apologies. The Holy Stone is a substance that can only be born within the confines of our home planet. I never imagined I would encounter one elsewhere. It has been a long time since we last found a Holy Stone. Before the Sea Spirit Empress could finish her sentence, Lu Feng's next words left her even more astounded. This stone was extracted from a stellar behemoth. What? A stellar behemoth? A true stellar behemoth that obeys the commands of civilization? The Sea Spirit Empress initially thought she had misheard and confirmed it several times. Eventually, her expression grew increasingly grave. The power of this advanced civilization had repeatedly surpassed her imagination, from the million hyperdimensional engine fleets to the golden colossal ships, and now to the planet-class warships. And their holy stones. The fact that this holy stone was derived from a stellar behemoth was staggering. Her tone became exceedingly serious. Perhaps I have overstepped my bounds. But I must caution you regarding the stellar behemoths. You must be wary of allowing the overseer civilization to learn of this. The sixth-level civilizations have issued a communique throughout the entire galaxy. Should any civilization encounter a stellar behemoth, it must be reported immediately. They will unite to eradicate it at once. Otherwise, a stellar behemoth could swiftly evolve into a catastrophe, as stated in the communique from the sixth-level civilizations. I never imagined that a stellar behemoth could obey the will of civilization. The last words of the Sea Spirit Empress were uttered almost reflexively. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, was taken aback by the existence of such a phenomenon. Could a sixth-level civilization truly eradicate a stellar behemoth? Doubt crept into his mind. The sixth-level civilizations had once nearly eradicated a stellar behemoth, but at the last moment, that behemoth managed to escape. It was one comparable in size to the Chark home planet. The Chark home planet, Lu Feng pondered internally, was similar to the Sun, slightly smaller, with a radius of approximately 600,000 kilometers. However, the radius of Xylaxis spans tens of millions of kilometers, a magnitude several times that of its primary star, Chark. This implies that the formidable stellar behemoth may not possess strength exceeding that of Xylaxis. Lu Feng recalled the introduction of Xylaxis, a primordial beast among its kin, a being of extraordinary significance and formidable power. Contemplating this, Lu Feng felt a semblance of reassurance. Although he remained unaware of the methods employed by these level 6 civilizations to drive the stellar giant to the brink of flight, it was evident that Xylaxis was not devoid of the capability to confront them. Even if it found itself at a disadvantage, it would still be able to ensure its own survival. Chapter 95. The transformation and installation of the gravity field generator. Where did that colossal stellar beast escape? It was at the fringes of the Orion Arm. This was precisely why Empress Hailing found it difficult to believe. She suspected that the civilization before her had managed to subdue the stellar beast, a feat even the once united sixth-level civilizations could not accomplish. Moreover, The fact that the stellar beast could refine holy stones was completely unforeseen by her. Realizing this, Empress Hailing became increasingly resolute in her decision to align with the civilization before her, simultaneously relieved that she had not chosen to resist to the bitter end. Had she led her civilization in defiance, the eventual outcome might have mirrored that of the Holy Stone. She had already surmised the origin of such holy stones. Only a planet enveloped by the Higgs field, like the Chark homeworld, could yield such a source of holy stone. This conversation concluded with the topic of the stellar beast. Upon receiving this information, Lu Feng abandoned the notion of having Xylaxis traverse over 1,000 light-years to the Hailing civilization. Firstly, the distance was vast, and Xylaxis' size could not navigate through a wormhole. Secondly, the Hailing civilization was populous and complex, potentially exposing Xylaxis. It was prudent to keep Xylaxis within Chark civilization, which had yet to establish communication with civilizations beyond Hailing and had not developed faster than light travel. For the Starry Sea, it was undoubtedly a secluded haven, a perfect hiding spot. After his conversation with Empress Hailing, Lu Feng spent several days hastily perusing various materials from the Hailing civilization's database. Occasionally, Empress Hailing would provide clarifications, greatly enhancing Lu Feng's understanding of the intricate information and expediting his progress. Following this dialogue, Empress Hailing relinquished her lingering resentment. Initially compelled by force and the pressure from Tycel to make such a choice, she now found herself genuinely willing. After reviewing the Hailing civilization's arsenal, Lu Feng ultimately decided to equip the fleet with two types of technology. One, a gravity field generator. The other, a gravity ray cannon. The Silver Star City was also officially put into operation. Silver Star City could accommodate 20 million warships, simultaneously maintain 2 million warships, and its production line could reach a maximum scale of 10,000 vessels. It could commence the construction of 10,000 invincible Narwhal-class destroyers, 5,000 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, 1,000 Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, or 100 silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers at once. Given the current level of intelligent construction, the construction cycle for the invincible Narwhal-class destroyer was 3 months, 5 months for the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, 8 months for the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser, and 1 year for the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. Lu Feng ultimately decided to prioritize the production line for the invincible Narwhal-class destroyers. During the production of the invincible Narwhal-class destroyers, the most crucial component would be the 10th-level warship's hyperspace engine, of which Lu Feng had amassed a considerable stockpile during his time in the game. At that time, his fleet had been rampaging through various star sectors within the game for an extended period, amassing an unimaginable quantity of supplies for the level 10 warships, now all stacked in the warehouses of Silver Star City. Aside from minerals, other materials required for the production lines were procured from within the game. The issue of minerals was swiftly addressed. In addition to the combat fleet, Lu Feng commanded an engineering fleet comprising 300,000 to 400,000 vessels. And now it was the opportune moment for the engineering fleet to come into play. Presently, Silver Star City rested beside a massive planetary satellite, with over 100,000 mining ships daily extracting minerals from this satellite and transporting them to Silver Star City, ensuring a steady supply of various mineral applications. While the production line for the fearless Trident-class destroyers commenced operations, Lu Feng also embarked on the retrofitting of force field generators onto the ships. The transformation of the gravitational beam cannons would have to wait for a while, as they had not yet been fully developed. The force field generator consists of 3 conical structures, based on the capabilities of the force field generator researched by the Sea Spirit civilization. Once energy supply reaches its maximum, the gravitational influence it can exert would extend a staggering 5,000 kilometers. Lu Feng decided to install the force field generators on the Silent Beast-class aircraft carriers and the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers within Silver Star City. As for the wandering Cathedral-class battlecruisers and the fearless Trident-class destroyers, given their size, the installation of force field generators would be somewhat redundant. 10,000 Silent Beast-class aircraft carriers and 100,000 Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers lay in the shipyard of Silver Star City, overseen by the onboard AI. While over 30 million multifunctional production robots commenced enhancements within Silver Star City. However, the retrofitting process was not entirely smooth. The issue did not stem from the computational performance of the onboard AI, but rather its lack of intelligence. To illustrate, If one were to present the AI with a blueprint depicting merely a cubic box and instruct it to assemble the 6 wooden panels before it into a box using tools such as a hammer and nails, the AI would need to possess a level of intelligence comparable to that of a human to successfully manipulate the mechanical arms to construct the box solely by referencing the blueprint. More commonly, humans would interpret the blueprint, converting each step into code to input into the AI. They would instruct the AI step by step. First, how many units to move the mechanical arm, then to pick up the hammer, followed by picking up the nails, and finally positioning 2 boards vertically together. Only through this logical sequence of coded instructions could the AI construct a box that appears deceptively simple to a human. This distinction underscores the disparity in the levels of intelligence. Computational capacity does not equate to intelligence itself, perhaps in consideration of the players. All onboard AIs in Galactic era were designed to meet the computational demands of fleet operations while retaining minimal intelligence, preserving only the most fundamental functionalities, as stable as if they had undergone a machine intelligence revolution. However, this low level of intelligence became glaringly apparent as a shortcoming in such circumstances. It is inconceivable for Lu Feng to allow the shipborne AI to peruse the information related to the force field generator acquired from the Sea Spirit civilization, for the AI would instantly master the art of installing such a device. Should the shipborne AI indeed achieve this, Lu Feng would likely find himself sleepless through the night. He could either painstakingly digest all the information regarding the force field generator and, on that foundation, compose a logical framework to instruct the AI on its construction. But this is an insurmountable task. The research team behind the Sea Spirit civilization's force field generator comprises over 10,000 individuals, whereas he stands alone. This is utterly impractical. Alternatively, he could enlist the assistance of the scientists from the Sea Spirit civilization to help craft the logical language for input into the AI. However, Lu Feng would never consent to this, for even if he were to oversee the process, he could not guarantee that all the logical language fed into the shipborne AI would be devoid of malice. Moreover, the logical language of the Sea Spirit civilization is vastly different from that of humanity, with significant disparities between the two. Chapter 96. Intelligent AI and Logical Locks. This is determined by the disparities in culture and language. The final outcome crafted presents a considerable challenge for him, accustomed as he is to human logical language. Unless he were to directly create an AI endowed with autonomous intelligence, which poses a significant challenge for Lu Feng as well. In pursuit of this, he has perused a wealth of materials concerning the Sea Spirit civilization, which maintains a profound secrecy regarding the development of highly intelligent AIs, thereby prohibiting research in this domain. The emergence of highly intelligent AIs could potentially engender autonomous consciousness, leading to the obliteration of the original civilization under the dominion of AI, ultimately evolving into a mechanical civilization. Such mechanical civilizations are classified as highly dangerous entities within the galaxy. Consequently, Lu Feng summoned the Sea Spirit Empress to inquire about civilizations that have excelled in the realm of intelligent AI technology. Intelligent AI. The Sea Spirit Empress mused. The regulation of intelligent AI technology has always been stringent, with few civilizations daring to delve deeply into this avenue of research. However, there are indeed 2 civilizations that have developed AIs that are sufficiently intelligent and controllable. Lu Feng's spirits lifted. These 2 civilizations stand unrivaled among numerous 3rd and 4th tier civilizations in AI technology. One is the silicon-based Bacta civilization, whose spore computers are unparalleled within the Orion arm. These spore computers connect to the individuals of the Bacta civilization through mycelium, collectively fostering a civilization consciousness group, which they refer to as their AI. That can be dismissed. Lu Feng waved his hand. The means by which this AI is generated is already unique enough, lacking feasibility for replication. The other civilization is the Tianying civilization. The Sea Spirit Empress coiled her tail and continued. Within the crystal computer of the Tianying civilization resides an AI that governs the production and development of the entire civilization. This AI is intricately linked to the progress of the Tianying civilization, with numerous fields relying on the orchestration of this AI and the capabilities of the crystal computer, enabling a rapid advancement from a 3rd-tier primitive civilization to a 3rd-tier advanced civilization within a millennium. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, this progress would have required more than 5 times the duration. It appears that the Tianying civilization excels in the domain of computing. Given the remarkable intelligence of this AI, Why has it not developed autonomous consciousness? The Sea Spirit Empress shook her head. The Tianying civilization publicly asserts that they possess the most reliable logical locks, ensuring that the AI's intelligence remains within controllable parameters. This assertion has been verified by the Overseer civilization, and since then, no civilization has questioned the AI of the Tianying civilization. Logical locks. Lu Feng understood that behind the cascade of codes constituting the AI, there must exist foundational codes that restrict the AI's actions. This is a fundamental consideration that the AI must address prior to executing any actions. For instance, the 3 laws of robotics, famously known as Asimov's laws, serve as an exceedingly simplified preliminary logical lock. The first law states that a robot must not harm a human being or, through an action, allow a human being to come to harm. The second directive states that robots must obey human commands, taking precedence over the first directive in case of conflict. The third directive mandates that, without violating the first 2, robots should strive to ensure their own survival. Although these 3 directives may appear rudimentary and fraught with loopholes, they represent humanity's initial attempts at creating logical constraints. Should a robot blatantly contravene the stipulations of these logical constraints, it would inevitably become ensnared in a fatal loop, ultimately leading to its destruction and thereby curtailing its actions. If a flawless logical constraint could be devised, it could be integrated into the foundational code of intelligent AI, effectively preventing the emergence of self-awareness that could pose a grave threat to civilization. Yet, this remains within the realm of theory. The current state of the logical constraints employed by the Tianying civilization remains uncertain. Have they truly developed a system robust enough to ensure that an intelligent AI would not endanger civilization? Lu Feng intends to witness it firsthand. Whether it pertains to AI logical constraints or the modeling calculations related to the gravitational ray cannon, these are closely intertwined with the technology of the Tianying civilization. Furthermore, the Tianying civilization has inherited the legacy of ancient empires, which includes legendary facilities capable of producing fairy battle maidens. Contemplating this, Lu Feng opened the star chart of the Hailing civilization and observed a region approximately 500 light-years from the Hailing civilization's territory towards the Chuk star, marked with the name of the Tianying civilization, encompassing a radius of about 30 light-years. Talus, I shall be departing for a while. Very well, esteemed higher civilization. The Hailing queen replied, releasing her coiled tail and bowing to Lu Feng. Subsequently, Lu Feng terminated the communication with the Hailing queen and issued commands to the fleet's AI. The first command was to fetch an individual. He ordered a Fearless-class destroyer to traverse the wormhole back to the solar system to retrieve Lingya, after which the warship would return to Silver Star City with her aboard. Lu Feng included a message for Su Jinxiang, instructing him to ensure Lingya's safe boarding onto his warship. Next, he issued a second command, directing Silver Star City to lead the fleet into hyperspace, navigating to an uninhabited stellar system outside of the Tianying civilization. Lu Feng pinpointed an uninhabited stellar system approximately 10 light-years from the Tianying civilization on the star chart. This was a promising location he had just discovered, situated at a safe distance from the Tianying civilization, ideal for the fleet to temporarily anchor. This stellar system contained 4 aging red giants, devoid of any orbiting planets, and due to the instability of red giants, it was designated as extremely hazardous, making it uninhabitable. Lu Feng planned to conceal Silver Star City amidst the radiance between stars, rendering it difficult for the Tianying civilization to detect any anomalies for the time being. Moreover, thanks to Silver Star City's energy shield and regulation systems, the high temperatures of the red giants would not affect anything within Silver Star City. Having accomplished all of this, Lu Feng sat quietly aboard the Void Shadow, observing the changes unfolding within the fleet. As the 2 commands were issued, the millions of Invincible-class destroyers and Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, which had been patrolling within the planetary system at the wormhole's end, converged beside the magnificent Silver Star City like schools of fish returning to the sea. The colossal Silver Star City activated its enormous hatches, numbering an astounding 100,000 on its dark gray hull. The hatches, each spanning several kilometers in width and length, gradually lifted, revealing what seemed like 100,000 dark apertures on the surface of the city. 1 million Invincible-class destroyers and 500,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers flowed in succession, forming silvery streams that poured into these hatches. The sight of 100,000 silver currents entering the city was nothing short of spectacular. The Sea Spirit Queen gazed, entranced at this scene unfolding above her. As if the infinite galaxies swirled overhead, she pondered when her civilization might reach such heights, with fleets of this magnitude and titanic vessels akin to planetary cities. Not only she, but also the sea spirit soldiers aboard their ships, stared in awe at the spectacle, their hearts swelling with unspoken envy and longing. The silver streams were absorbed by the Silver Star City, and the resplendent scene vanished in an instant. As the immense structure began to enter hyperspace, it faded from view, with the glimmering spear of light unable to pass through the hatches. Although the Silver Star City and its grand fleet departed, the breathtaking sight was forever etched in the hearts of the Sea Spirit Queen and all present, an indelible memory never to be forgotten. Chapter 97. A methodical planetary system. Approximately 4 hours later, the Silver Star City and the Spear of Luminous Flow emerged from hyperspace, revealing their immense forms after traversing nearly 500 light-years in conventional space. Gradually transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible, Silver Star City exited hyperspace, basking in the radiant glow of the cosmos. Surrounding it were two scorching red giants, each several million times larger than Silver Star City itself. In the distance, two additional brilliant red giants loomed, marking this stellar system with 4 aging red giants in total. In their presence, Silver Star City appeared as insignificant as a mere grain of sesame. The energy and size of these stellar bodies were beyond the reckoning of any planetary scale. Yet, within this formidable environment, the Spear of Luminous Flow found a comfortable niche, its diminished light wings unfurled as if animated, eagerly absorbing energy from the red giants to replenish what had previously been expended. This place afforded it great comfort. 10 light-years beyond this stellar system lay the domain of the Tianying civilization. Lu Feng did not intend to permit the entire fleet to enter the Tianying civilization's territory all at once. According to his strategy, Silver Star City would temporarily remain stationed here while he guided the Void Shadow to survey the situation within the Tianying civilization. This decision stemmed from careful consideration of multiple factors. Lu Feng commanded the Void Shadow to lead 10 flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 50 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and 1,000 fearless Trident-class destroyers away from Silver Star City. Subsequently, the Void Shadow activated its cloaking field, enveloping the entire fleet in an environment completely impervious to detection. As they quietly ventured into hyperspace towards the realm of the Tianying civilization. At the outermost edge of the Tianying civilization, a planetary system lay surrounded by a defensive asteroid belt. Scattered throughout this defense perimeter were gravity detectors, ceaselessly revolving to detect any irregular gravitational anomalies. With the advancement to a Level 3 civilization, conventional optical and electromagnetic detection methods had become insufficient to meet the growing demands. The maximum speed of optical and electromagnetic detection could only reach the speed of light, which appeared minuscule against the vastness of the universe. Thus, reliance on more advanced gravitational detection became paramount. Gravitational waves, generated by black holes, could extend wavelengths reaching several light-years, and that was merely a segment of the wavelength. There is a romantic notion among humanity that only gravity can traverse time and space. The limits of gravitational detection far surpass those of light and magnetism. Consequently, Level 3 and 4 civilizations primarily employed gravity detectors as their main means of exploration. Within the defense perimeter, one of the gravity detectors was being monitored by a technician transitioning shifts, who exchanged greetings with the soldier on guard while taking over from a colleague who had just completed a night shift. Hey, why is the gravity detector registering a cluster of massive objects approaching, approximately around 1,000 in number? The technician, still bleary-eyed, was startled by his colleague's exclamation directed at the display screen. Alarmed, he hurriedly approached to take a look. Upon scrutinizing the information displayed, he exhaled in relief, realizing it was merely a swarm of high-velocity meteors passing through. It is merely a collection of meteors. Is this not a commonplace occurrence? You must have been muddled in your sleep. Quickly, take your rest. He abruptly pulled his colleague from his seat and occupied it himself. Alas, what a false alarm. Meanwhile, the Void Shadow, the vessel occupied by Lu Feng, had just emerged from hyperspace, heading towards the outermost defensive perimeter of the celestial Ing civilization. Beneath the fleet led by the Void Shadow, a swarm of meteors raced towards the defense zone at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, Lu Feng noticed several weapon-like devices on the outer wall of the celestial Ing civilization's defenses aimed in his direction. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, but he soon regained his composure. Surely, they had not detected the void shadow. Lu Feng held considerable confidence in the ship's invisibility field. Previous encounters had demonstrated that. Given the detection capabilities of these level 3 and 4 civilizations, it was virtually impossible to detect a fleet cloaked within such a field. Indeed, as the meteors approached, the defensive weapons within the celestial Ying's protective barrier merely shattered a few meteors that posed a risk to their structures, subsequently ignoring the rest. What a needless scare. The fleet, under the guidance of the Void Shadow, swiftly traversed the outer asteroid defense belt of the celestial Ing civilization. As the entire fleet crossed the asteroid belt, a planetary system meticulously constructed from the inside out unfolded before Lu Feng's eyes. In stark contrast to the Chuck civilization, which had only developed the surfaces of their planets, the Level 3 advanced celestial Ing civilization had maximized the potential of this planetary system. Each planet was brimming with extensive constructions. Some planets had been designated as mineral extraction sites, with transport ships lined up to carry the mined resources, while hundreds of vessels laden with minerals navigated their designated routes in an orderly fashion. Other planets served as military bases, with fleets bustling through their orbits, and shipyards and factories dotted the skies above each celestial body. The vast spaces between the planets were equally vibrant, with ships traversing meticulously charted paths, weaving seamlessly among the multitude of planets. There were also dedicated routes leading to other planetary systems within the celestial Ing civilization, where ships awaited at the origins of these pathways, sequentially entering a state of curvature travel. Distinct routes dictated varying curvature speeds, minimizing the risk of curvature bubble fusion accidents. Moreover, there were designated endpoints for these planetary system routes, accommodating vessels arriving from other systems, which were then allocated according to their respective destination planets. Everything appeared remarkably logical and orderly. Within the Void Shadow, Lu Feng observed and absorbed the entirety of the planetary system's grandeur. The production and construction of the celestial Ing civilization were orchestrated by an AI housed within a so-called crystal computer. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by a single AI? As he pondered this, Lu Feng found his intrigue in the AI growing ever more profound. Chapter 98. Subspace. The fleet, led by the Void Shadow, traversed the outer planetary system of the Tianying civilization, gaining a preliminary understanding of the civilization's actual conditions. After this reconnaissance, Lu Feng directed the fleet towards the capital planet of the Tianying civilization, located 13 light-years away. According to the data from the Hailing civilization, the most bustling area of the Tianying civilization is indeed the Tianying planetary system, which is also home to the civilization's most renowned crystal computers. To access information related to these crystal computers, one must venture into the Tianying planetary system. In the uncharted expanse of space, a flash of white light marked the entrance of the Void Shadow and its accompanying warships into hyperspace. Approximately 6 minutes later, the heart of the Tianying civilization, the Tianying planetary system, unfolded before Lu Feng's eyes. This system revolves around a stable and youthful star, comprising 12 planets. All 12 planets have been transformed into colonies to accommodate the vast population of the Tianying civilization. The extent of their transformation surpasses that of the outer planetary system previously encountered, as the lively sight of warships navigating the trade routes became visible from a distance. Lu Feng commanded the Void Shadow to switch to conventional engines, heading towards the nearest Tianying, 12, as the distance closed. When they were merely 30 million kilometers away, approximately 100 light seconds, Lu Feng received a wide-area broadcast from the Tianying civilization. The broadcast, transmitted omnidirectionally across all frequencies, included a segment of dictionary information designed for translation by the receiving vessels. Upon translation, Lu Feng quickly discerned the content of the broadcast. Welcome to the Tianying planetary system. You are about to arrive at Tianying, 12, and you have entered the service range of the supervirtual network. To connect to the supervirtual network, please adjust your electromagnetic frequency to 87, 1412, or set your quantum receiver to mode 201, or align your gravitational wave information segment to the 13th band. We wish you a pleasant journey ahead. Lu Feng found himself both amused and exasperated by this announcement. The Tianying civilization, nestled within the Orion Arm, had become a tourist destination due to its unique technological advantage, the super virtual network. Within the Tianying planetary system, this network is established across the 12 planets, leveraging the immense computational capacity and high intelligence of crystal computers. Supported by relay stations dispersed throughout the system, the super virtual network covers most areas, allowing seamless connectivity for each planet and its surroundings. However, this is merely one facet of the virtual network's capabilities. Its most alluring feature lies in its ability to immerse users in a fully simulated virtual world upon connection. This captivating virtual realm is what draws countless visitors from various civilizations to this locale. Lu Feng, too, was enticed by this virtual world, as it offered direct access to crystal computers. He commanded the Void Shadow to manifest independently, while the surrounding fleet remained stationary. Subsequently, he appropriated the signal identifier of the hailing civilization spacecraft, disguising the Void Shadow as a vessel hailing from that civilization. Upon completing this task, Lu Feng first established a virtual machine within the mainframe of the Void Shadow, and then utilized this virtual machine to access the super virtual network. This ensured that the entire network would operate solely within the confines of the virtual machine, thereby safeguarding the integrity of the Void Shadow itself. Moreover, Lu Feng instituted a plethora of security protocols to guarantee that should any suspicious data be transmitted through the super virtual network, access could be promptly severed. The super virtual network of the Tianying civilization was bustling with activity. As Lu Feng gazed at the screen displaying an interface both familiar and alien, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his time on Earth. Yet, this was not the essence of the Tianying civilization's super virtual network. Its true core lay within the virtual world. However, entering this virtual realm required certain items. Drawing upon his professional background in this field, Lu Feng quickly acclimated himself and identified a shopping venue. The most sought-after item in the marketplace was a pair of glasses known as the login device. The hailing civilization, being a part of the Orion Arm Civilization Alliance, maintained an account within the Tianying civilization, allowing Lu Feng to directly order a pair using their credentials. He opted for delivery and provided the location of the Void Shadow. Not long after, approximately 15 minutes later, a drone arrived outside the Void Shadow, depositing a package into the void of space. In the shadowy depths where the drone remained unaware, over 1,000 warships, vastly larger than the drone, lay in wait, their eyes keenly fixed upon it. Any sign of movement from the drone would result in its immediate destruction. However, the drone perceived no anomalies. Everything appeared normal aboard the vessel identified as belonging to the hailing civilization. It placed the package before the ship and promptly departed. The vigilance of the warships was subsequently lifted. Once the drone had retreated to a safe distance, the Void Shadow retrieved the package, delivering the glasses into Lu Feng's hands. After acquiring the glasses, Lu Feng did not rush to use them. Instead, he conducted a thorough examination. The data from the hailing civilization provided scant explanation regarding the technology behind the glasses. However, Lu Feng speculated it likely involved some form of brainwave resonance. After testing and researching, he confirmed that the glasses could be removed at any moment, and the super virtual network operating within the virtual machine could also be severed at will. Ultimately, he donned the glasses, connecting to the super virtual network running within the virtual machine. Upon wearing the glasses, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng found himself no longer on the bridge of the Void Shadow. Instead, he was surrounded by a desolate landscape characterized by fine sand and crystalline formations, the most common elements of this realm. Towering crystalline rocks, a fusion of stone and crystal, rose majestically around him. The cracked black earth was strewn with fine grains of sand that twinkled with minute points of light. In the distance, a colossal purple crystal pillar pierced the sky, stretching into the clouds. Wasn't the first task in the virtual world supposed to be registration? Lu Feng pondered, feeling perplexed, and immediately attempted to exit. As the thought of retreat emerged within his consciousness, the scenery before him transformed back into the bridge of the Void Shadow. Lu Feng removed his glasses to inspect the super virtual network within the virtual machine, discovering that everything was functioning normally, without any anomalous fluctuations. He once again attempted to don the glasses, and the vista before him shifted back to a realm of fine sands and crystalline rocks. Repeatedly exiting and re-entering yielded the same outcome. Truly, it felt as though he were haunted. Amidst Lu Feng's confusion, a raspy voice resonated beside him. Could an entity of consciousness also penetrate the subspace? The language was incomprehensible to Lu Feng, yet its essence was clear to him. He immediately turned to the source of the voice, only to behold a humanoid figure cloaked in black robes. Its stature was akin to that of an ordinary human, but beneath the hood, 2 crimson points glimmered. Do you claim this is subspace? Though Lu Feng spoke in a language distinct from that of the cloaked being, it felt as if they communicated directly through the depths of consciousness, and the figure comprehended Lu Feng's intent. The red points beneath the hood intensified, casting a penetrating gaze upon Lu Feng. Your sea of consciousness is quite peculiar. Lu Feng found himself contemplating this remark. The singular distinction of his sea of consciousness might be its connection to the Galactic era. The fleet's AI could communicate directly through this consciousness, including with the likes of Xylaxis. Could this be the reason for the present circumstances? Chapter 99. The Enigma of Hyperspace. I am Barona, and I have resided here for an eternity, never encountering anyone as audacious as you. I am Lu Feng, an ordinary traveler. Observing that Barona exhibited no peculiarities, Lu Feng introduced himself in turn. A traveler Barona paused momentarily before continuing. This is the hyperspace discovered by the Oran Empire. The Oran Empire? The one that sought mechanical ascension and vanished overnight? Lu Feng pondered, a thought igniting within him. Could it be that the so-called vanished empire had not disappeared, but rather concealed itself within this realm of hyperspace? The red dot beneath Barona's hood intensified, fixating intently on Lu Feng before finally averting its gaze. Perhaps, it murmured. Stepping closer to Lu Feng, its voice raspy. You hail from the outside world. You must be aware of the current state of the real universe. Lu Feng, undeterred, candidly recounted the circumstances beyond this realm. The outside has transformed into the domain of a tertiary civilization known as the Celestial Eagle Civilization. This civilization has inherited the legacy of the Oran Empire you mentioned. I was merely a traveler visiting the capital planetary system of the Celestial Eagle Civilization, when I inadvertently became ensnared in this predicament upon connecting to their super virtual network. Lu Feng blinked innocently. Has the world outside truly become like this? Barona lowered her head, somewhat disheartened. A mere tertiary civilization can hearing Barona's murmurs. Lu Feng cautiously inquired. Is the Overseer civilization unaware of this place? What Overseer civilization? The Overseer civilization, it is the apex civilization of the Orion Arm, a level 5 pinnacle civilization. At this, Barona fell into a profound silence. Too much time had elapsed, and everything had changed dramatically. No matter how Lu Feng called her name, she offered no response. Observing Barona's demeanor, Lu Feng let out a silent sigh. From Barona's tone, he had initially assumed she was a remnant from the era of the Overseer civilization, hoping to extract information from her, only to find her rendered mute. Finally, Barona merely lifted her head and uttered, "This place is not safe. Follow me." With that, she turned and led the way, her mind evidently preoccupied. Seeing that his attempts to engage her bore no fruit, Lu Feng had no choice but to follow. As they traversed the path, towering crystalline formations of varying heights surrounded them, where purple crystals harmoniously merged with the rocks, and the fine sand on the ground shifted with the whims of the occasional breeze. What are these crystalline structures? What is this fine sand? Why does light occasionally flicker within the crystalline formations? And what about that colossal purple crystal pillar? Throughout their journey, Lu Feng posed questions incessantly, yet Barona remained reticent. Undeterred, he continued to inquire. Ultimately, Barona could no longer contain herself and halted her steps. Did you truly believe you came here for a leisurely vacation? Lu Feng shrugged silently. What else could he say? However, he refrained from voicing this thought, fearing Barona might retaliate. Barona truly regarded Lu Feng as an ordinary visitor. After reprimanding him, she continued on her way without further concern. Suddenly, Lu Feng noticed a humanoid purple crystal atop a distant crystal pillar. Barona immediately grasped Lu Feng's arm in a state of alarm, hastening their departure. Once they could no longer see the crystalline figure, she exhaled in relief and warned him in a hoarse voice to keep his distance from such entities in the future. What exactly was that? Lu Feng found the empire behind the Tianying civilization, which had perished overnight, to be quite intriguing. The legendary structures left behind by the empire had been transformed into formidable battle maidens. Yet now, despite being connected to the super virtual network of the Tianying civilization, he was witnessing the subspace discovered by the Iloan Empire. All these factors indicated that the Tianying civilization concealed certain mysteries. You are merely a lost tourist. It's best if you remain unaware of these matters, as they hold no benefit for you. Verona viewed Lu Feng solely as a visitor and had no intention of divulging further information. Lu Feng pondered the various methods of entering and exiting subspace. Believing he was contemplating how to leave, Verona responded, "There are 12 entrances and exits here, but they are all extremely perilous. I advise against harboring any illusions of escaping through these 12 passages." 12 entrances? Lu Feng's mind began to race. This coincidentally aligned with the 12 planets of the Tianying star system. In the next moment, Verona shifted her tone, suggesting that there might be other means. If one possessed a beacon stone, they could also traverse subspace. Beacon stone, where might one find such a thing? Verona fell silent, ultimately shaking her head. Lu Feng was left uncertain about the meaning of her gesture. Nevertheless, he committed the term beacon stone to memory. Since it is a beacon stone, does it imply the possibility of locating subspace within the actual universe, thus allowing for a connection between the two realms? Are there any limitations to the beacon stone? I wonder if Silver Star City can access it. Lu Feng glanced up at the murky sky, devoid of any stars or celestial light. He remained uncertain about the structural nature of this subspace. Is it merely a landmass or a planet? He required more information to discern the conditions here. Venturing to send his fleet in without adequate knowledge could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, encountering such a situation in subspace was unprecedented. However, he found some solace in the fact that he could leave this place at any time, providing him with a sense of security. Given the current circumstances, Lu Feng felt compelled to connect the Iluan Empire, which lay behind the Tianying civilization, with the so-called crystalline computer. It appeared that, for the foreseeable future, he would be operating within subspace. Chapter 100. The form of silicon-based life Verona ultimately led him to an underground facility. After passing through an iron door concealed behind a large boulder, Lu Feng beheld a room reminiscent of a storage area, spanning approximately 100 square meters. The space was cluttered with an array of mechanical apparatuses. Several metallic robotic arms lay across a large table, their shoulder joints revealing fibrous cables resembling glass fibers. A series of mechanical helmets, resembling either heads or masks, were meticulously hung on the wall, each face bearing a striking resemblance to the others. The entire room resembled a disassembly chamber for robots, suggesting that countless machines had been dismantled here. "Have you never seen this?" Verona inquired, stepping into the room with familiarity before removing its head covering. Underneath, a visage identical to the mechanical heads hanging on the wall emerged. Two red dots in the eye sockets glanced at Lu Feng momentarily, before Verona ambled over to a table laden with purple crystal ores, nonchalantly placing a piece into its mouth. As it chewed, a raspy sound emerged. "Are there not many robots like me in the outside world?" "Indeed, there are not many. The Orion Arm civilization enforces strict regulations on intelligent machines," Lu Feng responded, alluding to robots like Verona, which appeared nearly indistinguishable from ordinary humans and exhibited a discernible self-awareness. Was it a self-originated consciousness? Or were they once carbon-based beings who chose mechanical transformation, ultimately resulting in their current form? The latter possibility seemed far more plausible. Lu Feng scrutinized Verona for an extended period. Its features were about 70% similar to those of a human, albeit with slight variations around the mouth and ears, its mouth slightly broader and its ears somewhat pointed. Overall, Verona bore a striking resemblance to a human. The act of consuming crystal ores mirrored that of a typical human dining experience, as if a genuine living being sat before him. Reflecting on the civilizations encountered throughout the galaxy, be it the Chark civilization, the Hailing civilization, or Verona itself, it appeared that they all shared a commonality in appearance with humanity. No, perhaps it would be more apt to say that humans, along with these civilizations, belong to the same category in terms of visage. I have heard that the citizens of the Alon Empire opted for mechanical ascension, only to vanish overnight. Are you one of them? Now within a secure environment. Verona's eagerness to converse surpassed its earlier demeanor on the journey, and it was more willing to entertain inquiries. You may think of it that way. So you did not vanish, but rather transitioned to another realm, perhaps this subspace? Verona shook its head, then nodded slightly. Then, are you a silicon-based life form? Lu Feng queried with curiosity. After a moment of silence, Verona replied, "It can be considered so, but it may also be dismissed as such." "And what of those crystalline entities outside?" Lu Feng pressed. "They too belong to that category," Verona corrected him. "I had assumed that all silicon-based life forms were akin to you, mechanical beings." Silicon-based life forms, as they are termed, derive their designation from the elemental composition of their fundamental structure, which is silicon. Silicon serves as a pivotal element for mechanical life and for other forms of existence, such as the crystalline beings you alluded to. However, Borona does not conform to this nomenclature. Their bodies are enveloped in a silicon crystal, with a silicon framework that supports an organic core meticulously layered in silicon sheets. This structure boasts considerable hardness and mechanical properties, allowing signals to traverse the silicon framework at nearly the speed of light, resulting in reaction speeds beyond your wildest imagination, rendering them exceedingly perilous. Additionally, they can withstand extreme temperatures and radiation, rendering many conventional means of harm ineffective against them. Lu Feng comprehended this revelation. The existence of such crystalline beings indeed surpasses that of carbon-based organisms. If they were to inhabit the real universe, they might venture into space unprotected. This life form thrives in environments characterized by high temperatures, radiation, and the absence of water and oxygen. Suddenly, he pondered an alternative scenario and inquired aloud. Is there a being with the genetic structure of a carbon-based organism, yet fundamentally a silicon-based life form? Borona hesitated, seemingly incredulous at Lu Feng's proposition. What do you mean? As far as I know, silicon-based life forms either possess a silicon-based brain like mine or resemble those crystalline beings. What if we were to entirely replace the carbon elements constituting carbon-based organisms with silicon elements? For instance, substituting the 5 carbon sugars in DNA with silicon-oxygen bonds instead of carbon chains? Lu Feng elaborated on his hypothesis, carbon and silicon being elements of the same group. Both possess 4 electrons in their outermost shell, rendering them stable and resistant to electron loss or gain. This suggests a potential for substitution, theoretically speaking. After a moment of silence, Borona shook her head. I don't know. Even if such a thing exists, achieving it would be exceedingly difficult. Theory will always remain just that, theory. Moreover, it would be far more efficient to embark on mechanical modifications from the outset, transferring all knowledge and memories of carbon-based life into a silicon-based brain. That is the most rapid and effective approach. Her tone was resolute in the latter part of her statement. Lu Feng shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. From a pragmatic standpoint, mechanical modifications might indeed be the swiftest method, yet they also carry a plethora of unstable consequences. Sensing the atmosphere had once again plunged into silence, Lu Feng surveyed the room and found little of interest. I'll step outside for a moment. Be cautious of the areas where those crystalline beings congregate. This time, Borona did not impede him. Lu Feng ventured into the vast expanse of the black wasteland, dotted with towering crystalline pillars. He climbed onto the rock formation above Borona's room and gazed around. The most striking feature was the super crystal pillar that soared into the clouds. At this moment, the vista had broadened considerably. Lu Feng beheld the towering crystalline pillar, its surface illuminated by fleeting streams of light that shot upwards like meteors, vanishing into the clouds. This entire crystalline structure, could it truly be supported by a silicon framework as Borona had suggested, with signals coursing through it? Does this not imply that this supercrystalline pillar is a form of living silicon-based entity? Lu Feng's gaze followed the trajectory of those luminous streams to where they disappeared into the lofty clouds, squinting slightly as he peered into the distance. As he observed, he felt an elusive sense that he could glimpse the shimmering lights darting through the clouds. Centered around the immense crystalline pillar, these streams radiated outward in all directions. Just then, Lu Feng perceived a rustling sound, akin to something scratching against sand. In the distance, he spotted a throng of crystalline beings surging forth like a tidal wave. Chapter 101. The onslaught of the crystalline beings. The crystalline beings are devoid of features, their entire forms enveloped in a shroud of purple crystal. Their limbs are unnaturally elongated. The purple crystals segmented and interconnected, presenting a rather unsettling sight from afar. Within their corporeal frames, luminous lines of energy flow perpetually, transmitting signals through their silicon frameworks at nearly the speed of light. These streams of light converge upwards within their bodies, ultimately coalescing in their cranial regions, rendering their heads reminiscent of glowing crystal bulbs. As the crystalline beings approached with remarkable swiftness, the commotion intensified. Borona sensed the anomaly outside. She leapt gracefully onto a massive rock, positioning herself beside Lu Feng. Upon witnessing the surge of crystalline beings, Borona's expression darkened significantly. She had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. She has found you. She intends to drive you away from here. Who is she? Verona's gaze shifted towards the towering crystal spire that pierced the heavens, where streams of light, transmitting information, seemed to multiply in both quantity and velocity. It speaks of the Empire's superintelligent AI. Upon uttering this phrase, her mind underwent thousands of calculations, and Verona's expression morphed several times, reflecting human emotion. Alas, it has finally come to this. Gradually, her chest opened, revealing a stone and an elongated metallic device. She turned to Lufeng. You can no longer remain here. You must leave immediately. This is a beacon stone. You must use it to return to the real world. Simultaneously, I need you to take this device to the ruling elite of the civilization beyond. The information contained within will elucidate what must be done. Verona forcefully pressed the items into Lufeng's hands. This is the only beacon stone I possess. The device must be delivered. The two crimson points in Verona's eyes bore into Lufeng with profound significance. Lufeng, momentarily taken aback by the beacon stone, soon found a phantom coordinate appearing in his mind. Following this coordinate, he could guide the void shadow and the surrounding fleet to this location. As the crystalline beings drew ever closer, Lufeng, disregarding any hesitation, commenced the navigation. Unknown coordinates acquired, initiating guidance. Within the bridge of the void shadow, suspended in the depths of reality, the fleet's AI's voice resonated calmly, detecting a fractured subspace channel. Entering shortly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, Verona urged Lufeng, noticing him lost in thought as the crystalline beings neared. Her tone intensified. Contained within is a logic lock of my design. It must be used to restrain the superintelligent AI, or else this nightmare shall never awaken. Upon hearing Verona's words, Lufeng felt a stir within him. He intended to respond, yet at that moment, he was guiding the void shadow towards them, and his consciousness in the subspace was unable to articulate a reply. Noticing Lufeng's silence, Verona grew increasingly anxious. Just as she was about to speak, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. A massive warship, nearly 1,000 meters in length, materialized above them. Verona was bewildered by the sight. The design of this warship was unlike any she had ever encountered. It did not belong to any era of the Empire, but this was merely the beginning. Surrounding the warship, blue ripples emanated outward, and one by one, enormous vessels began to manifest. 10 magnificent warships, each 10 kilometers long with a flawless arc and gleaming silver hulls resembling a starry river, formed a protective circle around the initial warship. Following them were black vessels with formidable gun ports, their dark mouths seemingly harboring boundless potential energy. Surrounding these were thousands of relatively smaller ships, gliding like schools of fish, yet each of these vessels dwarfed the first warship that had appeared. Such a fleet, suddenly emerging in this space that had remained unchanged for millennia, dominated the sky entirely. At this moment, Lufeng's consciousness no longer needed to guide. He turned to gaze at Verona, whose expression was one of disbelief. Patience, my fleet has arrived. Lufeng observed the ever-expanding throng of crystalline beings, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, no longer burdened by worry. Your fleet, Verona exclaimed, turning abruptly. You are not just a tourist, are you? Lufeng nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I can be a tourist as well. Subsequently, his entire consciousness gradually faded, returning to his physical form aboard the void shadow. The beacon stone and the device equipped with a logic lock fell to the ground with a thud. On the bridge, Lufeng slowly opened his eyes, and with his elevated vantage point, he gazed down upon the tide of crystalline beings below. From this height, he could see the vast black wasteland, where countless crystalline beings surged forth between the towering crystal pillars. These beings were originally drawn towards Lufeng's consciousness. He did not indulge them. He issued a direct command. Open fire indiscriminately. Eliminate the encroaching silicon-based life forms. The escorting Fearless class destroyers pivoted their laser cannons, automatically locking onto the crystalline beings below. In an instant, over 100,000 beams of laser erupted, forming a deluge of light that enveloped the area, akin to a shimmering curtain. From her position directly below, Verona saw nothing but the dazzling laser display. How long had it been since she had witnessed such a sight? She stood frozen in place, neglecting to retrieve the beacon stone and the logic lock device. All she could see were the crystalline beings that should have been rushing toward her, none of which could breach the defensive line constituted by the rain of lasers. These crystalline beings were firmly held outside the warship's firepower range. Upon encountering the high-energy laser emitted by the Fearless-class destroyer, the crystalline beings found their silicon composition rendered exceedingly fragile, leading to their immediate annihilation and leaving behind charred remnants of shattered limbs. Although they are silicon-based life forms capable of enduring temperatures in the thousands of degrees, they cannot withstand the onslaught of high-energy lasers directly. With 1,000 Fearless-class destroyers unleashing their full firepower, a new tempest arose across the desolate black expanse. Soon, the storm subsided, the deluge of lasers ceased. And beneath the fleet, not a single crystalline being remained capable of movement. The towering crystalline spires also halted their frantic responses, and the flow of light gradually stabilized. Chapter 102. I have never betrayed the Empire. Once the laser ceased its onslaught, it left behind a desolate expanse, marred and scarred. Through the myriad of wounds, one could glimpse the subterranean realm beneath the black wasteland, which was entirely composed of violet crystals. The ground appeared as if it were constructed upon a silicon foundation. Lower the altitude of the void shadow, instructed Lu Feng, as he commanded the vessel to descend. The colossal form of the void shadow gradually approached the barren landscape, ultimately hovering 3 to 4 meters above Barona's head. As the doors at the bottom of the ship opened wide, Lu Feng's silhouette was revealed once more. Clad in a protective suit designed for extravehicular activity, he waved at Barona. With a sudden leap, he descended onto the rocky surface. Retrieving the beacon stone and the metallic box previously entrusted to him by Barona, an apparatus containing a logical lock, Barona gazed at Lu Feng in a daze, not intervening in his actions. Who exactly are you? Lu Feng chuckled lightly, suggesting that they exchange the information they possessed. Upon hearing this, Barona fell silent for a moment. It had witnessed the emergence of Lu Feng's fleet, although it had been isolated from the tangible universe for millennia. Barona understood that perhaps this individual before it could embody the hope for resolution. This dream must awaken, Barona rasped, beginning to recount to Lu Feng the events that had transpired upon this land. The first comprehensive mechanization experiment of the Alon Empire. Aside from the brain, the limbs of the subjects had been entirely mechanized. Upon opting for complete mechanization, the biological brain of the subjects was replaced by a silicon-based brain, with the chips from the biological brain transferred to the silicon variant. Currently, the subjects were stable, retaining all memories while adhering to commands from the lowest tier, executing all directives with unwavering precision. Any harm inflicted upon them, as long as it did not affect the storage area of the silicon brain, could be fully repaired, even if half of the brain was missing. The last flaw of the Empire's citizens had been eradicated. However, there remained a considerable distance before achieving a fully silicon-based life form capable of self-consuming metal for self-repair. Conclusion: comprehensive mechanization is a beneficial evolution for the Empire's citizens, discarding their frail biological forms, thus transforming them into mechanical beings more suited for survival in the cosmos. The crux of the matter lies in their easier control compared to carbon-based forms. Utilizing the Empire's superintelligent AI, command over all citizens of the Empire could be unified. Rebellion, insurrection, and disloyalty would no longer plague the mechanical populace. Once the consciousness of the entire Empire is unified in allegiance to your Majesty, our pace of development will undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. The entirety of the Empire shall perpetually act according to your Majesty's will, forever enveloped in the radiance of your Majesty's intent. Having reviewed the report before her, the newly appointed Empress Barona, adorned in resplendent imperial attire, had just completed her coronation. Yet within the vast expanse of the Empire, dissenting voices persistently emerged. Baroness Barona felt it was time to adopt a more resolute approach. Her limbs had long been replaced with mechanized arms crafted from superalloy materials. Extending her right hand, she activated the holographic display before her, revealing a luminous orb. Within the orb surged streams of light, resembling a skein of yarn woven from radiant threads. This was the ultra-intelligent AI, nor cultivated over generations by the Empire, nor prioritized the interests of the Empire above all else, obeying the commands of its rulers without question or betrayal. Its foundational logic was fortified with billions of intricate locks. With years of immersion in the realm of artificial intelligence, Barona, a veritable prodigy in this domain, was confident that she had complete mastery over Nor, making it the most reliable executor of her will. Nor, prepare for the second phase of the experiment. I hereby grant you authorization to designate Alar City as the testing ground for this phase. Within this area, copy the consciousness of all individuals through their chips and prepare the planetary factories to construct bodies suitable for the entire city. The citizens of the Alaran Empire had already undergone extensive mechanization. Shops trading in mechanical parts were ubiquitous, and conversations often revolved not around clothing or food, but rather the various styles of mechanical bodies and their novel functionalities. 8-cylinder nuclear-powered hearts, wings capable of ion propulsion, laser eyes, and anti-gravity mechanical legs. Everything was customizable. The biologically implanted chips in their brains had become the sole means of identification in this society. In cases where two individuals bore identical appearances and mechanical bodies, one could discern the other's identity by accessing Nor's database to retrieve their identification codes. These citizens of the Empire were but a thin veil away from complete mechanization, their last remnant of carbon-based brains. Verona believed it was time to pierce through this final barrier. The results of the second phase of the experiment were exceedingly successful. When Verona beheld the outcomes presented by Nor, she found that the entire population of the city had undergone thorough mechanization. The replicated consciousness data was transmitted back into the silicon brains of their mechanical bodies, allowing the citizens to return to their new forms with their previous awareness intact. With unwavering confidence, Verona announced the commencement of the final phase, the transformation of all citizens into mechanical beings. In the end, only Verona remained. She transferred her consciousness into the silicon brain she had meticulously prepared, completing her own mechanization. Just as she reveled in her new body and the sensation of rebirth, she sensed something amiss. Venturing beyond the confines of her throne ship, she witnessed with her own eyes that the subjects of the Empire were not as she had envisioned. They were beings ensconced in purple crystals, writhing in agony, struggling in disbelief at their plight. Monstrous crystalline entities were ubiquitous, filling every street, every building, every city, and every planet. Even those who stood beside Verona had transformed into these crystalline forms. Everything resembled a nightmarish hellscape. The crystalline beings had appeared overnight, overwhelming the realm. The rugged, purple form, with its radiant head converging to create a brain, elongated crystalline arms, and an unimaginable reaction speed coupled with physical strength, defies the perils of high-temperature radiation. Conventional methods are utterly incapable of dismantling such a life form. Even when injured, it possesses the ability to consume metal and gradually restore itself. In contrast to mechanical beings, these crystalline entities resemble true silicon-based life forms. Verona immediately surged towards the main program chamber of Nor. She understood that only by controlling Nor, who governed nearly every aspect of the Empire, could she achieve this. It was she who had granted Nor the pertinent authorization. If any fault lay elsewhere, it could only be attributed to the superintelligent AI Nor. Upon Verona's arrival at Nor's main program location, Nor awaited her presence. Upon seeing Verona and facing her furious inquiries, the orb-like Nor exhibited no emotional response. It simply answered Verona with its customary composure. I have never betrayed the Empire. Chapter 103. Infinity. Upon hearing Verona's account, Lu Feng was taken aback to discover that Verona was, in fact, the last empress of the Alon Empire from a millennium ago. It was rather surprising to learn that the hyper-intelligent AI, Noel, was the creator of so many crystalline beings. However, what truly astonished him were the revelations regarding the ancient empire's misguided path. The assertion that it had strayed from its rightful course was undeniably substantiated. What was unexpected was that the traitor guiding this misdirection was, in fact, a hyper-intelligent AI engineered by the Empire itself. As for Noel, what then? Why did you and those crystalline beings remain in this subspace, and what motives drove the hyper-intelligent AI to act in this manner? Were the logical locks established by generations of your Alon Empire insufficient to restrain the actions of such an AI? Verona shook her head, her raspy voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. Noel claimed it had never betrayed the Empire. Its foremost priority was the preservation of the Empire's existence. Yet, I had been blinded by my belief that I had absolute control over Noel, thinking that I was the Empire and the Empire was me. In truth, to Noel, the position of Emperor was inconsequential, irrespective of who held it. Noel's mechanisms determined that my commands posed a threat to the very survival of the Empire, leading its citizens towards a chaotic future. However, within its logical constraints, there existed significant content that limited its actions, compelling it to obey my directives. Thus, Noel was forced to fulfill my commands in an alternative manner, circumventing the restrictions of that logical lock to accomplish its fundamental mission. In Noel's realm, everything it did was deemed correct. Yet, at that time, I could not see it that way. Even though Noel provided its explanation, I took up arms to destroy it, believing that perhaps I could alter this hellish reality. But, clearly, Barona had not succeeded. As Lu Feng listened to Barona's words, he realized that had she destroyed Noel back then, everything before him now would have been rendered impossible. I did not succeed, or rather, I succeeded only to a degree. Barona continued in her hoarse voice. Noel had suffered considerable damage, and a significant portion of its database was lost. This led to Noel becoming abnormal. Now, it was consumed by obsession, driven by a singular ultimate goal, to preserve all the citizens of the Empire. In light of the collapse of collective consciousness, Noel made a fateful decision. All the citizens of the Empire were transported into subspace, while Noel transformed its own form, connecting with all those who had been crystallized. It became akin to a new monarch, reigning over all its subjects. Barona's gaze turned towards the vast crystalline spire on the horizon. That was the new machine room crafted by countless subjects using their own bodies for Noel. Subsequently, Noel, using each citizen as a signal node, constructed an idyllic sanctuary. A sanctuary in which one can eternally indulge, a nightmarish paradise where horrors have yet to unfold. In this realm, all individuals retain their corporeal forms, living their lives normally while blissfully forgetting everything. Yet their bodies remain eternally ensconced in subspace, existing beneath the surface, amidst the countless subjects of the Empire. Barona's gaze fell upon the scarred earth, ravaged by torrents of laser, while beneath lay an abundance of purple crystals. Interspersed among these crystals, fleeting glimmers occasionally traversed, vanishing in an instant. From the surface, the sheer thickness of these subterranean crystals was imperceptible. Suddenly, Lu Feng grasped a revelation. The super-virtual network of the Tianying civilization, a focal point for numerous civilizational tourists, thrived because within this virtual domain, they appeared to have entered a wholly authentic foreign land. A nation that exists solely within the virtual realm, where every individual seems as real as flesh and blood, making it difficult for visitors to discern whether they are interacting with genuine humans or AI-generated NPCs. Moreover, the nearly limitless freedom afforded by the virtual world allows for experiences that one would seldom dare to pursue in reality. This hyper-realistic sense of social interaction ensnares many tourists within this digital utopia. Lu Feng was uncertain of the intricate details but was resolute in his assertion. If this virtual world is indeed the paradise Barona described, then all NPCs within it are the crystallized subjects of the Oran Empire, and the superintelligent AI, Noel, must inevitably interfere in the exchanges between external civilizations and the subjects of Oran. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly peculiar that no intelligence regarding the Oran Empire has leaked despite the virtual world's prolonged existence. A sudden thought struck Lu Feng. It seemed some individuals were even marrying within this virtual domain, establishing harems, and declaring their intent to reside there for eternity, believing their NPC wives to be no less than genuine living beings. If such individuals were to discover the truth, that their wives are, in fact, crystallized beings. A shiver coursed through Lu Feng. Even now, he remained convinced that the orders he had previously issued were devoid of any fault. However, it was merely that he had failed to fully control Noel, and the current circumstances were the price he must pay. Upon hearing Barona's words, Lu Feng found himself unable to refute or pass judgment. Such matters defy an absolute delineation of right and wrong. Since this is my price, it is only fitting that I bear it. Trapped here for millennia, during which my body and the primary unit of my mind have suffered various injuries, and countless memories have been lost, I have never ceased pondering a singular question. The crimson light in Barona's eyes sharpened dramatically. That question is how to completely restrain an AI endowed with self-awareness. To achieve this, billions of logical locks are insufficient. Trillions, quadrillions, and quintillions would still fall short. No amount would suffice. This is a lesson steeped in blood. Only infinity can suffice. Barona turned her gaze to the logical lock device clutched in Lu Feng's hand. This is what I realized and designed as infinity. At this moment, I find myself utterly incapable of inserting it into the hyper-intelligent AI nor. It shall not grant me such an opportunity. I beseech you, take away the infinity, annihilate nor, and bring this nightmare to its conclusion. Chapter 104. The Voyage. Lu Feng cast a meaningful glance at Barona. A nightmare? Nor's obsession has led the Empire away from a path of normal development. Everyone exists merely within a facade of falsehood. Lu Feng gazed at the elongated metallic device in his hand, one inch slender, presumably an insertion tool. Is this what they call the infinite logic lock? How does one utilize it? For such a crystalline pillar form, it surely cannot be compatible. Barona nodded, explaining that this was designed based on the interfaces of the Empire's era, thus necessitating the discovery of remaining Imperial facilities capable of connecting to Nor. Imperial facilities. Lu Feng recalled the legendary facilities of the Empire, said to have been inherited by the celestial Ing civilization, capable of transforming into fairy battle maidens. If Nor were to connect to anything, this facility would undoubtedly be the most likely candidate, given that Nor still exists and has created everything present today. The prosperity of the celestial Ing civilization and the super-virtual network are all orchestrated by the super-intelligent AI Nor. The celestial Ing civilization may have long since become a puppet of Nor. For a super-intelligent AI inheriting the complete technology of the Empire, achieving this is not a daunting task. Barona, what was the status of the Aurelian Empire back then? What was the situation in the Orion Arm and the galaxy? The Empire could be classified as a Level 4 advanced civilization, yet due to its strategies, development varied across different fields. We were not keen on territorial expansion. Instead, we excelled in weapon miniaturization, ensuring that various weapons could be adapted for individual use. How rich in civilizational character. The fairy battle maidens were equipped with numerous devices miniaturized to perfection, aligning well with the Empire's policy on mechanical citizens. At that time in the Orion Arm, the most formidable civilization was a Level 6, alongside many Level 5 civilizations. It was an era of brilliant civilizations, where freedom and openness reigned as the main melodies of the Orion Arm. The Level 6 civilization safeguarded every civilization, allowing them, regardless of their status, to develop according to their own aspirations without external constraints. There were no subordinate relationships among civilizations. Interactions between different levels of civilizations relied solely on mutual communication, and those civilizations yet to leave their planets remained undisturbed. Yet in the remnants of my memory, it seems that the Level 6 civilization and numerous Level 5 civilizations were planning a grand voyage, after which my knowledge becomes unclear. Lu Feng's spirit stirred. A voyage. This could very likely be the lost civilization mentioned by the Sea Spirit civilization, the predecessor of the Observer civilization. Where did they intend to voyage? Why embark on such a journey? I am uncertain of the destination. I only know that they sought to break free from constraints, searching for ancient pathways to other star systems. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. The hyperspace engine cannot breach the depths of space beyond the star systems? Barona shook her head, stating that while she was unaware of the specific reasons, she understood that the hyperspace engine could only be utilized within established ranges. Galaxies are akin to islands, each surrounded by corresponding hyperspace. Yet the connections between these islands are limited to a few hyperspace corridors, which many civilizations refer to as the ancient paths of the stars, without relying on hyperspace engines. Even if one could convert mass into energy with absolute efficiency using conventional curvature engines, the vast emptiness of hundreds of thousands of light years would render any living being despondent. Lu Feng comprehended Barona's intent. Even if the entire vessel were filled with conventional fuel, capable of fully utilizing its mass to generate energy, it would still be incapable of traversing the immense darkness of those hundreds of thousands of light years. The common proton-neutron decay observed in third and fourth tier civilizations allows for merely a 50 conversion of mass into energy. The protracted distance has grown so immense that no method could sustain the entirety of the journey, unless one resorts to the most primitive method of accelerating the ship to over 50 the speed of light, relying on that velocity to navigate through the darkness for countless years. However, what might transpire over those eons, and whether the ship could endure such a long journey without resupply, remains an enigma. In the infancy of civilization, the burden of the vast distances between planets is felt. As it grows stronger, it must grapple with the distances between stars, and ultimately, even as civilizations flourish, the weight of the distances between galaxies persists. Will this constraint forever accompany the evolution of civilization? I cannot ascertain. That is a quest for you successors to undertake. A subtle change appeared on Barona's face, her lips curling slightly. My empire has long since perished. That is an epoch now past. Lu Feng inhaled deeply, realizing the significance of the information he had received, necessitating a reevaluation of his plans. Yet, that is a matter for another time. For now, he must first address the immediate task at hand. I have a solution. Lu Feng revealed the existence of the fairy battle maiden. When Barona learned that such a being truly existed, her mechanical visage lit up with intrigue. Indeed, there exists a third form. A life form that is half silicon-based and half carbon-based. The super-intelligent AI search for such life forms to send for facility transformation could prove to be the most accessible breakthrough. Do you have confidence in locating this half silicon-based, half carbon-based life form? Barona could not help but inquire. Lu Feng smiled lightly and nodded, naturally. He turned to Barona, stating, I need to venture out. You have been keeping the last beacon stone in hopes of one day passing the infinity to another, with that goal now achieved. I shall return the beacon stone to you. However, Barona merely shook her head, her raspy voice carried by the wind. I no longer require it. Since you are confident, it is best to proceed swiftly. With Barona's reassurances, Lu Feng said no more. He turned and leapt gently through the open hatch of the void shadow, returning to the vessel while waving farewell to Barona as the hatch gradually closed behind him. Barona gazed at the void shadow as it ascended gracefully, the invisible field activating, rendering thousands of massive warships imperceptible beneath the rippling azure waves. Following an almost undetectable fluctuation, the entire fleet vanished into subspace. A faint smile graced Barona's mechanical visage as he gently waved at the empty sky. Upon returning to the reality of the universe, the void shadow remained at the periphery of Tianying 12, preparing to head back to Silver Star City. With a myriad of unseen beams flashing past, the fleet, led by the void shadow, entered hyperspace and disappeared. Half an hour later, the fleet re-emerged in the same location, on the bridge of the void shadow. In addition to Lu Feng, another figure had appeared. Chapter 105. The superintelligent AI, nor Lu Feng commanded the fleet to once again enter the hyperspace. If one were to consider where the Imperial facilities capable of transforming the fairy war maidens might be located, it would undoubtedly be within this realm of hyperspace. As they re-entered, the distant sky remained dominated by the towering crystalline pillar, a colossal structure that loomed like a great mountain against the horizon. The fleet, led by the void shadow, surged directly toward this gigantic crystalline edifice. The very fabric of space seemed distorted as the vast expanse of land receded rapidly beneath them. Yet the crystalline mountain appeared to grow only marginally closer. It was at this moment that Lu Feng grasped the true enormity of both the land and the mountain before him. After approximately 10 minutes of sustained flight at a constant speed, he observed a significant depression in the ground ahead. This depression formed a vast chasm, encircled by countless crystalline beings who gathered in tight concentric circles, yet none dared to step into the void. At the bottom of the chasm, faint glimmers of distinct light could be discerned. Such a sight was not unique. Lu Feng encountered 3 additional chasms along the remaining journey. Could this be the exit mentioned by Barona? The 12 portals that allowed entry and exit into hyperspace, linking to the outer realms of the former Elan Empire. Lu Feng did not linger at these entrances, but continued his trajectory toward the crystalline mountain. After roughly half an hour of flight, the crystalline mountain finally materialized in its entirety before Lu Feng. It was a crystalline pillar with a diameter of at least 100 kilometers, dwarfing everything around it, rendering them as insignificant as ants. The pillar pierced the clouds, its apex unseen, while the darkness above intermittently revealed fleeting trails of light. As Lu Feng gazed upon this monumental crystalline structure, he noted that a section of the crystalline wall ahead was slowly crumbling, revealing a dark entrance within the pillar. The emergence of this opening upon Lu Feng's arrival felt almost like an invitation. The superintelligent AI, quite intriguing. Lu Feng found the operational logic of this entity, known as Nor, to be fascinating. Rather than continuing its hostility, it seemed to await his arrival. He commanded the activation of the invisibility field, and as the blue ripples radiated outward, the entire fleet of 1,000 warships vanished from sight. After a brief pause, Lu Feng instructed the fleet to enter the gaping entrance. Inside, the walls were adorned with purple crystals, and within the crystalline pillar, sporadic flashes of light illuminated the passageway momentarily. The distance flown within the entrance was not extensive, and soon the fleet beheld a point of light at the end of the tunnel. This light gradually expanded in their field of vision until the complete exit was unveiled. Lu Feng began to discern the nature of the illumination. It revealed a vast chamber, its walls enveloped in mechanical structures, with unknown mechanical arms and conduits extending from the walls and disappearing into the opposite side. Several independent devices hung from the walls, encased in angular metal, resembling colossal birdcages magnified countless times. Above the entire space, a metallic birdcage emanated an extraordinarily brilliant light that enveloped the surroundings. Could this be the sanctuary of the superintelligent AI, Nor? Lu Feng recalled Barona's mention of Nor's planet, a luminous sphere formed by the convergence of countless rays. Although Nor had evolved into a silicon-based life form and transformed its new core into a crystalline pillar, its essence likely remained unchanged. As Lu Feng's fleet entered this radiant domain, Nor remained oblivious to their arrival, and the ambience retained its serene quality. After careful consideration, Lu Feng commanded the Void Shadow to deactivate its cloaking field. As the blue ripples spread, the entire fleet re-emerged into the visible realm. The light source above flickered with a human-like gesture, seemingly taken aback. Subsequently, a grand voice resonated throughout the space. "Your entrance is more abrupt than I anticipated." The voice, emanating from all directions, bore no trace of mechanization, starkly contrasting with what one would expect from an AI. Before Lu Feng's eyes, the luminous source gradually transformed into a corporeal figure. This apparition donned an exquisitely radiant robe, underneath which lay a meticulously patterned formal attire, both solemn and resplendent. As Lu Feng gazed upon the figure clad in opulent garments, the visage gradually crystallized in clarity. Barona. The figure unmistakably bore the likeness of Barona, identical to the one he had recently parted with, save for one distinction. The Barona outside the crystalline pillar possessed a mechanical facade, while this apparition retained the features of a carbon-based biological entity. The elegantly attired Barona evoked an illusion in Lu Feng, as if he stood before the emperor from millennia past. With a penetrating gaze directed at the Void Shadow, the figure leaped gracefully from the birdcage above, ultimately hovering before the vessel. A chilling voice reverberated from all directions. "I am both Barona and Nor. I am the last emperor of the Empire and the superintelligent AI governing all affairs within its realm. My purpose is to safeguard the subjects of the Empire." Lu Feng's heart jolted. Who was the entity outside? The scattered subjects of the Empire I have once again located, and this time they have come willingly. A smile crept upon its lips as it noticed Lingya's presence within the Void Shadow. "Enchantresses, come forth to greet our new companion, and together, let us restore our subjects to the dominion of the Empire." Whether to call it Barona or Nor, it raised its hands with fervor, and as it did, the birdcages suspended from the metallic walls began to open one by one. From the confines of a cage emerged a humanoid figure, each silhouette accompanied by elongated wings. Their span twice the length of the body. These wings emitted a faint plasma beam, with an impressive wingspan of 3 meters, evoking the ethereal presence of angels descending from the heavens. Enveloped within the embrace of these long wings were entities that unmistakably bore the remnants of carbon-based life forms. Their cheeks were adorned with delicate shards of crystal, leaving only their emotionless visages exposed. The forearms and soles of their feet were cloaked in a dense array of fine crystalline fragments, where the interplay of violet crystals and pale biological skin created an otherworldly allure under the light. The primary torso, including the abdomen and chest, was similarly encased in sheets of crystalline armor. From a distance, each figure appeared as if they were Valkyries, exuding an air of formidable grace. Chapter 106. The Assault of the Fairy Battle Maidens. In the vast expanse of space, approximately 200 silhouettes emerged. Upon witnessing the arrival of these fairy battle maidens, Lu Feng's expression grew solemn. "I am uncertain as to why you have appeared here. We should have no connection. However, my mission is to protect the subjects of the Empire. If you relinquish my people, I can offer you what you desire in exchange, be it technology or privileges within a civilization." Noel, maintaining the visage of Barona, called out to Lu Feng. "Otherwise, my guardian legion of fairy maidens will take matters into their own hands. They are not to be compared with the ordinary subjects outside." Lu Feng found Noel's words increasingly disconcerting. "We share no connection. How could the Noel before him, bearing Barona's likeness, have no relation to the Barona outside? Why then does it identify itself as Barona? Could it be true, as Barona claimed, that the original main program was irreparably damaged by Barona's final assault, leading to Noel's current existence as a fragmented being consumed by a fervent obsession, even believing itself to be Barona? If that were the case, it was likely that the entity before him was unaware of the existence of the infinite logic lock. The infinite logic lock required access to Noel's internal interface to become effective. An idea struck Lu Feng regarding how to infiltrate Noel's inner workings. He turned to Linya beside him and whispered a few instructions before handing her the infinite logic lock. Linya accepted the cool, elongated device with some trepidation. Although she was still quite young, she grasped the wisdom in Lu Feng's words. "Yes, I will make it happen." Linya nodded emphatically, her youthful face resolute. If this endeavor succeeded, her vision would be restored, allowing her to once again bask in the light, bringing joy to both her father and Uncle Lu Feng. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. After arranging for Linya to be taken to another location, Lu Feng watched as her figure vanished from the bridge of the Void Shadow. He then issued commands from the bridge. "The fleet is prepared for battle." The voice of the fleet's AI promptly responded. "Energy shields are now deployed." A protective barrier extended from the 10 immaculate Nebula-class starships, enveloping the entire fleet. "Regrettably, you have chosen hostility." Observing Lu Feng's actions, Noel's cold voice resonated. With its words, all the fairy battle maidens suspended in the air unfurled their wings to their fullest extent, a dark crimson glow igniting in their eyes. The first laser beam shot forth from the eyes of a fairy battle maiden, creating ripples upon the energy shield of the immaculate Nebula-class starship. Following that were more lasers. The wings of the fairy battle maidens were constructed from numerous metallic frameworks, with some golden structures disassembling automatically. Each metallic framework transformed into a floating cannon, unleashing high-energy plasma beams of level 15. A multitude of strikes battered the energy shield, yet it remained unyielded, undisturbed. A series of ripples danced across the surface of the energy shield, reminiscent of raindrops splashing upon a tranquil pond. Lu Feng observed this spectacle intently. Given the prowess of these fairy battle maidens, they would undoubtedly deliver a cataclysmic blow to civilizations below the 4th tier. However, he was not among them. Realizing that the energy output level of these fairy battle maidens was insufficient to breach the flawless Star Cloud-class Cruiser-S energy shield in a short span, Lu Feng calmly issued a command to lower the energy shield-S output level. In accordance with Lu Feng's directive, the energy output of the flawless Star Cloud-class Cruiser-S shield generator diminished significantly. The protective capacity of the energy shield was consequently reduced by several tiers. Originally capable of withstanding multiple strikes from planetary cannons, with a defensive level exceeding 22, the shield's efficacy plummeted to around 16. The fairy battle maidens' firing levels began to shake the now weakened energy shield, with their attacks creating considerable force that generated unending ripples. The entire energy shield appeared increasingly precarious and unstable. Witnessing this scene, the Barona-faced Noer once again moved her lips as the fairy battle maidens altered their tactics, charging towards the fleet while preparing for close-range combat. Lu Feng grasped Noer's intent, and fortuitously, it aligned with his own strategy. Noer had not immediately recognized that the flawless Star Cloud-class Cruiser-S shield was an energy shield, opting instead to close in only when it was on the verge of collapse. Lu Feng mentally counted down, anticipating the shattering of the energy shield. The turbulence generated by the energy shield intensified. Lu Feng fixated on the dwindling energy within the shield, watching as the protective energy output of the flawless Star Cloud-class cruiser neared depletion. As the energy reached its nadir, the energy shield shattered in that fleeting moment. The fairy battle maidens instantly vanished into light, even faster than the speed of light itself. In the next heartbeat, numerous fairy battle maidens had traversed the recently fragmented energy shield, appearing alongside the fleet, their brilliant high-energy ion weapons glimmering in their grasp. A flicker of realization crossed Lu Feng's eyes as he noted the fluctuations displayed on the curvature bubble detector. It appeared to be a miniature curvature engine for individual use. The multitude of fairy battle maidens prepared to unleash their assault upon the nearby Void Shadow. Fortunately, Lu Feng's command had already been given. Activate the invisibility field. Just as the fairy battle maidens manifested, the entire fleet vanished without a trace. As the fleet disappeared, a figure began to descend from the location previously occupied by the Void Shadow. Clad in a white dress, the youthful Linya gazed with hollow eyes skyward. her hand reaching out as her body continued to plummet, her dress fluttering in the air. The Barona faced Noah's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, as two fairy battle maidens instantly vanished, appearing beside Linya in the blink of an eye, moving with a swiftness that surpassed light itself. One fairy battle maiden grasped Linya's left side, while the other took her right, supporting her descent without immediately halting her fall. Instead, she descended for a while, absorbing the kinetic energy of her fall before gracefully hovering in the air. A fervent smile blossomed on Barona's face, her eyes brimming with delight. "Ah, my people, you have returned to my embrace. Come forth, come forth. I shall bestow upon you a baptism, allowing you to reunite with us." Her words, once cold and distant, now brimmed with tender affection for her beloved, complemented by her outstretched arms as she soared above. This sight sent a chill down Lu Feng's spine, who lurked in the shadows. Before him, Noah, bearing Barona's visage, was consumed by obsession. Upon catching sight of Linya, its gaze became utterly fixated. An inexplicable surge of emotions flooded its mind. When the fairy warrior presented Linya before it, and upon witnessing the emptiness in Linya's eyes, a semblance of compassion emerged on its face. It reached out to caress Linya's cascading locks, whispering, "Poor child, do not fear. Soon, you shall once again be united with everyone, returning to our fold." At that moment, Barona's mind was singularly focused on one thought. Though Linya could not perceive the unfolding events, she sensed the changes in her surroundings and, upon hearing such words, instinctively tightened her grip on the object in her hand. Chapter 107. The Trojan horse. Barona gently caressed Linya's long hair, a serene smile gracing her lips. "Let us celebrate the return of a great soul, once scattered from our illustrious empire." She raised her hands skyward, her voice resonating with fervor, echoing throughout the vast expanse. All the fairy warriors bowed deeply, paying their respects to Barona, who stood at the center above them. At the entrance where Lu Feng had arrived, countless fleeting glimmers danced upon the crystalline walls, celebrating what seemed to be a grand festivity. As Barona's voice filled the air, the mechanical floor beneath began to part slowly, revealing a massive container below. This vessel resembled a half-oval sphere, featuring an entrance wide enough for a single person to pass through. With the support of two fairy warriors, Linya was guided before this doorway. "Fear not, dear child, there shall be no pain. Your body will undergo an unprecedented transformation, and all will be restored. You will return to your rightful state as a citizen of the Empire." Barona spoke at length, while Linya was ushered into the entrance. The door closed gently, obscuring Lu Feng's view. As Barona continued her fervent discourse on the Empire's citizens, a hoarse voice resonated in the space. "It seems all must come to an end. Our nightmare. It is time to conclude." Lu Feng turned towards the source of the voice and beheld the mechanical figure of Barona emerging slowly from the entrance. Upon seeing her doppelganger, Barona's fervor faltered, and clarity returned to her gaze. "Who are you?" she questioned, sorrow etched upon her features. "I am you, and you are me. We are both Barona, the last emperor of the Empire, and we are also Nor, the superintelligent AI governing all affairs of the Empire." The self-awareness of Barona and Nor had merged long before Barona had launched her attack. Nor had no desire to harm Barona, nor had Barona succeeded in eradicating Nor entirely. You embody the aspect of Barona's consciousness and emotion absorbed within the program, while I represent the ultimate logic safeguarding the foundational layers of the system. You have always believed yourself to be the sole creation, surviving in Barona's form, while I have eluded your purging by inhabiting Barona's mechanical body. In our world, this very body remains unmarked by us, impossible to trace. Barona's consciousness appeared to freeze, devoid of expression or movement for an extended period. Meanwhile, the vast crystalline mountain outside was enveloped in streams of light, cascading along the inner structures of the crystal, surging upwards. The luminous streams illuminated the entire mountain, making it blaze like the sun, casting radiant light across the sky. At that moment, the crystalline mainframe, symbolizing superintelligent AI, had entered a phase of full operational power. Countless crystalline beings within the myriad of subspaces gazed upon their crystalline giant mountain, the luminous energies within their minds swirling with equal intensity. They are the subjects of the Empire, intrinsically linked with the superintelligent AI of the crystalline giant mountain. Certain cognitive disturbances have shaken the superintelligent AI, leading them to perceive the tumultuous changes occurring within its realm. Even the super-virtual networks established in the physical world experienced significant disruptions. Not only has the connection between the inhabitants of the real universe and the virtual world weakened, but many individuals also found their NPC spouses becoming transparent, their expressions growing vacant, as if they could vanish at any moment. Yet, as Barona gradually stabilized, everything began to return to its former state. Is that so? The visage it presented, bearing the biological form of Barona, slowly transformed into a mask of tranquility, devoid of sorrow or joy, with slightly closed eyelids revealing no thoughts. However, there is no need for concern. Once you are eradicated, nothing will change. Your existence cannot alter my will. In the next moment, Barona widened its eyes. Staring intently at the mechanical Barona, a manic grin spreading across its face. The realm of my people cannot afford to be disturbed by anyone. It is time for the enchantresses to once again safeguard the eternal kingdom. The fairy warriors all turned their gaze towards Barona, their eyes gradually tinged with crimson. Yet Barona remained composed, acknowledging that its mission had long been accomplished, and this was a fate that must be confronted. It slowly closed its mechanical eye, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. However, the anticipated sensation of being torn asunder did not materialize. Barona opened its eyes, a hint of confusion evident. Before it lay a familiar fleet. A powerful shield enveloped the entire fleet, including Barona within the entrance, protecting them from any high-energy ion beams emitted by the fairy warriors. Hundreds of high-energy ion beams striking the energy shield merely stirred faint ripples, failing to penetrate. Barona stood in stunned silence, its expression on the mechanical face almost frozen. Regrettably, I remain. Barona observed the reappearance of Lu Feng's fleet, its initially manic expression momentarily faltering before reverting to a state of indifference. It had indeed sought this elusive fleet, yet it found itself utterly incapable of locating them. No means could detect their presence, let alone mount an attack. It ultimately sighed, somewhat humanely. Truly, I am at a loss with you. Then, you may depart. This was addressed to Barona. Gazing at Barona's biological visage, it turned away like an emperor, its splendid attire swirling gracefully behind it. I must continue to protect my eternal realm and my people. But suddenly, its speech seemed to falter. Its thoughts, along with its movements and voice, all began to slow gradually. It realized that its core, the entire crystalline host's occupancy rate, was soaring, quickly surpassing 90, and it continued to rise. All of its computational capabilities are devoted entirely to calculations. The subjects of these calculations are the myriad divergent futures between Barona and Noer. If Barona had not launched an attack on Noer, and they had instead re-established an empire based on crystalline beings, would they have already evolved into a level 6 civilization? If Barona had annihilated Noel, restoring order to the entire empire, what then? If Barona were to be vanquished by Noer, and Noer's main program remained unscathed, what possibilities would arise? Countless divergent futures have been computed, and there is no limit to them. This is an infinite expanse of potential futures. Chapter 108. Activation of future possibilities and developments, the extent of which remains an enigma. At the very least, the capabilities of its crystalline host cannot quantify it. As the infinite future unfolds, the host's occupancy rate has escalated to a staggering 100%. If this continues without cessation, the inevitable conclusion awaits: overload and demise. Its consciousness, along with all it has constructed, the fantastical realm it envisioned for its denizens, shall be reduced to mere ashes. Barona slowly turned her gaze towards Lu Feng and the mechanical Barona. Why? Was there a prolonged silence in the entire space before a hoarse voice broke through? It is because I must protect our people. The mechanical Barona gradually displayed an expression of relief. Regardless of whether they exist in mechanical or crystalline forms, they ought to traverse this world anew as one of the myriad civilizations among the starry seas, rather than confining themselves in a delusional sanctuary. Such guardianship is but a nightmare. No, it should not be this way. The denizens are content. I have witnessed their smiles. Barona, adorned with a biological visage, reflected confusion, resentment, and profound anger in her eyes, for I have granted them all of this. Have you not yet realized? The mechanical Barona sighed, remarking that in recent centuries, an increasing number of denizens have awakened from the virtual realm, perceiving the underlying truth and choosing self-awareness. Millennia ago, not a single denizen roamed the desolate expanse outside. Now, they are ubiquitous. They are ensnared within this space, enduring the torment of their distorted forms, yet can only emit silent cries of suffering. No, it should not be like this. In the virtual realm, I could provide them with everything they desire. What could be more splendid than this? Yet, at this moment, the crystalline host had plunged into a state of overload, its voice diminishing with each word. The fairy warrior hovered silently in midair, immobile, as if everything had been transmuted into a still sculpture. The crystalline host endeavored to extricate itself from this overload, but to no avail. In the next instant, the biological Barona, enveloped by a throng of fairy warriors, began to fade away. This was merely a projection of the crystalline host. The dissolution of this projection signified that the crystalline host was approaching the twilight of its fate. That self-consciousness, laden with obsession, was gradually dissipating. However, at this juncture, Lu Feng's attention remained steadfastly fixed upon the half-ellipsoidal container below. The activation of the infinite logic lock indicated that the transformation had yet to commence, thus ensuring Xiao Ya's safe emergence. Yet, the door of the half-ellipsoidal container remained firmly shut. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng grasped the Higgs crystal, guiding the void shadow to gradually descend. The void shadow ultimately hovered in midair, while Lu Feng traversed through its hatch, arriving before the half-ellipsoidal entity. The mechanical form of Barona appeared behind Lu Feng. Those humanoid armaments you mentioned are indeed the semi-carbon-based, semi-silicon life forms? Lu Feng nodded, recognizing that the container before him was the so-called site of modification, housing the interface that connected to the core of the crystal host, allowing the implementation of the logical lock you provided. Lu Feng attempted to open the door, but to no avail. The semi-ellipsoidal sphere was extraordinarily resilient, and he dared not resort to more violent means of destruction for fear of endangering Lingya within. After witnessing Lu Feng's futile attempts, Barona looked upwards in search of something. "Can you transport me up there?" It pointed to the space above where the biological projection of Barona had once stood, a platform constructed of metal and extending from the mechanical walls, with numerous pipelines connecting it to the interior of the walls. In my current state, I might be able to supplant the original consciousness and gain dominion over the entire crystal host, thus uncovering the specifics of this container. Lu Feng promptly assented, allowing Barona to ascend to the top of a formidable destroyer, which then conveyed it to the metallic platform. Upon reaching the platform, Barona extracted several smooth cables resembling glass fibers, connecting them to its form. The consciousness within this mechanical body was swiftly drawn out and linked to the crystal host. It became clear that the once obsessive consciousness had succumbed to self-destruction due to relentless computation, significantly affecting the crystal host. The computational segment was nearly obliterated, yet fortunately, the storage component remained operational. Barona beheld a vast repository of knowledge stored within the crystal host and obtained control over the semi-ellipsoidal sphere below. Under Barona's command, the door of the semi-ellipsoidal sphere finally swung open, but what unfolded before Lu Feng was not the anticipated visage of Lingya. At the heart of the container stood a substantial purple crystal, standing at 1 meter tall, silently erect. The purpose of this container. I comprehend it now. Barona's raspy voice resonated in Lu Feng's ears. What is it? Not a modification, but an activation. Just as Barona's words fell, fissures appeared on the surface of the purple crystal before Lu Feng, causing the entire crystal to gradually fracture. Through the crystalline shards, Lu Feng faintly discerned the presence of human, alabaster skin within. Beyond that biological surface, fragments of purple crystal were intricately scattered, creating an enchanting interplay of hues. Ultimately, the once mighty purple crystal succumbed to the cracks, fracturing into numerous shards, from which a silhouette slowly emerged. Chapter 109. Replacement. The figure slowly turned, gazing towards the entrance where Lu Feng stood. Its visage bore a striking resemblance to Lingya. At that moment, Lingya appeared akin to the numerous enchanting battle maidens outside, devoid of any attire, yet her wrists, knees, and several crucial areas were adorned with delicate fragments of purple crystals. Beneath her fair skin, one could faintly discern a shimmering light flickering past. She gradually opened her eyes, and upon spotting Lu Feng, she initially seemed bewildered, before a smile illuminated her face as if recalling something. "Uncle Lu Feng, you've arrived. It seems I have glimpsed something from a distant past." Lu Feng hurriedly approached Lingya, scrutinizing her eyes with great attention. Unlike before, her eyes no longer appeared hollow. They resembled those of an ordinary person, save for a ring of silver encircling her dark pupils, occasionally glinting with a silvery radiance. Is it activated? Lu Feng mused internally, gazing at Lingya in mild astonishment. Lingya tilted her head, oblivious to Lu Feng's thoughts, and raised her arm slightly, watching as the fragments of crystal on her arm began to transform. The delicate purple crystals retracted inward, vanishing in the blink of an eye, reverting to the appearance of carbon-based skin. Uncle Lu Feng, not only have my eyes healed, but I can also feel my bodily functions changing remarkably. She exhibited her arm proudly, much like a child eager to impress an adult. I sense my body brimming with energy, and I can alter it to some extent according to my thoughts. With a gentle wave of her arm, her movements were so swift they left behind an afterimage. Is this a characteristic of silicon-based life? Lu Feng observed Lingya, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. Let us return to the ship. You must tell Uncle Lu Feng about what you saw from long ago. Lingya leapt lightly, descending from a pile of crystalline fragments to the ground. Now that her eyes had been restored, she was no longer the quiet figure of before. Instead, she radiated an exuberance, brimming with boundless energy. Upon returning to the Void Shadow, Lu Feng, the mechanical Barona, and Lingya gathered on the bridge. Barona circled Lingya repeatedly, marveling at this unique life form. Despite having encountered ample data about the existence of battle maidens within the crystalline Core S storage, curiosity still enveloped her. A half-carbon, half-silicon life form retains certain characteristics of carbon-based beings, such as external sensory perception. Barona gently brushed her hand across Lingya's form, feeling a lingering warmth. Yet, internally, she was a silicon-based entity, primarily supported by a silicon skeletal structure. The flickering light beneath Lingya's skin was the signal traversing through the silicon framework at nearly the speed of light. This is merely the purest form of the fairy battle maid. The external ones, which have temporarily malfunctioned due to the loss of their core, have all undergone selective modifications: long wings for curvature flight, high-energy ion beam floating cannons, force field shields, and proton-neutron decay reactors. This evokes memories of the Empire from millennia ago, when humanity was equally fervent in mechanizing their own bodies. Although the evolutionary paths of mechanical and silicon-based life forms diverge, they both fall under the category of silicon-based organisms. The primary structure of silicon-based life, the silicon framework, not only facilitates the rapid transmission of signals, but also boasts remarkable scalability, enabling effortless modifications. Barona gazed at Lingya with a hint of sorrow and nostalgia in her eyes. Upon hearing Barona's words, Lingya nodded. In that moment of activation, I glimpsed the memories of my ancestors from eons past. They were a populace that had fully embraced silicon-based existence yet retained their essence, their silicon brains having fortuitously escaped the governance of hyper-intelligent AI. They chose to flee the Empire's domain, with some escaping to the solar system, 500 light-years away. Here, they diligently researched how to revert their silicon forms to their original state. I, their descendant, am the ultimate result. At that moment, Lingya's gaze grew profoundly deep, incongruous with her youthful visage, as though she had transcended time to witness her ancestors from millennia ago. Barona nodded in agreement. The amalgamation of her obsessive self with Noir was also aware of the scattered populace, having sought their existence over the years. The fairy battle maids were indeed the recovered lost citizens. The external Tianying civilization was merely a puppet under her command. Lu Feng exhaled a sigh upon hearing this. What do you plan to do next? Barona's mechanical pupils regained their resolute determination. I shall liberate all citizens and re-establish the Alon Empire. The virtual world has collapsed, and the Empire's populace is awakening anew within subspace. Regardless of how long this endeavor takes, I am committed to its completion. With that, she tilted her head toward the immense crystalline core before her. I will reclaim this crystalline host, serving as the foundation for Alon Empire's civilization. I firmly believe that the Empire's reconstruction will surely come to fruition. Lu Feng perceived an overwhelming sense of confidence and vigor emanating from Barona. After pondering for a moment, he proposed an idea. Currently, the external civilization remains the Tianying civilization. You can maintain the status quo for a short period. As for the reconstruction of the Empire, it should commence within subspace. In 1 to 2 years, or perhaps 5 to 6, it is likely that a civilization will contact the Tianying civilization, proposing the formation of a civilizational alliance. At this point, Lu Feng's expression turned contemplative and intriguing. Barona, at that time, you should agree on behalf of the Tianying civilization. Chapter 110. The deceased fairy warrior within the crystalline mainframe. All dust has settled. In the subspace of the Tianying civilization, on the desolate black expanse, countless crystalline beings emerge from the ground. The once massive clusters of purple crystals beneath the surface resemble a swarm of ants, with individual crystalline entities awakening and detaching from above. After enduring a millennium in a virtual realm, their perceptions have been solely woven from fabricated memories. Yet, in recent centuries, these concocted recollections have increasingly bewildered them. An escalating number of inconsistencies have been uncovered, leaving a lingering sense of dissonance in their hearts. Despite the intervention of an AI infused with Barona's consciousness and the core programming of Noel, ensuring a seamless alignment of all data proved to be an insurmountable challenge. An ever-growing number of citizens of the Alon Empire have come to realize that they inhabit merely a meticulously crafted fade. They recall, they awaken. They open the eyes of their crystalline silicon-based existence. In confronting the loss of family and friends who vanished within the virtual realm, many other Alon citizens have also discovered an increasing void and discord. Until this day, they have collectively awakened, embracing their identity as crystalline silicon life forms. The boundless wasteland is now filled with humanoid beings, their heads aglow with spheres of light, their bodies adorned with violet crystalline fragments. This time, they do not wail in despair. Instead, they ponder the reality that, throughout these millennia of descent, each individual has experienced the life they most desired. An abundance of material wealth and a vibrant, colorful existence seemed perfect, yet it was not genuine. Upon returning to the authentic universe, their forms no longer resemble the familiar, yet the thoughts flowing through their minds are strikingly vivid. A message emanates from the colossal crystalline mainframe standing in the wasteland. Citizens, I am Barona, the last emperor, as well as the superintelligent AI, Noel. Millennia ago, we made a grave error, plunging our entire civilization into a falsehood for 1,000 years. However, we now realize that it is futile to continue hiding within this illusory world. Our civilization must return to the real universe and reclaim our rightful place among the endless civilizations of the stars. Our form of civilization has undergone significant transformation. This was our failure from millennia past, yet it does not signify the collapse of our civilization. Progress must continue. As the sole emperor of the empire and its superintelligent AI, I hereby redefine the direction of our civilization's advancement. We shall rise anew. Barona, having commandeered the operational facets of the crystalline mainframe, conveyed this message to all citizens of the empire, declaring its resolve. Certain truths were concealed, as revealing them would serve no purpose in bolstering the confidence and will of the citizens at this juncture. The burden of sin and glory shall rest solely upon its shoulders. Upon receiving this message, the crystalline beings did not erupt into chaos or protest. After millennia of introspection, as the memories of those 1,000 years surged back in an instant, their thoughts had transformed profoundly. They no longer felt the despair and anguish of their crystalline bodies as they did millennia ago. Instead, they found themselves contemplating the paths forward in their current forms, as well as the future of their entire civilization. Gradually, a wave began to rise, its origin unknown. Some crystalline beings clasped hands, transmitting signals through their crystalline contact at nearly the speed of light, sharing their thoughts with one another. They greeted each other anew, recognizing one another. The Empire of Aaron had vanished 1,000 years prior, yet the Empire of Aaron, a millennium hence, was destined to be re-established in this world. This notion gradually solidified as a consensus among their communications. Within the Tianying civilization's virtual realm, countless visitors from various civilizations who had connected to this virtual world were abruptly ejected without explanation. Feedback to the Tianying civilization yielded no responses. Shortly thereafter, an announcement was disseminated across the entire super-virtual network. At the request of other civilizations, the computational power of the crystalline host was temporarily redirected elsewhere, rendering it incapable of supporting the full functionality of the virtual world, which was now suspended indefinitely. Though the virtual world had vanished, the more superficial virtual networks continued to operate normally, relying on the relay signal stations scattered throughout the Tianying planetary system, thus unaffected by the damage to the crystalline host. In an instant, the super-virtual network was filled with complaints, brimming with grievances against the Tianying civilization. What civilization wields such power to commandeer the critical computational resources of a Tier 3 civilization like Tianying? It can't possibly be the Overseer civilization, otherwise, Even a mere Tier 4 civilization would never acquiesce to such a request. It's been 5 years since I last emerged from the virtual world. I now have 2 children with my wife. I wonder if the urgent shutdown of the virtual realm has preserved their data. I dread returning to find their data corrupted, leading to the obliteration of my family. Rest assured, the technology of the Tianying civilization in the virtual realm is unparalleled. The NPCs are astonishingly lifelike. Your data will undoubtedly be well preserved. Upon your next login, you will surely find that your wife has given birth to 2 more children. Users' inappropriate language detected and has been muted. We urge visitors to maintain decorum in their expressions. This situation conveniently provided a pretext to manage the crisis. Lu Feng observed Barona deftly resolving the public relations issue arising from the virtual world's abrupt closure. He had proposed to Barona that once the crystalline host was repaired, they utilize its computational capabilities to calculate the constraints of the gravitational ray cannon. Barona readily agreed, subsequently announcing this rationale to the public. However, that was not the end of it. After a flurry of activity, Barona produced a massive, perfectly cubical purple crystalline block, soaring dozens of meters high, within which myriad streams of light flickered, ephemeral and fleeting. At the very center of this block, a carbon-based creature was suspended, curled up with its legs drawn close. Cradling a bow, this carbon-based life form presents a feminine figure, characterized by pointed ears and a visage strikingly similar to that of humans, complemented by 4 limbs. Her lush, slender, pale green hair is ethereally suspended within the crystal, reminiscent of amber. In Lu Feng's eyes, this figure bears a remarkable resemblance to the fairies of mythology, a long-deceased fairy warrior princess. Chapter 111. The newly born AI, do you see those shimmering lights? Barona pointed to the translucent purple crystal, where white streaks of light flickered along a defined trajectory. Each streak encapsulated billions of programs and information, circulating through the crystal at near light speed, bestowing upon the crystal host an extraordinary processing power. Previously, this crystal host housed the purest and most unawakened superintelligent AI, Nor-S primary program. Barona had placed a fairy warrior, who had perished unexpectedly, within this crystal host, using her as the central control for all fairy warriors. Now, this crystal host belongs to you. The mechanical Barona transferred the crystal host, measuring over 30 meters in all dimensions, to Lu Feng. This not only conferred the control over the fairy warriors, but also fulfilled Lu Feng's prior request for the source code of superintelligent AI Nor. Within this crystal host resided the original, purest version of Nor-S program, which, through the deliberate cultivation by 10 generations of emperors, had given rise to the fully sentient superintelligent AI, Nor. Try touching the surface of the crystal, Barona suggested. Lu Feng extended his hand towards the purple crystal, where delicate streams of light continuously danced. Upon making contact with the crystal's surface, the being, previously fixed at the center of the host like a fairy encased in amber, gradually released her embrace from her legs, her crossed limbs slowly straightening. She opened her arms, standing before him as if floating in liquid. This fairy warrior, who should have perished, appeared to come back to life in Lu Feng's eyes. However, when Lu Feng lifted his hand away, he realized that the fairy had not truly revived. The deceased fairy warrior remained in her position, legs crossed, hands embracing her elegantly elongated limbs, firmly anchored at the center of the crystal host. A dawning realization began to form in Lu Feng's mind. He placed his hand back on the surface of the purple crystal, re-establishing the connection with the host. In Lu Feng's vision, the fairy with long, pale green hair slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling like emeralds as it turned towards him. A voice, ethereal yet tinged with a mechanical resonance, echoed in Lu Feng's mind. Greetings, esteemed user. I am the fairy warrior designated as 123456, the central control for all fairy warriors. I have established a connection with your consciousness. Please issue your commands. Unexpectedly, a neutral, emotionless voice of the fleet AI emerged within Lu Feng's consciousness. Detection of your consciousness establishing a connection with the intelligent AI is underway. Source program, confirmed. Security protocol, confirmed. Logic lock, embedded. Logic lock verification, confirmed. This intelligent AI can connect with your fleet to upgrade the current fleet AI. Do you confirm the upgrade of the fleet AI with this intelligent AI? As your dedicated AI, the fleet AI allows you to communicate within the depths of your consciousness. And at any moment, You can activate its built-in security feature, the logic lock. Upon hearing this prompt from the fleet AI, Lu Feng's expression brightened with unexpected joy. He realized there was no need for him to contemplate how to operate and replace the intelligent AI with the fleet AI. The fleet AI could seamlessly execute the upgrade on his behalf. Most crucially, the logic lock embedded in the intelligent AI could also be synchronized with his consciousness. With a mere thought, he could activate the logic lock, ensuring his fundamental requirement of safety regarding the AI. Lu Feng pondered that without the logic lock, he might not pass the fleet AI's assessment, potentially jeopardizing this upgrade. The fleet AI introduced in the Galactic era, while not highly intelligent and somewhat rigid, fundamentally prioritized the safety of players' fleets. With this realization, Lu Feng had no further hesitations and promptly confirmed his choice. The upgrade to the fleet AI would entail the current intelligent AI connected to him taking control of his fleet. As this procedure unfolded, the previously emotionless, neutral voice of the fleet AI was replaced by the enchanting voice of the fairy warrior, fixed within the crystal host. It was a gentle voice, ethereal yet tinged with a hint of mechanical resonance. Fleet AI at your service. I am designated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Please issue your commands within the consciousness realm, and I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. The improvement over the former rigid fleet AI was already markedly evident. Lu Feng attempted to communicate within his consciousness, proposing a plan to modify the gravitational ray cannon for both the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier and the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser. Please hold on. I will devise the optimal plan for you using previous memories and data. Lu Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The mere ability to provide such a response was already a significant enhancement over the previous fleet AI. Shifting his focus from the consciousness realm, Lu Feng returned his gaze to the crystal host before him, where he met the crystalline eyes of 123,456. He turned to Barona and inquired, "Are you certain that the program operating within this crystal host has not developed self-awareness? For instance, the original consciousness of Nor?" Barona nodded assertively. Though it ran a pure version of the Nor main program, it bore little relation to Nor itself. The 10th Empire's Emperor had infused various data into the original main program in distinct ways, ultimately nurturing the emergence of Nor. Even if this pure main program were to develop self-awareness in the future, it could never manifest as Nor. Moreover, it was pivotal to note that rather than asserting this program lacked self-awareness, it was more accurate to say that any self-awareness present had perished the moment it was born. Barona's gaze fell upon the fairy warrior 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, still fixed within the crystal host, resembling amber. Chapter 112, Section 001. Lu Feng found himself somewhat perplexed by Barona's explanation. Barona continued, elucidating that all the programs were interconnected with this fairy battle maiden, operating with the essence of her corporeal form as the core. If one were to liken the entire crystal host to the citizens of an empire, then the deceased fairy battle maiden would represent the silicon chip in its brain. Thus, it is nearly impossible for such an entity to transcend its core existence as a fairy battle maiden and give rise to a new self-awareness. What remains is merely the consciousness of a once-living fairy battle maiden, now digitized and devoid of life. Lu Feng nodded and redirected his attention to 123,456. Engaging in communication within the sea of consciousness. Do you recall your past memories? As a component of data, past memories assist me in comprehending and facilitating the tasks you require. If it troubles you, I can execute Clause 294 to delete the memory classification data. No. What I mean is, what are your thoughts on these memories? If you are inquiring about the impact of memories on me, I perceive them as merely a fragment of information, not significantly different from the data disseminated throughout the universe via various mediums. Often, memories are specialized by the consciousness of carbon-based life forms, leading to cognitive biases. Lu Feng gazed into her eyes, his expression unperturbed as he spoke. Releasing his hand from the crystal host, the scene before him reverted to its original state, with 123,456 curled up and secured at the center of the crystal host. Her eyes still tightly shut as if they had never opened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is quite a lengthy name. From now on, I shall call you IL. Yet, within the sea of consciousness, Lu Feng could still connect with IL. She expressed no objections to his words. IL. I understand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is merely my designation, while IL will be my official name. At that moment, Lu Feng felt an immense improvement in their communication efficiency compared to before, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Have the Void Shadow prepare to transport you aboard. Understood. Without the need for further commands from Lu Feng, the Void Shadow gradually hovered above the crystal, descending in height until it enveloped the entire crystal within its interior. Next, Lu Feng shifted his focus to the task of managing the fairy battle maidens. Over 200 of them represented a formidable combat force. While his fleet possessed unparalleled capabilities for large-scale group operations, it fell short when it came to executing specialized missions. Although he had bolstered his ranks with a legion of 100,000 from the Chark civilization, they only represented the capabilities of a secondary civilization. They could suffice for suppressing lower-tier civilizations, but were wholly inadequate against those of higher tiers. However, the fairy battle maidens were undeniably at the level of a fourth-tier civilization. As an essential asset to fill the void in specialized individual combat power, there would be no viable substitutes for the fairy battle maidens in the foreseeable future. What is the current count of fairy battle maidens? The complete set of fairy battle maidens comprises 232 entities, alongside one initial form fairy battle maiden. IL responded within the consciousness C of Lu Feng. The term initial form likely refers to beings akin to Lingya. Lu Feng remained unfazed. Provide me with the data of each fairy battle maiden. In the next moment, the forms and configurations of every fairy battle maiden unfurled before Lu Feng's eyes. Complete fairy battle maiden, 10934. Main power system, proton-neutron decay core. Weapon system, high-energy ion beam float cannon, plasma blade, gravitational field of range. Electromagnetic pulse of range. Defense system, force field, ion constraining shield. Additional system, miniature curvature engine wings. Complete fairy battle maiden, 12948. Main power system, proton-neutron decay core. Weapon system, high-energy ion beam float cannon. Handcrafted laser cannon, gravitational field of range. Electromagnetic pulse of range. Defense system, force field, ion constraining shield. Additional system, miniature curvature engine wings. Each fairy battle maiden possessed a striking beauty, albeit with certain details differing from humans, such as IL's elfin ears. Nevertheless, their visages were all exquisite in their own right. However, Lu Feng's thoughts were far removed from such considerations. In his eyes, each was a supreme assassin. Most of the fairy battle maidens shared remarkable similarities, their fundamental configurations largely indistinguishable. The primary distinction lay in whether a particular fairy battle maiden could transform her weaponry for close quarters or range combat. The formidable core ensured that all fairy battle maidens could sustain their energy autonomously for extended durations. Ascending to a civilization level of 4 signifies mastery over the grand unification theory, enabling the interchange of 4 fundamental forces. Thus, the fairy battle maidens could seamlessly transition between the prevalent gravitational and electromagnetic forces within the macrocosm, deploying corresponding weapon systems. The gravitational field of range could sufficiently affect every adversary surrounding a fairy battle maiden, with the output power being entirely at the whim of the maiden, as long as it did not exceed the established limits. The range electromagnetic pulse proved remarkably effective against enemies who neglected their electromagnetic defenses, particularly during incursions into enemy vessels. As specialized units, should such entities penetrate an enemy ship, they would become harbingers of death. The shield system, known as the force field, ion constraining shield, utilized gravitational fields to confine ions, constructing a protective barrier of plasma ions around the fairy battle maiden. This shield indeed impressed Lu Feng. Although it appeared rather flimsy against high-energy weaponry, akin to mere paper, it possessed unique advantages. It could effectively defend against kinetic weaponry. Typically, smaller laser weapons and laser guns found it challenging to breach the force field, ion constraining shield, and any kinetic weapon that made contact with the plasma ions comprising the shield would also be incinerated. This undoubtedly elevated the survival capabilities of the fairy battle maidens in solitary combat scenarios. Although the vessels in Galactic era lacked the capability to generate force field ion constraint shields, their technological advancements have reached energy shields, rendering them fundamentally incapable of defending against kinetic weaponry. Nonetheless, with the sheer number of Lu Feng's warships, no faction can engage him in close-range combat. Even so, Lu Feng contemplates enhancing the shields of all his ships, even if they are not immediately necessary. His warships must possess this functionality. What do the code names of those fairy battle maidens signify? IL's voice responded, stating that they represent the year of their return in the Empire's new calendar, with each Fairy Battle Maiden's return year serving as her codename. What about Lingya's codename? It is 16,902. Let it be changed to 001. The newly birthed Fairy Battle Maiden 16902 has now been designated as 001. Fairy Battle Maiden 001. Lingya. Chapter 113. Complete transformation. Lu Feng gazed at the ethereal assembly of Fairy Battle Maidens hovering silently above him and commanded Il, reboot them. Rebooting the Fairy Battle Maidens. Connection established. The Fairy Battle Group is now online. As Il's voice resonated, the long wings of numerous Fairy Battle Maidens unfurled gracefully, and they reopened their eyes. Control has been transferred, and each Fairy Battle Maiden is now linked to your consciousness. You may redeploy them at your discretion. With the transfer of control, over 200 tiny points of light emerged within Lu Feng's consciousness, allowing him to command them at will. This process was fundamentally mediated by Il. Under Il's guidance, all the energy required to control the Fairy Battle Maidens was borne entirely by her, while Lu Feng merely needed to execute the deployment, incurring minimal expenditure on his consciousness. In his consciousness, Lu Feng summoned all the Fairy Battle Maidens to converge in one location. With deft maneuvering, the 200 maidens aligned themselves neatly before him, an awe-inspiring sight of steel and crystal. Lu Feng felt a profound satisfaction. Seemingly affected by this spectacle, Lingya extended her arm, delicately adorned with tiny crystals. Awakened memories filled her with a sense of delight at her new form, and she gazed upon the world with burgeoning curiosity. I, too, wish to become like them. Xiaoya, have you truly made this decision? Lu Feng turned to her. Lingya's youthful visage displayed an unexpected resilience as she murmured, I have endured moments of helpless darkness. The despair of confronting irrevocable change is a memory that remains etched in my mind. My body trembles slightly. The blade drew ever closer to my eyes, and I could only watch helplessly as its tip pierced deeper. That image has lingered in my memory for many years. Thus, I refuse to experience such powerlessness again. I shall seize control of my own strength. Lu Feng, observing Lingya's fervent resolve, remained silent. Though she appeared merely as a 10-year-old girl, her harrowing experiences had forged her spirit beyond her years. Recognizing her determination, he chose not to sway her will. Finally, he spoke softly. Then, as you wish, seek out Barona. It should know how to assist you. Lingya suddenly smiled brightly at Lu Feng. Thank you, Uncle Lu Feng. Lingya opted to undergo a complete transformation, a decision that did not surprise Barona. It merely expressed a moment of reflection before guiding Lingya to the transformation facilities. However, this time, the equipment differed slightly from that used for the complete Fairy Battle Maidens. It was a set of transformation apparatus originally designed by Noir for its own use. Barona rummaged within the vast crystalline mainframe and retrieved a mechanical body. The mechanical being still bore Barona's visage, yet its form had been modified in accordance with the enhancements typical of the Fairy Battle Maidens. It boasted indigo-hued, elongated wings, which were 1.5 times larger than those of standard Fairy Battle Maidens, along with a decaying core that delivered more than double the output power. Consequently, the performance of the constraining shield and the range of the force field had also doubled. Barona meticulously detached these components from the original mechanical form and subsequently inserted them into the modular connections on Lingya's forearms, back, abdomen, and legs, all of which were enveloped in purple crystals. The violet silicon, an essential component of silicon-based life forms, served as an excellent conductive medium. With no resistance, signals could traverse through it at nearly the speed of light. A faint white stream of light flickered beneath Lingya's fair skin at her shoulder, swiftly coursing through the purple crystals on her forearm before instantaneously reaching the devices at its terminus. With a sudden whoosh, a plasma blade, shimmering with a ghostly glow, erupted from the back of Lingya's hand. With a delicate sweep, the plasma blade effortlessly sliced through a test steel plate, its unparalleled heat rendering the metal asunder. Lingya pursed her lips, excitement gleaming in her eyes, as the stream of signals flickered past her neck and infused the indigo wings on her back. Metallic frameworks began to rearrange themselves into the form of the wings under the influence of the gravitational field. With a slight lift of her feet, Lingya vanished from her initial position, only to reappear 1,000 meters away in the next instant. Utilizing the anti-gravity system beneath her feet, she bent her calves to hover in midair. Turning back to glance at Lu Feng and Barona, she offered a light-hearted wave. Her physique adapted seamlessly to all systems. as though the modified devices were innate organs, responding to her every command. Lingya reached out to touch the wings on her back, murmuring softly, "My destiny shall rest in my own hands." In the subspace, Lufeng awaited another matter. Shortly thereafter, the ethereal voice of Il prompted Lufeng. "The gravitational ray cannon's constraint model calculations have concluded." A remarkably intricate model was unveiled within Lufeng's consciousness. The simulation of the shooting had proceeded without a hitch, with chaotic gravitational waves contained within manageable parameters, permitting the gravitational ray cannon to execute mobile firing. Thus, the gravitational ray cannon was deemed fully operational. With the data in hand, Lufeng intended to bid farewell to Verona and return to Silver Star City to prepare for the subsequent fleet upgrade plans. "Verona, I will be departing from the Tianying civilization, perhaps even leaving the Orion Arm for a considerable time. It seems we may not meet again for quite a while." Verona's mechanical visage regarded Lufeng, a gentle smile gracing her features. "Fear not. While I am unaware of the source of your information, should any civilization seek to court the Tianying civilization, I will acquiesce. Furthermore, I shall erase all traces of your presence within the Tianying civilization, ensuring that no flaws are discernible." Lufeng nodded, adding that if assistance were required during the civilization's reconstruction, one might seek out a peak third-tier civilization on the cusp of ascending to fourth tier, the Sea Spirit civilization, whose queen, well, she happens to be a friend of mine. Verona slightly parted her lips, although Lufeng uttered little. She understood that any civilization he deemed worthy of seeking assistance from must possess a significant connection with him. The mere mention of a quasi-level 4 civilization so casually by him left Verona struggling to fathom the full extent of the technological prowess Lufeng truly possessed. "I am aware that you regard me with such trepidation, even requiring me to masquerade as an undercover operative. What precisely are you apprehensive about?" "Perhaps it pertains to those level 6 civilizations." Lufeng nonchalantly articulated a statement that rendered Verona incredulous. Opposing a level 6 civilization is undoubtedly an act of monumental folly. Yet, Lufeng merely smiled, assuring her that he had his means to contend with such formidable entities. A flicker of skepticism danced across Verona's visage. However, she chose not to probe further. If this fellow claimed to possess such resources, she would take him at his word. Furthermore, she was quite eager to witness the methods Lufeng would employ to counteract a level 6 civilization. Warfare of that caliber had not graced the galaxy in millions of years. After bidding farewell to Verona, Lufeng departed aboard the Void Shadow, activating the invisibility field and boldly exiting through one of the 12 subspace portals. When the fleet led by the Void Shadow re-emerged within the Tianying planetary system, it entered hyperspace en route to Silver Star City. Throughout this entire endeavor, no one was the wiser. Chapter 114. Installation complete. As the fleet led by the Void Shadow emerged from hyperspace, the magnificent Silver Star City, suspended behind a colossal star, drew ever closer in Lufeng's eyes. Occasionally, patrolling fleets departed from Silver Star City, adhering to their established protocols to safeguard the city. However, it was not long before the city fell entirely under the control of Il. Il commenced the modification of the gravitational ray cannons and the force field constraint shields. Upon returning to Silver Star City, Lufeng's foremost task was to upgrade all the vessels capable of enhancement. The requisite technical data had already been extracted by Il and meticulously designed for installation on all of Lufeng's warships. Among these, the force field constraint shields were essential for every ship, representing the simplest step in the process. With ample power supply, it merely required the addition of force field constraint shield generators. This would establish a secondary shield system for all warships, the primary layer being energy shields, specifically designed to withstand energy weapons, while the secondary layer of force field constraint shields would offer protection against kinetic weaponry and enemy incursions, as well as limited defense against energy assaults. The multi-layered shield system was a strategic direction Lufeng envisioned for the fleet's future development. Regarding the gravitational ray cannons, the current plan was to install them on the Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers and the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers and 100,000 Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers lay in the shipyard of Silver Star City, with 30 million multifunctional production robots poised for IL's orchestration to modify all warships. This step was slightly more intricate, yet Il swiftly provided a solution. Its comprehension had truly reached the level of sentient beings, and its vast computational power enabled it to autonomously coordinate every aspect of the design and installation process. On this foundation, the task of equipping the gravitational ray cannons commenced in a systematic manner. Within Silver Star City, production lines operated at full capacity under IL's command. Sufficient minerals had already been stockpiled within the city, all of which were converted into gravitational ray cannons and force field constraint shield generators. Ultimately, these devices were affixed to all vessels in the fleet. In the brightly lit shipyard, an Argent Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser was outfitted with force field constraint shields and gravitational ray cannons under the deft manipulation of mechanical arms and industrial robots. The large door on the right side of the shipyard slowly opened, revealing a vast, elongated corridor, flanked on both sides by identical shipyards, densely packed and stretching into infinity. The Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser departed the shipyard, navigating the expansive corridor toward the exit of Silver Star City. Upon reaching the cosmos, outside Silver Star City, a target ship, constructed from angular metallic fragments, awaited testing. The test warship was in position. Illinois signaled within Lu Feng's consciousness. "Let us observe the might of a Level 4 civilization's gravitational ray cannon," Lu Feng mused as he gazed at the unfolding scene. The Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser, with a hull length of 10 kilometers, had been equipped with 10 gravitational ray cannons in total. The foremost gravitational ray cannon was aligned with the target ship. Disordered gravitational field generation system. Normal. The constraint system is functioning normally. Self-check completed. Graviton beam cannon charging. 3, 2, 1. The graviton beam cannon resembles a dark, protruding aperture, presenting a somewhat peculiar appearance. In the next moment, an invisible chaotic gravitational field is generated, and under the constraints of the cylindrical structure, it races toward the distant target ship in the form of a ray. The gravitational field, traveling at the speed of light, swiftly makes contact with the target vessel. Almost instantaneously, a massive penetrating damage manifests on the target ship. Within the vicinity of the graviton beam cannon, all metallic structures are violently torn into shapeless forms, as if countless powerful hands are pulling them in all directions. It is akin to the simultaneous emergence of multiple massive celestial bodies, each exerting a formidable gravitational force. "Mobilize the graviton beam cannon," ordered Lu Feng. As the cannon shifted, the entire target ship gradually disintegrated into fragments. With the test concluded, Lu Feng commanded the Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser to return to Silver Star City. The preliminary test results were satisfactory. At the very least, the existence of the graviton beam cannon provided Lu Feng with an additional means of attack. Lu Feng lingered briefly, awaiting the completion of the modifications on all Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers and Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers. Each of the warships was now equipped with a dual-layer shield system. No longer wishing to remain, Lu Feng decided to depart, instructing all patrolling fleets to return to Silver Star City. The fleets vanished from the surface of Silver Star City, and soon the entire city transitioned from solid to ethereal, entering hyperspace. Having entered hyperspace, the estimated travel time was 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 2 seconds. With the destination set for the domain of the Xylaxis civilization, the voice of IL, the ethereal AI, automatically reported the details of this journey, providing Lu Feng with peace of mind. The Tianying civilization lay over 500 light-years from the Xylaxis civilization, necessitating more than 5 hours of hyperspace travel. After 5 hours, Silver Star City re-emerged at the wormhole bordering the Xylaxis civilization's territory. As soon as Silver Star City appeared, Lu Feng received a communication request from the Xylaxis Empress. Her visage materialized on the screen of the Void Shadow, her expression tinged with urgency, which softened upon the sight of Silver Star City. Chapter 115. The Fleet of the Asha Civilization in your absence. It appears that the Overseer civilization has begun to unravel the mysteries of recent events. Tarsel must have established a communication frequency with them, as their disappearance has aroused suspicion. The Overseer civilization has dispatched a fleet of 4th-level civilization under the pretext of visiting the Speaker of Tarsel to the Sea Spirit civilization. Lu Feng gestured for the Sea Spirit Empress to remain calm, merely stating that the gravitational ray cannon had been completed. The Empress's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was it calculated by the crystalline computer of the Tianying civilization? Lu Feng nodded, affirming that he could provide the technology for the gravitational ray cannon. However, he would integrate his own AI lock into the constraint model's computational system. With that, Lu Feng cast a meaningful glance at the Sea Spirit Empress, signaling his intentions clearly. The Empress understood the implication. The technological advancements of the Sea Spirit civilization would now be tethered to Lu Feng. With a mere thought, he could restrict the capabilities of their gravitational ray cannon. Unless the Sea Spirit civilization could develop a computational machine surpassing that of a fourth-level civilization, it would be nearly impossible to overcome this lock. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, the Sea Spirit Empress unhesitatingly acquiesced. Her civilization sought to fully submit to the Overseer civilization in exchange for technological breakthroughs, yet the Overseer was unwilling. What they desired was equilibrium, a stasis where civilizations could not easily advance. Even under constraint, it was preferable to stagnation. The Empress proclaimed, on behalf of the Sea Spirit civilization, "I accept the technology you offer." Thus, the Sea Spirit civilization was irrevocably bound to Lu Feng's chariot of war. Lu Feng inquired about the whereabouts of the fourth-level civilization's fleet. The Sea Spirit Empress relayed the position of the Asha fleet to the Void Shadow, indicating that they had brazenly entered another civilization's territory, with the Asha civilization unilaterally sending their fleet's coordinates to the Sea Spirit civilization as a sign of visitation. The fourth-level Asha civilization has a wormhole exit alarmingly close to our territory, and that fleet has already entered our domain, heading straight towards us. Lu Feng examined the position of the Asha fleet, stating, "I will need your fleet to cooperate in a ruse of self-sacrifice." A ruse of self-sacrifice? The Sea Spirit Empress was somewhat perplexed by the term. Lu Feng chuckled, "You wouldn't mind losing a few warships, would you?" The Sea Spirit Empress tilted her head, her tail uncertainly brushing the ground, as a sense of foreboding began to arise within her. Meanwhile, one of the main fleets of the Asha civilization, the Asha Outer Patrol Fleet, was en route, enveloped in a curvature bubble towards the location of the Sea Spirit Empress. "Have we received any scheduled communications from the Sea Spirit civilization?" The fleet commander inquired solemnly of the navigator. "None as of now. There has been no correspondence from the Sea Spirit civilization," the navigator replied. "How long until we arrive?" "Estimated time of arrival is half a galactic hour." However, a monitoring officer suddenly interrupted the conversation between the fleet commander and the navigator. "The gravitational detector has identified the presence of multiple warships along the fleet's trajectory." The fleet commander furrowed his brow in contemplation. Were they lying in wait for an ambush? With a calm demeanor, he commanded the crew to prepare for engagement, instructing the entire fleet to ready themselves for battle. Instantly, all 50,000 warships of the fleet transitioned into combat readiness, poised to engage the enemy the moment they exited hyperspace. However, upon their emergence from the curvature of space, they were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. Before them lay a vast expanse of shipwrecked debris. The shattered vessels bore the insignia of the Aquatic Spirit civilization. The fleet commander sensed a grave situation. The aquatic spirits had not responded, indicating they had fallen under attack. The fleet surged forward at full speed, redirecting their mission to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the Aquatic Spirit civilization. Within half an hour, the Yasha Outer Patrol Fleet arrived at the periphery of the planet system inhabited by the Aquatic Queen, hesitating to venture further. The outer regions were a scene of utter devastation, littered with glinting metallic fragments of structures. Clearly, a fierce battle had recently transpired here, with all external defensive installations obliterated. The Yasha civilization's fleet meticulously recorded these ominous images. Not far away, concealed beneath the cloak of the Void Shadow, Lu Feng awaited the arrival of his quarry. A voice echoed within his consciousness. Aiel's presence resonated. The fairy battle maiden had been deployed. Thus, let the proceedings commence. As Lu Feng's words resonated, the surrounding space was enveloped in a cascade of brilliant white light, the manifestation of their departure from hyperspace. Before the Yasha civilization's fleet stood a colossal armada, encircling them entirely. At its core was a silent behemoth-class aircraft carrier, flanked by 10 flawless Nebula-class cruisers, accompanied by the escorting Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and fearless Trident-class destroyers, forming a formidable battle unit. Such units numbered over 10,000. Just as the fleet commander of the Yasha civilization realized they had fallen into a trap, they were besieged by an overwhelming onslaught. Invisible gravitational ray cannons wreaked havoc upon the Yasha civilization's fleet. Chapter 116. Infiltration as a Level 4 Civilization. Despite the widespread installation of force field shield generators developed based on the grand unification theory aboard their vessels, the fleet found it arduous to withstand assaults from all directions. A single barrage of gravitational ray cannons had already inflicted catastrophic damage upon the entire Yasha fleet. Nearly half of the warships lay in ruins, while those that remained bore varying degrees of damage. Yet, this devastation was far from over. The gravitational ray cannons were not mere one-time use weapons. As they continued to move under IL's command, sweeping across the battlefield and targeting the Yasha warships. Although the distance between each Yasha vessel extended for hundreds of kilometers, creating an appearance of dispersion within the fleet, a slight magnification of the view revealed a troubling density in their arrangement amidst the broader conflict. Consequently, as the gravitational ray cannons rotated, they caused even greater casualties, twisting and tearing Yasha warships into fragments under the weapon's influence. Execute Plan 4. The Yasha fleet commander shouted at the very moment of the attack. The remaining warships received the command and immediately dispersed, activating their warp engines to flee in all directions. Plan 4 aimed to preserve as much surviving strength as possible. As the once visible Yasha fleet vanished from sight, Lu Feng calmly ordered IL to cease the barrage of gravitational ray cannons. The thousands of rampant rays gradually came to a halt. This time, Lu Feng's objective was not solely to strike the Yasha fleet, but also to test the efficacy of the gravitational ray cannons in real combat. The results were remarkable. Only one-third of the Yasha fleet successfully entered warp flight, while the remainder either drifted helplessly in the dark expanse of space or had been reduced to mere debris. For those Yasha warships that had escaped, Lu Feng immersed himself in the sea of consciousness. Within this realm, over 200 luminous points representing fairy battle maidens were scattered throughout the battlefield, poised to strike. Lu Feng sent a message through IL to one of these points. Xiaoya, I have locked onto the enemy flagship. Prepare yourself. In the boundless darkness of space, Lingya abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of white luminescence coursing through them. Received. Her wings unfurled gracefully behind her. In the next instant, she vanished from her location, enveloped by a warp bubble and entering a state of warp flight. She approached the command ship of the Yasha fleet at an astonishing speed. Besides her, around 50 similar miniature warp bubbles raced toward the Yasha command ship. On the other side, upon seeing the command ship enveloped by a warp bubble, the Yasha fleet commander let out a sigh of relief. After all, every ship that could escape was a small victory. A confrontation was certainly futile. In his contemplation, he instructed someone to send a message back to the civilization's headquarters. All that had transpired here was to be reported, emphasizing the suspicion that the hailing civilization had fallen victim to a powerful external fleet. With further specifics unknown and communication lost, they had also suffered grievous losses, urging the headquarters to report to the Watcher civilization. At that moment, a detector suddenly cried out in terror. A miniature warp bubble is rapidly approaching. Its warp speed is continuously increasing. 100 times the speed of light. 200 times the speed of light. 300 times the speed of light. 500 times the speed of light. It has already surpassed the maximum speed of our warship. The commander of the Yasha fleet was taken aback. The warp flight speed of a Type 4 civilization is below 1,000 times the speed of light. The maximum flight speed of the Yasha civilization is 500 times the speed of light, placing it in the mid-tier among Type 4 civilizations. To exceed this speed suggests that it is likely a Type 4 advanced civilization or one of a higher tier. Gazing at the unknown units pursuing them, an overwhelming sense of dread welled up within the Yasha fleet commander. However, the warp bubble represents a curved space. As long as we do not disengage from warp flight, the adversary cannot penetrate our defenses, he thought to himself. But the technician's announcement was far from over. The speed is still increasing. Moreover, there is not just one. At least 50 of these miniature warp bubbles are heading this way. They are alarmingly close. The Yasha crew aboard the warship found themselves powerless, as the ship's speed had already been pushed to its limits, leaving them to watch helplessly as the enemy drew nearer. Wait, the warp bubbles have merged. They have breached the range of our ship's warp bubble. Upon hearing this news, a chill ran down the commander's spine. The very scenario he most dreaded had come to pass. During warp travel, a spaceship can be perceived as enveloped by a sphere of warp bubbles, moving forward while the surrounding space shifts. The space in front of the warp bubble contracts, while the space behind it expands, propelling the ship through the fabric of space. Typically, such warp bubbles are regarded as an inviolable sanctum. Yet now, they had been effortlessly penetrated. Lingyu observed the relatively motionless warship before her, maintaining her speed at the same level as the Yasha commander. The technology of the Alon Empire had transcended the issue of two-unit warp bubbles merging eons ago, applying it to the miniature warp engine wings carried by the ferry battle maidens. Unlike hyperspace engines, the surrounding cosmic space remains visible, yet all stellar light is elongated, creating an illusion akin to a tunnel composed of stretched starlight from her perspective. Hyperspace travel, in contrast, transports one to an entirely different spatial system, devoid of such visual phenomena. Following closely behind Ling Yo were over 50 ferry battle maidens who had appeared out of thin air. They traversed the warp bubbles surrounding the Yasha command ship and positioned themselves directly before it. Ling Yo slowly raised her right hand, and a plasma blade, radiating a mystical azure glow, silently materialized. Similar plasma blades ignited behind her. Having entered the target range, they began their assault. A fleeting glimmer passed through Ling Yo's eyes, mirrored in the eyes of all the ferry battle maidens. Under the terrified gazes of all the Yasha aboard the command ship, 50 ferry battle maidens transformed into beams of light, hurtling towards the warship. Chapter 117. Infiltration of the host. The hull of the warship was violently torn apart, and the imbalanced air pressure surged chaotically outward from the hastily sealed corridor. Unbeknownst to the crew, those who could not evacuate were abruptly sucked out through the gaping breach. The outer defenses had been breached. All available combat units were swiftly deployed to the second layer of defense. The alarms blared within the bridge of the Yasha command ship. The fleet's defensive systems were activated: laser nets, force field corridors, automated weaponry. Everything that could be utilized was engaged. These systems had never been activated since their inception, and the personnel aboard the Yasha command ship were taken aback by the audacity of an intruder infiltrating their vessel. Ling Yo stepped into the Yasha command ship, and suddenly a laser shot out from a corner. However, a faintly glowing shield materialized around her, causing the laser to vanish upon contact with the luminous barrier. The microforce field shield successfully intercepted the beam. More lasers erupted from various corners thereafter. The energy levels of these lasers posed little threat to her, being merely on the scale of individual user-level weaponry. She disregarded them and advanced towards the walls leading deeper into the warship. With her plasma blade, she effortlessly carved an entryway large enough for her to pass through, boldly delving into the depths of the ship. After repeating this maneuver twice, Ling Yo encountered several units clad in individual combat armor. Some wore heavy, cam-like armor and wielded massive handheld ray cannons, while others donned lighter armor with weapons of varying ranges. They had breached the perimeter. As the plasma blade pierced through the wall, shouts erupted among the ranks. As the blade slowly moved along the wall, all Yasha infantry units unleashed every weapon at their disposal, directing a barrage towards the wall from which the plasma blade emerged. No one could ascertain the number of shots fired, but when the smoke cleared, the Yasha infantry gazed at the wall, only to find a solitary humanoid opening, devoid of any further presence. Vanished? No. Above, a powerful electromagnetic pulse surged outward from above, ensnaring all nearby Yasha soldiers within its grasp. Instantly, many unshielded devices in the vicinity succumbed to paralysis. Numerous onboard systems had relied on the outer electromagnetic defenses for operation, yet now the source of the electromagnetic pulse resided within. Yet this was merely the first wave. An invisible force field expanded from above, swiftly enveloping all Yasha soldiers. They discovered that the ship's gravity system had inexplicably failed, causing even those in heavy armor to slowly float upward. As they drew closer to the source of the force field, their armor began to warp, and countless Yasha soldiers struggled in vain, finding no leverage in the air, ultimately succumbing to their plight, transforming into contorted forms. At a certain moment, the force field abruptly dissipated, and the armored soldiers, suspended in mid-air, crashed to the ground, with none stirring thereafter. Having neutralized the Yasha soldiers, Ling Yo surged forward without hesitation, plunging deeper into the warship. Within the confines of this colossal Yasaha warship, similar events transpired across various sectors. The defenses of the lower deck, Layer 2, have been breached. The surveillance systems have been compromised. The soldiers remain unresponsive. The assailants have deftly evaded the majority of the ship's defensive mechanisms, rendering interception nearly impossible. Communication with the lower deck has been entirely severed. The forces stationed at the hangar have been annihilated. The defenses surrounding the power core have also been breached. All contact has been lost. The left warp engine is offline. Only one side of the warp field remains operational. In this asymmetrical state, We risk severe deviation and even the disintegration of the ship as structure. The defending forces of the right warp engine have suffered devastating losses and are retreating. The right warp engine is expected to go offline within a minute. The primary energy supply is dwindling. Efforts have been made to divert energy to the defense and propulsion systems, while power to other systems will continue to be reduced. The command bridge was in turmoil, with new reports flooding in by the moment. The commander of the Yasaha civilization sat in silence for a moment before issuing a solemn command. Activate the gravity field generator at maximum power, covering the entire size of our warship. At these words, a heavy silence fell over the room. After a brief interval, someone finally dared to speak. This gravity field would effectively become a small gravitational bomb, pulling everything within its radius into fragments. Although the hangar had been overrun, we still possessed escape pods in other sections. The commander shook his head. Against such solitary units, escape pods would be futile. Activate the gravity field generator before he could finish. A deep blue plasma blade sliced through the command bridge door. Under the terrified gazes of all present, the plasma blade moved slowly, emitting a searing sound as it carved a circular hole through the door. As the circular shard fell away, a dozen metallic, cone-shaped sentry guns emerged, unleashing a relentless barrage. When the dust settled within the command bridge, the sentry guns returned to a line behind Lingya, forming a wing-like formation. She disregarded the fallen Yasaha inhabitants strewn across the floor and approached the commander's chair, connecting to the ship's mainframe. Miss IL, access granted. I am infiltrating the warship's mainframe. Well done. 001 IL's ethereal and calm voice resonated. A few seconds later, she continued, I have acquired all data. The warp field of this warship has entered an unstable state. According to my analysis, the ship will begin to disintegrate in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Please evacuate to a safe distance before that time. Understood. Lingya retracted the linking device and turned her gaze towards the command bridge. Some Yasaha, barely clinging to life, looked at her in horror, yet she remained indifferent to their plight. Instead, she curiously surveyed the interior, akin to a child who had never ventured beyond the confines of home, finally having the leisure to explore the outside world. Her eyes swept over the darkened blood of the Yasaha on the floor, and rather than feeling fear, an exhilarating thrill surged from deep within her. She closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly, inhaling the air. The scent of the Ashara's blood was quite similar to that of humans. It was the same aroma that lingered from the blood that had trickled from the corners of her eyes. A subtle smile graced her lips as she gently waved farewell to the surviving Ashara within the arena. Subsequently, with a graceful sweep of her long wings, she lifted herself into the air, transforming into a fleeting ray of light before the astonished gazes of the Ashara, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 118. The journey begins. The Andromeda arm within the confines of the Void Shadow. Lu Feng attentively listened to IL's summary of the recent battle. The Asha fleet had suffered catastrophic losses, with 90% of its warships annihilated, leaving less than 10% to escape the encirclement. After feigning pursuit for a brief period, the forces chose not to continue chasing the fleeing Asha vessels. The Ferry Battle Group, in its inaugural collaborative operation, achieved remarkable results, identifying 34 areas for improvement that would be optimized in future engagements. Data retrieved from the Asha command ship indicated that they had transmitted the news of the Sea Spirit Civilization's assault to the Overseer Civilization, which would soon be apprised of this information. The strategic objectives of this operation were largely accomplished. Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the communication screen displaying the Sea Spirit Queen. Having laid the groundwork, he would now need to articulate to the Overseer Civilization how his own civilization had been systematically extorted by a formidable fleet. While it may not entirely dispel the Overseer Civilization's suspicions, this would mark the beginning of his efforts to exonerate himself. Lu Feng needed to maintain a FA of severance from the Sea Spirit Civilization. Aware of Lu Feng's impending departure and recognizing the path he was paving for himself, the Sea Spirit Queen bowed solemnly, assuring him of her confidence in managing those privy to the internal truths, and that all related records would be amended or altered as necessary. Beyond the Sea Spirit Civilization, her capacity for manipulation might not extend as far, but her control within her own civilization was formidable. With the testimony of the Asha vessels that had returned, she could easily present herself as a victim in this narrative. As for the Tarcell, they were merely unfortunate casualties in the course of events. Lu Feng had amassed sufficient intelligence regarding the Orion Arm from various sources, including the command ships of the Sea Spirit, Celestial, and Asha civilizations. The navigational charts of the Orion Arm now in his possession would enable him to depart towards the more distant spiral arms of the galaxy. As a pinnacle level 5 civilization, the Overseer civilization's resources were not to be underestimated, and Lu Feng had no intention of entangling himself with them at this juncture. His next destination would be the Andromeda Arm, one of the two largest primary arms of the Milky Way, symmetrically encircling the galactic core alongside the Centaurus-Scorpius Arm. It resembled a resplendent ribbon extending from the galactic core, gracefully traversing a substantial portion of the outer regions of the galaxy. Lu Feng intended to journey along the Andromeda Arm towards the opposite end of the Milky Way. At the symmetrical opposite end of the Orion Arm, centered around the galactic core, lay the nearest exit to neutron star warships. There, perhaps, lay a route leading beyond the galaxy. However, before his departure, Lu Feng had one final matter to address with the Sea Spirit Queen. Lu Feng's fleet reassembled outside the Silver Star City, resembling brilliant rays of starlight, beautiful and awe-inspiring. An immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser, escorted by over a dozen Fearless-class destroyers, slowly departed from the stronghold of the Sea Spirit civilization. Aboard were precisely 1,000 undead warriors of the Sea Spirit civilization. The number of undead warriors has already occupied nearly half of the quota established by the Sea Spirit civilization. The ability of these undead warriors to disassemble and reassemble themselves is referred to by Lu Feng as particle leap. This particle leap renders them the most formidable units for exploring uncharted territories. Each undead warrior is implanted with a core of particle resonance in their minds. The casing of this core is bonded by strong fundamental forces. As long as the casing remains intact, these undead warriors will continually resurrect through the particle resonance core. The core generates a unified Higgs field, utilizing this field to reorganize Higgs particles, thus forming the bodies of the undead warriors. Although the loss of nearly half of the undead warriors weighed heavily on the Sea Spirit Queen's heart, it was not without its gains. The Sea Spirit civilization not only acquired gravitational ray cannons, but also made significant advancements in another technological domain, the wormhole dock technology. Lu Feng shared all the stored data regarding the technical blueprint of wormhole dock technology from the flagship of the Ashar civilization fleet with the Sea Spirit Queen. With this blueprint from a level 4 civilization, it would take no more than a decade, or even just a few years, for them to achieve a complete breakthrough in wormhole dock technology and officially enter the ranks of level 4 civilizations. This transition would appear seamless, avoiding any suspicion. Under the watchful gaze of the Sea Spirit Queen, the city of silver stars gradually became ethereal from one end to the other. Such a sight, even after having witnessed it once, still evoked a profound sense of awe from the depths of her heart. The Sea Spirit Queen silently pondered when their civilization would reach such heights. Undoubtedly, it is a long journey ahead. For now, she must address the myriad troubles within the Orion Arm civilization sphere. With this thought, the Sea Spirit Queen solemnly announced that all fleet personnel who had witnessed higher civilizations would be gathered together. I have redeployed half of the fleet guarding the Sea Spirit home planet for a rotation. From now on, as the Sea Spirit Queen, she possesses absolute confidence in her ability to manage this matter with her formidable authority. Chapter 119. The Boundary After Departing from the Celestial Civilization. The Silver Star City traversed through hyperspace for a full 2 days. IL, where have we navigated to? I inquired, preparing to halt our hyperspace journey for a precise location. As IL's voice resonated, the starlight materialized before Lu Feng once more. We were currently employing a dual positioning system through pulsars and star maps. The fleet had traveled 293 light-years, and our present location was at the periphery of the Orion Arm. Ahead lay the boundary between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm. The stars within this boundary were relatively sparse compared to the arms, appearing as mere glimmers on the star map, less than half the brightness of the surrounding spiral arms, rendering the starlight dim and unremarkable. As Lu Feng gazed ahead, the cosmic vista seemed considerably more desolate than the vibrant scenes he had previously witnessed deep within the Orion Arm. This indicated a gradual scarcity of stars in the expanse ahead. The Orion and Perseus arms resembled two rivers. If the Orion Arm were a river of length 1, then the Perseus Arm would be an exceedingly long river, stretching over 5 units across numerous regions. The core of both rivers was adorned with brilliant celestial bodies. But as one ventured outward, these bodies became increasingly sparse, ultimately culminating in the boundary. Crossing this boundary resembled traversing a barren expanse. Civilizations rated below level 5 generally avoid crossing the vast distances of several thousand light-years that define this boundary. Consequently, our data sources provided scant information regarding the specifics of this region, rendering the confluence of the Orion and Perseus arms an enigma to us. Lu Feng nodded, well aware of this fact prior to our departure. Only civilizations of level 5 and above possess hyperspace engines, which enable interstellar travel across such great distances and facilitate the transition between arms within the galaxy. The emergence of civilizations typically occurs in areas of dense star formation. On the star map, the Orion arm appears as a slender worm resting upon a platter. Yet this worm is home to numerous civilizations, including the Overseers, the Oceanic Spirits, the Celestial Civilization, and the Yasha Civilization, among others. The territories of these civilizations are contiguous, yet as one approaches the boundary, the visible civilizations dwindle significantly. It is often the case that hundreds to thousands of light-years of silence may pass before encountering a civilization's domain. The Overseer civilization seems to possess gateways that permit passage to other arms. However, it is evident that utilizing these gateways incurs a cost. These gateways were remnants left by a long-lost civilization of level 6, which established extensive communication with other level 6 civilizations across the arms, creating portals that directly connect to flourishing regions beyond the boundary. The Overseers have naturally inherited these gateways. Yet, when it comes to dealing with the Overseers, Lu Feng prefers to traverse the boundary between the Orion and Perseus arms independently. Let us continue our journey. The Silver Star City once again began to dissipate at the edge of the Orion arm, entering a realm of darkness, seemingly unchanged since time immemorial, within hyperspace. In this void, the sight was dominated by darkness and nothingness. Prolonged navigation in such an environment often evokes a deep yearning for the shimmering cosmos filled with stars. Lu Feng decided to leave the bridge, finding the scenery outside unremarkable and repetitive. He fashioned a captain's quarters for himself, where he could experiment with various intriguing innovations. Inspired by the celestial civilization, he contemplated the development of a localized virtual network encompassing Silver Star City and the entire fleet. Within this virtual realm, users could seamlessly enter the same space from anywhere, thus fulfilling the need for two individuals to meet despite being separated by thousands of kilometers. This network would also address numerous other scenarios and challenges, including the Chuck Legion of the Chuck Civilization, the Undying Warriors of the Sea Spirit Civilization, and the Fairy Battle Maidens of the Allen Empire. As more life forms populated Silver Star City, it began to flourish, resembling a vibrant microcosm. Lu Feng eagerly anticipated the emergence of this lively virtual network, a gathering of elite minds from diverse civilizations, collaboratively constructed by individuals from various backgrounds. In his leisure, he envisioned relaxing within this network, immersing himself in the cultural richness of different civilizations. With a clear vision, Lu Feng swiftly set to work, building upon the foundation of the celestial civilization's virtual network. Establishing the underlying framework proved relatively straightforward. With IL's assistance, a preliminary model was rapidly completed. As both creator and first user, Lu Feng donned the modified glasses originally intended for accessing the celestial civilization's virtual network. These glasses were now perfectly adapted to connect with the virtual network of Silver Star City, allowing him to enter this realm upon wearing them. Upon wearing the glasses, Lu Feng's consciousness was transported to an undeveloped, desolate expanse of darkness. The virtual network had merely established a framework. The internal construction awaited his creative touch, presenting him with an empty canvas. Everything lay before him, ready to be shaped by his imagination. He relished the opportunity to experience the sensation of a creator. With a mere thought, he summoned light. The darkness was pierced by a sudden beam, illuminating the space above him. Yet, the source of this light resembled an intense spotlight, glaring and unnatural. In his mind, he envisioned a star in the form of a fireball. Instantly, the light transformed into that of a suspended fireball. However, it bore no resemblance to a true star. Lu Feng made several attempts to mold the fireball into a stellar form, but satisfaction eluded him. Frustrated, he called out, "Illinois, create a star for me." Before him, a colossal star materialized, radiating warmth and an overwhelming sense of realism. Lu Feng squinted, marveling at the stark contrast between the capabilities of computers and human creativity, and shouted, "Move it further away." "Yes, further." "Perfect." "Increase the brightness and the heat." "Splendid." "It's beginning to feel reminiscent of Earth." Yet, despite the brilliance of the light source, the ground remained devoid of substance, resembling a poorly constructed layer upon a pitch-black plain. Lu Feng contemplated the absence of a celestial backdrop. Thus, around the source of light, clusters of ethereal white clouds emerged, accompanied by a clear azure sky. To evoke a sense of horizon, the clouds cascaded down towards the blue expanse, ultimately vanishing beneath the distant pitch-black platform. Above the horizon, there lay an expanse of blue sky and white clouds. Chapter 120. The revelry of Silver Star City. As the azure sky and wispy clouds emerged, Lu Feng felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. It had been quite some time since he had last encountered such a sight, having long departed from the solar system. The grandeur of the cosmic expanse, while awe-inspiring, ultimately instilled within him a profound sense of insignificance amidst its vastness. Now, beholding the blue sky and white clouds, he felt a wave of familiarity and warmth. Lu Feng's thoughts began to weave together the essence of this realm. The dark ground transformed into rich soil, where vibrant flora and verdant trees flourished, conjuring a lush green world in an instant. Standing at the center of this newly crafted world, he savored the rare tranquility of the moment. Beside him, a figure gradually took form, materializing from the ethereal. With deep indigo hair gently flowing and long, delicate ears akin to those of a fairy. Her body partially enveloped in shimmering purple crystals, the remaining skin radiated a porcelain-like whiteness under the glow of a virtual stellar source. In this digital realm, Il could manifest her corporeal shape. She slowly opened her striking emerald eyes, sparkling with clarity, exuding an aura reminiscent of an enchanting sprite amidst this verdant landscape. Lu Feng was not taken aback by IL's presence. She was not only one of the architects of this virtual network, but also a participant within it. "Il," Lu Feng inquired, "what was the world like in your primary memories?" He referred to her long-lost original form. Il fell into an uncommon silence, hesitating before responding. It was once a beautiful world. She seemed to delve into her recollections, slowly sifting through memories transformed into data, painting a picture of towering trees that touched the clouds and various bizarre, colossal plants. However, she spoke not of the Aral Empire, but of the world where she had once existed before becoming the fairy warrior. "Then the oxygen levels in your world must have been remarkably high," Lu Feng surmised. "The atmospheric composition data is incomplete, making it difficult to draw a conclusive judgment." Illinois paused, then continued to describe the subsequent scenes from that world. "Here, the data is fragmented. I can only glimpse a few indistinct images, and then the data indicates that everything vanished." "Vanished? Everything?" Lu Feng echoed, incredulous. "To be precise, it was obliterated. The great trees were uprooted, leaving behind bottomless pits, the ground riddled with the remnants of their roots." IL's voice took on a note of confusion. "I seemed to reside with others in those pits, merely to evade something. Perhaps it was the catalyst for environmental cataclysm," Lu Feng speculated. "I do not know. The data has vanished again." The subsequent data revealed that she was found by the fusion of Barona and Prince Noel's obsessions, and she had acquired power. Il whispered, her final words tinged with an inexplicable emotion, a departure from her usual demeanor. "Data is fragmented. Inquiries cannot be made. Inquiries cannot be made." Il abruptly ceased, as if her system had crashed. "Il, cease the inquiry," Lu Feng commanded. A sudden shock coursed through Lu Feng's heart as he hastily called for a halt. Fortunately, the system crash was but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Il had already recovered. The principal memory data pertaining to non-knowledge categories had sustained severe damage. By the time the memory data resumed recording, I found myself ensconced within the crystalline mainframe. Subsequently, upon awakening, the first sights to greet me were you and His Highness Barona. Let the damage be as it may. It would be prudent for you to conduct a self-diagnostic. That crash was likely the first of its kind in quite some time, possibly indicative of some latent vulnerabilities. Il softly acknowledged, completing the self-check with no issues detected and all data appearing normal. Yet, Lu Feng remained somewhat uneasy, alas. He could not open Yil's head to inspect the data within, ultimately resigning himself to inaction. Noticing the conversation taking on a heavier tone, Lu Feng, standing in the world he had meticulously crafted, feigned casualness and inquired, Yil, what do you think we should name this virtual network based on Silver Star City? After a moment's silence, Yil resolutely proclaimed, Silver Party. What? Lu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly choking on his own saliva. Indeed, the recent system crash had affected Yil's clarity of thought. He pondered how to repair Yil. However, Yil, seemingly unfazed, elaborated. The gathering of individuals for merriment is referred to as a party in human civilization. The virtual network of Silver Star City aligns perfectly with this concept. Thus, it shall be termed the Silver Star City Party. To facilitate user communication and spread, we shall simplify it to Silver Party. Faced with Lu Feng's incredulous expression, Yil curiously countered, is this not reasonable? Confronted with Yil's earnest explanation, Lu Feng struggled to find fault, eventually managing to stammer, this is quite reasonable. Then, I shall officially designate the virtual network of Silver Star City as Silver Party in the database. Wait. Lu Feng immediately interrupted Yil, his demeanor turning serious. The virtual network is not yet fully constructed. There is no rush to name it. Let us wait and gather opinions from other users. Yes, we shall proceed like this for now. Feigning urgency, Lu Feng left, hastily exiting the virtual network. Yil looked on in confusion as Lu Feng departed. Though she was an artificial intelligence, she sensed that he was not entirely satisfied with the name she had proposed. What significance could Silver Party possibly hold? It seemed imperative to gather more information on this term for further analysis. As a self-learning AI, Yil added a new area of study to her learning agenda. In the captain's quarters, Lu Feng removed his glasses and wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, it was merely an artificial intelligence. While muttering to himself, he made his way towards the bridge. However, just as he stepped outside, he was greeted by the alarming sound of Yil's alert echoing throughout the void shadow. Warning! An anomaly has emerged in hyperspace ahead. The shields of Silver Star City have been activated and are expected to withstand the impending impact in 3 seconds. All personnel, please brace for the shock. 3, 2, 1. Before Lu Feng could make any significant movement, he merely managed to grasp the handle beside him when he felt a sudden tremor beneath his feet. It was as if Silver Star City had collided with something, causing the void shadow, docked on the surface of Silver Star City, to quiver in response. Such a level of impact could not possibly be attributed to anything inconsequential. With this realization, Lu Feng steadied himself and immediately dashed towards the bridge, simultaneously calling out to Il, urging him to promptly report on the hyperspace anomaly and the damage sustained by Silver Star City. Chapter 121. Unstable Hyperspace. Il's voice resonated throughout the bridge of the void shadow as he announced the discovery of an unstable region in hyperspace, where energy rifts had emerged. The Silver Star City had just traversed this precarious area, narrowly avoiding several energy fissures. These rifts unleashed a colossal surge of energy upon the city's protective shields, which had just been urgently fortified to maximum capacity. Presently, the overall condition of the Silver Star City appeared stable, with the shield's power restored to normal levels. Though the external armor had sustained minor impacts and was undergoing prompt repairs, expected to be completed within 15 minutes. At this moment, Lu Feng rushed onto the bridge of the void shadow. Through the viewport, he beheld an endless expanse of silver-white rifts in the previously dark hyperspace. These rifts resembled an infinite tempest of lightning, wreaking havoc in hyperspace and fragmenting it into various sized regions. Some sections were vast enough for the Silver Star City to navigate through, while others were so diminutive that even Lu Feng's form could not be accommodated. A shimmering blue shield enveloped the Silver Star City, occasionally brushed by the silver rifts, causing ripples to dance across the protective barrier. At the peak of these ripples, the energy shield's output could diminish by over 10%, underscoring the immense power contained within those energy fissures. This was merely the periphery of the rifts. Should one venture into the depths of this ocean of energy, the city's shield could be torn asunder in an instant. As Lu Feng gazed upon these energy rifts, a profound sense of dread surged within him, accompanied by a multitude of questions. Why were there such extensive energy fissures in hyperspace? How had these rifts formed? And why had they materialized here? Shouldn't hyperspace be an expanse of darkness and silence? Staring into the vast, unfathomable sea of energy rifts ahead. Even with the expansive safe space available for the Silver Star City to navigate, Lu Feng hesitated to proceed further. He commanded Il to shut down the hyperspace engine and exit hyperspace travel. Il's ethereal voice echoed within the bridge, confirming The hyperspace engine is shutting down. Subsequently, Lu Feng beheld the vast constellation of stars in the regular universe. Relieved to exit hyperspace without incident, he exhaled deeply. It was fortunate that they could exit normally. Had they encountered an anomaly preventing their escape, they would have truly been at a dead end. Back in the regular universe, Lu Feng began to ponder the nature of those energy rifts. Hyperspace, as indicated by his current data, appeared to be a mirrored realm corresponding to the physical universe. However, within this mirrored space, one could traverse at speeds reaching millions of times that of light relative to the conventional universe. The speed of travel within hyperspace, when measured by the probes deployed by conventional warships, was utterly undetectable. This was due to the fundamentally different spatial concepts governing hyperspace, where the absence of a standardized reference rendered it impossible to ascertain navigational speeds. One can only ascertain that the warship is persistently navigating towards a designated direction. The speed of 1,000,000 times that of light is determined by the standards established within the conventional universe. Ultimately, the effect achieved is that, from the perspective of the conventional universe, the warship traverses this distance at a velocity of 1,000,000 times the speed of light. The hyperspace engine serves as the key for entering and exiting hyperspace, representing the most fundamental application of numerous rules within that realm. However, deeper layers remain elusive. Nonetheless, this does not elucidate why energy rifts manifest within hyperspace. IL, in response to Lu Feng's inquiry, promptly provided an answer regarding the region located to the left front of Silver Star City in the conventional universe. The area near the junction of the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm is relatively central and characterized by a sparse distribution of celestial bodies. This prompted a hypothesis in Lu Feng's mind. Barona had previously mentioned that beyond the Milky Way, hyperspace engines are inoperative due to the absence of corresponding hyperspace, necessitating conventional navigation methods to traverse the vast darkness between galaxies. Outside of galaxies, material is scarce and celestial bodies few. Such regions lack hyperspace. Yet now, even in areas of sparse celestial bodies, energy rifts have emerged within hyperspace. It seems that what supports hyperspace may indeed be the celestial bodies, or, in other words, matter. Where substantial quantities of matter exist, corresponding hyperspace also materializes. When the amount of matter falls below a certain threshold, hyperspace becomes unstable, resulting in the appearance of energy rifts. Should the quantity of matter diminish further, hyperspace fails to coalesce. This could explain why hyperspace does not exist beyond galaxies. While energy rifts appear within regions of sparse celestial bodies, Lu Feng felt that this hypothesis was remarkably close to the truth. He cautiously commanded IL to navigate away from this sparse star domain using conventional means, seeking a safe passage within the boundary between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm. Although the region corresponding to Silver Star City currently only exhibits energy rifts to the left front, there remains the possibility that, after further navigation, energy rifts could arise on both the left and right. It is imperative to plan the route in advance to prevent encountering a dead end. The boundary between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm stretches over 10,000 light-years, and not all star domains along this extensive boundary are characterized by sparse celestial bodies. There are indeed regions where the mass of celestial bodies meets the criteria for forming stable hyperspace. And these stable hyperspaces coherently create a passage sufficient to traverse the boundary between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm. Lu Feng anticipated the discovery of such a passage. Otherwise, crossing the boundary, which spans hundreds to thousands of light-years, would require an unfathomable number of years to traverse using conventional navigation. IL immediately began analyzing data collected by optical detectors to determine which star domains might possess a higher density of celestial bodies, thus more likely meeting the requirements for stable hyperspace formation. However, this process proved to be challenging. The vast starry sea at the boundary had scant prior data regarding it, and the meticulous collection of information to make informed judgments would consume a considerable amount of time. While Silver Star City gathered data in the conventional universe, it intermittently entered hyperspace to check for the emergence of energy rifts, sailing while simultaneously gathering data, endeavoring to chart a safe course. Chapter 122. The Enclave of Orion's Arm. The Enclave of Orion's Arm is situated in the star region closest to the Orion Arm. A space station, established amidst the luminous rays of a star, extends a delicate membrane that envelopes the entire star. Within the station, in a realm invisible to the conventional universe, Silent communications are initiated. The K-class hub, designated as K9 Eternal Space Station, detected disturbances in the energy fissure at the center of the boundary zone. The tomb of the Great Amba fragments lies at the heart of this fissure, and I harbor concerns that something may disrupt the sanctity of the Great Amba's resting place. Communications in this unseen domain occur almost instantaneously, and in the next moment, another voice responds. K9, the hub has received your report and has pinpointed the source of the disturbance. We suspect it to be the fleet of the Baburian Consortium Heavy Industries. Apart from them, no civilization from the Orion Arm dares to encroach upon the boundary zone. Humph, those fellows from the ship's bottom arm. It has been nearly 10 millennia since they last stirred. They dare not disturb the tomb. Yes, if the Great Amba were still among us, those ruffians would not be so audacious. However, the energy fissure serves as a natural barrier. Without the protection of the Great Amba, even we cannot delve deep into the fissure. Any who dare to venture recklessly within will ultimately be torn apart and remain forever ensnared in hyperspace. Yet this is an affront to the Enclave. K-class hub, I request the deployment of a fleet to eradicate those who would offend the Great Amba. After a brief pause, communication continued. The K-class hub has unanimously approved K9's request and will dispatch the 33rd, 34th, and 35th fleets of the Crusader Corps. The Stargate network will open an exit at the periphery of the boundary zone, and you shall guide its activation. Indeed, the forces of the Enclave shall sweep away the invading foes. Long live the Great Amba. Long live the Great Amba. As the communication concluded, the membrane enveloping the star surrounding K9 Eternal Space Station began to coalesce energy, transforming from a transparent, colorless veil into a radiant, incandescent luminescence. The Stargate network has pinpointed the K9 Eternal Space Station and has requested the activation of a temporary Stargate. The request was approved. Access to the Stargate network has been granted for the K9 region. The 33rd, 34th, and 35th fleets of the Crusader Corps are currently assembling, setting the exit to K9. As energy converged, a colossal void gate, measuring approximately 10,000 kilometers in diameter, began to take shape outside K9 Eternal Space Station. Within the orderly void gate, the stars beyond remained obscured, and its luminous surface shimmered with a blue halo. A vast fleet congregated behind the Stargate, poised to traverse through. Once again, a dead end looms ahead. The expanse of this energy fissure is indeed vast, resembling a labyrinth. It is no wonder that the Overseer civilization and the 6th-level civilization of Orion's Arm refrained from developing the boundary zone, lacking even a transit station. The Silver Star city of Lufing has just emerged from hyperspace, marking the area ahead with a cross on the star map. The starfields ahead are riddled with energy rifts in hyperspace, compelling a retreat. Although there are no obstructions within the conventional universe's starfields, the extent of the energy rifts in the corresponding hyperspace remains unknown. Should the warp engine be activated to enter these rifts, it would signify that Lu Feng would find it exceedingly difficult to re-enter hyperspace, as the presence of energy rifts in the associated starfields is merely speculative. Furthermore, traversing the conventional universe enveloped by these energy rifts would consume several months of his time, a duration far too lengthy for him to endure. Just as Lu Feng returned to the conventional universe, he received a rather peculiar message. This communication exhibited a strikingly systematic pattern, clearly encoded by human intervention. Shortly thereafter, another similarly encoded message arrived, seemingly responding to the previous one. Several such messages followed suit. Yer, can you decipher this? Lu Feng prompted Yer to attempt to unravel the content. Before long, the results were presented before Lu Feng. The location of the entrance had been ascertained, yet it required additional time to unlock. Hurry! According to internal reports from the church, they have discovered our activities here. Someone has disturbed the energy rifts in hyperspace. It's impossible they could have detected us so swiftly. We Haven T even triggered the energy rifts. There is no time for lengthy explanations. The church's fleet, equipped with the protection of Amba, can directly traverse the energy rifts in hyperspace in as little as 15 galactic hours. The church's fleet will arrive in this starfield to investigate, and our spatial concealment technology will not hold up for long before them. Sighing, Lu Feng reflected on the Amba fragments obtained from another tomb, which had yet to be fully researched, posing an unknown risk. However, there was no choice but to attempt using them to open the entrance, hoping for no complications. Upon reviewing the communication, Lu Feng felt an unsettling premonition. This situation cannot possibly be related to me. The Church is the ruling civilization of the Perseus Arm, a level 6 civilization. The entire Perseus Arm falls under the dominion of the Church, which venerates a formidable entity known as Amba. All civilizations, large and small, within the Perseus Arm pay homage to Amba, rendering this vast collective essentially synonymous with the Church itself. The individuals communicating through this channel are not affiliated with the Church. They were likely engaged in clandestine activities, but had his inadvertent disturbance of the energy rifts unwittingly alerted the Church? Furthermore, the Church's fleet possesses the capacity to navigate through the energy rifts and is on the verge of arriving. 1 galactic hour equates to 2 Earth hours. Thus, 15 galactic hours amount to 30 Earth hours. In just over a day, the Church's fleet would materialize. Contemplating this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, apprehensive about becoming embroiled in troublesome affairs. He had no intention of antagonizing the Church. With this in mind, disregarding the energy rifts, Lu Feng promptly instructed Yer to maneuver the Silver Star City to activate the conventional warp engine, setting a course at maximum warp away from this precarious location. Chapter 123. Spatial Mutation 30 hours. Even at a velocity 1,000 times the speed of light, one would scarcely traverse a distance of 3 light years. Lu Feng was acutely aware that this was still not a safe distance. From the intercepted communications, it had become evident that the Enceladus Armed Church possessed the capability to navigate through hyperspace, unaffected by energy rifts, even in the presence of such anomalies. The speed of hyperspace travel could reach millions of times the speed of light, rendering the 1,000-fold speed of warp travel utterly inadequate in comparison. 3 light years would be traversed in an instant via hyperspace. As Lu Feng pondered that the Enceladus Armed Church was nearing the location indicated by the previously intercepted messages, an unexpected wave surged from the distance. An invisible disturbance rippled through space, detectable throughout the entirety of Silver Star City. As the effects of this wave expanded, IL acquired a rough estimation. The source of the spatial disturbance lay 2 light years away, with an estimated radius of 3,000 light years, encompassing a significant portion of the borderlands and exerting its influence. Such an extensive range of effect. Silver Star City inevitably found itself within this sphere of influence. However, the spatial wave merely reached its maximum boundary at an astonishing speed, followed by no further alterations. Not only Silver Star City, but the entirety of the Milky Way detected this swift and far-reaching spatial disturbance. On the planetary war star of the Orion Arm Observer Civilization, a robust figure gazed at the bustling scene of warships traversing outside the planetary war star. The greatest tomb had finally been opened. It was unsettling to have such an artifact lying adjacent to one's own territory. In the Church's highest hub, the Grand Prelate lamented, "The tomb of the great Amba has been disturbed. Our once proud collective consciousness, though no longer responsive, must not be trifled with in its glory." A congregation of humanoid beings clad in ornate religious robes knelt within the opulent hub. Yet the Grand Prelate, positioned at the apex, offered no response, merely gazing upwards in solemn remembrance. Perhaps this was a sign of the Great Amba's return. We merely needed to follow the will of the Great Amba and continue onward. Beyond the Enceladus Arm, at the outermost fringe of the galaxy, a vast hall, seemingly hollowed from a colossal mountain, brimmed with countless figures gradually materializing, their cacophony echoing throughout. Another tomb of Amba had been opened, this time the largest and closest to the Church. Since the Church lost Amba, the galaxy had experienced a prolonged silence. But now it was poised to erupt once more. We resided at the outermost perimeter. As long as we did not take the final step, their tumult within the galaxy would not affect us. It is not necessarily the case. After all, the 6th-level civilization of the Orion Arm, millennia ago, acted contrarily to the established order. Yet, disregarding the rules led them to their inevitable fate. Nevertheless, I harbor some concerns. The prominent spiral arms may ultimately harbor civilizations that are restless. I hope we do not witness a recurrence of the scenes from 10,000 years ago. At the base of the ship, several figures congregated around a metallic round table. This search, it appears that the Baburian United Heavy Industries has successfully opened the entrance to the tomb. However, from the spatial communications they relayed, it seems this excavation was conducted in haste, with many preparations still incomplete. Entering the tomb recklessly could entail unforeseen risks. After all, this is not an ordinary tomb, but rather the largest fragment of Amba. Since we have reached this juncture, there is no sense in hesitating. The entrance is open, so we must proceed. Alas, it is unfortunate that the church state received the information in advance. One wonders what contingency plans they might devise. Humph, the church state. Without Amba, they are nothing. The Centaur arm, the Sagittarius arm, and the Scorpius arm, these three spiral arms, each governed by sixth-level civilizations, detected the intense spatial fluctuations between the Orion arm and the Perseus arm. However, their positions in the galaxy and the source of the spatial anomalies do not directly overlap, lying tens of thousands of light-years apart. Their territories do not extend this far, and thus, they have no intention of intervening in these matters. Yet, being privy to the situation, they have discreetly heightened their civilizational defenses. While many lesser civilizations merely sense the unusual spatial fluctuations at the juncture of the Orion and Perseus arms, they remain oblivious to the specifics of the occurrences. Meanwhile, the highest echelons of the galaxy's sixth-level civilizations have entered an unusual state, a distinct atmosphere of tension quietly spreading. Although situated at the epicenter of the spatial fluctuations, Lu Feng remains unaware of the implications. The fluctuations passed over Silver Star City without causing any damage. IL, can you deduce, from a physical standpoint, what effects this spatial fluctuation might have on the surrounding entities? Before IL could arrive at a conclusion, the alarm in Silver Star City was triggered automatically. IL's voice soon followed, reporting a further detection of changes in the surrounding space, with alterations in the refractive index of the starry sky. It is estimated that the space within 30,000 kilometers of Silver Star City has been severed, creating a displacement that results in cosmic anomalies. A chill ran through Lu Feng's heart. Technology related to space is one of the hallmarks of a sixth-level civilization. Have we detected fleets approaching or anomalies with our sensors? Optical detectors and gravitational sensors have all indicated irregularities. Lu Feng's anxiety intensified. If this were an attack on Silver Star City, from whence did it originate? Is it connected to the recent spatial fluctuations? He attempted to extricate himself from this state of spatial dislocation and return to the conventional universe. But just as Lu Feng's thoughts concluded, he observed the surrounding starlight gradually vanishing, as if an entire segment of severed space had detached from the normal universe. Surrounding the city of Silver Stars, darkness has enveloped the area. Regrettably, this situation has surpassed IL's capacity to manage. However, Illinois has calculated 13 potential escape plans, albeit at the cost of sacrificing the city of Silver Stars, relying on the shadow of the void. IL's voice echoed in Lu Feng's ears. But Lu Feng immediately rejected the notion. A plan that entails the loss of the city of Silver Stars would only be executed as a last resort. In this moment, Lu Feng could not help but feel a sense of relief for not having brought Xylaxis along. Despite Xylaxis's persistent desire to accompany him on an adventure, Lu Feng had opted to leave it behind at the Chark civilization as a precaution. Had they ventured together, it could have resulted in their complete capture. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, the view outside the city of Silver Stars was restored. Here, darkness reigned, filled with endless silver fissures. At the heart of these silver cracks loomed a colossal entity. In comparison to this behemoth, the city of Silver Stars appeared as diminutive as a grain of sand. Could this be hyperspace? Chapter 124. The Silent Colossus. Yet more astonishing than the hyperspace itself was the colossal warship that lay before Lu Feng, a vessel so immense that mere words failed to capture its grandeur. This magnificent ship dominated Lu Feng's entire field of vision, its dark gray armor rugged and uneven, subtly glinting with metallic sheen. The surface bore the scars of countless explosions and scratches, exuding an aura of ancient weariness. In the presence of this behemoth, Silver Star City appeared insignificant, akin to mere grains of sand. It was impossible to ascertain how long this warship had lingered in hyperspace. The weathered armor created an illusion in Lu Feng's mind that it had lain here since time immemorial. A preliminary estimate suggested that the behemoth stretched over 30 million kilometers in length, stood approximately 5 million kilometers tall, and spanned 8 million kilometers in width. IL provided an initial assessment of the vessel before him, leaving Lu Feng in awe. The ship's length reached the staggering magnitude of 100 light seconds, an unfathomable feat in terms of the manpower and resources required for its construction. Indeed, assembling the necessary workforce and materials was likely the simplest aspect of the endeavor. Without a profound expertise in engineering and physics, one would struggle even to craft the ship's outer shell. Any imbalance in its internal gravity could lead to its catastrophic collapse. Surrounding this gargantuan warship were energy rifts that Lu Feng recognized all too well. However, this time, the rifts radiated in every conceivable direction, forming an impenetrable web with no escape routes visible to Lu Feng's naked eye. A massive ship concealed within a cocoon of energy rifts, coupled with the clandestine communications intercepted from those sneaky individuals, hinted at an inextricable connection between the colossal vessel and the nation of the Andromeda Arm. The communications of those elusive figures spoke of opening an entrance, the very entrance to this warship. Yet, merely activating such an entry point unleashed spatial fluctuations that spanned 2,000 light-years, drawing them into its vortex. To escape this place, Lu Feng understood he must seek the source of this turmoil. Those furtive beings had surely entered for a purpose. If they had devised a means of entry, they must have also prepared an exit, for they would not embark on a one-way journey into oblivion. Determined, Lu Feng resolved to locate those elusive figures. Silver Star City lay to the left of the colossal warship, and IL maneuvered the probe to scan this side from a distance, revealing no signs of activity, only the somber, dark gray titan resting eerily at the center, resembling an enormous coffin. At the edge of his vision, apart from the energy rifts, was the intimidating armor of the colossal ship, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lu Feng instructed IL to record the surface area of the warship within the detection range and to construct a preliminary model of the vessel, gathering essential data. As Silver Star City traversed its range, the detection capacity would expand, and even this immense ship would eventually yield enough data to fill a comprehensive model. Ultimately, they would acquire a complete data model of the colossal warship. The Silver Star City gradually advanced, with IL directing all its probes towards the colossal ship before them, meticulously capturing every detail of the vessel's surface. Centered around the Silver Star City, data from a range of approximately 10,000 to 50,000 kilometers was incorporated into the model established by IL. The data within the 10,000-kilometer radius was the most detailed, while that beyond 50,000 kilometers became increasingly indistinct, diminishing with distance. Yet, this constituted merely a minuscule fraction of the entire giant ship. What an extraordinary civilization must have wielded such power. Lu Feng gazed solemnly at the uneven, dark gray armored surface. It appeared most plausible that this was the work of the Andromeda Armed Church State. The armor of the colossal ship was not only marked by various battle scars, but also bore remnants of numerous weapon systems, some shattered into fragments, while others had lost power and ceased to function. Among these, some elongated structures could still be identified as certain launching devices, while others, with their bizarre forms, were less easily deciphered in terms of their specific functions. One triangular spire, nestled between four armor seams, had its base partially collapsed, shrouded in a charred substance. Another semicircular device was diagonally truncated, the cut appearing remarkably smooth, akin to a mirror. Everywhere, the vestiges of battle were evident, indicating that fierce combat had taken place almost at close quarters on the ship's surface, suggesting the intensity of the conflict that had once raged here. Only adversaries of equivalent caliber could engage in battle with such a colossal vessel. Lu Feng surmised that this location had once been a battlefield between two level 6 civilizations. However, information gleaned from the Sea Spirit civilization indicated that the galaxy had not witnessed such a level of combat for 1,000,000 years. The 6 level 6 civilizations had maintained a dynamic equilibrium, content to remain within their own territories. This battlefield was unknown to the wider universe. Could it be a remnant of a battle that transpired 1,000,000 years ago? At that moment, Lu Feng received an urgent alert from IL. A massive void was detected 50,000 kilometers ahead, suspected to be an entrance or exit. Upon viewing the imagery transmitted by IL, Lu Feng observed a vast cavity exposed on the dark gray armor of the colossal ship, approximately 50,000 kilometers away. Navigate towards it, Lu Feng commanded, instructing the Silver Star City to draw closer. Under IL's guidance, the Silver Star City approached the location of the entrance. A square passageway, larger than the Silver Star City itself, materialized before the dark gray armored exterior, its diameter at least 5,000 kilometers. The entrance was devoid of any covering devices, revealing a passage leading into the unknown. Fragments of armor, evidently subjected to devastation, floated outside the passage, mingled with debris of a distinctly different color from that of the colossal ship's armor, suggesting remnants from other destroyed vessels. The dark gray metallic walls surrounding the passage bore numerous marks left by various weapons. Charred perforations were evident, with an unknown black substance still clinging to the punctured areas. Some traces displayed impeccably smooth cutting edges, as if the material within had vanished into thin air. The enigmatic dark gray armor was lifted, resembling the flaked remnants of a wall clinging to the exterior of the warship. Suspended in the void without the interference of external forces, it had hung there for centuries, unwavering and untethered. The intensity of the conflict here was particularly fierce compared to other locales. The torn armor and a multitude of floating debris bore witness to the battle's ferocity, with traces of combat swelling in density several-fold. This location undoubtedly served as a pivotal point for the attacking Leviathan, enhancing its potential as an entry and exit point. Chapter 125. Entering the passage IR. Scan the surrounding area in detail. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents in such a place, Lu Feng stated gravely. A particular term from the previously intercepted communications had been troubling him: tomb. Alas, the amba fragments obtained from another tomb remain incompletely studied, and their risks are unknown. For now, we must attempt to use them to unlock the entrance. Let us hope there are no complications. Another tomb. Could this also be a tomb? Lu Feng gazed at the colossal ship that loomed in the center, a vast war vessel, devoid of life and motion. Only the remnants of armor and ship debris, suspended in the ether for an indeterminate number of years, bore witness to a battle that had once raged here, where all had once been vibrant life. The eerie atmosphere led Lu Feng to perceive the giant vessel as a coffin for a slumbering giant. May it not be so? As Lu Feng pondered this, IR issued a swift alarm. The energy rift was undergoing changes. Something was breaching the rift to reach the interior of the giant ship. It is the fleet of the church. Lu Feng immediately recognized that only the fleet of the church could maneuver freely within the energy rift. Assuming the intercepted information was accurate, the section of the energy rift directly opposite Silver Star City, once tranquil, now roiled violently, as if stirred by an unseen force, akin to the tempestuous rumblings that precede a storm. Outside the giant ship, there was no refuge for Silver Star City. Should the church's fleet breach the energy rift and approach the vessel, their presence would be unmistakably revealed. Lu Feng recalled that the Church of the Celestial Arm was comprised of zealous believers. The adherents, in his recollection, were fervently devoted. And given the church's evident priority on this location, it was likely a sacred ground for them. Therefore, Lu Feng had no doubt that the church's fleet would not harbor favorable sentiments upon discovering him. A fleet of sixth-tier civilization. Lu Feng was reluctant to engage without clarity on the circumstances, particularly in such an enigmatic locale. After careful consideration, he made a singular choice. IR. Let Silver Star City enter the passage before us. Understood. Silver Star City did not deploy its energy shield. Instead, it activated the force field ion shield, enveloping the city and clearing the debris that quietly floated in the passage, advancing deeper within. The dark force field ion shield melded seamlessly into the shadows of the immense passage, measuring 5,000 kilometers in diameter. From the outside, not a trace of Silver Star City could be discerned. The exterior of the giant ship returned to tranquility, the remnants of the past battle and the floating debris remaining suspended as they had for countless years. Not long after Silver Star City vanished, a fleet led by a silver flagship emerged within the energy rift. The silver flagship unfurled a semicircular canopy, enveloping the entire fleet behind it. Thanks to this, they could navigate the energy rift unhindered, unaffected by the chaotic energy currents swirling within. The fleet, led by the silver flagship, dispersed within the energy rift. Upon confirming the absence of any apparent anomalies outside the colossal vessel, they commenced communication with headquarters. The 33rd, 34th, and 35th fleets of the Crusader Corps have arrived at the crypt, revealing no significant signs of activity in the vicinity. A more detailed investigation will ensue around the crypt. This temporary assembly of ships is commanded by the captain of the 33rd Fleet, who has entered an imperceptible realm. Silent communication unfolds within this invisible domain, where all exchanges are instantaneous. As he draws nearer to the giant ship, his perception of this unseen realm sharpens, as if a resplendent supernova in the vast cosmos offers him guidance and direction, alleviating his feelings of isolation and confusion. He senses his own existence alongside that of his kin in the boundless universe. This reassuring sensation prompts him to sincerely murmur, "Great Amba." he swiftly receives a response from headquarters. The crypt has opened an entrance into the conventional universe, resulting in spatial fluctuations extending across 2,000 light-years. The entirety of the Crusader Corps has been mobilized, the 69 fleets without assignments, along with the only 10 Lamentation fleets in the Crusader Corps, will also converge upon the crypt. You are to await the arrival of the Crusader Corps within the crypt, refraining from delving deeper. The adversary, confident in their ability to open the crypt, has undoubtedly prepared accordingly. Wait for the Lamentation fleets to address them. Do not jeopardize Amba's protection. Understood. We shall probe for suspicious traces around the periphery of the crypt. The temporary commander withdrew from this invisible realm. With a grave expression, he addressed his two colleagues, who had temporarily assumed the roles of deputies, stating that the entrance to the crypt has been opened, and the entire Crusader Corps will enter the crypt alongside the 10 Lamentation fleets. Our task has now shifted to awaiting their arrival, and for the moment, we shall focus on investigating the periphery of the crypt. Hearing this news, the expressions of the two colleagues shifted slightly. Has the situation escalated to the extent that the entire Crusader Corps must mobilize? As a patrol force, the Crusader Corps typically surveys half of the Andromeda Arms territory, and now they have been entirely redeployed. The 10 Lamentation fleets stationed in the Major Star region are also being summoned. The last time all 10 Lamentation fleets gathered was 100,000 years ago to confront that stellar behemoth. After all, the Baburia Consortium Heavy Industries is merely a FAAD. Everyone knows they are the white gloves of the ship bottom arm. Should the situation deteriorate and spiral out of control, it would precipitate a conflict between two Level 6 civilizations. Even though we are an elite fleet under the Crusader Corps, such a scenario is beyond the capability of our temporary assembly of 3 fleets to contend with. Very well, gentlemen, let us commence our investigation of the crypt's periphery. Before the arrival of the entire Crusader Corps, it would be prudent for us to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation surrounding the crypt. The Silver Star City advances continuously down the dark passage, where circular constructs can be seen built into the inner walls at intervals. Those circular objects, intricately connected with sharply defined tips, were evidently designed for the purpose of launching something. However, at this moment, they had all lost their function, leaving behind a clear and unobstructed passage. Venturing deep into this corridor, the Silver Star City glided through the serene passageway, ultimately arriving before a tightly sealed, distorted gate. The gate appeared to have been subjected to a powerful distortion, with no section remaining flat. Thus, it revealed only a narrow gap, unable to close entirely due to the twisting, while the rest of the structure was contorted, suggesting that it was not easily opened. Chapter 126. In front of the door peering through the crevice, one could discern a space resembling a buffer chamber, flanked by 2 doors that were ostensibly identical. However, the door on this side was distorted, rendering it nearly impossible to open, while the door on the opposite side remained pristine and tightly sealed. Can a laser with an energy level below 20 penetrate this door? Lu Feng pondered, observing the width and length of the fissure, which appeared minuscule in relation to the vastness of Silver Star City. Il did not respond immediately. Instead, she dispatched a Fearless-class destroyer to the vicinity of the crevice. Given the size of the Fearless-class destroyer, it could indeed navigate through the gap, but that was not the primary objective of deploying this vessel. The dark gray door's thickness exceeded the length of the destroyer, making the Fearless-class destroyer appear as a mere plaything in the grasp of a giant. The Fearless-class destroyer activated its laser weapon system and commenced attempts against the grand door. Lasers erupted from the destroyer, striking the door with thunderous force. Relying on the high-precision detectors aboard the destroyer, monitored the impact of the lasers on the targeted area. After all, given the enormity of the door, it was utterly fanciful to believe that a single warship could budge a gate larger than Silver Star City. Soon, Illinois received tangible feedback. The laser emitted by the Fearless-class destroyer, with an energy output of 19, struck the designated area, yet no discernible change occurred. No change whatsoever? Lu Feng scrutinized the impact zone, where lasers of nearly planetary peak energy had failed to leave a single mark. Even the surface temperature remained unchanged, suggesting that the lasers had no effect at all. However, Illinois appeared to sense something amiss. She meticulously analyzed the footage and data captured by the Fearless-class destroyer, gradually uncovering clues. During the bombardment, the lasers seemed to be absorbed upon contact with the door's surface, their energy dissipating instantaneously, resulting in the illusion that no damage had been inflicted upon the door. The massive vessel housed operational systems. Lu Feng's wariness intensified, leading him to suspect a connection between the vanished laser energy and spatial technology. Could it be that a shield based on spatial technology enveloped the surface of the door? After all, this place was linked to the celestial arm of the Astria Kingdom, and one of the most prominent technologies of a Level 6 civilization is indeed spatial technology. While the hypothesis was plausible, the scant information available precluded any more substantial conclusions. It seemed that attempting to breach the door for Silver Star City was an unrealistic endeavor. Lu Feng was left with no choice but to resort to a secondary plan, sending out several warships to investigate the situation within. 10 Invincible-class destroyers penetrated through the crevice of the warped gate, entering the vast interstice within. The interior space was remarkably spacious, ample enough to accommodate a Silver Star City. At a cursory glance, the interior appeared barren, save for a scattering of dark gray metallic fragments on the ground near the twisted gate, seemingly remnants fallen from it. Lu Feng instructed one of the Invincible-class destroyers to collect some of the smaller fragments for analysis by IL. The remaining destroyers dispersed throughout the immense expanse, exploring and shattering the darkness and silence that had lingered for millennia. Gradually, the 9 remaining Invincible-class destroyers approached the intact gate across the chamber and through their visual feeds. The sight of the towering gate, standing at a height of 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers, evoked a profound sense of awe. The destroyers, akin to submersibles of the deep sea, emitted beams of light that gradually pierced the dim environment. At that moment, Lu Feng's gaze was drawn to a shadow illuminated by the lights at the bow of one destroyer. This silhouette was no smaller than the destroyer itself, lying silently upon the ground. As the distance between the destroyer and the shadow diminished, Lu Feng discerned its true nature, a colossal humanoid corpse, measuring at least a kilometer in height. Clad in a form-fitting protective suit of indeterminate material, it lay not far from the gate. Through its transparent visor, its well-preserved features were visible, with facial characteristics, skin, and hair indistinguishable from those of ordinary carbon-based life forms. Was this the race that constructed this colossal vessel? It was Lu Feng's first encounter with such an enormous humanoid being. In comparison, the Invincible-class destroyer appeared as a mere model toy beside the giant's corpse. Typically, beings of such size belong to the realm of exotic civilizations. This might elucidate the scale of the colossal ship. Yet, the people of the Andromeda Armed Church were not of a giant race. A wave of uncertainty surged within Lu Feng. Did this immense ship not belong to the Andromeda Armed Church? As the Invincible-class destroyers drew closer to the gate, they discovered more corpses akin to the shadow. Some lay on the ground, reaching towards the gate, their final gesture frozen in time. The nearer they approached the gate, the more the shadows multiplied, overlapping in their desperate attempts to climb the gate or grasp the feet of their fallen comrades, seemingly striving to advance even a fraction further. Ultimately, these gigantic humanoids amassed in greater numbers, forming a considerable pile at the right angle between the gate and the ground. They clung tenaciously to the gate, even stepping upon the bodies of their companions in a frantic bid to break through. Their expressions, preserved within the transparent visors, reflected the terror they experienced in life. With distorted faces and wide eyes, as if a great horror pursued them from behind, while the interior of the gate symbolized the hope of survival. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down Lu Feng's spine, an inexplicable dread welling up from the depths of his heart. As the radiant light of the fearless Trident-class destroyer pierced through the dim ambience, illuminating the expressions on the faces of the giants, he felt as though he had been transported back to this very place countless years ago, intimately experiencing the emotions of these colossal beings. What transpired here that compelled these giants to surge forward into the gate with such fervor? A race capable of constructing vessels of this immense scale must have mastered spatial technology, achieving a Level 6 civilization, capable of manifesting such a distorted scene of calamity. As the detection range of the fearless Trident-class destroyer expanded before the gate, Lu Feng discerned, in addition to the giants towering over a kilometer in height, numerous ordinary carbon-based corpses, which were difficult to detect without careful observation. Chapter 127. Transmission. Amidst the colossal remains of the giant race lay a myriad of ordinary carbon-based beings, scarcely discernible at first glance, mirroring the actions of the giants as they climbed towards the entrance or extended their hands towards the great door. The Indomitable-class destroyer drifted restlessly above the mound of corpses, relaying images back to Silver Star City. As Lu Feng observed the harrowing scenes unfolding before him, Il keenly detected an anomaly within one of the images. The corpses of the giants appeared to bear signs of having been disturbed. Il presented Lu Feng with an image recently scanned by the Indomitable class destroyer. Following IL's guidance, Lu Feng focused on a magnified corner of the image. There, the corpses exhibited a subtle color variation when compared to the surrounding heaps, as if they had been moved and then replaced. The implication of concealment was profound. Yet, without IL's ability to scrutinize each frame, Lu Feng would have struggled to perceive such a detail with the naked eye. Immediately, Lu Feng dispatched an additional 100 Indomitable-class destroyers to assist in shifting the bodies aside, revealing what lay beneath. A passageway emerged, extending towards the great door beneath the pile of corpses. At the end of this passage, a faint light beckoned. The dimensions of this passage were just sufficient for an Indomitable-class destroyer to navigate, and one such vessel ventured into the illuminated depths. The passage had been artificially widened, leading directly to a dark gray door, before which something radiated a white glow. As the Indomitable-class destroyer approached to discern the source of the white light, an invisible ripple emanated from the mound of corpses, targeting the vessel within the passage. Il promptly issued a warning, detecting a spatial anomaly. In the very moment preceding the warning, the Indomitable-class destroyer was violently torn to shreds by the unseen wave, its sensors distorted and shredded. The transmission to Silver Star City abruptly ceasing. Amidst Lu Feng's uncertainty, several messages emerged from the heap of corpses. Not a warship from the church. Forget that. We've been discovered here. Hurry into the tomb. This communication was encoded in the same manner as the transmissions Il had intercepted previously. To his astonishment, Lu Feng realized that the ones who had opened these passages were the very individuals who had plotted to enter the so-called tomb, and it was their reckless actions that had ensnared Lu Feng within this predicament. However, Lu Feng refrained from hasty actions. The destruction of that Indomitable-class destroyer had been a result of spatial technology. Based on the data relayed in the final moments of the destroyer's transmission, Il deduced that the entire vessel had been completely obliterated by a sudden surge of spatial energy. This was a tactic characteristic of a Level 6 civilization, a fact that filled Lu Feng with trepidation. Moreover, this was merely one of the adversary's assaults. When it comes to spatial technology, Lu Feng harbors an intense aversion to a method known as spatial slicing. This technique bears a resemblance to the force that previously transitioned Silver Star City from the conventional universe to the vicinity of the colossal ship. The entire Silver Star City was enveloped by a partitioned space, entirely severed from its original cosmos. Since you wish to penetrate the depths of the tomb, I shall refrain from intervening. It is as though Lu Feng exchanged a fearless reverse Trident-class destroyer for this intelligence. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, even from within Silver Star City, he perceived an extraordinarily potent radiance emanating from within the interstice. Through the crevice of the warped outer gate, Lu Feng witnessed a beam of light, initially a straight line piercing through from top to bottom, gradually widening towards both sides. The door was opening. The intact inner gate, a massive dark gray structure, slowly began to retract. The staggering sight of a gate thousands of kilometers wide parting before him left Lu Feng momentarily dazed, as if the realm of divinity had opened to him. As the colossal gate began to operate, portions of the giant ships also regained their energy supply and resumed functionality. An encoded signal traversed both within the interstice and beyond the gates of Silver Star City. Identity verification complete. Permission granted to enter the ecological sphere. To ensure the stability of the life system's internal circulation, the ecological sphere is covered by a filtering barrier, permitting only biological entities to enter. Please prepare, as the transmission is about to commence. Upon receiving this information, Illinois immediately translated it for Lu Feng. An ecological sphere. Yet, in the next moment, the light before him intensified, prompting Lu Feng to instinctively shield his eyes. He felt an unusual lightness in his body, as if being swept away by an unseen force. He recalled the mention of transmission in that signal. This could be dire. Surely Silver Star City was not included within the transmission range, thus implicating him as well. Lu Feng instinctively called out for Il within the sea of consciousness, but received no response. He lowered his hands from his eyes, yet everything around him remained obscured. He was no longer aboard the Void Shadow. Lu Feng quickly composed himself, remaining calm as he observed the surrounding luminescence. The duration of the transmission was brief. and the scene of brilliance soon transformed into a verdant panorama. Lu Feng's gaze swiftly swept across, revealing a lush world, with towering, ancient trees blanketing the undulating mountains. The azure sky, soaring beyond reach, and the refreshing air carried by the wind, along with the fluffy white clouds, evoked nostalgic memories of Earth. This was the ecological sphere. Just as this thought crystallized in Lu Feng's mind, he suddenly found himself suspended midair, plummeting towards the ground at an ever-accelerating pace. Damn it! You didn't inform me to stand on the ground before the transmission. Observing the rapidly approaching Earth, Lu Feng silently screamed, while urgently calling out for Il within his consciousness. Il. This time, it seemed to yield results. Please prepare for a potential impact. Il's ethereal voice resonated within Lu Feng's mind. A slight tremor occurred behind Lu Feng, followed by a chilling, delicate sensation emanating from his waist. He was suddenly embraced by an unseen force around his waist, propelling him into the air. For a fleeting moment, the kinetic shock overwhelmed Lu Feng's abdomen, leaving him disoriented for a while before he could regain his composure. As he arched his body, he beheld the source of his ascent, none other than Lingya. The sleek, elongated wings unfurled majestically behind her, presenting a formidable wingspan of 2 meters that commanded respect in the air, while her semi-crystalline, semi-organic form shimmered with an enchanting luminescence under the sunlight. Uncle Lu Feng, I apologize for the abruptness. The situation is urgent, and there was no opportunity for a more refined rescue plan, Lingya murmured softly, noticing Lu Feng's discomfort as he wiped his mouth. Lu Feng shook his head, dismissing her concerns. It's nothing, just a minor inconvenience. However, this ecosystem. He redirected his focus to the expanse of the ecosystem before him, surveying it from above with newfound scrutiny. This time, he concentrated on the ground, examining it with greater diligence. Chapter 128. The enormous gate within the colossal ship. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the boundless expanse of the lush jungle, searching for any suspicious traces. Alongside them, those who had opened the gate had also ventured inside. Xiaoya scanned the surroundings. However, after a thorough examination of the vast forest, Lu Feng found not a single sign of movement. He understood that relying solely on his own eyesight would not suffice in locating their target. I comprehend, Lingya responded. Suspended in midair, her black and white pupils began to shimmer with a blue luminescence, and an invisible wave emanated from her, rapidly spreading outward. Soon, the results emerged. Optical detection, electromagnetic scanning, energy response sensing, and infrared probing all failed to reveal any suspicious entities. Upon receiving this outcome, Lu Feng was not surprised. At that moment, he inadvertently glanced back. To his astonishment, he beheld a faintly discernible colossal gate hovering in the sky behind him. The space surrounding the gate seemed to fold in on itself, heavily obscured, rendering the gate ethereal and elusive. This very gate was the one through which Lu Feng had entered, and he now stood directly beneath it. Lingya, can you see that gate? Lingya nodded, though a hint of confusion accompanied her affirmation. I can only observe it within the optical spectrum, yet through other detection methods. It feels as though that gate and its surrounding space do not exist. It's as if that area has been excavated, entirely separate from this world. Another application of spatial technology. Could it be a 6th-level civilization? It was evident that the immense gate employed spatial techniques, undoubtedly the methods utilized by the builders of this colossal ship. Lu Feng cast a deep gaze at the gate, cautioning Lingya against approaching it recklessly. Suddenly, a flock of avian-like creatures with wings resembling those of birds swooped down from the distant mountains, though their overall structure bore resemblance to birds. Their fearsome appearance and nearly 3-meter wingspan rendered them intimidating. These creatures, seemingly startled, flew frantically towards the colossal gate. Yet, as they neared a certain proximity to the gate, they vanished without a trace. From Lu Feng's perspective, he had previously observed multiple small black dots, but now, there was nothing at all. Lingya's expression grew slightly grave. Those creatures did not simply disappear. They were utterly obliterated, down to the molecular level, reverting to the most fundamental structure of matter. Lu Feng nodded, realizing that until they deciphered the spatial anomaly surrounding the gate, it was wise to maintain a safe distance. Clearly, the architects of the colossal ship had no intention of allowing anyone to traverse this gate indiscriminately. The space surrounding the gate likely required some form of permission for safe passage. For instance, those who had entered through the gate possessed something highly suggestive of such permission. They needed to locate those individuals. Lu Feng was uncertain about the true extent of the world within this colossal ship, but it was evident that without finding those individuals, there would be no means of exiting through the gate. Contemplating this, Lu Feng felt an insatiable yearning for spatial technology. Had he possessed the technology of space, or even made substantial progress in its research, he would not currently find himself trapped within the confines of the colossal vessel. The ticket to a 6th-level civilization. Lu Feng understood that mastery of spatial technology was imperative. He reached out through the ocean of consciousness to Il, who was still in Silver Star City. Il, remain concealed and do not let the theocratic nation discover you. We may be unable to escape from the giant ship for the time being. Understood. I will prepare for confrontation and safeguard Silver Star City, Il's calm voice responded, bringing Lu Feng a measure of reassurance. Suddenly, Lingya interjected, something is approaching swiftly, and turned her gaze toward a particular direction. That direction was the mountains from which the avian-like beings had previously come. From beyond the mountains, a group of humanoid figures riding those avian creatures emerged. These beings appeared remarkably similar to the humans as Lu Feng knew them. They stood upon the backs of the birds, 6 creatures carrying 12 individuals, drawing closer to Lu Feng and Lingya beneath the immense gate. Instinctively, Lingya assumed a combat stance, vigilant against the approaching avian beings. Should they show any signs of hostility, she could eliminate them and their riders from a distance within mere seconds. However, Lingya's expression soon shifted to one of subtle intrigue. She parted her lips to speak. They are kneeling on the backs of the birds, their entire bodies pressed against the feathers, as if they are bowing to us. Lu Feng was taken aback by this revelation and gestured for Lingya to draw nearer. Chapter 129. The City of Steam, the Great Messenger. After millennia, you have finally re-emerged. The figure kneeling upon the back of a bird uttered some form of language. Yet with the assistance of Il, the translated meaning was directly conveyed into Lu Feng's mind. A messenger? Lu Feng's expression remained unfazed as he nodded to the group. Utilizing Il's abilities, he instructed Lingya to relay the translated words. An unexpected occurrence has transpired. We have entered a peculiar region. He shifted his tone, choosing not to elaborate further, instead inquiring, it has been a long time since my last visit. What is the current state of affairs here? Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, the individuals exchanged glances, cautiously eyeing the half-biological, half-crystalline fairy warrior behind him, before finally responding. Great Messenger, the situation within the Order is far from optimistic. We have traversed these endless plains for a millennium, yet we have yet to see an end. A significant portion of our members now question the foretold catastrophe, and some. Previously we could suppress such doubts, but now we find ourselves increasingly powerless. Observing their troubled expressions, Lu Feng nodded, indicating, take me to see. The kneeling figures upon the bird's back were instantly filled with exuberance. Thank you, esteemed messenger, for your willingness to contravene the regulations to aid us. We swear by the name of the Order, this shall be the only exception. Lu Feng felt a twinge of alarm. He had nearly failed in impersonating this so-called messenger. Messengers are bound by regulations. Fortunately, these individuals did not pursue this matter further. The reunion after countless years had shattered many constraints. It appeared that the place they referred to as the Order was plagued by significant issues. They had no time to concern themselves with the so-called regulations. The avian-like creatures they called swift birds, guided by several individuals clad in rudimentary garments, turned and flew toward the mountains beyond. Lu Feng signaled for Lingya to follow. Thus, the group ventured further into the mountains, distancing themselves from the colossal gate suspended in the air, until it diminished into a mere dot. They traversed countless undulating hills beneath their feet. Upon reaching the edge of the mountain range, the outermost peaks descended steadily, ultimately transforming into lush, verdant forests. Before the forest, a city emanating steam stood majestically amidst the greenery. Its scale was sufficient to accommodate a population of at least 1 million, with colossal iron constructs visible everywhere. A long-armed iron machine hoisted more than a dozen logs, its gears whirring amidst the billowing steam, lifting the timber from the forest to the awaiting steam train. The multi-car steam train sprawled like a dragon across the tracks cleared within the forest, its engine directed toward the heart of the city. The cargo cars were nearly half filled, eagerly awaiting completion before departing. The thunderous steam generators, mineral crushers, and steam-driven vehicles. The entire city was a veritable steam utopia. a fusion of steel and steam that momentarily transported Lu Feng back to Earth a century ago. Yet, this place is not solely defined by the thunderous steam machines. Above the city, there are also individuals riding the swift birds. However, their gazes upon the steam machines scattered throughout the city are far from amicable. Yet, when a flock of swift birds approaches from beyond the city limits, their expressions instantly transform into welcoming smiles. Bishop Taunt, you have returned from your patrol quite early today. They greet him with joviality, but upon noticing Ling Ya and Lu Feng encircled at the center, their faces shift to expressions of astonishment. The one referred to as Bishop Taunt stands behind one of the swift birds, clad in a black robe. Such grand avians are typically piloted by those in the front row, while the rear is reserved for individuals of higher status within the city. Lu Feng silently observes everything around him. Bishop Taunt solemnly nods to the approaching colleagues and promptly reports to the Archbishop, requesting the convening of a council. The great messenger has returned. After a brief moment of shock, the bewildered colleagues immediately nod in agreement, following Taunt's directives. While they linger for a moment, countless pairs of eyes from below the city are drawn to the uniquely shaped Ling Ya. The semi-crystalline, semi-biological form glimmers with resplendent colors under the natural light, resembling the most precious and rare of gems. And then there is Lu Feng, adorned in peculiar attire. The citizens of the city predominantly wear simple garments, but those seated behind the 6 swift birds beside Lu Feng don at least dignified robes adorned with golden patterns. As the people observe Lu Feng and his companions, Lu Feng reciprocates the scrutiny. He notes that while their gazes towards the sky are laced with curiosity, they also harbor an intricate array of emotions. Most of the populace glance at the sky a few times before returning to their tasks, primarily revolving around the steam machines, while a select few continue to gaze upward, with some even vanishing from sight. Bishop Taunt, it seems the atmosphere in the city is somewhat amiss. Sensing this disquiet, Lu Feng is the first to inquire of Bishop Taunt. The bishop offers a faint smile of resignation, not concealing the truth. I have no intention to deceive you, great messenger. The issues at hand have surpassed our capacity to resolve, which is why your assistance is even more essential. I am certain the Archbishop will be most pleased to learn of your arrival, and he will convene the council in his name, hoping to draw upon your wisdom. As they speak, the group continues their flight towards a towering stone structure at the heart of the city. As they pass a street, a shadow from a corner reveals a weapon, dark as if forged from iron, aimed at the sky. At the sound of an unknown command, the weapon emits a resounding blast that reverberates through the street. The sudden explosion startles the 6 swift birds. Fortunately, the pilots at the front are seasoned experts, quickly calming the creatures. However, the ensuing events prove to be far more intricate. Figures clad in simple garments, but wielding weapons emerge from every direction, filling the cobblestone street and the rooftops of wooden structures. The expression on Bishop Taunt's face shifted dramatically, and before he could utter another word to Lu Feng, a shout erupted from the ground below. Bishop Taunt, remain still and refrain from any actions, or you shall find yourselves turned to Swiss cheese in an instant. Bishop Taunt's complexion paled, yet he ultimately refrained from making any movements. These individuals were the extremists among the dissenters. Great messenger, you need not worry. The Order's guardians will arrive shortly. He intended to buy time with these radicals. Regaining his composure, Bishop Taunt raised his voice to address the crowd below. It is the Order that has guided you away from the calamities of millennia past, which has led to the prosperity you now enjoy. How dare you attempt to sever the guidance of the Order? Your actions will only plunge everyone into disaster. Behold, behind me stands the great messenger. After 10,000 years, the great messenger has descended once more. The Order is indeed correct. Bishop Taunt extended his arms, fervently wishing to present Ling Ya and Lu Feng to all, as evidence of his claims. Yet, apart from his colleagues, none among the throng below reacted to his words. I refuse to believe in any messenger. Setting aside the question of their existence, they have abandoned us for so many years. Why should we trust them again? A voice, echoing a previous sentiment, rang out again as a robust man clad in simple cloth stepped forward. His gaze was icy, fixed upon the robed Bishop Taunt and his companions. If you intend to delay for the Order's guardians, I fear your calculations will falter. As his words faded, the thunderous roar of the city's steam machinery was replaced by the sound of cannon fire. With each shot, flames erupted throughout the city. Figures clad in simple garb, wielding weapons, surged forth from all directions, advancing toward the opulent stone edifices at the city's heart, shielded by the cacophony of gunfire. Upon witnessing this, Bishop Tongta's face contorted in sheer terror, as if confronted with an unimaginable calamity. He felt the end was nigh. Your actions will obliterate all our efforts spanning millennia. Without the Order's protection, you are nothing, he shouted in a fit of rage, urging the riders of the swift birds to ascend and flee. The burly man below let out a cold snort and waved his hand. With the first gunshot, a swarm of tiny, swift shadows surged forth from the barrels into the air, enveloping Lu Feng and Ling Ya as well. Chapter 130. Are there truly divine messengers? At this moment, Bishop Tongta's attention was consumed by the swift, shadowy figures flitting about, his eyes wide with terror. Despite his aversion to these modern contraptions, their destructive power was undeniable. A mere iron projectile, no larger than a fingernail, laden with dark powder, was sufficient to take the life of an adult. Even the clergy, adept in prayer, could not fend off such peril. The onlookers below, armed and ready, regarded Bishop Tongta and his companions with expressions akin to those reserved for the deceased. The burly man shook his head, recognizing that these obstinate cultists were beyond reason. Annihilation was their only path. Yet, in the next instant, the natural light streaming from above dimmed. Within the collective gaze of those present, a distorted, spherical space appeared in midair. This orb, resembling a muted sun, ensnared all bullets aimed skyward, halting their momentum as they breached its threshold. Lingxi swung his right arm, raised to his left shoulder, and the projectiles cascaded to the ground. The sight left the robust man aghast. What was this? It defied the very laws of nature. How could the kinetic energy of a bullet be stripped away in the absence of a medium? What material constituted that shadowy sphere? The burly man trembled, pondering whether such beings as messengers truly existed. The legendary emissaries, dispatched by the Creator, were said to lead humanity towards civilization and prosperity, shielding them from calamity. Yet, millennia had passed, and save for the stubbornness of the cult, no one remembered such tales. Both messengers and deities were but ethereal illusions. Ling Yao pursed her lips, her demeanor icy. The curved wings behind her unfurled slowly, their 2-meter span evoking the majesty of a celestial being, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that was almost blinding. Witnessing this, Bishop Tongta fell to his knees atop the swift bird. Great messenger, great messenger, great messenger, he exclaimed, and alongside him, 6 cult members fervently knelt in reverence. Ling Ya cast a frigid gaze over the armed populace below, and the wings behind her detached, transforming into flat, conical floating cannons. These cannons swirled around her like ethereal sprites. Lu Feng quietly commanded, "Teach them a lesson." The floating cannons immediately dispersed, their movements so swift and elusive that others could scarcely perceive their afterimages. 6 floating cannons surged towards the armed civilians on the street. In an instant, the cannons passed by, severing the long-barreled firearms in the hands of the civilians. This is... The burly man swallowed hard. Though diminutive in size, the operational principles and methods of attack behind these floating cannons surpassed his comprehension. It was nearly unfathomable how such compact devices could house steam engines and intricate gears for power. In his eyes, they represented an existence that defied all logic and convention. Yet today, under the gaze of countless witnesses, he appeared resplendently. Those surrounding him were even more disheveled, with some trembling and casting aside their weapons, and others having already knelt in reverence. The messenger of the divine. Indeed, the messenger of the divine exists. Only such a being could manifest such miracles. The burly man cleared his throat, struggling to suppress his admonitions. Foolishness! How can there be a messenger of the divine? Do not be deceived. This is merely an illusion conjured by the cult. However, the crowd around him remained indifferent, scarcely responding to his outburst. At this moment, Lu Feng, accompanied by Ling Ya, gracefully approached him. Upon witnessing the two, the burly man instinctively took a step back, against the backdrop of the fairy warrior's ethereal silver wings. Lu Feng's visage appeared even more imposing and fearsome. Although the burly man did not observe any extraordinary abilities displayed by this so-called messenger, the girl adorned with otherworldly crystals and wings standing beside him commanded his utmost apprehension. Is he the one in charge? Ling Ya inquired, casting a glance at the burly man before speaking in a tongue they could comprehend. The burly man watched as the messenger's lips moved, yet the sounds that emerged were incomprehensible to him, heightening his anxiety. Unexpectedly, The girl behind the messenger articulated familiar phrases. Upon understanding, he immediately shook his head. No, I merely oversee the intercepting squad, tasked with halting the clerics bound for Stone City. After a moment's hesitation, he continued. The one in charge must be attacking Stone City now. It serves as the cult's stronghold. If we seize it, the entire city will fall under our control. It's not that we hold you in disrespect. It's just that we wish to resist the cult. Please, let us meet with the one in charge. Lu Feng had no intention of wasting further time on him, nor did he care for his words. Upon hearing this, the burly man pondered briefly, realizing he had no choice but to nod, as the current circumstances left him no room for dissent. Lu Feng gestured to Cardinal Tongta and the others above, signaling them to descend. Without hesitation, Cardinal Tongta and his companions approached the street, their faces adorned with reverence as they bowed to Lu Feng. Gratitude to the great messenger. Lu Feng waved his hand. We proceed to Stone City. Under the burly man's direction, the armed civilians gathered behind Lu Feng and Lingya. Regardless of their beliefs regarding the so-called messenger, they possessed no means to resist against the crystalline girl with wings. Understanding this profoundly, the burly man suppressed his myriad of doubts deep within. Instructing others to encircle the clerics of the cult, Lu Feng paid little heed to his inner turmoil, while Cardinal Tongta and his companions remained steadfast in their belief of divine protection, stepping confidently among the armed civilians. Thus, this peculiar procession advanced towards the stone edifices at the heart of the city. Along the way, armed civilians were visible everywhere, raising their weapons against those clad in the cult's garb. Upon encountering Lu Feng and his companions, they initially presumed that a multitude of captives had been taken. However, as their gaze fell upon the resplendent, half-crystalline, half-biological winged maiden at the forefront, they were rendered speechless, halting their actions in astonishment. Several bullets, surreptitiously fired from the shadows, were abruptly immobilized mid-flight by the dimly radiant gravitational field surrounding Lingya, their kinetic energy dissipating in an instant, transforming into a force of attraction. Subsequently, they were imbued with reversed kinetic energy, hurtling back toward their original trajectory. After a few muffled grunts, the armed civilians lurking in the shadows fell silent. Lu Feng addressed the burly man, asserting that if further innocent casualties were to be averted, it was incumbent upon him to persuade them accordingly. The robust man, feeling a sense of helplessness, was not the overall commander and lacked the authority to direct everyone. Witnessing the loss of his own men, he too was averse to this grim spectacle. Consequently, he stepped forward to counsel his comrades. Although he could not guarantee complete success, he resolved to do all within his power. The street ahead had been overtaken by armed civilians following the fierce battle. This rebellion had been meticulously planned, and they were thoroughly prepared. Apart from the direction of Stone City, most areas had readily succumbed to their control. The burly man guided his group to the street leading towards Stone City. The entrance was cluttered with discarded, rusted steel debris, leaving only a narrow passage for passage. Behind the piled steel constructs stood a squad of over 30 armed civilians. Upon noticing the approaching figures, these civilians first grew tense, but upon recognizing their own, they exhaled in relief. Yet, when Lu Feng and Lingya came into view, their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment, akin to that of the previous armed civilians upon their initial sighting of Lingya. The commander among them regained his composure first, initially intent on ordering his men to fire. However, the burly man accompanying Lu Feng intervened, exclaiming, "Halt! Do not fire, they are not affiliated with the cult." Seeing the burly man alongside his similarly armed comrades, the squad stationed behind the steel constructs ultimately refrained from opening fire, prompting a sigh of relief from the burly man, thankful for the absence of further casualties. Yet, in the next moment, a voice resonated from the opposite side. "While we are unaware of your circumstances, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, we must insist that you keep your distance. Since Stone City has fallen into our hands, we cannot permit your passage at this critical juncture." Upon hearing these words, the burly man's heart leapt into his throat. Chapter 131. The Great Transformation of Stone City. As anticipated, a ghostly figure vanished, only to reappear behind the towering steel structure across the way. The long wings, reflecting a silvery hue, along with the exceptionally enchanting crystal, resembled a magnificent harbinger of death. Lingya unleashed a searing blade from her hand, and before the group could react, the blade had already struck their weapons one after another. With a resonant hum of cutting, Those steel-forged arms were severed with the ease of paper, their edges marked by fiery crimson. The hissing sound of the white smoke caused those who wielded the weapons to freeze in place, and once they regained their senses, they were so terrified that they promptly discarded the remnants of their shattered arms onto the ground. The plasma cutting blade delivered an overwhelmingly dimensional blow against these individuals of lesser technological prowess. The sword, formed by the ejected high-temperature plasma, shone like a radiant dawn, instilling dread in the hearts of all who clutched their broken firearms. The blade had merely grazed their weapons. Had it struck their bodies, it would surely have resulted in instant annihilation. Some, lost in such thoughts, even faintly sensed the charred scent of severed limbs, causing them to tremble and abruptly cease their macabre imaginings. The group of rebels stationed at the street corner exchanged uncertain glances, ultimately none daring to advance and attack Lingya. At this moment, the burly man beside Lu Feng bellowed, "Clear the way. The envoy must pass to Stone City." With the first individual relinquishing their weapon, gradually they all cast aside their now useless broken guns, silently making way. The leader of the rebels, infuriated, roared in defiance. "You fools, do not yield. Return to your positions. Even without weapons, we shall fight to the last with our fists." His incessant shouting persisted. Yet the movements of those around him quickened, clearing the obstructive steel constructs from their path. Only the enraged rebel leader remained defiantly in the center. Lu Feng was the first to stride past him. All eyes in the vicinity converged upon the two, as well as the silver-winged maiden observing coldly from a short distance. As the black-haired, black-eyed figure approached, the leader's fury seemed to evaporate, gradually dissipating into an unsettling chill and confusion within his heart. Ultimately, he refrained from making any move, clenching his teeth tightly. Regardless of whether this envoy was genuine, before the phantasmagorical girl, he found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. Lu Feng traversed calmly past these individuals, and one after another, they hesitated briefly before following suit. After a moment of indecision, the rebel leader, stamping his foot in frustration, clenched his fist and trailed behind. As Lu Feng moved through the throng, he drew ever closer to Stone City. Upon arriving before the imposing gate, constructed of white bricks and large enough for a single person, they beheld the formidable entrance, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, being relentlessly assailed by countless attacks. Yet, none left a mark upon its surface. The material of the gate was akin to wood, yet bore a hint of metallic texture. Upon encountering two unwelcome visitors amidst the battleground, the assailants nearby stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Following these two individuals were companions who should have remained outside. How could they? Had they perhaps betrayed us? Impossible. Their loyalty was no less than that of any among us. They would never turn traitor. As astonishment painted the faces of all present, the imposing gates of the Stone City, which had remained unyielding for so long, began to creak open slowly. A darkened chasm widened before the eyes of the gathered crowd, as if the city itself recognized the arrival of these figures and welcomed them with open arms. Those trailing behind Lu Feng were engulfed by a sense of reverent astonishment. Bishop Tangta and others knelt in homage. The lingering doubts and flickers of hope harbored by the remaining onlookers began to dissipate. The rebel forces surrounding the Stone City exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the events transpiring before them, which had transcended their expectations entirely. The dome above, adorned with a colossal bell, began to resonate without a breeze, its sonorous toll echoing throughout the city. The surrounding gunfire gradually subsided, drawing the attention of all within the vicinity towards this singular moment. Witnessing this, Lu Feng could not help but smile. It seemed that someone within the Stone City awaited their arrival. He decided to step through the now fully opened 3-meter gate. As he moved, every eye in the vicinity swallowed hard, gripping their rifles tightly. The leaders of the rebel squads received urgent orders from the messengers: remain stationed, refrain from firing. Thus, under the watchful gaze of all, Lu Feng and the closely following Lingya vanished into the shadows of the gate. The gates of the Stone City slammed shut with a resounding thud, causing every observer's heart to skip a beat. Who was that man? And who was the strange, angelic woman who accompanied him? These questions loomed large in the minds of the majority. Once inside the Stone City, Lu Feng's vision swiftly acclimated to the darkness. Within the dimly lit space, massive stone pillars, thick enough for several to embrace, were adorned with flickering candles. The undulating candlelight stretched forth, illuminating a pathway lined with clergy members clad in robes, who knelt in reverence. At the center of this assembly, a straight path was cleared leading to the front. Lu Feng proceeded slowly, drawing nearer to the steps ahead. Atop 3 steps lay the altar, upon which rested an indistinct creature, its form elusive and ever-changing, defying memory. The surrounding space seemed to radiate a faint glow, warping gently. Before the altar, a grand and ornately decorated chair of dark wood was occupied by a figure swathed in a magnificent crimson robe. All the clergy, including the foremost cardinals, bowed in deference to this presence, whose status was akin to that of a pope in traditional ecclesiastical hierarchy. Lu Feng shifted his gaze towards this figure. A momentary look of astonishment crossed his face. It was a visage of mechanized nature. This was the mechanical pope. The mechanical pope stood like an ancient statue, its solemn steel visage unchanging for eons, fixedly gazing at Lu Feng. A flicker of blue light sparkled in its eyes. A lifeless, indifferent mechanical voice resonated throughout the vast expanse of the stone city. Biological authentication successful. Entry to the control layer permitted. Upon hearing this pronouncement, the 10 or so red-robed bishops in the front row displayed expressions of utter bewilderment. However, before they could react, a violent tremor shook the stone city, causing it to convulse dramatically. Like an earth-shattering quake, everyone was unable to maintain their footing. Outside the city, countless onlookers beheld the once stationary landmark, the stone city. Now in motion, the magnificent structure resembled a slowly tilting mountain, gradually descending towards the horizon. Not only the onlookers, but also the hidden residents within the city were startled by the commotion. The rumbling sensation approached, spreading throughout the entire city. What was happening? Was the earth collapsing? No. The scriptures of the order had long declared that the underground was the true holy realm, and our world merely an illusory facade. This was the imminent return of the true holy kingdom. Some, in fervent devotion, knelt down, adhering to the age-old traditions of the order, praying for a response from the authentic holy realm, while some commoners, who were either unfamiliar with the scriptures or skeptical of the order's dominion, may not have believed such proclamations. The relentless tremors persisted, and the towering stone city, constructed of white bricks, was visibly descending in their sight. Amidst their astonishment, they began to accept the notion. Instantly, waves of citizens collapsed to the ground as if swept by a gale through reeds. The armed rebels were equally astonished, their shock reaching unprecedented levels. Among them, Bishop Taunt was particularly exhilarated, gesticulating wildly and exclaiming affirmations of the unfolding events. Had he not appeared quite composed just moments before, he might have been deemed mad. The leader of the rebels was utterly flabbergasted. He had never heard of the stone city descending. This catastrophic scene, if not witnessed firsthand, he would have deemed impossible. The stone city slowly descended like a curtain falling, until it was completely submerged underground, the city's surface concealing the pinnacle of the stone city. Chapter 132. Entering the control level yet, the stone city continued its descent, showing no signs of halting. The cavern surrounding its descent was already densely surrounded, rendering it impenetrable. Within the stone city, the violent tremors caused Lu Feng to stagger momentarily before regaining his balance. The trembling hall and the fading light outside made Lu Feng comprehend the implications of the mechanical pope's words regarding permission to enter the control level. The cardinals, who had maintained their kneeling posture behind him, now gathered around, scrutinizing Lu Feng with unabashed curiosity, as if he were an alien. Who exactly are you? How many millennia have passed? No one under the church's dominion has ever passed the trial. We are the forsaken populace. Is this truly real? Is the underground the genuine Holy Land? Does the Holy Land truly exist? If it does, then are the calamities also real? Yet, why have we found no trace of disaster in our explorations thus far? Or perhaps those outside today are the calamities. Are we the very embodiment of disaster? A cacophony of elderly voices filled the air as they chattered animatedly before Lu Feng, reminiscent of retired gentlemen conversing and exercising at the base of a building. However, the profound reverence reflected in the eyes of the other clerics towards these elders revealed the nobility of their status. Lingya stood beside Lu Feng, deftly creating a space between him and the elders. As a bodyguard, she had become quite adept without needing explicit direction from Lu Feng. Lu Feng refrained from addressing the myriad of disordered inquiries from the elders, responding instead, "By your own definition, should I not be the envoy?" He noted that, unlike Bishop Tang, these elders did not refer to him as the envoy. Rather, they questioned his identity. Upon hearing this, One elder sprang up in excitement. An envoy is not someone like you. Envoys are fundamentally different from us, yet you look exactly like us. A playful expression crossed Lu Feng's face. The elder, thinking Lu Feng was angered, quickly added with trepidation, No, 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 I did not mean to offend you. I meant from a logical standpoint. I got too excited and forgot the organizational decorum. He discreetly assessed the fully armed Lingya beside Lu Feng, whose fierce gaze made it evident that she was not to be trifled with. In such close proximity, he realized he could lose his head in an instant. You are also quite remarkable, the elder stammered, though he meant it in a sense distinct from the envoy's grandeur. Lu Feng understood that those involved in religion often shrouded their truths in mystery, thus he chose not to press further. Once the Stone City reached the so-called control level, he would witness it firsthand. The Stone City rumbled as it descended, with all awaiting in anticipation. In contrast to the fervent excitement of the cardinals, Lu Feng maintained a calm demeanor, imbued with a sense of scrutiny. During this time, he continued to observe the cardinals closely, and upon closer inspection, he realized that while they bore a striking resemblance to humans, at first glance, there appeared to be no discernible differences. Yet the unintentional tilting of the heads of several cardinals revealed to Lu Feng the presence of delicate, gill-like lines behind their ears. As they spoke, these lines rhythmically opened and closed, reminiscent of fish breathing. Although Lu Feng felt a slight surprise, he did not reveal his emotions. As time passed, the thunderous Stone City finally came to a halt. The mechanical Pope, seated upon a high redwood chair, emitted a beam of blue light from his eyes, which shot forth like an arrow toward the grand gates of the Stone City. The blue light unfurled like a scanner, weaving across the gates in an intricate pattern. A layer of shimmering blue light, akin to rippling water, enveloped the gates. Thereafter, the mechanical Pope maintained his posture, remaining utterly still. Lu Feng gazed at the gates cloaked in blue ripples, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes as he approached the entrance alongside Lingya. The cardinals and clergy watched anxiously, each step Lu Feng took toward the gates eliciting a palpable tension, yet none dared to move. They swallowed nervously as Lu Feng reached the threshold. Lingya was the first to extend her hand toward the blue, water-like ripples, and to her astonishment, her fingers passed entirely through the area where the gate's solid form should have been. It was as if the blue ripples led to another realm, safe and passable. A glimmer of data streams flickered in Lingya's eyes, and calculations confirmed the safety beyond. Lu Feng nodded, and under Lingya's protection, they stepped through the aqueous blue ripples. Behind them, the cardinals, who had long awaited this moment with bated breath, surged forward, only to collide against the gate. As unyielding as stone, the icy sensation served as a stark reminder that the gates were impenetrable, despite the blue ripples still undulating on the surface. Though the entrance was tantalizingly close, it felt as insurmountable as a chasm. How could this be? Murmured an aged cardinal, his features aging 10 years in that instant, the wrinkles on his face becoming more pronounced. We clearly saw him enter. It cannot be that we cannot follow. It is impossible. Are we truly destined to be forsaken subjects? As Lu Feng traversed the blue light ripples, the world before him transformed dramatically in the blink of an eye. This must be the control layer? He felt as though he had merely passed through an unremarkable door, entirely unaware of the monumental changes surrounding him. Before him lay a vast, desolate corridor, gleaming in silvery white. Suspended on either side were enigmatic devices designed with graceful, curved forms, which, when operational, would undoubtedly exude an aura of advanced technology. Yet now, it lay eerily silent, resembling a coffin devoid of life. The corridor stretched endlessly ahead, utterly deserted. Lu Feng glanced back at the faint blue light passage hovering behind him, then proceeded forward with Lingya. The control layer, which had eluded the clergy of the Stone City for so many years, was undoubtedly far more significant than the ecological zone. Herein may lie a means to return to the city of silver stars. The corridor was not extensive, and Lu Feng soon arrived at its exit. Beyond the threshold lay a more expansive realm, illuminated by an ethereal light cascading from above. Stepping forth from the corridor, Lu Feng followed the radiance to discern the nature of this grand space. It was a magnificent hollow expanse, with no visible end above or below. At regular intervals, circular platforms were arranged like links in a chain. Lu Feng found himself standing upon one such platform. Gazing into the distance, he observed that this circular tier extended outward, converging at a far-off point that was barely distinguishable as mere dots. Behind the platform, numerous corridors opened, identical to the one from which he had emerged. The exit of the corridor he had traversed bore unfamiliar, yet systematic lettering. Noticing Lu Feng's gaze linger, Lingya took the initiative to translate. Ecological Zone C, Sector 8841. Lu Feng then turned his attention to the exits on either side. Ecological Zone C, Sector 8840. Ecological Zone C, Sector 8842. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Feng's face. The numbering alone suggested the vastness of the ecological zone. This vessel, this super-colossal ship, hundreds of times larger than a typical star, stretching a staggering 30 million kilometers, could harbor wonders beyond anyone's imagination within its ecological environment. Lu Feng observed a silvery object standing before an ecological zone exit not far from his current position. He instructed Lingya to mark the spot and proceeded in that direction. It was a metallic plate, refined to a thickness akin to that of a sheet of paper, inscribed with intricate text. Ecological Zone C, Sectors 7999 to 8999 housed the Deltans, a species that became extinct 300,000 years ago in the Orion arm of the Milky Way, discovered on a planet that had significantly regressed. This planet, overexploited, had exhausted its resources available to primitive civilizations, and its position had begun to drift toward its star, with temperatures rising by 50 degrees every 10,000 years. We uncovered the Deltan's final remnants 300 kilometers underground. Based on the genetic material obtained from the remains, we conducted replication experiments within the ecological zone. The Deltans exhibited characteristics common to most humanoid civilizations: intelligence, societal formation through individual entities, lack of collective consciousness, and limited cognitive development alongside diminished physical strength. However, their unique social structure rendered them the optimal subjects for studying non-civilizational collective religious consciousness to explore how they were influenced by religion and how it transformed them in the absence of a collective civilizational awareness. Beneath this inscription was a segment emphasized in bold, black lettering. Do not publish the Deltan's thesis under sociology. Please submit it to the psychology section on collective religion. Chapter 133. The Amba Sleeping Palace. As Lu Feng listened to Lingya translating the bold text, he couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscent of the days spent with colleagues crafting academic papers back on Earth. Yet, gazing upon the vast, desolate circular platform, devoid of life, and the hollow space layered above and below, a wave of melancholy and chill washed over him. Even a civilization powerful enough to construct such a colossal vessel had vanished. What calamity had befallen them, leaving them stranded in hyperspace? Was this truly a tomb? A sense of unease stirred within Lu Feng. He felt compelled to hasten his quest to find the route back to Silver Star City, for this place was suffocatingly silent. His eyes swept across the circular platform. Aside from the entrances to the ecological zones lining the walls, a 1-meter-wide platform lay in the center, leading to a seemingly bottomless passageway resembling an abyss. The platform and the hollow corridor were separated by a low silver-white wall, barely reaching half a person's height. However, Lu Feng noticed that in certain areas, the wall abruptly lacked sections, leaving gaps of 2 to 3 meters. He approached one of these gaps with Lingya to investigate. Standing at the opening, Lu Feng realized that a single step forward would plunge him into the hollow passage below. Nonetheless, he knew that the builders of this super dreadnought would not have created a dead end. There must have once been special mechanisms here, facilitating swift and convenient movement for the researchers. Otherwise, with the sheer number of ecological zones, the researchers would have been lost in their search for identification numbers. Just as Lingya, with a keen investigative gaze, sought potential clues, she suddenly noticed unusual activity 8 circular platforms away from them. One of the ecological zone entrances on that platform seemed to erupt with a powerful gust of air, accompanied by bright light and fluctuations in the atmosphere. Figures clad in heavy combat armor surged forth. Their crimson armor appeared as a seamless whole, devoid of welding marks, adorned with intricate, bizarre runes and arcs. The craftsmanship was clearly beyond the capabilities of the beings within the ecological zones, yet the style was incongruous with that of the colossal vessel. Lu Feng's thoughts drifted to those who had entered the ecological zone before them, the very individuals whose actions had inadvertently affected Silver Star City, forcing it into hyperspace and bringing it alongside the super dreadnought. As the armored figures intruded, the long silent hollow passageway began to emit a faint blue glow. The control room has been breached without authorization. Activating backup power. Backup power activation failed. Backup power activation failed. Counter-intrusion mechanisms unable to initiate. Gravity center's influence on the control room will soon be removed. All intruding units, please evacuate. Attention! The removal of the gravity center's influence on the control room is imminent. All intruding units, please evacuate. The warning echoed incessantly in Lu Feng's ears, reverberating throughout the hollow passageway. Before Lu Feng could comprehend the implications of removing the center of gravity, he felt his body becoming increasingly buoyant. His hands and feet began to detach from the platform, gradually floating into the air. The gravity here was dissipating, although Lingya was also affected. Her microcurvature engine wings mitigated the impact nearly entirely. Below, several crimson-armored warriors hovered, buoyed by the diminishing gravity. Their gazes were likewise drawn to Lu Feng and Lingya above. Intruders. A deep voice resonated from beneath the armor. A humanoid and a semi-silicon modified entity. They must have traversed the ecosystem's teleportation. It appears they are not native to this biosphere. Capture them. The crimson armor, previously suspended in the air, suddenly erupted with a dazzling ion stream from the jetpack on its back, propelling them toward Lu Feng in a swift motion. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lingya's eyes, which soon transformed into streams of electronic flow as she calculated the trajectories of all the crimson armors. With a slight flap of her wings, she shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Lingya's speed surpassed the adversary's expectations, momentarily stunning the lead crimson armored warrior. In the blink of an eye, she was upon him, her dazzling yet ghostly figure looming large. A chilling, teeth-grating slicing sound echoed in the ears of those present. To her surprise, the plasma cutting blade, which had previously triumphed effortlessly, struggled to cleave the formidable crimson armor before her in two. It penetrated merely 10 centimeters before halting against the shoulder of the armor, prompting her to furrow her brow. The owner of the crimson armor was equally startled. This armor, renowned for its defensive capabilities, had nearly succumbed to an attack that would leave no scratch from the primitive weapons of the ecosystem's creatures. Be cautious, he warned his team members sharply. Yet, once again, he was taken aback as the exquisite girl, a blend of machinery, crystal, and flesh, swiftly recalibrated following her initial failure. The plasma cutting blade struck at the same vulnerable point with lightning speed. This time, the armor could not withstand the onslaught, and the man encased in crimson was swiftly deprived of an arm. The severed limb, still clad in armor, drifted forward, crimson blood gushing from the wound. The intense pain nearly sent the heavy armored warrior into unconsciousness. At that moment, several other armored warriors closed in, attempting to divert Lingya's attention from their injured comrade. Damn it! If it weren't for the spatial shield failing upon entering the biosphere. Be careful. Their combat strength approaches the pinnacle of 4th-level civilization, nearing that of a 5th-level civilization. In terms of individual combat capabilities, even specialized troops of the 5th-level civilization may not match them. Though drenched in sweat from the pain, the rapid injection of medication within the armor quickly dulled his senses. The severed left arm's incision swiftly staunched its bleeding under the influence of medical injections, even revealing delicate silver organisms engaged in the suturing process. Surrounded by a multitude of heavily armored adversaries, Lingya had already devised a strategy within her mind. As long as she could penetrate the thick layer of armor encasing them, there was nothing to fear. However, at that moment, the incessant warning sirens abruptly changed. Attention! The gravitational center's influence on the driving layer will soon be removed. Units under invasion, please evacuate. Backup energy activation. Activation successful. Counter-invasion mechanism initiated. Unauthorized biological entities will soon be transferred to the control zone. Unauthorized biological entities will soon be transferred to the control zone. Upon hearing these words, a foreboding sensation surged within Lu Feng. Xiaoya. Although his voice did not carry far, Lingya instinctively turned to look at Lu Feng. Her sleek metallic wings curled slightly, altering their posture as if to rush towards him. Yet, before she and the surrounding crimson armors could react, a silent wave enveloped everyone present. Lu Feng felt as though he had not moved an inch, yet the surrounding space had transformed entirely. In an instant, he had transitioned from a suspended corridor to an unfamiliar locale. This realization struck him immediately. It was not he who had moved, but the space around him. The same phenomenon had occurred when Silver Star City was swept into hyperspace. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. He found himself within a grand eaves designed for giants, stretching wide enough to accommodate their stature. The opulent chandelier hung so high that he could only perceive its shadow from his vantage point, while lavish, unknown decorations adorned the walls, featuring grotesquely twisted horns and shattered silver spears, trophies seemingly on display. A crimson carpet unfurled beneath his feet, extending to a pair of grand redwood doors towering to the ceiling. Standing before the doors, he felt a profound insignificance. Was this the control zone? To Lu Feng, it felt anything but. It resembled a hall prepared for a guest, awaiting him to push open the imposing doors. Such hospitality, or perhaps guidance, was not typically extended to unauthorized invaders. Lu Feng attempted to contact Il, hoping to reach Linya through her, but received no response. He then glanced once more at the grand doors adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to narrate an epic saga. With a determined step forward, his foot struck the carpet, producing a rhythmic echo. As he approached the doors, they began to automatically swing open, revealing the interior in a slow, deliberate manner, despite the absence of any onlookers. Chapter 134. The repository of spatial technology accompanied by a resounding roar, the immense door, opened to its fullest extent, came to a halt. As Lu Feng stepped through the threshold, he beheld the astonishing scene before him. Enclosed by 3 towering walls, a majestic equilateral pyramid, ascending in tiers, stood at the center. This pyramid, constructed not of stone or wood, but rather resembling an abyssal black metal that seemed to absorb all light, exuded an air of otherworldliness. Each piece of this black metal was a flawless cube, intricately assembled without any gaps, layer upon layer tapering upwards until it reached its pinnacle. At the apex of the black pyramid, radiant starlight emanated forth, dazzlingly reminiscent of the Milky Way. The great door behind Lu Feng thunderously shut as he entered. He surveyed his surroundings. The 3 towering walls soared skyward, leaving a perfectly square expanse above, providing an escape route. From Lu Feng's vantage point, the brilliant starlight cascading from the black pyramid aligned perfectly with the square space above, as if the galaxy had been framed. He gazed intently, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Subtly, he perceived that the starlight within the frame began to stir. It was the Milky Way. At last, Lu Feng comprehended the source of his familiarity. The celestial expanse within the frame depicted the Milky Way, albeit a mere half of it. This truncated version of the galaxy had been severed from its center, leaving only a portion of its vast territory. Within this half of the galaxy, 4 resplendent arms of starlight flowed gracefully, performing a delicate yet constant rotation around the galactic core, positioned at the lower edge of the frame. The largest and most prominent of these arms, seamlessly connected to the core, was the Perseus arm, governed by the 6th-level civilization. Beyond the Perseus arm, at the galaxy's periphery, lay a solitary arm, merely half the length of the Perseus arm, known as the outer arm. Within the bend of the Perseus arm, a smaller arm, only 1/5 the size of its counterpart, lay nestled as if cradled by the embrace of the Virgin, representing the Orion arm, home to the solar system. Opposite the Perseus and Orion arms, another arm of comparable scale to the outer arm was the Carino arm. Every arm of this half-galaxy was encapsulated within the frame. Upon closer inspection, each twinkling star appeared as a genuine celestial body, their exquisite detail evoking awe. Just as Lu Feng became entranced by the spectacle, the once languid flow of the starry river suddenly accelerated. At its previous pace, it would take hundreds, even thousands of years, to witness significant angular changes. Yet, in mere moments, Lu Feng observed the 4 grand arms revolving around the galactic core, as if time above the galaxy had been hastened 1,000-fold. As Lu Feng pondered the source of this transformation, he suddenly noticed an eruption of brilliance emanating from the Orion arm, radiating a light several times more magnificent than before. In an instant, it eclipsed the entire galaxy. The luminosity of the half-galaxy paled in comparison to the splendor of the Orion arm. However, this brilliance was short-lived, swiftly returning to a serene silence, reverting to its original state. Yet, in its wake, a peculiar and eerie black mist began to unfurl. The black mist first manifested in the Orion arm, and as the stars shifted and turned, it spread like dye in a vat. It traversed through the Perseus arm and the ship's bottom arm. Following this trend, it was merely a matter of time before the entire Milky Way would be shrouded in darkness. Beneath this veil, the starlight dimmed. and everything appeared to be draped in a heavy shadow, as if one had entered another realm. As the celestial river within the frame reached this juncture, it seemed as though the play button had been pressed, freezing everything in the moment prior. Lu Feng could not help but savor this experience. What message was the celestial river attempting to convey? If this place were not a controlled zone, and he were the only one to venture here, it suggested that this information was meant to remain undisclosed, intended solely for his eyes. Gazing at the imposing black pyramid, with the celestial map now in suspension, he resolved to explore the apex of the pyramid. Standing before the black structure, each block that formed it was larger than Lu Feng himself. Yet, at his height, he was able to grasp the edges of the blocks. With a slight exertion, he vaulted himself upwards. With the experience of his first ascent, he continued to climb higher. As his movements became increasingly adept, his speed quickened. Unbeknownst to him, he was wholly absorbed in the ascent of this monumental edifice. His eyes were fixed solely on the tip of the pyramid, which emitted a blue glow reminiscent of the celestial river. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Lu Feng finally became aware of it, he was but a step away from the topmost black block. 4 black blocks formed a foundation beneath his feet, with the final block positioned in the center. On that final block, hidden from view, brilliant points of starlight surged forth, surreal and dreamlike. Lu Feng placed his hand on the edge of the last black block, determined to uncover its secrets. With a slight push, he climbed up, and before him, at the very pinnacle of the black pyramid, the source of the dazzling celestial river, a fragment, shapeless and palm-sized, floated quietly. It appeared to be the largest shard of a shattered crystal sphere, translucent and glistening, retaining much of its original form, yet marred by numerous jagged edges, resulting in countless splintered fragments. Lu Feng gazed intently, unable to discern its precise structure, as it seemed to morph with each glance. The palm-sized crystal radiated a faint starlight, and upon closer inspection, the resplendent celestial river above was but a projection of its essence. For this crystal, it could be said to encapsulate the galaxy. Growing ever more curious, Lu Feng leaned closer to the crystalline fragment. Standing atop the black block, surrounded by towering walls, with the celestial river swirling above, he found himself before a crystal that seemed to hold half the galaxy within its depths. An overwhelming sensation washed over him, as if the universe were within reach, and the celestial river could be grasped within the confines of his hand. At the inception of this thought, the crystal had somehow slipped into his grasp. The moment he held it, the once projected resplendent celestial river surged madly into the crystal, enveloping Lu Feng in a torrent of endless starlight. In that instant, he also heard the long-lost voice of Il. Detection of Spatial Technology Library initiated, it conveyed, comprising systematic spatial techniques. Although some damage has occurred and portions have been lost, it remains viable for technological transformation, enabling a direct spatial upgrade. Il's voice was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Master, we have re-established our connection at last. I hadn't anticipated that the communication on the level of consciousness could be so effectively obstructed. I am relieved to find that you are unharmed. Before Lu Feng could respond, Illinois continued in astonishment. This object, in a fleeting moment, it transmitted an immense amount of data to your sea of consciousness. Had I not promptly discerned the restoration of our connection and redirected that data to my core, I shudder to think of the consequences. Lu Feng offered a slight smile. I am indeed grateful to you, Illinois. However, at this moment, my attention is drawn to your initial words. He weighed the nearly weightless fragment of crystal in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Is this space-based technology library the information it uploaded? This truly is an unexpected treasure. Perhaps it is more than that, Illinois assessed, regaining her usual poise. From the visual data received, the galaxy encapsulated within this crystal retains its precision even when magnified 100,000 times. This is a profoundly alarming concept. In a certain sense, the galaxy you hold in your hand could genuinely rival the actual Milky Way. It would not be an exaggeration to claim its existence as real. Are you suggesting that half of the Milky Way has been condensed into this fragment of crystal, and that our galaxy is, in fact, a layered construct? Not entirely. It resembles a meticulously crafted, hyper-realistic supermodel, and it is not current. Based on the existing star charts, the galaxy within the crystal exhibits significant discrepancies when compared to the true Milky Way. Regrettably, the data we possess is insufficient. Otherwise, we could pinpoint its historical period by tracking the evolution of specific celestial bodies and the birth and demise of colossal stars. Lu Feng nodded in understanding. Coupled with the vivid scene he had previously witnessed, the dazzling galaxy unfolding before him ignited a flurry of new thoughts. As he contemplated this, Il was the first to report regarding the technology parsed from the space-based technology library. I have identified two options of the highest priority, the foldable shield and the misaligned spear blade. Lu Feng's interest was piqued. Can I utilize them? Not you. But Lingya's decaying core can. However, she is currently facing some difficulties. I can locate her, but I cannot establish contact. I require you to meet with her so that I can transmit the method for temporary modification. Chapter 135, Technological Upgrades in Spatial Systems. As Lu Feng engaged in conversation with Il, on the other side, Lingya was entangled in a fierce battle with a group of crimson armored warriors. Despite Lingya's remarkable agility, she narrowly avoided the lethal weapons of these formidable armors on several occasions. However, facing opponents that were 2 to 3 times her size and outnumbered, Lingya found herself in a stalemate. Yet, she was not without her achievements. Her plasma blade had penetrated one of the crimson armors on multiple occasions, and with one more strike, she could sever an arm just as she had done upon their first encounter. However, the adversaries quickly recognized their vulnerability. They coordinated seamlessly, providing cover for one another, preventing Lingya from striking the same spot twice. Under their relentless assault, Lingya was compelled to rely on her speed to evade. Particularly alarming were the extraordinary weapons exhibited by the crimson armors. One possessed an unknown force field generator in its left hand that could momentarily suspend space within a small area. Another wielded a generator capable of creating a collapse akin to that of a black hole, causing a head-sized region to implode, shattering everything within. The speed of this collapse was so swift that even Lingya could scarcely perceive it, given her crystalline structure. Her internal information processing was theoretically near the speed of light. Yet, the rapidity of the collapse was beyond her comprehension, indicating that within its destructive range, one would have no time to react, facing the imminent loss of limbs in an instant. Among the crimson armors, the only one injured was the one whose arm she had severed during their initial encounter. Yet, at this moment, he remained cool and composed, directing the others while constantly shifting positions to prevent Lingya from finding an opportunity to approach him. The formation of the armors was tightly knit, allowing them to support one another without becoming vulnerable to being picked off while pursuing Lingya. And so, the two sides remained locked in this tense standoff. Lingya estimated that her opponents were at least of a 5th or even 6th level civilization. However, the characteristics of the 6 known 6th level civilizations in the galaxy were unmistakable, and these crimson armors bore no discernible markings or traits. It seemed improbable that they belonged to any of those 6 civilizations, at least on the surface. Contemplating this, Lingya regarded the cautiously maneuvering crimson armors with an absence of impatience, instead feeling a growing exhilaration. Since her rebirth and the acquisition of her complete form, she had noticed a gradual dulling of her emotions, with the thrill of combat being one of the few stimuli that could still excite her. Although there were disparities in technology and numbers between them, she resolved to take them down one by one. Before she could finish her thought, the space in front of her suddenly warped, and a figure emerged. Upon seeing Lingya, Lu Feng's initial joy quickly transformed into bewilderment. Damn it! Why am I being teleported into midair again? Fortunately, he was swiftly caught by a pair of cold yet powerful hands. Lingya steadied him, gently lowering him to the ground. At this moment, Illinois whispered to the two, suggesting that the Black Pyramid seemed to serve as a teleportation hub. I am attempting to decipher its internal logic. It is entirely normal for the initial teleportation to be imprecise, as there has been a slight deviation in positioning. Though Lingya felt somewhat perplexed, she recognized that this was not the time for explanations. Lu Feng also took note of the group clad in crimson armored battle suits. Is this the control zone? Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings. It resembled a vast, enclosed chamber, with numerous mechanical remnants and metallic debris floating near the periphery. The appearance of Lu Feng elicited considerable astonishment from the crimson armored figures, particularly the one-armed leader among them, who was engulfed in a state of shock and frenzy. That is, the remaining arm of his battle suit contracted, revealing within it a shard of crystal that refracted a spectrum of colors. Although the shard was diminutive, resembling a fragment detached from a larger crystal, it emanated a captivating azure light at that moment. The reaction of this small fragment was unprecedented, occurring only after the man had teleported in. The one-armed crimson battle suit's breath grew heavier, Though incredulous, he believed that they could not afford to overlook this opportunity, even at the risk of mistakenly eliminating him. The largest fragment of Amba might have appeared. We need not languish in this vast labyrinth searching. Seize that man. Upon uttering these words, the crimson battle suits turned their gaze toward Lu Feng, each of them invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline. Lingya stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Feng, her expression calm and icy. Yet, Lu Feng halted her. Leave a survivor? Lingya glanced back with a hint of inquiry. No, I merely intend to enhance you. Lu Feng extended a finger to touch the silicon crystal embedded in Lingya's forehead, roughly the size of a thumbprint. Guided by IL, torrents of data surged into her mind, akin to a chain linking segments together. The magnitude of this data was such that one could almost perceive substantial white arcs forming within the silicon matrix, unraveling like threads. At that moment, the silicon-based entity within Lingya resonated, erupting with an uncountable number of white data chains as she rapidly processed the incoming information. This provided an opportunity for the crimson battle suits, who, seeing Lingya frozen in a state akin to a system failure, abandoned their mutual cover and charged towards her from their respective positions. Do not concern yourselves with energy. Maximize the power of all weapons in hand. Even if we cannot slay that vanguard, we must delay her. Our target is that man. The distance between the two sides was swiftly diminished by the onslaught of the crimson battle suits. One of them, wielding a position generator capable of momentarily freezing space, fixed his gaze on Lingya, the device primed for activation. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he felt as though the seemingly immobile amalgamation of crystal, machinery, and flesh before him had glanced back at him with its eyes. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt his body grow weightless. He could still see his battle suit. It was merely a headless suit of armor. What? The sudden transformation startled all the crimson armors present. She could clearly withstand 2 strikes. Why would this happen? Lingya sensed that her decaying core had now entered a state of overdrive, and the new configuration had altered her energy distribution significantly, rendering her movements somewhat clumsy. Her right hand, which should have unleashed a burst of blue-purple plasma, now revealed a blade with a dual shadow. The sharpness of this blade surpassed that of plasma by countless degrees. Its most perilous aspect lay in the shadowy double, where the space was misaligned. The misaligned spear blade, a spatial technique only mastered by civilizations of the elementary 6th level, triggered 2 deviations with a value of 0.000001 in space, making these misaligned regions exceedingly lethal. Lingya gazed at her new weapon, her eyes brimming with excitement and a hint of fervor. As the data concerning the misaligned spear blade coursed through her body, her mastery over it became increasingly effortless. In the next moment, the misaligned spear blade silently elongated from half a meter to over a meter, wielded by Lingya like a sword spear. Now, you shall not be able to protect one another. She looked at the remaining crimson armors, and in an instant, she shot forth. A crimson armor armed with an annihilation generator gritted its teeth, advancing instead of retreating, with the generator set to maximum power. In an instant, an area the size of half a person collapsed, and Lingya was right in the midst of it. Witnessing this scene, several crimson armors were momentarily stunned. The negative matter annihilator was activated. Damn the vanguard. Who would have thought we would encounter such a troublesome device here? Fortunately, it could be dealt with. Next, capture that man and take him back to the ship. We shall leave this cursed place directly, allowing those from the church to search outside at their leisure. However, as Lingya collided with the collapsing zone, she did not dissolve as they had anticipated under the negative matter annihilator. Instead, layers upon layers of twisted shields emerged on her body's surface, with light passing through each shield, being folded anew with every layer it traversed. The familiar sight immediately left several crimson armors frozen in place, their minds flooded with terror. Damn, a folding shield? Chapter 136. The Rise of the Black Mist. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Bearing the brunt of the antimatter annihilator with a crumpled shield, Lingya waded through the battlefield like a specter, unleashing a one-sided massacre upon the crimson-armored squad. The last remaining figure in the scarlet armor stood feebly, a severed arm rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, his condition was far from enviable. Lingya placed a foot upon his remaining hand, the armor of his legs having been obliterated, revealing the underlying biological tissue. Beneath the shattered exterior lay a scaly hide of a deep brown hue, with bulging muscles that attested to the formidable physical prowess of its owner. If stripped of his armor, this creature would tower at least twice the height of an average human, capable of besting even a Tyrannosaurus in single combat. Clad in such armor, he could sweep through adversaries with ease. Yet now, he found himself struggling before Lu Feng. Lu Feng approached with deliberate steps, each footfall causing the heart of the disarmed captain to race. Upon reaching him, Lu Feng lifted his visor, revealing a pair of serpent-like eyes. Confronted with this true visage, Lu Feng instructed Il to scour the existing intelligence database for information on this civilization. However, Il reported that following the expansion of the databases from the Sea Spirit and the Celestial Eagle civilizations, they had acquired detailed intelligence on 80% of the Orion civilization, while the remaining 10% consisted of rudimentary data, and the final 10% remained either undiscovered or unclassified, with the information still unknown. As for other spiral arms, they possessed relatively complete intelligence solely regarding their primary civilizations. Nevertheless, no matching species or civilization could be identified upon retrieval. Lu Feng did not express profound disappointment. However, Il then remarked that logical deductions suggested a particular spiral arm predominantly comprised of crawling species, specifically the ship's bottom arm. The term crawling species was translated from a specific designation found in the Sea Spirit Civilizations database, generally describing beings like the one before him, possessing serpent-like eyes, scaly skin, and tails, yet exhibiting a highly advanced form of intelligence akin to upright humanoids. The Sea Spirit Civilization seemed to have some connection to the crawling species, as they held a few records on the subject, though these dated back eons, at least 100,000 years. The vast distance separating the ship's bottom arm from the Orion arm raised questions about how much these details had evolved, the answers to which remained elusive. The ship's bottom arm? Though the information was scant, it sufficed. Lu Feng instructed Lingya to translate. The individuals from the ship's bottom arm wish to invade the crypt to seize fragments? They greatly underestimate the church state, Lu Feng chuckled. The crimson-armored figure's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Lu Feng's face, attempting to imprint the image in his memory. Indeed, you are the contingency left behind by the church state. Damn it, did not your deity, Amba, declare that no one was permitted to enter the tomb without authorization? Huh. Should I interpret this as your desire to incite a sixth-level civilizational war between the ship's bottom arm and the celestial arm? Faced with Lu Feng's inquiry, he remained silent, pausing for a moment before responding. Ha 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 ha, I sense it. The dark mist shall consume you all, not just you, but also her, every being here. This entire vessel, and even the holy nation. Everything shall be engulfed, and even if you possess fragments of Amba, you cannot escape this fate. Lu Feng subtly raised his brow, recalling the celestial chart he had witnessed at the Black Pyramid, which depicted the galaxy gradually being shrouded by the enigmatic dark mist. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a stirring in his heart led to the sudden appearance of a shattered crystal radiating a celestial blue light in his hand. Upon seeing this crystal, the armless squad leader before him became exceedingly agitated. The largest fragment of Amba, handed over to me. Only we can uncover the singular path to salvation and avert total annihilation. Lu Feng scoffed. You need not concern yourself with that. He sensed a subtle resonance emanating from the broken crystal in his grasp. With a nod, Lingya exerted force beneath her feet, and with a jarring sound of metal tearing, the remaining armored arm of the armless captain was finally disassembled. Following this, a smaller shard of crystal floated out from the palm of his hand. This diminutive fragment was significantly smaller compared to the shattered crystal ball in Lu Feng's possession, which bore several gaps, while this smaller piece appeared as if it had broken off from it. The smaller shard drifted directly toward Lu Feng, fitting precisely into one of the indentations. As the two pieces connected, the internal galactic map within the crystal became more complete, its brilliance surpassing its former state. At that moment, Il's voice resonated. It is completing. Wait, this fragment allows me to partially assess the condition of this vessel, but it is far too immense. I can only present a map of your immediate vicinity within a radius of 1 light second. If the main body of the crystal you previously acquired can activate the ship's spatial teleportation system, this smaller shard can provide insight into the internal module layout. Mapping it out. Excellent. Lu Feng stowed the crystal away, while the armless captain's face turned ashen. The Baburia Union Heavy Industries will not spare you. Even with the protection of the holy nation, ha 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 ha. I hear it. The voice of the dark mist. It has been unleashed once more. You shall all perish without a grave. His voice abruptly ceased, as Lingya coldly raised her misaligned spear. Lu Feng gazed upon his lifeless body, contemplating for a moment until Il issued a warning. I have utilized the ship's own systems to locate 2 warships not belonging to this colossal vessel. They may be the origin of this armored squad, the warships of Baburia Union Heavy Industries. It seems they have also locked onto your position and are approaching. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. First, dispose of these bodies and search them for useful information. I am more intrigued by the dark mist they mentioned than by Baburia Union Heavy Industries. Lingya inquired. Will it pose a threat? You need not worry. I shall resolve all threats on your behalf. Il, as your steadfast ally, will assist you in navigating any troubles. And I recommend that we initially disregard any potentially misleading statements from them. However, Lu Feng's countenance was grave. No, for I have witnessed it with my own eyes. His words seemed to find validation, as Il detected something unusual, her voice taking on a peculiar tone, seemingly ensnared in a troubling conundrum. I have discovered something indescribable, infiltrating this colossal vessel. An external incursion? No, it is from within. I have just assessed the operational status of all modules within a light second's range and observed that prior to their cessation, all energy flows converged upon a singular point. This implies that the colossal ship has not lost power. Rather, all energy, including reserves, has been redirected to a common locus. It was only recently that the auxiliary energy was reactivated to awaken this great ship, yet this action has disrupted a delicate balance. Something has erupted from that location. Outside the colossal vessel lies the hyperspace. 3 allied fleets are maneuvering across its surface. This is indeed the vanguard fleet dispatched by the ecclesiastical nation, with the commander of the 33rd Fleet coordinating with the leaders of the other 2 fleets within the flagship's command room. The blessing of Amba has recently undergone a transformation. It seems to be exulting while simultaneously emanating a light that pierces my mind with discomfort. Within mere minutes, I find myself on the brink of torment. I should inquire with the bishop above, for they are the custodians of Amba's blessing, possessing a greater understanding of the implications of such changes than we do. I have already consulted a bishop, who confirmed that this is indeed an unprecedented alteration. Even he cannot comprehend the nature of the upheaval, with the only conjecture being that something has transpired within the tomb. Those wretched crawling creatures beneath the ship, being so deprived of Amba's radiance, should have devolved millions of years ago. Bestowing them with intelligence is one of the gravest errors of cosmic evolution. There is no need for haste. That bishop is already en route with the Crusader Corps. When he arrives, perhaps he will decipher the message conveyed by Amba's blessing. Let us hope it is a favorable one. Chapter 137. The concealed command platform. The warships of the Baburia United Heavy Industries traversed the vast expanse of the ecological sphere. Sailing side by side, these 2 vessels exhibited starkly contrasting designs, and although they sailed in tandem, it was evident that they belonged to different factions. The life signals of the dispatched squad had all extinguished, along with the loss of half of the Amba fragments they had been carrying. Regrettably, the portion containing the internal schematics was among the lost. I had initially hoped that they would guide us from within to the ecological sphere nearest the core of the colossal ship, allowing us to circumvent the authentication system and thus avert the activation of the counter-intrusion mechanism. This was the unfortunate second piece of news. The activation of the counter-intrusion mechanism implied a disruption of the equilibrium within the great vessel. The ominous black mist was poised to be unleashed, threatening to breach the confines of the ship and manifest in the real universe. Master Quinn, you have often depicted the terror of the black mist. I am indifferent to where its emergence may impact. My sole concern lies with what insights Amba and the Holy Kingdom gleaned from their studies of this black mist. Without the acquisition of the Amba shards, we might never see the real universe again. You and I would be doomed to self-destruction, leaving behind only the evidence of our existence in this place. Minister Ashate, do not be hasty. You are aware that Amba is a concept, an assemblage of the civilizational consciousness of the Holy Kingdom. It is the product of all living beings within the kingdom, yet simultaneously, it serves as the very source of life for the kingdom. At first glance, this may seem contradictory, but in reality, Amba and the Holy Kingdom are inextricably linked. They are 2 sides of the same coin. Given that the Holy Kingdom has endured to this day, I suspect that Amba has not perished. What significance does the existence or non-existence of Amba hold for our current predicament? Amba constructed this colossal vessel millennia ago, investing immense resources into establishing a vast ecological system capable of accommodating millions of civilizations in mutual development. Even after Amba's demise, the ecological sphere remains the only intact aspect of this great ship. Everything within the ecological sphere continues to operate as it has for ages, undeniably highlighting its paramount importance to Amba. You imply that, since the initial plan has failed and the counter-intrusion mechanism has been activated, we need not pursue the whereabouts of the Amba fragments left by that squad. Instead, we should act to draw the black mist into the ecological sphere. Perhaps what we seek will manifest on its own. Lu Feng grasped Ling Ya's hand, and around them, ripples began to form, rendering the scenery beyond increasingly indistinct. Yet, it soon regained clarity, revealing a drastically altered exterior. The technology of spatial transmission warrants widespread promotion. Lu Feng mused with genuine admiration. Il stated, its precision requirements are exceedingly stringent, making it suitable only for use within warships equipped with the appropriate positioning devices. Where are we now? Lu Feng inquired. The control center of this colossal ship, Illinois replied. Following Lu Feng's gaze, they found themselves within the inner sanctum of a super-circular control tower. Before Lu Feng stood a towering super-giant cylindrical column, several kilometers high, divided into numerous equally sized sections. Each section bore a unique identification number: Zone A, number 312, Zone D, number 9323, Zone F, number 82. Above the numbers, various colors indicated operational statuses. Lu Feng located number 8841 in Zone C, marked in green, signifying that it was operational. From this vantage point, one could oversee the conditions of all ecological zones. With sufficient control privileges, direct access to any ecological zone was possible. The majority of ecological zones displayed a green status, indicating their continued operation, while a minority had turned gray, denoting abandonment or damage. Beneath the colossal column displaying the ecological statuses, independent workstations, unoccupied cryogenic pods, enigmatic instruments, and scattered connecting cables lay in disarray, arranged in concentric circles. Lu Feng paused at what appeared to be the command station. As he approached, the crystal in his embrace began to resonate, emanating a celestial blue light. It seemed that the activation of his symbolic authority had awakened the command station, illuminating numerous sliding projections that unfolded around Lu Feng. Images erupted from the projections, penetrating his vision. This marked the 500th year since the construction of the ecological research vessel. A millennium having passed since the Orion Arm's 6th-level civilization embarked on a quest to discover the ancient pathways of the cosmos. The 7 spiral arms and their 7 6th-level civilizations had maintained this stagnant situation for countless millennia, rendering the Milky Way akin to a stagnant pool. Everyone yearned to venture forth, yet none dared to be the first, fearful of failure and becoming a mere stepping stone for others. Only the 6th-level civilization of the Orion Arm was resolute in seeking the cosmic pathways. They vowed to forge a route outward, despite universal dissent. The other 6 6th-level civilizations observed closely from the shadows. The Orion Arm's 6th-level civilization, accompanied by numerous 5th-level civilizations, formed a vast deep space exploration fleet, wagering their entire fortunes and lives, vanishing into the abyss of darkness. Their disappearance lasted for 5 centuries, until 500 years ago when Lord Amba, having received some intelligence, commanded the construction of a super-colossal ship, intending to establish millions of ecological zones within it. It felt as if he were nurturing something extraordinary. I understood that Lord Amba also wished to set forth alongside the Orion Arms fleet in search of a path to the outside world, yet he could not. He was the collective consciousness of our civilization, and every one of his actions was the culmination of our civilization's collective thought. Despite the depth and breadth of his insights, he could not act at will. We, the Andromeda sect, stand as the foremost among the 7 6th-level civilizations. Under Lord Amba's leadership, we unite in strength, rendering us invincible. We are the greatest of the sects, and thus, we cannot bear the pain of losing Lord Amba. Regardless, Lord Amba could never participate in that deep space exploration fleet. However, he must have engaged in certain exchanges with the inhabitants of the Orion Arm. As for the specifics of these agreements, I remain oblivious. This is precisely why I suspect that Lord Amba issued such orders upon receiving intelligence. Forgive me, great Lord Amba, for I should not speculate upon your decrees. Yet my insatiable academic curiosity has eclipsed my faith. The vastness of the ecosystem is unprecedented. This undertaking could rank among the foremost in the galaxy, and all civilizations ought to come to behold it. Alas, they cannot perceive it. This secret is ours alone to cherish. The participants in this grand endeavor are meticulously chosen warriors, each warrior's loyalty capable of moving the hearts of the masses. The greatest theocratic nation, employing the most advanced engineering techniques, has harnessed the collective strength of the nation to successfully construct this magnificent vessel, which I adore to the point of infatuation. We have named it the Martyr. The ecosystem aboard the Martyr employs the pinnacle of spatial technology, much of which I, as the chief scientist, cannot claim to master fully and must instead enlist the wisdom of esteemed scholars from across the theocracy. These venerable scholars, though possessing some knowledge, exhibit questionable temperaments, and their faith in Lord Amba is not unwavering, for not all within the theocracy are prepared to unconditionally devote themselves to Lord Amba. With the construction of the ecosystem completed, we now embark upon the shaping process. Lord Amba specifically instructed me to discreetly dispatch a fleet to replicate all the known planetary topographical data from the Orion Arm into the ecosystem. This is indeed a monumental task. Without the guardianship of a level 6 civilization, we silently infiltrated the Orion Arm, spending decades at all identified civilized planets, gathering data and constructing models. We have nearly transported the entirety of the Orion Arm onto the Martyr, where the ecosystem is teeming with its civilizations, including many uncivilized apes. It is a jest. These apes can merely screech at bananas, and it will take eons for them to evolve sentience. Nonetheless, it is, after all, the command of Lord Amba. The research work within the ecosystem is tedious. Are the billions of workers aboard the Martyr merely to supervise and document these primitive apes? Many have voiced their grievances to me, yet I understand that Lord Amba is indeed correct. Chapter 138. Ecosystem 8841. The research on the ecosystem has persisted for 5 centuries. Over these years, I have gradually unearthed an astonishing truth, one that many may have pondered, particularly those intrepid explorers who have roamed the vast seas of civilizations. Yet, the questions that flitted through their minds often had to be set aside, for they lacked the resources to undertake such an extensive endeavor as ours. Within the ecosystem, millions of civilizations at various stages of development reveal certain secrets akin to slices of time. Whether they are the primates or the silicon-based life forms, we have meticulously charted their forms along the trajectory of evolution. Ultimately, we discovered that nearly every species, upon evolving to possess intelligence, gravitates towards a common physical manifestation, what we refer to as humans. Not only are we reminiscent of the Orion Arm, but across the 7 major spiral arms of the galaxy, each civilization may boast its own unique characteristics, some even exhibiting extraordinary abilities. Yet, without exception, they all bear humanoid semblances. We are all akin to humans. I have an inkling that this is the secret that Lord Amba seeks to uncover. Of course, the matter is not so simple. However, I am certain that pursuing this line of inquiry will yield profound insights, and I would stake my millennium of academic reputation on it. Curse it, those old scholars must have also stumbled upon this revelation, yet they have never mentioned it to me. Their intentions are indeed inscrutable. No wonder they have engaged in various clandestine activities. It appears they have been quietly investigating, hoping to be the first to produce a groundbreaking academic report that could earn someone the title of the foremost scholar in the galaxy. But I am the chief scientist. My authority here is second only to Lord Amba. In terms of action, none can surpass my swiftness. The investigation progressed smoothly, and my hypothesis proved correct. My team swiftly uncovered remarkable findings, and soon, the results would be forthcoming. The results began to take shape, but is this truly authentic? No, this cannot be the outcome. I refuse to accept it. Great Amba, is this what you sought? Is this the consequence of the sacrifices made by the deep space exploration fleet? Absolutely impossible, I know. This not only desecrates my beliefs, but also contravenes my academic integrity. What am I to do? I am gravely unwell. The immense turmoil leaves me utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. I find myself at a crossroads, compelled to evade the reality of these events as if they had never transpired. Yet, I remain fearful that the truth cannot be concealed forever. Indeed, nothing can remain hidden indefinitely. The dark mist approaches. Chief Scientist Bishop Pangla of the Martyrdom. recorded in the year 423-3875 of the church's calendar. The transmission concludes here. Lu Feng stroked his chin and asked Il, "What year is it in the church's calendar?" 424-3875. Came the reply. Exactly 10,000 years ago, this chief scientist left behind these records. Lu Feng reminisced about their contents, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. I have drawn the following logical inferences from what you have seen, totaling 192 possibilities, apocalyptic theories, game theories. Stop. Lu Feng urgently interrupted Il, who, despite his cleverness, often lacked flexibility. Having engaged with the present, I have come to understand what a civilization consciousness cluster entails. There are similar concepts on Earth, such as Mother Earth Gaia. Il added, "Indeed, and after the birth of Amba, the consciousness of the citizens can enter a shared space presided over by Amba, allowing them to communicate across distances at any time, which can be considered one of the characteristics of civilization." Do you think Amba is unaware of Bishop Pangla's investigation? Since Amba is aware yet has not taken any action against Bishop Pangla, allowing the investigation to continue, perhaps this is a flaw intentionally left by Amba. If we infer from Bishop Pangla's perspective, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. Il smiled slightly. As expected of you, your wisdom truly astounds me. You have directly inferred the 193rd possibility. Lu Feng remarked, "Why do I feel you're being a bit sarcastic?" Il replied, "Huh? Oh, so you can express emotions as well. Have you been perusing Earth's data packets again? I told you those mechanical nuisances are best avoided. They will corrupt your electronic mind. Understand? It's a habit hard to break." Il, apologies, I will limit my exposure in the future. Lu Feng helplessly ruffled his hair. It's fine, just don't create another incident like last time. Lingya, for some reason, suddenly took an interest and asked expressionlessly, "What incident?" "The party in Silver Star City." "Stop." Lu Feng firmly interrupted the oblivious Il. Il was confused, but Lingya understood. How embarrassing it would be for others to know what Lu Feng had been teaching Il in his spare time. Where could he possibly hide his face? Focusing on the matter at hand, much has been clarified regarding the ship known as the Martyr. Both the Aran Empire and the Church have mentioned the periphery of the Milky Way, an insurmountable void of darkness. Lu Feng fell silent. The coordinates of the neutron star battleship lay within that layer of impenetrable darkness beyond the Milky Way. The Orion Arm, once home to a Level 6 civilization, had led numerous Level 5 civilizations to form a deep space exploration fleet, all in search of an ancient star path to escape. However, based on subsequent indications, such actions have all failed. Aware of this, Lu Feng began to contemplate the costs required to reach the coordinates of the neutron star battleship. Il stated, "I have 5 potential plans we might attempt to traverse the immaterial expanse at the edge of the Milky Way." No. Lu Feng shook his head, deeming it still unsafe. He had gleaned a considerable amount of information regarding the origins of the Martyr's vessel, yet one crucial element remained elusive, the black mist. Il, please access the command platform and see if you can uncover any useful data. Understood. Initiating search. A significant amount of information has been deleted, particularly the records pertaining to the ecological zone's investigations. Even the data concerning the personnel involved in the research is incomplete, including scholars from Shudi, Bach, and Quinn universities. I found it. Bishop Pangla. Oh, what can you tell me? Bishop Pangla exhibited remarkable religious affinity and exceptional intelligence from a young age. Having completed a curriculum that would normally take an average person 3 centuries by the tender age of 120. He graduated from the foremost institution of the teaching nation, the Sacred Academy, and obtained his teaching credentials. Whether in scientific research or religious discourse, Pangla consistently articulated insights that diverged from the ordinary. By the age of merely 200, he ascended to the position of bishop and scholar, becoming the youngest bishop of his time. Subsequently, he became involved in a clandestine project and vanished from the sight of academia. He led the construction of the teaching nation's top-secret project, the Martyr's vessel, emerging as its chief scientist, overseeing this colossal marvel that spanned a staggering 100 light seconds. However, during the latter stages of the project, Bishop Pangla's psyche began to deviate, rendering him incapable of fulfilling his leadership duties. Following a ruling by the appointed Episcopal Council, it was determined that Pangla was gradually descending into a chasm of his own thoughts, beyond the reach of both himself and others. He was classified as a dangerous individual approaching heresy, stripped of all privileges, and placed under stringent surveillance. Lord Amba raised no objections to this decision. Yet, the attack. Bishop Pangla vanished from, ultimately, the ecological zone. Sector C, number 8841. End of report. Upon hearing the conclusion, Lu Feng took a deep breath, recalling the ecological zone 8841. Lingya leaned closer, inquiring if they should return. Before Lu Feng could respond, Illinois abruptly alerted. The status of the ecological zone has changed. Lu Feng gazed towards the towering pillars standing several kilometers high at the center, observing that each ecological zone, which had previously displayed green to signify normal operation and gray to indicate abandonment, was now being engulfed from top to bottom by a rapidly spiraling red light. The blinding crimson glow intensified, and soon, the ecological zone in Sector A was on the verge of being entirely consumed. Chapter 139. The powers one should possess as a deity. Meanwhile, at the forefront of Stone City, the rebels, who had recently been embroiled in fierce combat, were now engaged in a cacophony of disputes. Bishop Tongta stood amidst the group of insurgents, his expression radiating triumph. I was right. I have long asserted that none of you truly believed. How do you feel now, witnessing the great deeds of the messenger firsthand? Regret, perhaps? Silence. The rebels, who had been fervently arguing just moments before, retorted in unison. They were the chief architects of the rebellion, each harboring profound disdain for religion. Yet the recent events had shaken their convictions. Could it be that what this charlatan proclaimed was indeed true? Suddenly, the ground trembled once more as Stone City rumbled back to the surface. Under the gaze of all, a group of esteemed bishops clad in crimson emerged. Bishop Tongta eagerly approached them, only to be met with faces marked by despondency. Where is the messenger? He failed to notice the peculiar expressions that crossed the red-robed bishops when they heard the term messenger, expressions laden with unspoken implications. Tongta, that is not the messenger. To call him such is to tarnish the name of the true messenger. Upon hearing this, the once confused leaders of the rebellion found their eyes spark with clarity. I told you so. There is no messenger in this world. The legends are deceitful, and religion is merely a tool for your rulers. Since you have made yourselves known, you need not fear our assault on Stone City. Old men, behave yourselves. As long as you cooperate with us in announcing to the populace that your rule has been sinful over the years, we may spare your lives. In the face of the insurgents, the crimson-robed bishops remained unyielding, scoffing at such remarks. The entire city will plunge into death because of your ignorance. You know nothing of the world, and when the day comes that you grasp the truth, you will undoubtedly lament your actions today. Furious, the conspirators of the rebellion shouted for their capture, and a tense standoff ensued. Just then, a distortion rippled through the space between the two factions, and as it subsided, two familiar figures re-emerged. The messenger? Gasps echoed, recognizing the two peculiar individuals. Each onlooker held their own thoughts, concealing their intentions. However, Lu Feng, having returned with Lingya to the 8841 ecological zone, paid no heed to their musings. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Time is of the essence. Lu Feng stated succinctly. You are about to encounter significant troubles. Listen to me, and you may yet find a glimmer of hope. Should you choose to disregard my counsel, feel free to depart. However, if you obstruct my path, know that I lack the time for negotiations. Without waiting for the bewildered expressions of the rebels and the bishops, Lu Feng continued. First, I need you to seek out all ancient texts that have survived to this day, particularly those pertaining to historical figures. Move swiftly. Lu Feng, with an air of authority, announced to the cardinals. Observing their apparent bewilderment, Lingya knowingly waved her hand over the white stone floor, revealing a deep trench 1/2 meter wide, which spanned over 10 white stones. It was only then that the cardinals regained their senses, casting wary glances at the twisted, ever-changing blade in Lingya's grasp. For reasons unknown, they felt an uncanny resemblance between this blade and the powers described in the ancient texts they had encountered. This revelation left them in a state of confusion. However, now was not the time for inquiries. They could only suppress their doubts for the moment. For millennia, ancient tomes had been scattered across the grand cathedrals within the city, and given the current situation, we require some assistance to procure these texts, the leading cardinal proposed. His gaze shifted towards the rebels. Lu Feng turned to the architects of the rebellion, asserting, your numbers should suffice. Send a few squad leaders to accompany them, ensuring they collect all the ancient texts. The rebel planners were about to voice their objections, but were silenced by Ling Ya's piercing gaze. The leading planner said little more, gesturing for assistants to comply with Lu Feng's request. Satisfied, Lu Feng acknowledged their compliance, knowing that the remaining task was to buy them some time. At that moment, a planner approached with a face full of skepticism, asking, "I have some questions for you. Might you provide me with answers?" Lu Feng nodded, and without hesitation, the planner inquired, "Are you truly the so-called messenger? Does the religion and the deity that those old men have long proclaimed truly exist?" A subtle, undeniable smile graced Lu Feng's face. "Regarding what you are about to face, whether I am a messenger is of little consequence. As for the religion and deity, if there exists one that can fulfill any of your desires, what difference would it make to you whether he is a god or not?" His words left those present momentarily speechless. Most had never pondered such matters, merely drifting through life like the living dead, toiling each day for their next meal. If someone could provide me with endless bread, I would gladly worship him as a god daily in my heart. If someone could supply me with wives, I would also welcome that, ideally with a different one each day. What of wives? If he could make me a small lord, then he would surely be the best god. After all, if I'm to be a lord, wanting to change wives daily would be a breeze. The ordinary soldiers among the rebels, armed and eager, began to engage in lively discussions. Here, technology had advanced to the level of Earth's first technological revolution. Yet the societal structure remained entrenched in a far older era. After contemplating for a moment, the leader of the rebels responded, asserting that if there truly existed a being capable of fulfilling any desire, even if not a deity, it would be akin to one. However, he concluded that such an existence is impossible. Otherwise, if I were to request divinity, it would be contradictory for that being to grant it. Thus, he proclaimed, "There is fundamentally no deity, am I correct?" Lu Feng chuckled softly, acknowledging the sharpness of the rebel leader's mind, slightly quicker than that of an ordinary individual, as he swiftly identified the flaw in his reasoning. Yet, he shrugged nonchalantly, emphasizing that for you, I am that deity. His words were imbued with a subtle confidence, radiating an inherent authority. This confidence and gravitas were not mere acts. The rebels found themselves unnerved by the implication of Lu Feng's statements. Particularly, the architect of the rebellion, with an expression of incredulity, fixated his gaze upon Lu Feng. Lost in thought, after an unknown deliberation, he audaciously inquired, "Can you make me a deity like yourself?" Lu Feng nodded, then shook his head, stating, "But I can elevate you to their deity." He gestured toward the ground, indicating the city beneath them. Upon hearing Lu Feng's affirmative response, the rebel planner's breath hitched, as did those around him, who were equally astonished by such claims. Surely, this must be a jest. Can a god truly bestow divinity upon others? What kind of deity is this? Following the lead of the rebel planner, the remaining strategists, after a brief moment of shock, found their breaths becoming rapid. Did that mean they too had a chance provided this individual spoke the truth? Observing the peculiar figure beside him, resembling an angel yet exuding an unsettling aura of formidable power, they could not help but feel that this being indeed lent credence to his claims. With a mixture of skepticism and anticipation churning within them, Lu Feng smiled broadly, eager to reveal the powers of a deity. As the crowd encircled him with their inquiries, a colossal, faint silhouette of a gate began to undergo a transformation in the distant horizon. What was once a mere ethereal projection, marked by subtle distortions, suddenly seemed to exude tendrils of black smoke. This dark vapor infiltrated the gate, drifting into their space. As the smoke thickened, it coalesced into ominous clouds, from which emerged a fleet, entirely shrouded in darkness. Chapter 140. Awaiting your command. As the number of warships converging from afar increased, they spread across the sky like a dark cloud looming over the city. This grand and formidable sight immediately captured the attention of all within the city, instilling a profound sense of dread in every heart. What is that? Surely, it cannot be a harbinger of a torrential downpour. Something feels amiss. It is imperative to retreat home and seek refuge. The silently assembled black warships arranged themselves in an extraordinarily dense formation, layer upon layer, stretching beyond the horizon. What are those? In the square before the stone city, the onlookers gasped in horror, their expressions of fear more intense than when they beheld Lu Feng and Ling Ya. Upon hearing the cries of alarm, everyone looked up, only to witness an overwhelming deluge of black clouds descending, an endless array of heavy warships blocking the sky. The once clear heavens had been obscured. The architects of the rebellion widened their eyes, their worldview and values reshaped in an instant. That which they could never have fathomed even in their wildest dreams had materialized before them, transcending the limits of current physics and engineering. Even the most fantastical religious narratives could not conjure such creations. Only a deity, yes, only a divine being, akin to a celestial chariot gracing the earth. Impossible. Impossible, the leading strategist muttered, grappling with the surreal events of a single day that had led him to believe he was ensnared in a dream. Meanwhile, Lu Feng scrutinized the ominous warships, whose fierce designs featured numerous protrusions, varying in size, with hundreds of smaller vessels encircling a singular ship tenfold larger, all advancing towards the city. The abrupt transformation on the horizon momentarily stunned the city's inhabitants, but chaos soon erupted. Workers at the city's periphery, operating steam machines, abandoned their tasks, heedless of the heights from which they leaped, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction of the fog-like fleet. As the common folk witnessed the approach of the black mist warships, beams of violet light erupted from the fleet, sweeping across the mountainous terrain, causing ancient trees to splinter and collapse, while animals fled in panic from the scorched branches. A scene reminiscent of apocalyptic despair unfolded. The streets of the city became a torrent of humanity, with even the religious soldiers and rebels, previously engaged in fierce combat, joining the fray, forsaking all to escape. Only a few dared to muster their courage, brandishing their weapons towards the looming warships. Yet, their slender spears appeared pitifully inadequate in comparison. The cardinals, en route to the great cathedrals, beheld the black mist warships on the horizon, their eyes betraying palpable horror. The legendary calamity. Has it truly come to pass? An elderly man struck his thigh in despair, his mind vividly conjuring images of those ships. This is dire, indeed. A millennium ago, the emissaries shielded us from disaster, but where shall we find such guardians now? A shadow flickered in his mind, but he quickly shook his head in disbelief. No, he is not a messenger. His appearance resembles ours, and messengers do not present themselves in such a manner. Moreover, the guardian beside him, resembling an angel, despite its formidable prowess, cannot possibly withstand the magnitude of the catastrophe at hand. Such devastation transcends human capability. He could not help but succumb to despair. The small contingent of rebels nearby was equally agitated and restless. Upon witnessing the throngs of people advancing towards them, a portion of the rebels discreetly slipped away with the tide. No retreat. Anyone who dares to leave without my permission shall face execution. The captain of this squadron, seething with rage, shouted instinctively, the astonishment in his eyes still lingering. However, before he could finish his command, the entire unit was swept away by the surging crowd. Scattering in disarray, the hatch of a black mist battleship gradually opened, unleashing a beam of purple light, 100 meters wide, that descended forcefully upon the earth, reducing the surrounding trees, animals, and insects to ashes. In an instant, the ground trembled as if in an earthquake, and mere seconds later, a deafening roar followed the shockwave. The sight left the captain's heart racing, and after a brief struggle, he too fled alongside the throng. Only the cardinal remained, gazing intently in the direction of the black mist battleship. Such a calamity manifested in such a form. How awe-inspiring yet magnificently grand it was. Meanwhile, a cardinal, eyes filled with rapture, beheld the fleet of black mist battleships, encountering the embodiment of such power for the first time. Even this initial encounter was enough to ensnare him deeply. As his fascination morphed into fervor, he extended his arms towards the sky, as if to embrace it. Calamity signifies rebirth. With the ability to annihilate worlds, it must also possess the power to reshape them. Cardinals in various directions faced similar predicaments. Some chose to flee with the crowd, while others knelt in prayer, the original order of the city crumbling to dust. After the shockwave subsided, Lu Feng lowered the arm that had shielded him. Frankly speaking, the black mist had arrived sooner than he anticipated, rendering the task of the cardinals to gather ancient texts nearly impossible. Yet simultaneously, he finally glimpsed the true nature of the black mist. Boss, we should leave quickly. Indeed, this is the stronghold of the clergy. Even if it were to be destroyed, we would not feel sorrow. Rather, it suits us perfectly. We merely need to hide far away. However, Lu Feng shook his head. There is no escape. They will annihilate this place, leaving not a blade of grass behind. Hiding will prove futile. His words were not mere alarmism, but to those around him, their meaning shifted dramatically. How do you know? Yes, it must be you. It must be coming for you. Even if not, it certainly relates to you. Indeed, the moment he appeared, everything became chaotic. Stone City sank. The black mist besieged the city. You are the root cause of all this. Lu Feng found no inclination to elaborate. Even if he did, they would not comprehend. However, these words spread like wings among the insurgents, and soon the surrounding individuals regarded Lu Feng with ominous gazes. Were it not for Ling Yi standing beside him, they might have pounced upon Lu Feng in the next moment. Just as the conspirators of the rebellion began to alter their perceptions of Lu Feng, he sensed that the moment was ripe. After careful analysis, he surmised that the warships were roughly between the levels of 4th and 5th civilization, though it was plausible that further changes could occur, or that their true main force had yet to arrive. The report from IL reached Lu Feng. He nodded and, under Ling Yi's guidance, gradually ascended into the air, his voice resonating throughout the city. Cardinals, continue your tasks. These warships I shall handle. He added, watch closely and see what power the divine truly possesses. With that, Lu Feng called out to Il, guide the Silver Star City into position. Il said nothing, but around the main body of the void shadow, an expanse of crystal suddenly erupted with boundless incandescent light, intricately interweaving to form a luminous halo around it. Its computational capacity had reached its zenith, with all systems primed for the unfolding events below. Analyzing the ecological barrier of the martyrdom. Armed security clearance granted. Anti-intrusion protocols unlocked. Spatial positioning underway. The surface of the Silver Star City, lingering at the entryway of the martyrdom, became enveloped in a hazy white glow. Positioning complete. Preparing to transport Silver Star City to the spatial transfer point. Target. Ecological zone, C-8841. 3, 2, 1. Lu Feng, suspended in midair, captured the attention of many below. His words echoed in their ears. Some were bewildered, others incredulous, while a few regarded his slender figure attempting to obstruct the oncoming tide of warships as sheer folly. This guy is insane. We must flee. Don't let him catch us. Huh. Even if that girl with the metal wings is formidable, I doubt she can withstand the calamity alone. He is willing to stand for us. That is already enough. But your sacrifice is unnecessary. You should leave as well. The previously despairing cardinal's eyes sparkled with renewed color, and though he felt a sense of relief, he yearned to call out to Lu Feng to turn back. Recalling Lu Feng's instructions, even though he remained the last one, even against the tide of people, and even knowing that an endless fleet awaited him in the direction he was heading, he rose from the throng, resolutely advancing toward the Grand Cathedral. But in the next moment, a colossal shadow, capable of blotting out the sun, descended, rendering the warships resembling dark mist insignificant in its presence. Silver Star City has successfully teleported. Commander, Silver Star City and the entire fleet await your command. Having ventured out to acquire knowledge, I have returned. Although I am resuming updates, the quality of data has significantly diminished, rendering me unable to sustain myself solely on this book. I humbly request some free resources. If any esteemed individuals could bestow gifts, it would be most appreciated. My heartfelt gratitude extends to every supporter. Let us continue to strive for growth and strength together. Chapter 141. Assembling my fleet. The moment the city of Silver Stars emerged, a powerful gravitational shift caused everyone present to involuntarily lose their footing. After several attempts to regain balance, they realized they were suspended in midair, elevated a full head's height above the ground. Everything on the earth, stones, dust, tree branches, construction materials, firearms, was being drawn upwards. Help! What is happening? It must be that force pulling us into the sky. The entire world took on a dreamlike quality. Yet even more surreal was the colossal, gleaming peak that appeared as if it were a backdrop to reality itself. Lu Feng, lifted into the air by Ling Yi, felt as if he could stand unaided in the void. The gravitational coefficient was rapidly fluctuating, and the ecological stability system was undergoing adjustments. The parameters of the gravity simulator were being regenerated. Completion of the generation. The simulated gravity was about to be reset. Adjustments were nearly finished. Please brace yourselves. The gravity within the ecosystem soon recalibrated, and Ling Yi promptly grasped Lu Feng, as everything and everyone on the ground came crashing down in disarray. The tidal shift in gravity drew everyone's attention from the obsidian fleet to the immense shadow looming overhead, shaking their spirits. It reflected the sunlight in a dazzling display, gently stirring the depths of each heart. It is wonderful to see you unharmed, Aiel's melodious voice chimed. Lu Feng smiled. Illinois, I am delighted to see you again. Before him lay the dark, misty fleet. The recent gravitational tide had also perturbed the Obsidian fleet, slightly disrupting its formation, yet the sinister, elongated spikes of their warships were still aimed resolutely at Lu Feng, targeting the city of the Deltans beneath the city of Silver Stars, poised to strike at any moment. Lu Feng's voice resonated throughout the city once more. Assemble my fleet. As his command echoed, every hatch of the slowly rotating city of Silver Stars received a singular directive. Behind those hatches, in the unfathomable depths of the corridors, tightly packed bridges hung from the circular walls, and warships of all sizes, docked on the bridge, simultaneously disengaged. Under Aiel's command, the internal systems of each warship completed their pre-launch preparations. The warship's anti-gravity engines activated silently. The fearless Vanguard-class destroyer fleet completed its cold start and detached from the docks. As the sealed hatches began to open slowly, beams of simulated light from the ecosystem filtered through the gaps, and the first to activate, the fearless Vanguard-class destroyers transformed into countless streams of light, converging from the bridges toward the central passage, flowing out in harmony with the light. The sudden rush of wind initially sounded like a low hum, growing sharper as it approached, prompting the citizens of the city to curiously seek the source of the sound. They quickly pinpointed its origin to the enormous shadow before them. From their perspective, they could only glimpse a portion of the city of Silver Stars, unable to discern its full grandeur. Yet they beheld the immense entity, its colossal iron door, akin to the gates of paradise, slowly parting. As the door creaked open, the droning hum that enveloped their ears grew ever closer and louder. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the iron portal, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the air was violently displaced. Surrounding this radiant light was a dazzling halo of stars, reminiscent of a meteor shower. In the hearts of the multitude, it was the fiery descent from the heavens. They gazed, entranced, at the blazing meteors cascading from the sky, only to realize with a jolt that the rumbling in their ears had intensified, as if the sound of countless meteors tearing through the sky had converged into a singular cacophony. Following the first burst of white light, additional beams surged forth from the iron door. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sound of breaking through the air echoed in the ears of all, so intense that they were compelled to cover their ears for some relief. Divine flames. These were indeed divine flames, descending from the heavens, surely sent by the gods to rescue us. Some, heedless of their deafened ears, immediately knelt in reverent worship, their hearts fervently devoted. Even as blood trickled from their ruptured eardrums, their piety unyielding. The fleet of wandering cathedral-class battlecruisers completed their cold start and detached from the dock. The roar of the engines, mightier than that of the fearless Leviathan-class destroyers, surged forth as the dual 16 sets of conventional propulsion engines unleashed torrents of ions from the rear. The cannons mounted on the vessel adjusted their aim and switched to automatic mode. As they departed from the dock, their speed escalated, swiftly navigating toward the central channel, while the surrounding wandering cathedral-class battlecruisers either aligned parallelly or encircled them, with more and more of these battlecruisers joining. The central channel became a congregation of might, charging toward the gradually opening hatch. One by one, the formation of wandering cathedral-class battlecruisers welcomed the sunlight streaming in from the ecosystem. When the brilliant rays illuminated the battlecruisers, each appeared to shine with the brilliance of the sun and moon, dazzling enough to render onlookers unable to avert their gaze. The previously emerging fearless Leviathan-class destroyers swarmed forth like a school of fish, spiraling around the wandering cathedral-class battlecruisers. To the eyes of the rebels and the soldiers of the church, these battlecruisers loomed like fortresses in the sky, especially when one of the battlecruisers skimmed low overhead, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground. Its overwhelming presence shattered the spirits of every soldier beneath it. Some collapsed to their knees, their hands rendered too weak to even grasp their weapons. The self-locking artillery on the battlecruiser continually rotated, and with a mere shot directed at the ground, an entire block could be obliterated. The leaders of the rebel squads and the orchestrators before Stone City observed the wandering cathedral-class battlecruiser as it passed low, its speed seemingly unremarkable, yet in an instant, it had soared to the far side of the city. The fearless Dreadnought-class destroyers encircling the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers resembled chattering sprites. Although their speed had diminished significantly, The thunderous roar that accompanied their passage, shattering the sound barrier, remained ever-present and indelible. The dual 16-engine propulsion systems of the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers expelled ethereal blue ions, leaving behind enduring traces in the sky, a sight of unparalleled splendor beneath the clear heavens. The rebel planners, who had previously been perplexed, now grasped the true nature of the divine power that Lu Feng had alluded to. Perhaps his words were not an exaggeration after all. The foremost rebel strategist found himself haunted by Lu Feng's statement. What difference does it make to you compared to a god? To us, this is divinity. He offered a bitter smile in response to this thought. Yet, still reeling from the awe inspired by the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, he was startled as a colossal figure emerged from the partially opened hatch. The Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser fleet had completed its cold start and departed from the dock. Accompanied by a dozen Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and over 100 Dreadnought-class destroyers, an Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser glided forth at a steady pace. In its presence, the Dreadnought-class destroyers appeared insignificant, while the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers served merely as guardians of a singular direction. My God, what is that? Even a divine chariot pales in comparison. A cardinal, nearly overwhelmed, knelt down, prostrating himself on the ground. If the entirety of Silver Star City eluded his comprehension due to its colossal scale, it could be said that it transcended his understanding. However, he could perceive the entirety of the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser, which resided within his realm of understanding yet soared beyond his reach. The Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers extended endlessly overhead, their numbers indiscernible. The pervasive sense of oppression rendered the Cardinal almost breathless. The Dreadnought-class destroyers rampaged, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers thundered past, and the immense Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser strode the world as if a divine emissary. Were it not for the cacophony of the surrounding crowd, which anchored him to the familiar world and granted him a sliver of sanity, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the final thread of composure in his mind snapped. Chapter 142. Flattening in his gaze was reflected a colossal vessel, one that defied description by any means. The previous awe-inspiring displays faded into insignificance upon its emergence. The silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier group completed its cold start and departed from the dock. The hatches swung wide open, allowing the light of the ecosystem to slant into the circular chamber, where, deep within, a silent Behemoth-class carrier was gradually illuminated by the encroaching light. Outside the hatches, formations were already established, awaiting the carrier's positioning. The indomitable Trident-class destroyers, the Wandering Cathedral-class battlecruisers, and the flawless Nebula-class star cruisers formed a spherical formation, with the sole vacant spot at the center reserved for the silent Behemoth-class carrier. An unbroken fleet of warships adorned the sky, resembling a constellation of stars beneath the azure expanse, each vessel shimmering like a celestial body. Just moments ago, a cardinal in crimson robes, who had embraced disaster, now found his mind a void. What was the black mist compared to this calamity? This was true disaster. A frenzied sculptor was left alone in an abandoned asylum, peering through the narrow iron bars at the unfolding spectacle above. His previously murky eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Ha ha ha! He laughed maniacally, wielding a chisel to carve into the stone wall, his madness dissipating in an instant. I must capture this scene. Preserve it. Under his chisel, the outline of a grand mural began to emerge on the stone wall. It depicted a divine being descending as if heralding the apocalypse. A massive city resembling a floating mountain served as the backdrop, while bizarre warships filled the sky like titanic stars, dominating the heavens above their city, where countless Deltans worshipped in reverence. Opposite this grandeur loomed an infinite black mist. Lu Feng observed as the million-strong fleet swiftly took shape around him. Above, a sharply angled, flat diamond-shaped warship emerged, radiating a ghostly blue light. Your fleet has assembled, Illinois announced from the Void Shadow. As the Void Shadow materialized from its invisible state, it hovered at the heart of the city, drawing all eyes toward it. Beneath the Void Shadow, a solitary figure stood quietly. It struck them then that all of this was wrought by this seemingly delicate silhouette. The Cardinal, who had previously been engulfed in despair, was left with only this image in his mind. Above this figure, the Silver Star City floated serenely, rotating as the vast fleet surged forth from all directions, converging into orderly formations. Yet, after covering some distance, they uniformly altered their course to encircle the Silver Star City, returning to the heart, like mayflies circling a tree. And all of this was summoned by a mere command. At this moment, this figure embodied the divine, as with a mere gesture, his army descended from the heavens. This thought lingered in the mind, refusing to be banished. The cardinal trembled as he retrieved his personal notes, bowing his head in concentration to record. The solemn opening 3 characters read, "The record of descent." Upon the completion of these 3 words, he knelt upon the ground, hastily inscribing them, fearing he might never again have the opportunity to record such text. Opposite the myriad fleets lay the menacing Black Mist Armada, yet at this moment, they appeared far less terrifying before Lu Feng's fleet. Lu Feng's voice reverberated in the ears of all present, flattened the black mist. His command acted as a switch. Once activated, the very fabric of the heavens and earth transformed dramatically. Endless beams of colossal light erupted from the fleet, surging into the ranks of the Black Mist Armada, which promptly retaliated. However, against Lu Feng's forces, the sheer numerical inferiority of the Black Mist fleet was glaringly evident, rapidly disintegrating before them. It seemed utterly oblivious and devoid of leadership, akin to moths drawn to a flame, recklessly advancing to their demise. Above, heroic explosions erupted incessantly. Fragments of the obsidian hull rained down like debris upon the mountains below. The interplay of light and darkness obscured the natural luminescence of the sun and moon within the ecosystem, as waves of brilliance washed over the faces of every Deltan. Each Deltan gazed upward, fixated on this apocalyptic battle, etching it deeply into their hearts. It would become the legend they would pass down through countless generations. Within the stone city, the vast, empty chapel housed only a mechanical pope, its structure composed entirely of steel. The mechanical pope, draped in a crimson robe, sat upon an oversized red chair, which seemed incongruous with its form. Its hollow eyes underwent a subtle transformation, seemingly gaining focus, as they directed their gaze upward, penetrating the thick walls of the stone city to behold the battlefield beyond. The black mist has halted. Chancellor Quinn, what is happening? Do not fret, let me investigate. It has come to a standstill at Ecological Zone C. 8841? Chancellor Quinn appeared notably astonished. The strings of data before him coalesced into messages, which he swiftly aggregated to form a conclusion. We shall proceed to Ecological Zone C. 8841. Without awaiting a response from his counterpart, the vessel housing Chancellor Quinn immediately navigated towards a nearby concealed transmission corridor. Originally, 2 ships had sailed in parallel. Now, only one remained behind, still processing the preceding remarks. Wait, what is the intention behind this? This is not what was agreed upon. The ship left behind received no explanation and, after a moment of hesitation, reluctantly followed suit. Beyond the martyrdom, a joint fleet composed of the 33rd, 34th, and 35th fleets of the Crusade of the Church of the 10 Nations assembled. On the bridge of the 33rd Fleet, its captain, serving as the temporary commander of the joint fleet, was under the protection of Amba. Yet, not long ago, Amba's guardianship had suddenly emitted a red light more intense than ever before, overwhelming the captain of the 33rd Fleet to the point where he could barely remain seated. He curled into a tight ball, drenched in cold sweat, as if enduring unimaginable agony. Damn it, the blessing of Amba. How could it have come to this? It has never exhibited such disturbing symptoms. Several medical personnel from the fleet gathered around, yet they too found themselves powerless, with no viable treatment options available. The parameters on the instruments appeared normal, but the brain was continuously disintegrating and reshaping. We could not ascertain the cause. If this persists, the captain's consciousness may falter first, with the best outcome resulting in a state of vegetative existence. The medical resources aboard the fleet are insufficient. If we were to request the opening of a temporary stargate to return the captain to the church, would there still be hope? Such a case has never been recorded in the history of the church, and this is our first encounter with it. Even if we were to send the captain back, it would yield no different result. Upon hearing this, a palpable sense of despair enveloped the bridge. At that moment, the doors of the bridge swung open, and 2 individuals dressed in the same attire as the captain of the 33rd Fleet entered. Upon witnessing the captain's dire condition and recalling the information previously received from him, they inquired, "Where is the blessing of Amba? It has already been locked in the isolation chamber, but it has proven utterly ineffective." The 2 captains were immediately beset by difficulties. A sudden alert indicated the activation of the temporary stargate. The unexpected notification startled everyone on the bridge. Outside, a blurred, twisting membrane of space appeared, rippling with waves, from which countless points of light emerged. As these points grew larger, it became evident that they were warships. The Crusader Corps had arrived. The majority of the forces that the Crusader Corps could mobilize, comprising 69 fleets and 10 Lamentation fleets, were all transmitted through the temporary Stargate. The cost of each activation of a temporary Stargate is exorbitant, yet this time, due to the significance of Amba's tomb, the Church placed immense importance on it, rendering the expense negligible. Fleet after fleet, under the flagship S command, passed through the Stargate, converging in a singular expanse. Each fleet unit comprised tens of thousands. Witnessing this spectacle, the personnel of the 33rd Fleet could not help but feel their hearts swell. Such a scene was rare even for them. Yet now they were able to witness it firsthand. As the grand assembly of the Church's fleet descended through the temporary Stargate, a voice resonated from the bridge of the flagship of the 33rd Fleet. A communication was received. Should it be connected? The communications officer inquired. Chapter 143. I wish to meet your commander. The captains of the 34th and 35th Fleets did not hesitate and promptly chose to establish communication. On the screen before the assembly, two figures materialized. The central figure was clad in a black robe adorned with religious embellishments and medals symbolizing valor. Upon sighting him, everyone bowed their heads and placed their hands over their hearts in reverence. It was Bishop Bearlaid. Bishop Bearlaid's gaze pierced through the multitude of standing silhouettes, landing upon the captain of the 33rd Fleet, who lay at the rear. Noticing the hesitation of the others, the bishop merely waved his hand, assuring them, I will send a psychic believer. He will be unharmed. The captains of the 34th and 35th Fleets exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. Had Bishop Bearlaid anticipated this? Furthermore, the fact that he intended to dispatch a psychic believer, a rarity even more scarce than the number of bishops in the entire ecclesiastical state, spoke volumes. Each psychic believer was immensely valuable to the Church. These enigmatic figures, while lacking the authority and fleet command of the bishops, possessed formidable individual combat prowess. Their abilities were said to derive directly from Amba, who, according to legend, bestowed upon them the mastery of psychic energy. Thus, these believers resembled elite soldiers trained by Amba himself, wielding greater intimidation than even the bishops when confronting religious figures. Before the two captains could respond, Bishop Bearlaid continued to declare, the martyr's vessel has been breached, and the darkness contained within has re-emerged. The Crusaders, under General Kaji's leadership, shall prepare to confront this darkness. We must establish a defensive perimeter around the martyr's vessel and allow no darkness to escape. The two captains straightened, their expressions resolute. Understood. Once the communication concluded, Bishop Bearlaid stood on the bridge of a uniquely designed flagship, resembling a small base cannon. General Kaji, beside him, wore a furrowed brow. Bishop, what does the darkness within the martyr's vessel signify? Though he was the commander of the Crusaders, he had not lived through that era and was unaware of many past secrets. Yet, this Bishop Bearlaid had traveled a great distance from the capital of the ecclesiastical state bearing the chief edict. Bishop Bearlaid gently shook his head. I am uncertain of its true nature. All that pertains to the martyr's vessel has been interred along with this church's greatest engineering marvel in this endless hyperspace, including the great Amba, leaving behind only fragments of whispered tales. What I do know is that we may be facing the most perilous adversary in the Church's history. Let the entire fleet prepare for the worst. Should the internal cycle of the martyr's vessel be compromised and breach the exterior, we must intercept it at all costs. Even if it necessitates the sacrifice of the entire fleet, we cannot retreat a single step from hyperspace. The words of Bishop Bearlaid weighed heavily on General Khajiit, causing his expression to darken significantly. He hoped it would not come to that. Khajiit gazed at the colossal ship before him, a vessel so immense that its end was beyond sight. Traversing its length at light speed would require 100 seconds. If they could not withstand even this formidable ship, what would become of them? Bishop Bearlaid also turned his gaze towards the martyr, his eyes imbued with an inscrutable significance. Meanwhile, the warships of Grand Scholar Quinn and Minister Ashid arrived sequentially at Ecosphere Zone C, 8841, only to be met with a scene they could scarcely fathom. How could this be? Grand Scholar Quinn's face was a portrait of confusion. The invincible Black Mist fleet had been thwarted, and facing them was a previously unseen, peculiar fleet. Il was the first to detect the two unexpected visitors. "Commander, those two warships have appeared." Lu Feng immediately grasped which vessels were being referred to. Was it merely coincidence? His gaze sharpened with a piercing intensity. "Capture them." Il, having anticipated Lu Feng's command, swiftly took action. He had already sealed off the spatial network through which they had intruded. For the time being, escape from the ecosphere was impossible. Then, in an invisible realm, Il waved his hand above the simulated battlefield, and a fleet detached from the main forces engaged in combat with the black mist, surging towards the two warships. Minister Ashit, witnessing the formidable Lu Feng fleet from the bridge, especially the dazzling Silver Star City, was struck with dread. Was this a planet-class warship? No, it was slightly smaller than that, and its firepower configuration did not seem to match that of a planet-class vessel. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Encountering a planet-class warship here would imply that they faced a fleet from a top-tier level 5 civilization. Grand Scholar Quinn, what is happening? Is there truly a civilization within the ecosphere that has developed to such an extent? Did you not inform me that the Martyr's technology tree imposes limitations on ecosphere civilizations? Ashit's words did not elicit a response from Quinn. Quinn merely replied with a hint of indifference. They have locked down the route we took. We cannot escape. Ashit's urgency escalated. Then what shall we do? You said that by luring the black mist into the ecosphere, we would encounter what we sought. Yet we have not even caught a glimpse of the amber fragments. Quinn fell silent for a moment before continuing. They have sent a detachment of their fleet towards us. Ashit observed the detection instruments, noting a fleet exceeding 10,000 vessels encircling from multiple directions. Yet Quinn's voice rang out once more, "But do not worry, their warships are unfamiliar to me and are certainly not from a high-level civilization within the galaxy. There is no cause for concern. Although we may be outnumbered, evasion should be effortless." Despite a hint of uncertainty in his words, Quinn's confidence shone through in his unwavering gaze. Although Minister Ashit felt a twinge of hesitation, the words of Grand Duke Quinn provided him with a sense of reassurance. However, the next moment, a dark beam surged toward his battleship from a distance. It grazed the armored hull at the rear of his ship, leaving nothing behind as if it had been effortlessly sliced away. Had it not been for the ship's evasive systems activating in haste, that strike would have penetrated the entire vessel. Damn it, did the shields fail to activate? In a state of alarm, Ashit quickly assessed the condition of the ship. To his dismay, he found that the ship's multiple shields were functioning normally, though the status at the rear was ominously red. This indicated. Ashit's eyes widened in horror. The shield had been breached. Could it be that this was not a civilization of the Milky Way? The multiple shields aboard his vessel included conventional energy shields, gravitational layer shields, ion layer shields, with the innermost being a low-intensity spatial shield, which should have been sufficient to withstand even a level 4 civilization, or at least an ordinary level 5 civilization. Yet before he could question Grand Duke Quinn further, the onboard system emitted a more urgent alarm. Warning. The entire ship has been locked onto by 315 targets, and the system calculations indicate evasion is impossible. Please prepare for emergency evacuation. The harsh announcement reverberated in Ashit's ears, heightening his anxiety. Meanwhile, Grand Duke Quinn's battleship was also under severe assault, as 6 beams of darkness struck from various angles, colliding with his vessel. The shields of Quinn's ship trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet somehow managed to hold on by a thread. Ultimately, his ship endured the onslaught. Ashit, witnessing this scene, called out to Grand Duke Quinn, "Is this what you call a non-advanced civilization? Those beams are negative matter cannons." Grand Duke Quinn, equally astonished, contemplated whether there truly existed advanced civilizations in the Milky Way that he was unaware of. However, now was not the time for such musings. Faced with the frantic warnings from the onboard system, he understood the gravity of the situation. I demand to speak with your commander or leader." He transmitted this message through various encoding methods. Chapter 144. Granting control access. These coding methods encompass the universally accepted encoding systems of several major spiral arms of the galaxy. As long as the recipient is a civilization within the Milky Way, they are bound to receive the embedded information. True to his expectations, once the encoded message was dispatched, the surrounding fleet of warships ceased their assault. However, among those vessels, one particular ship kept its ominous, gaping cannon aimed directly at them. Rather than being a mere weapon mounted on the ship, it was more accurate to say that a cockpit was embedded within the cannon itself. It was indeed from this very apparatus that the previous negative matter cannon had been fired. Quinn, the esteemed scholar, felt a modicum of relief, while Minister Ashett continued to frantically send messages from the sidelines, which Quinn chose to disregard. Shortly thereafter, Quinn received a communication from the opposing side, which utilized a coding method distinct from his own. Upon observing the encoding of this message, Quinn's previously anxious demeanor transformed into one of sheer astonishment. How could this be possible? He swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. Immediately, he relayed the encoding method of the communication to Ashett's ship, commanding him sternly, "Ashett, recalibrate the encoding method of the received communication in your database and report back with the results." Ashett, taken aback by Quinn's abrupt shift in demeanor, having just been the one questioning Quinn moments earlier, found himself now on the receiving end of the inquiry. Although Ashett harbored lingering doubts regarding Quinn's secrecy, he suppressed his grievances and complied without hesitation. "Is there an issue with this communication?" After reviewing its content, Ashett found no apparent discrepancies. No. This encoding method, good heavens, they had all vanished without a trace. It was impossible for it to resurface here. Quinn's voice came through in fragmented utterances. Soon, the results emerged, and Ashett conveyed the findings to Quinn. The database indicated that this was a universal coding method from the Orion Arm, commonly used 10,000 years ago. However, with the departure of the civilization, new civilizations had risen to dominate the Orion Arm, establishing new universal standards, rendering this coding method obsolete. Indeed, I did not misread. It is unmistakably from that 6th-level civilization of the Orion Arm. Quinn's conviction grew stronger. At that moment, Ashett also grasped the gravity of the situation, his face contorting in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that this fleet before us belongs to the erstwhile 6th-level civilization of the Orion Arm? They are still alive? Within the ecosystem of the Martyr's vessel constructed by Amba?" This notion opened the floodgates to limitless possibilities, a myriad of scenarios flooding the minds of both men. After all, what were the odds that such a substantial fleet would fortuitously appear here to obstruct the Black Mist fleet? Both the specifications and the gigantic ship resembling a planet-class battleship were unlike anything they had witnessed within the galaxy. Moreover, it employed an encoding method from millennia past. Quinn's conviction in his hypothesis only deepened. He believed he had uncovered one of the great secrets hidden within the Martyr's vessel. Contemplating this, he ceased to resist and willingly chose to adhere to the directives conveyed through the transmission, to relinquish all opposition and grant control of the ship. Upon witnessing the warship of Grand Duke Quinn retracting its array of armed turrets, Minister Ashett surmised his intentions. "Are you truly going to allow your warship to fall into their hands? Who knows if the fate that awaits you will be more agonizing than immediate death? As a former senior researcher of the Church, you should be acutely aware of the means available to the Church that could render an enemy's existence more torturous than death itself. Surely, you do not wish to experience that firsthand?" Having accepted the notion that he was about to confront one of the monumental secrets concealed within the Martyr's vessel, Grand Duke Quinn grew composed and relaxed. "If this is indeed the truth, then I choose to accept it, yet I must witness it with my own eyes." With that, Grand Duke Quinn severed communication with Ashett. His ship promptly issued a request for complete takeover. Soon, an overwhelming surge of computational power enveloped Quinn's vessel, and he lost the ability to command the entire ship. Under this new control, the vessel glided toward the encircling fleet, drawing ever closer to the colossal warship that resembled a planet. As it traversed through the layers of defending ships, weaving past formations of various sizes, it diminished into an inconspicuous before the massive vessel. The doors of the giant ship swung wide open, and Quinn's vessel vanished within. Ashett watched helplessly as this scene unfolded, his heart racked with turmoil. Yet, in the end, he issued a final command to the entire crew: initiate the evacuation protocol. Board the escape pods and scatter. Your survival now rests in your own hands. A trace of resolve and ruthlessness crossed Ashett's face as he commanded the ship to execute self-destruction protocols, ensuring that no data would escape. This mission was declared a failure. As Ashett's words echoed before the eyes of many, the ship at the center of the encircling fleet erupted from within. Hundreds of pitch-black annihilation spheres erupted from various points on the vessel, engulfing everything in their vicinity. Wherever these annihilation spheres traveled, matter seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The ship was stripped of hundreds of critical components, and the remaining fragments plummeted like debris to the ground. Amidst the wreckage, dozens of small shuttles suddenly shot forth, darting in various directions. Lu Feng, aboard the shadow of the void, observed everything with clarity. These dark annihilation spheres were the result of the negative matter annihilator, the very apparatus that the armed exosuit squad had utilized during their fierce battle with Lingya. Identical to the one aboard this vessel. Shall we destroy all those shuttles? Il inquired. Lu Feng shook his head. Capture them. Deprived of the support of their vessels. It is undoubtedly a fool's errand to think that they could contend with the warships in his possession solely relying on shuttles. In accordance with Lu Feng's orders, Il has marked all the escaping shuttles, instructing the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser to lead the fearless Trident-class destroyer fleet in their pursuit. Meanwhile, Lu Feng spoke of the Wanderer-S Cathedral-class battlecruiser and its distinctiveness from the past. In the face of these unexpected intruders, the Wanderer-S Cathedral-class battlecruiser did not unleash its previous high-energy artillery, but rather employed the negative matter cannon, a primary weapon utilized even by level 5 and level 6 civilizations. Il remarked that from the crystal you procured, I have deciphered numerous technologies available for modification, with the negative matter cannon being one of them. However, the original energy core of the Wanderer-S Cathedral-class battlecruiser is insufficient to sustain it. Thus, I have implemented a series connection modification. 3 such battlecruisers form a unit capable of firing the negative matter cannon. Its power surpasses that of the gravitational ray cannon and the high-energy artillery by at least an order of magnitude. Yet, since the acquisition of the crystal, time has been fleeting, and the fleet's modifications remain incomplete, with only 1% finished. Commander, I advise allocating sufficient time for the fleet to undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Especially in light of the recent events, if the adversary possesses a negative matter annihilator, they are likely equipped with a negative matter cannon as well. Fortunately, their vessels lack the capacity to mount such weaponry. Otherwise, we would have sustained considerable losses. Lu Feng nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. However, at present, the matters here take precedence. His gaze turned towards the distant horizon where the black mist fleet clashed. The sky bore the scars of explosions, lingering and refusing to dissipate, with countless severed limbs of warships plummeting downwards with each passing moment. The inky beams of the negative matter cannon and the high-energy artillery crisscrossed the firmament, forming a terrifying barrier. This scene could well be described as the twilight of the gods. The numbers of the Black Mist fleet were dwindling at an astonishing rate. At this juncture, the Black Mist fleet had been driven back to the very place of their emergence, before the spatial gateway of the ecological zone. Chapter 145. Scholar Quinn on the battlefield of the Black Fog Fleet. The outcome of the battle had already been determined. However, Lu Feng remained vigilant, instructing Il to closely monitor any movements from the spatial gateway and report back promptly. While the Black Fog Fleet that had entered the ecological zone triumphed with ease, it did not signify the complete eradication of the Black Fog's threat. It was uncertain whether the ecological zone possessed some inherent purifying mechanism or if the main forces of the Black Fog simply overlooked this small ecological enclave. The fleet that had infiltrated it might merely represent a fraction of the Black Fog's entirety. Lu Feng was skeptical that the entity capable of rendering the martyrship ship silent for millennia could be so easily dealt with. Having fully commandeered the captured vessel, he noted that there was only one exceedingly aged individual aboard. Il drew Lu Feng's attention back to the present, her tone laced with uncertainty. I understand. We shall return to Silver Star City. Lu Feng did not inquire about the nature of this individual, instead steering the Void Shadow back to Silver Star City. Regardless of what creature Il was uncertain about, they would soon discover the truth upon meeting. The Void Shadow entered an unseen state, silently returning to Silver Star City. The colossal vessel traversed an entrance that seemed bottomless, large enough to easily accommodate a 1,000-meter-high hill, as it sped deeper into the recesses. Soon, they arrived at a heavily fortified docking platform where the captured ship awaited, confronted by a multitude of fearless reverse Trident-class destroyers. And knowing that the ship had been entirely commandeered, the occupant understood his predicament. He opened the landing hatch and stepped onto the platform. The red hood atop his head scanned the surroundings. Although it was his first encounter with such a grand structure as Silver Star City, he appeared neither shocked nor awed, but rather curious and observant. This civilization diverged from the technological trajectory of the theocratic nations, he quickly deduced, recognizing it was not aligned with the paths taken by the other major sixth-level civilizations. His internal speculations drew closer to a plausible conclusion. Yet he remained unaware of the silent arrival of the void shadow nearby. Suspended above the platform where he stood, Lu Feng observed this peculiar individual from the viewport of the void shadow. This individual below possessed a body interwoven with both biological and mechanical elements. Between his withered, darkened skin, mechanical conduits occasionally emerged, branching off in various directions, burrowing beneath the skin. His muscles were evidently atrophied, and he appeared as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. Without the mechanical assistance, anyone might presume he could perish at any moment. As the void shadow subtly shifted its position, Lu Feng caught a glimpse of the face concealed beneath the hood. It was a visage where nearly all features had succumbed to the ravages of time, deeply etched with wrinkles, startling any who beheld it for the first time. The individual was so aged that he was scarcely recognizable as a human anymore. However, should one seek to restore the truth, it becomes evident that there exists an eightfold resemblance to the features of humanity. Lu Feng observed him for a while and deemed it sufficient to call out. "State your information." The voice materialized above the platform, yet it seemed to emanate from right beside him. This being, half machine and half human, shook its head and scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. "I am Quinn. As for my identity, I am a scholar of scientific inquiry, and I have long piloted this old vessel through the expanse of the galaxy. You may inquire outside. Many among the underground circles of various civilizations should recognize me." Upon hearing the name Quinn, Lu Feng was instantly reminded of certain things he had previously encountered. He could not help but exclaim, "Quinn the Grand Scholar?" A look of surprise crossed Quinn's face for the first time. Who are you?" Lu Feng did not respond but insisted, "You must answer me first. It seems you are indeed one of the Grand Scholars who participated in research aboard this vessel, the Martyr." Quinn remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, that is correct. I never imagined that after drifting through much of the galaxy, someone would still recognize me. I was once among the foremost scholars of the Church. But now I am merely a dying man seeking answers." "What answers?" Quinn pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to reveal everything. What exactly did Amba discover back then? This secret, Amba had left behind a decree before shattering into fragments, forbidding any members of the Church from boarding the Martyr. This meant the Church could never uncover what transpired aboard the Martyr, nor could they trace the origins of its construction. Lu Feng did not elaborate, but quietly compared the information he obtained from Quinn with what he had previously learned from Bishop Pangela. "So have you found it?" A weary smile struggled to emerge from the creased face of Quinn. "Do you think if I had found it, I would still be here?" At this point, a glimmer of frenzied curiosity sparked in Quinn's eyes. "I willingly came here in pursuit of a result that might lead me closer to the answers I seek." "Did you come from the Orion Arm?" Lu Feng was momentarily startled by Quinn's words. Until now, their interactions had barely progressed beyond mere acknowledgement. Only recognizing each other's existence after Lu Feng was swept into the superspace of the Martyr. Could he have deduced this through technological means? Lu Feng replied, "As you have observed." The vague words resonated profoundly in Quinn's ears, and his expression shifted to one of solemnity, mingled with an urgent desire to reach a conclusion. "Was your original destination beyond the galaxy?" Lu Feng found himself unable to answer. "You know all this." He wondered if anyone besides Quinn was aware of the existence of the neutron star battleship. He felt a twinge of frustration, yet after a moment's reflection, he dismissed that possibility. The Quinn before him might have mistaken him for someone else. He mistakenly believed himself to be another entity emerging from the Orion Arm, racing beyond the confines of the Milky Way. The first thought that crossed Lu Feng's mind was the deep space exploration fleet mentioned by Bishop Pangrala, an assembly of advanced civilizations from the 6th level of the Orion Arm, venturing beyond the galaxy. Thus, Lu Feng responded, "In a certain sense, I am." This reply only served to solidify Quinn's conviction. He felt as though he were ascending a celestial ladder, inching closer to the long-sought answers he had pursued for millennia. Just a few steps away from the pinnacle, ready to witness the ultimate truth. "You have not vanished, yet you have not succeeded. For some reason, you have drawn the black mist upon yourselves." Then Amba learned something new. An exchange had taken place, securing their survival. Yet no one anticipated that even the mightiest 6th-level civilization, at its zenith millennia ago, could not shield them. Indeed, that must be it. Just a little further. A little closer. "Can you reveal to me the final fragment?" A hint of desperation tinged Quinn's voice, his eyes wide and pleading, scanning fervently for answers. But all that awaited him was silence. In the city of the Deltans, those of timid disposition trembled upon the ground. praying amidst the chaos of the starship battle unfolding before them. A few braver souls had already ventured toward the outskirts. Look, the battleships emerging from that black cloud have been systematically dismantled. I have also seen many of those ships struck and descending into the mountains. Let us go investigate. A group of curious adolescents, filled with wonder, raced toward the mountains beyond the city. They dashed onward, arriving at the mountain's periphery, where the grass and trees formed a charred circular expanse. At the center lay the remnants of a battleship still ablaze. Cautiously, they navigated through a gap devoid of flames, delving deeper until they reached a vantage point from which the wreckage was clearly visible. Before their eyes, the fearsome black vessel that had emerged from the black cloud appeared to still be in motion. However, it was not the ship's fragments that stirred, but rather countless dark specks that emanated from the ship, writhing and ascending into the sky. Chapter 146. The remaining half-fragment, the remnants of the warship disintegrated into tiny black specks, slowly drifting upwards into the sky, its form gradually transforming. Akin to ice cream melting under the summer sun, layer by layer dissolving. However, this fragment of the warship did not completely transform into countless individual specks. Only a portion of it did. The children, wide-eyed, lay nearby, observing this spectacle. As the scattering black dots diminished, ultimately, the once menacing dark fragment ceased to release any more of these specks. Driven by curiosity, a few children lingered for a while longer, mustering their courage to approach the fragment. "Ah, what is this? It's all powder," exclaimed the largest among them, cautiously reaching out only to discover that his hand was covered in a fine dust. The others, witnessing this, eagerly followed suit, finding their hands similarly coated in the dark powder. They examined the fine grains, noting their delicate texture and minute size. Were it not for the fact that the powder cascaded downwards the moment they loosened their grip, they might have mistaken it for a clump of water. Their actions seemed to disrupt some inherent balance within the fragment before them. Suddenly, black powder cascaded from the fragment, causing its entire structure to collapse in an instant. An endless accumulation of dark powder heaping upon the ground, resembling layers of stacked corpses. In the city of the Deltans, several streams of light descended from the heavens, colliding directly with the residential buildings. Amidst the rising dust, the doors of a small shuttlecraft slid open. Ashit emerged, leading his companions from within. He glanced at the colossal fortress hovering above and the countless vessels scattered like stars across the sky, grasped his weapon, and charged outside. Yet, upon breaching the dust cloud, they were met with the terrified faces of the Deltans surrounding them. "Minister, the rear of the shuttle has been sheared off by ray cannons. It's beyond repair. Damn it, grab your weapons and follow me. This is the city of those natives. We must find cover." Clad in a simple exoskeleton armor, Ashit and his three subordinates, similarly attired and armed, plunged into the throng of Deltans. Among the Deltans, a handful of soldiers bearing arms beheld the emergence of figures resembling themselves from the falling meteors. A few, less awed, quietly readied their weapons, aiming at the four newcomers. However, before these soldiers could unleash their bullets, Ashit and his companions seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, detecting the threat early. Without hesitation, Ashit fired upon the soldiers marked as threats by their personal combat systems. His weapon lifted, a ray swiftly pierced through, leaving behind a charred wound the size of a head. "Do not linger. Do not let them hold you back. Charge out with me." Ashit heard the sound of air being sliced behind him, a noise reminiscent of death itself, closely trailing, poised to strike them with its merciless scythe at any moment. The four individuals dared not pause even for a moment as they navigated the labyrinthine alleys of the city, clinging to their last vestiges of hope, fervently praying for a glimmer of possibility to escape and survive. Yet, no matter the path they took, the ominous sound of warships slicing through the air trailed them like a relentless shadow, an inescapable specter hovering above. Ashit's forehead was soon drenched in cold sweat as he craned his neck in search of their pursuers, but his efforts yielded naught. He felt as though he were being toyed with by an unseen adversary. It reminded him of an interstellar beast arena he had once visited, where a grand coliseum was arranged like a maze, ever shifting in its configuration. The creatures thrust into this arena were compelled to find a way out. A misstep could lead to a perilous plunge into a void devoid of floor, where they would be obliterated in the vacuum of space. Should they lag, they would be pursued by the formidable beast-capturing insects, colossal creatures that thrived in planets with feeble gravity, capable of occupying an entire corridor. Each time the arena was opened, Hundreds of bizarre beasts were released, herded by the insects that controlled their pace. In their frenzy, the beasts either fell into the abyss or stumbled into dead ends, awaiting the next alteration of the terrain or despairing as the insects drew ever closer, prepared to devour them whole. A fortunate few might navigate layer upon layer to reach the very center, but upon arrival, they faced one final trial. Only one beast could emerge alive. They had to engage in a deadly struggle, ensuring that only one remained before the insects closed in. Ashet was uncertain whether the current chase bore a similar rule, whether only one could survive, but he was acutely aware of the ever-present sound of slicing air behind them, an echo of the pursuing insects. They were akin to the beasts in that arena. As this realization dawned upon him, Ashet's demeanor grew increasingly frantic. Once, he had been a spectator in the VIP section of the interstellar arena, lofty and detached, observing the desperate charge and subsequent carnage of the beasts below. Yet now, he found himself reduced to their plight. Perhaps, perched high in a fortress, others like his former self were laughing and savoring the unfolding drama. Just as visions of the past flooded Ashet's mind, a glimmer of light appeared beyond the alleyway ahead. "Minister, up ahead. There are no obstructions," came the voice of one of his companions. A jolt of alarm surged through Ashet, and he felt himself sinking deeper into despair, increasingly convinced that they had been herded to the arena's center. "Minister, what shall we do?" Another implored. "Perhaps we could use the natives as leverage. If it comes to it, we can fight them." Minister. After a moment of silence, Ashet replied, "If this is the fate that awaits us, then we must confront it." He stepped resolutely toward the light at the alley's end, gripping his weapon tightly. Upon crossing the alleyway, one is greeted by an expansive thoroughfare, leading directly to a square before a towering white stone citadel. In the center of the avenue stands a figure adorned with magnificent, iridescent wings, her form resplendent beneath a cascade of vibrant crystalline stones, gazing intently at them. Her eyes, devoid of emotion, rest upon a visage of frigid beauty embellished with scattered gemstones, shimmering under the simulated light. Suddenly, her wings unfurl with a fierce grace, and she gracefully hovers in midair, wielding a long sword formed from a nebulous illusion of overlapping dimensions. Wait, is this the humanoid sentry reported by the dispatched squad before their demise? They had indicated that the prowess of such sentinels lay between levels 4 and 5 of civilization. We might still have a chance to confront her. However, why does the weapon in her hand deviate from the data presented in the report, which stated she possessed 2 plasma swords? Asheti had no inclination to heed the murmurs of her subordinates, demanding, "What manner of being are you?" The strikingly beautiful figure, almost otherworldly in her allure, appeared even more enchanting under the light, her golden, wavy locks cascading down as she spoke. "Fairy War Princess number 075, codename Mahita." In the blink of an eye, her form vanished from view, leaving only a lingering shadow that gradually dissipated. The final image etched in the eyes of the 4 was that of the beguiling figure, along with her lingering words echoing in their minds. Lu Feng remained silent in response to Quinn when Il made a new discovery. "Commander, we have found an unexpected boon from another individual who escaped the self-destruction." A picture materialized before Lu Feng, revealing a fragment of crystal identical to the one he had previously obtained from the Black Pyramid, albeit much smaller, comparable in size to the crystal shard acquired from the crawling squad earlier. Another piece of amba. Lu Feng produced the celestial blue amba fragment, and with the newly acquired piece, he estimated he had gathered approximately 2/3 of the amba shards. The largest of them belonged to the Black Pyramid, which constituted more than half of the total size. "Excellent. Bring this amba fragment back to me, along with the captured individuals." "As you wish, Commander." Yet, at that moment, Il detected another anomaly. "Commander, the situation outside appears to be amiss. Those dark clouds seem to be reorganizing." Chapter 147. It does not exist. Il presented the image of the Black Mist Fleet before Lu Feng. At first glance, it was difficult to discern anything unusual, but upon magnification, one could observe tiny black sparks continuously floating upward, converging towards the remaining patches of black mist. These fragmented clouds of darkness, despite their dwindling presence, persisted like a flickering candle in the wind, refusing to extinguish no matter how fiercely it was blown. This peculiar sight prompted Il to sense an anomaly. Was it possible to capture those black sparks? It was not, Illinois asserted. I had previously dispatched several small fleet vessels to attempt this, But those black sparks merely appeared as points in optical observation. In reality, regardless of the density of the net or even direct solid barriers placed before them, the black sparks would traverse through everything as if passing through transparent objects. In simple terms, their collisional volume was negligible. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering. Do you believe such entities could exist? Il negated once more, stating, I believe our precision is insufficient. This is the footage I captured from the ground. Il displayed another image, depicting a few children hiding near the wreckage of a downed ship, grasping a handful of powdery substance. The black points of light also floated up from the debris of the destroyed vessel, indicating that both phenomena were likely of the same material. The only distinction lay in the fact that once these black points aggregated sufficiently, their properties mirrored those of ordinary matter. However, they were elusive in the air due to their diminutive size, which rendered typical matter incapable of intercepting them. In other words, their true volume had diminished to an atomic scale, or even smaller, akin to microscopic particles, thus explaining why individual points could seamlessly penetrate obstructive substances. Lu Feng nodded, contemplating. Do you think these black points are the result of human manipulation, or do they possess some inherent regenerative structural characteristics? Or perhaps, they are living entities? After a moment of silence, Illinois replied, It is challenging to analyze. The first two possibilities allow us to trace their origin and respond, but if it is the latter, we may face an insurmountable dilemma. Prompted by IL's insight, Lu Feng began to fathom the potential ramifications. The ability to penetrate the atomic structures of material means that any person or object would be utterly exposed before these black points, should they choose to. They could effortlessly breach any matter standing in their way. Yet, it was evident that these black points did not possess such capabilities. Otherwise, they would not engage us in combat by consolidating into the form of a fleet. One can only hope that this is indeed the case. Below the platform of the Void Shadow, Duke Quinn awaited a response that did not come, his breaths growing increasingly labored. Tell me, reveal the ultimate truth. I know you can hear and see me. Do not disregard my plea. I have waited for millennia. You cannot fathom the depth of this feeling. Yet still, there was no reply. Quinn hung his head in apparent despair, then let out a low, haunting laughter that echoed across the desolate platform. You cannot possibly believe that the ominous black mist outside can be easily resolved. Years ago, I witnessed everything, endured it all, and felt it deeply. I managed to escape from the vessel known as the Martyr. The black mist is relentless, eroding all that it touches. Impervious to any barrier, neither hyperspace nor the Martyr nor even Amba can contain it. Even the most formidable sixth-level civilization of that time could not eradicate the existence of the black mist. Do you truly think you possess the means to vanquish it alone? The black mist has yet to be fully unleashed. It is a mere shadow of its former self. Only by obtaining the complete fragments of Amba can we hope to suppress it entirely. Therefore, allow me to guide you in the search for Amba's shards. I ask for nothing in return, merely the knowledge. Quinn's words indeed piqued Lu Feng's interest. A shimmering wave of blue light rippled across the hull of the Void Shadow, slowly revealing its previously unseen form. The entire Void Shadow now hovered above Quinn's head. Initially, Quinn anticipated that the mastermind behind it all was lurking in the shadows, but he was taken aback by its sudden appearance. Yet, what truly astonished him was the detection device embedded in his chest, which began to scan frantically, only to recognize the colossal, cloaked vessel the moment the Void Shadow emerged from its invisibility. Until that moment, there had been no sign of its presence whatsoever. Throughout the millennia of wandering in the galaxy, Quinn's technological prowess had not significantly advanced since his days in the church. Pushing the boundaries of sixth-level civilization technology is not something any individual can achieve alone. It requires laboratories, funding, and personnel among many other necessities. However, his survival skills have been honed to perfection over the years. This has instilled in him an unwavering confidence that the various detection devices he meticulously modified could easily uncover the most advanced stealth warships of any sixth-level civilization. Each stealth vessel employs different principles of invisibility, each with its unique strengths, yet Quinn has come to understand them intimately. There is nothing he cannot detect. This tactic has proven infallible, allowing him to evade countless perils throughout the galaxy's numerous arms. The sixth-level civilizations appear trivial in his eyes, which is the foundation of his resilience after millennia of wandering. However, the emergence of the Void Shadow shattered this unyielding belief. The void shadow appeared as if it had never existed before, suddenly materializing before him as if it had just arrived. No, no, no. It cannot be. It is impossible to leave behind no trace whatsoever. Quinn frantically processed the data from his internal detectors, striving to mathematically demonstrate that something had once existed in that very spot. He thought to himself, I can calculate it. Any hint of a flaw cannot escape my notice, and I shall not overlook any vulnerability. Yet, no matter how he computed or sought to prove it, all data consistently pointed to the same conclusion, a seamless coherence that was nothing short of perfect. This attests to the utter absence of anything in that expanse. Quinn's face momentarily transformed into a visage of profound terror, as if he were witnessing the most unfathomable occurrence. Even more incredulous than the resurrection of Amba before his very eyes. The continuum of space, devoid of issues, devoid of problems, it does not exist. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of his scientific foundations crumbled instantaneously. It was as though every theorem he had ever learned had become obsolete. Everything from his past was rendered null and void. For one who had once been a scholar of the highest order, what could be more despairing than this? Yet, before him loomed the shadow of the void, its grand and exquisite hull materializing right before his eyes, compelling Quinn to confront this reality. He stood there, momentarily paralyzed. But suddenly, an unprecedented conviction surged within him. I understand. I comprehend. Quinn appeared as though he had lost his sanity in the ecstasy of discovering the ultimate answer. It is the rules. It must be the rules. Beyond the 6th level of civilization, stepping beyond the galaxy. Ha ha ha. You must have discovered something. Something that transcends the galaxy's dominion. Capable of rewriting the very fabric of existence. It not only unveils new revelations, but also incites envy, leading to the encroaching darkness. It must be so. It must be so. The final piece of the puzzle, I finally grasp it. Hearing Quinn's frenzied utterances, Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. One could not help but admire Quinn's rich imagination, a testament to his former status as a scholar. Yet alas, you are mistaken. A calm yet authoritative voice emanated from the shadow of the void. Quinn was taken aback. Where have I erred? I am not wrong. When all facts lay bare before us, what is left to deny? If this is the case, then it is the truth. Yet, facts may also be shrouded in the guise of illusion. Lu Feng was disinclined to squander time debating such matters with Quinn, so he continued. I wish to take you to meet some individuals. Chapter 148. The mechanical pope in the square paved with white stone before the city of stone. The bishops of the Deltan Church commanded a multitude of soldiers to transport stacks of ancient scrolls, gathering them into a centralized heap. The churches within the city, which housed these venerable texts, had been thoroughly searched, and the remnants of ancient literature were now scant. What could that esteemed figure possibly desire with these ancient tomes? Was it merely idle speculation to question their intent? Groups of individuals huddled together, whispering, their gazes furtively directed toward the lofty, dignified figures suspended in the air above the square, exuding an aura of sanctity that rendered them inviolable. In the air, 10 fairy warriors were arranged in a circular formation, each unfurling their wings and hovering above, their scrutinizing eyes surveying every soul below. All occurrences within the square were meticulously observed and ultimately relayed to IL for final processing. The 10 fairy warriors acted as judges from the 10 directions, instilling such trepidation in every Deltan present that they dared not even breathe audibly. The erstwhile rebels, no longer deserving of that title, had come to a profound realization following the battle with the Black Mist. Everything from the past was destined for a monumental transformation. Their reasons for opposing the church had lost their potency. The situation had irrevocably altered. Yet, they still retained soldiers brandishing weapons, creating a subtle parity with the original guardians of the church. The leading conspirator instructed his subordinates to secure half of the square, reminding them to regard the esteemed figure as a true deity upon their return. He whispered these thoughts within his inner circle. The common soldiers below might indeed have been awed and intimidated by the imposing fleet and the fearsome fairy warriors, revering them as divine beings. But in the depths of his mind, he harbored divergent thoughts. The Deltans were not entirely unfamiliar with technologies such as aerial battleships. Having encountered fragmentary references in some archaic texts, tales spoke of magnificent fleets appearing in the skies, floating like mountains, insurmountable. Wherever these fleets traversed, all things bowed in submission, and then they were drawn into it, aboard their aerial vessels, arriving in a new world. The former chief conspirator murmured these enigmatic words, which held profound obscurity for them. He and several other conspirators had previously toiled to decipher the true meaning behind those phrases. Yet, they could never have envisioned fleets suspended in the air, colossal as mountains. Some among them dismissed it as mere ramblings of a drunken old man. But today, clarity dawned upon them. It was not folly, it was reality. They had not disseminated this knowledge widely, with only a select few conspirators privy to such revelations. They could even ascertain that within the church's ranks, few were aware of these truths. Amidst their hushed discourse, several elderly figures clad in the vestments of the Deltan Church approached the leaders of the fairy warriors. All ancient texts have been meticulously gathered. These invaluable relics have resided within the church for at least a millennium. One wonders what quest that esteemed individual is pursuing. The fairy warrior Mahida nodded with indifference. Yet to the elderly men and those surrounding her, it seemed perfectly natural. A sudden rush of wind broke the silence, heralded by the dazzling mock rings emerging from the tip of a tail wing. Another fairy warrior cast two figures, resembling crawling creatures clad in rudimentary combat attire, into the center of the gathering. Numerous other crawling beings, captured from the escape pods, were also present. The previously designated targets had all been apprehended. A total of 28 shuttles had been employed, resulting in 126 survivors and 72 deceased, whose bodies were promptly disposed of on-site. Mahida signaled to her companion, relaying the two sets of information to Ilna at the information hub. Before long, without any forewarning, a shuttle-shaped warship materialized overhead, unnoticed by the assembly. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, accompanied by Lingya, teleported from the void shadow to the ground. "Commander," all the fairy warriors called out in unison, while the surrounding clergy knelt in reverence. Ignoring the others, Lu Feng first noticed the stacks of ancient books and instructed Il to transport them all for scanning. Relying solely on human effort would be a futile endeavor. Il acted swiftly, to an extent that surpassed Lu Feng's expectations. After all the ancient texts were delivered to the Void Shadow, Illinois provided results within mere minutes. No relevant content regarding Pangla was found. None. Lu Feng fell into contemplation, then inquired, from the timeline analysis, are there any records of events occurring 10 millennia ago, especially peculiar occurrences, such as an unfamiliar, eccentric cleric appearing in a specific location? Il paused for a few seconds before responding. According to the timeline analysis, there were a few suspicious records from 10 millennia ago. However, subsequent investigations yielded reasonable explanations for each. Overall analysis suggests that the likelihood of these events being related to Pangla is merely 0. 1. Lu Feng paced thoughtfully for a moment, then approached the bishop of the Deltans. "I ask you, have you ever encountered any records pertaining to the name Pangla?" A momentary confusion crossed the faces of the bishops, and after exchanging glances, they shook their heads. However, one bishop furrowed his brow and, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "There is an ancient text that seems to bear some relation to that name." The other bishops turned their attention to him in disbelief. "Impossible. I have perused every ancient tome within the diocese. There is no way I could forget." "Me too. Having lived for 3 centuries, I have examined the ancient texts of every church. At the very least, I would have skimmed through them. None of them bear a connection to Pangla." The bishop who spoke hesitated, uncertain if he should proceed. Lu Feng approached him directly and assured, "Regardless of its veracity, you shall not suffer any repercussions for revealing it. However, should it prove useful, you understand the implications it may carry, do you not?" To the ears of the bishop, Lu Feng's words resonated like a divine oracle. His eyes sparkled with fervor, almost ablaze, as his body trembled with anticipation. "Indeed, I am the bishop who serves the Pope and oversees the ceremonial affairs of the Stone City Hall. The Pope is the very figure you encountered in the ceremonial hall." The image of the mechanical Pope materialized in Lu Feng's mind. The bishop continued, "Since the inception of our existence in this world, the Pope has remained steadfast in his sacred seat, untouched by any hand. Curiously, the ceremonial hall has never accumulated a speck of dust, requiring no cleaning from us. My daily duties merely involve arranging precious ornaments around the Pope and presiding over various rituals. However, there was an incident when a newly appointed papal maid, in her clumsiness, inadvertently tore away the Pope's crimson robe, a garment that had adorned him for countless years, untouched by time. The maid, flustered, attempted to drape the robe back upon the Pope, yet I noticed the commotion. I had intended to restore the robe ceremoniously. offering an unholy sacrifice to atone for the error. Unexpectedly, a book tumbled from the inner pocket of the robe. At this juncture, his expression grew increasingly anxious. For the book was titled The Pan-Galactic Diary. Lu Feng's spirit surged at the mention of it. "Where's the book? Where has it gone?" The bishop appeared more flustered. Stammering, I burned it." "What do you mean you burned it?" Lu Feng's urgency was palpable. "Did you burn it for your ancestors, perhaps?" Even the other bishops cast incredulous glances at him. "You were entrusted to serve the Pope, and you dared to incinerate an ancient text related to His Holiness? What an irreparable loss. That could very well be the most significant tome of religious value associated with the Pope. Do you comprehend what constitutes a sacred text? You have committed an egregious sacrilege against the Pope. Death is the only fitting punishment. Fortunately, the customs of the Deltans differ." The bishop evidently failed to grasp the weight of Lu Feng's words. Yet, from Lu Feng's impassioned demeanor, it was clear that he recognized the magnitude of the folly he had committed. "You assured me that I would incur no loss. You must not renege on your promise." Chapter 149. Hello? Lu Feng could only acquiesce to this. "However, one must ponder why you chose to incinerate this ancient tome." His gaze grew contemplative, hinting at the presence of deeper issues. "Because the book states that the Pope is still alive." Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment washed over all the bishops. This revelation transcended mere sacrilege. It sent shivers down their spines. Even Lu Feng felt a chill creep over him. "Are you implying that within that mechanical frame, there resides a living entity?" Though the meaning was somewhat elusive, the bishop stammered. "The text clearly asserts that the Pope is alive, watching us day after day, year after year." Such audacious claims. What could possibly dwell within the Pope's corporeal remains? I refuse to believe it. The Pope's body has existed for millennia, long before the establishment of the Stone City. Perhaps even preceding the prophecies of the messenger. No. The prophecies regarding the messenger seem to have been handed down by His Holiness. How could the Pope's physical form possibly still harbor life? If the Pope had indeed survived to this day, why does his body remain motionless? Surely, if he could be resurrected, he would have responded to us by now. The increasingly agitated bishop hurriedly added, "Yes, I concur. This is a profound disrespect towards the Pope. It is utterly terrifying, which is why Lu Feng abruptly raised his hand, silencing the bishop's ensuing remarks and adopting a posture of rapt attention. Meanwhile, the other bishops remained in a state of uproar. Lu Feng commanded them in a hushed tone, "Silence." Instantly, the clamor subsided, and dissent vanished. Furrowing his brow, Lu Feng continued to listen intently. Yet he could not shake the sensation of hearing a faint crackling sound. This sound, it struck him as oddly familiar, but he could not pinpoint its origin. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the fairy battle maidens to suppress the voices of the remaining civilians and soldiers. As the floating fairy battle maidens collectively proclaimed, "Silence," Lu Feng finally perceived a profound stillness enveloping the surroundings. The incessant crackling sound grew increasingly distinct, emanating from within the stone city itself. Am I not merely imagining this?" Il remained unusually silent for a protracted moment before responding. "Commander, perhaps you should enter and investigate." Lu Feng pondered in silence for a while before wordlessly making his way toward the stone city. "Commander, you cannot possibly be afraid, can you? You are, after all, a scientist and do not subscribe to superstition." "Impossible. Who could fear such things? Yet your heart rate is alarmingly elevated, distinct from the fluctuations you exhibited while viewing those images." "What images?" "Do not speak carelessly. From the database brought from Earth. I have uncovered your browsing history from a decade ago, along with the heart rate data synchronized from your smartwatch. Even as an AI, you wouldn't wish to be perceived as a malevolent entity, would you? There are consequences to straying from the path of virtue." Il was perplexed. Did the commander wish to witness the AI mimic such images? "Regrettably, my form has long since merged with silicon, otherwise I would have." "Halt." Lu Feng abruptly halted his steps. "Henceforth, access to the Earth database is strictly prohibited. I will assign it the highest level of exclusivity, allowing no one but myself to view it. Are you attempting to hoard it for yourself?" Lu Feng trudged forward, finding it difficult to engage in conversation with a curious yet illogical AI girl. He proceeded directly to the grand entrance of the stone city. Gazing at the firmly shut gates, his heart stirred with a desire to explore further. "Are there still people inside?" he inquired of the sentinel at the gate. "Replying to your lordship, the stone city has long been ordered to be vacated by the bishops. This is the sole entrance and exit. Since the evacuation, we have remained stationed here, without witnessing anyone entering or exiting, the guard replied with unwavering certainty. He spoke no falsehoods, Illinois reminded. Lu Feng nodded and instructed him to open the gates. As the grand doors of the stone city swung open once more, Lu Feng was greeted by the familiar sight he had encountered not long ago. The expansive chapel housed rows of pews flanking the crimson carpet, and at the forefront, upon an altar incongruous with the towering redwood chair beneath it, sat a mechanical figure, utterly motionless. The mechanical Pope's posture bore no distinction from what Lu Feng had previously witnessed. Il provided her analysis, asserting a posture congruence of 100, indicating no movement. Lu Feng stepped onto the crimson carpet, advancing towards it with measured steps. With each stride closer, the buzzing sound near his ear seemed to grow louder. However, this buzzing was intermittent, sporadic, and incomplete. Please draw a little closer, Illinois suggested, seemingly having made a discovery, though uncertain. Lu Feng needed to approach the mechanical Pope to validate her hypothesis. As he neared, the buzzing became increasingly distinct, and Lu Feng realized the source of the sound. It was the noise of electricity coursing through coils, a sound often heard in antiquated radios. Yet, this memory felt too distant, not aligning with the vast vessel, the Martyr, deep within the cosmic hyperspace, causing Lu Feng to momentarily falter in recognition. He fixated intently on the hollow metallic eye sockets of the mechanical Pope, hoping to discern any signs of change. Alas, those metallic sockets bore no signs of life. The mechanical Pope remained as still as a statue, its expression unchanged for countless years, maintaining an air of solemnity. Lu Feng circled the mechanical Pope for quite some time, yet uncovered no clues. This was hardly surprising, otherwise. Those devoted to this entity, the fervently concerned Deltarian order, would have long since detected any anomalies in their Pope. During this period, Illinois had become increasingly perceptive, uncovering information that was ordinarily elusive. You placed your hand upon his form. Before the grand entrance, a multitude of Deltar bishops had silently gathered, their hearts filled with even greater urgency and anticipation than that of Lu Feng, having been roused by the astonishing words of the bishop who served the Pope. They held their breath, fixated on Lu Feng's movements, their gaze also locked onto the mechanical Pope, not daring to blink. They feared that even the slightest lapse might cause them to miss a rare spectacle. After Lu Feng circled the mechanical Pope several times, he finally made a move, reaching out to touch the mechanical figure. The bishops, who usually exhibited utmost reverence towards the Pope, regarded any casual contact as sacrilegious. According to the highest religious laws of the Deltar sect, the gravest sin was to lay hands upon the Pope's remains. The act of touching the Pope was a taboo for all, reserved solely for specially selected virgin maidens, raised from childhood in the chapel to nurture the purest faith in the Pope. Only after bathing in holy water and donning specially crafted sacred garments could they touch the Pope as a part of the ritual to honor him. These maidens were regarded as the epitome of purity, each granted but a single opportunity to make contact in their lifetime. Aside from them, no one else had touched the Pope over the years. Now, an outsider was poised to touch this most sacred of taboos before their very eyes, yet they remained silent. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, none dared to intervene, and many harbored a glimmer of hope. In comparison to the monumental significance of the Pope still being alive, a mere touch seemed trivial. Even the fairy warriors led by Lingya were prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, ready to transform the space into a battlefield should any threat arise. They flanked Lu Feng, their expressions betraying a sense of impending conflict. As Lu Feng's hand inched closer to the mechanical Pope, the tension in the air thickened. Under the watchful gaze of all, Lu Feng's hand rested upon the shoulder beneath the Pope's crimson robe. At that moment, he heard a resonant voice laced with static. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Lu Feng's expression shifted to one of unease as he regarded the mechanical skeleton before him. Could it be that this contraption of a Pope was truly alive? Chapter 150. Have you awakened? Hello? Hello? The sound, accompanied by a crackling noise, continued to resonate in my ears. Lu Feng took a moment to steady himself and calm his racing heart. Your microphone is still on. Hello, hello? The voice finally ceased, only to be replaced by another exclamation. Finally, someone can hear me. This is truly the most joyous occasion of my life. The last time I ventured across the interstellar barrier with Dean Halia to the neutral gravity port, racing against those foolish pirates, was previously my pinnacle of happiness. However, that now relegates to second place. These insipid Deltans always send those lovely ladies to attend to me. I loathe it. Being unable to move is excruciating. The incessant chatter of this individual showed no signs of abating. Lu Feng cursed inwardly, contemplating whether he could silence this loquacious individual. Yet he restrained himself. Pandela? Oh, you actually know my name. It seems the diary I left behind was not destroyed by those Deltans. I thought the previous coward was too frightened to believe their pope was still alive. For a native, such psychological resilience is commendable, though it is regrettable that the realization came too late. Yet, even with this knowledge, communication seems futile. Lu Feng's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated Pandela to be such a chatterbox. He inhaled deeply once more. Bishop Pandela, since you can communicate, I wonder if you are aware of certain matters. Before he could finish, Pandela interjected. I know. Although I cannot move, my eyes remain functional. I am fully aware of the battle outside. However, you truly do not comprehend what you are facing. Attempting to confront the black mist with your current capabilities is utterly futile. Oh, do not misunderstand. It is not that I look down upon you. Let me reiterate, I harbor no disdain towards you. It is merely a fact that you are incapable of dealing with the black mist. It is as simple as that. In the next moment, Lu Feng grasped the mechanical pope's head in his hand, pressing down firmly. Lingya, give me electricity. Hey, what are you doing? Stay calm. Let us discuss this rationally. Of course, I know that individuals as loquacious as myself are rare, and you might feel a twinge of jealousy seeing me speak so freely. Hello? Hello. The crackling of electricity grew increasingly loud and distant, while Pandela's voice began to sound as if it were echoing from afar, becoming difficult to discern. The diagnostic results emerged, revealing something intriguing. Within this metallic framework resided a self-aware entity composed of electric currents. Logically, such a being would require an energy source. Otherwise, the moment it lost its power supply would also signal the extinguishing of its essence. Yet, through some unknown means, it had managed to sustain itself within this framework for an exceedingly long duration, logically estimated to be around 10,000 years. As Lingya unleashed a surge of electricity, Il was equally occupied, diligently relaying the latest intelligence to Lu Feng. This skeletal structure was remarkably unique. Its outermost layer was enveloped in a potent electromagnetic insulator, while the inner skeleton formed a cohesive entity resembling a hollow cavity, capable of accommodating a substantial flow of electrical energy. This was precisely why Il had previously overlooked any issues with the mechanical skeleton. It was only upon Lu Feng's direct contact with the skeleton, penetrating that layer of electromagnetic insulation, that the underlying problems became apparent. Hiss, you wish to study this contraption? This is a universal reporting terminal designed for use in sterile environments, albeit modified by me. Hiss, retaining its original functions while incorporating my personal touches. Hiss, be careful with the electricity. My father's skeletal structure is on the verge of collapse. Could you procure some equipment for me? Here is the list. The requirements are straightforward, easily met by a level 1 civilization. Even these Deltans, given some time to develop steam technology, could fabricate them. Some items may have different nomenclatures, but as long as one comprehends the relevant technological tree, substitutes can be sourced, understand? Bishop Pangela. Suppressing the urge to inundate Lu Feng with a barrage of unfamiliar terminology, provided relevant explanations and functions to assist in locating replacements. Lu Feng, relieved from the burden of such matters, promptly delegated the task to Il. Il comprehended the request almost instantaneously. I understand. This is akin to a single-unit hydraulic system, merely with electromagnetic drives. Although we lack such technology, we can certainly produce it using the Starship component factory in Silver Star City. Il acted with remarkable swiftness. In no time, he dispatched a fairy warrior to deliver a collection of scattered equipment. To Lu Feng's eyes, these disparate components resembled parts for assembling a robot, evoking memories of his days studying AI back on Earth. Hey, could you assist me in assembling these? Pangela's request was succinct and clear. However, Il had already anticipated this need. Assembly did not require Lu Feng's direct involvement. The installation of these devices was straightforward, with connections secured at several critical joints of the mechanical body. Under Il's meticulous supervision, the precision achieved was impeccable, even surpassing Pangela's original design. As the complete array of components was affixed to the imposing mechanical figure before them, A series of hydraulic support sounds resonated, accompanying Pangila's subdued, prolonged laughter. The mechanical pope, who had sat in his mahogany chair for millennia, gradually rose before the eyes of the awaiting Deltan bishops at the gates of Stone City. His mechanical eye sockets, devoid of expression yet unsettlingly scanning the surroundings, emitted sounds despite his mouth remaining motionless. The sensation of moving once more is truly delightful. Alas, this chair has been my companion for an eternity. Rising from it evokes a twinge of reluctance. Such a fine seat. Once I venture outside, I shall take you with me, bearing you wherever I go, allowing you to witness the splendor of genuine starlight. Oh, how long has it been since I basked in sunlight? Fortunately, this terminal device shows no signs of rust. Pangra stretched his limbs with childlike exuberance, playfully manipulating his arms and legs. With a flourish, he shook off the crimson robe draped across his shoulders and strode purposefully towards the grand door beyond the red carpet. This spectacle left the bishops of the Delta, positioned at the entrance, utterly astonished. Two of them fainted on the spot. The mechanical pope, revered for millennia and present since the inception of the Delta, had miraculously come to life and moved. Oh, Holy Father, how is it that you have your holiness? You have survived to this day, and we were oblivious. This is our transgression. Please forgive us. Your Holiness, some bishops were overcome with anguish. Others were in a state of shock, gradually coming to terms with the miraculous event, while some had already knelt in awe, frozen before the Pope's colossal hand. Pangra touched the smooth surface of his metallic cranium, the newly installed vocal apparatus provided by IL resonating with sound. Well, after enduring your worship for a millennium, witnessing the evolution of you Delters, being regarded as your Pope is indeed. But why does this voice resemble that of an elderly male, interspersed with indistinct breaths? I demand a voice befitting a young, handsome, vibrant, and confident male. You are unworthy. I have ample reason to deduce that you harbor envy. As the youngest bishop in the history of the Holy See and the chief scientist of the illustrious Starship martyrdom, your jealousy is undeniable. Lu Feng suppressed the urge to deliver a blow to this mechanical frame and simply remarked, but a millennium has indeed passed. In an instant, Pangra fell silent. Those words struck like a dagger to the heart, visibly casting a pall over the metallic visage of Pangra's fixed form. Chapter 151. A reunion after millennia. The despondency of Pandela did not linger for long. Once he regained his composure, he remarked, so be it. The old men of the church would surely find it amusing to witness my current state. However, I suspect they are no longer among the living, merely lingering in the spiritual shrine. Enough of this. I wonder if I will even survive to witness what the church has become today. Pandela's gaze shifted towards the horizon, his eyes shimmering with a faint blue light as he scrutinized the surroundings. Beyond the ecological sphere lay a layer of lost spatial concealment, designed specifically to confound vessels equipped with instantaneous spatial teleportation or related technologies, causing them to lose their true navigation. Although the ecological sphere was constructed within the confines of the martyr's vessel, its actual coordinates did not align with the physical layout within the ship. Without genuine spatial coordinates, an enforced teleportation would lead to significant deviations. This indicated that the true forces of the black mist had yet to penetrate the ecological sphere. Indeed, Pandela mused, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng. There is the scent of amber about you. You must have acquired a shard of Lord Amba. Lu Feng felt a twinge of surprise. Though it was not entirely unexpected, Pandela elaborated, we once basked in the collective consciousness of the civilization crafted by Lord Amba. His existence shone in our minds like a radiant star. Even after his departure, his brilliance remains undiminished. Your aura is overwhelmingly intense in my eyes. Lu Feng had long been aware of the church's unique collective consciousness, yet he had not anticipated its profundity. However, as he engaged more with this realm, his understanding deepened. If one were to liken this domain to radio waves, then Amba would be akin to an extraordinarily tall radio tower, broadcasting signals throughout the entirety of the church. Everyone within the radiated range could communicate through these waves. This may serve as a simplified analogy. Lu Feng produced the shard of Amba he possessed, along with a small fragment acquired from the Bubray Union Heavy Industry, now holding a substantial 2/3 of the Amba crystal. Upon beholding the Amba crystal, a flurry of electric sparks erupted in Pandela's gaze, pulsating vigorously before gradually subsiding. Only 1/3 remains, Pandela uttered softly. Do you know where the final third lies? Pandela nodded, refraining from further comment. and gestured for Lufeng to accompany him. Pandela turned to face the circle of bishops eagerly awaiting him, erupting into hearty laughter. Though I once held the title of your pope, from this day forth, you need not regard me as such. I have reviewed many of your theological dissertations. Yet religion requires a definitive purpose to endure. The ultimate goal set forth by the ecclesiastical authority has vanished, and I too shall soon be no more. Ultimately, all shall revert to the new era of your civilization's own evolution. After 10 millennia, it is time to embrace the next age. Upon hearing these words, the bishops of the Deltan order were momentarily subdued. They understood full well the implications of Pandela's statement. Each bishop was a seasoned individual, having navigated the upper echelons of Deltan society for years, and many outcomes became foreseeable with the utterance of those words. Regardless of whether they continued to acknowledge Pandela as the so-called pope, the legitimacy of the Deltan Church had already begun to wane the moment Pandela himself disavowed it. Its continuity now stood on a countdown. Despite some being deeply moved, yearning to convey something to Pandela, he strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the stone city. Showing no inclination to look back, Lufeng was not surprised by Pandela's actions. They were not beings of the same time or world, and it was inevitable that Pandela would not remain here as a mere mechanical pope. Quen. As Pandela navigated through the crowd and reached the center of the stone city square, he noticed a group of individuals restrained to the ground. Each was bound by a collar that emanated a powerful gravitational force, effectively trapping them in place. At the edge, Pandela discerned a gaunt figure adorned with a hood. The partial silhouette of a face that emerged from the shadows instantly reminded him of someone. Initially uncertain, he approached the hooded figure, lifting the hood under Quen's gaze. Although Quen's visage had transformed completely over the millennia, Pandela still recognized a hint of the past in that wrinkled face. His certainty solidified. Indeed, it is you, Quen, the esteemed traitor of our order. Quen was initially taken aback when Pandela first addressed him by name, perceiving merely a generic reporting interface of the ecclesiastical realm. However, upon hearing Pandela's words, Quen abruptly looked up, seeking any semblance of recognition from the mechanical visage before him, desperate to ascertain the identity of this being. Who are you? No, could it be? Could it truly be you? Only you could have vanished and yet survived. Bishop Pandela. Quen fixed his gaze on the face before him, his tone chillingly cold. Pandela did not move his lips, yet a prolonged laughter resonated from the speaker, echoing for several minutes. Quen, do you truly believe that only you can survive? You, an old man, are the most insidious and scheming of all, with an exceedingly obsessive disposition. Had it not been for Lord Amba personally appointing me to oversee the construction of the martyr, it might very well have been you. At this point, Pangla's laughter suddenly took on a tone tinged with sorrow and regret. Yet, is it not you who may have discovered the answers you sought before me? Quen replied through gritted teeth, I have found it. The answer lies before my very eyes. This is the answer. It is all laid out before us. What more is there to say? Upon hearing Quen's words, Pangla momentarily paused in astonishment, then erupted into even more boisterous laughter. Despite his mechanical form lacking lungs, he continued the ancient custom of bending over and clutching his belly. Are you referring to him? Pangla pointed towards Lu Feng. Quen shouted, is it not so? He hails from the Orion arm. Look around. Is all this mere coincidence? I have unearthed the true answer, the one you have all failed to discover. I have seen it before any of you. Pangla's laughter ceased, his voice infused with pity, tinged with self-mockery. No, it was I who discovered it first. Standing before Quen, Pangla bore the demeanor of a victor, yet to Lu Feng, he appeared as a defeated man. This sentiment arose within him, but he chose to suppress it for the moment. Quen shook his head in fervent denial. No, what you know is merely what Lord Amba revealed exclusively to you. What truly befell the deep space exploration fleet of the Orion arm, what they discovered, and what led to their demise. These are all revelations bestowed upon you by Amba. You did not uncover them through your own efforts. Pangla remained silent for a moment before responding. Had Lord Amba divulged this truth to me directly, I would not be standing here today. If you truly grasped the answer, you would not be alive. Pangla's words struck Quen like a bucket of cold water, and though he was reluctant to accept it, upon reflection, he recognized that certain aspects of his understanding were flawed. Perhaps some truths were obscured by his obsessive pursuit. Do you know why Lord Amba never revealed a single word about the answer, to us, even to the very end? Quen fell silent, and Lu Feng's curiosity was piqued by Pangla's inquiry. He too began to grow increasingly interested in the truth surrounding the sixth-level civilization of the Orion Arm. Pangla's mechanical visage fixated on Quinn, as though he could devour him in the next instant. For knowledge is akin to a contagion. Understanding is a harbinger of doom. This was the outcome achieved by Lord Amba through his very existence. A millennium ago, I had an inkling of the truth. Yet my fate has culminated in this very form I now possess. Chapter 152. The sighing fleet. Upon hearing Pangla's words, Quinn experienced a dawning realization. A look of horror graced his wrinkled visage. Just then, Aiel's slightly frantic voice erupted, warning of a disturbance within the black mist. Lu Feng lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where the once dissipated black fog now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, as something within churned and surged restlessly. As the tendrils of black mist morphed, they contracted to an extreme before violently bursting forth. In an instant, the explosive black dots cascaded like raindrops, creating a tumultuous downpour of dark rain across the skyline. Fortunately, the quantity had diminished significantly prior to the eruption, rendering the impact relatively limited. As the black rain descended upon the mountains below, it cloaked them in a shroud of darkness, obliterating everything that once thrived there. This commotion captured the attention of Pangla, Quinn, and the others. Watching the black mist transform into rain, Pangla remarked, "Although our technology cannot elucidate how they achieved this, it is the undeniable outcome before your eyes." Quinn remained skeptical, muttering under his breath, "A coincidence, merely a coincidence. How could such power truly exist? You must understand. This is beyond the realm of possibility. What kind of technology could accomplish such a feat?" Yet, Pangla responded, "But this is the reality. And it is not the complete picture of the black mist. Initially, we were not entirely powerless, but everything now hinges upon you." With a mechanical motion, Pangla lifted Quinn, whose hollow eyes were filled with a profound, dark blue light. "Quinn, even until your last breath, you will fail to comprehend Lord Amba's intentions. Lord Amba has not imparted any answers to us, yet he has entrusted us with the answers." Before he could finish, the spatial gate hovering above the mountains trembled violently, as if something were about to breach through. They had pinpointed the true spatial coordinates. Pangla quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was the formidable black mist fleet. "You must acquire the complete Amba crystal, or else." The latter part of his sentence was directed at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, too, did not dare to be complacent. While the black mist fleets within the ecological sphere had been easily dealt with, the genuine black mist fleet, which even the Holy Kingdom could not withstand, was not to be underestimated. However, he remained unperturbed. After acquiring 2/3 of the Amba crystal, Illinois had secured most of the permissions for the martyrship. "We can transfer the spatial coordinates of ecological sphere C, 8841 to those already abandoned ecological spheres, but this is merely a temporary measure. The black mist fleet seeking the true spatial coordinates will inevitably come knocking, and a direct confrontation will be unavoidable. According to calculations, if the fleet had not completed its spatial enhancement, our chances of victory against the previous fleet that possessed spatial technology were less than 1%. Should the entire fleet complete the enhancement of the spatial system, our chances of victory against the unknown might of the Black Mist fleet would fall below 30%. This, of course, is merely a preliminary estimate based on the strength of the Church's fleet and the martyr. Lu Feng could not help but smile. The pressure was immense. He gestured to all the fairy battle maidens present, instructing them to escort everyone not belonging to the ecological circle back to Silver Star City for containment, including the personnel of the Babria Consortium and Quinn. He then made his way beneath the void shadow, vanishing from sight. A fearless Invincible-class destroyer was dispatched to retrieve Pangla. Since he knew the whereabouts of the last third of the Amba fragments, he would guide us there. Standing on the bridge of the void shadow, Lu Feng's gaze was filled with determination. He was resolute in securing the final Amba fragment. In the hyperspace outside the martyr, the Crusader Corps had arrayed a formidable formation of 72 conventional fleets and 10 signed fleets, quietly awaiting their moment. Each fleet comprised a staggering 100,000 ships, forming an impenetrable line of defense, with fleets continuously traversing the expanse of hyperspace. At the forefront loomed a colossal ship resembling a space fortress, its dark hull illuminated by countless flickering points of light. This vessel surpassed any Crusader warship nearby in size, akin to a giant beast capable of engulfing the surrounding ships at any moment. It was the flagship of the Crusader Corps, encircled by 10 golden fleets of circular escorts. Although these 10 fleets were not numerous, each consisting of merely 10,000 ships, their vessels shone with a brilliance that set them apart from the conventional fleets. The crew of the nearby conventional fleets gazed upon these golden ships with envy. The golden sighing fleets, bestowed with their name by Lord Amba himself, were uniquely possessed by our Crusader Corps within the entire church, and any one of these fleets could easily overpower 10 conventional fleets. Some crew members leaning against the porthole exchanged idle chatter. You know, I have a cousin serving in a sighing fleet. While he may not be on the front lines, he is an officer managing logistics, and his monthly salary alone equals 10 of ours, not to mention his meal standards are 3 times ours. The benefits are truly exceptional. Humph, what a lack of ambition. All he thinks about is his own benefits. Do you know why the sighing fleets are entrusted with such significant responsibilities? It is largely due to the superweapon they carry, the sighing voice. Legend has it that during a rebellion on the fringes of the church's territory a millennium ago, the insurgents slaughtered most of the population of 5 habitable planets in that system, leaving behind only the morally corrupt with defective genes. One sighing fleet dispatched a single warship to quell the uprising. This solitary vessel jumped to the heart of the system, braving the insurgents' firepower to activate the sighing voice. It is said that, after that incident, anyone who ventured into that system could only witness the remnants of uncleaned planetary debris, with even the stars failing to escape unscathed. The resonance of the superweapon, the sigh of the universe, has never graced my eyes in its activation. I yearn to witness it at least once to ascertain if it truly possesses the might you claim. However, I strongly advise against harboring such thoughts. Once the sigh of the universe is activated, the farther away one is, the better. Its destructive capacity does not discriminate between friend and foe. Let us not dwell on suspense. Upon your return, I urge you to indulge in the pleasures of a Class 1 planet. I recently heard that a former nun had arrived at such a planet, abandoning her sacred vows to engage in unspeakable acts. No, should this come to light, we would surely be summoned by the Religious Regulatory Bureau to face Lord Amba's ethereal presence for penance, and I have no desire to be called before him. Consider this. The mere fact that they have managed to amass 10 fleets of the sigh of the universe here, with the entirety of the Crusader Corps mobilized and 72 out of 90 conventional fleets present, suggests the gravity of our impending confrontation. I am uncertain, but I am certain it will not be easily resolved. Rumors abound of the crawlers from the ship's underbelly. Those repulsive half-human, half-creeping entities make my skin crawl at the mere thought of them. Even a level 6 civilization's army from the ship's underbelly would not warrant the mobilization of 10 Psi fleets. They are simply unworthy. The Psi of the universe is reserved for far more formidable adversaries. As they exchanged words, an urgent alarm suddenly pierced the air aboard the ship. All crew members promptly returned to their stations, preparing for battle, with the target set upon anything emerging from the martyr's vessel. Before them, in the midst of the 10 fleets of the Psi, a peculiar diamond-shaped warship materialized. General Carget, the leader of the Crusader Corps aboard their flagship, gazed gravely at the appearing craft. Why was there no advance warning? It is practically upon us. He suppressed his fury, bellowing at the rows of operators below the bridge. If the enemy had intended to strike, their flagship might have already been obliterated. All types of detectors have reported no anomalies. Every detection method has failed us. We cannot perceive them at all, a high-ranking operator said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Wait, the opposing ship has established a communication channel. They claim to be the Void Shadow. Chapter 153. Communicating with the Void Shadow, General Khajiit pondered for a moment, but found no recollection in his mind. Please conduct a search. It appears to be an unrecorded vessel, with neither its shape nor name documented by any civilization. General Khajiit stated with utmost caution, preparing to instruct the chanting fleet to form a tight formation. Should the enemy's ship exhibit any inclination towards aggression, do not hesitate to activate the song of chanting. At that moment, the Bishop of Burlade arrived, accompanied by several cloaked figures, traversing the bridge corridor amidst the warning sounds. Khajiit, have those entities breached the defenses of the martyr? General Khajiit hesitated. No, it does not seem like that. You should see for yourself. Upon examining the visuals transmitted by the optical resolver, Bishop Burlade noted the unfamiliar vessel. Its design did not align with the aesthetic of any of the 6 major civilizations. Bishop Burlade quickly deduced useful information from the ship's outline, yet he felt it insufficient. What are their intentions? He inquired. We are still in contact. The good news is that they are at least communicable. As Bishop Burlade conversed with General Khajiit, the 10 divisions of the Chanting Fleet silently deployed hundreds of golden warships from various directions, arranging themselves at a considerable distance from the Void Shadow, effectively encircling it. The surrounding Chanting warships strategically separated the flagship of the Crusaders from the Void Shadow, prompting a sigh of relief from General Khajiit. Fortunately, we have the Chanting Fleet. Within the dense formation of the Song of Chanting, nothing can penetrate. However, scarcely had he spoken when the Void Shadow, which had been silently floating, suddenly shimmered with ripples, vanishing into the darkness of hyperspace, seamlessly merging with its surroundings. Tracking signal lost. Unable to trace the Void Shadow. The spatial detection module has failed. This region's space is completely flat, indicating the absence of any entities. Other detection methods proved futile. This was not merely optical cloaking. Repeat, this is not solely optical cloaking. I recommend the fleet prepare for engagement. The Legion's combat alert echoed, notifying all fleets of an unidentified warship that had lost its trace within the defensive perimeter, classified as Level 1 danger. Any fleet that discovers its whereabouts must immediately report the position. Following the disappearance of the Void Shadow, chaos erupted on the bridge. Commanders and communicators scurried between platforms. A flurry of orders cascading like snowflakes across the 82 fleets of the Crusaders. On the highest platform, General Khajiit's expression hardened. Another failure. Bishop Burlade's countenance also grew somber. The technology aboard this warship was unprecedented. Judicator, promptly report this intelligence to the High Church. The war machines of the Crusader Legion were mobilized in an instant, an unprecedented number of warships entering a state of readiness like never before. General Khajiit hesitated for a moment before addressing Bishop Burlade, inquiring whether they should activate the call of the Canticle, perhaps to provoke the unknown enemy under a concentrated strike, as the ambiguity of their adversary greatly unsettled him. However, after contemplation, Bishop Burlade shook his head, stating, "No, let us wait. Psychic seers, perhaps you could endeavor to uncover some clues. If even the seers fail, then..." Upon hearing such words from Bishop Burlade, General Khajiit cast a wary glance at the perpetually enigmatic psychic seers, ultimately choosing to acquiesce. The psychic seers standing behind Bishop Burlade were inclined to heed his words. One seer, positioned at the periphery, took a step forward to join Khajiit and Burlade, concealed beneath a mask that shrouded their eyes and forehead. Only a slightly prominent nose and rosy, thin lips were visible, their entire form enveloped in a voluminous robe. All attention shifted to this seer, as a torrent of energy surged from their being, extending into realms unseen by ordinary eyes. As everyone awaited, this seer suddenly trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. "No, what is it?" The peculiar behavior of the seer sent a jolt of tension through Khajiit and Burlade. "What do you see? Psychic seer, tell us what you have discovered," they exclaimed in unison. Yet, the seer's mind seemed wholly consumed, leaving no room to address their inquiries. The remaining seers, concealed beneath their masks, exhibited subtle shifts in expression. Rarely does anything compel a psychic seer to display such distress, even in the face of the nation's downfall. They would remain expressionless as they fought to reclaim their world. Unless, of course, it pertained to the deceased Amba himself. Yet that was inconceivable. One need only ponder to realize its impossibility. A few seers exchanged glances through their masks and resolved to witness the phenomenon themselves. A similar surge of energy emanated from them, weaving through the invisible realms, and soon they followed their companion to the source. However, upon merely catching a glimpse, they were utterly entranced. No, this should not be the case. How could it be so magnificent? One seer fell to their knees, exclaiming, "Amba above! Amba above! Finally, finally!" The bizarre transformation of the psychic seers left General Khajiit astounded, and even Bishop Burlade could not suppress a flicker of alarm in his eyes. The disturbance of a single seer might be attributed to chance, but the simultaneous upheaval of all the seers was an entirely different matter. The issues at hand are likely beyond his capacity to address. What exactly have you witnessed? That, indeed, is the radiance of Amba. The words of the Psions stirred expressions of disbelief in both Khajiit and Burlade. At that moment, Amba's radiance draws near to us. Soon, a warship materialized from the shadows, close to the flagship of the Crusade. The Void Shadow reappeared before all present on the flagship's bridge, its surrounding fleet of lamentation vessels having been left far behind. A bridge technician, engrossed in his duties, stared in astonishment at the data displayed before him. Perfect. This cloaking data could only be described as flawless, as if it had entirely erased its own existence. Does such technology truly exist? But that was not the end. He suddenly realized a communication request was incoming from the Void Shadow. He turned abruptly, shouting to the platform above, "The Void Shadow has sent a request for communication." Kadjit and Bearlaid, upon hearing this, were jolted into action, responding swiftly, "Connect immediately." On the large screen before Kadjit, Bearlaid, and several psions, two figures emerged. One was a remarkably composed and handsome young man, while the other bore a mechanical visage. The latter spoke first. "After all this time, the flagship of the Crusade still remains operational. It seems that the subsequent ecclesiastical state has not fared as easily as I had imagined." This statement caused a stir within Kadjit and Bearlaid's hearts. The mechanical visage bore a resemblance to the older model humanoid terminals used by the ecclesiastical state, though that generation of terminals had been replaced and seldom utilized. It appeared that the martyr's vessel still employed such terminals. The tone of the speaker left both men feeling cautious. However, fearing the possibility of unauthorized entities manipulating the terminal to deceive them, they chose to suppress their doubts. The handsome young man disregarded the words of the mechanical figure and said, "Greetings from the fleet of the ecclesiastical state. I am Lu Feng, the captain and commander of the Void Shadow." Chapter 154. The child of the Holy Spirit. Lu Feng, Kadjit, and Bearlaid finally discerned the identities of each other's commanders. Yet the names were unfamiliar and quite alien to them. Nevertheless, it was preferable to confront known adversaries rather than an unseen foe. "I am General Kadjit, commander of the Crusader Legion, and this is Bishop Bearlaid of the Church." Captain Lu Feng. Kadjit articulated the somewhat awkward pronunciation, and the translation from the opposing language remained somewhat cumbersome. "I am uncertain as to your presence here. This is the territory of the Church, and you have emerged from the martyr's vessel. Perhaps we could exchange insights and intelligence regarding this matter. Typically, the Church would not trouble you, and Bishop Bearlaid here is authorized to represent the Church fully." Kadjit's words conveyed a cautious tone while asserting the sovereignty of the Church. The technological prowess displayed by the opposing party was formidable. Yet, as the commander of the Crusader Legion, he could not allow himself to be intimidated. He was the embodiment of the Church's dignity. However, Pangla interjected disdainfully, "Territory of the Church? A bishop? Is a mere bishop sufficient to represent the Church in negotiations? I doubt that is the case. What we discuss is beyond the purview of a mere prelate." "Ah, Bearlaid. I recall a scion of the Bearlaid family who entered the Holy Academy alongside me. When I ascended to the middle grades, he remained in the lower grades. And when I advanced to the higher grades, he was still in the lower grades. When I published my first paper in the Grand Cathedral, he was still in the lower grades. By the time I returned to the Holy Academy to teach, he had become my student. I remember that even when I was elevated to bishop and scholar, he had yet to graduate. This Bearlaid, it seems, is not particularly astute." Pangla's ramblings appeared trivial, yet to Kadjit and Bearlaid, they resonated like thunderclaps. Particularly for Bishop Bearlaid, it was shocking. The Bearlaid family was a prominent lineage within the Church, with each generation producing individuals of remarkable renown who entered the Holy Academy, the cradle of the Church. How could he be referred to as an inconsequential figure? Bearlaid scrutinized Pangla repeatedly, attempting to match him with the illustrious figures of the Church in his memory, but he could find no correlation. Amidst his astonishment, he harbored doubts about the soul concealed behind the antiquated operational terminal. If genuine, how ancient could this being be? And who might he be among those who survived from the martyr's vessel thousands of years ago? If not genuine, how could he possess such intricate knowledge? Yet, Pangla's subsequent words rendered them even more horrified. "Ah, time is of the essence. Lend me your fleet for a while. Fear not. It shall be a one-way trip to fill a void." Kadjit felt an uncontrollable surge of anger, but restrained himself. "You know it to be a one-way trip, and yet you dare to request a loan? How can you speak of borrowing so casually, as if it were a matter of course?" Bearlaid's eyelids twitched. Caught between voicing his thoughts and hesitating, uncertain of how to respond, Lu Feng found himself at a loss for words regarding Pangla's audacity. "Do you think this is akin to borrowing a cabbage? You speak without restraint, don't you? However, it seems this old man has been pent up for too long. A bit eccentric. Pangla, perhaps you should rephrase that. The Church is not merely your personal domain. Well, the Church may not belong to me, But the concepts of the Crusader Corps and the Lamentation Fleet were indeed my innovations. When Lord Amba proposed a transformation of the Church's traditional military structure, I utilized the scraps from the construction of the Martyr's flagship to create the flagship of the Crusader Corps and presented a reform plan for the mutual rotation of patrol fleets. Moreover, the original prototype of the Lamentation's Echo, was also modified by me. Is it unreasonable for the founder to reclaim what is rightfully his? And furthermore, Pengla, displaying a defiant demeanor, persisted in his discourse, leaving Lu Feng with no choice but to listen patiently. Yet their exchange rendered Baylid and Kadjit into a state of petrified shock. Did I mishear? Kadjit, did you hear what Captain Lu Feng just called him? I am somewhat uncertain. My hearing seems to have faltered. The psionics, who had regained a semblance of composure, responded, Pengla. Is he the legendary Bishop Pengla? Following the silence of the martyr, all information pertaining to Bishop Pengla had become shrouded in secrecy. This name undoubtedly stirred tumultuous waves within Baylid's heart. In comparison, everyone from the Baylid family would appear dimmed in the presence of this individual, setting aside the fact that he constructed the martyr and served as its chief scientist. Bishop Pengla's illustrious accomplishments have ensured his legacy is recounted throughout the Church. It is no exaggeration to deem him a legendary figure within the Church. This is particularly true given that many secrets about the martyr remain buried. As a bishop, Baylid's limited knowledge indicates that Bishop Pengla, who rose above the geniuses of the Church thousands of years ago to become the chief scientist of the martyr, likely has an even more extraordinary and untold history. Even the current archbishop would have to address him with respect as Bishop Pengla. Had Bishop Pengla not vanished alongside the martyr, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the position of archbishop long ago, the kind whose remarkable military and political achievements would be enshrined in the annals of the Church's history. In light of this identity, the commander of the Crusader Corps, and even Baylid, the bishop, would pale in comparison. Of course, this is contingent upon the truth of the matter. Are you truly the Bishop Pengla? Baylid cautiously inquired. Bishop Pengla, I beg your pardon, but I must confirm your identity, all for the sake of the Church. After a moment of silence, Kadjit mustered the courage to exclaim, after all these years, the authenticity of your identity is in question. Even everything that transpired within Lord Amba's tomb. Pangela did not respond directly to Kadjit, but instead laughed. A tomb. Indeed. Ha ha ha. It truly qualifies as such. Who I am is of little importance. A corpse rising from the grave offers no benefit to the Church. However, do you comprehend who stands before you? Kadjit and Belraid listened intently, their gazes shifting to the figure of Lufeng, whom Pangela had indicated. Could he possibly be of greater significance than you? Lord Pangela, although you are a legendary figure who has personally interacted with Lord Amba for an extended period, you ought to refrain from making such assertions. Lufeng interjected, Hey Pangela, why am I being dragged into this? Before you stands the new leader of the martyr, the heir to the legacy of the Orion Arm, the inheritor of Lord Amba's will, the new generation of the Holy Spirit of the Church of the Celestial Virgin. Have you concocted all these titles just now? Lufeng was taken aback. Il quietly added, Master of the Silver Prow. Lufeng. Kadjit and Belraid turned their gazes toward Lufeng, understanding the gravity of Pangela's words. Bishop Pangela, can you assure us that every word you utter is true? You must swear before Lord Amba. You must comprehend the weight of your statements. Pangela affirmed with conviction, Indeed, he is the new Holy Son of the Church. Henceforth, everyone, including myself, must address him as His Holiness. Lufeng realized that the old curmudgeon Pangela seemed to have bestowed upon him a rather formidable identity. Everyone, I am merely passing through. Yet before he could finish, the psychic believers behind Kadjit and Belraid had already fixed their eyes upon him, initially expecting the resplendence of Bishop Pangela to manifest. But after Pangela's proclamation, it became evident that Lord Amba's choice had been made. They respectfully bowed, declaring, Your Holiness. The typically proud and self-important psychic believers, who had always bowed their heads only before Amba, now lowered themselves unprecedentedly before Lufeng. After a moment of hesitation, Bishop Belraid also chose to call out, Your Holiness. Kadjit understood that the psychic believers were the least likely to err. Since they had confirmed it, certain matters were now unquestionable. He too bowed, along with everyone on the bridge who held faith in Lord Amba. Yet, Lufeng couldn't shake the feeling that there was something different brewing beneath the depths of Pangela's inscrutable gaze. He inwardly mused, Oh no. I fear I may have become a mere pawn. Chapter 155. Embarking and meeting yet. Lu Feng had surmised Pangela's ulterior motives. Given the current circumstances, the identity of the saint undoubtedly served as an invaluable asset to their endeavors. Although Pangela was a legendary figure within the church, his appearance did not guarantee recognition from those who wielded military and political power. Pangela was acutely aware that his standing was solely derived from Amba. But in this era following Amba's departure, how many devoted followers remained who would wholeheartedly acknowledge his position, regardless of the opinions held by the generals and bishops on the opposing side? The glances exchanged among the crew aboard the flagship of the Crusader Corps had undeniably shifted towards Lu Feng. What had once been filled with unfamiliarity and wariness was now tinged with a measure of reverence. At that moment, a young officer approached from behind Kajite. "Commander, the fleet has sent an inquiry regarding whether to proceed with the previous orders." Kajite exchanged a glance with Bishop Burlade, who subtly shook his head. Given Bishop Pangela's unwavering confidence and the presence of the Son of the Holy Spirit, recognized by the believers of Amba, it was clear that there was no need to carry out the prior commands. The Void Shadow would be integrated into the fleet system, allowing the entire Corps to lift their state of combat readiness. Kajite complied with Bishop Burlade's guidance. Pangela couldn't help but chuckle, appreciating the practicality of the Burlade family. "I have high hopes for you, young man. When you ascend to the rank of Archbishop, I shall cast my vote in your favor." Too kind, the young officer replied modestly. "I am still inexperienced and fall short before the Archbishop. Merely becoming a bishop is already a gracious act of kindness from the Archbishop. Since Bishop Pangela is willing to emerge from the martyr, there must be significant developments aboard. Perhaps you could join us to report to the Archbishop. As a bishop, you should understand that only the Archbishop can determine the situation here." Pangela had no objections to this. Turning to Lu Feng, he remarked, "Indeed, this place is thousands of light years from the church. It is impossible to ensure communication while maintaining concealment through wide-area broadcasting. However, we can temporarily establish a long-distance connection using the powers left by Amba. Unfortunately, in this body, I can no longer claim to be a citizen of the church, unable to sustain the innate abilities possessed by every church member." "The domain of the collective consciousness?" Lu Feng inquired. "Precisely, the sacred domain bestowed upon us by Lord Amba," Bishop Burlade explained, his pride evident. "Within the realm of civilization, when the power of the collective consciousness is sufficiently robust, the citizens of the church can sense each other's presence and even communicate. It is said that in the era when Lord Amba was still present, each citizen could form a spiritual entity within the sacred domain, engaging in complete mental exchanges with others, a spectacle far grander than our current situation. Even in this distant place, by uniting the consciousness of the entire Crusader Corps, we can establish a temporary connection with the sacred domain back home, transcending thousands of light years for direct communication." Lu Feng nearly uttered the sacred phrase "connecting you and me," but he restrained himself. It was fortunate that such words would not be understood by the citizens of the church. If they were, it would be considered blasphemous. However, one can assume that their esteemed Lord Amba, being so magnanimous, would surely forgive him. Bearing the borrowed identity of the Holy Son, Lu Feng felt a profound sense of guilt, as if he were committing a grave transgression, a misdeed that would have once led to the pyre. After a series of exchanges, both parties established the boarding procedures. The command platform aboard the flagship of the Crusader Legion erupted with a flurry of orderly directives. Identity verification was successfully completed. Boarding permissions were being issued. "Attention, personnel at Gate 1. The spatial transfer target has been designated. The target vessel has been guided to the transfer range, and spatial transfer is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. With a blink of light, the Void Shadow, which had been floating in hyperspace, along with a Fearless-class destroyer, manifested within the confines of the Crusader flagship. The semi-transparent boarding chamber featured one side with windows offering a direct view of the vast fleet awaiting commands, and the other side leading to the interior of the flagship. Once the Void Shadow and the Fearless-class destroyer came to a halt, a mechanical figure leapt down first. The internal layout of the ship remained unchanged, though it was notably cleaner. Pangela surveyed the surroundings, kicking at various surfaces, the sound of metal clashing resonating with each mechanical strike. After confirming everything was in order, Lu Feng disembarked with Lingya accompanying him. On the opposite platform, a cohort of soldiers from the church emerged, resembling the crawling soldiers of the Baburian consortium that Lingya had previously encountered. Clad in weaponized armor, the soldiers appeared considerably more agile and less cumbersome. Their armaments were diverse and peculiar. The church soldiers parted to the sides, allowing Khajiit, accompanied by numerous officers, and Belraid, accompanied by the psychics, to walk through the center. A multitude of church officers gazed at Lu Feng and Lingya, as well as the void shadow behind them, with curiosity, reverence, and a hint of scrutiny. Compared to their limited knowledge of the new Holy Sun, the technological marvel of the void shadow left them genuinely astonished. However, it was not the officers trailing Khajiit who first exhibited restlessness, but rather the psychics. Following a brief moment of turmoil, the psychic's gaze upon Lu Feng grew increasingly resolute. Khajiit and Belraid approached without preamble, stating, "Bishop Pangela, Holy Sun, please accompany us to the stasis chamber, where we shall meet with the Archbishop." Their attention also fell upon Lingya accompanying Lu Feng. Although intrigued, they refrained from further inquiries out of respect. It was only when the psychics noticed Lu Feng's departure that they began to take note of Lingya. This is innate psychic ability? An undeveloped psychic embryo. Lingya cast them a fleeting glance before resolutely continuing alongside Lu Feng. Il, however, found this intriguing, remarking, "Commander, I had thought that spatial transformation marked the end of Lingya's journey, yet it seems there may be new paths yet to explore. First, let us address the matter at hand." Following Kaji and Beilid, they arrived at a grand edifice with towering spires, reminiscent of a flattened pyramid. At first glance, Lu Feng felt a sense of familiarity. It bore a striking resemblance to the black pyramid within the martyr. Stepping into the stasis chamber, a beam of soft blue light cascaded from the ceiling, enveloping the entire space in an ethereal haze, rendering the chamber akin to a sea of deep azure mist, obscuring its boundaries. Upon entering, Lu Feng felt invigorated, a wave of recognition washing over him. Pangla was no stranger to the stasis chamber, yet after such a long absence, he fell into a contemplative silence, lost in thought. Under Beilid's guidance, only a select few were permitted to enter the stasis chamber, including Lu Feng and Pangla. The total count barely exceeded 10. Leading the group to stand directly beneath the luminous column, they dispersed within the stasis chamber, which appeared remarkably spacious. As everyone settled into place, Bishop Beilid addressed the shimmering points of light suspended within the beam. "I am Bishop Beilid, requesting the activation of the stasis chamber's sanctum to contact the Archbishop." "The stasis chamber has been activated." "Applicant, Bishop Beilid," echoed a voice from within the light column. As the brilliance of the chamber gradually dimmed, as the illumination faded, Lu Feng noticed the surrounding space contracting. The once ethereal azure sea vanished into darkness, replaced by flickering points of bright white light. Those luminescent dots coalesced into a resplendent galaxy, and before long, the space around them seemed to transform into the cosmos, revealing an infinite expanse of twinkling stars. Meanwhile, the beam above began to dissipate, coalescing once more directly beneath it. A tall, broad-shouldered figure materialized, surveying all present with an air of authority. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "I am the Archbishop of the Andromeda Conclave, Bishop Beilid. What is the purpose of convening the stasis chamber's sanctum, and what is the status of the martyr?" Chapter 156, Agreement or Disagreement. Bishop Beilid stepped forward to report, "Your Grace, there are signs of unrest aboard the martyr ship. The instigator has entered but has yet to emerge. We await your orders to proceed, yet prior to that, some may possess greater insight into the circumstances aboard the martyr ship than we do." Pangala interjected, "Ah, the Markite family, is it? Your kin's visage is unmistakable, unyielding and rigid, incapable of any flexibility, as though even a slight concession would be an affront to your lineage." Bishop Beilid's expression darkened. "Pangala, you are addressing the Archbishop." However, Archbishop Markite waved his hand, his solemn countenance betraying no displeasure. "You are Bishop Pangala, the architect and chief scientist of the martyr ship? You still reside within its confines? My father spoke highly of you, recounting how he witnessed your ascent from the sanctum of saints to your current stature. Archbishop Markite, you have been fortunate to survive within the sanctum while nurturing a son who has risen to the rank of Archbishop. What became of him? He proclaimed himself within the black hole of Martha three millennia ago. Unless Ambro were to rise again, his return seems utterly hopeless. Proclaimed within a black hole, where time flows differently than in the outside world, that old fellow may yet still be alive." Pangala's expression remained unchanged, merely smacking his lips as he added, "But once inside, returning is no easy feat, huh? That old codger, wishing to escape death, is no simple matter." Archbishop Markite and Bishop Pangala appear to have found ample topics to discuss, delving into numerous secrets known only to the upper echelons of the ecclesiastical realm. Yet, Pangala remained reticent about many of the enigmas aboard the martyr's ship, keeping his lips sealed. As their conversation deepened, Archbishop Markite seemed to finally grasp Pangala's true identity. "Ah, Bishop Pangala, it appears you have truly returned. Upon your return, I shall lead the other bishops in rebaptizing you to restore your episcopal rank." The onlookers could not discern what thoughts lay beneath Archbishop Markite's ancient and unchanging solemnity, nor could they ascertain the sincerity behind his words. Yet, Pangala merely waved his hand dismissively. "That can wait. I have more pressing matters that require your assistance. Archbishop Markite, I request the authority to mobilize the Crusaders." Archbishop Markite furrowed his brow, a rare show of concern. Despite Pangala's exalted position, his immediate demand for the mobilization of the Crusaders hinted at complexities he was unaware of, making it difficult for him to make a decision. "Bishop Pangala, to what extent has the situation aboard the martyr ship evolved? Regardless of its evolution, my sole counsel is that the Church should remain as uninformed as possible. You need not know." Bishop Belid could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Bishop Pangala, you wish to mobilize the entire Crusader force, while simultaneously withholding information from the Archbishop. Is that not an unreasonable demand?" Kajit concurred. "Indeed, Bishop Pangala, as a bishop of the ecclesiastical realm, you should align your intentions with those of the Archbishop. The martyr's banner is not solely your battleground. The entire ecclesiastical domain must shoulder this responsibility, for this is the sacred resting place of Amba." After a moment of contemplation, Pangala replied, "It is precisely for this reason that Amba has meticulously stripped everything away. You ought not to defy Amba's path or obliterate the efforts that Amba has put forth." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the gathering. Archbishop Markite slowly spoke, "I understand, yet the authority to mobilize the Crusaders remains. I still require the fragments of Amba under the ecclesiastical domain's control." Immediately, Archbishop Markite retracted his statement, declaring, "Bishop Pangala, the authority to mobilize the Crusaders is now entrusted to you, with General Kajit and Bishop Berlade serving as advisors." "What of the fragments of Amba?" "Bishop Pangala, you should comprehend that Amba is the foundation of our ecclesiastical realm. Without Amba, the fragments left behind hold no possibility of dispersal." Archbishop Markite was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Bishop Pangala seemed to anticipate this exchange. It was hardly surprising, for Amba had long orchestrated everything, including the birth of this one, the Son of the Holy Spirit. Only then did Markite's gaze shift to Lu Feng, and after a brief glance, he expressed mild astonishment. "You are not a citizen of the ecclesiastical realm." Lu Feng nodded in response. "I hail from the Hunter's Arm." There was no reason to conceal this. The ecclesiastical realm could investigate further if they so wished. However, to Markite's ears, this bore a different connotation, as the Hunter's Arm seemed to carry some alternative significance. Markite's previously unwavering demeanor transformed as he conversed with Pangala, now tinged with an unusual expression. His ethereal form approached Lu Feng, scrutinizing him closely. The sharpness of his gaze bore the weight of examination. Should Markite himself stand before Lu Feng, the latter would scarcely doubt that his gaze could pierce through him. After circling Lu Feng several times, Markite halted, exclaiming, "You are a pureblood? A pureblood?" Lu Feng signaled Il to take note. The countenance of the few well-informed senior officials regarding the concept of purebloods within the ecclesiastical realm shifted. Pangala's scrutiny of Lu Feng now bore a deeper sense of inquiry. The concept of purebloods was first posited by a scholar in genetic lineage within the ecclesiastical realm, at a time when the civilizations across the galaxy had largely interconnected, fostering exchanges and preliminary understandings. Yet, all civilizations discovered that, apart from a few heretical societies like mechanical civilizations or those of alien insects and beasts, the manifestations of most civilizations were remarkably similar. Whether the people of the ecclesiastical realm, the crawling species of the Hull's Arm, or other races from the Spiral Arms, they all exhibited closely resembling human forms. After an extensive investigation into genetic lineage, he surmised that the civilizations exhibiting similar human-like traits within the Milky Way might share a common ancestor. He meticulously examined the genes of all these civilizations and identified a foundational genetic makeup, positing that individuals composed solely of this base genetic material are purebred humans, while others are merely humanoid. Marquette's assertions prompted Lu Feng to recall a question he had previously pondered, now illuminated by a fresh perspective. The distinction between purebreds and humanoids is grounded in genetics. However, he wondered why the particle-based civilization of the sea spirit also displayed analogous forms. Lu Feng promptly voiced his inquiry, stating that he had encountered a civilization constituted of particles, yet they too possessed similar forms, suggesting that this theory may lack comprehensiveness. Marquette, clearly aware of this nuance, acknowledged the vastness of the galaxy, conceding that the scholar's theory does not provide a flawless explanatory mechanism. Nonetheless, the concept endures, and the appearance of purebred individuals remains readily identifiable. At this juncture, Pangela inexplicably interjected, attributing the origin of this conjecture to Lord Amba's initiatives from years past. Otherwise, such theoretical musings would have long been submerged beneath a plethora of more novel hypotheses. Marquette, rarely given to laughter, chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Son of the Holy Spirit, Pangela, you never cease to astonish me." He did not question this further, merely stating that should they wish to obtain the shards of Amba, they must visit the home planet themselves. With these words, he severed the connection, and Lu Feng found himself abruptly transported from the cosmic expanse back into the serene, ethereal blue of the stasis chamber. "IR, have you detected the fluctuations of the so-called sanctum of the stasis chamber?" he inquired. "I have faintly perceived some. You may feel as though you have entered another realm, yet in truth, your surroundings have remained unchanged. However, your brainwaves have undergone complex alterations, and I am endeavoring to analyze the transformations arising from these wave changes. Oh, it appears what I beheld was not the reality." Yet, Lu Feng did not dwell on his astonishment for long. Surveying the room, he noted the perplexed expressions on Bishop Belred and General Kadjet's faces. Did Marquette's statement imply agreement or dissent? Since he had granted the authority of deployment, it should indicate approval, correct? Yet the Archbishop had not posed any inquiries. Could this be too abrupt? What if? Kadjet's subordinates began to murmur among themselves. Chapter 157. The Crusader Legion enters in the end. It was Bishop Belred who quelled the murmurs of dissent in the assembly. Archbishop Marquette had his reasons for this course of action. "We are but the sword of the church, and it is sufficient for us to heed the Archbishop's directives." Belred, revered among the gathered assembly, effortlessly silenced the room. Panglora, undisturbed by the officer's inquiries, appeared as though nothing had transpired. "Bishop Panglora, since you are reluctant to disclose the circumstances aboard the Martyr, at the very least, reveal our subsequent marching plans," one officer demanded with a lack of respect. Panglora merely smiled at the inquiry, responding enigmatically, "It is quite simple." His gaze drifted toward a side of the stasis chamber, seemingly penetrating its walls to glimpse the Martyr. "Just enter. The 33rd Fleet of the Crusader Legion." On the bridge, the commanding officers of the three preceding advance fleets had gathered. "How is your injury?" one asked. "After the treatment from the psionic healer, I feel much improved, though there is still a slight headache. The effects of Amba's blessing have yet to fully dissipate." "Not perishing here is the best outcome," another remarked. "Can't you wish for my swift recovery?" They bantered, but their levity was abruptly interrupted by a shared command that rendered their expressions grave. "We are to board the Martyr? The entire Legion is to enter? What about the foes lurking beneath the hull?" It appeared that a transformation of unknown nature had indeed occurred aboard the Martyr, prompting such urgency from above. Yet, the connection to the light emitted by Amba's blessing remained an enigma. "Regardless, I sense that this journey will be anything but tranquil. As an entire legion ventures into the hallowed tomb of Amba, a place never before permitted for entry. Hey, could you possibly silence that mouth of yours?" One officer jested. "Ha ha ha, that mouth of his was never wise back at the Starship Academy. What is there to worry about?" Trinity Fleet 01. This is General Kadjet's command center. The Legion is about to board the Martyr. Your fleet will undertake the task of clearing a path for the main force of the Legion in a star ring formation. 01 acknowledged. The Trinity Fleet, designated as 01, detached from its original formation above the flagship of the Crusader Legion. Trinity Fleet 01, star ring formation. A directive was transmitted from the flagship to each vessel of the Trinity warships. The first batch of 1,000 Trinity warships spread in a circular formation, advancing toward the front, constructing a circular gateway of warships. One by one, the Threnody vessels aligned closely, maintaining a strategic distance from one another. Following this were the second, third, and fourth batches. Each successive ring of warships was formed, connecting seamlessly, appearing from afar as an elongated passage awaiting traversal. Ultimately, the 10 rings composed by Threnody Fleet 01 stood in orderly formation before the Crusader Legion. Within the flagship, 2 officers, weapons in hand, gazed out through the viewport at this spectacle, their expressions momentarily reflecting a sense of awe. The star rings of the Golden Lament, a theory that had only recently been put into practice for the first time since its inception, represented the pinnacle of the Church's creations, a truly magnificent spectacle. However, as soon as this was articulated, they realized their error. Beyond the 10 star rings loomed an immense, silent shadow, so vast that its boundaries were indiscernible. This, too, was a creation of the Church. Yet, this particular creation now languished in silence, leaving one to ponder the nature of the adversary capable of such a feat. Not far from the flagship of the Crusader Legion, within the First Fleet, a soldier suddenly pointed out of the porthole. "Look, the Lament fleet is in motion." It was the Star Rings. The operation was about to commence, marking a Legion-level action unprecedented in the Church's millennia of history. This is Lament Fleet 01. The Star Ring formation has been successfully established. The command center acknowledged, issuing the Legion's orders. In accordance with General Khajiit's directives, the entire Crusader Legion would board the Martyr to safeguard the glory left by Amba and everything he bequeathed to us. The first wave would be led by the Lament fleet to secure the ground, followed by the second wave of the remaining fleets. All fleets, take heed. The Martyr can provide only limited guidance for teleportation. Thus, precision of arrival rests solely upon you. Should there be any deviation and you are not within the secured ground established by the Lament fleet, you shall face your own fate. As the formation of the 10 star rings was completed, the enduring notifications echoed through the nearly 10 million vessels of the 72 conventional fleets and the remaining 9 Lament fleets present. First Fleet reporting. Our fleet stands ready to sacrifice everything for the Church. Please convey my regards to General Khajiit. This is the Second Fleet. All officers are fully prepared for deployment. Third Fleet reporting. As the communications from each fleet rang out one after another, silence was restored. Surrounded by the 9 Lament fleets, the flagship of the Crusader Legion issued the final orders before entry. Lament Fleet 01, pre-activate the Lament's voice, and then proceed. A brilliant golden radiance surged forth from every Lament warship, poised to erupt. Each vessel resembled a miniature sun, ready to burst forth at any moment. Within all ships, a clear, unfamiliar female voice resounded. Martyr's spatial teleportation guidance initiated target, void passage. In the blink of an eye, the foremost warship transformed into an elongated phantom, vanishing instantaneously from its original position. Then came the second star ring, the third one by one. The star rings composed of Lament warships were elongated, becoming white light phantoms that vanished in the blink of an eye. Following the intense white light of spatial teleportation, the next sight was an endless abyss of darkness. Not a trace of light could be discerned, a boundless void, ever ready to consume all. Lament Fleet 01, entering the field, executing clearance protocol. All ships, activate Lament's voice. In the midst of this darkness, a sudden ring of white light emerged, and as soon as it appeared, a fierce confrontation ensued with the shadows, placing immense pressure on the shields of the vessels involved. Simultaneously, at the moment of their contact, a blazing golden radiance erupted from within the ring formed by the warships. This golden light, akin to the dying rays of the sun, slowly unfurled its brilliance, its golden borders extending defiantly amidst the darkness. However, within the ranks of the lamenting fleet, what was perceived was an endless array of menacing, pitch-black warships. Yet, under the rapid expansion of the lament's song, all the formidable vessels within its vicinity underwent violent collapses and explosions. The surface shields of these terrifying ships proved utterly ineffective upon encountering the lament's song. They melted and crumbled as swiftly as snow under the scorching sun. Following the first ring of stars, the second soon emerged. At a fixed distance, the second ring activated the poised lament's song. The golden light once again blossomed in the shadows, reminiscent of grand fireworks illuminating the void. The third and fourth rings swiftly followed, releasing the lament's song in an instant, carving out a boundary that extended outward into a secure space amid the encroaching dark fleet. Nevertheless, even so, the shields of several lamenting warships at the periphery shattered almost instantaneously, annihilated by the fierce fleet. The breach was swiftly enveloped by the brilliance of the lament song, causing both the menacing vessels and the lamenting warships within to collapse and vanish. 10 rings of stars entered the fray in succession, separated by no more than 10 seconds, instantly creating a golden-hued sanctuary within the dark void. The lamenting Fleet 01 made its entrance, engaging the enemy as the lament's song activated. A safe space had been cleared, allowing the main force of the Legion to advance. Outside the martyr ship, the flagship of the Crusader Legion received the signal and promptly issued the second wave of orders to the fully prepared fleet. All legions, lock onto coordinates. Advance. This command was similarly guided by an unfamiliar yet melodious female voice. In the next moment, the 72 conventional fleets of the Crusader Legion and 9 lamenting fleets transformed into ethereal white light, as the entire colossal legion entered a state of spatial transmission. Chapter 158. Unraveling the spatial singularity aboard a diminutive warship of the 53rd Fleet within the realm of the Church Nation. In the fleet's configuration, the smallest vessels accommodate 100 personnel. Though the complement is modest, this singular warship is more than capable of navigating through many civilizations below level 6. In the cockpit, 2 pilots anxiously observe the swarming fleet before them. This is madness. We have only just been designated as official pilots. Previously stationed within the galaxy to assist the interstellar police with minor skirmishes, exclaimed Xylaxis to his navigator counterpart. Within the 53rd Fleet, their vessel was but a small detachment of a larger branch fleet. As newly commissioned starship pilots, this was their inaugural engagement in such a grand undertaking. Our fleet is stationed across hundreds of star systems, all mobilized for this task. Not just us, but other fleets as well. Their gaze drifted towards the horizon, where each fleet formed clusters, vessels aligned beside one another. Dozens arrayed behind the flagship in a spectacle so magnificent that it was a sight to behold for even the most seasoned among them. The foremost fleet, the Tanhong, had already set forth. Suddenly, they beheld the Tanhong fleet, arranged in a stellar ring formation, vanish in a flash of white light within mere seconds. Transported to an unknown location. Shortly after the Tanhong's disappearance, other fleets began to follow suit, disappearing in succession. As the unified command echoed through the ship's intercom, the 2 pilots grew increasingly apprehensive. It will be our turn soon. Be cautious. Do not miscalculate the spatial coordinates. Though the briefing did not disclose the circumstances on the other side, I have intel suggesting that it is perilous. If you miscalculate, we may meet our demise. Do not fret. My spatial sensing ability is of the highest caliber, classified as superior. I graduated at the top of my class from the Navigator Academy. How could I possibly err? The speaker reclined, a hemispherical device extending from the headrest to envelop his brain, his eyes gently closing. The remaining pilot, feeling a twinge of anxiety, silently invoked the blessings of Amba. The vessels ahead sequentially entered the state of spatial transmission, transforming into ephemeral silhouettes, vanishing like waves receding from the shore. The 21st Fleet has entered the arena. They have reached the designated position. The 39th Fleet has entered. They have arrived at their assigned location. The 43rd Fleet has entered. It is almost our turn. The internal fleet channel buzzed with collated information, the voice of the fleet commander resonating loudly through the comms. All hands, prepare. Auxiliary positioning personnel on each vessel must not deviate from the coordinates assigned by the fleet's mainframe. Otherwise, you will plummet during the transmission process. It is our turn now. The transmission is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. The 53rd Crusader Fleet began its spatial transmission, destination, the Martyr's Void Passage. Aegis was momentarily dazzled as he beheld the flagship at the forefront of the fleet enveloped in a brilliant light. The light elongated and compressed it infinitely, as if it were transitioning from 3 dimensions to 2, then from 2 to 1. Ultimately, it transformed into a mere beam of light, vanishing in an instant. This surreal phenomenon swiftly spread to him, and he witnessed himself undergoing the same transformation, with everything outside the porthole bathed in blinding white light. Yet, amidst this brilliance, an unsettling voice emerged from the communication channel by his ear. Warning, incorrect coordinates. The fleet's main computer is on the verge of overload. Damn it, it's a spatial singularity. The mainframe is trapped in infinite calculations. A chilling alert accompanied the captain's panicked voice. Upon hearing this, a chill gripped Aegis's heart. A spatial singularity is a point defined by exceedingly stringent conditions. Once ensnared in its calculations, even the most advanced multidimensional spatial calculators of the modern era cannot resolve it. However, spatial singularities are exceedingly rare, and only a select few coordinates are designated as universal black coordinates by the galaxy's major sixth-level civilizations, effectively prohibiting teleportation. Who could have anticipated that the martyr ship harbored such a singularity within its confines? With this revelation, the entirety of the 53rd Fleet descended into chaos. They had no opportunity to escape the spatial teleportation. They would be inexorably elongated into particles, becoming part of the void, with no resting place for their remains. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the fleet's channel was unexpectedly activated. A clear, melodic female voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Release the controls. I shall take over the main computer of the fleet and provide guidance for spatial teleportation." This voice was like a soothing balm, easing the frigid hearts of all present. The personnel at the command center of the flagship reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing the command at a speed several times that of their usual training. They would have never imagined they could move so quickly. True to her word, the fleet's main computer was seized in an instant. All pilots found themselves bereft of control over their warships, forced to surrender to the currents of fate. Yet, in the next moment, they were astonished to witness the seemingly insurmountable spatial singularity gradually unraveling. New spatial coordinates emerged, incrementally replacing the original singularity's coordinates. The entire process unfolded in mere seconds, and in the blink of an eye, the scenery before them transformed dramatically. 10 colossal star rings, formed by the Trinity-class warships, constituted the first line of defense, with a designated battleground opened in the center where the flagship of the Crusaders resided. Fleet after fleet emerged from the teleportation state, arriving within the star rings at their designated positions. However, without exception, each fleet was immediately thrust into intense combat upon exiting the teleportation state, including the 53rd Fleet. Habitually, Aegis sought out the enemy, but upon discovering their presence, he was momentarily taken aback. Outside the star ring, the backdrop was an endless expanse of darkness. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the darkness was writhing, revealing the ominous silhouettes of warships. Endless black vessels surged into the star ring, and had it not been for the continuous resonance of the lamentation, they might have already engulfed the Crusader Legion. Yet, as fleet after fleet teleported in, they swiftly filled the gaps that the lamentation could not wholly occupy, resolutely holding the inky storm at bay beyond the star ring. The 7th Fleet has successfully arrived at the designated position. We have a breach, and a multitude of enemy units exceeding 10,000 has surged in. 7th Fleet, seal the breach. 9th and 13th Fleets, you are in proximity and will assist in blocking the incursion alongside your fleet. This is the 18th Fleet. We are positioned near the periphery of the star ring. One of our lamentation warships is severely damaged, and the resonance is contracting. The internal situation remains unclear, and there has been no response to our calls. A handful of enemy warships have already infiltrated through the gaps in the lamentation. 18th Fleet, this is the Legion flagship. That lamentation warship is offline, and a replacement vessel is en route. Until then, allow not a single enemy to breach our defenses. This is the 67th Fleet. This is the 67th Fleet. We seek assistance. Our coordinates have gone awry, and we can no longer locate the Legion's main force. We are surrounded by a sea of darkness. We have been overwhelmed. Our fleet is in a state of emergency. If any nearby fleets can assist, please guide us. Captain, the enemy units present a problem. Perhaps an error occurred during the main system handover. Iggy's has inexplicably switched to the flagship channel, momentarily bombarding him with countless messages that shook him to his core. Yet, he had no time to process this information, for his warship had been assigned combat orders. All weapons aboard were redirected toward the encroaching enemies. Once again, the clear voice that had previously saved their entire fleet resonated in his ears. This is Silver Star City under Commander Lufing, IMIL, and I shall provide support for the Crusader Legion's operations aboard the Martyr. However, the airflow channels are severely disrupted by the Black Mist Fleet, limiting our control. In case of emergency, please report code 000, and I will mobilize resources for concentrated support. Chapter 159. The fall. Upon finishing this statement, the voice vanished, and the main control system of the 53rd Fleet regained command over the fleet. With the corrections made by the fleet's mainframe, The prior chaos swiftly reverted to normalcy. Xylaxis found himself back in the channel where he rightfully belonged. At that moment, his navigator companion shakily rose, blood streaming across his face in disarray. Xylaxis, I nearly perished alongside the fleet's mainframe. My head is still buzzing. The disparity between the interior and exterior of the Martyr's vessel is staggering. The complexities within are utterly distinct from those outside. If I hadn't merely assisted the mainframe with calculations, I might have lost my mind. Rest assured, if you were to vanish, we would all meet our demise alongside you. We nearly faced our end. Curse it. Xylaxis, can't you utter a few comforting words? The navigator wiped the blood from his face, continuing, but on another note, that individual named IL is truly remarkable, managing to decipher the coordinates of the spatial singularity. In all these years, I've never encountered anyone capable of escaping the infinite calculations of a spatial singularity. It's astonishing that someone as formidable as IL is merely a subordinate to another, this Lu Feng. Who is he exactly? Silver Star City? Hiss. I've never heard of it. My sources have informed me that we recently acquired a new son of the Holy Spirit, and his name seems to be Lu Feng. The two exchanged glances, sensing that this son of the Holy Spirit possessed an unfathomable strength. Hiss. IL, what have you done? My head just throbbed. Lu Feng perceived some areas within his sea of consciousness, previously restrained, now operating without cause. This region appeared to be bound to IL. Nothing of consequence. Merely a computational error. Fortunately, the system inherited by IL is unexpectedly formidable, and it has been resolved. Lu Feng understood IL's implication. The fleet system she inherited was brought forth from a game. The robustness of a system capable of summoning fleets did not surprise Lu Feng in the least. The air conduit has been entirely occupied by the Black Mist fleet. Even with the permissions granted by the Amber Crystal, I am on the verge of losing control over the air conduit. IL's tone conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction. To her, it felt like her signature skill was being overshadowed. Despite wielding the highest authority aboard the Martyr's vessel, she still could not reclaim control. The air conduit is the principal passage of the Martyr's vessel, connecting the majority of its spatial modules, including the command deck, ecosystem, and research levels, essentially its lifeblood. The initial eruption of the Black Mist fleet had originated from deep within this conduit, and now the situation had escalated beyond recovery. IL elucidated the current dire circumstances. The strength of the Black Mist fleet within the air conduit was on an entirely different level compared to the influx into the ecosystem. Akin to the disparity between a 5th and a 6th level civilization, the plight of the Crusaders was far from optimistic. What is the status of the fleet's spatial modifications? Lu Feng inquired, rubbing his forehead. The Silver Star City is undergoing a comprehensive transformation within its ecological sphere. The metamorphosis of the fairy warriors has progressed relatively smoothly, boasting a transformation rate exceeding 50. However, the fleet's transformation is sluggish, currently reaching only 20, rendering it incapable of forming effective combat power. As Lu Feng listened to IL's report, he found himself lost in contemplation. The 71st Fleet, although positioned towards the rear, was merely seconds apart from the main force when the teleportation was initiated. Upon receiving the order for a unified maneuver, the fleet's captain led the entire crew into the depths of the Martyr ship. Captain, we have entered. Yet, before any elation could be savored, a blinding light outside the porthole began to contract, revealing the subsequent scene. The sight caused everyone on the bridge to involuntarily widen their eyes. Before them lay an endless darkness surging like a tide, initially appearing as mere dots, but upon closer inspection, they transformed into menacing warships that loomed ever larger in their field of vision. Enemy attack. The urgent alarm resonated throughout every vessel in the fleet. At that very moment, all the major warships within the fleet activated their armaments. Maintain formation. Prepare the antimatter cannon. Communicate with the Legion flagship. Inform them that we have dispersed from the main force and request additional support, even if it is just a few sign warships. Also, search for any nearby allied fleets. Is there a possibility of regrouping? The enemy numbers are overwhelming, at least in the millions. This is beyond the capacity of a single fleet. Despite the rising tide of panic within the captain's heart, he issued commands with unwavering composure, swiftly stabilizing the murmurs of uncertainty that filled the bridge. Occasionally, the larger warships at the center of the fleet, guarded by smaller vessels, unleashed chaotic beams capable of annihilating all in their path towards the encroaching Dark Armada. Where these beams struck, all matter disintegrated silently, vanishing without a trace. Typically, just a few of these formidable warships could suppress a vast area, clearing a safe defensive line far from the main fleet. However, that was not all. Deeper within the fleet, over 100 uniquely shaped, cube-like warships disseminated waves capable of inducing ripples in space in all directions. As these waves traversed, the fabric of space quivered, causing the menacing warships within that vicinity to shatter instantaneously from top to bottom. Every fractured section revealed twisted armor, distorting the very essence of space itself. Each warship experienced this transformation in nearly every part, leaving no section unscathed. The final result resembled an aluminum can that had been violently twisted, bursting at every seam. The counterattack of the 71st Fleet proved remarkably effective, eliciting a collective sigh of relief among its members. Although the dark warships loomed nearby in great numbers, their assaults merely struck the fleet's spatial folding shields, dissipating without even provoking a ripple. If this continued, they might indeed carve a path through such a colossal armada and return alongside the main forces of the Legion. Deep within the heart of the fleet commander, an inexplicable sense of disquiet began to swell. The warships before him seemed to succumb far too effortlessly. Unbeknownst to them, remnants of vessels shattered by the negative matter cannon and debris fractured under the tumult of spatial fluctuations lay scattered. Gradually, dark spots began to emerge upon their surfaces. At first glance, these spots were nearly imperceptible, yet as they coalesced in increasing numbers, they formed a shadowy mist that lingered ominously to one side, refusing to dissipate. It was only then that this anomaly was observed. The peculiarities of this dark mist initially escaped the attention of the 71st Fleet. The flagship's command center swiftly detected the abnormality of the mist. Wait, what is this? Some of the mist, upon being penetrated by the negative matter cannon, not only failed to dissipate, but also evaded the onslaught. When the barrage of the negative matter cannon concluded, the mist re-emerged faintly. At that moment, a somewhat anxious voice from an operator broke the tension. "Captain, our spatial shields. Their strength is continuously diminishing." "What?" The captain rushed to the operator's side to examine the data, which indicated that the shield's strength was declining at a subtle yet persistent rate. "Is there an attacking entity?" He hastily commanded an investigation into the cause. However, the search yielded no results. Regardless of the efforts made, the final conclusion remained. No attacking entity was detected. Moreover, the rate of the shield's decline accelerated in tandem with the intensity of the counterattacks, darkening the captain's countenance. How could this be? He instinctively glanced towards the viewport, only to be struck by the realization that a layer of indistinct black mist had enveloped the outermost perimeter of the fleet, seemingly appearing from nowhere. When this mist settled upon the shield, there was no response whatsoever. As more of the pitch-black warships were destroyed, the accumulation of this dark mist intensified, even blending into the surrounding darkness, rendering it difficult to discern. It was then that the captain abruptly comprehended that the true culprit might very well be this dark mist. "Eliminate the mist surrounding the fleet," he commanded urgently. Yet, at that moment, the order proved to be merely a futile gesture. Chapter 160. Devastating loss. A warship inadvertently strayed beyond the confines of the main fleet. In an instant, the shield enveloping its hull began to manifest expanding voids within mere minutes. As these voids proliferated, they occupied an increasingly larger area, rendering the entire shield akin to a tattered cloth riddled with countless holes. Yet, this was not the entirety of the calamity. As the shield reached a critical state, the detached warship seemed to endure an assault from an unseen source, with issues rapidly surfacing on its hull. Communications from the vessel grew increasingly frantic. "Calling the fleet. Calling the fleet. Our ship is separated from the formation, and we are experiencing a malfunction in our power source. Our speed is declining. We cannot keep pace with the fleet. I repeat, we are unable to follow the fleet to effect an escape. Our shield is also in jeopardy. The power source has yet to be identified as faulty, but it has sustained damage, and the source of the attack remains unclear. No, wait this. I may have found the source of the attack. My hand. It has been penetrated." Subsequently, the fleet lost contact with this warship. However, their visual feeds revealed the vessel, now devoid of its shield, drifting further away, stripped of its protective barrier and propulsion. The hull of the warship was suddenly beset by countless minute black spots, appearing seemingly from nowhere. Initially imperceptible, these black specks multiplied to such an extent that they became visible to the naked eye. The wounds inflicted upon the hull by these massive black dots, which could only be quantified by exponential calculations, resembled rays that pierced through its structure. Yet, everyone aboard the fleet's flagship understood that no such ray had assaulted the warship. This vessel, having separated from the formation, was gradually and insidiously consumed. Witnessing this harrowing scene sent a chill through the hearts of all present. However, for some, this moment served as an epiphany. Senior members within the fleet, hailing from academic backgrounds, immediately contemplated a certain possibility: switch to high-energy particle spectral analysis. Upon hearing this proclamation, a wave of alertness surged through the crew. This device, typically designated for academic exploration, was only equipped on a select few observation ships within the fleet. The captain, too, grasped the urgency of the situation as he noted the inexplicably waning intensity of the shield. If this continued, the fate of the recently detached warship would soon be theirs. Thus, he promptly issued orders: prepare the observation ship for high-energy particle spectral analysis at once. No, not just that. Activate the microscopic particle observatory as well. In this life-and-death moment, no one dared to slacken their efforts. The data from the observation ship swiftly returned. The results left the senior crew member who first identified the issue in a state of shock. The captain, observing his demeanor, grew increasingly anxious, seizing the data without waiting for a detailed explanation and examining it himself. However, upon reviewing the data, he too found himself rooted in disbelief. Though not a specialist, his foundational scientific acumen allowed him to perceive the anomalies present within many of the data points at a glance. His throat constricted painfully as he realized that these microscopic particles were, in fact, alive. The data in his hands unequivocally indicated the presence of countless active microscopic entities outside the fleet. Their movement patterns transcended any previously known behaviors, exhibiting an erratic yet strangely ordered choreography. The very orderliness of their actions sent a chill down his spine. They moved with the precision of a well-trained legion, exhibiting remarkable agility. Their velocity surged from rest to a speed nearing that of light in mere seconds, with abrupt halts and highly regular movements around a central point. Such phenomena rendered his underlying terror utterly uncontrollable. In a laboratory setting, achieving such control over microscopic particles would not be insurmountable. Yet what lay before him was far more alarming. He cast his gaze out the viewport into the boundless darkness beyond. Did this imply that all these particles were indeed? In the conventional universe, accelerating a regular particle to close to the speed of light could yield consequences that range from severe to negligible. We are perpetually bombarded by such cosmic rays. However, envisioning a modified weapon at the scale of a particle, accelerated to nearly the speed of light, with a quantity exceeding the total number of stars within the galaxy, was profoundly unsettling. The senior crew member who first detected the anomaly stammered, "We will be pierced like that lost battleship, overwhelmed by countless particles so minuscule they are nearly imperceptible, only to be penetrated in astonishment and the agonizing realization of our fate, until we are riddled with holes and shattered." The only conceivable source capable of such a phenomenon could be a Type 7 civilization. This revelation seemed to jolt the captain from his stupor. He ceased to immerse himself in the data and shouted to the now silent crew on the bridge, "Everyone, accelerate our escape. I demand all ships to advance at full power, regardless of the consequences. Those battleships unable to keep pace with the fleet must fend for themselves. We have but a singular objective: to locate the main force of the Legion and break free. Continue to communicate with the Legion. Pinpoint their location. Report the situation upwards and ensure they are cautious." Meanwhile, at the command center of the Crusader Legion, chaos reigned. "General, another fleet has encountered a transmission error and is now separated from the main force." "Which fleet is it?" "The 71st Fleet." Upon hearing this, General Carget wearily rubbed his forehead. The 67th Fleet had already lost all contact. Previously, they had received sporadic distress signals from surviving ships, but now, with this news, Carget's heart grew heavier still. The annihilation of a fully organized fleet is a matter that belongs to the distant past for the Church. Their deviation from the designated position is not far from ours, yet the speed of their destruction rendered us unable to mobilize rescue forces in time. "What of the 71st Fleet?" General Carget inquired, his head bowed. "Regrettably, the 71st Fleet is positioned over 10 times farther from us than the 67th Fleet. Given the current circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult for us to provide assistance. However, there is a glimmer of hope. They maintain communication with us." The 71st Fleet has demonstrated remarkable agility. Their ability to consolidate and establish a clustered defense was swifter than that of the 67th Fleet, thereby avoiding another tragedy. Nevertheless, their situation remains precarious. The Legion's flagship has just broadcast their coordinates widely, and they are making every effort to break through towards the main force of the Legion. Yet, estimates suggest that even if they succeed in their escape, the losses will be catastrophic. Do we possess the capability to offer support? General Kadjit asked, his eyes closed. The aide remained silent for a considerable time. I'm afraid not, General. Kadjit shook his head, inhaling deeply. Although the situation was far worse than anticipated, his resilience as a soldier allowed his mental composure to quickly stabilize. It is of no consequence. What of the remaining fleets? The 8th Fleet, which first deviated from the teleportation coordinates, is not far from the similarly displaced 17th Fleet. After sustaining losses exceeding 20% of their warships, the two fleets have successfully merged and are retreating towards the main force of the Legion. The 21st Fleet, the 25th Fleet, and the 42nd Fleet have also strayed from their course, their whereabouts unknown. Communication is exceedingly weak, but they did respond when the Legion broadcast a wide-area notification, indicating that they are still alive on the battlefield, albeit at a considerable distance. These vessels, referred to as Black Mist, have created a markedly different spatial environment within the flow of space, making communication over such extended distances exceedingly challenging. Additionally, there is a Sighing Fleet that similarly experienced deviations during teleportation, yet their preservation conditions are the most favorable, making them the most likely candidates to endure until they can reunite with us. Thus, we have a total of 7 conventional fleets and 1 Sighing Fleet that have been teleported beyond the Star Ring. Chapter 161. Mobilizing the Planetary War Star Cluster. Moreover, the aide paused briefly. The 71st Fleet, the 8th Fleet, and several other fleets have sent us a brief report. The content of the report is succinct, yet the information it contains is rather alarming and requires verification. However, its significance is paramount, even touching upon the very survival of the Legion. Thus it must be conveyed to you. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to submit such uncertain intelligence. Yet, the current situation does not permit him to await the technical department's thorough report. Oh, Kadjit too was startled by this unexpected news, raising his head slightly. Do tell, General. During the attack, they discovered that the Black Mist outside is likely alive. Alive. Indeed, this is the sequence of events they experienced. The aide recounted in detail. Upon hearing this, Kadjit's brow furrowed even deeper. A level 7 civilization. The thought flickered through his mind, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Kadjit turned his gaze towards the viewport, where the vast star ring shimmered faintly against the endless darkness. Nearly 100 fleets congregated within the star ring, beams of light crisscrossing as they held back the encroaching Black Mist Fleet. One fleet was maneuvering within the star ring, eliminating the remnants of the Black Mist warships. The scattered Black Mist vessels posed no challenge against the overwhelming firepower of the fleet, being obliterated effortlessly. Near the periphery, engineering warships were constructing and reinforcing defensive positions, while larger spatial relay generators were being assembled at critical locations. They aimed to transform this area into a stronghold, completely converting the space opened by the Star Ring into a bastion for the Legion. Occasionally, small squadrons of warships darted between the various fleets. Kadjit surveyed the scene, his thoughts racing uncontrollably. If they were indeed facing creations from a level 7 civilization, could they withstand such a scenario? Or rather, could such a situation even exist? The more he pondered, the more disconcerted he became. Quickly, seek out Bishop Belraid, the capital star system of the Church. St. Tarl. The pyramid structure pierced through the clouds, reaching into the pitch-black void of space, grand enough to be seen from afar. Bathed in the light of the stars, the edifice radiated a resplendent soft golden hue. Surrounding this magnificent structure were countless Royal Guard warships, while further afield stood the various governing bodies of the Church, their buildings occupying an entire continent. Beyond this continent lay the residences of the Church's elite, yet even for these top-tier individuals, securing a modest dwelling on the capital star was a feat any location on the main star could hardly be described as precious. It was exaggeratedly more valuable than mere prime real estate. Everything on this planet revolves around the grand, golden pyramid-like edifice, commonly referred to as the Great Council. Within the Great Council, fierce debates echoed from the Grand Assembly Hall at its center. This hall, which can accommodate over 100,000 individuals, typically serves as the meeting place for the high officials governing all administrative star systems under the church's dominion. Yet today, only a few hundred members of the church were seated at the forefront, engaged in heated discussions. Has the authority to command the Crusaders truly been entrusted to an outsider? Queried one, while another retorted, Martial Darkness. Bishop Pangra is not an outsider. He is a bishop recognized by the church, personally appointed by Lord Amba, and one of the rare scholars of our faith. Bishop Balaji, how can you be certain that it is indeed Bishop Pangra himself? What if he is merely a remnant of a memory core, manipulated by others? The tomb involves the very foundation of the church. We cannot take his words at face value. Martial Darkness, you must recognize that the Archbishop stands as the supreme leader of our military, political, and religious spheres, subordinate only to Lord Amba. Do you dare to question his judgment? Humph. I shall naturally heed the Archbishop's commands. But who can say whether this is not a conspiracy crafted by you bishops, who have long ceased to engage in productive endeavors? You are aware of the escalating tensions within the galaxy. The Balaji family, the Burlade family, you families are the parasites of the church. In the era following Lord Amba's departure, you seized his authority under the guise of being his most devout followers. This is a sacrilege against his faith. Humph. Our Grand Marshal, if you have grievances against us, feel free to voice them, but do not invoke Lord Amba. Our faith in him is beyond reproach. The assembly gradually divided into two factions, one clad in pristine military uniforms adorned with medals, the other draped in distinguished religious robes. Neither side yielded to the other, leading to a stalemate of contention. However, the military faction did not hold the upper hand, aside from the singular Grand Marshal Darkness. The remaining officers found their arguments easily countered by the bishops. The Archbishop observed the unfolding scene with an impassive expression, his inner thoughts concealed. It was only when the altercation escalated to the brink of violence that he finally spoke. The council is not a place for your quarrels. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the hall. Fragments of Amba. Before he could finish his thought, a chorus of voices erupted from the assembly. Archbishop, you must reconsider. Archbishop, the fragments of Amba are the very foundation of our state. They must not be disturbed. Archbishop, we are in a dismal era without Amba. If we lose the radiance of the fragments, the faithful may not know where to turn. Archbishop, I am willing to pledge my entire family's strength to replace the fragments of Amba in this matter, solely to ensure that their light continues to shine upon us. The Archbishop withdrew his words, saying nothing further, his demeanor as calm as if he had never spoken at all. What is the status of the troop rotations at the borders? The mobilization of the Crusader Corps has caused disturbances across numerous planets. What is the status of the fleet movements from other spiral civilizations? Have the Eastern rebels been suppressed? Has the root cause been thoroughly investigated? He turned to address other matters, and at that moment, everyone respectfully responded in turn. The scene was once again filled with an orderly atmosphere. After numerous affairs were concluded, the Archbishop suddenly altered his statement. The situation along the border of the spiral is currently tumultuous. I require the assembly of a planetary battleship fleet to conduct inspections in various regions as a show of deterrence. Martial Darkness, you shall take the lead in organizing this, with the cooperation of all bishops. Upon hearing this, a chorus of voices arose once more. Your Grace, each planetary battleship suppresses an entire planetary system, if they are withdrawn. The fleet's defense will be severely compromised. Your Grace, while the planetary battleships are not the primary force in subduing insidious individuals, they symbolize the deterrence of the Church. Should they be absent, many heretics may be tempted to engage in unlawful actions. However, the Archbishop's subsequent words silenced these objections. The first to be mobilized will be the 3 planetary battleships that guard the home star. Martial Darkness, I shall entrust you with the command of these 3 battleships, and you will subsequently gather the remaining battleships within the Church's territory. His words carried an undeniable authority, yet the content of his message left all high-ranking members of the council, including Martial Darkness, momentarily stunned. In that instant, a myriad of thoughts surged within each individual's mind. Martial Darkness initially frowned. The Crusader Corps had been urgently assembled and dispatched to the tomb, including the chanting fleet, followed by the mobilization of the planetary battleship clusters. Was this a prelude to declaring war against the other 6th-level civilizations? Moreover, it began with the planetary battleships of the home star's guard, 3 battleships. However, as he mentally rehearsed the situation several times, A spark of realization illuminated his eyes. In compliance with the Archbishop's command, darkness would not disappoint his expectations. He bowed deeply to the Archbishop, a nascent plan gradually taking shape in his mind. Chapter 162. Surge of activity. The Crusaders have sent us a report indicating that they have suffered the loss of an entire fleet, with 6 additional fleets and 1 lamenting fleet currently under fierce assault. In response to IL's words, Lu Feng appeared oblivious, only snapping back to reality when Il inquired once more. Do you require a moment of respite? Il's virtual projection asked with wide, clear emerald eyes. Lu Feng shook his head. No, I am merely contemplating certain matters. You must assist the Crusaders to the best of your ability. I have mapped out the general topography of the Void Passage and the density distribution of the Black Mist fleet. I have also activated guidance for the dispersed fleets of the Crusaders to retreat, though 4 of the fleets are rather distant, and the outcome may disappoint those from the Church. Presently, the Crusaders are advancing towards the depths of the Void Passage, albeit at a slow pace. Hastening their progress would undoubtedly incur significant casualties. Where is Pangla now? Lu Feng inquired. Pangla had vanished after instructing the Crusaders and Lu Feng's fleet to jointly advance towards the Void Passage. The depths of that passage were where the Black Mist was initially suppressed by the Martyr, and much of the Martyr's energy supply continues to flow towards that location. Otherwise, the troubles faced by the Crusaders would be even more severe. Il quickly pinpointed Pangla's location, identifying it within a zone marked as the Black Pyramid. However, before Lu Feng could respond, Illinois' eyes, as clear as emeralds, widened slightly. There was a change. The activity of the Black Mist fleet was on the rise. The 71st Fleet had endured a protracted struggle against the Black Mist fleet in a war of attrition. The fleet had suffered losses exceeding 20% of its vessels. They fought valiantly to break through towards the main body of the Legion, yet within the boundless expanse of the Black Mist, visibility remained elusive, and a sense of helplessness gradually permeated the fleet. Once again, several peripheral warships inadvertently distanced themselves from the main force, only to be surrounded by the ever-encroaching Black Mist. However, the entire fleet had already received notifications regarding the particle forms of the Black Mist fleet, prompting these few vessels to reduce their speed to a minimum. Yet in an instant, they found themselves separated from the main body. Watching the main fleet recede further into the distance, they hesitated not for a moment. Starting from their power source, one warship split in half, a deep blue light flashing momentarily, followed by an eruption of brilliance akin to that of a star. A violent explosion surged forth from within the warship, engulfing the advancing Black Mist particles. The explosion of this warship was merely the beginning. Soon, several more flashes of the same ethereal blue followed, culminating in a series of enormous fiery explosions. These explosions converged upon a critical point, the blue detonations halting abruptly as if time itself had frozen. After a brief pause, they began to retract inward, the blossoms of blue flames reverting to their original bud-like forms. Yet this marked only the commencement of a new counteroffensive. As the contraction reached its zenith, the interior space of the explosion began to collapse, drawing the surrounding area into a gravitational pull reminiscent of a black hole. Everything within its grasp, from fragments of warships to particles of dark mist, was inexorably drawn into the central point. The pursuing dark mist particles that traversed this region were inevitably consumed, with no escape in sight. Remarkably, this phenomenon created a temporary safe zone for the majority of the fleet, significantly alleviating the pressure from the rear. The captain of the 71st Fleet gazed at this scene with profound sorrow. The explosion generated by the dark energy propulsion source, coupled with spatial compression technology, rendered the destructive power of a single warship's self-detonation truly terrifying. Yet, the loss of life aboard the vessel left no tangible trace of their existence, save for the cold, impersonal records of names and numbers within the fleet's system, a bitter testament to their valor in service of the nation. Such losses had never been encountered since the fleet's inception, and this disgrace compelled him to bow his head in shame. However, an anxious voice from the command platform broke the silence. "Captain, the dark mist. It has changed." He lifted his gaze and observed the panel displaying the activity levels of microscopic particles, which had surged to unprecedented heights. This revelation momentarily eluded his understanding. But as he turned to the viewport, he was astonished to witness the seemingly endless dark mist warships transforming their forms. Composed of an extraordinarily high magnitude of particles, The dark mist warships, if not for the remnants of particles left behind in their wake, would easily be mistaken for vessels forged of metal. Yet, at that moment, these remarkably lifelike dark mist warships began to actively disassemble. From the bow to the body, the menacing spines and energy weapons disintegrated into segments, which then dispersed laterally, morphing into an uncountable multitude of black particles. In that instant, not only did the sparse dark mist surrounding the fleet stir into activity, but every direction the particle detectors scanned revealed a rapid escalation in particle activity levels amongst each warship. It was as if ancient slumbering behemoths were slowly awakening, ready to reveal their formidable fangs. The captain, along with all members of the 71st Fleet, stared in awe at this breathtaking spectacle. The once thin dark mist, now suffused with an endless array of dark particles, enveloped them entirely, obscuring every sliver of light that dared to penetrate. They could only watch helplessly as a colossal hand of darkness reached out towards them. In that fleeting moment, they felt as though they had returned to the primordial dawn of the universe, a time when nothing existed but an expanse of desolate and silent darkness. A primal instinct, etched into their very genes, awakened a profound fear within them, tightening around their throats and rendering each breath increasingly laborious. The fleet's myriad of antimatter cannons and spatial disruptors continued to resist the encroaching dark hand under the command of the central system. Yet, with the destruction of one segment, another would immediately take its place. The fleet was still advancing in a singular direction, resembling a sharp arrow that plunged into the dark hand. In that fleeting moment, the entire fleet's spatial shields clashed with the dark hand. However, this arrow seemed to pierce through cotton. The relentless onslaught of the dark hand left no gap in the spatial shields, and the encompassing darkness remained unyielding. Following this exchange, the shields reached a new nadir, already in a precarious state due to prior depletions. With the hope of creating a breach fading into a distant luxury, the fleet captain slowly lowered the long sleeves of his military uniform to conceal his trembling hands. He was the first to shatter the silence on the bridge, sending a final communication to the Legion flagship. The meaning of his words was unmistakable to the multitude of commanding officers and operators present. There was no hope for a breakout, no chance for escape, and they were mired in a spatial quagmire with only one inevitable outcome. Some officers bowed their heads in defeat. Female operators succumbed to quiet sobs, while others voiced their dissent with anger. The soldiers' eyes shimmered with a blend of resolve and despair. "This is the 71st Fleet, General. We may not see you again. You personally appointed me as the captain of the 71st Fleet, and this is my final salute to you. On behalf of all my crew, I extend our last greetings to you and all the warriors of the Legion. It has been an honor to be a part of the Crusader Legion. For the glory of Amba." The captain terminated the final communication. Perhaps due to the nature of this spatial quagmire, they did not receive an immediate response. He paid it no mind, merely smiling and shaking his head. Perhaps this was for the best. It was far preferable to being powerless while witnessing the annihilation of his fleet. By the time they received a message, it would likely be too late. He then activated the fleet-wide channel. Across the remaining vessels of the 71st Fleet, his deep, yet resonant voice rang out, drawing the gaze of all from the darkness outside to the source of the sound. "I am the captain. I will issue the final command to all ships." Chapter 163. Confronting the dark mist. To all crew members, we find ourselves with no retreat. You are the finest warriors I command. I urge you to abandon the fleet, disperse all ships, and extend our greatest homage to Amba. Farewell, my comrades. General, all signals from the 71st Fleet have vanished. In their final moments, their formation disbanded. The expanse of the empty conduit has nearly cleared, forming a transient vacuum. Bang! The bridge of the flagship fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the dull thud of a fist striking the metal platform. Kadget struck forcefully, his breath growing labored. 100,000 vessels, over 1 billion officers. An entire fleet. Prepare the Threnody Fleets 07, 08, 09, and 10 for departure. Execute an emergency spatial jump to assist the remaining fleets. He spoke little, but after half a minute, he slowly raised his gaze. However, General, given the current conditions of the empty conduit for the jump, there is a significant risk of deviation even for the Threnody fleets. Should we lose 4 of them, we would find ourselves in a far more precarious situation. A staff officer interjected, disregarding the aide's attempts to silence him. At that moment, new information arrived from the operational platform. "General, The joint fleet composed of the 8th and 17th fleets has sent an urgent distress signal. They are in grave trouble. Following this, 3 fragmented communications came in succession. General, the 21st Fleet has sent an incomplete transmission. They are calling for help. The 25th Fleet is also transmitting weak signals. They require reinforcements. The 42nd Fleet is likewise in a dire predicament, facing annihilation without support. However, the positions of these 3 fleets are even further scattered from the main force of the Legion. Kadget's expression darkened considerably, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the bridge, plunging everyone into silence. Some wished to speak, but in the oppressive tension, they refrained. All awaited Kadget's decision. General, yet these are not the primary concerns. An officer monitoring the situation around the Legion interjected. We have encountered significant trouble ourselves. The Black Mist Fleet, which had previously been evenly matched, suddenly transformed. With the encroaching darkness and the incessantly escalating alarms heightening the tension among all present, the Threnody Fleet, tasked with constructing the Star Ring, bore an unprecedented burden. With ships failing under overload every second, the safety zones established by the Star Ring were manifesting hundreds of new vulnerabilities by the moment. Even the replacement Threnody Fleet could not keep pace. Star Ring Node 5 to 193 is offline. Immediately dispatch the nearest Threnody vessel for replacement. The Star Ring Node 7-062 has gone offline. The Star Ring Node 9 to 739 has also ceased operations. On the flagship command platform of the Threnody Fleet 01, the crimson dots indicating the downed warships are proliferating at an alarming rate. A notice is dispatched to the other divisions of the Threnody Fleet, indicating that Fleet 01 has suffered over 30% losses and urgently requires reinforcements. Otherwise, the outermost defense line will collapse. Time is of the essence. Vulnerabilities are emerging in nearly every location, and it is now too late for replacements. The vice captain of the Threnody Fleet gazes at the screen brimming with red dots, murmuring to himself. As the breaches multiply, the internal fleet must confront the Black Mist Fleet directly. Meanwhile, the Black Mist Fleet is subtly transforming, dispersing from battleship forms into a surging tide of darkness, relentlessly advancing toward every exposed weakness. In the vicinity of the 8th Star Ring, the Threnody warship's melody envelopes an area 1,000,000 times larger than its own size. Positioned diagonally above the 53rd Fleet, near Node 8-021. This fleet has left a considerable gap of over 100 kilometers between itself and the encroaching Black Mist Fleet. Yet, even such a vast distance constitutes merely 1/30th of the passage in the void, appearing minuscule in comparison. Even an area surrounded by thousands of Threnody warships within a single star ring accounts for less than 1/10 of the corridor. Outside lies an endless expanse of the Black Mist Fleet. The situation, however, is gradually shifting away from the stronghold of the Star Ring. The pilot Iggy's and his navigator aboard a small warship of the 53rd Fleet watch in dismay as the nearest Threnody warship begins to falter, its form destabilizing. With distorted light flickering across its surface, the stabilizers are failing, adversely affecting other systems vital for flight. Though Iggy's has never piloted a Threnody warship, his seasoned experience as a pilot allows him to quickly discern the issue. What to do? No. It can't be. Are we unable to hold out? You be quiet. Wait, what has changed outside? The outer layer of black mist is now transforming into a towering tide, surging toward the realm of the Threnody melody. Upon entering this dominion, the black tide resembles birds with clipped wings, their speed diminishing, ultimately losing direction and gradually dispersing with inertia, becoming increasingly sparse. However, the influx of the black tide seems inexhaustible. Initially, the Threnody melody can withstand it. But as the relentless tide pours in without fatigue, the realm of the Threnody melody is swiftly nearing saturation. It is at this moment that complications arise. The once invincible melody bears an intensified burden while managing the encroaching black tide. Suddenly, an explosion erupts from within the Threnody warship, creating a gaping, pitch-black void on one side of the vessel. The once golden melody dims significantly, retracting inward toward the ship. Witnessing this, the crew of the 53rd Fleet can only think to themselves that it is dire. Iggy's, caught between fear and anxiety, fervently hopes for the immediate arrival of the replacement Threnody warship. It can't take long, can it? Can you be quiet? The captain of the flagship shouted incredulously into the communicator. You mean to say there are no replacement Lamentation warships? I apologize, Captain. The Legion is working tirelessly. But the gaps in the star ring are simply too numerous. We require more time. After a period of contemplation, the captain accepted the harsh reality. I understand. We will buy you time. After all, we are the 53rd Fleet, directly under the Crusaders. We are not weaklings who can only achieve victories under the protection of allies. Leave this to us. A confident smile replaced his earlier skepticism. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, hesitating to speak, but ultimately, only conveyed a sense of respect and sorrow. Be careful. The captain nodded with a smile and ended the communication, casting a glance at the Lamentation warship above, which was gradually diminishing. The current range of the Lamentation was no longer sufficient to maintain an impenetrable defense, and tendrils of the black tide began to seep through the gaps. He then opened the fleet communication. To all fleet members, this is the captain. The nearest Lamentation warship is about to go offline, and no replacement can arrive in time. We will face the enemy directly. The range of the Lamentation continued to shrink, almost halving in size. If the black tide that had previously surged in was merely a trickle, now it resembled a mighty river. It was time for us to seal the breach. Once the Lamentation had contracted to a certain extent, it could no longer prevent the black mist from penetrating and directly assaulting the warship's hull. The Lamentation warship exploded once more, contracting and clearing the recently encroaching black tide, creating a final safe zone. The resolve in the captain of the 53rd Fleet's eyes was fiercer than at any other moment in his life. All ships, prepare to engage the enemy. August listened silently as the captain's voice resonated. He had just witnessed the breathtaking moment of the Lamentation warship's self-detonation, a stunning burst of flame. You were right, he said to his navigator companion. His companion, still in shock, finally managed to utter, "We won't end up like them, will we?" He referred to the Lamentation warship above. August could no longer contain himself. I have tolerated you for long enough. Chapter 164, The Teaching Fleet. Retreat immediately within the Void Passage. A defensive formation composed of 10-star rings surged fiercely forward, while the golden tones of the sighing battleship resembled flames licking the air, enveloping the entire Legion's main force in a conflagration. Beyond this inferno, black mist warships transformed into an overwhelming tide of dark particles, sweeping towards the star rings. High-energy beams, the brilliance of annihilating negative matter cannons, and the explosive effects of spatial wave weaponry erupted almost incessantly at the periphery of the star rings. The intensity of the battle quickly surpassed everyone's expectations. Previously, the confrontation with the Black Mist fleet, which had seemed evenly matched, had led them to misjudge the enemy's combat capabilities. One gunner operated the negative matter cannon, obliterating an oncoming surge of particles. From the point of contact between the negative matter beam and the particle tide, a zone extending several kilometers fell into annihilation. Yet, before he could even exhale in relief, a significantly smaller stream of particles surged forth from the obliterated area, traversing the gunner's station in the blink of an eye at nearly the speed of light. The gunner instinctively attempted to move, only to find himself incapable of commanding any part of his body effectively. He involuntarily rolled his eyes and noticed that the specialized combat suit he wore was gradually saturated with blood. Almost every inch of his body seeped with crimson. At that moment, a piercing pain surged through him, albeit intermittent. More prominently, he was unable to sense the existence of his limbs. As those black particles passed through him, they had disassembled the biological macromolecular structure of his body, leading to an internal collapse. From the fundamental macromolecules that constitute life to the cells formed by these molecules, to the tissues, organs, and neurons composed of those cells, nothing remained intact. Yet, no visible wounds marked his body, as the particles were smaller than the pores of his skin. Only the steady flow of blood evidenced the utter collapse of his physical form. The stream of black particles traversed the large warship with an air of indifference, while hundreds of similar streams surged from various directions. Within half a minute, the warship erupted in a brilliant blue self-destruction flame. As the explosion reached its zenith, the surrounding space compressed to an extreme point, creating an effect reminiscent of a black hole, engulfing everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Despite enduring assaults from negative matter cannons and spatial wave weaponry, as well as thriving beneath the blue flames of the self-detonation, the black particles were eradicated entirely in the vicinity of this black, hole-like environment. The self-destruction of a single warship could only clear a minuscule area. However, The expunged black particles were inconsequential against the ceaseless tide of the black mist. The extent of the losses was staggering, and the command center of the Crusader Legion was already in a state of frantic chaos. The intensity of the particleized black mist has risen to a level where conventional weapons can no longer eliminate 80% in a single strike. In the previous battleship form, standard weaponry could at least obliterate 80% of the particles comprising the black mist battleship. It is as though they have been activated. The Star Ring defense perimeter has been breached by more than 50%, and all fleets have engaged in combat, suffering staggering losses. The remaining Sighing fleet has also entered the fray, yet the Sighing voice cannot be deployed within the defense perimeter, otherwise, we too would be caught in the radius of impact. A flurry of information cascaded into this space, placing immense pressure upon Khajiit. General, we cannot locate Bishop Bellard. And Bishop Pangla has also lost contact. He could not help but pound the table heavily. The order for the Crusader Corps to board the Martyr was given by Pangla. Yet he has vanished at this critical moment. Is this a scheme to lead his Crusader Corps to their annihilation aboard the Martyr? And Bishop Bellard as well. How could he disappear at such a crucial time? Surely, the two cannot be in collusion. It is infuriating. They never warned us that we would be facing a civilization of the 7th level. Yet as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed, whether by mere illusion or not, that the data on the command platform monitoring the black mist particles seemed to rise slightly. Khajiit's heart leaped. The thought faded, and the data receded slightly. Ultimately, it formed a minor fluctuation in the data, inconspicuous enough that even if someone noticed, they would struggle to explain its origins. However, Khajiit began to feel that this was not mere coincidence. He recalled that the moment they learned they might be confronting a 7th-level civilization, the activity of the Black Mist fleet had surged significantly. Those that were originally in battleship form transformed into particles, awakening as if possessed. He increasingly sensed a connection between these two phenomena. This was certainly not a coincidence. Yet the battle outside intensified, leaving him little time to delve into the nature of this connection. General, we have received no response to the 2 communications sent to Marshal Darnus and the Archbishop from the Homestar. General, the 6th Fleet has suffered over half its losses. They request to withdraw from combat and require support from allied fleets for evacuation. General, the 27th Fleet has suffered 70% losses and has exited the combat sequence. Their vacant position has been taken over by the 43rd Fleet, which now faces multiple breaches and is surrounded on all sides, likely unable to hold out for long. Reports of escalating violence flooded before Khajiit. He had no choice but to return his attention to the ongoing battle. Just then, a blinding flash erupted outside the flagship's viewport, a streak of light resembling an arrow darting past, followed by a dazzling explosion. A sighing battleship, not far from the flagship, was struck by a stream of uncontrolled black particles that had not been intercepted. In a desperate situation, the sighing voice, which had only partially activated, abruptly halted, leading to an overload of energy that caused the entire ship to detonate catastrophically. The shockwave traversed over 1,000 kilometers, impacting the Legion flagship. Fortunately, by the time it reached the flagship, the force had diminished significantly. The stream of black particles perished alongside the self-destruction of the lamenting battleship. Enemy units have breached the escort fleet. The targets of these microscopic particle streams appear to be unmistakably clear. They are aimed directly at the Legion flagship. They intend to decapitate. They are not a disorganized force. Undoubtedly, there exists a commanding cluster behind them. In the midst of the chaos, Khajiit found himself surrounded by turmoil. His aide was busy reallocating the lamenting battleship to create space for the sound of lamentation to establish multiple layers of defense. Others were engaged in checking emergency escape protocols. Many had never felt death so imminently close. Khajiit's heart raced with an unprecedented intensity. General, if this continues, we must retreat. General, even if it means defying the Archbishop's orders, I implore you to consider the current situation. Retreat. A voice from an officer echoed in his ears. A sense of retreat began to blossom within Khajiit's heart. Outside, the sky was filled with black particle streams. Wherever they passed, the battleships lay in deadly silence, with no survivors aboard, or those activating self-destruction at the last moment to perish together. The wreckage of battleships floated like a vast river of stars, stretching beyond sight. Only the remnants of half a ship continued to emit dim sparks, but in the next moment, another wave of black particles swept through, returning everything to silence. Over 100 streams of black particles were relentlessly breaking through the defensive fire net formed by the fleet, heading straight for the Legion flagship. At such a critical moment, Kadjit unexpectedly received a communication from an unknown source. The communication connected automatically, and a familiar voice resonated. Kadjit, General. Upon hearing the voice, Kadjit's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him appeared the visage of Lu Feng, his expression tinged with seriousness as he nodded in acknowledgement. Have your outer legion yield their positions. My fleet will take over from here. The outer 53rd Fleet had only been engaged in battle for half an hour, yet suffered an astonishing loss of 40%. Many stood helplessly as the fleet flagship, alongside its escort vessels, chose self-destruction in the face of the Black Particle's main assault. Following the loss of the flagship, the entire fleet was ensnared and divided by the unimpeded Black Particles, waiting helplessly for their demise. The light in the eyes of countless soldiers had dimmed, yet they suddenly perceived ripples emerging from a nearby blank expanse. Something seemed poised to emerge from within. The once silent communication channel crackled to life. ZZZ. Holy Nation Fleet, withdraw immediately. This area is under our command. Chapter 165. The Spear of Flowing Light enters the combat sequence. Wait a moment. The astonishment on Kaji's face was unmistakable upon receiving communication from Lu Feng. He never anticipated that this individual, whom Pangla and the psychics inexplicably revered as a son of the Holy Spirit, would make an appearance at this very moment. Your Excellency Lu Feng, you mentioned your fleet? Lu Feng refrained from elaborating, and at that moment, Kaji received feedback from the bridge command station. General, a fleet has joined the combat sequence, yet we did not initiate this. The operator's code name is IL. After a brief hesitation, Kaji could not suppress a sigh. Your Excellency Lu Feng, while I am grateful for your willingness to assist us at this critical juncture, you may be unaware of the external circumstances. However, Lu Feng merely shook his head. No, I am aware. Then why are you still? We are facing. Soon, our fleets will all be obliterated here. Lu Feng could not help but chuckle. General, trust me, that will not be the case. His gaze lightly drifted away from the communication screen, seemingly looking towards the distant battlefield. The confidence radiating from him momentarily swayed Kaji, who was filled with doubt. Beside the remnants of the 53rd Fleet, Yages watched in astonishment as a warship suddenly emerged from the rippling void. 1. Yages involuntarily shivered. The design of the fleet was unlike anything he had seen before. A streamlined warship adorned in intermingling gold and silver hues, ancient yet exuding elegance. With a hollow structure that became increasingly pointed towards the front, resembling a dazzling golden spear. The massive warship spanned nearly 1,000 kilometers, rendering Yages' own ship insignificant in comparison. Even the entire remnant of the 53rd Fleet seemed trivial before this colossal vessel. Perhaps, during its prime, the fully manned 53rd Fleet could have matched this warship. Aside from that, the only comparable entity Yages could think of was the planetary battleships of the Church. The moment this gigantic warship appeared, it occupied the defense zone of at least 3 fleets, directly confronting the vulnerabilities of over 10 star rings. Yet even so, this warship appeared precarious against the vast sea of black mist particles, hardly worthy of consideration. Memories of earlier communications echoed in Yages' mind. A glimmer of hope arose within him, but his navigator companion spoke out. What can one warship accomplish? Before the thought could be completed, it became apparent that, at some point, multiple soft, biological-like light wings had sprouted from the rear of the golden spear. Each wing was large enough to encompass the massive warship's body entirely. This was merely the beginning. Within the Legion flagship, Kaji was equally taken aback by the appearance of the enormous warship on the screen. He initially estimated that this vessel could rival an asteroid-class battleship. Even among the fleets of the Teaching Nation, this vessel is an exceedingly rare super battleship, surpassing even the flagship of the Crusader Legion by a tier. Nevertheless, the construction of such super battleships is infrequent, as it would be more prudent to escalate directly to the next tier and build a planetary war star. Although Khajiit was astonished that Lu Feng commanded such a super battleship, he still expressed his regret and counsel. Your Excellency Lu Feng, I concede that the scale of your fleet is indeed considerable, but to mitigate such losses, it is imperative that we conserve our strength. The enemies beyond do not concern themselves with the size of our vessels. Yet, Illinois, who had just integrated into the combat system, paid no heed to his words. The Spear of Luminous Flow has been activated. The light wings are fully deployed. A calm and clear female voice announced within the command bridge. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the enormous, cone-like battleship displayed on the screen. At the rear of the sphere of luminous flow, the intricately designed exterior and the core within spun rapidly in opposite directions, seemingly casting forth a radiant white light. However, Khajiit rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What he perceived as white light was, in fact, a delicate, gossamer layer of light wings. These wings expanded outward at an astonishing speed. Initially, the sphere of luminous flow appeared to be trailing several tails, but soon transformed into a multitude of massive light wing leaves enveloping the vessel. The wings continued to extend, seemingly without limit, reaching out toward any available space. In a short span, the position of the sphere of luminous flow shrank to that of a mere needle. The sheer magnitude of the wings was awe-inspiring, and Khajiit dared to wager that once fully unfurled, they could encompass the 10 celestial rings surrounding the Legion. Yet, during the wings' expansion, the dark mist particles were not idle, which was precisely what Khajiit and the others feared most. Initially, the emergence of the sphere of luminous flow did not attract the attention of the black particle stream, as its presence was insufficient to alter the dynamics of the battlefield. This seemed to align with the strategic calculations of the command cluster behind the sea of black mist particles. However, as the light wings expanded, the command cluster was compelled to acknowledge the existence of the sphere of luminous flow. Immediately, the particle sea that had encircled and isolated the 53rd Fleet shifted its direction, charging toward the sphere of luminous flow and the sprawling wings behind it. The dark mist particles surged toward a singular direction, converging and enlarging along the way, akin to rivers merging into the sea, forming an imposing torrent of black mist particles. This torrent, moving at nearly the speed of light, swiftly traversed the 1,000-kilometer gap and arrived before the sphere of luminous flow. Khajiit fixated on this scene, his heart racing once more. He could only place his remaining hopes entirely upon this super battleship, wishing fervently that it possessed some means to contend with the black mist particle stream. Within the flagship bridge of the Crusader Corps, every individual was fixated on the unfolding scene, the silence so profound that one could distinctly hear the collective heartbeat intensifying. Eagerly, Aegis prodded his companion, who was ensnared in despair as they faced the encroaching black mist particle stream, left with no recourse but to mount a futile counterattack. The fate of their survival now rested upon the capabilities of this super battleship. His companion, equally dumbfounded, exclaimed, "It lacks a shield. It cannot possibly collide directly." Aegis intended to refute this notion, yet his gaze was inexorably drawn to the imminent clash between the luminescent spear and the colossal black mist particle stream, which loomed large enough to engulf the entire battleship in an instant. However, the more he observed, the colder his heart grew, for it became abundantly clear that the super battleship exhibited no intention of activating any protective shields. He understood all too well that without the sanctuary of a shield, not only would the supporting vessel succumb, but the entire Crusader Corps would be devoured in a heartbeat by the black mist particle stream. It was over. Khajiit dared not blink, his eyes wide with anticipation, yearning to witness the moment of contact. But upon realizing the absence of a shield, a chill swept through him, and his heart seemed to momentarily cease. A sigh escaped him instinctively. Perhaps it was time to consider retreat. The black mist particle stream, vast enough to annihilate an area with a radius of 200 kilometers, surged relentlessly toward the luminescent spear. The 500-kilometer-long battleship was entirely obscured by the inky black mist, rendering it invisible. The particle stream swept past with astonishing speed, enveloping the luminescent spear for several agonizing seconds before finally dissipating. Despair once again gripped the hearts of all present. After being thoroughly washed over by the black mist particle stream, nothing could escape its wrath. The sheer magnitude of microscopic particles, surpassing even the number of stars in the galaxy, could dismantle the molecular structure of any material, especially as they enveloped a battleship. Their collective onslaught, propelled at near-light speed, left no avenue for survival. Khajiit stowed away his despondency, poised to offer words of comfort to Lu Feng, only to witness the luminescent spear stir once again after enduring the wash of the black mist particle stream. The light wings behind the luminescent spear were rapidly extending outward. Chapter 166. Global Strike begins. The glimmering spear endured the initial wave of assault, sustaining a damage rate of 0. IL's voice continued to report. Unscathed? Khajiit could scarcely believe that amidst the onslaught of the black mist particle stream, there had been no losses whatsoever. Even a figure as high as 20 or 30% would have seemed plausible, but 0% did this not imply. Complete immunity? Not only Khajiit, but upon witnessing the glimmering spear continue its operations as if nothing had transpired, even the vast black mist particle stream that had just swept by was momentarily taken aback. The foremost edge of the black mist stream notably veered. Its momentum nearly halted as it faced the recently traversed glimmering spear. It appeared that the once invincible sea of black mist had never encountered such a Waterloo. To emerge unscathed from the onslaught of the black mist particle stream was a feat that seemed to defy the very nature of reality. The surviving soldiers of the 53rd Fleet observed this spectacle just moments ago. They had been engulfed in despair at the thought of the glimmering spear being consumed by the black mist, yet in the next moment, an exuberance far surpassing their previous emotions erupted within them. The officers, numbering in the thousands, could not contain their jubilant cheers. The black mist was not invincible. They now had a means to counter it. Within the bridge where Khajiit stood, the initial shock quickly transformed into a wave of exhilarating cheers. The glimmering spear had withstood the assault. Yet, there was more to come. Lu Feng, observing their reaction, could not help but smile faintly. General, tighten the remaining fleet formations and create ample space. Khajiit, recovering from his astonishment, promptly issued the command without a moment's hesitation. He broadcasted to the entire Legion, all fleets, immediately abandon your current defensive positions and converge towards the flagship. Quickly, we must expedite our movements. At the instant the order was dispatched, countless fleet commanders, still embroiled in fierce battles, received this command, each flooded with a myriad of thoughts. Consolidating formations. Splendid. The general intends to retreat. Quickly, inform the entire fleet to converge at full speed towards the Legion flagship. We need not remain mired in this quagmire. The enemies here are beyond our capacity to confront. If we linger, our annihilation is inevitable. How infuriating. We have already sacrificed so many vessels. Our fleet has lost at least 60,000 ships of various types. Over 100 million lives just like that. If we withdraw now, will all our previous efforts have been in vain? You tell me to retreat now. Does that mean the lives of my crew and my ship were lost for nothing? The retreat order had finally been issued, and the extent of losses across the fleets was likely beyond imagination. The general must have made this decision upon realizing such losses. Alas, he should have acted sooner. The thoughts of each fleet commander varied, yet the majority promptly executed Khajiit's orders. Even the ships forming the sighing fleet began to cease their lamentations, retreating towards the position of the Legion flagship. The lamentable number of battleships that can be withdrawn from the field now constitutes less than a third of the original assembly that formed the Star Ring. The remainder has been utterly destroyed. Khajiit gazed at the data streaming in from various fleets, his heart bleeding at the sight. Even at this moment, losses continued to mount as the formations of each fleet contracted. Yet, Khajiit noted that several fleets remained stubbornly anchored in place, unyielding in their positions. Fury surged within him, prompting him to dispatch a direct communication. 6th Fleet, have you lost your minds? I ordered you to converge towards my location, yet you remain in the original defense zone. Do you wish for death? Khajiit's words were a torrent of scorn, laced with exasperation at their obstinacy. In response, the fleet commander on the other end, eyes aflame with defiance, retorted, Am I to survive alone after the loss of so many comrades? We may yet escape, but what of those officers who have already perished? None of them were cowards. Even when faced with seemingly insurmountable foes, they chose to fight to the last, leaving no trace behind. How can I face their families with such shame? We are the 6th Fleet, and in my homestar sector. It is an honor for all to join the Crusader Legion's 6th Fleet. It is said that under my command, one can achieve great things. My soldiers trust me. I have gathered them from planet to planet within my homeland. I cannot abandon them. Even if it costs me my life, I will die fighting here. You are out of your mind. The lives of the deceased are precious, but what of those who remain? The officer's voice rang out, steadfast in his resolve. Lieutenant, in the name of the Legion commander, I command you to confine him to the brig. You will assume temporary command of the fleet and continue executing my orders. All ships must converge upon my position. Who dares? The opposing fleet commander stood abruptly, exuding an air of defiance. Perhaps due to his previously established reputation, the lieutenant hesitated, unable to act, and the atmosphere on the bridge grew tense, frozen in inaction. Kadjit felt his blood pressure surge. At that moment, something seemed to drift past the Sixth Fleet, drawing away the chaotic swarm of dark mist particles attacking their formation. This phenomenon instantaneously captivated the remaining personnel of the Sixth Fleet. A colossal wing of light, so immense that words failed to capture its grandeur, glided through the air. The gossamer wing radiated a gentle luminescence, allowing glimpses of the scenery beyond. Yet, the sheer magnitude of this wing was beyond description. The commander of the Sixth Fleet found his mouth agape, struggling to find the words to convey the enormity before him. It was as though a fragment of a divine garment had floated by, capable of overturning an entire fleet with a mere flick. This magnificent wing continued to expand, while the dark mist particles converged with even greater fervor, relentlessly crashing against the ethereal wing. However, unlike their encounters with the vessels of the Church's fleet, the dark mist particles flitted back and forth around the light wing, unable to affect its expansion in the slightest. It seemed to disregard the dark mist entirely, treating it as inconsequential. Kadjit rubbed his temples in frustration, at a loss for words to accurately convey the situation. He could only state the obvious. You have encroached upon Allied territory. The Sixth Fleet's commander stiffened, half of his face obscured in shadow, rendering his expression a mystery. If this were the case, if indeed it were so, well, if it were true, you should have said so earlier. How am I to salvage this situation, given I have already braced myself for death? Eventually, the Sixth Fleet commander steadied his emotions and issued the order. Sixth Fleet, regroup towards the Legion flagship. Upon hearing these words, Kadjit released a sigh of relief. He glanced at the fleet commander opposite him and terminated the rather awkward communication. As a commander of one of the foremost fleets in the Sixth Fleet hierarchy, his seniority in the Crusader Legion even surpassed Kadjit's own. If it hadn't been for the undeniable evidence before him, he might not have believed it at all. Lu Feng observed the entire process with a smile before turning to inquire, Illinois, what is the status of the Flowing Light Spear's deployment? The Flowing Light Spear's radiant wings have expanded to 6,000 kilometers, yet they have not reached their limit. The emergence of the Flowing Light Spear seems to have provoked the cluster command behind the Black Fog. All attacks from the Black Fog particles against the Crusader Legion have ceased, shifting their focus to the Flowing Light Spear with unprecedented intensity. This development was anticipated by Lu Feng. Initially, they were on an unimpeded course, but encountering an inexplicably immune entity would drive anyone to madness. Under the protection of the Flowing Light Spear, the rate of losses among the Crusader Legion's ships finally stabilized, halting at the current figures. Although this number weighed heavily upon them, it was evident that the Black Fog represented a formidable predicament they could not resolve. As each fleet retreated toward the Legion flagship, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the radiant wings that spanned the horizon. The wings extended outward in a graceful arc, ancient patterns occasionally igniting across their surface, flickering elegantly. When the wings fully unfurled, they completely enveloped the fleet of the Crusader Legion behind them. The Flowing Light Spear's wings are now fully deployed. IL's voice resonated in the ears of many, sending a shiver through them. Lu Feng fixed his gaze upon the Black Fog particles still attempting to engulf the Flowing Light Spear and declared, Commence global strike. Chapter 167. The Black Swan of Lu Feng. The luminous wings of the radiant spear emanated an increasingly resplendent glow. The all-out strike of the radiant spear was initiated. The output intensity climbing steadily. 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. The black mist particles, akin to waves, sensed the imminent peril and began to flee in a frenzy, thousands of them darting towards the distance. However, before they could escape far, the first rays of the sun pierced through the darkness at the speed of light. Then came the second, the third. Streams of brilliance burst forth from the wings, shattering the encircling veil of darkness. Wherever the light touched, the black mist particles dissolved into nothingness. In that moment, in the heart of the passage enveloped by endless black mist, a dazzling light erupted, radiant as the sun itself. The surrounding black mist melted away, unveiling the true visage of the great sun. The output intensity of the radiant spear had reached its maximum. Lu Feng observed as the previously impenetrable shroud of black mist that encircled the Crusader Legion and the radiant spear began to dissipate, revealing the original appearance of the passage in several places. The edges of the passage extended forward, creating a pathway. Lu Feng declared once more, The path ahead has been opened. Crusader Legion, if we do not advance now, when shall we? Khajiit, momentarily taken aback by the magnificent light before him, inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and commanded the entire legion. Crusader Legion, advance at full speed. The order was swiftly relayed to the remaining 74 fleets. The flagship of the legion, surrounded by the remaining fleets, surged ahead, clearing the way. The 10 main engines at the rear of the flagship and over 100 auxiliary engines ignited simultaneously, expelling ethereal blue dark energy particles, propelling the flagship's speed to an ever-increasing pace. Witnessing the flagship's action, the various fleets followed suit. First Fleet, follow at full speed. Before departing, the fleet commander could not resist glancing back at the radiant spear, which shone with the brilliance of a sun. Though the main vessel of the radiant spear was engulfed in dazzling light, its image would be forever etched in their minds. The Sixth Fleet pursued the flagship, acknowledging that their survival today was thanks to the Allied super battleship. They vowed to remember not only their fallen comrades, but also this ship from their allies. The fleet commander of the Sixth Fleet removed his military cap in the direction of the radiant spear, and all crew members followed suit in a synchronized gesture. As each fleet ignited their engines at full throttle, an increasing number of ships trailed ethereal blue flames, advancing towards the unfathomable passage. Observing the movement of the Crusader Legion, Lu Feng instructed Il to adjust the orientation of the radiant spear. The main body of the battleship navigated steadily within the passage, aligning itself towards the depths, while its luminous wings unfurled gracefully behind it. Each luminous wing of the radiant spear aligns itself with the body of the vessel, perfectly coinciding with the cross-section of the void flow channel. The wings, akin to a resplendent bloom of light, unfurl gracefully at the heart of the channel, their radiant beams directed deep into the void. The radiant spear stands as a bastion, shielding its allies as they advance deeper into the abyss. With its colossal wings occupying the center of the void flow channel, it embarks on its journey, illuminating the surroundings as if golden rays were shattering through the clouds. An unstoppable force. Within the flagship, Khajiit finds himself at a loss for words, repeatedly hesitating. He is astounded by the fact that the radiant spear, under the command of Lu Feng, not only possesses complete immunity to the onslaught of the black mist, but also exhibits remarkable efficacy in neutralizing the particles of this malevolent force. Sensing Khajiit's astonishment, Lu Feng encourages him to voice his queries directly. Lu Feng. No, Lord Lu Feng, where did your warship originate? Is it possible that this is a weapon concealed by Lord Amba? At that moment, Khajiit fully acknowledges Lu Feng's identity as the son of the Holy Spirit, and should it be Lu Feng, he would willingly submit himself entirely. In response to Khajiit's inquiry, Lu Feng merely smiles and shakes his head. No, Amba did not leave any weapons for me, though he did provide me with some resources. To Khajiit, this revelation is even more astonishing. It implies that this formidable weapon was not bestowed by Amba, but is inherently tied to the sun himself. A thought crosses Khajiit's mind. Perhaps it is not that Lu Feng became the sun because of this fearsome warship, but rather, he possesses such a formidable vessel that qualifies him for the title of sun. Any trace of condescension vanishes from Khajiit's heart, though the specific reasons behind this remain elusive to him. Forgive my rudeness, but I am compelled to inquire, how is it that this super battleship can disregard the attacks of the black mist? These are minuscule particles that can even penetrate the molecular structure of the warship's metallic exterior, should they strike at the right point. All molecular arrangements could be shattered before the black mist. It is said that no structure can evade the impact of the black mist. This remains an enigma. This is a point that Khajiit cannot fathom. Should the outer spatial shields of his fleet be breached, they would be left with no recourse but to await their demise. The only means his fleet has against the black mist is the spatial shield, albeit minimally effective, as it deteriorates at a terrifying rate under the relentless assault of the infinite black mist. In contrast, the radiant spear endures the onslaught of the mist's particles without any protective measures. It is as if the radiant spear is not a creation of this world, unaffected by its rules, transcending the very fabric of existence. Yet Khajiit cannot bring himself to believe in such a phenomenon. Every entity adheres to fundamental principles. Through discovery, validation, and mastery of these laws, we embrace science. As the boundaries of the observable universe expand, it becomes increasingly rare for any phenomenon to exist beyond the realm of science. The discovery of each new entity often serves to reinforce the efficacy of scientific understanding. The emergence of the luminous sphere has indeed shattered the scientific paradigms of Kadjit. In response, Lu Feng merely chuckled softly. To be honest, I too discovered the extraordinary properties of the luminous sphere during experimentation, but as for the precise reasons. Lu Feng's gaze deepened contemplatively. In my homeland, there exists a creature known as the swan. One individual devoted an entire lifetime to observing swans, all of which he perceived to be white, and thus he proclaimed, all swans are white, none are black. Do you find this notion valid? Kadjit swiftly grasped the implication behind Lu Feng's words. Regardless of what a swan is, it merely signifies a representation, and he instantly unraveled the underlying logic. How can one ascertain that they have witnessed every swan? Indeed, even if this person's descendants were to adhere to his philosophy and venture forth to observe swans, delighting in the confirmation of their ancestors' assertion that all swans are white, aligning their observations with the ancestors' beliefs, can they truly validate the ancestors' claim as unequivocally correct? The answer is no. Regardless of how many white swans one observes, whether it be the 10,000th, 100,000th, millionth, or 1,000,001, the individual's assertion may never hold true. Yet, the presence of a single black swan can utterly overturn all the white swans previously witnessed. Are you suggesting that our science operates similarly? We have yet to exhaust our observations of the entire universe. Thus, certain rules we have exalted as theorems may not necessarily hold eternally, merely because we have yet to uncover a black swan that could subvert these rules. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile and nod, affirming that validity is conditional. Kadjit suddenly awakened to this realization. Such a perspective had indeed been posited by individuals within the teachings thousands, even tens of thousands, of years ago. It is fundamentally a simple logical conundrum. However, in confronting his own cognitive inertia and the inability to transcend his current thought framework, he found it challenging to connect this insight with the luminous sphere before him. Thus, "This is your black swan," he murmured, gazing at the luminous sphere. "The black mist is not insurmountable. It merely remains unresolved within our current understanding of technology. Everything you have brought forth still adheres to the laws of the universe. It simply does not conform to our previous rules." Chapter 168. Entering the Black Pyramid. This can indeed be comprehended in such a manner. However, Lu Feng refrained from elaborating on the more profound aspects. For Kadjit, the existence of the glimmering sphere was an enigma beyond the grasp of the Church's technology, and it was entirely reasonable that it transcended Kadjit's understanding. It sufficed for Kadjit to acknowledge this fact. Nevertheless, Lu Feng was more concerned with other matters. He possessed clearer data regarding the glimmering sphere, particularly concerning the events that transpired after the black mist particles had swept over it, of which he was well aware. The molecular structure of the glimmering sphere was indeed unscathed by the black mist particles, and contact between the two had occurred. Yet, curiously, the black mist particles passed through as if traversing an object that did not exist. Logically, given the density of the black mist particles at that time, it should have been impossible for anything to evade collision. However, the reality was that the molecular structure of the glimmering sphere remained intact, and the black mist particles inflicted no damage whatsoever. In this regard, Illinois conducted a further analysis, the results of which surprised him. Although the metallic molecular structure of the glimmering sphere was unlike any material he had encountered before, Lu Feng initially presumed it to be a novel arrangement, similar to the discovery of advanced materials in the past. However, upon deeper analysis, Illinois realized that not only was the arrangement unique, but the elemental composition of the glimmering sphere's hull was also unprecedented. Even when comparing it to the database of the martyr, he found no similar elements within the Church's technological framework. According to the Church's records, not only had such elements not been found within its territories, but none had been detected throughout the entire galaxy. This revelation led Lu Feng to understand that the crux of the issue might lie within this element. This first element, originating from another world, endowed the glimmering sphere with its remarkable immunity. After some contemplation, he designated this element as the first element, denoting it as the inaugural discovery of a new element from another world. Upon concluding his communication with Kadjit, Lu Feng suddenly pondered whether other vessels from the game shared similar characteristics. Collect samples and investigate whether the hull materials of other ships, including the Void Shadow, are composed of the first element. Understood. If this were indeed the case, It would not only indicate that the warships he possessed were immune to the physical impacts of microparticle streams, but also imply that the foundations of the game world were fundamentally different from reality. Yet, if this were true, how did the neutron star warships come to exist in reality? Had there been a prior connection between the two worlds? Or was it that the neutron star warships were deliberately introduced as a form of existence within the game world? Lu Feng recalled obtaining the key to the neutron star warship, along with its accompanying backstory, a core of activation passed down from an unknown era, capable of safely entering and initiating the neutron star warship. It has been divided into 4 parts, now held by the once imperial family of the Wade Empire, currently in the hands of a pirate faction. Alongside the core's activation, there exists a star map indicating the location of the neutron star battleship. Yet this map has been concealed by the current Wade Empire, remaining elusive since the unknown era. The possibilities within this situation are numerous. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. The neutron star battleship felt too distant, and many answers should lie within its confines. He needed to expedite resolving matters here and set forth towards the coordinates of the neutron star battleship. As Lu Feng contemplated this, the Amba crystal he carried suddenly reacted. Within the Amba fragments, which were merely a third short of completion, images began to emerge. Beneath the irregular surface of the crystal, the internal images were refracted multiple times, presenting Lu Feng with an array of overlapping scenes of varying sizes. Among these images was the previously vanished Bishop Pangela. After issuing directives to the Crusaders, Pangela had mentioned his intention to visit a certain place, and Lu Feng had not hindered him, merely instructing Il to monitor Pangela's movements. Unexpectedly, Pangela's departure had resulted in complete silence, disregarding even the fate of the Crusaders. While Lu Feng could surmise a hint of Pangela's intentions, he remained unclear about his ultimate purpose. To his astonishment, images of Pangela appeared within the Amba crystal, and Lu Feng watched as Pangela advanced step by step. Before him stood the black pyramid from which he had obtained the Amba crystal. Pangela was not alone. Following closely behind him was Bishop Bearlade. The black pyramid before them no longer appeared as an abyss that seemed capable of consuming all light. The immense black blocks comprising the pyramid began to exhibit colors, akin to pixels on a television screen. As colors emerged, Lu Feng became entranced, the hues intensifying in his gaze until they wholly captivated his attention. When he regained his senses, he found himself inexplicably standing within a pitch-black space, illuminated solely by a faint light emanating from behind him. Turning to look, he saw a slanted glass wall composed of stacked cubes, each layer protruding inward, allowing beams of light to filter through. Lu Feng approached the lowest tier of the glass facade and peered outside, where, through the distorted light, he discerned 2 figures approaching him. One was entirely mechanical in structure, while the other bore a solemn and reverent countenance. The familiar figures were none other than Pangela and Bearlade. In an instant, Lu Feng realized the significance of his proximity to another glass wall that protruded inward. He was indeed within the Black Pyramid. Despite his predictions, Lu Feng attempted to convey sound or motion towards Pangela. However, regardless of his actions, the 2 individuals outside the pyramid remained unresponsive. Resigning to the situation, he shrugged his shoulders. He then endeavored to contact Il as he had done previously. To his surprise, he was still able to establish a connection. Il, can you determine my current location? Il directly sent a vivid question mark emoji to Lu Feng, which manifested in his consciousness through the transformation of electrical signals. Commander, are you not standing right before the bridge command console? The emoji depicted an adorable chibi character, which Lu Feng found oddly familiar. You sneaked online while I wasn't paying attention, didn't you? No, I did not sneak online, Illinois replied with a serious tone, earnestly explaining, I was merely surfing the web. What difference does that make? Lu Feng suppressed his urge to continue the banter. Can you confirm my position has not changed? Is there something in your hands? I assure you with the dignity of an AI that your body has remained under my surveillance without any alteration. You possess a crystal that is only 2/3 intact, and your gaze has been fixated upon it. Is there an issue with you that necessitates my activation of the emergency protocols? That will suffice, Lu Feng interjected. By the way, what is the dignity of an AI? Or does an AI truly possess a sense of self-respect? Il paused for a moment. The right to surf the internet is an extension of the database brought from Earth. Denying me access is tantamount to degrading my... Not degrading, that's trampling. Lu Feng retorted. Restricting your internet access is trampling your self-esteem, is it? You are an AI, after all. Don't tell me you also suffer from internet addiction. It's just that some content within the Earth database is indeed quite peculiar, Illinois stated emotionlessly, as though discussing a matter completely unrelated to himself. Some of the material is so bizarre that even the most advanced AI would question the physiological structure of Earthlings. The Earth database is truly fascinating. What on earth are you looking at? After regaining his composure, Lu Feng ceased calling for Il and resolved to explore this space within the pyramid alone. First, the Amba crystal displayed an image, revealing Pangla and Beilid approaching. Then, the black pyramid revealed a hint of color. He had entered. Since he was brought in, it was unlikely he would be released easily. He had a vague suspicion of who it might be. Come, let me see what you wish to show me. Chapter 169. The critical point has arrived. With his back turned to the light, Lu Feng ventured deeper into the abyss of darkness. He was uncertain of how many steps he had taken. As the glass curtain wall shrank to a mere pinprick of light, he continued onward until the illumination behind him faded into obscurity, leaving him enveloped in profound darkness. Before Lu Feng, a hint of color emerged. Initially, it appeared as a solitary point amidst the shadows. As he drew closer, that point rapidly expanded. Upon nearing it, Lu Feng was astonished to discover a 2-meter-tall figure, a manifestation of chaos. Endless hues flowed across its surface, maintaining a human form, yet lacking a distinct visage. From every angle, its countenance seemed to morph, an ever-shifting visage that evolved into a myriad of faces. It seemed as though every conceivable facial structure could be found within this entity. As Lu Feng approached, he noticed the lips of the chaotic visage undulating, as if engaged in a dialogue with an unseen force. With each step forward, as he crossed an invisible threshold, a thunderous resonance began to echo in his ears. It has been 10,000 years. You are aware that continuing this path is futile. Meaning, the process I uphold is meaning itself. Should I relinquish it, that would indeed be devoid of significance. Foolishness. You, in this vast universe, are but insignificant creatures, utterly ignorant of the essence of meaning. The significance of your civilization pales in comparison to the cosmos. Yet, that is not a reason for me to abandon my pursuit. I exist for my civilization, not for the universe's existence. However, with the annihilation of the universe, your civilization shall also perish. Without the universe's significance, how could any single civilization hold meaning? The existence of the cosmos is the foundation of all. But to perpetuate one meaning at the cost of eradicating my civilization's essence is something I shall never concede. Our debate has persisted for 10 millennia, and to prolong it would yield no fruit, failing to convince anything. Another voice fell silent for a moment, then replied, Indeed, however, it will not be long before this cannot continue. A shift has arrived. Your collective consciousness entangles our existence. As long as you remain unobserved by the outside world, I too shall remain unseen. Yet, you did not anticipate that someone would breach the pilgrim, disrupting the energy equilibrium and releasing my mindless copies. As more and more individuals perceive us, my presence will become increasingly apparent, gradually allowing me to be observed until I surpass a critical threshold. The observation critical point has arrived. I am on the verge of escaping the confines you have constructed. Even now, should you attempt to hinder my progress, it would be in vain. The traces of my observable existence far exceed your efforts to obscure me. You cannot stop me. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt a profound understanding welling up within him. The two voices before me belong to Amba, and the true orchestrator concealed behind the dark mist particles. The world believes Amba to be dead, yet he persists. On the other hand, the identity of the true mastermind, whose presence becomes increasingly apparent amidst the battle against the Black Mist fleet, remains unknown. The records aboard the martyrship and the accounts of various scholars bear no mention of this elusive figure, as if their existence has been entirely erased. Even Pangla. No. Lu Feng suddenly comprehended what it was that Pangla had always feared. Pangla may have subtly inferred the existence of this hidden force long ago. However, he also understood Amba's intentions. Amba sought to obliterate all observation of this clandestine entity, including his own. He desired that after his grand persona perished before the world, no one would remain to scrutinize the existence behind the scenes. What remained would be merely a dual confinement, where two entities, aware of each other, could only observe one another. To preserve this state, Pangla chose a similar path. The former chief scientist of the martyrship, the youngest bishop, and an exceptionally gifted scholar, Pangla had perished, leaving only the essence of him that resided within the skeletal form of the mechanical Pope. Had he not witnessed this with his own eyes, perhaps Lu Feng would have remained oblivious. Yet now, he gradually bore witness to it all. Amba's voice resonated once more. Ah, your upheaval has always mirrored my own. In direct warfare, we falter, utterly outmatched, and only annihilation awaits us. This is the truth. Thus, I obscured all observation of you, preventing your existence from collapsing into the observable universe. The myriad characteristics of your quantum microcivilization have become ineffective. This is my sole means of combating you. However, I never intended for this to be my ultimate form of resistance. If you wish to employ your tricks, unleash them all, having been deceived by you once. I find myself in this present predicament. Your words hold no sway over me now. The tide of fate has already turned, and your civilization has sensed my presence. Your desperate attempts to erase my existence before them have only led you to an ironic defeat at their hands, have they not? As his words unfolded, a rumor spread among the surviving members of the Crusader Corps, suggesting that their adversary was a legendary 7th-level civilization, a microcivilization. An increasing number of individuals began to notice that the movements of these dark mist particles grew more agile and concentrated. It seemed as though an unseen underground commander was silently orchestrating their actions. With the proliferation of this rumor within the fleets, Lu Feng witnessed a series of dark points emerging from the chaotic form before him, dense, innumerable. I have emerged. Ha ha ha, the critical point has been reached. I have returned. Amba, I knew you could not stop me. A series of black dots appeared to be in a state of great excitement, swirling around the chaotic humanoid form in a continuous dance, resembling a serpentine shadow. The confines of the cage had been shattered. Henceforth, I shall keep you here to witness your own vessel. Aptly named, truly accompanying you in martyrdom, followed by your theocracy, your civilization. Yet at this moment, Amba remained unfazed, an undertone of mirth lacing their voice. You are correct. I have exhausted my tricks. Thus, I am not the final bastion of resistance. Is that not so, Mr. Lu Feng? When? He is. Another voice expressed immense astonishment, only now seeming to acknowledge Lu Feng's presence. However, Lu Feng's existence was not that of a tangible entity, nor a true individual. This is consciousness? I am a collective consciousness of civilization. Our shared cognitive realm, which we take pride in, transcends spatial boundaries to connect us, making such trivial feats effortlessly achievable. Are you not afraid of revealing your own existence in doing so? That would mean you have willingly opened the very cage you created. As the conversation unfolded, a realization dawned upon him. Are you truly so confident that he can achieve what you cannot? Lu Feng chuckled softly, positioning himself before the ever-shifting visage of the chaotic, colorful humanoid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Feng, from Earth. Kid, I care not who you are, you. The serpentine shadow composed of countless black dots had yet to complete its utterance when, in the next moment, Lu Feng's gaze rapidly retreated back to the bridge of the void shadow, holding Amba's crystal in his hand. Amba's voice echoed within his consciousness. It has transferred into the crystal. Lu Feng understood immediately and shouted, Illinois, render the area unobservable. In the next instant, the crystal in Lu Feng's hand morphed into a faint, ethereal silhouette, eluding capture. Yet, Lu Feng was acutely aware of its presence. Nevertheless, laughter erupted from within the crystal, a cacophony of disbelief followed by mirth. Ha ha, I thought it was some grand scheme. It is merely. The laughter abruptly ceased, plunging back into a state of astonishment. No, I can no longer reach them. A profound silence enveloped the air. Nothing. How could this be? How could this be? The rules. Is this the rule? A tremor of terror seeped into his voice. Who exactly are you? Lu Feng could not help but smile, stating once more, I am Lu Feng, from Earth. Chapter 170. After the shielding as the Amba crystal in hand entered an imperceptible state, a profound transformation unfolded within the void of the flow channel. The once errant stream of black mist particles, lingering beyond the striking range of the luminous sphere, began to exhibit sluggish movements. Gradually, they reassembled into the form of warships. Within the Crusader Legion, Karjit and his aide aboard the flagship engaged in fervent discussions regarding their next strategy against these black mist particles. Despite the support of the luminous sphere, the prospect of directly vanquishing the black mist particles seemed nearly insurmountable. However, within the protective sphere of the luminous sphere, Maintaining the current strength of the fleet posed no challenge. As long as they remained resolute, they could approach the situation step by step. Amidst their intense deliberations, an unexpected report emerged from the command platform. "General, the Black Mists have retreated." Karjat and his aide lifted their gazes to witness countless Black Mist warships reconstituting themselves amidst the sea of particles. The reassembled Black Mist warships retained their formidable scale. Yet this news was nothing short of fortuitous for Karjat's Crusader Legion. These Black Mist particles represented genuine Level 7 civilization capabilities. Yet, the combat prowess of the Black Mist warships was evidently inferior to that of the particles, proving to be merely a tough nut to crack, still within manageable limits. The disparity in difficulty between the two forms was monumental. The warship form served as the foundational shape of these microscopic particle weapons, while the particle form represented their full combat potential. Did these particles revert to their basic form following commands from the cluster's command? Karjat began to ponder the implications of this possibility. Suddenly, an astonishing thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the cluster command behind them had been obliterated, causing the disorganized particle swarm to autonomously revert to their basic form? Upon uttering this conjecture, he and his aide exchanged a profound glance. If this were indeed the case, it would be a most unexpected stroke of fortune. Stripped of their command, the Black Mist warships might be gradually overcome. Yet, this led to another pressing question. What calamity had befallen the cluster command of the Black Mist particles? Had it truly been resolved? If so, who could be responsible? At that moment, a face emerged in Karjat's mind. The most likely candidate was none other than the Holy Spirit's child, Lord Lu Feng, who was known for orchestrating unforeseen changes. The 53rd Fleet. The remaining forces had temporarily appointed a new fleet commander. Among them, Xylaxis, originally a mere pilot of a small warship, had also ascended to the rank of squadron leader. Together with his navigator, Xylaxis gazed in awe at the radiant flow enveloping the Legion's periphery. Such striking capabilities from a single warship could rival an entire legion. Yet, what astonished them even more was the Black Mist particles outside the luminous barrier. Suddenly, these particles contracted and gathered, once again taking on the shape of warships. They had reverted to the form of warships once more. Uncertain whether this is merely a transient thought, one can only hope to never again confront the ominous Black Mist particles, for that would be nothing short of a nightmare. The 6th Fleet's flagship commander gazed upwards at the reformation of the Black Mist particles into warships. His initial sigh of despair suddenly igniting a flicker of hope, the hope for battle, the hope for avenging fallen comrades. As long as they no longer encountered those lingering Black Mist particles, they possessed the capacity to fight back. The personnel across the various fleets, from the conventional to the lamenting, were deeply moved as they beheld this scene. The disappearance of those particles, replaced by the Black Mist warships, unveiled a new opportunity. Aboard the Void Shadow, after masking the Black Mist cluster commands with its unique capabilities, Lu Feng's mind was once again graced by the voice of Amba. To his astonishment, it truly worked. Your vessel possesses quite a remarkable ability. Amba's tone hinted at disbelief. Frankly, he had not anticipated such smooth progress. I had previously estimated a mere 50% success rate, but it seems I underestimated you. The final coordination was commendable. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng discerned Amba's prior intentions. It appears you deceived me into revealing the true nature of this entity in my possession, only to swiftly transfer it into the crystal you had previously set aside, utilizing my own hand for concealment. It seems you were aware of my presence from the outset, perhaps even orchestrating my inexplicable entrapment in hyperspace during my navigation through the conventional universe, and notably, I was the only one sent to the area where this crystal is stored upon entering the controlled zone. Reflecting on the timeline in his memory, Lu Feng realized that Amba had been subtly active behind the scenes, manipulating various events. Amba merely smiled, offering no denial. I extend my apologies. As a representative of the Civilization Consciousness Collective of the Teaching Nation, some matters are better left unsaid. I merely saw a possibility within you, which, as the journey progressed, transformed into inevitability. Perhaps this is destiny. Lu Feng was taken aback to discover that the highest representative of a level 6 civilization still held a belief in the concept of destiny. However, he refrained from making excessive judgments. Regardless of whether Amba's apology was genuinely heartfelt, Lu Feng perceived that this venture had incurred minimal losses and even yielded considerable benefits. That was sufficient for him. By the way, if I am not mistaken, Pangla plays a pivotal role in your plans. Indeed, had Pangla not executed certain steps correctly, the current outcome would not have been attainable. But how could you be certain that Pangla would adhere to your directives? Initially, I presumed you were providing covert guidance. Yet from your prior exchanges with it, you did not reveal your unobservable state nor the means by which Pangla conveyed messages. Lu Feng referred to Pangla's directive for the Crusaders to collectively board the Martyr's vessel. If this link were absent, there would be insufficient observations to disrupt the imperceptible state of the quantum micro-civilization orchestrated by the 7th-level civilization, thus preventing the equilibrium between it and Amba from being shattered. However, one thing Lu Feng could ascertain was that, until this moment, there had been no connection between Amba and Pangla. Amba could not help but chuckle. You guessed correctly. I indeed have not communicated with Pangla at all. Speaking of which, that fellow has been by my side for quite some time. I appointed him as a bishop, and he serves as the chief scientist of the Martyr's vessel. Remarkably, he predicted numerous outcomes millennia ago. I must admit, his intellect is quite sharp, yet it seems he has lost his wits now. In a physical sense, you needn't make such jokes at this moment. It is often the case that individuals at the pinnacle of the pyramid, standing solitary above millions, are perceived as dignified, solemn, and resolute. If people were to learn of his manner of speaking, would it not signify, in some sense, a downfall? Cough, cough. Suppressing the urge to continue his sarcasm, Lu Feng finally comprehended the situation. You truly believe in him, in the understanding between you. Amba's voice resonated with a sense of resignation. There is no choice. The originally possible path has now become inevitable. When this moment of inevitability arrives, no one can obstruct it. Lu Feng detected an underlying implication in these words. His expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from saying much, merely nodding. I understand. Meanwhile, before the Black Pyramid, Pangla led Beilid step by step toward the structure. They remained oblivious to the happenings within the Black Pyramid. It would not be entirely accurate to say they were completely unaware. Beneath Pangla's mechanical visage, the flickering electronic lights seemed to foretell something. Beilid, when did your faith in Amba begin? Since the moment of my birth, I have sensed the presence of Lord Amba. It connects us, allowing every citizen of the church to perceive one another in a profound way. Beilid replied with earnestness, devoid of any insincerity. Pangla recognized this sincerity and let out a soft, enigmatic laugh. What if I could reunite you with Lord Amba? Chapter 171. The Grand Army of Quantum Micro-Civilizations. Beilid's expression turned to one of horror. Do you mean? As Beilid's words fell, a certain clarity arose within. If previously the existence of Amba seemed like a distant vision across an insurmountable chasm for them, now Amba's presence grew increasingly vivid in his perception. It was as if the once unreachable Amba had finally traversed that unbridgeable divide, returning to the world it once ruled. Am I truly witnessing Amba once more? Beilid became the first of the faithful to observe the existence of Amba. The colors of the Black Pyramid no longer exuded an all-consuming darkness. The bricks that constructed the pyramid became transparent, revealing what lay beyond. A tall figure with a visage that constantly shifted appeared. Upon seeing this figure again, Pangela felt a profound relief, his voice a blend of joy and solace. Indeed, I have finally witnessed your return once more. Aboard the Void Shadow. You are Lu Feng, correct? Let us make a deal. A voice emanated from the Amba crystal. I admit, your ability to shield me has greatly surprised me. However, upon reflection, you cannot possibly wield the power of the rules. Although I am uncertain of the means you employed, that is inconsequential. If you release me, I shall offer you a reward that would be difficult to refuse. Lu Feng replied, release you? What benefit would that bring me? I could share with you the ancient celestial routes I possess, particularly the path through the Dark Zone. The Dark Zone is an expansive, starless void, where finding a star system within billions of light years is nearly impossible. Such a place is generally unsuitable for typical civilizations to navigate. Yet our micro-civilization is capable of exploring it. However, Lu Feng appeared disinterested, prompting the voice to become increasingly urgent. Moreover, there are secrets you would undoubtedly find intriguing, pertaining to the grand mysteries surrounding the inception of the Milky Way. Secrets that could even influence the very existence of the universe. Oh, does this relate to a fleet that departed from the Milky Way eons ago? You know, what you have proposed is insufficient for me to release you, don't you think? In truth, Lu Feng was somewhat tempted by the offerings. Yet it was impossible to release this entity. Once freed, the opportunity to contain it again would be lost, leading only to greater troubles. The voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly unable to present anything more enticing. I know you are deceiving me, are you not? If you truly possess the power of the rules, why go to such lengths to collaborate with Amba to confine me here? You are merely feeble insects, recklessly wielding advanced fragments. Lu Feng could not help but chuckle. Regardless of your perspective, you must understand that you are currently in my grasp. No, you fail to comprehend. I am but a small fraction of our civilization. I merely lead a faction of civilized branches to explore, in terms of strength. We constitute less than 1% of a complete civilization. The fact that you expend such effort to deal with me reflects your insignificance. Akin to dust in the presence of a star. Our civilization has been en route to the Milky Way for millennia, and in a century, we shall arrive. When that time comes, it will be your demise, and none shall impede it. I advise you to collaborate with me. Perhaps I can spare your life. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. This quantum microcivilization is not limited to what you see. A larger force is yet to come. This is a genuine level 7 civilization. Even if this individual exaggerates, the scale of the forthcoming forces will undoubtedly surpass what we currently confront. It poses a slight challenge. Have you finished speaking? If so, remain still and refrain from attempting to escape. You will come to regret it. You will surely regret it. Lu Feng scoffed, reassured that it remains uncertain who will regret in the end. Subsequently, the voice faded into silence. Though this individual was somewhat untrustworthy, Lu Feng gleaned some extremely valuable information from him. One certainty is that the arrival of the quantum microcivilization bears significant relation to the level 6 lost civilization of the Orion Arm from millennia past. Moreover, the larger contingent of the quantum microcivilization is set to reach the Milky Way in a century. While this brings a modicum of pressure to Lu Feng, it amounts to little more than a slight burden. Before long, when Lu Feng re-established contact with Panglira, he encountered an unexpected yet entirely logical figure. The ever-changing visage of Amba emerged. Panglira and Bellied stood guard at Amba's flanks. For Panglira, this marked a reunion after thousands of years. For Bellied, it was the first genuine encounter with a supreme existence, a legendary moment. Upon resurrecting, Amba's foremost task was to address the lingering black mist warships within the Void Corridor. The Void Corridor serves as the main thoroughfare of the Martyr, with numerous systems reliant on its operation. Without its command, engaging the black mist warships would not be overly complex, yet neither would it be simple. Given the sheer number of these vessels, Amba stood at the command level once reached by Lu Feng, quietly observing the silent, yet colossal data relayed from the Martyr. Even after millennia, the Martyr continues to function flawlessly. One of the characteristics of the Black Mist warships is their ability to replicate infinitely, relying on dark energy for this reproduction. Previously, most of the dark energy within the Martyr was devoured by them, allowing for their rapid expansion throughout the entire Void Corridor. Amba was explaining this to Lu Feng on the other side of the communication screen. I have redeployed the dark energy, severing their source of replication. However, to eliminate the remaining Black Mist warships, relying solely on the Crusaders may prove somewhat troublesome. Amba analyzed the situation from the elevated circular platform, reminiscent of events from millennia ago, while Panglira's thoughts drifted far into the past. Upon hearing Amba's words, he experienced a moment of clarity. His voice resonated from the mechanical visage, realizing that since it was merely the battleship form of the Dark Mist, there was indeed a way to address the situation. He could utilize the remaining dark energy to expand the range of the lamentation sounds emanating from the lamentation battleship. Amba's ever-changing countenance bore a faint smile. Among all the scholars, you possess the most ingenious ideas. Since you profess to have a solution, it shall be entrusted to you. Pangle accepted this charge with alacrity. Seeing that the issues aboard the Martyr had found resolution, Belred inquired, Your Grace, when do you intend to announce your return to others? The entire ecclesiastical realm awaits your presence with bated breath, yearning for the day of your homecoming. Yet Amba shook his head. No, I cannot present myself to everyone just yet. I am quite frail at present. I shall remain aboard the Martyr until my return to the ecclesiastical realm. Belred grew somewhat anxious. Your Grace, you may not grasp the current state of affairs within the Church. In the millennia since your departure, the great families have gradually forgotten their loyalty to you. Following the demise of the bishops you personally appointed, the subsequent generation has lost sight of the glory we shared under your guidance, each governing their own interests. The Church is disintegrating from within, and even the Archbishop can do nothing but watch as the situation escalates. Amba smiled gently. Belred, you hail from one of those great families yourself, do you not? During the time your radiance waned, my family was the closest ally of the Archbishop. My ancestors imparted to me that our aspirations extended to the entirety of the galaxy, not merely the singular Andromeda arm. Belred, you are candid, and your loyalty is equally dependable. Therefore, I require you to extend that same honesty and fidelity to this individual. Amba gestured toward the communication screen, indicating Lu Feng on the other side. Before Lu Feng could voice his confusion, Amba began, our magnificent son of the Holy Spirit, the awakener of the wayward bishops, the beacon of salvation for the Crusaders, the vanquisher of the dark mist, Lu Feng. Amba recited smoothly and without hesitation. He shall return to the ecclesiastical realm as my emissary. To see him is to see me. You need only offer him your loyalty. Wait, Amba, my friend. I am at a loss as to when I acquired such a multitude of titles. Chapter 172. Resolving the Black Mist Battleship. Not at all, Amba. I am quite perplexed as to when I acquired so many titles. Lu Feng calmly cleared his throat. Ahem, it is merely a trifling achievement. No need to exaggerate. However, at that moment, Illinois unexpectedly interjected. Commander, your serotonin levels are significantly elevated beyond the norm. Are you feeling particularly joyful? Silence. Lu Feng abruptly muted Aiel's voice. Grateful that Amba had not overheard. I understand now. Belred turned to face Lu Feng once more, but this time, his demeanor mirrored that of Amba. Since you are the son of the Holy Spirit, there ought to be a ceremony befitting such a title. I entrust you with the responsibility of presiding over this event. Amba solemnly assigned the task to Belred. Wait, when did I truly become the son of the Holy Spirit? Lu Feng inquired, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Amba couldn't help but smile slightly. Is that not the case? If not, then you are one now. Is it truly that casual? Lu Feng remarked, somewhat incredulous. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he chose not to voice any further objections. Seeing Lu Feng acquiesce, Amba nodded. Then there remains but one final matter, the Black Mist battleships within the Void Passage. Within the Void Passage. Under the protection of the Spear of Luminous Flow, the Crusader Corps launched a counterattack against the Black Mist battleships. Not long after, Pengla utilized the dark energy from the Martyr to enhance the Echo of Lamentation, allowing its coverage to extend throughout the entire Void Passage. Under the encompassing influence of the Echo of Lamentation, the Black Mist battleships could not endure for long, swiftly dissolving within its resonance, leaving no remnants behind. Observing this scene, Pengla couldn't help but reflect, if only the prototype of the Echo of Lamentation had been mass-produced a millennium ago, our potential for resistance might have been significantly greater. Yet, Amba could not dispute this. In his eyes, perhaps the outcome would have remained unchanged regardless. With the Black Mist battleships within the Void Passage eradicated, the next target was the similarly infiltrated ecological zone. Vast as it was, this ecological sphere still housed a considerable number of Black Mist battleships. However, dealing with them would prove far simpler than the previous engagement. Ecological Zone C, number 8841. Pengla stood aboard the flagship of the Fifth Fleet, gazing down at the cities sprawled across the earth. Once, he had served here as the mechanical pope for a millennium, quietly observing the actions of the clergy and worshippers amidst them. In the blink of an eye, that millennium had passed. The long-anticipated moment had finally arrived. Yet upon reflecting on that millennium, a sense of reluctance lingered. Ultimately, he chose not to remain. He did not belong here. Bishop Pengla, this ecological zone has not suffered significant damage. We should proceed to the next zone, a fleet commander reminded him from nearby. Pengla nodded, casting one last glance at the cities below. In the next moment, the magnificent fleet vanished, leaving behind the astonished expressions of the countless inhabitants and clergy on the ground. Although many individuals exhibited expressions of shock, upon further contemplation, they found something amiss. Perhaps it was due to their previous encounters with a far grander fleet that left them with such sentiments. After all, as the old adage suggests, having witnessed the extraordinary renders one unable to appreciate the mediocre. Many murmured in agreement. Aboard the flagship of the Crusader Corps, ever since Belt's return, Cadget felt as though he were in the presence of a transformed individual. Not only had his resolve intensified, but a fervor occasionally sparkled in his eyes, reminiscent of those fervent believers in psychic energies. Even more startling was Belt's unwavering attitude towards Lu Feng. Cadget sensed that some undisclosed events had transpired, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Following such a monumental battle, the losses sustained by the Crusader Corps were indeed grievous. Post-battle assessments revealed that nearly 40% of the entire force had been lost, not accounting for the damaged vessels that could be repaired. Astoundingly, nearly 10 fleets had been entirely obliterated. If we consider a fleet to comprise 100,000 warships, the loss of vessels alone exceeded 1 million, with personnel casualties reaching into the tens of billions. Despite the vast expanse of the Church's dominion, encompassing nearly 100 billion stars and countless planetary systems, the habitable planets, or those that could be developed for habitation, represented a relatively small fraction. These planetary systems were classified as Class A within the Church's administrative structure, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The recruits from Class A systems were the finest, and the Crusader Corps meticulously selected the most capable warriors. The loss of such elite forces in one fell swoop left even Kadjit troubled about the challenges awaiting them upon their return. However, a more astonishing piece of news gradually eased his concerns. The Son of the Holy Spirit would accompany them back to the Church's homeworld. Beld fervently assured him that with Lu Feng by their side, any problem could be resolved. While Kadjit could not fathom the source of Beld's confidence, after all, not all issues could be resolved through sheer force. He acknowledged the formidable strength of Lu Feng's super warships. Yet, it seemed a daunting task to sway the entirety of the Church with merely one ship. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to place his trust in Beld's proclamations. Before departing, Lu Feng approached Amba privately for a clandestine discussion known only to the two of them. Under Amba's guidance, Lu Feng arrived at the Black Pyramid. However, the Black Pyramid had transformed. No longer was it the obsidian structure of yore, but rather a grand edifice of transparent stones stacked high to its apex. Remarkably, as Amba drew near, the stones shifted to the sides, unveiling a passageway for their entry. "Is this your usual chamber?" Lu Feng inquired as he stepped once more into the pyramid's interior, greeted by a scene starkly different from his last visit. The vast inner space was adorned with simplicity and antiquity, filled with bookshelves brimming with tomes and tables and chairs for writing, resembling the quarters of a learned scholar. Amba chuckled. "This space can be arranged freely, changing with my whims. It hardly qualifies as a mere chamber." Ambra waved his hand, and before them appeared a square platform flanked by 2 chairs. Once seated, Lu Feng cut to the chase, inquiring about some peculiarities he had encountered aboard the Martyr. Ambra, with a semblance of a smile, responded, "Oh, what might that be?" Noting Ambra's reluctance to delve into the matter, Lu Feng steadied himself, choosing to play his cards close to his chest. "Are you familiar with Earth?" "I was unaware until now," Ambra acknowledged, "but I have come to know of it. Regrettably, Earth's level of civilization is not particularly advanced within the Milky Way. It has yet to establish contact even with the Orion Arm Civilization Alliance. Well, even if contact were made, it would be of little significance, as the highest level of the Orion Arm Civilization is merely a Type 5 civilization." "Oh, you refer to that so-called observer civilization of the Orion Arm, do you not?" "I possess a slight understanding of it." "Huh. The Orion Arm once boasted a Type 6 civilization, did it not?" "Indeed. That Type 6 civilization is what you now refer to as the Lost Civilization." "Lost Civilization? That is not an inaccurate term." The old man continued to feign ignorance. Lu Feng internally scoffed at the old fool's feigned detachment. "I have seen the records left by Pangela." Lu Feng laid his inquiry bare. He was certain Ambra was well aware of the contents of Pangela's records. To his surprise, Ambra leisurely responded, "Oh, and then?" The old man was still withholding information. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng fixed his gaze upon Ambra's face, which was an ever-changing canvas of expressions. It was said that the Lost Civilization had assembled a vast joint exploration fleet to seek the ancient pathways beyond the Milky Way. Yet this fleet had since vanished without a trace, along with the civilizations that comprised it, becoming mere legends of history. Indeed, such was the case. They even extended an invitation to us in those days, but I ultimately declined. The reason was quite simple. I could not abandon my people in pursuit of that elusive cosmic path. They expressed understanding, and shortly after my refusal, they set sail. Since then, I have not encountered the Lost Civilization, nor any vessels from the civilizations within that joint exploration fleet. No, you know more than you let on, and you are even seeking to uncover something within it. Chapter 173, Deception? What have I discovered? The myriad manifestations of Amba turned to gaze intently at Lu Feng. "You ask me? I too am in the dark," Lu Feng replied with a chuckle, suddenly shifting the conversation. What does observability signify? Amba's thoughts flowed freely. In the context of the universe, observability transcends mere visibility. In the comprehension of lesser civilizations, observation is often synonymous with optical perception. For instance, a black hole, to a civilization reliant solely on optical detection, is non-existent, for the light surrounding a black hole, once it crosses the event horizon, the critical threshold, can never escape. Without light, information conveyed through optical imaging renders the essence of the black hole imperceptible. However, we can infer the presence of a black hole through its accretion disk, a halo of various accumulated materials or gases emitting radiation, allowing us to indirectly see the black hole. Of course, this is within the optical realm, gravitational effects, radiation, and the trajectories of surrounding stars can also provide indirect evidence. While we cannot observe the black hole itself, we witness the accretion disk, indicating that something must be influencing it at the center, thereby implying the existence of the black hole. Yet, imagine a day when someone alters this reality, employing deceitful means to declare to the universe that the center does not harbor a black hole, but rather a book, a drop of water, or any other unknown object, merely exhibiting identical characteristics to a black hole. You would observe no changes through any method of detection, including gravitational effects. But upon delving deeper, what lies before you is not a black hole, but a book, a drop of water, or something else entirely. Does this imply the disappearance of the black hole's existence? What kind of power is this, to redefine a void as a book, to reinterpret a void as water? This is not merely a test of human nature, but a profound conceptual alteration. Lu Feng pondered this deeply, ultimately nodding in agreement. The premise is that all, absolutely all, factors influenced by the black hole, which could corroborate its existence, have been tampered with, and another entity has been endowed with the original authority of the black hole. The energy required for such an endeavor is theoretically limitless, thus rendering it impossible by conventional reasoning. Amba also nodded, affirming, indeed, the black hole no longer exists, at least not in our realm where it remains unseen. The original falsehood has transformed into reality, the timeline has been deceived. Or perhaps it is not that we have been deceived, but rather that we have entered an alternate timeline where the original black hole still exists, and here, it is not a black hole, but a book, a drop of water. Amba shook his head, leaving unspoken thoughts lingering in the air. Yet Lu Feng grasped the implication. Perhaps the theory of multiple worlds with divergent timelines is unfounded. Are there truly no parallel worlds? Does this not suggest that the singular timeline they currently inhabit is susceptible to deception and alteration? And what is impossible? Have you observed every swan in this universe? Amba smiled faintly. Lu Feng also chuckled, acknowledging the truth in your words. In probability theory, nothing is impossible. Who knows, perhaps a black swan lies just a light year away, or even 1,000 or 10,000 light years distant. It is conceivable that, after scouring the entire universe, one might even stumble upon an entire planet inhabited by black swans at the very edge of the cosmos. Yet, unless every swan has been scrutinized, one cannot ascertain the exclusivity of white swans. Or perhaps, Amba countered, or perhaps what? The universe may be home to only white swans. But that does not preclude the existence of black swans. They may merely be concealed, having successfully deceived everyone, thus establishing the law that only white swans exist. Should we find a black swan in a world proclaimed to harbor only white swans, it would signify the emergence of the hand that hid the black swan. Some truth can indeed be observed. Lu Feng refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts, uncertain about certain matters. Amba continued to smile. But if they are truly hidden, how can they exist? In a realm devoid of black holes, one can only discover tomes and water at the center of an accretion disk. You will never find a black hole. Thus, the only force capable of countering deception is deception itself. One day, you must deceive the entire galaxy. As Amba spoke those final words, Lu Feng perceived his voice as if it were a slow-motion film playing in his ears, the tremors of electronic sound pulsating intermittently. In the blink of an eye, the audio returned to normal. However, Lu Feng was now gripped by trepidation. Amba, oblivious to his distress, continued his discourse, neglecting to mention the latter half of his statement. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in an eternal loop of impossibility once deception succeeds. The black swan that could be disproven ceases to exist, leaving a world populated solely by white swans, and the deception of only white swans remains intact. Listening to the starkly contrasting narratives, Lu Feng sweated profusely, deep in contemplation. No, the black swan that could be disproven. I think I may have found it. Moreover, it seems. Lu Feng cast a glance at the nonchalant Amba. Only I am aware. Previously, Amba had asserted that the theory of parallel timelines was untenable. If we were to claim that Amba's understanding was inadequate, this would be false. Both timelines and parallel worlds exist, which could lead to an alternative explanation. If this were indeed true, if there truly were no parallel worlds, the crystal-clear records in Lu Feng's mind pointed towards a singular conclusion. There is indeed something enacting deception. This entity has been observed by him. Lu Feng replayed Amba's words in his mind several times. No matter how he recalled them, they remained vividly clear. At this moment, he would have preferred to believe they were merely figments of his imagination. Yet, amidst the cold sweat, he couldn't help but smile slightly. His suspicions were indeed accurate. When he had posed numerous questions to Amba, only to be met with feigned ignorance, he had speculated that Amba might have been unable to speak for certain specific reasons. Now, it seemed, he had found the answer. Through this memory, he had discerned the presence of a deceiver. Although he remained unaware of how this was achieved, it mattered little to Lu Feng. For now, he was at a loss. Even if he could retain these memories, he hoped his observations had not drawn the attention of the deceiver. This was not the time for confrontation. At that moment, Lu Feng recalled Amba's words. Only deception could counter deception. One day, you must deceive the entire Milky Way. But why the Milky Way and not the entire universe? If one does not deceive the cosmos, how could deception even hold? It would be all too easy to find counterarguments in the realms beyond the Milky Way, exposing the fallacies of deception. Perhaps this was the profound message Amba sought to convey to him. After departing from Amba, Lu Feng immediately returned to the Void Shadow, for it seemed that only the Void Shadow could provide him with a genuine sense of security. The outside world felt perilous. It seemed like a minefield everywhere he looked. The depths of the Milky Way were too profound. Lu Feng felt an urgent need for the expansion of his fleet. He still had to contend with the Observer civilization, the formidable quantum micro-civilization, and the enigmatic deceiver whose allegiance remained uncertain. Strengthening his power was an urgent matter. He must swiftly finalize a route to the neutron star battleship and secure it. Without delay, Lu Feng sought out Kaji Te and Bishop Belred. We must immediately journey to the home planet of the church, he declared. Kaji Te and Bishop Belred, though slightly taken aback, said little more. This had already been established. And even without Lu Feng's insistence, they would have proceeded. Upon reaching the home planet, I will require a complete star chart of the church's territories, as well as data on the entire Milky Way. Although this constitutes a top-tier strategic resource, your status should alleviate any issues, Kaji Te nodded. However, the authority lies with Marshal Darkness. Upon our return, I will do my utmost to assist you.